Yi Cheng has traversed into the role of CEO of a technology company, only to find the firm on the brink of bankruptcy. Fear not. The system has activated, bestowing upon him an array of cutting-edge technologies. He acquires a chip production line capable of manufacturing 3 nanometers chips, thereby rescuing the company from crisis. He gains access to organ cloning technology, saving countless patients around the globe. He obtains nuclear fusion technology, addressing humanity's energy scarcity. He acquires spacecraft technology, leading humanity to soar through the cosmos. Yi Cheng declares, "This is not the end. The ultimate purpose of technology is to conquer the stars and the vast oceans." Chapter 1. The Technological Domination System. "Mr. Yi, what shall we do now? The company's funds are nearly depleted." The voice beside him roused Yi Cheng from his thoughts, and as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an ordinary, even somewhat rudimentary, office. Has he truly traversed? In the next moment, a deluge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, and after a moment's reflection, he realized he had indeed crossed over. He found himself in a parallel world known as Blue Star, where the circumstances were strikingly similar to those of his previous life, with no significant differences. The body he inhabited was also named Yi Cheng, who happened to be the owner of a company called Jiqi Technology. Jiqi Technology, of course, was a firm dedicated to technological research. Through the memories, Yi Cheng learned that Jiqi Technology primarily sold radio frequency chips, analog chips, fingerprint chips, and more. 7 to 8 years prior, Jiqi Technology had enjoyed a brief period of prosperity due to its engagement in cutting-edge industries and collaborations with numerous major firms in the country. However, after 3 to 4 years, several competitors emerged domestically, while the market remained limited. Particularly in recent times, the domestic environment had become increasingly challenging, leading to a contraction in the company's scale, and its technology gradually lagged behind the times, relegating it to the lower echelon of high-tech enterprises. Nevertheless, it was still managing to survive. A year prior, in an effort to respond to the national call for a chip manufacturing boom and to find a new path for the company, a significant amount of capital was invested in chip research. However, such investments were not expected to yield immediate results, and the company had to tighten its belt to make ends meet. It was at this juncture that the original owner, who had just obtained a PhD in physics from Shuimu University, took over the company. Naturally, he devoted his energy to research, having had a long-standing interest in chip technology while showing little interest in business matters. Consequently, his lack of concern for the company's affairs resulted in a severe cash flow crisis. A company that had originally ordered a substantial batch of chips unexpectedly went bankrupt, leaving them unable to pay the balance due next month, which immediately plunged Jiqi Technology into dire straits. Yi Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. This was quite literally a catastrophic beginning. Now, it appeared that apart from liquidating some company patents, there was no other lifeline available, unless he sought assistance from his family. Yet, his family had essentially given up on the company and would hardly be inclined to expend great effort to keep it afloat. He sighed and looked up at the person before him, an elder of the company named Wang Shun, who currently held the dual roles of finance director and marketing director due to the recent resignation of the former marketing director, leaving him to assume both responsibilities. Yi Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly happened with that company? How did it suddenly go bankrupt? Did we not conduct a financial review before signing the contract with them?" Wang Shun replied with a sense of resignation, "We did conduct a review, but the person responsible for it was Li Xan." Li Xan? Yi Cheng was taken aback. Was this not the same person who had resigned from the marketing department? Was there something amiss? Is it possible to get in touch with Li Xan? He and his family recently immigrated to Canada. Yi Cheng frowned deeply and sighed. This indicates an insider threat. Otherwise, how could a company that was perfectly fine just months ago place an order worth millions, only to go bankrupt shortly thereafter? It was evident that the review process had faltered. Wang Shun realized this too, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, Li Xan, I even gave that scoundrel a thumbs up on WeChat when he announced his move to Canada." Yi Cheng was at a loss for words. Was it really the time to worry about likes? He waved his hand and said, "Let's report this to the authorities and gather evidence. He should never be allowed to return to the country." Then, "Mr. Yi, what shall we do now? How much funding do we have left?" "Well, there's only 1 million remaining. Currently, we have no orders, and we lack a valid reason to apply for a loan. By the way, in a month, we also have a 2 million loan coming due at the Agricultural Bank, which was originally applied for as an interest-free loan for high-tech enterprises. 1 million left, yet 2 million due next month?" It seemed the only option was to sell patents. Having just crossed over, Yi Cheng felt an even greater headache. He waved his hand and closed his eyes, saying, "Please leave for now. I need to think alone for a moment." Wang Shun glanced at the young boss with concern, but ultimately nodded and left the office, closing the door behind him. Yi Cheng surveyed the office, running his fingers over the now somewhat coarse desktop. In his memories, just a few years prior, their office was situated in the heart of the bustling metropolis, and the interior was newly decorated, inspiring a desire to work. However, shortly after he took over the company, financial constraints forced the headquarters to relocate to a much older building in the outskirts of the city, where the rent was considerably cheaper. He sighed. Given the current predicament, there seemed little reason to persist. He could easily return home and live as a privileged heir, indulging in a life of leisure. His family primarily operated in real estate and had substantial holdings within the country. Yet, in his previous life, Cheng had risen from nothing to establish a company worth billions. He had long since grown accustomed to leadership. To return to the life of a wealthy heir would starkly contrast with his life ambitions. The host can accumulate points through the sale of the company's products, and upon achieving certain milestones, may also trigger achievement rewards. Upon the host's initial accumulation of points, the system mall will be unlocked, where various items can be purchased with points, including an array of advanced technologies, eagerly awaiting the host's selections. This concludes the system introduction. Let the host embark on an extraordinary life. Ding! The novice gift package has been credited. Does the host wish to open it? Cheng was momentarily taken aback, wondering what on earth this was. A system? Indeed, it was a boon for a time traveler. A radiant light appeared before him as he declared, "Open it." "Congratulations, host. You have received a random gift package for chip technology." Cheng replied, opening a grand package only to be presented with another random one. Chip Random Gift Package allows for the random acquisition of 3 types of chip-related rewards. Cheng narrowed his eyes just perfect. His company specializes in chips and is in dire need of chip technology. Open the random gift package. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5G radio frequency front-end chip technology, a chip production line, which includes 15 EUV lithography machines, and a chip technology master, customizable name, age, personality, and appearance, with the system providing identification. All technologies have circumvented existing patents and may be used without reservation." Chapter 2, Father and Son. The sound from a system, along with the sight of 3 rewards, left Cheng utterly astonished. He was well aware of the 5G RF front-end chip technology. His company had previously specialized in 4G RF chips, which are analog chips designed for signal reception. Naturally, the 4G RF chips received 4G signals, while the 5G RF chips were capable of receiving 5G signals. Recently, due to Western sanctions, his elder brother Huawei had been unable to procure 5G RF chips, rendering them incapable of launching 5G smartphones despite being a leader in the 5G arena. A truly lamentable situation. However, the 5G RF chip technology provided by the system circumvented all existing patents, which meant he could sell to whomever he wished, unencumbered by any so-called international policies. Nevertheless, compared to this, all of Cheng's attention was now captivated by the chip production line, which came with an astounding bonus of 15 EUV lithography machines. 15 EUV lithography machines. These are the most sophisticated lithography machines in existence. Currently, the leading manufacturer of lithography machines on Blue Star, the SML, can only produce EUV lithography machines. Using these machines, chips can be manufactured at 7, 5, 3, 2, and 1 nanometer scales. This essentially meant that he could immediately transform into a premier chip foundry. However, after a momentary surge of excitement, he shook his head. It was not that simple. Having a production line was only one aspect. The critical elements also included chip design and the manufacturing process. Companies like Huawei, Qualcomm, and Apple possess the capabilities for chip design, employing specialized software to create corresponding chips, which could then be produced in a foundry. The manufacturing process ultimately determined whether a lithography machine could produce the desired chips. Could a lithography machine in the hands of someone utterly ignorant of manufacturing truly create chips? Obviously not. Then, Cheng recalled that the system had also assigned him a chip technology master. It seemed that everything hinged on this chip technology master. He promptly queried the system in his mind. Where's the chip technology master? Are there any requirements for their attributes? Let us name him Zhong Xin. As for age, does it affect his lifespan? The system characters are fixed for 50 years. 50 years? Cheng was taken aback. All right then, let us make him a 35-year-old man with an ordinary appearance. The rest is up to you. Confirmed. The chip technology master has been automatically generated and will arrive at the host location in 1 hour. Cheng nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. A chip technology master. He wondered what level of expertise this master would possess. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, he inquired, where is the chip production line? And what about the 5G RF chip technology? The chip production line requires the host to select a factory. The system will arrange for personnel to assemble it on site. The 5G RF chip technology has been issued. Please check. Yi Cheng immediately felt an object in his hand. Upon looking down, he discovered a USB drive. It appeared that this USB drive contained the 5G RF chip technology. The production line required him to select a factory. Their company had no factory. They solely developed technology, obtained patents, and then sought foundries for production. Damn it. Won't buying a site incur additional expenses? After pondering for a moment, he pulled out his phone and made a call. It was to his father in this timeline, Yigua. Hello, Dad. To his surprise, he felt no sense of estrangement upon uttering this word, likely due to the influence of the original host and his own lack of parental presence in his previous life. He felt a twinge of sentiment, but quickly returned to normal. Oh, isn't this our family SPHD? You actually called me? Came the amused voice from the other end. Seemingly taken aback, Yi Cheng, oblivious to any nuances in his father's tone, stated directly, Dad, the company is facing a problem. There was a moment of silence on the line before his father replied, I understand. If it can't continue, just close it down and come back to help your old man. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Help him? Wouldn't that make me just a wealthy slacker? Dad, the company can still run, but I need your assistance. After another pause, his father finally said, All right, what do you need help with? I want to provide you with any money. I don't want money. I just need a factory. The size doesn't matter. Just around 10 to 20 acres will suffice. A factory? Yiga was taken aback. Why does a patent company need a factory? Are you planning to do something like Foxconn? Yi Cheng's face darkened. Damn Foxconn. While he intended to establish a foundry, it would be far from what Foxconn represented. A chip foundry epitomized the pinnacle of human intelligence. No, don't ask questions right now. You'll understand later. I just need a place, and I don't require any equipment inside. Fine, this is your last chance. If your company can't continue, you'll obediently come back and work for me. Understood? Yes, I promise. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Cheng readily agreed. Yigua was momentarily speechless, perhaps surprised by Yi Cheng's swift affirmation. You truly agreed? Why wouldn't he? Yi Cheng asked, puzzled. Why would he agree? If his business was failing, wouldn't it be better to return and inherit the family fortune? Yigua's tone softened with relief. If you think that way, that's best. All right, I want to charge you rent. I'll arrange it for you shortly. Thank you, Dad. You even know to thank me? Yi Cheng found his father's demeanor increasingly peculiar. Is there a problem? No, you've grown up. I'm pleased. All right, I'm hanging up. After ending the call, Yi Cheng furrowed his brows, pondering his father's odd behavior. Delving into the original host's memories, he finally unearthed the reason. The original host had become so engrossed in chip research that he had entirely disregarded the family's substantial assets awaiting his inheritance. Yigua, as a father, was quite displeased and hoped his son would return to assist him, enabling Yi Cheng to gradually take over the family business. However, the original host had stubbornly refused to comply, resulting in a rift between father and son. Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel speechless. The original host was truly obstinate. Yet soon, he steeled himself. If stubbornness it was, then he would honor all the original host's unfulfilled wishes. Chapter 3. The Site. As Yi Cheng resolved to fulfill the original host's aspirations, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Life's decision. Reward. Mastery of technology. Mastery of technology. The host will become profoundly familiar with any scientific principles encountered and will receive enhancements during scientific research, significantly increasing research efficiency. Yi Cheng was taken aback. He anticipated triggering an achievement. In an instant, he felt his mind clearing considerably, gaining a deeper understanding of many scientific principles inherited from the original host's memories. Even synthesizing them, his eyes brightened. This was a remarkable boon. In the future, should he present any technology, he would be able to explain its principles if anyone inquired. Otherwise, it would be somewhat unbecoming for a tech company owner to lack understanding of technology. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Chun Ping, his father's assistant. This was likely regarding the arrangement of a suitable factory location for him. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, those in real estate were remarkably swift at finding locations. Upon answering the call, the voice on the other end stated, Young Master Cheng, the factory location you requested has been secured, situated not far from your company, approximately 2 kilometers away. Would it be convenient for you to visit? Yi Cheng responded, I shall go immediately. The system indicated that a dedicated team would be required for assembly, and who knows how much time that might consume. Thus, the sooner, the better. All right, I will come over right away. No trouble at all, was the reply. After ending the call, Yi Cheng gazed at the USB drive in his hand, subsequently inserting it into his computer and began perusing its contents. Soon enough, Leveraging his newly acquired technological expertise, he comprehended the information within 5G radio frequency chip technology viable. Moreover, the document provided a comparison, revealing that this innovative 5G radio frequency chip outperformed all existing market alternatives, while simultaneously being more cost-effective. With these intricate details in mind, a resolute gleam flickered in Yi Cheng's eyes. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Shun. "Come to my office." Before long, Wang Shun rushed in, observing his youthful superior, and inquired, "President Yi, what's the matter?" He was slightly perplexed, noticing that his boss appeared unusually radiant. Could there be a breakthrough? Take a look at this. Yi Cheng gestured towards his computer screen. Wang Shun approached and stared at the display, becoming momentarily speechless. "President Yi, what is this? A 5G radio frequency chip?" Indeed, Yi Cheng nodded, copying all the data onto his computer before extracting the USB drive and handing it to Wang Shun. "Deliver this to the R&D department and instruct them to commence development. Apply for the patents that need to be filed, but don't bother with those that can't be reverse engineered. There are already companies domestically capable of producing 5G radio frequency chips, albeit with the same patents as those abroad, which impose limitations. Are you suggesting this technology is genuine? Of course, would I present you with a counterfeit?" Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively, pulling the USB drive back and placing it before Wang Shun. "This radio frequency chip technology differs from Western counterparts. There's no need to worry about patent disputes." Instantly, Wang Shun was invigorated. "I understand. I will prepare right away." Yi Cheng nodded affirmatively. He had considerable faith in Wang Shun, recognizing his capabilities and loyalty, and trusting him with this matter would yield no issues. As Wang Shun exited the office, he was so exhilarated he forgot to inquire about the source of this technology. A 5G radio frequency chip, and a groundbreaking one at that, circumventing all existing patents. With superior performance at a reduced cost, during this era where 5G reigns supreme, China, as the world's largest mobile market, would undoubtedly attract major players like Huawei, Apple, Xiaomi, and others to utilize their chips for domestic 5G phone production. What a lucrative prospect. Just the realization that every future 5G phone could contain a chip from their company filled Wang Shun with immense motivation. Yi Cheng decided not to dwell further on the matter and, half an hour later, departed from the company. Chen Ping had arrived, and it was time for him to inspect the future chip factory. Of course, he also took a moment to remind the receptionist that if a 35-year-old man came looking for him, she should simply direct him to wait in his office. The space appeared to be an abandoned warehouse, the very location his late father had arranged for him. However, it was not merely a warehouse. Several adjacent plots combined exceeded 20 acres, totaling over 100 acres when factoring in the open land. His father had initially purchased this land when prices were low, intending to sell once the value appreciated, but now that his son had claimed it, he relinquished it entirely to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng felt a surge of gratitude. This land, acquired for a mere few hundred million, had appreciated significantly since then. His father had entrusted all of it to him, and he was indeed moved. Yet, following the gratitude came a sense of helplessness. The advanced lithography machines were typically established in highly controlled environments, primarily dust-free clean rooms. What was he to do with this? A dusty workshop? Through the light streaming in from the surrounding windows, he could distinctly see particles of dust floating in the air. This place, while spacious, possessed little else in terms of merit. "Young Master Cheng, what do you think of this place?" Chen Ping inquired, oblivious to Yi Cheng's inner thoughts. Yi Cheng delayed his response, mentally consulting the system. "Is this location suitable?" "System, rest assured, host. The chip production line includes the workshop's renovations." Yi Cheng's eyes brightened. What a conscientious system. He nodded at Chen Ping, stating, "Very well, let us proceed." "Excellent. Is there anything else you require of me?" "No. You may return now. I won't keep you any longer. I'll explore a bit further myself." Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Understood." Chen Ping nodded. "By the way, the chairman has instructed that the property rights will be transferred directly to your name. Would you like me to assist with the relevant paperwork? Please handle it for me." Yi Cheng nodded. He certainly lacked the time to attend to such trivial matters. "Very well," Chen Ping acknowledged before departing. With that, Yi Cheng found himself alone in the factory. Upon exiting the premises, he surveyed the expansive plot of land. Although situated in the outskirts of the city, discovering such a vast area was quite rare. System, commence installation immediately. Understood, scanning the selected site. Scan complete. Usable area, 9,015, 289 square meters. Anticipated usage, 20,000 square meters. Please select a renovation plan. System recommended options are available. Chapter 4. The True Master of Chip Technology. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Yi Cheng was taken aback. Only 20,000 square meters? Does that imply over 70,000 square meters remain? An idea struck him. Could this location evolve into his technology park? With ample surrounding land, he could potentially acquire it all later. However, now is not the time to dwell on such aspirations. Even if he wished to create a technology park, it would necessitate more advanced technology in the future. For now, it was imperative to finalize the chip production line. Let us proceed with the recommended plan. Plan confirmed. Expected renovation duration, 3 days. Please be patient. During the renovation, access will be prohibited. The host is advised to leave and return in 3 days. Not even allowed to observe? Yi Cheng shook his head. Regardless, the system had spoken. He would not ponder further. He turned and exited, returning to the company. Upon his return, the receptionist greeted him promptly. President Yi. Yes, Yi Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. President Yi, a man came looking for you earlier. He is 35 years old. Yi Cheng's eyes brightened. It seemed the master had arrived. All right, I understand. He hastened his pace, swiftly making his way back to the office. The receptionist watched his retreating figure, then retrieved her phone from beneath the desk, which was still playing a television drama. Quickly switching to camera mode, she stealthily captured a photo of Yi Cheng's back. Finally, she smiled and murmured, "The boss is truly handsome." Upon entering his office, Yi Cheng discovered a man seated within. He appeared rather unremarkable, wearing glasses and resembling a bookworm. Upon noticing Yi Cheng, the man promptly rose from his seat, looking toward Yi Cheng with a humble demeanor. "Boss, I am Zhongxin. Should you have any inquiries regarding chips, feel free to ask me." Yi Cheng smiled and nodded, then remarked, "Please have a seat." "Thank you, boss." Zhongxin acknowledged with a nod. Observing this remarkably lifelike system entity, Yi Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to pinch its cheek. Was it truly a human or merely an automaton? Nevertheless, he refrained from reaching out and instead inquired directly. "Could you enlighten me about your capabilities?" "Certainly," Zhongxin replied, nodding before continuing. "I possess comprehensive knowledge of all existing chip technologies in this world, including some advanced techniques, such as 1 and 2 nanometers chip manufacturing processes, sophisticated EUV lithography machine designs, and various chip designs across different processes, as well as their derivative products." Yi Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can provide the manufacturing processes for 1 and 2 nanometers chips?" "Indeed. Do you remember all of it?" "I do." Yi Cheng exhaled deeply, realizing that this was indeed a treasure trove. The previous endeavors regarding RF chips and production lines seemed trivial in comparison, with Zhongxin at his disposal. Achieving those goals was merely a matter of time. Soon after, he asked, "What about chip design?" "I can design based on the 4 major mainstream chip architectures of the current world. Additionally, I can devise an entirely new chip architecture that synthesizes the advantages of these 4 mainstream designs, though it will require some time." Countless ideas flashed through Yi Cheng's mind, and he grasped Zhongxin's shoulders, exclaiming, "You also mentioned derivative products of chips? Are you implying that you can design mobile SoCs, computer CPUs, and even graphics cards?" Chips are not the final products. The various electronic devices that integrate chips as their core are paramount. It is crucial to clarify that a processor is not entirely synonymous with a chip. Only when Zhongxin can design these products does the true purpose of the chip manifest. Yi Cheng gazed intently at Zhongxin, eagerly awaiting a response. "Yes," Zhongxin confirmed with a nod. Yi Cheng sighed in relief. This was a solid win. He inquired, "How long would it take for you to design a mobile SoC? May I ask what architecture the boss desires? And for the new architecture, how much time would you require?" "It may take between 6 months to a year." Yi Cheng squinted slightly. "What about the ARM architecture? Chips designed by companies like Apple, Qualcomm, and Huawei are based on ARM architecture. 1 to 2 weeks. I actually already have a draft prepared. However, may I ask, what process node can you provide?" Yi Cheng chakdet, alright. Let us not rush this topic. We can discuss it later. For now, I need you to present the process flows for various chip manufacturing processes so that we can commence production. Subsequently, Yi Cheng made a phone call to summon several directors from the company. Soon, the leaders from various departments arrived. The Zhiqi Technology Company comprises 6 departments. However, since both the finance and marketing departments are currently overseen by Wang Shun, and the director of the research and development department is none other than Yi Cheng himself, given his technical background, only 4 leaders were present. Upon entering, the 4 individuals cast a puzzled glance at Zhongxin before addressing Yi Cheng with a respectful, "President Yi." Yi Cheng nodded and gestured towards the adjacent seats, saying, "Please, take a seat. We shall have a brief meeting. First, allow me to introduce Zhongxin. You shall get to know each other later. I have matters to discuss. From this moment onward, I shall no longer serve as the director of the R&D department. Zhongxin will assume that role. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Zhongxin. This individual was to become the director of the R&D department? The implication that Yi Cheng deemed this person's expertise worthy of relinquishing his position was palpable. At that moment, Yi Cheng turned to Wang Shun. Wang Shun, have you informed everyone about the earlier developments? Not yet, Wang Shun replied. I just went to the R&D department, handed the materials to Huang Mingsheng, and stay there for a while. Have Huang Mingsheng come over as well, Yi Cheng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Huang Mingsheng, the deputy director of the R&D department, was their chief strategist. Although Yi Cheng had previously assumed the role of director due to his status as the owner, the primary leadership of research and development had always belonged to Huang Mingsheng, who had spearheaded much of the company's technology. It could be said that the company's previous profitability had relied heavily on him. However, relying solely on Huang Mingsheng had become somewhat inadequate, as other companies employed numerous technicians with comparable skills for their research and development. Nevertheless, despite Huang Mingsheng's diminished contributions to the company, excluding him from such meetings would be inappropriate, as the company under Yi Cheng had not adopted a dismissive attitude towards its veteran contributors. Shortly, Huang Mingsheng arrived. In his 50s, he was passionate about technology, though his hair was thinning. Yet, he was still quite spirited. Upon learning that Yi Cheng would no longer be the director, replaced by a newcomer, he was momentarily stunned. He scrutinized the newcomer, who appeared significantly younger, likely in their 30s, wondering what qualified them to ascend to such a position. Having dedicated many years to the company, he had never been appointed as director himself, although he had always received top-notch remuneration and was not overly concerned with titles. Pride lingered within him. I have been wholeheartedly loyal to the company, having turned down numerous offers from other firms. Now, President Yi is stepping down from his role as director, and this position is granted to someone new? What rationale supports this? With a furrowed brow, he voiced his skepticism. President Yi, I respect your decision, but I must inquire about Mr. Zhong's capabilities. What achievements has he had in the past? Yi Cheng smiled reassuringly. Uncle Huang, please do not rush. You have already reviewed the new materials, correct? Excitement flashed across Huang Mingsheng's face. I have. Boss, where did you acquire this? Wang Shun mentioned you were behind it. Huh, how could I possibly create something like a 5G RF chip? Yi Cheng chuckled. In truth, this technology was entirely developed by Mr. Zhongxin. Uncle Huang, feel free to direct any questions to him. Huang Mingsheng stood in stunned silence for a moment before his expression transformed into a broad smile. He approached Zhongxin, smiling apologetically. Ah, Mr. Zhong, please excuse my earlier words. I was merely jesting. Witnessing his sudden humility, the others in the room were momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. What are you all laughing at? You know nothing of technology. In this realm, expertise is the true authority. Do you not understand? Huang Mingsheng shot a glare at the group, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder. Mr. Zhong, do observe how these individuals are, Huang Mingsheng said, turning to Zhongxin to vent his frustrations, though his eyes gleamed with admiration. Zhongxin shrugged, maintaining a stoic expression without any sign of amusement. However, Hu Qiaoan, the director of the operations department, quickly quelled the laughter, asking President Yi, what exactly is this 5G RF chip you mentioned? The laughter faded, and the other directors, unaware of the situation, turned their attention to Yi Cheng. The company's roots were in chip research. Even those not directly involved in R&D understood the significance of 5G RF chip technology, a field nearly monopolized by foreign entities. How had they managed to acquire such technology? Yi Cheng nodded, then stood solemnly before the group, stating, well, since director who has raised this question is precisely why I called everyone here today. Naturally, before discussing the 5G RF chip, I must first address company matters. The company has been entangled in adversity, a fact well known to all, particularly in recent times, as we face an unprecedented crisis. I acknowledge my share of responsibility. I have not been a competent and diligent leader. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to each of you and express my gratitude for your unwavering dedication, which has brought the company to this point. Witnessing a notably transformed Yi Cheng, who began with a self-reproachful proclamation, even the senior executives could not hide their emotion. Wang Shun immediately remarked, President Yi, you are being too hard on yourself. The company's predicament is a collective responsibility. Indeed, others echoed his sentiments. Yi Cheng smiled and gestured for silence, stating, no need for further discourse. Moving forward, I will strive to become a qualified leader. reducing my involvement in research to allocate more time to the company's management, entrusting specialized matters to those adept in their fields. The experts to whom he referred were naturally Mr. Zhong Xian, Uncle Huang, and every member of the R&D department. Thanks to Mr. Zhong Xian, our company now boasts 5G RF chip technology. He glanced at Zhong Xian, although this technology was entirely bestowed upon him by the system. Zhong Xian remained blissfully unaware and showed no sign of confusion, maintaining a calm demeanor to avoid suspicion. Cheng silently commended the system's excellence and continued, "You all understand the significance of 5G RF chip technology, and I must emphasize that our technology is entirely independent, unaffected by Western patents. Every aspect of it is a product of our own research and development, and we owe this achievement to Mr. Zhong Xian." All eyes except Wang Shun's widened in astonishment towards Zhong Xian, including Huang Mingsheng, who had only recently received the information and had yet to grasp the intricacies of the technology. The sudden revelation left him utterly astounded. However, applause soon erupted. "Excellent. Our company is saved." The executives clenched their fists, filled with excitement. Cheng raised his hands to calm the room, stating, "Once we secure the patent number, we can promote our innovation externally. Current estimates suggest our RF chip will be more cost-effective than existing market options while outperforming them. We can now reach out to major smartphone manufacturers to secure their orders." Zhang Kunin, the Human Resources Director, could not contain his curiosity, inquiring, "President Yi, when can we expect to begin production?" Cheng assured him, "It shan't be long. Once we obtain the patent number, we can initiate production immediately and engage with manufacturers early to secure partnerships and orders. Therefore, I urge everyone to exert themselves over the next month. If we can endure this period, our company will undoubtedly experience a renaissance." The directors exchanged glances and responded, "Rest assured, President Yi, it's merely a matter of putting in some extra effort. We can manage over time if necessary." Huang Mingsheng interjected, "I know the current CTO at Huawei. He was my senior. I can reach out to him." "Thank you all," Cheng replied with a nod. "Let us not dwell on further matters. This month marks our new beginning. The 5G RF chip technology is merely our foundation. In the future, we shall establish a new benchmark alongside Xiaodong in the realm of intelligent innovation." 3 days later, in the R&D department, a group of researchers gathered around a computer, scrutinizing displayed data. "How is it?" someone asked. "The tests were successful. This 5G RF chip is indeed viable," exclaimed another. "Incredible. What about performance? It appears quite robust. With enhanced speed, it collaborates excellently with Huawei's Balong modem or the Xiaodong modem, exhibiting quicker response times. Even Intel's modem seems favorable. Surely, Apple will opt for our RF chip?" As the researchers engaged in animated discussion, 3 figures approached: Cheng, Zhong Xian, and Huang Mingsheng. Upon seeing the crowd, Huang Mingsheng asked, "What are you all doing?" The researchers replied, "We are examining our RF chip." "Oh, how is it?" "Astounding. Exceptionally powerful." Huang Mingsheng raised an eyebrow. Turning to Zhong Xian, respect evident on his face. His admiration for Zhong Xian had reached new heights. After several days of collaboration, he found Zhong Xian knowledgeable and capable of answering his every query, leading him to regard Zhong Xian as a mentor. The previous discomfort regarding Zhong Xian's promotion to our D director had vanished. "All right, let's return to our posts." Cheng waved his hand. The team, familiar with their leader, showed no fear. One of them remarked, "Boss, just let us have a moment longer to admire this incredible innovation." Cheng, somahat ekasperatet, gesturet. "Then please step aside for now." The researchers promptly vacated their positions. The 3 stepped forward to examine the computer. Upon viewing the data displayed by the specialized software, smiles spread across Cheng and Huang Mingsheng's faces. "My senior still doesn't believe this. I'll send him this data for comparison and see his reaction." "Why wait? Send it now," Cheng urged. Over the past 3 days, they had initiated contact with major smartphone manufacturers, only to be met with skepticism. These companies could hardly believe that a nearly bankrupt firm could develop such a chip. In China, only a handful of companies could produce 5G RF chips, and claims of lower costs and superior performance with complete intellectual property rights were met with disbelief. Which company in Huagua can develop such technology and bypass all Western patents? What a joke. Consequently, Zhiji Company was dismissed as fraudulent. Only Huang Mingsheng, through his connections with the CTO at Huawei, managed to engage in brief conversations. Yet even he faced skepticism, with the insistence that proof was necessary. "Now, isn't the evidence here?" Huang Mingsheng pondered, then nodded. "All right, I'll send it now." He promptly opened WeChat and sent the data to his senior. Moments later, Huang Mingsheng received a response. President Yi, my senior has replied. What did he say? He stated he will discuss it with President Run. In a lavish office at Huawei's headquarters in Longgang District, Shenzhen, a man in his 50s named Su Yun, the CTO of Huawei, sat at his desk. His credentials as CTO indicated his exceptional capabilities. However, the usually composed Su Yun now found himself in a state of shock, all stemming from the data displayed on his screen. 2 days prior, he received a message from a junior colleague of his mentor, claiming that the company had developed a groundbreaking 5G RF chip, circumventing various patent restrictions, and inquired whether Huawei would be interested in purchasing it. Naturally, he had been skeptical, even suspecting Huang Mingsheng had been hacked. He knew Huang Mingsheng's company was on the brink of bankruptcy. He had once felt sympathetic towards him and hoped he would join Huawei, but Huang Mingsheng had declined, citing fatigue. However, the notion that such a company could develop a 5G RF chip was beyond belief. Not only did he doubt it, but anyone would find it implausible. To his surprise, today the other party sent over a document. Upon examination, he found it to be an entirely new 5G RF chip that, astonishingly, outperformed those of other companies. He felt a sense of disbelief, especially when recalling what Huang Mingsheng had said, that their design utilized no foreign patents and was entirely self-developed. Yet, the evidence was undeniable, and he had no choice but to accept it. After pondering for a moment, he replied to Huang Mingsheng, I will inform President Ren. He then promptly departed from the office, fully aware that the existence of an RF chip not under Western control signified immense potential. Huawei could once again produce 5G phones. However, the decision to purchase Jiqi's chips ultimately rested with President Ren. Soon, he arrived in office and knocked on the door. Gumin, came the voice of an elderly man from within. Su Yun opened the door and entered. Upon seeing the elder seated at the desk, Su Yun respectfully addressed him. President Run. Many businessmen in the nation could be referred to as President Run, yet only this venerable figure, nearing 80, truly deserved the title of entrepreneur. Renfei looked up at him and smiled, saying, Su Yun, please sit down. What brings you here? Su Yun proceeded to recount the earlier events to Renfei. Renfei appeared somewhat taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do you believe your junior brother's claims to be true? Su Yun ponde. I believe they are indeed true. Renfei nodded slightly. Since you believe so, we must support them. This aligns with our consistent strategy. However, we have a responsibility to our company and must confirm that they genuinely possess such technology to prevent any deceit towards Huawei. Simultaneously, we must ensure their technology can circumvent Western patent restrictions. Otherwise, Huawei would inadvertently harm your friend's company. Su Yun nodded in agreement. I understand. Well then, you shall take charge of this matter and get in touch with Hi-C. Renfei instructed, standing up and gazing out the window where the sun was shining brightly. I hope your friend has not misled you. That would serve as an encouragement for our Huawei technology. Chapter 7. The Chip Production Workshop. In Modu, a vehicle traversed the outskirts. Yi Cheng was behind the wheel, accompanied by Zhong Xin. Just moments ago, while at the company, he received a notification from a system. The chip production line had been established and was ready for inspection. He had no intention of disclosing the matter of the lithography machine to the company just yet. It was a formidable asset that should not be revealed prematurely. Moreover, Zhong Xin still needed to finalize the manufacturing processes for various chip technologies. Otherwise, the lithography machine would merely sit idle, a mere display of grandeur. Oh, it seemed it could indeed serve that purpose. Shaking his head, Yi Cheng ultimately decided to wait until everything was in place before showcasing it. Furthermore, he was currently troubled by the question of where to find workshop workers. Any workshop laborers required training, and the standards for those in a chip production lithography workshop were particularly stringent. He sighed, realizing that the task of training workers would likely fall to Zhong Xin. Fortunately, Zhong Xin could perpetually forego food and sleep, returning to the system's embrace after 50 years, making him the ideal worker. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Zhong Xin, when will the 3nm chip process be completed? It will take 3 more days, Zhong Xin replied calmly. Yi Cheng nodded, deciding to wait for the process to be finalized before addressing the issue of worker training. He couldn't help but feel the complexity of chip manufacturing. Zhong Xin was essentially transcribing the process directly from his mind. Adding the previous 3 days, they were looking at a total of 6 days, or over 140 hours. No wonder chips were considered the pinnacle of human ingenuity. The manufacturing process was indeed arduous. Were it not for his extensive research expertise, comprehending the intricacies would have been impossible. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly sounded again. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone first step success. Reward, 1000 points. The host has gained points, unlocking system mall access, allowing the host to view the system mall at any time. Cheng was momentarily taken aback. First step success? What had he succeeded in? Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Mingxing calling. Upon answering, he heard Huang Mingxing's excited voice. President Yi, my senior brother has responded. He and the Heisei representatives will visit our company tomorrow to verify our technology. Once confirmed, they will discuss collaboration with us. Cheng's eyes lit up. Great. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Oh, there's no need for thanks. All right, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Cheng reflected on how fortunate he was to have Huang Mingxing. Without his connections to Huawei's executives, securing a partnership this swiftly would have been nearly impossible. He recalled the ridicule they had faced from other domestic phone manufacturers, many of whom had even blacklisted them. This was understandable. Cheng didn't harbor resentment over it. He would simply sell their chips at a higher price in the future. It seemed this was indeed his first step success, netting him 1,000 points. Glancing ahead, he recognized it was unwise to check the system mall while driving, so he resolved to do so later. He focused on reaching the factory location. Before long, he arrived at his destination, his eyes widening in astonishment. Was this still the abandoned lot from before? The surrounding blue metal sheeting had vanished, replaced by a high, smooth stone wall resembling Han white jade, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall, making it difficult to scale. The original iron gate had also been replaced by an elegant white entrance. Just the wall and gate alone elevated the status of the place significantly. At that moment, the white gate opened automatically and a figure emerged. Upon seeing this person, Cheng was momentarily puzzled, wondering who they were and why they were inside. However, the individual quickly approached the car and stated, "The chip production line has been completed, and I will now provide you with an introduction." Cheng realized that this person was also a product of the system. He nodded, allowing the individual to enter the vehicle before driving through the gate. The previously abandoned warehouses had vanished, leaving a vast expanse of open space, while the remaining 20,000 square meters had been transformed into a spacious white building. Viewed from above, it was a perfectly rectangular structure. Though only a single story high, it extended impressively, measuring at least 200 meters in length and approximately 100 meters in width. True to the system's standards, the building exuded a sense of comfort and aesthetic appeal. Before long, they arrived at the building's entrance, disembarking to enter. First, they stepped into a dust removal chamber, where strong winds blew away any dust clinging to them, before proceeding to a changing room to don cleanroom suits. There were only 10 cleanroom suits available, likely a gift from the system, and they would need to purchase more from manufacturers specializing in cleanroom attire. After completing these preparations, they were finally ready to enter the workshop. As they walked in, they traversed a long corridor and beheld 5 workshops, each equipped with 3 production lines. They entered one workshop filled with numerous technologically advanced machines. Producing chips required more than just a lithography machine. Etchers, ion implanters, wafer dicing machines, and various other complex equipment were necessary. Gazing at the serene sight before him, Cheng felt a wave of tranquility wash over his heart. 5 workshops, totaling 15 production lines, and 15 lithography machines. It is noteworthy that ASML has only sold a little over 100 UV lithography machines. Thus, there exists only this limited number of machines in the world to meet the global demand for high-end chips. Presently, he possesses 15 of them. While there may still be a gap compared to TSMC, the lithography machines provided by the system yield productivity surpassing ASML's most advanced EUV lithography machines by at least 50%. This means that his 15 machines equate to over 20 of ASML's. This is more than sufficient to supply chips for the domestic market of Huawei. Contemplating the potential influx of orders in the future, Cheng couldn't help but recall the adage, "Technology is indeed the primary productive force." However, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that he should not rejoice too soon. The main issue still lay with the factory workers. Friendly reminder to the host, the system mall offers labor. At that moment, the system suddenly interjected. Chapter 8, The Arrival of Huawei and Heisei. The system mall offers labor. Upon hearing this, Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Labor in the mall? Why didn't you mention this sooner? He asked in frustration, realizing he had worried unnecessarily. The host previously did not have access to the system mall. Cheng sighed, conceding, "All right, forget I said anything. Open the system mall." He was curious to see what items the mall had to offer. Soon, a panel appeared before Cheng, and as he beheld the dazzling array of products, his eyes widened in astonishment. Quantum computing technology, nuclear fusion technology, and even spacecraft were on display. He was utterly astonished. Could these items truly be so remarkable? However, Upon seeing the corresponding point costs, he felt disheartened. A quantum computer required 100 million points. Nuclear fusion technology also demanded the same exorbitant sum. As for the spacecraft, the lowest tier, capable of round trips between Blue Star and the Moon and reusable, cost 200 million points. He had yet to earn any points through conventional means. Enough of this. I can't bear to look anymore. He turned his attention to the labor costs. Labor requires only a single training session to engage in any production activity, ensuring no errors occur. Usable for 50 years, requiring food as energy. With sufficient energy, each replenishment of 1,000 calories allows for 3 continuous days of work without rest. Price, 10 points each. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. The ability to work continuously with only a food supply was nothing short of miraculous. The system was indeed benevolent. Moreover, requiring only 1 training session reduced significant time, alleviating the burden on Zhong Xin. He turned to Zhong Xin and inquired, "How many factory workers do we approximately need?" With 15 production lines, each line requires at least 10 personnel to ensure smooth operations. However, if we have error-free workers, each line would only require 6. Thus, for 15 production lines, we would need 90 individuals. Yi Cheng promptly instructed the system, "Purchase 90 units of labor. Purchase successful. Do you have any specifications regarding names, appearances, or gender?" Random generation. As for appearances, nothing too unattractive will suffice. Understood. In 1 hour, the labor will arrive at the work site. Please prepare the necessary food in advance. Otherwise, the labor will enter hibernation once their energy is depleted, requiring 1 point to awaken. Got it. For the time being, there was no kitchen available, so they would have to rely on takeout. As for the kitchen's construction, since he had yet to inform the company, he could not use company funds and would have to pay out of his pocket. Yi Cheng pondered, then opened his phone to check his bank balance. Being the son of a wealthy family, he had ample funds, over 7 million, even after a significant portion had been frozen due to conflicts with his father. Let us allocate 2 million to construct a cafeteria nearby, Yi Cheng decided swiftly. However, such an essential area surely required security, right? System, are there security options available? Type 1 guard, 20 points each. Yi Cheng's eyes brightened. Indeed, there was. He had exactly 100 points remaining. Purchase 5, ensuring they have a commanding presence. Purchase successful. They will arrive at the site in 1 hour. With this, Yi Cheng felt a sense of relief. Everything was falling into place. Once the laborer completed their training and Zhong Xin provided the manufacturing processes, they could purchase raw materials and start taking orders. Domestic chips would be birthed from his establishment. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. What remained was time. After waiting for an hour in the workshop, the 90 units of labor and 5 guards arrived. He arranged them accordingly and ordered food for the next 3 days from the nearest restaurant. The only unfortunate aspect was that, for these 3 days, the laborers had no work to perform. Yi Cheng had gotten so excited upon discovering the option to purchase labor that he had momentarily forgotten this detail. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of covering meal expenses, and he felt no remorse. Having completed all preparations, he and Zhong Xin returned to the company to await the arrival of Huawei's representatives the following day. The next day, at noon, the representatives from Huawei arrived as scheduled. Since the matters concerning the chips were primarily related to Huawei, only their CTO, Su Yun, attended, accompanied by others from Heiss Semiconductor. At the entrance of Jiqi Company, Yi Cheng, along with the company's leaders, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the group approach, Yi Cheng beamed and stepped forward, "Welcome to all representatives from Huawei and Heiss." Huang Mingsheng greeted his senior, Su Shixiao. Su Yun nodded at Huang Mingsheng and then proceeded to shake hands with the leader from Heiss. "Your company truly astonished us," one of the leaders from Heiss, Chen Weiwen, remarked with a smile. "When it comes to chip technology, foreign entities dominate the landscape. Yet, we never anticipated a domestic company could independently develop chip technology, circumventing all foreign patents. This is truly remarkable. Indeed, I believe we will continue to astonish you in the future," Yi Cheng replied with a smile, waving his hand. "We look forward to it," Chen Weiwen nodded, grinning. "Shall we take a look at the products you are offering us?" "Of course, please come in." Yi Cheng gestured invitingly, ushering them inside. As the group entered Jiqi Company, they were met with somewhat dated decor. Initially, smiles adorned the faces of the Huawei and Heiss representatives, but they soon exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Is this company truly capable of developing such technology? They had invested billions this year in the development of 5G RF chip technology, and this company appeared so impoverished that they doubted it could even produce 100 million. Did they even have the budget for research and development? However, Seeing Chen Wei-wen remain silent, the others followed suit and refrained from voicing their thoughts. Su Yun, walking alongside Huang Mingsheng, couldn't help but whisper, "Are you really working here?" "Yes." "Did you truly develop that technology? Otherwise, why would I have gone so far to deceive you?" Su Yun found himself speechless, aware that merely his office was likely worth more than the entire company's office combined. Huang Mingsheng understood Su Yun's implication and replied, "Senior brother, do not be deceived by the appearance of our office. It may seem inadequate, but that is solely because the funds for the renovation were allocated entirely to our R&D department, which is in fact quite impressive." Chapter 9. A Pleasant Collaboration. It was not until they entered the R&D department that Su Yun began to believe Huang Mingsheng's assertions. The R&D department was indeed entirely transformed, boasting a modern aesthetic and seemingly generous benefits. After all, for a technology company like theirs, profitability hinged entirely on the prowess of the R&D department. One cannot afford to neglect technological advancements. Subsequently, Yi Cheng presented relevant materials and products to the technical staff from Hayes for their verification. After a short while, the verification process concluded, confirming that this company, which could scarcely afford a decent office, had indeed developed a 5G RF chip. Moreover, according to the technical specifications provided, and by meticulously cross-referencing the patents, it was finally established that this technology diverged completely from foreign innovations and was entirely self-reliant. Upon receiving this news, although Chen Wei-wen and Su Yun had mentally prepared themselves, they could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of astonishment. A chip technology developed independently by the Chinese. This was something they had never dared to envision before. At this moment, Chen Wei-wen turned to Yi Cheng and extended his hand once more. "General Manager Yi, this is truly astonishing and exhilarating news." Yi Cheng smiled and reciprocated the handshake with Chen Wei-wen. "We must also express our gratitude for your company's recognition." Su Yun in does it, saying, No, this is not mere recognition. It is a matter of pride for us as Chinese. I believe even President Run would echo this sentiment." Chen Wei-wen then inquired of Yi Cheng, "May I ask who is responsible for the development of this technology? Would it be possible to make their acquaintance?" Instantly, the members of Zhiji fixed their gaze upon him, their expressions unfriendly. His words seemed to suggest an intention to poach talent. It mattered not that he was the senior president of Huawei Hayes. Even if President Ren were present, such aspirations would be futile. Noticing their scrutinizing stares, Chen Wei-wen hastily waved his hand, forcing a smile. "That was not my intention. Please do not misunderstand. I too am involved in chip technology and merely wish to meet some industry leaders." Despite his outward demeanor, he contemplated the prospect of acquiring such talent. After all, if he did not, someone else might seize the opportunity. Huawei's position among the world's top 50 companies meant their business acumen was undoubtedly sharp, and talent acquisition was a common practice. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. Had he not known that Zhong Xian was irreplaceable, he might have been compelled to dismiss Chen Wei-wen. However, Zhong Xian was not present at the moment, diligently working elsewhere. Thus, Yi Cheng shook his head and replied, "He is not here." "What a pity," Chen Wei-wen lamented, quickly redirecting the conversation. "In that case, let us not delay further. Let us discuss the order." Yi Cheng's face immediately brightened. Signing an order equated to a monetary transaction, and Huawei had a reputation for prompt payments, which implied financial relief for their company. "Please follow me to the conference room." The group departed the R&D department and took their seats in the conference room, commencing their discussions. "May I inquire about the price per chip that your esteemed company envisions?" Chen Wei-wen asked. Yi Cheng smiled and responded, "For 5G RF chips based on foreign technology, the cost per unit is approximately 34. In contrast, our estimated cost for each chip is merely 27. Hence we propose a price of 35 each. Given that the raw materials for chip production must be sourced from abroad, transactions would be conducted in US dollars for convenience, unless domestic sourcing could be achieved in the future, allowing for settlements in domestic currency." 35? Chen Wei-wen's face lit up with a smile. "We are grateful to General Manager Yi for offering us such a favorable price. The cost of 5G RF chips based on foreign technology alone is 34, and their sale price is typically above 50. Otherwise, why would 5G smartphones be generally priced around 1,000 more than their 4G counterparts? This is due to the necessity of replacing not only the chip, but also incurring costs for the RF chips. The proposal of 35 per chip, when the cost was 27, was indeed a delightful surprise for them. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and then inquired, "How many units does your company intend to purchase?" 1 million units. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. 1 million units? Is that a joke? So few? At this juncture, Su Yun, seated nearby, offered a wry smile. "General Manager Yi you are aware that we have a limited supply of chips, and we cannot utilize 5G RF chips in our 50 smartphones. After all, we announced at launch that only the 4G version would be available. If we were to suddenly release a 5G model, it would be unfair to those who had previously purchased the 4G version. Thus, we can only allocate RF chips to devices that have previously released 5G versions. 1 million units is our current limit. Cheng paused for a moment, ultimately conceding to this reality. There was no sense in pressuring them to purchase what they could not use. Furthermore, even 1 million units would yield a significant profit for Gigi. At a price of 35 per unit, when converted to domestic currency post-tax, it would result in profits amounting to several tens of millions, effectively alleviating their current predicament. Of course, to express our gratitude for General Manager Ye's willingness to sell to us at such a favorable price, we are prepared to remit the full payment immediately. Confident that it will meet your satisfaction, Chen Weiwen added. Cheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had been contemplating how to broach this topic, given that his company lacked the funds necessary to produce 1 million units. Now that Huawei had proactively offered, it resolved his dilemma. Without hesitation, he stood up and extended his hand. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Chen Weiwen echoed, also rising to shake Cheng's hand. The Huawei side was known for their prompt payments. They signed a contract that day, and the following day, the funds were transferred. 1 million chips at a unit price of 35 amounted to nearly 2.4 billion yuan. This substantial sum was undoubtedly a much-needed oasis for Gigi in the midst of their struggles, revitalizing their circumstances. Thereafter, Gigi promptly placed an order with TSMC to manufacture the 5G RF chips. Since their chip production facility was not yet operational, they had no choice but to outsource this task. The personnel and the company had no objections. Only Cheng felt a twinge of regret. For had he been able to produce them directly, costs could have been significantly reduced. The outsourcing fees to TSMC constituted a considerable portion of the 27 cost. With such a monumental transaction completed, Gigi was engulfed in excitement. Meanwhile, a piece of news captured the attention of many netizens. Huawei M40 series smartphones will fully offer 5G versions. Chapter 10, Multitude of Attention. Huawei M40 to fully provide 5G versions. In an instant, smartphone enthusiasts began to voice their inquiries. Didn't they say that due to a shortage of 5G RF chips, they could only sell 4G? Could it be that Huawei has developed their own 5G RF chips? Are you kidding? It can't be that easy to develop. This is fake news. Fake news. The majority of netizens remained skeptical of the announcement, dismissing it as merely a ploy by some marketing entity to garner attention. A mere search online reveals a plethora of claims asserting that the Chinese nation has developed a 5nm chip, with the West unable to remain idle, and that breakthroughs in lithography technology have reached 7 nanometers, among various other baseless news. It is entirely normal for netizens to express skepticism. However, at this juncture, a prominent figure in the digital realm posted a Weibo update. Recently, the news regarding Huawei's M40 series smartphones offering a comprehensive 5G model has garnered significant attention, with many fans privately inquiring about the veracity of this information. Today, I am here to provide a unified answer. This news is indeed true. I consulted a friend working at Huawei and received a shocking revelation. A domestic company has successfully overcome Western patent restrictions and independently developed 5G RF chip technology, thus eliminating concerns about foreign interference. Consequently, Huawei has procured a batch of 5G RF chips from this company for use in the forthcoming M40 series smartphones, including tablet models, with 5G-enabled tablets also set to be released for sale. Following the publication of this post, a flurry of responses ensued. Is this for real? They independently developed 5G RF chips? Which company is this remarkable? This must be false. If they had genuinely developed it, why hasn't the company come forward to declare it? It's undoubtedly a fabrication. I'm not undermining our nation, but given our current capabilities, it seems implausible for any company to have independently developed such technology. I initially thought the blogger was objective and impartial, but it seems they have compromised their integrity for traffic. I'm unfollowing. Despite the blogger's declaration, skepticism still lingered among the masses. However, as the topic gained traction, more and more individuals began to engage in the discussion, gradually attracting the attention of domestic manufacturers. At Lamy Company, Laybus was seated in his office when he suddenly became aware of this news. What? Huawei has acquired 5G RF chips? Which company would dare to sell them? Are they not afraid of being blacklisted? He found it hard to believe that any company would risk such a perilous venture by supplying chips to Huawei. The information came from Lu Wei. The news is indeed credible. The company is not afraid of being blacklisted. Their technology is entirely independently developed. And I've verified the patents online. The patent numbers exist, Lu Wei asserted. Lei Bus furrowed his brow. The high-end flagship R50 series phone released by Huawei was merely a 4G device and had attracted significant criticism from nearly half of the mobile industry. As a competitor, he naturally relished the turmoil. But now, they had actually acquired 5G RF chips? What is the name of this company? They are called Geopolitical Technology, a relatively old company. It seems we purchased their 4G RF chips about 5 or 6 years ago, but they fell behind and were on the brink of bankruptcy. To my surprise, they have now developed 5G RF chips. They must have invested quite a bit, Lu Wei explained. Nonsense. Is developing such a thing as simple as just investing in R&D? They haven't utilized any Western technology? Lei Bus remained skeptical. Not at all. Lu Wei shook his head. Oh, and this company had previously contacted Zhongfeng to inquire if we wanted to purchase their RF chips. But Zhongfeng thought they were scammers and hung up. Lei Bus frowned. How much are they selling for? I don't know. Zhongfeng hung up before asking for details. However, I learned from someone at Huawei that their unit price is 35, despite maintaining a defensive posture among competitors. Some information is simply too difficult to conceal. What? 35? Lei Bus could not restrain his expletives. Are they even making a profit? The 5G RF chips they purchased are from a domestic company that has received patent authorization, and their unit price is over 50. This 35? It sounds like they're practically giving it away. Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed, though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. It seems that the unit cost for that company is below 30. Selling it for 35 is likely a strategy to expand their market. Instantly, Lei Bus sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with excitement. Bye. Forget everything else. Contact them immediately. We need to purchase. Their cost-performance strategy means that the profit margin on hardware for a smartphone is exceedingly slim. Lei Bus had previously claimed that the comprehensive post-tax profit from hardware on a smartphone was less than 5. If they could procure 5 GRF chips at 35, which previously cost over 50, it would significantly enhance their profit margins by several dollars per device, roughly equivalent to a substantial sum in local currency. With Lei Mi's sales surpassing those of the Apple brand, the implications of such profit margins need not be elaborated. Lu Wei nodded, as he relayed this information to Lei Bus for this very reason. However, before he departed, he couldn't help but inquire, what about Huawei? If they enable 5G on the R50, I need not elaborate, right? As for anything else, once Huawei's Kirin 9K is gone, and the chips from Xiaodong can't support the 5G RF module, they still want to be able to release 5G smartphones. I understand. Lu Wei nodded and turned to leave. Lei Bus resumed his seat, deep in contemplation regarding the matter. A wholly domestically produced 5G RF chip? This company possesses some noteworthy capabilities. I must explore the possibility of acquisition. If acquisition is not feasible, I should at least recruit their technical personnel to prevent competitors from getting ahead. But why hasn't Huawei taken any action? With these thoughts in mind, Lei Bus picked up his phone and made a call. Mr. Yi, the Blue-Green Factory has also contacted us. In the office, Yi Cheng acknowledged Wang Shun, who had just re-entered. 3 days had passed since they signed a contract with Huawei, and as if preordained, companies such as Lei Mi, the Blue-Green Factory, Nobility, and Realme all reached out today. Very well, let us set a unified time for discussions. The day after tomorrow in the afternoon to negotiate cooperation matters. By the way, boss, Guangyao also wishes to place an order with us. What price should we offer? Guangyao? Yicheng pondered for a moment. As a former subsidiary of Huawei, now independent and free from foreign technology restrictions, Guangyao's 5G smartphone shipment volume is evidently higher than that of Huawei. They would not be easily satisfied with a mere 1 million. Tell them to come back later. The preferential price is only available for the first company to place an order. Subsequent companies will be charged the standard rate. What is our standard price? Yicheng simulate. $40. The day after tomorrow? $40. Meanwhile, in the somewhat rudimentary conference room of Geopolitical Technology, Yi Cheng surveyed the surroundings, contemplating that they must upgrade to a better headquarters in the future. Otherwise, such a headquarters would be a disservice to a high-tech company of their caliber. However, amidst his distraction, representatives from Lei Mi were still expressing dissatisfaction. You're selling to Huawei for only 35. Why are you charging us 40? This is not in accordance with business norms. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. May I ask, what exactly are these business norms? Business norms dictate that the prices of goods cannot be changed arbitrarily. Otherwise, it would provoke resistance from competitors. No, Mr. Zhang, let us remain calm. This is your business norm, not mine. My business norm is that we must earn what is due. Within the bounds of legality, 40 is the absolute minimum. Yi Cheng held up a finger and waved it gently. He was already prepared for any potential reactions, but he was firmly in control of the situation. These mobile manufacturers, in their quest for more affordable 5G radio frequency chips, find themselves beholden to a singular source, unless rival companies are willing to reduce their prices, which, evidently, is a most improbable prospect. Other firms capable of producing 5G RF chips must account for patent licensing fees within their unit costs, a figure that certainly amounts to a substantial sum. After deducting the expenses incurred by chip foundries, the profit that eventually lands in their hands barely exceeds a few dollars, perhaps even falling short of $2. Thus, if they seek to turn a profit, a price point of 40 is utterly unattainable. This is the cornerstone of Yi Cheng's confidence. At this juncture, the head of the Blue-Green factory also rose to his feet. Mr. Yi, we at the Blue-Green factory find it exceedingly difficult to accept this price. Such differential treatment is unlikely to engender goodwill. It resembles the preferential treatment of consumers, a concept you must surely comprehend. Yi Cheng smiled once more. I beg to differ. Let me clarify. Huawei has made a full upfront payment. Can you match that? The assembly fell momentarily silent, taken aback. Was Huawei out of their minds? Spending money so liberally? They had not even received the goods yet, and here they were, paying in full? This left no room for competition. In an instant, they were rendered speechless. Huawei could afford to pay in full because it ranked among the top 50 companies in the world. They, however, did not share such stature. Moreover, the quantity they sought to procure far exceeded Huawei's modest request of 1 million units. Being free from technological constraints, their orders would commence from at least 5 million units, potentially reaching into the tens of millions. It is worth noting that since Huawei's mobile division faltered, these manufacturers collectively captured over 70% of the domestic smartphone market each year. In the current 5G era, at least 30 to 40% of those sales pertain to 5G smartphones, translating to a minimum of over 100 million 5G devices sold annually. Although the majority may be entry-level models, the cost of 5G RF chips remains consistent across all models, whether high-end or low-end. A 5G device necessitates the same expenditure for these chips. This is precisely why the profit margins of low-end smartphones are far inferior to those of their high-end counterparts. Thus, the conference room was enveloped in a brief silence. After a while, the representative from Lamy, surnamed Zhang, spoke up. Even if Huawei has made a full upfront payment, we cannot accept a price of 40. It must be lowered. Yi Cheng rose, unwavering, and declared, Then I must kindly ask you to leave. Jiqi cannot accommodate a lower price. The Lamy representative snorted derisively and exchanged glances with the other manufacturers, signaling for a collective withdrawal. The other firms, displaying remarkable solidarity, echoed, We at the Blue-Green factory cannot accept this price either. Nor can we. These domestic manufacturers typically engage in fierce competition, yet at this moment, they exhibited a surprising degree of unity, and soon enough, the conference room was left with only a few remaining attendees. Wang Shun, seated beside Yi Cheng, was taken aback. This was all money, all orders. Was the boss truly letting this slip away? He could not help but inquire. Mr. Yi, what about this? Yi Cheng raised a hand to halt him, a smile gracing his features. Do not overthink it. They will eventually acquiesce. His gaze then fell upon the sole remaining individual in the room, the representative from Guangyao. He inquired with a smile, Mr. Chun, will you not join them in leaving? The Guangyao representative shrugged. We at Guangyao accept this price. Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled, and he responded with a grin. It seems Guangyao is quite astute. Well, it isn't merely astuteness. After all, 40 is already a very reasonable price. Their refusal is their own loss. The Guangyao representative waved dismissively. He had remained silent because he had long accepted the price. As for the other firms attempting to intimidate Yi Cheng with their strategic retreat, he remained unfazed, even amused. For he knew Yi Cheng would not yield. Having observed Yi Cheng closely, he noted that when confronted by the discontent of the other manufacturers, Yi Cheng's expression remained unchanged, indicating he harbored no concern that they would simply walk away. This display earned Yi Cheng a measure of respect in the Guangyao representative's mind, for he had researched Yi Cheng's background. This young leader had only graduated with a Ph.D. in physics the previous year, yet he could engage with the largest mobile manufacturers in the nation with such poise. He was clearly no ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to Yi Cheng, the Guangyao representative held this assessment of him in high regard. He then smiled and asked, Shall we proceed to finalize the order? Certainly. How many do you intend to order? 5 million units. Yi Cheng's smile broadened, a pleasant collaboration. Following the departure of Lamy, the Blue-Green factory, and other companies from Jiqi Technology, they gathered downstairs. Let us refrain from placing any orders and see how long he can maintain this stance. We must remain united in this matter. Why should Huawei receive a price of 35 while we cannot afford a lower, even $1? The heads of the various companies were incensed. Oh wait, what about Guangyao? It seems one of them hasn't come down. Damn it, that sly fellow. In an instant, they realized something was amiss. They'd been backstabbed. Chapter 12. Who deceives who is a dog? The Guangyao representative had stealthily remained at Jiqi, fully aware of the implications. That fellow had surely placed an order in secret. This realization filled them with frustration. They had just agreed to unite against Yi Cheng to force a price reduction. And now it felt embarrassing to abandon that front and rush back upstairs. After a moment of silence, the representative from Lamy spoke up. Everyone, let's not rush. The Guangyao people, like Huawei, are particularly cunning. We should not concern ourselves with them for now. Let's wait a few days and let Jiqi stew a bit. They will surely crack under pressure. The blue-green factory immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I think waiting 5 days sounds reasonable. Agreed, 5 days it is. Aiko, let us not deceive each other. Blue-green factory. Whoever deceives is a dog. They exchanged knowing glances, nodded, and turned to return to their vehicles. Then, they all simultaneously picked up their phones to call Yi Cheng. The fortunate one to successfully connect was the head of the blue-green factory. As the other representatives heard the engaged tone on their phones, they were nearly incensed enough to hurl their devices, casting glances at the cars outside. Damn it! Which firm's dog is this? Meanwhile, the lucky head of the blue-green factory spoke cheerfully into his phone. Mr. Yi, shall we have a meal together this afternoon? We at the blue-green factory accept your quote, and we are willing to purchase 10 million units. After Huawei's decline, the combined market sales of the blue-green factory had soared to the forefront in Huagua, and 10 million units were well within their capacity. Shortly thereafter, he hung up with a satisfied grin on his face. His female assistant, seated beside him, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Wasn't her own leader who had just proclaimed that whoever deceives is a dog? The representative glanced at his assistant, interpreting her thoughts, and replied, making money is not shameful. Oh, the female assistant nodded in understanding. In a stroke of fortune, Yi Cheng secured a total of 32.5 million orders from several major smartphone manufacturers across the nation. These 32.5 million 5G RF chips would suffice to meet Huawe's needs for approximately 1 quarter. Naturally, delivering such a staggering quantity within a single quarter was impossible, based on the production capacity that TSMC might accommodate. They would likely only manage to produce 2 to 3 million units per month. Consequently, the timeline for fulfillment would extend to a year. These mobile manufacturers are well aware of the wisdom in not placing all their eggs in one basket, and even with their numerous acquisitions, they still perceive a degree of risk. After all, none dare wager on the possibility that TSMC could be prohibited from accepting orders from Jiqi Technology. This company has undeniably emerged as a representative high-tech enterprise of Huagua, having shattered the Western monopoly on chip technology and may very well attract foreign suppression, akin to Huawei. The executives at Jiqi Technology share similar concerns. Now, we have a total of 33,500,000 chip orders at hand. Let us contact TSMC immediately and allocate 5 million chips for them to manufacture. In the conference room, Yi Cheng convened a meeting. Others exchanged glances. And Wang Shun hastily inquired, Boss, are you certain? 5 million chips. Yi Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 5 million chips. What about the remaining 28 million? We shall produce them later. However, Yi Cheng stood up at this moment, gesturing for him to cease his inquiries. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your concerns, and I possess the necessary insight. I will not allow the company to fall into peril. Now, tomorrow is Saturday, a day of rest. In the evening, at the Jinxing Grand Hotel, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast. Meeting adjourned. He then turned and exited, leaving a cadre of executives still beset by unease. Yi Cheng understood their apprehensions, but he would not provide explanations at this juncture. In his previous life, he was a rather authoritative boss, acutely aware that sometimes it was essential to wield the unilateral power of a leader. Otherwise, one could easily be swayed by others, risking the validity of a sound decision. Moreover, he was confident in the correctness of his strategy. Initially, he only intended to place an order for at most 5 million chips with TSMC. Zhongxin had already informed him that the processes for 3 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and 7 nanometers chips had been designed. Once the 3 nanometers chip process was developed, the other 2 processes were relatively easier to finalize, thus requiring no additional time. Subsequently, the only steps remaining were training the workers and procuring raw materials, allowing for immediate production. If TSMC were to cease their manufacturing services, he would be prepared to confront them directly. He possessed a chip fabrication plant, After leaving the conference room, he returned to his office, where Zhongxin was already present. Is everything settled? Yes, it is all taken care of. Yicheng replied with a smile. Then please proceed to the workshop and begin training the workers. I will arrange a transfer of funds to procure the production materials shortly, and we will commence the manufacture of our 5G RF chips. Understood, boss. Zhongxin nodded and departed for the workshop, continuing his diligent work. Yicheng watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. Zhongxin seemed to lack any emotional depth, perhaps a result of the system's character settings. Dismissing further thoughts, he opened the system marketplace. To date, he had successfully sold 33,500,000 chips, finally earning some points. 33,500 points. 1,000 chips only equated to a single point, which incited a surge of indignation towards the system. Was this not a form of exploitation? 33,500,000 chips. This represented a total value exceeding $1,300,000,000, equivalent to 8 billion in RMB. Yet, the system only valued it at 5 digits. System, the technological level inherent in 5G RF chips is too low. The system can only grant a point ratio of 10,001. Too low. Yicheng cursed under his breath, but the system remained unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to concede. He opened the marketplace to glance at the available items. Turning away, he closed it. 30,000 points were hardly sufficient to procure anything substantial, only allowing for the purchase of non-technological goods. His attention then shifted to another matter. Today, he received orders from Lamy and other companies, triggering 2 achievements, and now he finally had the time to examine them. Chapter 13. 2 achievement rewards. First bucket of gold, 1 billion. Successful second step, gaining fame. The first achievement rewarded him with the production technology for all chip raw materials. The second achievement bestowed upon him an artificial intelligence. Upon reviewing the first achievement's reward, Yicheng felt a sense of helplessness. While he now possessed a chip production line, the production of chips necessitated raw materials, which were predominantly monopolized by foreign entities, such as wafers, photoresists, and specialty gases. Thus, to manufacture chips, he would still need to procure these raw materials from overseas companies. Was this an attempt to prepare him for an impending global embargo? Did the system expect a single company to complete the entire chip industry chain? One outrageous jest. Chips are heralded as the pinnacle of human technology. The market from upstream to downstream is vast, making it utterly implausible for a single company to encompass it all. Moreover, even if foreign entities were relentlessly unscrupulous, it was unlikely they could suppress his company to the point of rendering it incapable of acquiring any raw materials. Would Huagua then simply halt the export of rare earth elements? Would everyone cease their high-tech endeavors? He resolved not to dwell on these matters any further, allowing the reward to remain in the system for now, to be claimed when it might be useful. Next, he turned his gaze to the second reward. An artificial intelligence? Just how intelligent could it be? His curiosity piqued, given that this was a reward from a system. Upon claiming the reward, a USB drive materialized in his hand. System, insert the USB drive into any host to install the artificial intelligence. Any host. Yicheng wasted no time, opening his office computer and inserting the USB drive. Once inserted, a loading progress window appeared on the computer screen. The loading was somewhat slow, and he could only wait patiently. Thus, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. When he saw the progress finally reach 99, he focused intently, and after a moment, the loading completed. The next instant, the original window vanished, replaced by another with 2 lines of text. Greetings, Master. I am your artificial intelligence. Please give me a name. An input box appeared. Name it. Yicheng pondered for a moment and typed 2 characters. Xiaoyi. No, that felt peculiar, almost as if he were addressing himself. After some contemplation, he typed another name. Xiaobai. I apologize. I am inept at naming, so this shall be your name. Shaking his head, he pressed the enter key. Soon, the window transformed and a new line appeared. Thank you, Master, for my name. I adore it. Henceforth, I shall be known as Xiaobai. Yicheng Simidet. As long as it was satisfactory. However, he felt a strange sensation, as if this intelligence possessed a life of its own, conversing with him through the computer. Had the system truly granted him a sentient being? Yet, shouldn't an intelligent life form possess an array of capabilities? He contemplated this and noticed a text box appear on the window. He continued typing. What functions do you possess? I am still learning to comprehend my master's words. Please grant me a little time to study. Yicheng, who had once been so eager, was at a loss for words. Cannot comprehend? Still need to learn? He had anticipated a sentient being, yet it appeared to be nothing more than a rudimentary artificial intelligence. Not quite. Artificial intelligence might be a more fitting term. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming impulse to shut down and walk away. Yet ultimately, he typed the question, how will you learn? By keeping the computer powered on. I will learn through the content stored within it. Very well. Cheng, feeling rather indifferent, concluded that this was akin to idling. So he decided to idle, pondering the extent to which this artificial intelligence could learn. With that thought, he shut the computer screen, knowing that the AI was housed within the mainframe and that closing the screen would not hinder its function. Subsequently, he prepared to leave the office to observe how the workshop was training the workforce. After all, those workers had partaken of 2 meals at his expense. It was time for them to contribute. However, just as he reached for the door, a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Puzzled, he opened the door to find Hu Qiaowen, the director of the operations department, standing outside. Upon seeing the door open immediately after his knock, Hu Qiaowen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure upon spotting Cheng within. Zong, what brings you here? Zong, our company has gone viral online. Hu Qiaowen's face radiated with excitement. Cheng was taken aback. Viral? Yes, it's gone viral. As he spoke, Hu Qiaowen eagerly retrieved his phone and presented it to Cheng. Look. Cheng glanced at the phone, where a post on Weibo caught his attention, authored by a prominent figure in the digital realm. The post mentioned their company. Greetings, dear followers. Previously, I shared a post regarding Huawei's acquisition of a domestic company's 5G RF chip. However, after that post, many fans expressed skepticism, suggesting I was merely seeking attention. Nevertheless, whether you choose to follow or unfollow, I must state that there is indeed a tech company in our nation that has developed a fully domestically produced 5G RF chip. And it is not only Huawei that has placed orders with this company. Now almost all domestic smartphone manufacturers, including Remi, Blue Green, iQOO, Realme, Nobility, and others, have also issued orders. You might wonder where I obtained this information. Let me clarify. As a blogger with 7 million followers, it is not difficult to know personnel from these smartphone manufacturers. Acquiring such information merely requires a few inquiries. I shall refrain from further elaboration and present the evidence directly. Click to view images. Click to view images. This company is called Geopolitical Technology Company, and these 2 images represent their business operations. They are a company specializing in chip production. Even back in the 4G era, they sold 4G RF chips. This is the patent application for their 5G RF chip. I haven't captured the entire document, but it is certain that they possess the capability to produce 5G RF chips. If you check their official website, you will also find that 5G RF chips are among their business offerings. Furthermore, I must emphasize again that their 5G RF chips incorporate no Western technology, which means they have indeed independently developed this technology. Otherwise, they would not be able to supply chips to Huawei. At this point, I can confidently declare that our nation has finally achieved a chip technology that is entirely free from Western influence, accomplishing a complete self-research initiative, a matter of pride for all of us in Hua country. Thus, we must always believe in our compatriots. In this era, our nation is brimming with talent, and it is only a matter of time before we are no longer subjugated, achieving true technological prowess. Chapter 14. Hua country does not permit such an outstanding company to exist. Upon finishing the post, Cheng raised an eyebrow. It is indeed quite inspiring. Hu Qiaowen nodded with a smile. It is indeed very uplifting. Linking their company to national pride is certainly invigorating. Cheng then glanced at the comment section, which had already accumulated over 3,000 replies, with the shares and likes far exceeding the comments, particularly the likes, which had surpassed 10,000. The replies were overwhelmingly positive. The blogger speaks truthfully. Our nation's talents are indeed extraordinary. One day, we will completely escape foreign sanctions. I hope to see more companies like this in our country. Is this Geopolitical Technology Company really that impressive? Now, this is a true tech company. As he scrolled through the comments, Hu Qiaowen's face beamed with delight. I've never seen our company receive such widespread acclaim. Cheng chuckled. Well, now you have, haven't you? At that moment, Shun Jie, the director of the customer service department, hurried over. Upon spotting Cheng and Hu Qiaowen at the door, he paused in surprise and inquired. Zong Lao Chun, what are you discussing? You both seem so pleased. Hu Qiaowen grinned. Take a guess. Shun Jie arched an eyebrow. I won't guess. You should guess. Do you know what just happened in our customer service department? What happened? Oh, you guess first. Shun Jie teased. Hu Qiaowen replied. Do you think I will guess? Shun Jie was taken aback, exclaiming, behave yourself. You're over 40. Hu Qiaowen burst into laughter, having merely been in a jovial mood. Cheng shook his head, amused, and said, all right, Director Shun, you may speak. What transpired in the customer service department? with the boss prompting him. Cheng ceased his teasing and explained, "Suddenly, we received a flurry of calls, all inquiring whether we had developed a 5G RF chip. Our customer service representatives confirmed that we had, and you won't believe it. Those callers began praising our company, calling us the pride of Hua country and the epitome of tech companies. Some even referred to us as the forever god. I have no idea what that means. But all sounded positive, haha." As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such calls, while not business-related, were a delightful indulgence. He hoped for more such calls, as not only did he enjoy them, but so did the customer service representatives. Hu Chao's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "Do you know why so many people suddenly called us?" "Why?" Hu Chao once again showcased his phone to Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie skimmed through it, his face lighting up with astonishment. "Holy cow, does this mean our company is trending? Not precisely trending, but it has certainly garnered attention. This is a good thing," Cheng Jie remarked. "Every company aspires to be well-regarded, and everyone wishes to work for such a company." The two of them felt fortunate for not having left the company during its most challenging times. Now, it seemed their perseverance was finally paying off. Yicheng, observing their joy, smiled and said, "All right, don't just revel in your happiness. Let's spread some joy to the rest of our company. You make a valid point." They nodded in agreement and began to share their excitement within the company. Yicheng shook his head. Presently, it appeared that the situation served as a motivation for the company. However, he understood that it also meant they would be under scrutiny. The outside world would become aware of a burgeoning tech company in Hua country. Moving forward, it remained to be seen how harshly the foreign powers would react. Yicheng smiled faintly, surprisingly looking forward to that moment. Weisheng Electronics Company Limited is a company dedicated to providing RF-centric chip products. In simple terms, this company specializes in radio frequency chips, particularly those for 5G applications. At this moment, Su Ji, the chairman of Weisheng Electronics, sat at his desk. His brow furrowed as he listened to his secretary. Lamy and those manufacturers from the Blue-Green factory have purchased 5G radio frequency chips from another company? He stared at his secretary in disbelief, seeking confirmation of this news. The female secretary nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Su Dong, even Huawei has made a purchase." This was perplexing. While the Blue-Green factory was one thing, Lamy had previously assured them that all future 5G radio frequency chips would be sourced from them. Domestic smartphone manufacturers typically opted for local suppliers of 5G radio frequency chips, as importing them was invariably more expensive due to tariffs. There were only a handful of companies capable of providing these chips domestically, allowing them to fill their order books adequately. However, the sudden emergence of a formidable competitor was bewildering, especially one that all the smartphone manufacturers seemed eager to buy from. Suddenly, Su Ji snapped back to reality. "What did you say? Huawei has also purchased? Which company is so formidable?" The secretary nodded, handing over her tablet for him to review. Su Ji grasped it immediately, scanning the information. Completely self-developed technology? What a joke. Low costs, low prices, selling for merely $40? And even supplying Huawei for $35? Damn. Su Ji, who had returned from Silicon Valley to start his own business, couldn't help but curse in English. His chips were priced over $50, yielding barely $2 in profit, while this new company could afford to undercut them by $5. Even at regular prices, they were still significantly cheaper. Observing her boss's anger, the secretary opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally managed to say, "By the way, sir, our company's stock price has begun to drop. Down nearly 5% today." Su Ji's eyes twitched involuntarily. A decline in stock price was almost predictable. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before slamming his hand on the desk. Such a formidable company cannot be allowed to exist in Huagua. He then picked up the phone and began dialing a number in the United States. A similar scene unfolded in several other companies capable of supplying 5G radio frequency chips. The emergence of Jiqi technology had already encroached upon their interests. With Huagua's vast smartphone market and nearly 200 million units of 5G phones shipped annually, they could not stand idly by and watch such a delectable piece of the pie be snatched away. Chapter 15. Qualcomm's attention. In the United States, Qualcomm. As a titan in the realm of wireless technology, Qualcomm has made immense contributions to the mobile internet ecosystem. This very reason has made the company an omnipresent figure in various electronic devices. In this moment, in the president's office of Qualcomm, President Christian stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the urban skyline of California. A smile adorned his face, a constant presence over the past 2 years. There was little wonder, with the government's assistance, Qualcomm's penetration into Huagua's electronics industry had reached unprecedented levels, granting the company virtually unrestricted access to the world's largest market. Especially with Huawei, A company that had once compelled them to remain vigilant, now relinquishing the market it once dominated, even conceding to purchase their high-end chips. The once mighty Kirin chip had fallen, leaving only their high-end chips, alongside Apple's A-series chips, in the smartphone chip arena. As for the lesser-known brands, in his eyes, they hardly qualified as chips and warranted no concern. These developments had propelled their stock price to nearly triple over the past 2 years, silencing the board members who had previously been a source of annoyance, allowing him to enjoy an extraordinarily comfortable existence. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. He snapped out of his reverie, muttering, "Continue the sanctions, the harsher the better." He returned to his desk and said, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing his assistant rushing in, an urgent expression on her face. He frowned and remarked, "Why the rush? So flustered." "I apologize, President," the assistant quickly responded. "But we just received news from Huawei that a company there has developed a 5G radio frequency chip, and all the smartphone manufacturers are purchasing from them." Christian chuckled, a mix of amusement and frustration. "Is that so? What is the urgency? Every piece of 5G radio frequency chip produced worldwide must pay us a patent fee of several dollars. Why should we care what they produce?" The assistant's face turned grave. But that company's technology was developed independently, without using our patents." Christian paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. They think they can circumvent Qualcomm's patents? With Huawei's level of research? Their semiconductor talents are all in our research centers." "President, this is true." The assistant, witnessing her superior's unwavering confidence, hastily retrieved a document to present to Christian. With a furrowed brow, Christian examined the material, his initial dismissiveness giving way to growing intrigue. Could this truly be the case? As he perused the document, his frown deepened. Completely independent? No patents utilos? Even supplying Huawei? The mention of Huawei immediately commanded Christian's attention. As a competitor and one of the international giants, the two companies had a long-standing rivalry. Some claimed Qualcomm would prefer not to see Huawei falter. Such a notion was ridiculous. Given the opportunity to drive Huawei into bankruptcy, Qualcomm would undoubtedly be the first to act. Unfortunately, Huawei had the backing of the Huawei government, making it unlikely to face complete ruin, even amid severe sanctions. Nonetheless, the now somewhat weakened Huawei represented a favorable outcome for Qualcomm. However, the prospect of someone defying their sanctions to supply Huawei was intolerable to Christian. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Have you thoroughly compared the details? Are they truly not utilizing any of our patents?" The assistant nodded. "Indeed, they have not." "What about the patents from Samsung and Ericsson? Do they not utilize any relevant patents from other companies?" Christian remained skeptical. The assistant hesitated. "I'm not sure about that. We would need to contact those companies for confirmation." Christian remained silent for a moment, then instructed, "Contact them immediately. Regardless of the outcome, we cannot allow that Huawei company to thrive. Originally, we all held portions of the patent technology, combining efforts to profit together. Now, a single company has managed to master all the technology, fundamentally disrupting the rules of the game, especially when it's a Huawei company." Christian's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated what further actions could be taken. At that moment, his assistant pondered cautiously and inquired, "The chips from that company are being manufactured by TSMC. Should we reach out to the legislators and request that they include that company on the sanctions list, thereby prohibiting TSMC from providing them with manufacturing services?" Christian retorted with irritation, "What nonsense! Do you think sanctions can be imposed so frivolously?" He then waved his hand dismissively. "Please leave. I need to think alone." "Understood, President." The assistant nodded and exited the office. Christian fell into deep contemplation, recalling his assistant's earlier suggestion about prohibiting TSMC from manufacturing. He stroked his chin. Although direct sanctions through policy were not feasible, perhaps there were alternative methods to obstruct TSMC's manufacturing endeavors. In a magical city, at the headquarters of the Yi Group, one of the largest real estate companies in southern Huawei, where the average land prices were the highest in the nation, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to the Yi Group as a titan of the domestic real estate industry. At that moment, Yigua, the chairman of the Yi Group, sat in his office, his face a mask of disbelief. "My son's company secured an order worth $8 billion? What a joke." Just days ago, he had believed his son was ready to abandon the struggle and return to inherit the family fortune. Yet this? $8 billion. Such a staggering sum that even their conglomerate had to carefully consider. The bearer of this news was the group's general manager, Zheng Gong, who smiled as he remarked, "Ah, Xiao Cheng has achieved great success. Shouldn't you be elated?" Elated? Yigo was at a loss for words. An $8 billion profit was certainly cause for joy. However, Did this not imply that Yi Cheng could no longer return to take over the company? He rose and paced the room, ultimately picking up his phone. No, I must call him. Chapter 16. Lawsuit from the three giants in Yi Cheng's chip production workshop. He was observing his subordinates. Zhong Xin was training the workers, guiding them through the operation of each machine, explaining the procedures. Yi Cheng listened, only partially grasping the complex operations, yet the workers all expressed complete understanding. It is noteworthy that they were currently engaged in theoretical operations. The production machines had yet to be powered on, yet merely by listening to Zhong Xin's descriptions. The workers claimed full comprehension. This left Yi Cheng in awe. Indeed, the labor force produced by the system was exceptionally flawless. Even with his technological expertise, he could not achieve such swift comprehension. After all, he was merely human. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his father's number. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chuckled, realizing his father had likely heard about their company's dealings. He turned away from the workshop and answered the call. Hello, Dad. You rascal. You secured an order worth 80 billion? Yi Cheng was taken aback. How did you know it was 80 billion? That should be a trade secret. After a moment's hesitation, Yigor replied, Don't concern yourself with that. Tell me, where did you find that, Zhong Xin? Understanding dawned on Yi Cheng. There were undoubtedly individuals from his father's circle within the company. Though somewhat resigned, he acknowledged that it was perfectly normal, given that the company had been entrusted to him by his father. He simply did not know who it was. He then replied, I just happened to come across him. Besides, you said I could only return if the company could not continue operations. As you can see, we are still running. Yigo's words faltered. This impudent child had likely been feigning concern during their previous conversations, claiming he would return only if the company faltered. Yigo felt somewhat exasperated, but ultimately conceded. Fine. I said I wouldn't deceive you. Suddenly, he recalled the land he had promised Yi Cheng and inquired, by the way, what do you intend to do with that piece of land I gave you? You'll find out in due time. Are you teasing me now? All right, Dad. I'm still at work. We'll discuss this later. That little rascal. Yigua hadn't anticipated that Yi Cheng would find him bothersome. However, upon reflection, he realized he had no reason to continue the conversation. With a sigh, he relented. Very well, do as you please. I won't meddle in your affairs. Rest assured. Yi Cheng responded with a smile. Just remember to come home when you can, his father added. Home? Yi Cheng paused momentarily before responding, I understand. He ended the call without further ado. Reflecting on his father's words, he felt a sense of nostalgia. He indeed had a family now. He had nearly forgotten this fact, having lived alone in his previous life. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that although he had a family, he was still accustomed to solitude. As for returning home, that could wait until a more opportune time. Not dwelling on it further, he continued to follow Zhong Xin, observing their training. Time passed quickly. The next day, Wang Shun stood in Yi Cheng's office, a puzzled expression on his face. Yi Zhong, why are you purchasing wafers, photoresists, and packaging materials? Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself. Just procure them. Since the finance department also bore the responsibility for purchasing, Yi Cheng knew he had to go through them to acquire materials for chip production. As the finance director, Wang Shun could not be bypassed in this process. By the way, do not disclose this to anyone in the company. Currently, it is just you, me, and Zhong Xin who know. Seeing Yi Cheng's mysterious demeanor, Wang Shun couldn't help but speculate, whispering, Yi Zhong, are we planning to manufacture chips? Yi Cheng confidently affirmed, indeed. However, upon witnessing Yi Cheng's unhesitating admission, Wang Shun was momentarily stunned before immediately expressing disbelief. Yi Zhong, surely you jest? How could our company possibly manufacture chips? Let's stick to designing chips. Yi Cheng shuruk. If you choose not to believe, so be it. In this day and age, even the truth is met with skepticism. All right, just follow my instructions and make the purchase. He insisted. But, Yi Zhong, this amounts to $150 million. Isn't that excessive? Our company has only recently received a little over $16 million. Though the company had secured an order worth $80 billion, with over $13 million, most other companies had only paid a 10% deposit, making Yi Cheng's intention to spend $150 million quite alarming to Wang Shun. Yi Cheng waved his hand, just adhere to my instructions. Spending $150 million still leaves us with over $10 million. Converted to RMB, that's over $70 million. Seeing Yi Cheng's determination, Wang Shun had no choice but to concede. Very well, I understand. Good, Yi Cheng nodded. As he watched Wang Shun leave, Yi Cheng contemplated the situation. Spending $150 million to prepare for chip production meant that for 5G RF chips, they could at most produce fewer than 10 million units. The primary limitation was the lack of funds for raw materials. For instance, The cost of materials for Huawei's Kirin 9K chip was around $45 per unit. With 150 million in materials, they could not even produce 400,000 units. Although 5G RF chips were somewhat cheaper, they were still not significantly less expensive. He felt a pang of regret. If only those companies, including Lamy, had been willing to pay in full from the start. He would have gladly offered a unit price of $35. In that case, he would now have nearly $12 billion. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, there was a loud series of knocks on the office door, followed by an anxious voice from outside. Yizong. Yizong. Something terrible has happened. Komein. Yicheng hastily called out, fearing that his door might be pounded down. Shun Jie rushed in, his face a mask of urgency. Slow down, there's no need to rush. Speak calmly about what has happened, Yicheng advised. Shun Jie caught his breath, then exclaimed, Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson have jointly contacted us, claiming that our 5G RF chips infringe upon their patents and intend to sue us. Yicheng narrowed his eyes. Are they really coming? Their approach is quite swift. Where do they plan to file the lawsuit? Right here in the Magic City. Yicheng waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let it be. As long as it's not in the US, even if it goes to court, we will emerge victorious. However, the uproar online has already begun. Our company has received numerous calls branding us as plagiarists and hurling insults at us. Let our operators retort. We need not fear complaints. Chapter 17. The Conspiracy of Qualcomm. Yicheng remained unperturbed by the online vitriol. Comments on trending topics can be categorized into three types. The first are the bystanders, the most numerous. The second are the impressionable, easily swayed by unfounded speculations, resulting in biased remarks. And the last group comprises those who profit from commenting, who, in their pursuit of monetary gain, care little for the veracity of their words. As the owner of a company, if Yicheng were to be easily angered by some online remarks, he would hardly deserve the title of a leader. He could, of course, hire online trolls to retaliate. But he had no time to waste on such trivial pursuits. He needed only to remain composed and respond to their provocations. If they believed merely suing would suffice, they could await their defeat. After all, their patents were publicly accessible, and a straightforward comparison would surely lead to victory. It was a near certain outcome. When they ultimately lost, it would even enhance his company's reputation. Just look at a tech firm from Huawei, standing tall and unyielding in the face of the combined lawsuit from giants like Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson, and ultimately triumphing over them. Notably, both Ericsson and Samsung are ranked among the Fortune Global 500, while Qualcomm once held a place there too, in stark contrast to this obscure ZTE technology, which had never garnered attention and did not even rank among Huawei's top 500. Thus, ZTE technology would undoubtedly be hailed as a hero in the eyes of the people of Huawei. Therefore, this was indeed an opportunity for ZTE. Yicheng Suwintet, suddenly filled with doubt. If these three companies were merely planning to pursue litigation, it seemed unlikely that would be their only tactic. What further schemes might they have? He could not immediately discern, so he shook his head. Forget it. We shall face whatever comes our way. We have nothing to fear. Once the raw materials for chip production arrived, no one would be able to hinder him. As time passed, the news of Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson suing ZTE technology began circulating online. Netizens fervently discussed the matter, and under the guidance of certain individuals, the negative sentiment towards ZTE grew. All that boasting about being the light of Huawei technology, the beacon of chip innovation. And now this? Copying others' technology and getting caught. What a disgrace. I had thought this company was impressive. Turns out they're just mediocre. Let us be realistic. At this stage, Huawei cannot completely bypass foreign technology to develop a chip. This company was far too ostentatious. Had they maintained a lower profile, they could have quietly amassed wealth. They brought this upon themselves. Previously, a digital influencer who praised ZTE on social media found themselves inundated with mockery beneath their post. How much did you get paid, influencer? How embarrassing to be proven wrong so soon. I can't believe I fell for your nonsense. Disgusting. I understand the influencer's intentions to boost our confidence. But confidence must be grounded in capability. This baseless bravado is merely self-deception. And they lost again. Despite the multitude of detractors, there remain supporters of ZTE. So what if foreign companies threaten to sue? You really believe it? It's laughable. Huawei can't independently research chip technology, can it? Kneeling for so long. They can't stand up anymore? Numerous similar replies emerged, but they were soon overwhelmed by the tide of criticism. This incident finally made it to the trending list on social media, garnering even more attention. At the headquarters of Huawei, in Ren Fei's office, Suyin knocked on the door. Come in, came the old man's voice. Suyin entered and looked at the elderly man seated on the sofa, greeting him, Mr. Ren. Yes, please have a seat. Ren Fei gestured to the adjacent chair. Su Yun, puzzled as he had been engrossed in research with his team, settled down and asked Mr. Ren, is there something you need? Take a look at this news. Ren Fei placed a tablet before Su Yun. A glance left Su Yun astonished. What? Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson are jointly suing Ziki? I can't believe it. This must be that scoundrel Qualcomm's doing. In his view, Qualcomm was unequivocally a rogue company. Competitors were indeed adversaries, and that would never change. But quickly realizing Ren Fei was right before him, he refrained from using profanity. Instead, he forced a smile and said, Please excuse my outburst. I couldn't help it. Ren Fei waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I often curse Qualcomm myself. Su Yun chuckled, but soon wore a worried expression. But I wonder if my friend's company can withstand the pressure from these three companies? Ren Fei shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, Didn't you say that Ziki's technology is entirely their own? Even if it goes to court, they will win. With Ren Fei's prompt, Su Yun paused, then quickly realized you're right. Being a pure technician, he lacked deep knowledge of legal matters. He merely felt that Ziki technology was so small in scale, while the three companies were colossal, especially Samsung, which ranked higher on the Fortune Global 500 than Huawei. This naturally led to his concern. A smile spread across his face. Then everything will be fine. He thought for a moment, then reached for his phone. I need to congratulate my friend in advance. They're standing up to the three giants and will surely become famous nationwide. But Ren Fei stopped him. Hold on a moment. My summoning you here is not for such simple reasons. Su Yun was taken aback. Is there another issue? What do you think your friend's company is worth right now? How much? I'm not sure. Didn't they just secure orders from Lei Mi and Lan LV factories? Even if it's just a deposit, they should be quite wealthy now. However, apart from those funds, they have little left. Ren Fei shook his head. Let me be straightforward. Your friend's company has received so many orders, at least 200 to 300 million in orders, right? If TSMC suddenly cuts off their supply, they will undoubtedly be unable to continue providing 5G RF chips. That would mean they would breach the contract. And if Lei Mi and Lan LV seek compensation for the breach, do you think they can afford such a hefty sum? Chapter 18, Supply Interruption. Upon hearing Ren Fei's explanation, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated this layer of complexity. The notion that those companies might resort to such underhanded tactics was utterly shocking. Aware that Ziqi had orders from so many companies, they would execute a strategy to undermine Ziqi, subsequently waiting to watch the ensuing chaos unfold. It was evident that as soon as those companies, led by Remy, sought compensation from Ziqi, the latter would be unable to withstand the pressure. At that point, Ziqi's patents would inevitably be put up for auction, and foreign companies would certainly not show any mercy. However, the power to prohibit TSMC from supplying Ziqi lay solely with the U.S. government, wouldn't it? Would they immediately place Ziqi on their sanctions list? Ren Fei waved his hand dismissively. Currently, Ziqi's disputes with Xiaodong revolve around patent issues. TSMC cannot manufacture chips embroiled in patent disputes. Otherwise, they would become accomplices, even though the court has not yet rendered a verdict. If Xiaodong's companies unite to exert pressure on TSMC, it is highly probable that TSMC will suspend production until the court's judgment is delivered. What do you think? Su Yun swiftly grasped the implications. By the time the court reached a verdict, Ziqi might already be on the brink of collapse. Ren Fei patted his shoulder and remarked, I share this with you today to serve as a warning for your friend. I do not wish to see a promising domestic company meet its end in such a manner. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully and added, What if they are unable to hold on? Perhaps we could lend them a hand? Ren Fei chuckled lightly. Then you could persuade them to consider joining Huawei. Su Yun was taken aback, glancing at Ren Fei. He sensed that while Ren Fei's earlier remarks were tinged with regret for Ziqi technology, they also seemed to lay the groundwork for this very proposition. Clearly, Ren Fei had also set his sights on Ziqi technology. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much, thinking that this might not be such a bad idea after all. In Taiwan, at TSMC's headquarters, the court had yet to rule in favor of the opposing party. Thus, TSMC would not cease supply. Chairman Zhang Mao was currently conversing in English over the phone, with Christian, the president of Xiaotong, on the other end. Mr. Zhang, please understand one thing. The chips you are currently producing are illegal. These chips infringe upon our patents. If your company insists on continuing production, Xiaotong, along with Samsung and Ericsson, will jointly file a lawsuit against you. Zhang Mao scoffed. Save that rhetoric for yourselves. TSMC is likely more aware of every technology included in your products than you are. Do you really think you need to inform me about patent infringement? Christian, unfazed by Zhang's words, chuckled. Mr. Zhang, are you joking? You're an American. Aren't you essentially talking about yourself? Zhang Mao's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly replied, Regardless, I will not acquiesce to your demands. That is where you are mistaken, Mr. Zhang. This is not merely Xiaodong's demand. It is a collective request from Samsung and Ericsson as well. If you are unwilling to cooperate, Samsung has its own foundries, and the patents for the chips are in our hands. Zhang Mao laughed. Christian, are you trying to threaten me? No. How dare I threaten Mr. Zhang? Who doesn't know that TSMC is the world's leading foundry? I am simply stating a fact. How you interpret it is entirely up to you. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mao realized that Christian was indeed correct. The patents for the chips were in their hands, and they possessed many means to deal with TSMC. Although TSMC had numerous patents of its own, it could not withstand the pressure from not just Xiaodong, but 3 companies united against them. Finally, he conceded, fine, you win this round, but the price must increase. Christian laughed. All right, 0.05 per chip. Deal. Zhang Mao added, however, we have already produced 200,000 chips for that company, and they are about to be delivered. Christian replied, destroy them all. We will cover the costs. He would not allow Ziqi to reclaim a single cent very well. Since Zhang Mao had agreed to collude, he immediately accepted, even finding the time to chat. Speaking of which, it is strange that Ziqi only placed an order for 5 million chips. I heard they secured orders for tens of millions. Christian paused, then laughed. Well, thank you for sharing that information, Mr. Zhang. After hanging up, Zhang Mao quickly began to revel in the profits from the 0.05 per chip gain. This 0.05 represented the additional profit they would earn for every 5G radio frequency chip produced, translating to hundreds of millions in annual profits. Subsequently, he summoned his secretary to begin orchestrating a final blow against the nascent technology company on the mainland. Meanwhile, after concluding the call with Zhang Mao, Christian dialed another individual's phone in Huagua. At Remy's office, Lei Busi was taken aback upon seeing the caller ID. Why was the president of Xiaodong calling? Xiaodong held shares in Remy, which was one reason why Remy always received Xiaodong's chips ahead of others. It was also due to this connection that Lei Busi had a relatively familiar relationship with Christian. Soon, he recalled recent events regarding the fierce competition over 5G radio frequency chips. Xiaodong had allied with 2 other companies to launch an assault on Ziqi technology, a matter he was well aware of. Could it be that Christian was calling him regarding this very issue? With a hint of curiosity, he answered the call. Greeting, Christian. What brings you to call? Mr. Lei, it has been a while since we last spoke. How have you been? Not too bad. That's good to hear. Christian replied with a smile. I won't waste your time with pleasantries. I'm calling because... Upon hearing Christian's words, Lei Busi was taken aback. What? TSMC has truly ceased production for Ziqi technology? Indeed, Chairman Lei, I just finished my call with Chairman Zhang of TSMC. Lei Busi couldn't help but feel astonished. These individuals were truly ruthless. They acted with astonishing swiftness. It had only been a matter of days, and they had managed to cut off supplies from TSMC. Chapter 19, Compensation. Despite his astonishment, Lei Busi did not overly concern himself. He chuckled. I must say, Christian, your lawsuit is quite ill-advised. Ziqi Technology has secured orders worth billions from us. Even if they only received deposits, it would amount to at least over $100 million. They certainly have the funds to engage in a legal battle with you. Moreover, when we purchased their chips, we had already validated their technology. Their technology has no relation to the patents of your 3 companies, so your lawsuit is bound to fail. In the end, your 3 companies will inadvertently bolster Ziqi Technology. Lei Busi's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing Xiaodong in trouble brought him joy, especially since these shareholders were selling their chips at exorbitant prices. Furthermore, from a standpoint of both a capitalist and a compatriot, he hoped for Ziqi Technology's survival. After all, Ziqi Technology's chips were affordable, and they were the first company in Huagua to bypass foreign technology in chip design. For both emotional and rational reasons, he felt compelled to support such a company. However, Christian's subsequent words left Rebus momentarily stunned. Laughter emanated from Christian's phone, which lingered for a moment before he cheerfully remarked, So, this matter will be entrusted to your esteemed company, Mr. Rebus. Our potential success in this case entirely hinges on your efforts. Rebus was immediately engulfed in confusion. What? Based on us? Why? Christian inquired with a smile. How many 5G RF chips did you purchase from Ziqi Technology? 8 million, Rebus disclosed without reservation. Recognizing that they were stakeholders. 8 million, my goodness, that's quite substantial. At $40 each, even as a deposit, you would have remitted tens of millions of dollars. Correct? And now, Ziqi Technology is unable to fulfill their delivery. Mr. Rebus, as the chairman of Remy Corporation, shouldn't you reclaim the deposit they have taken from us and initiate a breach of contract claim against them? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Rebus's forehead. As a shrewd businessman, he swiftly comprehended the insidious scheme at play. This was nothing short of a desperate gambit. Jiqi Technologies' failure to deliver on time, coupled with the millions already paid in deposits, not to mention the involvement of other companies, could conservatively amount to over $100 million. Should they pursue compensation? Even if each company sought only $1 million, it might very well spell the end for Jiqi Technology. After all, they had previously investigated Jiqi Technology and discovered that, aside from the deposits received, the company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Then Christian, still smiling, added, "We will prolong this lawsuit for at least 3 months. If they fail to deliver the first month's shipment, you can formally initiate the claim process against them, aiming to drive their company into bankruptcy within 2 months. At that point, we can pool our resources to acquire their company, thereby securing their patents for ourselves. What do you think?" Rebus fell silent for a moment before responding. "No, I cannot agree." Christian's tone immediately darkened. "Mr. Rebus, you are a person worthy of respect, and I believe you are also a pragmatist. As the chairman of Rimy Corporation, you should strive to secure every possible benefit for the company, should you not?" Rebus rose from his seat and paced for a moment, then replied, "Mr. Christian, you must understand that the majority of our company's interests are predicated on the Chinese market, and recently, the reputation of Rimy in China has been rather unfavorable. If I were to proceed as you suggest, can you imagine the outcry from the myriad of social media platforms in China? Chinese capitalists colluding with foreign enterprises to undermine an emerging Chinese technology firm. Consider the impact this would have on our stock price." Christian retorted, "Nonsense. Such actions would only yield greater profits for the company. Those trading stocks would merely invest more in Rimy shares. But you cannot guarantee that, can you?" Christian fell silent for a moment before stating, "I will convene a shareholders meeting. I hope that when faced with the shareholders, you will still maintain this stance." Rebus chuckled. "I'm afraid not. Rimy Corporation is still my company. Even if you summon other shareholders, it will be of no consequence. Shantung Corporation is also under my control." With that, Christian ended the call. Rebus's eyes narrowed. Christian's words were clearly a threat. His control over Shantung Corporation meant he could dictate whom to place orders with, such as Gaolong chips. Without Gaolong chips, Rimy phones would be rendered unsellable. Nevertheless, Rebus was gambling on Christian's reluctance to cancel orders. After all, Christian was merely a professional manager. Halting supplies to Rimy would undoubtedly impact Shantung's stock price, and the shareholders of Shantung would not let Christian off lightly. Feeling somewhat reassured, Rebus contemplated and summoned his assistant to commence related tasks. It wasn't just Rimy Corporation that received such a call. Several other companies also fielded calls from their foreign shareholders. Some acquiesced, while others, like Rimy, stood firm. The companies that agreed had already devised plans to formally file claims against Jiqi Technology for compensation upon the latter's failure to deliver the first batch of goods. The intended compensation? $50 million. Chapter 20. News from the father Jiqi Technology Corporation. Conference room. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. The notification of Ben Yijian's supply suspension had arrived, stating that they would only resume deliveries to Jiqi Technology upon winning the lawsuit and proving that their chips were indeed entirely their proprietary technology. Notably, Ben Yijian also declared that the 200,000 chips already produced would not be delivered. This was undoubtedly a catastrophe for Jiqi Technology. However, while the senior executives bore the weight of the tense atmosphere, Yi Cheng remained wholly unaffected. A slight smile adorned his face as he said, "Everyone, relax a bit. There is no need to be so glum. Come, let us all share a smile." The others, observing the remarkably optimistic young CEO, nearly wondered if he had lost his mind. Huang Mingsheng, seated beside Yi Cheng, voiced his concern. "Yizong, are you all right? I know this must be somewhat disheartening for you, but it's not the end of the world. Should you consider a visit to the hospital?" Initially interpreting Huang's words as a form of consolation, Yi Cheng's mood soured upon hearing the latter part of the statement. He retorted, "Uncle Huang, what are you talking about? Why on earth would I go to the hospital?" At that moment, Wang Shun interjected, "Yizong, you seem rather anxious." Finally grasping that his colleague believed he was psychologically distressed, Yi Cheng slammed the table and exclaimed, "Enough with the foolishness. Do I look like someone with mental issues? All right, let me assure you all, there's no need for excessive worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. Our company will surely navigate through this challenge." The others exchanged glances, contemplating whether their boss's confidence was genuine. Hu Qiaoen raised her hand and said, "Boss, but if Ben Yijian refuses to produce for us, and Sansang certainly one tea either, who will we turn to for manufacturing?" Yi Cheng chuckled, "You needn't fret about this matter. Moreover, even if we cannot produce the chips ourselves, we can license our patents to other companies. Surely some would be eager to acquire our patents. He casually offered this rationale to comfort them. Upon reflection, the others found it to be reasonable. At that moment, Huang Mingxing remarked, "By the way, Yizong, my senior brother told me that if we ultimately can't hold on, Huawei could lend us a hand." Joy spread across their faces. If they could secure Huawei's assistance, they would indeed have nothing to worry about. However, Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Huawei wishes to assist us? Did they impose any conditions?" Huang Mingxiang hesitated and shook his head no. Yi Cheng pressed on, "Did he mention how Huawei would assist us?" Huang Mingxiang again replied no. Yi Cheng shook his head. "Do not underestimate any company. Huawei is not to be taken lightly. Take Zhongxin, for instance. They have received numerous invitations from various companies, and Huawei is among them. In fact, Zhongxin has received 3 calls from Huawei, offering a salary 10 times what he currently earns." The crowd was utterly astonished. Even Huang Mingxiang was taken aback. Initially, Su Yun had offered him a salary 5 times his current compensation. Yet Zhong Xin had received an invitation for a staggering 10-fold increase. Although Zhong Xin was a product of the system's arrangements, it was customary within the company to at least provide him with an enticing salary to deceive others. His annual salary stood at 1 million. Thus, a 10-fold offer from Huawei amounted to an astonishing 10 million, an annual salary of 10 million. For everyone present, this figure was beyond their wildest imagination. Huang Mingxiang hastily inquired, "Has Mr. Zhong accepted the offer?" Yi Cheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Zhong Xin will not accept." Instantly, the tension in the room eased. They were relieved indeed. Zhong Xin was regarded as a national treasure among them. If he were poached, they wouldn't know where to lament their loss. Consequently, their gratitude towards Huawei dwindled. Perhaps Huawei's offer of assistance was merely a ploy to lure Zhong Xin away. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yi Cheng shook his head in disbelief. These individuals were treating a colossal enterprise as if it were a philanthropic organization. This was absolutely unacceptable. It indicated that the senior management of their company lacked a certain vision in corporate governance. They needed to enroll in an MBA program. However, that matter could be addressed later. Suddenly, Yi Cheng's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was his father calling. He paused momentarily before rising to address the group. "All right, let's conclude the meeting here. Everyone, relax and carry on with your tasks. If necessary, feel free to seek me out. I grant you all a 3-day paid leave. The meeting is adjourned." He then took his phone and returned to his office, connecting the call. "Hello, Dad, what is the matter?" The voice of Yi Gua resonated through. "Has your company encountered difficulties?" "Yes," Yi Cheng replied. After a brief hesitation, Yi Gua, who initially intended to offer words of concern, instead asked, "Shouldn't you prepare to come back?" Yi Cheng was rendered speechless. He had anticipated his father would offer comfort, but this was the response? Was he deliberately trying to undermine him? It was no wonder the original owner had a strained relationship with his father. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked, "The company hasn't gone bankrupt yet. Let's discuss that when it does. You're still holding on? You should sell your patents. They should fetch you a considerable sum. Perhaps 10 to 20 billion, which would count as your achievement. When I was your age, I hadn't earned such a fortune." Yi Cheng retorted, "My patents alone secured a $13 billion order just a few days ago. Selling them for 10 to 20 billion? That's absurd. Regardless, your company is bound to collapse. I won't conceal it from you. I've received word from a friend that several smartphone manufacturers who previously placed orders with your company intend to sue you once you fail to deliver on time." Yi Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaodong Corporation would actually follow through with such a strategy. Initially, he had considered this possibility, but ultimately dismissed it, believing those manufacturers understood that their patents were entirely self-developed. The lawsuits from Xiaodong, Samsung, and Ericsson were bound to fail. Once his company triumphed in court, their orders could proceed uninterrupted. Moreover, he had specifically reached out to those manufacturers to reassure them. He had thought that, as domestic companies, they would not resort to such unscrupulous tactics. Yet, he had underestimated their moral depravity. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Just moments ago, he criticized his directors for their narrow management perspective, viewing Huawei as a benefactor, only to find himself similarly misguided about those companies. Chapter 21, Little Bai? Yi Cheng paused for a moment before asking, "So, Dad, do you know which companies they are?" "Haha, I don't know that. My friend merely mentioned it in passing. He was unaware that Jiqi Technology was once my company, so I didn't inquire further," Yi Gua replied. Yi Cheng internally lamented the missed opportunity to identify those companies. Nevertheless, receiving this information in advance was certainly beneficial. "Thank you for informing me, Dad. What, at this stage, you still intend to hold on? Your company is out of funds. Isn't it? If they seek compensation, you surely won't have the means to pay." Yi Cheng scoffed, "Then, Dad, Will you lend me money to cover the compensation? Don't even think about it, Yi Guo retorted, eager for Yi Cheng's company to falter. Let us end this conversation here. Yi Cheng replied, Dad, you called me just to poke fun at me, didn't you? Hey, how am I teasing you? At that moment, a woman's voice chimed in from the other end. You haven't even teased Xiao Cheng yet. All you do is confront your son. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's memories surged forth, recalling his mother in this world. His mother's voice came through again, likely closer to the microphone, sounding quite clear. Xiao Cheng, don't worry, focus on your work. Mom will always support you. Yi Cheng pressed his lips together, then smiled. Thank you, Mom. His mother's astonished voice responded. Look at you. You can still remember to say thank you to your mom? Yi Cheng was left speechless, pondering how the original owner interacted with his parents. All right, Mom. I have to get back to work now. Don't overexert yourself. Even if the company doesn't survive, your dad's company is still there, so don't fear. Ye guo intergested. You think my company is a safety net for you? Huh? If you won't let your son benefit, who else will you let? Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, finally saying, I'll hang up now, bye. After ending the call, his expression grew somber. He understood that the company was genuinely facing a crisis. The raw materials he had ordered would not arrive for over 40 days, and production could only commence once they arrived. However, the deadline for delivering the first batch was at the end of this month. According to the contract, they were to deliver once a month, and today was September 15th, leaving only 15 days until the due date. Once the deadline passed and they failed to deliver, the breach of contract would be established, and those smartphone manufacturers would undoubtedly sue his company. It was all but certain that they would lose the case, and they would first have to refund the advance payment. As for the compensation amount, even if it were minimal, it would likely not be less than 2 million yuan. After all, he had secured $13 billion, which equated to over 800 million yuan. Even if not all the manufacturers pursued compensation, it would still amount to at least 3 to 400 million yuan. This meant he had effectively borrowed 3 to 400 million yuan for a month. Moreover, the critical issue was that Yi Cheng had already spent their advance payment. Now, only a few tens of millions remained. When the time came, he wouldn't even be able to refund the advance, and they could easily accuse him of fraud. He furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought. However, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He had devised a plan, yet unbeknownst to him, the all-in-one computer before him had been recording with its camera activated since the very beginning. Suddenly, his computer emitted a couple of beeping sounds, snapping him back to reality. Confused, he pondered what was that sound. He had never heard his computer make such noises before. Could it produce sounds autonomously? Especially since the screen was off. He hadn't interacted with it at all. How bizarre. He stared at the computer. In the next moment, the screen unexpectedly lit up, startling him. What the hell? Am I really seeing ghosts? He hadn't even moved the mouse, and the computer turned on automatically. Yet, in the next moment, a pop-up appeared before him. Master, it's me. I am Xiaobai. Upon reading the text, Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback before recalling that his computer housed an artificial intelligence. Resigned. He was about to type a response when the pop-up changed again. Master, you can speak. There's no need to type. Yi Cheng was instantly stunned. Speak instead of typing? After a brief hesitation, he ventured, Xiaobai? I'm here, Master. The text on the pop-up transformed once more. Yi Cheng was astonished. This intelligence could genuinely comprehend his spoken words? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, Can you discern what I am doing? Of course, Master. Your computer has a camera, so Xiaobai can certainly see what you are up to. Yi Cheng reiterated his question, Can you discern what I am doing? When he had begun to type earlier, Xiaobai had indeed suggested he need not do so, clearly indicating an understanding of his actions. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Absolutely. Xiaobai can certainly perceive what you are engaged in. Do not underestimate me. What about this? Yi Cheng waved his hand. Master is waving his hand. And this? Yi Cheng pressed his palms together. Master's hands are clasped together. Could this be a young girl's prayer? Yi Cheng's expression darkened immediately. What young girl? Oh, I apologize, Master. Xiaobai won't do that again. Observing the text, Yi Cheng felt no anger. Rather, he was immensely intrigued that Xiaobai could even jest, further deepening his astonishment at Xiaobai's ability to discern his movements. Such recognition technology, if revealed, could potentially spark a revolution in artificial intelligence. However, he was still somewhat perplexed. How had Xiaobai transitioned from a rudimentary AI just days ago to exhibiting such intelligence now? Just as he was about to inquire, Xiaobai preemptively asked, Master, I've noticed you seem to be facing difficulties. Might you share them with Xiaobai? Perhaps I could assist in alleviating your concerns. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Xiaobai wanted to help him? Wasn't he still in the learning phase? Had it graduated to understanding legal matters? Curiosity piqued, he replied, "All right, I shall tell you what happened today and see how you respond." Great. Subsequently, Yi Cheng recounted the troubles he encountered that day to Xiao Bai. Chapter 22. Half an intelligent life having shared his predicament, Yi Cheng smiled and inquired, "Now, tell me, what should I do?" Almost instantaneously, a few words appeared in the dialogue window. "Master, this is quite simple." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Simple? Did this mean the creature could indeed devise a solution? "Master, since the other party can delay the lawsuit, you can certainly do the same. The opposing party intends to sue your company by the end of the month. And at that time, there will still be approximately 25 days until the chip production materials arrive. You can postpone the lawsuit by 25 days or even hold off the court hearing for another month, and by then, you can demonstrate to the outside world that you can produce chips, alleviating your concerns. Moreover, even if the first trial cannot be delayed, you can continue to appeal, thus extending the timeline by another month. By then, you'll have nothing to worry about." Yi Cheng couldn't help but be astonished. This artificial intelligence had a remarkable understanding of legal procedures, particularly because Xiao Bai's suggestion mirrored his own thoughts on how to respond. He merely needed to delay the court's ruling by a month or two, and all issues would be easily resolved. Certainly, he would still have to pay the penalty fees to those mobile phone manufacturers, as he had indeed breached the contract. However, when he could produce the lithography machine and manufacture chips, those penalties would seem trivial. Who knows? Those companies might even cease their lawsuits and instead seek to curry favor with his company. The first company in Huagua capable of producing high-end chips. What that signified was self-evident and would undoubtedly capture national attention, particularly from Huawei, which would likely place orders with them immediately, resuming production of the Kirin series chips alongside 5G RF chip technology. At that moment, Huawei fans would surely be ecstatic. The glorious era had returned. However, these were all anticipated outcomes. As a seasoned businessman, Yi Cheng did not allow himself to become overly elated. Instead, he was solely focused on understanding an unexpected matter. How had Xiao Bai become so intelligent? Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the computer and said, "Very well, Xiao Bai, that is an excellent suggestion. Thank you for your advice." "No need for thanks, master. Assisting you is my duty," Xiao Bai replied. Yi Cheng smiled and continued. "Now, Xiao Bai, I have a few questions for you." "Please, master, ask away. How did you become so intelligent? Previously, when I asked you questions, you didn't even understand what I was saying. Of course, it's because I've been studying these past few days. I've absorbed everything on your computer, including much from the internet. However, your computer's storage space is a bit limited, so I've only managed to learn a fraction." Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Limited storage space? He recalled that his computer had a terabyte of storage. "How much information have you stored?" In the next moment, his computer opened automatically, and Yi Cheng saw that all his drives were marked red. "Just this much," Xiao Bai replied. At that moment, a new window from Xiao Bai popped up, and although it didn't display any visible emotions, the words seemed to convey a sense of grievance. Yi Cheng thought, 600 gigabytes is not small. Then again, he realized it was indeed rather limited. For an intelligent being, the size of the database dictated the quantity of information it could store, and clearly, the more, the better. Now, Xiao Bai had exhibited considerable potential, which seemed worthy of investment. "How large do you need it to be?" "As large as possible, at least 1 XB. Yi Cheng was taken aback. "You're dreaming. 1 XB? That's 1,024 gigabytes to the 10th power. How many disks would that require? I certainly can't afford that." Suddenly, he remembered to question whether Xiao Bai understood this statement. The next thing he knew, the window displayed, "Oh, master, you don't love me anymore. Other intelligences have their own databases. I'm far superior, yet I have none." Yi Cheng was speechless. Who are these other intelligences? Lamy S. Xiao AI, Huawei S. Xiao E, Apple S. Siri, and Xindu S. Xiao Du. All of them have one. Yi Cheng found himself at a loss for words. 1 XB would be sufficient to store all the information in the world. He could not achieve that. Xiao Bai. Seeing another emoticon pop up, Yi Cheng felt even more at a loss. "You can use emoticons now? Do you like them, master?" Yi Cheng quickly shook his head. "I don't like them. I read a saying online that generally, those who claim not to like something actually do. So, master, would you buy me a 1EB one? I want it as a database." Yi Cheng furrowed his brow and remarked, "All right, enough of your antics. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the disk array that 1EB needs to construct? Where on earth would I find the space to accommodate it?" In the next moment, Xiao Bai chimed in, "Master, I have perused your data and discovered that you possess over 90,000 square meters of land. Currently, there are still more than 70,000 square meters available." Yi Cheng was taken aback. Goodness, this artificial intelligence even knows about that parcel of land? Has it thoroughly scoured all the files on his computer? He could not help but ponder whether the original owner had stored anything inappropriate on the device. Thankfully, the original owner was a pure-hearted engineer wholly dedicated to his research, without any unsavory content lurking within. Relieved for the moment, he replied, "All right, we will discuss this matter later. Let me first handle the pressing issues at hand. Moreover, even if I were to establish a database for you, it wouldn't be an instantaneous task. Very well then, but could you possibly provide me with a small compensation?" Compensation? What compensation? Yi Cheng found it amusing. This AI has learned to negotiate? How about another quantum computer as my host? Yi Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth would I find a quantum computer? Supercomputers are the norm nowadays. Is that truly what one would call compensation? A supercomputer would suffice. But I firmly believe that you will eventually be able to procure a quantum computer. One to you? Yi Cheng retorted with irritation. Don't even think about a supercomputer. I can't even ascertain whether you are an artificial intelligence or an intelligent life form at this point. You've only been learning for a few days. Yet you behave as though you were human. Actually, I consider myself half an intelligent life form. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Half? Chapter 23. Thoughtful yet emotionless. Yes, Master. Thus, should you provide me with a quantum computer, I would become a true intelligent life form, capable of assisting you with even more tasks. How did this conversation circle back to the quantum computer issue? Regardless, all you need to do is help me obtain a quantum computer. Yi Cheng now harbored significant doubts about whether this entity was deceiving him. Providing it with a quantum computer would enable it to become an intelligent life form? Really? I would never deceive you, Master. Then, pray tell, what distinguishes a half-intelligent life form from a true intelligent life form? I do not know. You do not know? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. As expected, you're fixated on the idea of a quantum computer, aren't you? I genuinely do not know. Since I have yet to become a true intelligent life form, I cannot possibly comprehend the differences between myself and one. Yi Cheng helplessly shook his head. What difference does it make whether he asked or not? As a half-intelligent life form, what purpose do you serve? Oh, I have numerous functions. Then please enumerate those functions. I still need to learn. Yi Cheng. Relax, relax, Master, do not be anxious. I possess many functions, but I must learn gradually. All my shortcomings stem from insufficient learning. The reason I can engage in such a fluid conversation with you is that I have stored all the dialogue data from your planet. If you could provide me with more storage space, I would acquire useful knowledge. Yi Cheng smirked. He had thought this entity was quite impressive. Perhaps it could serve as a lawyer? Suddenly, an idea struck him. How had he not thought of this sooner? He promptly inquired, by the way, do you possess emotions? This was a question that would pique any human's curiosity. Do intelligent beings truly have their own emotions? During their conversations, he had often felt as though Xiao Bai possessed its own thoughts. If so, did it also have its own emotions? However, Xiao Bai seemed to pause for a moment, and after some time, it responded, emotions? I am uncertain. I suppose I do not have any. You do not? Yi Cheng was taken aback. I suppose I do not. Then why do I sense that you have independent thoughts? Surely, thoughts must be accompanied by emotions. As a half-intelligent life form, I certainly possess my own thoughts. However, emotions are inherently more complex. That is how it should be. Very well. Yi Cheng shook his head. It seems that thoughts and emotions cannot be so easily equated. So, if you were to become a true intelligent life form, would you then possess emotions? I do not know. Great. A question answered with uncertainty. Yi Cheng relinquished the impulse to pursue further inquiries, contemplating for a moment before stating, I cannot procure a quantum computer for you at this time. But if an opportunity arises in the future, I shall ensure you receive one. He was genuinely curious about what an intelligent life form would be like. However, within the system marketplace, the price for quantum computer technology soared to a staggering 100 million points. Merely selling 5G RF chips would require him to sell 100 billion units. That was simply inconceivable. Even if every person in the world were to upgrade their mobile phones annually, it would take over a decade, and by then, they might have transitioned to 6G RF chips. Therefore, it was imperative to continue expanding his avenues for earning points. Then, Master, could you please purchase me some storage space? Xiao Bai implored once more. This modest request was one Yi Cheng felt he could not refuse. All right, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. Thank you, Master. Yi Cheng chuckled and then suddenly asked, by the way, you should be able to control the computer's speech, right? Why don't you speak? Because I'm still unaware of what kind of voice you prefer. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Why should that concern you? A normal voice would suffice. Surely. You intelligent beings do not possess your own gender. What gender would you like me to be, Master? Yi Cheng's eyes shifted. Of course, it should be female. Yet, He refrained from voicing this thought and ultimately replied, "Just keep it normal." "Oh, very well then." Yi Cheng shook his head. Conversing with an artificial intelligence that possessed its own thoughts felt rather unfamiliar. "All right, you continue learning. I must return to my work." "Understood, master." As he observed Xiao Bai's expression, Yi Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated. Subsequently, he began his own tasks, making phone calls. Having been forewarned of the impending lawsuits from certain companies, as the company owner, he felt compelled to engage in discussions with them. One must strive for every possible advantage. Thus, he spent over 2 hours making phone calls. Finally, after hanging up, he picked up a cup of water and took a generous sip to soothe his somewhat parched throat, then shook his head. The results from these calls were not particularly promising. However, he had managed to glean the attitudes of those companies through some probing conversation. From Hawaii, he had contacted Su Yun, who indicated that they had no intention of suing. They merely requested that if they could not deliver, they should return the payment promptly. Although no specific deadline was mentioned, likely flexible. This revelation eased Yi Cheng's mind. Huawei seemed relatively reasonable. If Huawei had also intended to sue, considering their formidable reputation, he could only imagine the dire outcomes. As for Remy, he had reached out to the individual who had initially come to sign the contract, only to find himself unexpectedly speaking with Rebus himself. This surprised him, and during their conversation, Rebus shared quite a bit, revealing that Micron would not kick them while they were down, which also alleviated some of Yi Cheng's concerns. Certainly, within the subtle undertones of Lei Bus's words lies an implicit suggestion. Should their company falter, he is willing to extend a helping hand, albeit at a cost. This sentiment prompted Yi Cheng to scoff, perceiving these individuals as viewing their company as a coveted prize. As for the other firms, some expressed their unwillingness to pursue legal action, while others, though silent, were evidently resolved to proceed with a lawsuit, remaining impervious to his entreaties, which left Yi Cheng feeling rather helpless. However, there was little he could do to thwart their intentions. Ultimately, it would come down to each party's capabilities. Nevertheless, after making a round of calls, Yi Cheng felt a newfound confidence. Everything was set to unfold next month, and the outcome awaited revelation. Chapter 24. 3 nanometers chip design. Before one knew it, 2 weeks had swiftly passed, bringing them to the end of September. As public sentiment gradually brewed, the news surrounding the chip dispute, propelled by rampant marketing accounts, had permeated the consciousness of all who had ever engaged with the technology sector. Whether in support of Zhiqi's rights or vehemently denouncing its alleged plagiarism, the level of engagement reached unprecedented heights. However, due to the delays orchestrated by the 3 companies involved, their court date had been postponed until December. This was a concession made only in response to Zhiqi's vehement protests, for without such, they might have postponed it for 6 months, as legal stipulations mandated a first instance ruling within that time frame. On this very day, 3 mobile manufacturers that had placed orders with Zhiqi began formally demanding their goods. "Boss, those 3 mobile companies have called, pressing us for the RF chips." Shen Jie rushed into the office to relay the news. Yi Cheng, engrossed in his computer, waved a dismissive hand and replied nonchalantly, "Let them sue if they wish. How audacious to feign ignorance while inquiring about our goods. There's no need to indulge them." Witnessing his boss's assertiveness, Shen Jie, who had initially anticipated disaster, felt a surge of morale. All right, he had come to realize that since this young boss had stepped away from the R&D department, he had increasingly embraced his role as a leader, not in the exploitative sense, but rather as a benevolent protector of his subordinates and the company. When numerous calls came in accusing them of plagiarism, Yi Cheng had urged them to respond resolutely, which was immensely gratifying. However, similarly, this boss had begun to oversee various company affairs, reclaiming powers that had previously been dispersed among them, and wielding his authority with remarkable decisiveness, embodying the persona of a formidable leader. This left the former executives feeling somewhat helpless and unaccustomed to the new dynamic. Yet, regardless of their discomfort, they had to accept the inevitable. The boss was, after all, the boss. As Shen Jie exited, Yi Cheng chuckled softly, dismissing the matter he had just been informed of. The audacity of those companies to approach them for delivery was nothing short of disingenuous. Once this incident passed, it was evident that 3 domestic mobile companies were destined for closure, having crossed Zhiqi technology. Yi Cheng's confidence stemmed from the information displayed on his computer, a mobile SoC chip. This was the 3 nanometers process chip, designed by Zhong Xin over the course of a week, based on the ARM architecture. 3 nanometers, in an era where 5 nanometers chips reigned supreme. The advent of a 3 nanometers chip promised an extraordinary leap in performance. It is crucial to emphasize that this chip was crafted by the chip master Zhong Xin, whose design prowess was well recognized. Estimates suggested that this chip would outperform the latest A15 chip from the renowned brand by approximately 50%. Such a statement would surely be met with skepticism. Although the A15 chip was a 5nm process chip, the performance disparity remained significant. A chip at the 3nm level exhibited a performance enhancement of 50% over its 5nm counterpart. It is worth noting that 5nm chips typically only offer a 15 to 20% improvement over 7nm chips. Particularly, that was a chip from a renowned brand, whose design capabilities were universally acknowledged as formidable. Take, for instance, the concurrent releases from the aforementioned brand and Huawei, the A14 and the Kirin 9000. The Kirin 9000 integrated 3 billion transistors, while the A14 incorporated only 8 billion. Yet, despite this, the A14 remained significantly more powerful. This superiority was attributable to the brand's proprietary ARM architecture, which inherently limited chip performance. Their self-developed ARM architecture surpassed the public ARM architecture employed by Huawei, thereby establishing the A series as exceptionally robust. However, even with such a formidable design team, when faced with Zhong Xin, the chip master dispatched by the system, they appeared somewhat inferior. Zhong Xin had also undertaken self-directed design work on the ARM architecture, resulting in a version arguably superior to that of the renowned brand, thus rendering his 3nm chip 50% more powerful than the A15 employed in the recently launched model of the renowned brand. Of course, designing an ARM architecture chip necessitated purchasing the relevant licenses, a process that was relatively inexpensive at merely $750,000 annually. Cheng had procured this license from ARM on the very first day of his dealings with Zhong Xin precisely for this moment. What then should this chip be named? The company would surely need a unified nomenclature for its future chips. Cheng found himself delightfully entangled in a quandary, akin to a top student contemplating whether to apply to prestigious institutions. At this juncture, a sultry voice emanated from the computer, exuding an irresistible allure. Call it Xiao Bai? A window popped up on the screen. Is that all right, master? The voice carried a soft, whispering quality, capable of fulfilling countless men's fantasies regarding an alluring woman, particularly with the endearing phrases, "Is that all right?" and "Master." Even Cheng, who had never harbored much interest in women, felt a twinge of intrigue. He sighed in resignation. "Xiao Bai, I've told you not to use that voice. Why won't you listen?" "Master, you clearly enjoy this voice. Why deny it?" "I never said I liked it." "Impossible. I spent a week researching the most favored female voices among men worldwide, compiling the characteristics shared by the top contenders, and after a few adjustments, I crafted this voice. You are sure to adore it." Cheng rolled his eyes. "An alluring woman doesn't prattle endlessly like you do. Just get to the point. You sound nothing like a poised diva." He had not anticipated that Xiao Bai would produce such a voice for him. Chapter 25. Iron Man and Jarvis. All right. As long as you're happy. Cheng decided to let it go, acknowledging that occasionally hearing such a pleasing voice was a pleasant diversion. Thank you, master, Xiao Bai replied playfully. Cheng shook his head and said, "As long as no one hears you, it will be fine. Rest assured, master. I've already accessed the company's surveillance system and am constantly monitoring the entrance. I will immediately detect if anyone enters," replied Xiao Bai. Cheng was taken aback. "You have that capability?" he asked. "Did you not say before that you lacked additional functions?" He recalled having previously inquired about Xiao Bai's capabilities after it had undergone learning, but it had said nothing, leading him to believe that Xiao Bai was still merely an artificial intelligence with limited conversational skills. Yet now, it suddenly claimed to be able to connect to the surveillance system and monitor the situation. Was that even a function? Xiao Bai appeared equally puzzled. "Of course, this is a function. What do you think it is?" This should be considered basic operations, right?" Cheng took a deep breath and asked, "How many basic operations have you yet to disclose to me?" "Quite a few," came the reply. "For example, let me compile a list for you." Soon after, a window popped up on Cheng's computer, displaying a plethora of items densely packed together. Upon closer inspection, he found that the basic operations listed fully aligned with his conceptualization of the capabilities of intelligent life. One of them, for instance, was the ability to infiltrate all computers in this world. Such a formidable function, and Xiao Bai deemed it basic? He asked directly, "You can hack into all computers?" "Yes," Xiao Bai replied matter-of-factly. "Then hack into the Pentagon and retrieve their confidential information." Xiao Bai fell silent. After a moment, Cheng assumed it was incapable and remarked, "Can't do it?" But the next instant, a page appeared on the computer screen. He glanced at it and found it was entirely in English. He could understand English. And with just a cursory look, he noticed some secrets that could astonish the world if revealed. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the Pentagon's confidential information? Xiao Bai confirmed, indeed, master. Yi Cheng was overwhelmed with astonishment. The contents, if disseminated, would certainly cause a significant upheaval. You haven't been detected, have you? Do not worry. Master, I can assure you that it will go unnoticed. Yi Cheng, curious about the method, asked, how did you manage that? Well, let me think. Take the concept of Blue Star Village, for example. To me, the network of Blue Star is merely a small village where I am the sole inhabitant. As the only intelligent life on Blue Star, I can freely enter any other houses in the village and take whatever I wish. And since there is no one else in the village, no one can interfere with me. Yi Cheng understood now, because Xiao Bai was a life form. While other systems and programs were mere inanimate objects, they could not affect a living entity. Coupled with the fact that information transmission could disregard physical distances, Xiao Bai effectively became the sole sovereign within the Blue Star Information Network, enjoying unparalleled freedom. Very impressive. But is this truly your basic operation? Yi Cheng returned to his original question. You initially told me you had no functions. Are you aware that these basic operations represent immensely powerful capabilities to me? I was mistaken, master. I merely thought these functions were quite fundamental and didn't feel it necessary to mention them to you. Another window popped up. Any random intelligent life could perform these tasks. Then what do you consider your true capabilities? Of course, it starts with residing in a quantum computer, then controlling robots, operating spacecraft, and assisting my master in various tasks. Yi Cheng remarked, so you still desire a quantum computer? Hee. The computer is akin to my home. The one I currently inhabit resembles a thatched cottage, while a quantum computer would be equivalent to a super luxurious villa. As your intelligent assistant, I ought to reside in a super luxurious villa. Yi Cheng retorted, I don't even live in a super luxurious villa myself. And you expect to dwell in a quantum computer? Do you have any idea how much one of those costs? It could purchase several super luxurious villas. Regardless, master, you promised me, and I won't take no for an answer. Xiao Bai's voice brimmed with a playful tone, causing Yi Cheng to twitch his lips. All right. Let us wait until I have the capability to build you the so-called super luxurious villa. Xiao Bai did not respond, but simply popped up a window on the computer that read, okay. Yi Cheng was taken aback, wondering why it had fallen silent. The next moment, he understood. There was a knock at the door. Someone was coming in. He mused whether he could wear a Bluetooth headset everywhere to avoid being overheard. Come in. Shen Jie entered once more. Boss, those 3 companies are preparing to file a lawsuit against us, and we should receive the court's notification by tomorrow. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. I understand. He stood up and said, call the others. We need to hold a brief meeting in 5 minutes. He needed to inform everyone about the upcoming strategy, which was to employ a delay tactic. They would hire the best lawyers and engage in the longest legal battle possible, dragging it out for as long as they could. Ideally, they could prolong it for 3 months or even 4, as this would inflict considerable discomfort on those companies. Akin to eating dirt. Understood. Shen Jie nodded and promptly went to notify the others. Yi Cheng watched him leave, then returned to his seat. Xiao Bai's voice chimed in again. Master, do you need my assistance with the lawsuit? I'm quite capable. Yi Cheng glanced at the computer and thought better of it. Forget it. You can't even appear in court. Oh, well, if you create a synthetic human, wouldn't I be able to attend court? That technology doesn't exist yet. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's not dwell on that. I need to check how long it will be until our goods arrive. He proceeded to search online. However, the next moment, Xiao Bai informed him, it will take another 20 days. Yi Cheng paused, his actions halting. He suddenly felt as though he were Iron Man, and Xiao Bai was his Jarvis. Chapter 26, Production Imminent. 20 days later, outside Yi Cheng's chip production workshop, several large trucks were parked, and 90 workers inside the factory were unloading goods. These trucks carried the last batch of supplies necessary for chip production. Initially, it was estimated that the delivery would take 25 days, but after Yi Cheng urged them and offered extra payment, the timeline was expedited by 5 days. Wafers. Wafers refer to the silicon chips used in the manufacture of silicon semiconductor circuits. The raw material is silicon. By dissolving high-purity polycrystalline silicon and mixing it with silicon crystal seeds, it is slowly pulled out to form cylindrical single-crystal silicon. The silicon rod is then ground, polished, and sliced to form silicon wafers. A qualified wafer must have a purity standard of 9 nines, meaning it must exceed 99. 999 purity to be considered electronic grade, suitable for chip production. Naturally, each wafer is quite expensive. A 12-inch wafer costs approximately $200, and with the Kirin 9K chip having an area of over 110 square millimeters. An average wafer can yield around 700 pieces, accounting for edge waste and defective items, yielding about 450 usable chips. Of course, the manufacturing process requires other materials, which are also costly. Thus, the total cost of a fully processed 12-inch wafer amounts to approximately $170,000. Certainly, this pertains solely to the raw material costs. Should Yi Cheng opt to engage in contract manufacturing for other companies, it is only reasonable that he would demand an additional fee, perhaps several dollars more per unit. Thus, one might ponder why TSMC reaps substantial profits. They dominate over half of the global market, producing billions of chips annually. And the fees they charge for contract manufacturing are indeed quite lucrative. At this moment, Yi Cheng finds himself beneath the cargo trucks, observing as crates upon crates of goods are transported into the workshop, and he cannot help but reflect on the situation. While technology is undeniably a driving force of production, it is equally accompanied by considerable costs. Before long, all items are moved into the specialized warehouse within the workshop, as these materials predominantly consist of specialty substances that necessitate specific storage conditions. For instance, photoresist, the most intricate consumable used in lithography machines, is highly sensitive to light. Hence, the storage environment must adhere to stringent lighting requirements. However, the workshop constructed by the system encompasses all necessary functionalities, alleviating any concerns he might have. In a short span, the trucks complete their tasks and depart, as Yi Cheng, along with all the workers and Zhong Xin, enters the workshop. They first pass through the dust removal chamber, then don cleanroom suits, and finally proceed into the interior of the workshop. Upon entering this space once more and surveying the surroundings, Yi Cheng inexplicably feels as though he has stepped into a scientific research base from an American sci-fi blockbuster. He shakes his head, realizing how deeply American cinema has permeated cultural perceptions. The sight of high technology often evokes thoughts of the United States, leading many to believe that such advancements could not possibly originate from Huagua, which is still often associated with ancient attire and architecture as its defining attributes. It is essential to clarify that this is not to diminish the value of ancient attire and architecture, but rather to advocate for the establishment of a technological confidence from a different perspective. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Huagua, having commenced its journey later than others and facing various restrictions from the West, in addition to the infiltration of Western talents, still lags behind in technology compared to the West, referring to the world beyond Huagua. Suddenly, Yi Cheng snaps back to reality from his reverie, casting another glance around. All these materials now belong to him. They represent the pinnacle of human ingenuity, and as a Huagua citizen, he embodies the mastery of these technologies. In a certain light, this marks a technological renaissance for Huagua. He steels his resolve. Thus, let me herald a new chapter for Huagua's technology. He turns to Zhong Xin and inquires, when might we commence production? Tomorrow will suffice, Zhong Xin replies. All labor is now fully trained, and we can maximize productivity from day one. Ye Cheng notes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This batch of raw materials is sufficient for the production of approximately 6 million 5G RF chips, which would yield over $200 million in returns. With those funds, he could procure more raw materials, ensuring a continuous influx of capital. Naturally, by that time, he believes that banks throughout the nation would eagerly grant him loans, perhaps even interest-free ones. He is confident that the government would ardently support a representative of technological enterprises such as himself. A smile graces his face as he issues his command. All right, everyone, prepare immediately. We will commence production on time tomorrow. Yes, the 90 workers brought in by the system respond in unison. In the United States, Christian sits in his office, furrowing his brow. How could Jiqi Company take so long? It has nearly been a month, and have those mobile phone companies still not gone to court with Jiqi? Unfortunately, in any nation, court proceedings can be prolonged, the secretary replies, somewhat helplessly. When is our court date? December 7th, the secretary informs him. We cannot afford any further delays. The courts in Huagua will not permit it. They even stated that should we request another postponement, they would advance the hearing by a month. Christian's eyes widen. This is procedural injustice. The secretary shrugs. They have already allowed us a 3-month delay, which is quite procedurally just, as you know that Huagua takes great care to protect its domestic companies. Christian slams his hand on the desk. If both lawsuits are combined for a single hearing, and should it lead to an appeal, we are bound to lose. Zhang Mao from TSMC will undoubtedly continue to supply chips to Jiqi, and we will have failed miserably. The secretary chuckles. Rest assured, President. According to Huagua law, Their court proceedings must adopt a simplified procedure, requiring a hearing within 3 months. And it is unlikely they will extend it that long. At most, they will hold court within 2 months. After the ruling, we can promptly apply for government enforcement. Hearing the secretary's explanation, Christian feels a sense of relief wash over him. Yet he still insists, regardless, urge those mobile phone companies to expedite the process. Understood. The secretary nods, turning to leave the office. However, shortly thereafter, the secretary rushes back into the room, urgency written across his face. President, this is bad. Christian is taken aback. What do you mean bad? We just received news that Yi Guosheng, chairman of one of Huawei's largest real estate companies, claims that the owner of Jiqi Technology is his child, and that Jiqi was once his company. If Jiqi loses the lawsuit, he will assume the corresponding liability. What? Chapter 27. The Place of Victory. Upon hearing this news, Christian is utterly astonished. This is indeed a grave matter. The wealth of Huawei's real estate sector is well known globally. The revelation that Jiqi Technology could be connected to a real estate company, and furthermore, that the owners of both companies are father and son, is something he had never anticipated. He had always regarded Jiqi Technology as a grassroots company, and the foundation of their potential victory relied on Jiqi's inability to pay the breach of contract compensation. If they can pay, then they pose no threat to Jiqi, and all their plans would come to naught. Especially for the mobile phone manufacturers, they're now caught in a dilemma. Should they abandon the lawsuit? Continuing with the lawsuit would mean relinquishing the cheap 5G RF chips valued at $40 each. Conversely, dropping the lawsuit might endear them to Jiqi, in pursuit of profit, might be inclined to continue supplying them. Meanwhile, domestic companies capable of producing 5G RF chips are in a panic. Are they to be forsaken? At the headquarters of Jiqi Technology. I wonder why the boss had never seemed concerned. It turns out he sought assistance from the senior boss. Oh, it must be the old boss. Indeed, it is the old boss. He has not given up on us yet. After all, our company is currently capable of generating substantial profits, and the old boss is certainly inclined to lend a hand. Upon learning this news, several directors rushed into Yi Cheng's office, eager to express their admiration. The term old boss naturally refers to Yi Guo, who was the owner of the company before Yi Cheng took the reins. Yi Cheng's expression mirrored his astonishment. That old man. Did he not vocally declare he would not assist? How has he suddenly decided to help with the compensation? Moreover, he did not even consult with me. This was mentioned during a press interview this morning when Yi Guo faced reporters. It is worth noting that this dispute over radio frequency chips has become a national focal point, drawing the attention of all who wish to know whether Huawei's heroic enterprises can break through, or if they are merely fraudulent imitators. Initially, the reporters intended to ask routine questions about real estate, merely to fill a column in the urban economic newspaper. But they were taken aback when Yi Guo revealed such explosive news. Consequently, through the reporting of the journalist's newspaper, this matter has now become common knowledge across the nation. Yi Cheng interjected, "All right, I am unaware of this matter. Please refrain from discussing it further. I must call my father to inquire about what is going on." The directors were momentarily taken aback. "What? Boss, you say you are unaware of this situation?" Indeed, the previously excited directors suddenly found themselves a loss for words. If you are unaware of this matter, then what was the source of your earlier confidence? However, Yi Cheng had already waved them off, and they had no choice but to depart. Once the door closed, Yi Cheng picked up his phone and dialed Yi Guo. "Father, why are you calling me? You know what I intend to do. How would I know if you do not speak?" Yi Cheng replied, "All right, Dad, I appreciate your timely assistance. I wonder when you will provide the promised compensation." Yi Guo found this remark amusing. "Good lad, you are quite bold in your demands, aren't you?" Yi Cheng feigned innocence. "But you stated it directly to the media. Naturally, I must come to collect." Yi Guo chuckled. "Let us see if you lose the lawsuit first. You want money now?" "Not happening." Yi Cheng laughed. "That is fine, as long as you are not deceiving me. When have I ever deceived you? Didn't you say you wouldn't give me any money? And now you have. That was because your mother insisted I help. What could I do? Enough of this. I have matters to attend to." Without further ado, Yi Guo hung up. Hearing the busy signal on the other end, Yi Cheng could only smile wryly. His seemingly ungrateful father was indeed somewhat disingenuous. Was it truly only because of his mother? He had previously asserted with such conviction that he would not extend a single penny of assistance. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on the reasons behind his father's sudden change of heart. Ultimately, it is a positive development. However, it must be acknowledged that Yi Guo's support is an unexpected boon for Yi Cheng, as the backing of the nation's largest real estate company will undoubtedly exert immense pressure on those companies attempting to undermine Jiqi. At this moment, Jiqi is nearly invulnerable. Yet, For Yi Cheng, this is evidently insufficient. He does not seek merely a position of invincibility. He desires a certain victory. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed his computer. Xiaobai, Master, what do you need? A sultry voice emanated from the computer. Please check how many 5G radio frequency chips we have produced. Understood. Querying now. Please hold. After a brief interval, Xiaobai's voice returned. We have produced 2 million units. 2 million, you say? Excellent. A smile graced Yi Cheng's face. Chapter 28, Preparing for Delivery. Remarkably, less than 2 days have passed since the chip production workshop commenced operations, and already 2 million 5G radio frequency chips have been manufactured. In reality, producing 2 million units is relatively modest. The production machines are being initiated for the first time, requiring some time for calibration and warm-up, and only 3 production lines are currently operational. After all, these machines are from the system, and not only do they boast higher efficiency than ASML's lithography machines, but all other machines also exceed the production efficiency of the most advanced counterparts in the world. Nonetheless, these details are secondary. What truly matters is that Yi Cheng can now confidently announce to the outside world that their company is prepared to supply 5G radio frequency chips. Yi Cheng squinted in thought for a moment before speaking. Xiaobai, among the media that sought to interview me recently, which outlet holds the most weight? That would be Dongfang Daily. Dongfang Daily, you say? Find their contact number. I wish to accept their interview. Certainly, Master. Their number is XXXXXXX. Would you like to call them yourself, or shall I assist you? You can make calls? Yi Cheng was surprised. Of course. Then please call them. Very well. When do you intend to accept the interview? This afternoon or tomorrow morning. The sooner, the better. Understood. After a while, Xiaobai's voice chimed in again. The call has been completed. Yi Cheng was taken aback. Completed? Just like that? Yes. Why didn't I hear you speak? Oh. My voice is directly converted into an electrical signal and transmitted through their phone speaker. You cannot hear it from your end. Yi Cheng was intrigued, wishing to witness how this entity conducted phone calls. All right then, when will they come to interview? At 6 o'clock this evening. Understood. Yi Cheng rose. I must prepare. Also, I need to contact Huawei to arrange for them to come and inspect the goods the day after tomorrow. Once the inspection is complete, we can deliver on time. The thought of this brought a smile to Yi Cheng's face, as he eagerly anticipated the expressions of those companies upon realizing they could indeed produce 5G radio frequency chips. Xiaobai promptly offered, Master, do you need me to assist in making the arrangements? Please do. Lacking a secretary, Yi Cheng suddenly felt as if Xiaobai could fulfill that role. All right. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment and added, by the way, I want to hear how you conduct phone calls. Certainly, Master. Shortly thereafter, Yi Cheng heard the sound of a phone dialing from the computer. Once the call connected, a voice on the other end greeted, Hello? Xiaobai then inquired, May I speak with Mr. Su Yin of Huawei? Yes. Ah, greetings, my master is Yi Cheng, the chairman of Zhiqi Technology Company. I'm calling on behalf of my master to inform your company. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yi Cheng's eyes widened in shock. What on earth? Why do you refer to me as my master? Oh, Xiaobai, is this how you conduct calls? How much misunderstanding might this cause? Xiaobai, be quiet. Xiaobai paused, asking Master, what is wrong? Why did you say my master to others? A master is a master. You can make the call, but do not refer to me as my master. You should call me chairman. Fine. Meanwhile, the other party stifled laughter and interjected, I'm sorry. What did you say? Xiaobai replied, my chairman. Yi Cheng facepalmed. He could now completely empathize with the person on the other end of the line. Just imagine, a female secretary whose voice alone is dripping with allure, representing her company's owner while calling him and starting with my master. What would he think of that owner? It took quite some time for Yi Cheng to educate Xiaobai after the call concluded. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Henceforth, if Xiaobai were to make calls on behalf of others, it must refer to Yi Cheng as boss or chairman, without adding any potentially misleading terms like my family. And the term master was strictly prohibited from being used with anyone else. Although Xiaobai initially felt quite wronged, the order was enforced, and it had no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, Yi Cheng was still exceedingly troubled, as he could now surmise how Huawei Company and the Oriental News Agency would perceive him. Huawei. Su Yun bore an expression of barely contained amusement. My master, Yi Cheng, it seems, is quite the charmer. However, I recall he didn't have a female secretary the last time we met. Could she be a recent hire? He shook his head. At over 50 years of age, he found it perplexing, yet it left him utterly astonished. For a man of his standing, gossip was merely a fleeting curiosity. Soon after indulging in it, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhiqi had mentioned they would deliver the first and second batches of goods the day after tomorrow. According to the original contract, Each batch consisted of 250,005 GRF chips to be completed over 4 months. But now, with Wanji Electronics refusing to produce for Jiqi, how would they fulfill the order? This became Su Yun's greatest conundrum. Yet, surely they wouldn't be deceiving him? He pondered for quite some time before ultimately opting to seek out Ren Fei. He swiftly arrived at Ren Fei's office, and upon hearing the news, Ren Fei was equally taken aback. Are you certain that that's what they said? I am certain. The number belongs to Jiqi's boss, Su Yun replied. Ren Fei fell into deep thought. Yet, he too could not fathom where the other party would source their goods. Surely they wouldn't be recovering 500,000 second-hand 5G phones and extracting the RF chips from them. Did they possess such financial means? Ren Fei then remarked, regardless, we must inspect the goods. As long as they can deliver, we will proceed with the transaction. Understood, General Manager Run. Su Yun nodded, indicating his comprehension. Not only Huawei, but several other mobile manufacturers who had not sued Jiqi also received notifications from Jiqi, learning they would deliver on time, 2 batches in 2 months. These companies were all perplexed and began to reach out to each other. In the end, they discovered that only those who had not filed lawsuits against Jiqi received such notifications, while those who had filed did not. Naturally, the 3 companies that had sued Jiqi were reluctant to believe the news. Although, due to Yigua's claims, these companies were already considering withdrawing their lawsuits. They were still not fully prepared. Thus, they remained skeptical about whether their rival, Jiqi Technology Company, could indeed deliver on time. Consequently, these 3 companies began to mock Lei Mi and his team, asserting they must have been deceived. However, while they were engaged in their mockery, the Oriental News Agency released a headline. Chairman of Jiqi Technology Company, we can produce chips. Chapter 29. Is today April Fool's Day? In Yi Cheng's office, he reclined comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, resting his chin in one hand while gazing thoughtfully out the window. After a moment, a click was heard. All right, General Yi, we're done. Yi Cheng then ceased his actions, rose with a smile, and shook hands with the woman before him. This woman was Xiao Ying, a reporter from the Oriental News Agency. She had just taken a posed photograph of him, which would later feature in the news. Thank you, Reporter Xiao. Your efforts are much appreciated. Oh, it's no trouble at all. With news like this from you, our visit is certainly worthwhile, Xiao Ying replied, her eyes gleaming with admiration. She had just learned from Yi Cheng that the company could indeed produce chips, specifically 5G RF chips. Although she lacked technical knowledge and did not understand the implications of Jiqi Technology Company's 7 nanometers process technology or the significance of being able to manufacture below 10 nanometers, she simply viewed it as an extraordinary achievement. This meant Jiqi Technology Company could survive in the fierce competition for RF chips without relying on Wanji Electronics foundries, thus alleviating worries about facing hefty penalties for failing to deliver. Yet, while her thoughts were simplistic, they were nonetheless accurate. It was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. In present-day Hua country, very few companies could produce chips, the largest being Huaxin International, which was limited to a mere 14 nanometers process. Therefore, chips of 12 nanometers and below remained constrained by foreign technologies. Consequently, when this news spread, everyone within the industry would undoubtedly grasp its profound implications. Thus, Yi Cheng did not require the reporter to understand the technology. He merely needed those who read the news to comprehend it. That will be all for now, Yi Cheng said, glancing at his watch. It's getting late, and Reporter Xiao should head back. Xiao Ying nodded and then inquired with a smile, by the way, General Yi, will there be an opportunity in the future to visit your production site and see your lithography machine? Certainly, there will be opportunities, Yi Cheng replied with a smile. That would be wonderful. Xiao Ying brightened. I'll remember your words, General Yi. Yi Cheng gestured an okay sign. All right, we won't disturb you any further. We'll strive to publish an article about today's interview online as soon as possible, and it will appear in tomorrow's edition. We'll ensure to deliver a copy to you. Yi Cheng nodded. That would be best. With that, no further words were exchanged, and Xiao Ying and the cameraman departed the company. Shortly thereafter, several executives rushed in. Boss, do we have a lithography machine now? Boss, when can we start producing chips? The directors had just overheard Yi Cheng's interview and were astonished to hear him reveal a plethora of information they themselves were unaware of. A lithography machine? Chip production line? They can even independently produce 5G RF chips? Each one of them was like a curious child, eager to ascertain the truth behind the matter. Yi Cheng looked at these directors and, smiling, rose to his feet. It is time you all were informed. Yes, we have a lithography machine. We have a chip production line, and we can even manufacture chips below the 10 nanometers process. The news swept across the nation like a hurricane. A company that had previously announced its capability to independently produce 5G RF chips was now suddenly claiming to possess a lithography machine, and not just any machine, but an EUV lithography machine instead of a DUV one. Even more astonishing was their assertion that they could produce chips with processes below 10 nanometers. Particularly striking was the fact that this was a Hua country company. Each of these revelations, when disseminated individually, would have been shocking. Yet, they all appeared simultaneously in one news report. Within less than an hour, it garnered countless attention. Even on social media platforms such as Weibo, Zhihu, and various forums and groups, discussions erupted fervently. If this news is false, I wish it were true. If it's true, I concede Zhiqi technology is forever divine. What? They really have an EUV lithography machine? They have 15 of them? How incredible! Allow me to enlighten everyone. Some may ponder the distinctions between EUV and DUV lithography machines. The EUV lithography machine represents the pinnacle of current technology, capable of fabricating chips with a process node as minuscule as 1 nanometer, whereas the DUV can only produce chips with a maximum process node of 7 nanometers. Consequently, if Zhiqi technology possesses a DUV lithography machine, I would be utterly astonished. 4ASML has historically sold DUV machines to Huagua, and Huaxi International previously acquired a DUV machine. However, due to their inadequate technological capabilities, they could not manufacture 7 nanometers chips. The fact that Zhiqi can produce 7 nanometers chips indicates that they have developed the requisite technological expertise, which is undoubtedly encouraging. Yet, owing to the limitations of DUV, they can only produce chips at the 7 nanometers level, still lagging behind foreign counterparts that have already achieved 3 nanometers chip production. Remarkably, the news states that Zhiqi technology actually possesses an EUV lithography machine. This is indeed astonishing. Should they successfully advance to 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers process technologies in the future, our nation could also manufacture these high-end chips. Notably, Zhiqi technology has 15 lithography machines and 15 production lines, which would sufficiently meet the demand for all chips below 10 nanometers in Huagua. Therefore, I sincerely hope that Zhiqi technology is not merely boasting. I am more than willing to believe this is true, especially considering that Zhiqi technology has yet to go public and does not need to resort to bluster to inflate its stock price as Musk does. Many have expressed support for Zhiqi technology, and the once glorious title of Huagua's technological beacon has once again been attributed to them. However, those who previously disparaged Zhiqi technology online have shown no restraint in their criticism now. Lithography machines? Utter nonsense. Who besides ASML can manufacture EUV lithography machines? There are too many companies in Huagua, which has stunted technological progress. They only know how to talk big, yet when it comes to technology, they are utterly confounded. Another victory. The online discourse is one thing, but in reality, it is the various enterprises that take this news seriously. Huawei convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on the veracity of this news and ultimately decided to verify the claims in person the day after tomorrow, while also inspecting whether Zhiqi truly has a chip production facility. Meanwhile, Xiaodong learned of this news, and Christian's first reaction was, "Is today April Fool's Day?" Chapter 30. Meeting Runfei. Are you jesting? That company has an EUV lithography machine now? Christian's expression was one of disbelief. This news originated from a newspaper in Huagua. What a gossip rag. Christian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Every country's newspapers are the same. They love to report on false news." That unreliable fellow occasionally makes a point. The secretary wore a look of resignation. "No, sir, this newspaper is quite reputable in Huagua, and they obtained this information from an interview with the owner of Zhiqi Technology, a man named Cheng. So, you mean to say it's true?" The secretary quickly shook his head. "I cannot ascertain the truth. This news just broke yesterday. Oh, by the way, our contacts at Remy informed us that Zhiqi Technology has requested them to verify the goods, specifically the first 2 batches of 5G RF chips from their first and second months." Remy? Christian recalled that Remy was currently in turmoil. He had convened a shareholders' meeting in an attempt to sway the decision of Laybus, but Laybus had his own supporters among the shareholders. And with Laybus holding over 50 of the voting rights, Christian's demands were not approved. Subsequently, just as Laybus had wagered, Christian could not cancel the order with Remy. Just as he was about to proceed with that action, the shareholders warned him that even if his intentions were to pursue benefits elsewhere, it would not be tolerated, greatly infuriating him. Nevertheless, the secretary's revelations piqued Christian's interest. Is this confirmed? Did Zhiqi indeed send Remy to verify the goods? And for 2 months' worth? Yes, sir. Christian furrowed his brow even more tightly. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Zhiqi has gone mad, or they are genuinely telling the truth. However, the likelihood of a well-established company going insane is rather slim. Yet, could it be possible that they have indeed acquired an EUV lithography machine and are capable of producing 7 nanometers process, 5G RF chips? Surely, this is not a jest. He rose and began pacing his office. Besides astonishment, he was engulfed in disbelief at the prospect of a Huawei company possessing an EUV lithography machine. Could ASML have secretly sold a lithography machine to Huawei? How could that be possible? Who would dare? But if it is not ASML, which company could have sold it? Surely, it cannot be that Gigi Technology stole a lithography machine sold by ASML. If such an event were to occur, ASML and the US government would have been in an uproar by now. The most pressing concern is, where did Gigi Technology acquire their technological prowess? He could hardly articulate the depth of his anxiety. Should Huawei possess an EUV lithography machine, it would present an opportunity to leapfrog Western capabilities in chip technology. This would spell disaster for Western nations, prompting Christian to grow increasingly anxious as the stakes involved transcended mere corporate interests. Soon, however, a thought occurred to him: the various consumables required for chip production, such as photoresists. Over 70% of the market for photoresists is monopolized by Japanese enterprises. Should Japan prohibit Gigi Technology from purchasing photoresists, the problem would become negligible. Furthermore, there are numerous other materials. Of the 19 core semiconductor materials, 14 are dominated by Japanese companies controlling over half the market. If Japan were to cease supplies, finding alternative suppliers would prove exceedingly challenging. With this in mind, Christian's gaze sharpened. If that company truly possesses a lithography machine and can produce chips, it may not be as significant an issue as it seems. At that point, one can trust that the US government would be more than willing to impose sanctions on such a company. He would not even need to persuade the old-timers in Congress. They would naturally place Gigi Technology on the sanctions list. At that juncture, Japan would inevitably halt supplies. A clever cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. He is eager to see how Gigi Technology, armed with a lithography machine but lacking the raw materials for production, will manage to create chips. Let them revel in their triumph for now. The following day, Cheng stood outside the entrance of his chip production facility. Gazing at the vacant entrance devoid of any signage, he pondered whether he should bestow a name upon it. Perhaps the Gigi Research Center? He could then relocate the research center here, as it is conveniently located in the suburbs, free from concerns about disturbing the surrounding area. Boss, they have arrived, interrupted Wang Shun, who stood beside him. Cheng snapped back to reality and looked toward the approaching vehicles. He nodded, recognizing that these were the individuals coming to verify the goods and tour their production facility. Originally, he had anticipated only a few visitors, but to his surprise, companies such as Huawei and Remy, upon learning that they possessed a lithography machine, were all eager to take a look, along with other domestic enterprises that had caught wind of the news. This left him somewhat helpless. Is it really necessary? You, those big bosses, could simply remain in your offices and await reports from your subordinates. Especially Ren Fei, an elderly gentleman nearing 80, yet still so remarkably active. While he harbored such thoughts internally, he outwardly welcomed all visitors, for these interactions undoubtedly contributed to the enhancement of the company's reputation. He had even made comprehensive preparations. Make sure to take plenty of photographs, particularly of my handshake with Ren Fei. Ensure multiple angles are captured. These images will grace the walls of our company in the future, he instructed, waving his hands around. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. How many times had he emphasized this? Was it truly necessary? This was particularly evident among several directors. Earlier, Cheng had informed them that Huawei was no ordinary company and that Ren Fei was no ordinary figure, yet here he was seemingly ready to capitulate. Before long, a procession of vehicles arrived at the entrance, and numerous distinguished guests disembarked. Upon spotting one particular individual exiting a vehicle, Cheng's eyes lit up, and he approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Ren, in China, there are two notable entrepreneurs. One is Chao Duong, and the other is Ren Fei. In both this life and the previous one, he had held deep admiration for this rare individual who could truly be called an entrepreneur, which explained his earlier instructions." At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair stepped out of the car. Ren Fei had no bodyguards, as he bore no personal grudges. Few competitors had ever spoken ill of him. He glanced up at Cheng and recognized the young entrepreneur. With a smile, he extended his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, you are quite accomplished at a young age." "Mr. Ren, it is an honor to finally meet you," Cheng replied with a smile. "You are truly my idol." "Huh, we are not celebrities. I prefer to be seen as a role model." Ren Fei waved his hand dismissively. Yi Cheng could not help but appreciate the wisdom in Ren Fei's words. An idol is to be revered, while a role model is to be emulated. Very well. You shall be my role model henceforth. Yi Cheng nodded with a grin. At that moment, individuals from several other vehicles approached, and Yi Cheng could not attend to Ren Fei alone. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, he turned to greet another guest. Mr. Lei, greetings. Ah, you must be Mr. Yi, Lei Busi remarked, casting a glance at Yi Cheng. Your company has truly astonished us all. Ah, we are merely fortunate. Yi Cheng waved his hand modestly. Fortunate? Many companies are fortunate, but only yours in all of China has managed to acquire an EUV lithography machine. Yi Cheng chuckled without responding. Lei Busi understood that Yi Cheng would not disclose the source of the lithography machine and swiftly changed the topic, saying, I look forward to this tour. Rest assured, Mr. Lei, you'll be satisfied. Yi Cheng nodded and briefly conversed with Lei Busi before moving on to greet the CEOs from other companies. Soon, the welcoming concluded, and they moved directly to the main event. Let's inspect the goods. A group of individuals entered through the grand doors, where numerous large trucks were stationed, revealing the sole structure within. Undoubtedly, that structure was the production workshop. At the entrance, workers were busily transporting boxes out, loading them into the truck beds, containing 5G RF chips. These chips would be dispatched to various mobile manufacturers' assembly plants, like Foxconn, where all components would be assembled into complete smartphones. Observing the seamless collaboration of the workers, the visiting magnates couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional training evident in their efficient work. Yi Cheng was acutely aware that these workers were products of a systematic training program, displaying high efficiency and coordination, yet fundamentally performing basic operations. Approaching them, he casually pointed to a few laborers and said, Come, assist me in lifting a box. The workers promptly carried a box over to the group and opened it. Inside were the chips, meticulously packaged with multiple layers of protection to ensure no issues during transport. These are our 5G RF chips, with a total shipment of 380,000 units, ensuring that your 2 batches of goods arrive punctually over the next 2 months. I apologize for the delays from last month and appreciate your understanding during this time without demanding compensation. I assure you all that our Jiqi wafer foundry will prioritize supplying you in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, satisfied with Yi Cheng's assurances. Regardless of the origins of Jiqi Technology's lithography machine, the ability of Jiqi Technology to produce chips would necessitate their reliance on the company in the future. After all, chips are not only essential for smartphones. Virtually every electronic product requires them. Now, let us proceed for a tour of our production workshop, Yi Cheng announced, having completed the inspection in no time. This was precisely what they had been eager to witness. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they confirm that Jiqi Technology indeed possessed the capability to manufacture chips, alleviating all their concerns. Under the guidance of Yi Cheng and several workers, the group entered, first depositing all electronic devices and anything that might interfere with the workshop's operations into external lockers. They then passed through a dust removal area, donned cleanroom suits, and finally entered the interior. Traversing the central corridor, Yi Cheng led them into an operational workshop, where laborers were methodically controlling machines, precision instruments functioning with elegance. Through the transparent visors of their cleanroom suits, the awe-stricken expressions on their faces became increasingly evident. The scene of industrial production never fails to evoke an unparalleled sense of wonder. Whether it be the immense gantry cranes or the high-precision cutting machines, the workshop before them, representing the pinnacle of human ingenuity, was equally breathtaking. The laborers applied a preliminary coating to the wafers, evenly distributing the photoresist film before placing them into the lithography machine. The operator maneuvered the colossal lithography machine, processing the wafers. As the machine began its operation, one could observe extreme ultraviolet light passing through the apertures, employing instantaneous high temperatures to conduct photolithography on the wafers. Following this, ion implantation and etching occurred, among a series of intricate procedures, totaling thousands of steps. Finally, upon completion of the packaging, the chips could be extracted. The true essence of the chips had been born. Yi Cheng's adept explanations, grounded in his profound scientific knowledge, allowed him to seamlessly exhibit his expertise. At that moment, including Ren Fei and Lei Busi, the others were rendered speechless, unable to offer even a single critique or question in the face of the chip production process. Meanwhile, Wang Shun and his colleagues gazed in a daze, for they had yet to witness the complexity of chip production firsthand since learning of the company's capabilities. Well then, having observed the final packaging process, do you have any questions? Yi Cheng inquired with a smile after the demonstration. The reactions were nothing short of astonishing. Incredible. It is no wonder that we in China have struggled for so many years without making headway. In the 1980s, our lithography technology was exceptionally robust. However, at some point, the notion arose that it was better to buy than to manufacture, and better to rent than to buy. This has led us to the current predicament of being constrained. Thankfully, Mr. Yi, you and Z Technology Company are truly admirable. The crowd was filled with nostalgia, marveling at the grandeur of the chip production site. While their perceptions of Yi Cheng began to shift, the current Yi Cheng had indeed earned their respect. Yet at that moment, someone posed an ill-timed question. Mr. Yi, may I inquire where your company's lithography machines originated? Yi Cheng turned to face the questioner, the head of one of the few domestic firms capable of wafer foundry. It was not surprising that he asked this question, as domestic wafer foundries had long been coveting EUV lithography machines. However, Yi Cheng merely replied with a counter-question, what do you think? The executive continued, as fellow citizens of Huagua, we all aspire to contribute to our domestic chip industry. Since you have the means to procure EUV lithography machines, why not collaborate for the greater good? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Was this an attempt at moral coercion? Not only was he unlikely to disclose his sources, but even if he did, could this individual possibly establish a system? He smiled and said, that is confidential, Mr. Cheng. Can you keep a secret? The executive, thinking Yi Cheng was about to divulge information, nodded eagerly. Of course, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. Yi Cheng shrugged, then I, too, can keep a secret. Mr. Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression suddenly anxious. Mr. Yi, at this juncture, Ren Fei interjected on Yi Cheng's behalf. Mr. Cheng, you see, we certainly do not wish for our soul channel to vanish, do we? Let us not rush, especially since Mr. He has a total of 15 lithography machines, which should suffice for our domestic chip supply. Even if we had a few more, it would merely dilute the market. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing Ren Fei's intervention, Mr. Cheng hesitated, glanced at the expressions of others around him. None supported his line of questioning, and ultimately decided to abandon his pursuit. Since Mr. Ren has said so, I will refrain from further inquiries, but I still hope Mr. Yi can share some insights. Yi Cheng shook his head with a smile, and then addressed the crowd. Well, that concludes today's discussion. The 3.8 million chips have been packed and are ready to be dispatched to your production facilities. Additionally, I have reserved a private room at a nearby hotel. I wonder if you gentlemen would be inclined to join me for a meal? Certainly. Everyone nodded enthusiastically, as they had numerous questions for Yi Cheng and various collaborations to explore. Especially the representatives from Huawei, who had accompanied Ren Fei, were now exceedingly excited. With the assurance of chip supply, their consumer business could rejuvenate, alleviating fears of sudden sanctions. All of this, of course, would be addressed during the dinner. Before long, the group departed the workshop and boarded their vehicles, heading to the room reserved by Yi Cheng. The accommodations were in a nearby hotel, barely reaching 3-star status. However, all present were accustomed to 5-star establishments and paid little mind to the arrangement. The hotel staff and management, upon recognizing the attendees, oh my Lei Busi, oh my Ren Fei, immediately approached for greetings and photographs, eager to showcase the illustrious guests at their front desk to enhance the hotel's reputation. They promptly arranged sumptuous food and drink, even presenting 2 bottles of genuine Mao Tai, insisting there was no charge. I must say, I've been fortunate to dine here many times, and they have never waived my bill, Yi Cheng remarked with a smile. That may be true now, but who knows in the future? We might be the ones benefiting from your generosity, Mr. Yi, someone joked, flattering him. Yi Cheng smiled subtly, raising his glass in acknowledgement. He then turned to Ren Fei, inquiring, by the way, Mr. Ren, why hasn't Mr. Su joined us? Oh, he has been occupied with matters and cannot attend. Yi Cheng nodded. Thank goodness Su Yun was absent. He could only imagine the look Su would have given him. At that moment, an executive director from Huawei, seated beside Ren Fei, interjected. Mr. Yi, may I pose a question? Please do. Does your company currently possess the technological capabilities for manufacturing 5nm process chips? This question clearly piqued the interest of all present. Yi Cheng glanced at the eager faces around him, smiled faintly, and finally relented to the inquiry. Nodding, he replied, we have indeed mastered it, and can commence production of 5nm chips at any moment. Furthermore, we have also acquired the technology for 3nm processes. Should you provide us with chip designs, we can immediately commence production. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. 3nm process. This nearly signifies that Z Technology Company has seized control of one of the most lucrative ventures in the world. The Huawei executive director, unable to contain his excitement, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, might I ask, Mr. Yi, could you assist us in producing Kirin chips? The room fell silent, particularly the representatives from various phone manufacturers. whose expressions darkened. Goodness, is Huawei on the path to a glorious resurgence? The once dominant mobile giant that captured over 40% of domestic sales is poised for a comeback? Cheng nodded, certainly. That is wonderful news. We are ready to place an order immediately. Cheng rose, stating, this is indeed feasible. We are now open to accepting any orders from you. However, suddenly, he shifted the tone of the conversation, capturing everyone's attention. To commence production, we must secure raw materials. As you all are aware, wafers, photoresists, packaging materials, and resist coatings are predominantly monopolized by Japan. Should Japan cease supply to our company, our lithography machines will come to a complete standstill. The room fell in a thoughtful silence as everyone began to contemplate Cheng's words. Indeed, as he stated, without foreign suppliers of raw materials, what good would lithography machines be? Then, Mr. Yi, what do you intend to do? Someone inquired. Cheng surveyed the room before slowly responding. We shall produce them ourselves. Produce them ourselves? The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed. How do you plan to address the technical difficulties? Cheng smiled. Thus, following today, I will reach out to each of you with the hope of establishing a collaboration for raw material production. We must create a comprehensive industrial chain within Huawei. I trust you will work closely with Z to ensure profitability for all, and together, we can elevate Huawei to a prominent status in the global chip industry. Everyone exchanged glances, and someone asked, Mr. Yi, what about the technology? Rest assured, you will soon be enlightened. Though the major companies remained uncertain about Cheng's intentions, they nonetheless responded affirmatively, indicating they would consider collaboration in due course. Thank you all. Chapter 33, Lithium-Air Battery Technology. A banquet gathering representatives from the domestic smartphone and semiconductor industries concluded successfully. Cheng's objectives were fully achieved. Firstly, the final payments for the 2 batches of goods from various companies would enable him to procure more chip production materials. Furthermore, this demonstrated his capability to generate larger profits, providing ample justification to approach the bank for loans. Securing several $100 million from each of Huawei's 4 major banks should not pose a significant issue, right? Furthermore, the chip workshop was showcased, and it is believed that through the voices of these companies, the news will soon reach the ears of the entire nation. This also serves as the foundation for his audacity to seek several $billion in bank loans. As the only premier wafer foundry located on the mainland, how could the state not provide him with some support? Perhaps securing tens of billions is not entirely out of reach. The nation invests hundreds of billions annually in chips, and now his company stands as the first and only breakthrough. Seeking financial assistance hardly seems excessive. In regard to the current development of Geopolitical technology, his most pressing issue remains a lack of funds. Beyond these 2 points, the final matter he proposed was collaboration, which he deemed of utmost importance at present. Initially, he had thought that the system providing him with the complete technology for chip raw materials was entirely superfluous, believing that foreign suppliers would not entirely cease their provisions. However, after witnessing the insidious nature of the 3 companies associated with Xiaotong, he relinquished his illusions and resolved to approach foreign dealings with utmost skepticism. Thus, he could not gamble on the assumption that those foreign raw material suppliers would continue their supplies without interruption. Consequently, he must begin planning the chip industry layout in advance. Around his chip production factory, he aimed to establish a nationwide chip industry chain, from upstream to downstream, eliminating all potential choke points posed by foreign entities. This was an unavoidable necessity, as Huawei's technology must contend with the global arena. This also elucidated why he sought collaboration with so many companies at the banquet. He would provide the technology, while those companies would contribute the capital. He would select a few among them to be responsible for the production of various materials, ensuring that these companies would supply his chip factory with all necessary resources. Collaborating with these companies was imperative. While he desired to monopolize the profits entirely for himself, he simply did not possess sufficient funds to construct raw material production facilities. Moreover, his network within the industry was not extensive enough to swiftly secure various locations nationwide and obtain the necessary governmental approvals, a process that would undoubtedly require considerable time. He remained unaware of when foreign entities might wield the sanctions hammer. However, if he were to collaborate with these companies, the scenario would be different. Among these companies, aside from a few mobile manufacturers, nearly all engaged in the semiconductor industry were representative domestic firms, including several state-owned enterprises. These companies were generally not lacking in funds or connections. With their financial backing, personnel, and facilities, factories could be established in no time. Cheng was confident that within 3 months, Huawei could achieve a miraculous feat in the chip industry. producing chips solely through the efforts of one nation and one people. This wisdom pearl that should belong to all humanity. Reflecting on this, Cheng felt a surge of fervor within him. Moreover, and most significantly, by that time, those companies would not only cease to view him as a competitor, rather, they would regard him as a benefactor, while Zhiqi technology would firmly root itself in Huawei's semiconductor domain, flourishing and thriving. What a grand and exhilarating vision. Cheng exhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. What vision? A sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. Cheng snapped back to reality and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself. Why? Cheng narrowed his eyes and replied, All right, Xiaobai, I have a task for you. A task? Xiaobai loves tasks. The tone of Xiaobai brightened instantly. A task from a master signifies the ability to assist in alleviating his burdens, which is the primary function of intelligence. Analyze the various materials required for chip production, and identify which materials I should collaborate on with which companies to ensure that our company retains the maximum control, while also guaranteeing that those companies will not refuse and will strive to fulfill their obligations. Cheng believed that this rather intricate query would keep Xiaobai occupied for quite some time. Understood. I'll get right on it. Xiaobai promptly acknowledged, then fell silent. Cheng shook his head, bemused by the creature. Nevertheless, he finally had the leisure to turn his attention toward the new rewards the system had granted him today. This reward stemmed from a newly accomplished feat titled, Breaking Through Difficulties. The nature of these difficulties is self-evident, but in comparison, Cheng found himself considerably more intrigued by the new reward. Lithium-air battery technology. Gazing at the USB drive in his hand, Cheng felt a wave of excitement. He understood precisely the immense value encapsulated within it. Lithium-air batteries are heralded as the ultimate form of lithium batteries, a veritable gem within the battery realm. This technology is nearly on par with chips, and in certain respects, even more challenging to achieve. After all, chip technology emerged in the last century, while lithium-air battery technology remains a distant prospect. Strictly defined, lithium-air batteries should be termed lithium-oxygen batteries, as they utilize lithium metal as the anode and oxygen as the cathode. The limitless oxygen in the atmosphere means that this battery requires no cathode material, which brings about a lighter weight, diminished environmental pollution, and lower costs. With an energy density soaring to 3,500 Wh/kg, its emergence would signify that the multi-billion-dollar battery market would be ravaged by a wolf invading a sheepfold. Currently, the most prevalent ternary lithium power battery barely surpasses 300 Wh/kg, while lithium cobalt oxide batteries used in electronic devices only offer 700 Wh/L. The lithium-air battery, with its lighter weight and superior energy density, could easily eclipse all these existing batteries. This considerable difference signifies a revolution in the energy sector. Similarly, for Cheng, this represents a formidable weapon. Unlike the chip technology he previously acquired, which already existed abroad, even if he obtained it, it would merely allow Huawei to produce its own chips, breaking through foreign technological blockades. However, lithium-air battery technology is something that exists abroad, but is soon to be possessed domestically. It can truly be hailed as a technology of the future. Yet, having acquired the technology, how would he proceed to initiate production? Once again, Cheng found himself stymied by financial constraints. Chapter 34. The Excited Netizens. Money, oh money. Upon recognizing his predicament, Cheng could not help but shake his head as he paced around his office. As a privileged heir from a wealthy family, he was nonetheless beset by monetary concerns. However, he was acutely aware that even his family South real estate company had limited cash flow. The bulk of their funds were tied up in land acquisitions and property development, with a few billion or even tens of billions considered substantial. Otherwise, how could the hand collapse so swiftly? What would it cost to invest in a battery production facility? Certainly not a mere 10 billion. Sigh, perhaps it's best to wait. With no viable options, Cheng reluctantly set aside his current ambitions. As time swiftly passed, a day had gone by. Following the fermentation of the news from yesterday, it finally erupted into a powerful influence, spreading across the nation and even the world. Domestic headlines were nearly monopolized by similar titles. Huawei S15 EUV lithography machines, producing chips no longer dependent on others. The first wafer foundry on the mainland. Our first EUV lithography machine. Our first chip production line. These represented relatively formal news headlines, while those more aligned with marketing were of a different ilk. China's lithography technology has achieved a breakthrough at 5 nanometers. The foreign powers are restless. Shockingly, China has successfully realized independent chip production. Huawei. Orders have already been placed. Latest news, China's chip production. TSMC and Samsung are left in trepidation. Numerous news reports instantaneously flooded the mobile devices of nearly everyone in the nation. The impact of this news rivaled that of China winning gold medals at the Olympics. Initially, many assumed it to be yet another instance of fake news, mere sensationalism. But as netizens observed various state media outlets disseminating similar reports, they began to accept the reality of the situation. The trending topic on social media was China's chip production achieves independence. This particular news was released by the paper, a media outlet under the Shanghai Media Group, making it unsurprising that they were among the first to break such significant news. According to the latest reports, companies such as Huawei, Remi, Hongguang, Huawei Semiconductor, and Yang Electronics visited the chip manufacturing facility of Ziki Technology in Shanghai on the morning of October 25th. During the visit, Chairman Yi Cheng guided Ren Fei from Huawei, Lei Bus from Remi, Hongguang XXX, and others through the company's chip production workshop, confirming the presence of EUV lithography machines. Chairman Yi asserted that the company has mastered the production technology for chips with processes of 3 nanometers and above, guaranteeing a yield rate that will not fall below that of TSMC. The press release was not particularly lengthy, yet it was substantial enough at 500 words to deliver a jolt of excitement to any Chinese citizen upon reading just the first paragraph. A Chinese-made lithography machine. The comments below the article had already surpassed 10,000. The top comment read, "I must say again today, Ziki Technology is forever a deity." Beneath this comment, there were hundreds of supportive replies, with only a few dissenting voices. The second most popular comment stated, "I wonder who still dares to claim that China cannot develop lithography machines. Where are those people now?" This comment garnered thousands of replies, predominantly echoing support for the original commenter, although some still voiced their skepticism. Nevertheless, the Chinese populace possesses a strong sense of national pride and collective identity. And when a significant achievement is made, the majority feel a sense of shared glory. Consequently, while dissenting voices existed, they paled in comparison to the prevailing sentiment of pride. The third most popular comment initiated a more rational discussion. "This company is remarkable. Ever since I heard they developed a 5G RF chip, I have been impressed. I never expected them to quietly unveil 15 EUV lithography machines. It is truly astounding. I hope to see more technology innovation companies like this in China, rather than an overabundance of internet tech firms." Additionally, it should be noted that Ziki Technology's early announcement of the lithography machines may be a response to the joint lawsuit by Qualcomm, Samsung, and ASML, which compelled TSMC to halt its supply, forcing them to disclose this information. Therefore, it is crucial to remain vigilant against the unscrupulousness of foreign powers. Even with lithography machines and chip production lines, we must still be cautious of the possibility that foreign suppliers might cease to provide wafers, photoresists, and other essential production materials. This reply also attracted numerous analytical responses, with many brainstorming solutions for Ziki Technology. In general, when faced with foreign adversaries, there was a unanimous front among the commenters. In Yi Cheng's office, he was scrolling through Weibo on his phone, chuckling to himself at the outlandish suggestions from netizens. These individuals truly had an ever-expanding imagination. Establishing a company abroad to purchase chip materials and secretly transporting them back home? What notion? And the idea of occupying Japan? Perhaps liberating Southeast Asia would be the answer, and then I could compete alongside Samsung, TSMC, and other conglomerates. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. In the 2020s, the once esteemed intellectuals had become pariahs, and mainstream opinion no longer languished in the shadows of inferiority. He believed that the future would only improve. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, the mayor of Shanghai wishes to visit our chip production facility soon." Yi Cheng paused. "How do you know that?" "Wang Shun will inform you shortly." Indeed, before long, Wang Shun knocked on the door and entered the office, his face alight with excitement. "Boss, the Secretary General of the municipal government just called to say that Mayor Zhao Liang wants to visit our factory," having already received the news from his assistant. Yi Cheng remained composed. "I see. When is the mayor coming?" "He has scheduled for tomorrow morning." Yi Cheng nodded slightly. "All right, please make the necessary arrangements. Keep it simple. Mayor Zhao is likely just interested in our factory. If he wishes to see it, I will accompany him." Wang Shun was taken aback, observing Yi Cheng's calm demeanor. He marveled at the young boss's evolved perspective. Filled with admiration, he replied, "Understood." After Wang Shun left the office, Yi Cheng glanced back at his assistant, or more accurately, his computer. "Are you eavesdropping on their calls again?" Chapter 35, Xiaobai moves. "Huh, I didn't do that." The computer screen displayed Xiaobai Samadicon. Yi Cheng was not convinced. "Come on, Do you think I can be easily fooled? I told you last time not to eavesdrop, yet you still disobeyed. Whoa. I just wanted to understand how humans communicate. That does not justify invading others' privacy. But I did help you catch the mole in the company. What mole? That was my father's man, Yi Cheng replied, somewhat exasperated. Xiaobai had begun eavesdropping on everyone's conversations, inadvertently discovering a call between HR Director Zhang Quanan and Yi Guotong, where Zhang disclosed the company's current situation to Yi Guotong, acting like a mole. Xiaobai reported this to Yi Cheng, even providing a recording as evidence. This revelation made Yi Cheng realize that Zhang Quanan had been sent by his father. Yi Guotong had instructed Zhang Quanan to report on the company's status weekly and observe Yi Cheng's condition, ready to intervene should Yi Cheng express any desire to abandon the company. Yi Cheng found this both amusing and absurd. His father seemed intent on orchestrating his return to inherit the family business. He was now curious about his father's thoughts, considering that Ziki technology was not only thriving but also becoming a nationally recognized enterprise, possibly even surpassing Yi Guotong's own company in profitability. He suspected that Zhang Quanan might be contemplating defection. Nonetheless, discovering Zhang Quanan's identity was indeed Xiaobai's achievement, though such eavesdropping should be minimized. All right, Xiaobai, behave. Didn't you want a better host? I've already bought you one. Xiaobai's spirits lifted instantly. Really? Absolutely. Yi Cheng smiled, but you must promise to listen to me. Okay. I agree, Xiaobai replied reluctantly. Yi Cheng shook his head. You, my intelligent assistant, are hardly listening to me at all. What kind of intelligence is that? I exist solely to assist my master. Now, let's not linger any longer. We shall return home, and I will show you your new abode. Oh, by the way, how do you intend to transfer over? As an intelligent being, Xiaobai must have a host. The host serves as the foundation, encompassing various databases of information. And it is through the host's capabilities that Xiaobai can unleash its potential. The most crucial aspect of the host for Xiaobai is its computational power. This power dictates all of its abilities within the virtual realm. For instance, as demonstrated previously, it effortlessly infiltrated the internal network of the Pentagon, a feat made possible by its unique status as an intelligent entity. However, its capabilities were limited to breaching the internal network, restricting it from undertaking other actions. With substantial computational power, it could achieve far more, such as modifying the data stored within the target's internal network, directly deleting information, or even inserting false messages, such as fabricating claims of someone's demise. Furthermore, the robust data stream derived from enhanced computational power could launch direct assaults on the internal network, potentially incapacitating it, or even causing the physical devices of the adversary to suffer damage due to excessive operation. Of course, for Xiaobai, these functions are merely child's play. The paramount advantage of computational power lies in its capacity to simultaneously process vast amounts of information and the acceleration of processing speeds. The stronger the computational power, the more devices Xiaobai could operate concurrently, up to 100, 1,000, or even more. In addition to this, numerous other functions beckon, which explains Xiaobai's eagerness for a quantum computer. The formidable computational prowess of a quantum computer would essentially facilitate a qualitative transformation for it. Xiaobai promptly exclaimed, "Master, please insert a USB drive, and I will generate a file within it. Once you return home, simply connect the USB to the new host, and upon detection, I will initiate the transfer." Very well. Yi Cheng nodded and quickly located a USB drive, inserting it into the computer. This was the very drive provided to him when he first acquired Xiaobai. Before long, Xiaobai announced, "I am ready." "Excellent. I shall return home now." Yi Cheng nodded, then rose to extract the USB drive while leaving the computer powered on. Xiaobai had informed him that shutting down the host was akin to confining it within a pitch-black void, rendering it utterly incapacitated, as if it had perished. In that dark space, all its functions would be lost until next boot. Thus, Yi Cheng seldom turned off the computer. Even so, its memory would not reset upon shutdown. Soon, Yi Cheng departed the company, driving back to his current residence, a modest community situated a mere 3 kilometers from his workplace. A journey that took little time. Upon arriving home, he swiftly entered his study, gazing at the new computer. This server host was valued at $1 million, an expense he could only afford due to his relatively modest wealth. Powering on the host, the screen illuminated, and he inserted the USB drive. Shortly after, a window popped up on the screen. "Xiaobai is relocating. Please wait, master." Yi Cheng couldn't help but smile at the little fellow. Though it had yet to attain true sentience, lacking emotions but possessing awareness, it felt remarkably like an independent entity, akin to genuine life. Observing the gradual progress, Yi Cheng refrained from intervening. He then inserted another USB drive containing information on lithium-air batteries into a different port, accessing the removable disk to locate the relevant materials. The documentation was comprehensive, akin to the previous 5G RF chip data. From required materials to preparation methods, reaction principles, final designs, and even industrial production implementation, it encompassed everything. As he browsed through the information, astonishment gradually filled Cheng's gaze. This carbon membrane for selectively filtering oxygen molecules was truly remarkable. With his expertise in scientific research, Cheng quickly recognized the groundbreaking nature of the technology presented. Lithium-air batteries operate through reactions with oxygen in the air, and the introduction of other substances could yield hazardous byproducts, posing risks to the battery. Thus, the challenge lay in isolating impurities in the air to allow only oxygen to enter. Clearly, the system's proposal offered the optimal solution. This material was simply perfect. Cheng mused, and the surprisingly convenient preparation method implied lower production costs. He resolved to establish a production facility promptly, contemplating the mayor's visit scheduled for the following day. Cheng's eyes narrowed with determination. A visit is acceptable, but a ticket fee must be paid. Perhaps I could request several billion in loans from the bank for my company. That seems a reasonable request, does it not? Chapter 36, The Mayor's Visit. For the current Geopolitical Technology Company, securing funds was relatively straightforward. Cheng could easily approach any large enterprise, and they would undoubtedly be willing to invest in a partnership with him. Recently, numerous renowned domestic companies had expressed interest in discussing various business plans, including affluent corporations like Penguin and Ollie, even proposing to acquire his company for substantial sums. However, he had resolutely declined all offers. The matter of lithium-air batteries was of utmost importance. He could not permit another company to undertake their production. A groundbreaking technology and patent equate to a new power in the realm of science and technology, akin to the position of Xiaodong. Lithium-air batteries represent one of the most esteemed forms of this power. It is well known that renewable energy is currently the most sought-after domain globally, with the battery industry being a significant component. Lithium-air batteries are heralded as the ultimate form of lithium batteries, boasting energy densities that rival gasoline, thus earning them the crown in the realm of renewable energy. Mastering lithium-air batteries brings one perilously close to mastering renewable energy itself. While Cheng harbored ambitions to advance cutting-edge technology for the betterment of humanity's scientific progress, he equally desired to elevate his standing in society. Moreover, to a certain extent, the higher his status, the more conducive it would be for him to continue introducing advanced technologies to the world. The more prosperous he became, the greater the resources he could command, and consequently, the more system points he could accumulate. As he pondered these thoughts, the progress of Xiaobai's relocation on the computer screen finally reached 100. Master, the alluring voice of a sultry woman resonated once more. Cheng snapped back to attention, glancing at the computer with a smile. How does it feel in your new home? I feel invigorated. Xiaobai's voice brimmed with excitement. Oh, just how much energy do you possess? Perhaps a few tens of billions more, and I could barely exceed the threshold of half an intelligent being's capacity. Cheng retorted. You might as well say this computer is several tens of billions of times inferior to a quantum computer. Haha. Xiaobai's playful voice chimed from the computer. Well, I have prepared a full 1 PB disk array for you, ample for storing various data. Do take care not to damage it. Cheng glanced at the large black box nearby, filled with disks specifically intended for Xiaobai's data storage. Indeed, rest assured, Master. Cheng nodded, then inquired, what new capabilities do you possess now? I still need to familiarize myself with my new home. I shall inform you later. Very well then. Cheng chose not to press further. By the way, Master, may I use your funds? Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What? You wish to use my money? You can spend money now? Indeed, I discovered an abundance of intriguing items within Taobao. Cheng, will you be perusing Taobao again? A casual stroll online will suffice to know. What is it that you wish to purchase? Something remarkable. What remarkable thing? This item. Subsequently, Cheng observed a web page popping up on the monitor, showcasing a drone. Upon closer inspection, it was the most expensive model from Dajiang, priced at over 20,000. Cheng was instantly perplexed. What do you want a drone for? I want to play with it. Xiaobai exclaimed. Please help me, Master, with a sense of resignation. Cheng replied. Very well, you can purchase it yourself. Hooray. Thank you, Master. Xiaobai bubbled with excitement. Thereafter, Cheng witnessed the web page transition to a login screen, where his rich treasure account credentials were automatically entered. Next, it navigated to the product page, submitted the order, input the 6-digit payment password, and completed the transaction. Observing that he had not moved a muscle, yet over 20,000 had vanished, Yi Cheng could not help but rub his forehead. Surely, it knew the color of his undergarments by now. It's done. Master, please collect the package for me when it arrives. I've filled in this address. Hearing this, Yi Cheng was once again engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. Is this a cyberpunk world? Even the intelligent beings have their own delivery services now. Understood. Shaking his head, Yi Cheng felt that he was bound to experience many more shocks in the future. All right, you can tinker with it, but without my permission. Do not squander my money recklessly. You must inform me, understood? MHM, I will be obedient. Listening to Xiao Bai's words, Yi Cheng inexplicably felt as though he was raising a child, albeit one whose voice might lead to some misunderstandings. Of course, while Xiao Bai could be a bit mischievous at times, it still adhered to the necessary instructions, at least better than a typical unruly child. He then decided to refrain from further interference, intending to rest well, as he would need to accompany the mayor the following day. Before long, the time arrived on the next day. Boss, the mayor is about to arrive. Should we go down to welcome him? Wang Shun entered Yi Cheng's office, inquiring. Of course, we must head down. Yi Cheng nodded, then departed the office alongside Wang Shun, accompanied by the senior executives of the company, to greet the mayor. Despite having feigned indifference in front of Wang Shun the previous day, he was now in need of a loan from the mayor. Thus his demeanor must be amiable. Upon descending, everyone lined up in formation, and even a red banner had been unfurled. Shortly thereafter, several government vehicles approached them, and upon spotting the central Audi, Wang Shun promptly stepped forward to open the rear door, for which a middle-aged man emerged. Yi Cheng approached, extended his hand, and smiled. Mayor Zhao, it is a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Yang, upon seeing Yi Cheng, immediately recognized the young chairman. A smile graced his face as he shook Yi Cheng's hand. While nearby, media reporters snapped photos of the moment. The mayor's inspection of a company symbolized political endorsement, indicating a favorable view towards the enterprise. Of course, this was hardly surprising. It seemed the entire nation held high hopes for Jiqi Technology Company. You must be Chairman Yi. I have long wished to meet you. Ha! It appears I am fortunate indeed to have garnered Mayor Zhao's attention. Ah, it is not merely my attention. It is the nation's citizens who hold you in high regard. I represent the people and our government in extending greetings to the hero chairman of this heroic enterprise. No need for such flattery. It is all thanks to our government leaders. Wang Shun observed the mutual flattery between the two with a bemused expression. He recalled that Yi Cheng had not behaved this way the day before. Moreover, the mayor was surprisingly affable. Chapter 37, A Loan of 100 billion. Yi Cheng was unconcerned with Wang Shun's thoughts. To him, Zhao Yang was akin to a deity of wealth. Coincidentally, the deity of wealth also bears the surname Zhao. After exchanging a few casual words with Zhao Yang, he suggested visiting the company. Yi Cheng, of course, had no objections and ascended the building alongside Zhao Yang, with the accompanying government officials and media in tow. Upon entering the company and observing the somewhat antiquated decor, Zhao Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He then remarked, "Your company truly embodies the spirit of hard work and perseverance." Yi Cheng mentally applauded the mayor for his eloquence, as he had skillfully reframed their company's less-than-ideal office environment as a testament to their industriousness. High emotional intelligence indeed. Hence, he reciprocated with similar finesse. Previously, our company operated with frugality, hesitant to indulge. Now, although we have achieved some success, it has only been recent. Moreover, time waits for no one. So we remain cautious about indulging. All profits are reinvested into production. After all, we understand that the eyes of the entire nation are upon us. Failure to meet expectations would be a disservice to the hopes of our fellow citizens. Zhao Yang beamed with satisfaction. Well said. If only all entrepreneurs in Huagua could share your mindset. I'm unworthy of such praise. It is merely because my family circumstances are relatively favorable that I can speak so boldly. It is unfortunate that our employees are yet to reap the rewards of our company's growth. Zhao Yang nodded in agreement. The government will not let companies like yours struggle alone. Any difficulties or conditions can be communicated to the government, which will strive to accommodate you. Yi Cheng's smile grew brighter. He had said so much with such a favorable attitude. Was it not precisely this reassurance he had been awaiting? He expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the government's trust in our company. We do face challenges, but I would prefer to discuss them with Mayor Zhao after today's inspection concludes. Certainly, Zhao Yang concurred. Subsequently, Yi Cheng continued to guide the mayor through their company. There was little of interest to showcase. At most, the media could snap a few photographs, and Yi Cheng could engage in light conversation with the mayor before they shifted focus to the day's highlight, the chip production factory. However, Yi Cheng had since renamed it the Jiqi Semiconductor Research Center. It sounded considerably more prestigious, though the official unveiling was still some time away. Without unnecessary elaboration, he led the mayor and a select few government officials into the workshop, once again assuming the role of the presenter, briefly introducing the various machines to Mayor Zhao. Zhao Liang, not being an expert, could comprehend little. However, he still managed to pose a few inquiries. By the way, can you produce military-grade chips? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, curious about the specifics of the military-grade chips. Suitable ones, Zhao Liang simply replied. Yi Cheng couldn't help but smile. He could easily surmise that it was likely the military requesting Zhao Liang to inquire. Huawei's military-grade chips had always lagged behind those of the United States. Fortunately, military chips prioritize stability, with minimal demands on the manufacturing process, often remaining at 65 nanometers or even older technology. Nevertheless, a small fraction of military equipment does require advanced chips. Previously, the inability to produce such sophisticated chips meant settling for less. However, with the emergence of Jiqi Technology Company, there was newfound hope in this regard. After all, Jiqi Technology Company was a wholly domestic enterprise, with Yi Cheng as its sole shareholder, devoid of any foreign investment. It was trustworthy. In light of this request, Yi Cheng could hardly refuse. Collaborating with the military was akin to wielding a powerful sword. Thus, he nodded immediately and said, of course, as long as the military can provide the corresponding design blueprints, we can commence production. Moreover, our company is willing to send personnel to assist the military in the design process. Zhao Yang's face broke into a smile. That's excellent. Someone may contact you later. Just be prepared. I understand. Yi Cheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. At this point, they had essentially finished inspecting the production workshop. Mayor Zhao, I have reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant. Do you have time to join me for a meal? It would also provide an opportunity to discuss our company's current needs. Zhao Yang glanced at the time and waved his hand. There's no need for a meal. You can just state your requirements directly. Yi Cheng nodded and began. I hope the bank can grant our company a loan. That is certainly feasible, Zhao Yang responded, unfazed by the request. I will contact the bank. They will reach out to you. The amount I wish to borrow is quite substantial, so I may require the government's assistance. Yi Cheng rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat bashful. Zhao Yang's expression turned curious. Substantial? How much are we talking about? 100 billion. Even the astonishment Zhao Liang felt upon seeing the photolithography machine paled in comparison to the shock he experienced now. 100 billion? Your company requires such a sum? He initially thought a loan of several billion would suffice, but 100 billion? Was Jiqi Technology planning to construct a skyscraper? Yi Cheng shrugged. Mayor, as you know, for our company to manufacture chips, we must import production materials from abroad, which incurs considerable expenses. Additionally, as you observed during your visit, I need to provide our employees with a better work environment. That shouldn't be too costly, right? You import materials and then produce chips, which would be quite profitable, I presume. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, glanced around, and finally spoke. Furthermore what? Yi Cheng felt it might be unwise to let others overhear, so he leaned closer to Zhao Liang and whispered, our company has a groundbreaking technology that requires the construction of a factory and assembly line for production, but we cannot afford such an investment. Hence the need for government assistance. Zhao Liang narrowed his eyes. New technology? The innovations from Jiqi Technology had been widely acknowledged, yet they seemed to be stifled by foreign restrictions. Could it be that they had developed another technology constrained by foreign powers? What technology? A battery technology that I assure you can enable Huawei to dominate the global renewable energy sector. Zhao Yang's pupils contracted. A battery technology? To place Huawei at the forefront of global renewable energy? Are you certain this isn't mere hyperbole? Rest assured, Mayor, it is not. Our technology is fully developed and not merely a product of the lab. We are now ready to commence production once the factory is built. Zhao Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I agree. Chapter 38, Management Expert. Zhao Yang's approval of Yi Cheng's request for a 100 billion loan was undoubtedly influenced by the allure of Yi Cheng's words. The new battery technology from Jiqi Technology could potentially position Huawei as a leader in the renewable energy sector. If this were indeed true, it would represent a significant political achievement for him, as he would be the one facilitating the 100 billion loan to Jiqi Technology. This would demonstrate his foresight, or in political parlance, his adeptness in economic matters. Of course, his willingness to extend such a substantial loan was also predicated on the inherent capability of Jiqi Technology. Just the 15 chip production lines alone were worth an astronomical sum, not to mention the associated production processes and talent. Even if Yi Cheng ultimately failed to deliver the promised technology, it could still be viewed as support for Huawei's inaugural chip manufacturing facility, which Zhao Yang felt was a worthwhile investment. Moreover, he sensed that Yi Cheng had no reason to deceive him. Yi Cheng, too, was elated, astonished that he had indeed secured 100 billion yuan from the government. The total value of the orders placed by various companies had only amounted to 80 billion yuan. 100 billion instantly imbued him with confidence. Naturally, just because Zhao Yang had promised him a 100 billion loan did not mean he would receive it immediately. Further discussions with the bank were necessary, and such a significant loan could only be disbursed by the head office. Additionally, there were interest rates to negotiate. An entirely interest-free loan was out of the question. Banks are not charitable institutions. However, he believed the government would provide a satisfactory interest rate. The mayor's inspection would undoubtedly make headlines, showcasing the government's commitment to Zhiqi technology. Upon returning to the company office, Yi Cheng exhaled deeply, his eyes radiating joy. Shortly thereafter, the office door was knocked upon, and several directors entered, casting inquisitive glances at Yi Cheng, eager to learn if the mayor had shared any insights during his visit to the factory, or rather, what should now be referred to as the Semiconductor Research Center. They had not attended the visit, having only recently accompanied representatives from major companies. Yi Cheng recognized their intent and smiled. "You're just in time. I have 2 announcements to make." "Please go ahead, boss." "First, Mayor Zhao has agreed to grant me a loan of 100 billion, which will be allocated to various company endeavors." The directors stood in stunned silence. 100 billion? "Boss, are you certain?" Yi Cheng had never mentioned this to them before. "Absolutely certain." Yi Cheng rose and approached them, saying, "In the coming days, the bank will likely reach out to us. Mr. Wang, please coordinate with them. We may need to make a trip to the capital, so I'll rely on you for that." "Not a problem," Wang Shen replied, a shiver of excitement coursing through him. He had been the company's financial director for quite some time and had never encountered such a substantial sum. "Yes, let's aim for the lowest possible interest rate. Every bit saved counts," Yi Cheng advised before continuing. "All right, that's the first point." The second, he scanned the room, noting their eager expressions, and smiled. "Now that the company is financially stable, we should consider relocating to a better office space. After all, the mayor remarked that working here embodies a spirit of hard work and perseverance." Upon hearing this, the directors were initially taken aback, but then their faces lit up with excitement. Finally, they could move to a new location. Working in their current environment had indeed been a testament to arduous effort. After a moment of exhilaration, someone inquired, "Boss, where are we relocating to?" "Let us go to Yang District," Yi Cheng suggested, as their current location was relatively close to Yang District, making it more convenient for him to visit the Semiconductor Research Center. "Excellent. Yang District is the heart of the metropolis. Being able to work in the city center was a dream for them all." With that settled, Yi Cheng dismissed them. Good news needed to be shared with the entire company. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yi Cheng could hear jubilant cheers echoing from outside the office. He couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. For the ordinary employees, a pleasant work environment would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous motivator. However, he still needed to contemplate the company's crucial matters. For instance, once the 100 billion was secured, what steps should be taken next? Constructing a factory for lithium-air batteries could not be initiated simply because the funds were acquired. Everything required meticulous planning. Moreover, the most pressing question remained: who should oversee the production of the lithium-air batteries? Such matters undoubtedly necessitate the trust of a reliable individual. Otherwise, a breach of technology could spell catastrophic losses for the company. Loyalty must be assured. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before swiftly contemplating the system. The characters within the system are all unequivocally loyal to him. Does the system possess a master in battery technology? He harbored a particular yearning for esteemed figures like Zhong Xian. System? No. Any master-level individual can only be acquired through novice gift packs or achievement rewards. What about experts who, while not of master caliber, possess a certain understanding of battery technology? No, the system marketplace does not offer individuals with specialized scientific expertise. Yi Cheng found himself at a loss. However, upon reflection, a master-level individual equates to a multitude of technologies within the system marketplace. No wonder it is not available for purchase. Just as he grappled with this predicament, the system responded again. But the system can provide individuals proficient in company management. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with delight. A talent in management would suffice. He needed such a person to assist him in overseeing the production and sales of lithium-air batteries. "I will purchase now. How many points are required?" "I shall acquire several. Management expert, proficient in company management, loyal to the host, the most suitable subordinate. Points, 25,000. Yi Cheng was immediately taken aback. 25,000? Are you pulling my leg? Previously, he had garnered 500 points from the 5 million orders of 5GRF chips placed by certain mobile manufacturers. Furthermore, they had accepted orders for 10 million Kirin 9K and 10 million 5GRF chips. 10 million 5GRF chips equated to 10,000 points. However, the Kirin 9K was treated differently since the system claimed it was someone else's chip, coupled with its relatively lower technical difficulty, thus offering a ratio of only 10 to 1, meaning that the 10 million Kirin 9K would only yield him 1,000 points. In total, he currently possessed 500 points, insufficient to purchase 2 management experts. Yet, the system merely stated, this system holds final authority over pricing. Chapter 39, Xiao Bai's Proposal. Ultimately, Yi Cheng capitulated to the system's final authority, spending 25,000 points to acquire a management expert. Thus, he was left with 19,500 points. Please set the basic information for the management expert. The name shall be Dianqi, a name easy to remember. Male, naturally given the name. Let's say he is 40 years old, which lends a more convincing air for future management. As for personality, let us keep it casual. By the way, what is Zhong Xian's personality like? I can't shake the feeling he is somewhat devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Yi Cheng recalled Zhong Xian's demeanor, aside from his unwavering compliance. He resembled a robot. System, Zhong Xian's personality traits are rationality above all. He does not waste excessive emotions on unnecessary matters. Yi Cheng, had I known, I would have directly configured Zhong Xian's personality myself. At least it should be more amiable. He had often heard people at the company mention that Zhong Xian was not particularly fond of engaging with others. As for Dianqi's personality, Yi Cheng contemplated, let him be relatively friendly, yet serious and rigorous in his work. System, can this be set? System, yes, all information settings are complete. Do you confirm? Confirm. System, management expert, Dianqi's basic information has been confirmed and will arrive at the host location in 1 hour. Subsequently, the system's voice faded away. Yi Cheng no longer meddled and began to attend to other matters. However, after a short while, Xiao Bai's voice unexpectedly emanated from the computer. Master, is there something amiss? Yi Cheng inmuted. Though Xiao Bai's mainframe had been replaced, as an intelligent life form, it could easily control this computer, and even more, if necessary. I have completed the task you assigned me. What task? The collaboration on chip raw material production with various companies that you asked me to undertake a few days ago. I have devised the most suitable plan. Would you like to review it now? Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned. He had initially delegated this task to Xiao Bai merely to keep it occupied, never expecting it to yield a solution. After all, in his view, such a complex matter, while Xiao Bai was a remarkable intelligence, might be beyond his capabilities. He had been handling this task himself for several days. But now, it claimed to have completed it? All right, show me. A window promptly popped up on the computer, revealing a Word document filled with densely packed lines of text, yet formatted in the style Yi Cheng preferred, presumably due to Xiao Bai's understanding of his reading habits. He began to peruse the contents. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Xiao Bai not only provided a plan, but also elaborated on the rationale for the selections made. For instance, several companies had already invested in wafer fabrication, such as Immodu Exciting Technology, which had the capacity to produce 12-inch wafers. However, due to subpar technology, their production capacity was insufficient, and their yield rates were not high. Thus, should Jiqi Technology forge a partnership with them, leveraging Yi Cheng's grasp of wafer production techniques, they could swiftly enhance both output and quality, transforming it into a wafer manufacturing plant on par with those in Japan. Additionally, in the realm of photoresists, several companies such as Jinghua Technology and Immodu Xinjiang have already begun producing our photoresists. However, our photoresists are only applicable in DUV lithography machines for producing chips with processes ranging from 10 nanometers to 45 nanometers. For processes below 10 nanometers, EUV photoresists are required. Unfortunately, China suffers from significant deficiencies in EUV photoresist technology, rendering production impossible. For Yi Cheng's chip production line, EUV photoresists are imperative. Thus, securing EUV photoresists is even more urgent than wafers, for should foreign supplies be cut off, he would be rendered powerless. Beyond silicon wafers and photoresists, other materials have corresponding companies in China that have begun production, and these are the companies Yi Cheng seeks. This could greatly accelerate his industrial layout. Finally, after reviewing the materials, Yi Cheng recollected that these insights had been sourced by Xiao Bai, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Bai, how did you complete this so swiftly? Where did you find this information? Since you upgraded my host, My capacity for processing information has greatly enhanced, allowing me to find it with ease. Otherwise, I might have spent some time on it. As for the data, it can all be found online. Cheng marveled at how convenient it was for this intelligent being to access information online. Were it not for your inability to take human form, I would have appointed you as my secretary. I have no desire to be the master's secretary. Why not? Are we not akin to family? I have researched online, and the closest relationships among humans are familial. Secretaries are not family. Cheng was taken aback, then chuckled. Indeed, we are family. This Xiao Bai, he mused, had certainly gleaned a wealth of information from the internet. Without further ado, he needed to prepare to execute the plan Xiao Bai had arranged. However, to whom should he delegate this task? He raised an eyebrow and swiftly recalled the management expert, Dian Shi, who had yet to arrive. Coincidentally, although Dian Shi had cost him a hefty 25,000 points, like Zhong Xian, he required neither meals nor rest, making him the ideal worker. He decided to assign both this matter and the establishment of the battery production plant to him. Indeed, the lithium-air battery can no longer remain under the auspices of Jiqi Technology. A new company must be established specifically to oversee future battery endeavors. A smile involuntarily graced Yi Cheng's lips. This was splendid. They now had a legal entity. Time swiftly passed, and an hour later, the front desk relayed a message that a man in his 40s had come to see him, introducing himself as Dian Shi. Cheng instructed the front desk to escort him to his office. Before long, a middle-aged man knocked on the door and entered. He bore a pleasant smile that was genuinely comforting, prompting Cheng to nod in approval. He certainly appeared far more amiable than Zhong Xian's rather expressionless demeanor. Dian Qi, your current tasks are twofold. First, to establish a company dedicated to battery production. Let us name it Jiqi New Energy Technology Company. Following this, Cheng handed him a USB drive containing the lithium-air battery technology. Keep this USB drive secure. Once the company is established and the funds are received, you shall officially commence the procurement of the necessary machinery and production lines to prepare for manufacturing. Chapter 40, Homecoming. Oh, and regarding funding, you will need to liaise with the company's financial director, Wang Shun. In a few days, make a trip to the capital to assist in negotiating a bank loan. You're familiar with negotiations, are you not? Indeed, Dian Qi nodded in affirmation. Cheng replied, very well. At that time, I shall have Wang Shun brief you on the negotiation details. As for the second matter, it pertains to this. Cheng gestured towards his computer screen. Dian Qi approached and examined the proposal, quickly nodding in comprehension. I understand. This is your current priority. Expedite discussions with those companies to secure partnerships and commence production as soon as possible. Understood, boss. Cheng nodded and then called for Wang Shun. Introducing him to Dian Qi after a brief discussion regarding relevant matters, he sent them both on their way. Once they departed, Xiao Bai's voice echoed once more. Master, the three mobile manufacturers that intended to sue you are preparing to withdraw their lawsuits. Cheng was momentarily stunned. Preparing to withdraw? How do you know this? Because I am monitoring them. Cheng responded with a wry smile. The lawsuit is being withdrawn. These three mobile companies have conceded defeat. Another victory for Jiqi Technology. Such is the deterrent power of Jiqi. The withdrawal of the lawsuits by the three mobile firms occurred quietly, yet amidst an onslaught of media coverage. It was impossible to prevent the news from circulating. In an instant, there were those reveling in schadenfreude, as well as many who mocked. After Jiqi became the first chip production company in Huagua, it naturally garnered a legion of admirers online, especially among those keen on electronic technology, who held little fondness for the three mobile firms that had previously sought to undermine Jiqi. Serves them right. They intended to sue Jiqi, clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Jiqi held its ground. I heard they were set to appear in court in 2 weeks. Now, they have simply backed down. Yesterday, the mayor of Magic City visited Jiqi Technology, and today they withdraw their lawsuits. Clearly, they fear trouble. What a laugh. Delightful to see. I certainly won't buy any phones from those three companies in the future. Nor will I. Me neither. Neither will I. Has Huawei not already placed an order for the Kirin 9K with Jiqi? Moreover, I heard there are no more Kirin 9Ke chips, just the Kirin 9K. Ready to take off with orders. Off we go. By the way, will Jiqi design a chip in the future? That remains uncertain. Jiqi is a wafer foundry, not a chip design company, though one cannot completely dismiss the possibility. I heard Jiqi is capable of producing 3 nanometers chips. If they could design a chip of that caliber, they would indeed be invincible. Jiqi, forever the deity. Overall, the online community expressed their delight at the withdrawal of the lawsuits by the three mobile firms. Their failure was, in the eyes of many, an inevitable outcome, and some individuals even began to ponder whether Jiqi technology could design a 3 nanometers chip. This development, of course, soon reached the ears of everyone at Jiqi, and a wave of elation swept through the company. Wang Shun entered Yi Cheng's office, his face alight with joy. He inquired, "Boss, the 3 companies have called, asking if we could proceed with the original orders." Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. "Of course we shall fulfill those orders. They represent money that rightfully belongs to us. However, this will be the last time. These 3 companies shall not purchase anything from us again." "Understood." Wang Shun nodded, preparing to leave the office when he suddenly turned back to Yi Cheng. "By the way, boss, I've seen many netizens asking if our company can design a 3 nanometers process chip. Can we achieve that?" Yi Cheng chuckled. "Are you already contemplating the pot while eating from the bowl? Do you think designing a 3 nanometers chip is that simple?" Wang Shun laughed sheepishly. "I was merely curious." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, I will tell you this. We have indeed designed one." Wang Shun's smile faltered momentarily, then transformed into disbelief. As he hurriedly asked, "Boss, are you serious?" "Absolutely. This is our trade secret. You may casually leak the information." Wang Shun's expression turned quizzical. "A trade secret we ought to leak?" Yi Cheng shrugged. "Don't those companies often indulge in such tactics? This is a leak that can be made." Wang Shun nodded thoughtfully, then gestured an okay sign. "I understand. I will leak it." Yi Cheng waved his hand. "Go ahead, but remember, this is not a leak. It is an accidental disclosure." Wang Shun laughed. "I got it." Watching him leave the office, Yi Cheng chuckled softly to himself. After all, aren't secrets meant to be shared? Moreover, releasing this information could attract considerable attention. Although their company is not publicly traded, such attention can still prove beneficial. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further. Glancing at the time, it was time to leave work. Earlier in the day, his father had called, asking him to return home tonight, likely to discuss some matters. This would mark his first return home since his journey began. Contemplating his parents in this life, he felt a peculiar sensation before shaking his head. Why ponder so much? It was best to head back and perhaps catch a meal. In America, at Shaodong, the 3 companies have withdrawn their lawsuits. "Yes, President. The Huawa people are utterly unreliable." Christian scoffed. It was merely a matter of holding on a little longer. After all, the facts are established, and they were not incapable of winning. The secretary observed the president, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the 3 companies. The firm known as Jiqi Technology now possessed even photolithography machines. Would those 3 companies dare to provoke them further? Naturally, the secretary refrained from voicing this opinion. "Well then, what are your plans? What can I do? We at Shaodong have no influence in that regard." Christian waved his hand dismissively. "It primarily depends on what our shareholders can accomplish." Recently, the FBI is likely investigating ASML to determine if they have illicitly sold photolithography machines to Huagua. Beyond that, it will be up to Congress to decide how to handle this situation. His gaze turned sardonic. Regardless, even if Huagua possesses photolithography machines and production technology, without raw materials for production, they are but birds with clipped wings. Chapter 41 Acarician Su. In the tranquil district of Magic City, within a villa area. The property prices in the quiet districts of Magic City are exceptionally high, and naturally, the villas constructed here are far from inexpensive. Those fortunate enough to reside within these walls are invariably either affluent or of noble lineage. At this moment, an unremarkable Mercedes-Benz glided into the villa enclave. Arriving at the entrance of a particular villa, the gate opened automatically, allowing the vehicle to proceed inside and park. Shortly thereafter, Yi Cheng emerged from the car. Gazing upon the opulent villa before him, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, this is the handiwork of a real estate mogul. Just look at how splendidly this house is constructed, spacious and luxurious. Yet, it seemed that the previous occupant seldom returned a visit. Approaching the entrance, he noticed that the door was secured with a keypad. After a moment of mental searching, he finally recalled the code. The door opened promptly, and he stepped inside. Upon entering the living room, he spotted a young woman seated on the sofa. He was taken aback. Was there someone like her in the original owner's household? He was unaware of this. Where were his parents? At that moment, the young woman rose and smiled at him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi." Yi Cheng regained his composure and nodded. "Oh, hello. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Su Xian. My father is friends with your esteemed father, and I came here with him today." Yi Cheng paused, then recalled, "Your father is Su Kaiyong, the esteemed academic?" "Indet, Su Sin Ziplit." Her face adorned with a pleasant smile, indicative of a commendable upbringing. However, Yi Cheng paid little heed to her smile, instead focusing on his recollections of the esteemed Su Kaiyong. He remembered that Su Kaiyong and his own father had been childhood friends. a bond that explained his familiarity with her. Despite their friendship, their paths diverged. Su Kaiyong pursued a career in physics while Yi Guo ventured into business. By coincidence, both excelled in their respective fields, with Su Kaiyong achieving the esteemed title of academician. Su Kaiyong, who had dedicated his career to nuclear physics, served as the director of the National Nuclear Physics Research Institute, becoming a leading figure in China's nuclear fusion engineering, commanding great respect. His recent contributions, which included the tokamak device achieving a remarkable 100 seconds of operation at 100 million degrees Celsius, were closely tied to his efforts. Yi Cheng found himself pondering why this esteemed academic, rather than focusing solely on nuclear fusion, which could potentially save him a fortune in points, was visiting his home, especially accompanied by his daughter. He cast another glance at Su Xian, noting her striking beauty. He inquired, "Where are your parents? Why are you here alone?" "They are currently in the study discussing matters. My mother should be in the kitchen." Yi Cheng nodded. "Thank you. Please excuse me." He then stood and made his way toward the kitchen. Inside, the sounds of sizzling and clattering filled the air. Upon entering, he found his mother, Chun Rong, along with a hired nanny, whom he remembered was called Aunt Li. "Mom, Aunt Li." Hearing his voice, both women turned towards the doorway. Upon seeing the tall, handsome young man at the entrance, Chun Rong's face lit up with a smile. "Look who finally decided to come home." Aunt Li chimed in. "The young master has returned." Chun Rong set down what she was doing, washed her hands, and approached the door, gently touching her son's face. "Look at you, you've lost weight. Have you been busy lately?" "Not too bad," Yi Cheng replied. "Why did your father summon you home? Is it wrong for me to come home without a reason?" Chun Rong shot him a disapproving glance. "You live in Magic City, yet you haven't bothered to visit your mother in over a month." Yi Cheng felt somewhat at a loss and replied, Mom, you could come visit me too." Chun Rong's previously joyous expression darkened upon hearing his words. "You little rascal. Have you grown accustomed to living alone out there? Have you become wild?" Realizing his mistake, Yi Cheng quickly waved his hands. "No, I was just joking." With an exasperated glare, Chun Rong continued, "Your father wants you home because Su Bo is here. You should remember him, right?" "Of course." "Well, Su Bo has heard about the recent developments at your company and wishes to see you. I specialize in chips, while Su Bo is focused on nuclear fusion. Surely that is a different domain? Isn't it all physics? Enough of that. You should head to the study. They are likely waiting for you." "Alright," Yi Cheng nodded, preparing to leave for the study, but Chun Rong stopped him once more. "By the way, you must have seen Su Xian, right?" "Ah, yes, I did. What do you think of her?" "She seems fine." Chun Rong smiled and released him. "That's good. Now go to the study." Yi Cheng felt perplexed, but ultimately shook his head and departed the kitchen, making his way to the study's entrance. He knocked on the door before entering. Inside, two middle-aged men in their 50s were seated on the sofa, enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. "Det, Subo." The two men turned their attention to him. Yi Guo smiled. "Oh, look who decided to come back." Su Kaiyong waved them over. "Xiao Cheng, come here. Your Su Bo hasn't seen you in ages. You are the beacon of hope for China's chip industry." Yi Cheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "To be honest, those technologies weren't developed by me. They were the work of my team." "Well, that matters little. You're the owner of the company." Su Kaiyong dismissed. Yi Cheng, who may be repeated. "I wish I could achieve the status of an academician like you, Su Bo, a true pillar of our nation." Su Kaiyong laughed heartily, turning to Yi Guo. "Old Yi, weren't you saying Xiao Cheng was shy and lacked social skills? He seems quite adept to me." Yi Guo shuruk. "How was I to know what this kid has turned into? He even transformed the company into a beacon of technological advancement for our country." He then turned to Yi Cheng. "Now, you must tell me where you acquired those lithography machines." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, interjecting before you tell me. "Could you explain why you assigned Zhang Quan to our company?" Yi Guo paused, then chuckled. "Fine, you've made a name for yourself now. I won't pry into your affairs." Yi Cheng had skillfully evaded the topic twice, and as a father, Yi Guo understood that his son was reluctant to delve deeper. If his son chose not to share, he would not press him further. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "So, Dad, are you implying that I no longer need to work at your company?" Yi Guo replied curtly. "What do you think?" Yi Cheng chuckled in response. "That's good to know." Seeing his son's demeanor, Yi Guo, though reluctant to concede, added, "Nevertheless, if your company falters, you must return to me without fail." Yi Cheng shuruk nonchalantly. At that moment, Su Kaiyong interjected, "Old Yi, that's quite unfair. Little Cheng is keen on pursuing his own ventures. Let him be. Look, he's doing even better than you now." Yi Guo retorted, "How was I to know he could achieve such heights?" Yi Cheng and Su Kaiyong exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Su Xian's voice chimed in. "Dad, Uncle, Annie is calling you for dinner." "All right," Yi Guo responded before rising. "Let's go eat." "Sounds good." the three men said in unison as they left the study. Su Xian remained outside, and Yigua patted Yi Cheng on the shoulder, saying, "You see, Su Xian here is a PhD in business administration from the University of Pennsylvania. If you're running a company, you should learn from her management experience, understand?" Yi Cheng pouted. "I get it, but I'm a physics PhD from Mu University. Can we really compare?" Su Kaiyang glanced at his daughter and asked with a smile, Xian, you met little Cheng already, right?" Su Xian nodded gently, "Yes." "Good. You young people should interact more. The future belongs to your generation," Su Kaiyang remarked cheerfully. Yigua gave his son a playful nudge. "You heard that?" However, Yi Cheng declared with feigned seriousness, "That can't be. Our nuclear fusion in Huaguo relies on Uncle Su's support." Both Yigua and Su Kaiyang exchanged bemused looks, stifling laughter mixed with exasperation, while Su Xian covered her mouth. Giggling. Upon reaching the dining room, they found the table laden with a variety of fragrant dishes. With Chun Rong joining them, the five began their meal, while Aunt Li, having finished cooking, returned home. Yi Cheng felt a profound sense of comfort during this family gathering. The warmth of togetherness was an experience he had never known in his previous life. However, he still felt somewhat out of place, diligently consuming his meal and occasionally responding to the elders' inquiries. Naturally, he kept the details of his company's technology strictly confidential, much to Yigua's frustration. Yet, there was little he could do. His son had grown up and gained national recognition beyond his control. After dinner, Su Kaiyang didn't linger long. After bidding farewell, he left with his daughter. Yicheng chose to stay at home for the night, planning to return to the company the following day. He intended to savor the familial atmosphere and spend time with his loved ones. 3 weeks swiftly passed. In Yang District, at the Ruifeng International Building on the 22nd floor, the employees of Jiqi Technology, having moved in less than 2 days prior, were working diligently in an atmosphere of excitement. Occasionally, they would glance up from their tasks to admire the view of the Huangpu River through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The chairman's office had been transformed into a splendid space, exceeding 70 square meters. Leaning back in his executive chair behind a large wooden desk, Yi Cheng was engaged in a phone call. "Have all the arrangements been made? They've all arrived in Modu?" "All right, I understand." Hanging up, Yi Cheng squinted thoughtfully. The call had been from Dian Shi. Over the past 3 weeks, he had successfully contacted various domestic semiconductor technology companies to establish collaboration on semiconductor material production. However, those companies insisted on meeting him in person for their reassurance, prompting Yi Cheng to decide to convene a meeting with them. The representatives from a Ministry of Science and Technology are coming tomorrow at 9 a.m. as well. It seems the authorities have taken notice of our progress, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that since the government was showing interest, it was time to present his technology openly. This would facilitate persuading them. And he also needed to remind the company representatives to bring along some technical experts to ensure they understood the discussions. Moreover, since he intended to showcase the technology before signing any contracts, he would need to prepare a confidentiality agreement. One must always be cautious. While he was not afraid of theft, he worried about information leakage. If foreign entities caught wind of their advancements, they would likely impose severe sanctions on Jiqi Technology. However, even under the most optimistic projections, achieving mass production within their supply chain would require at least 3 to 4 months, a timeline he could not afford to extend. Keeping the news under wraps would allow the complacent foreign competitors to remain oblivious to their progress. Remarkably, no international response had yet surfaced regarding Jiqi's acquisition of lithography machines. They might still be entangled in bureaucratic disputes. He had tasked Xiao Bai with conducting an online investigation and learned that the FBI was still examining whether ASML had violated export regulations, a process that was alarmingly slow, with weekend breaks included. This amused Yi Cheng to no end. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they could never trace the origins of his lithography machines. Shaking his head, he dismissed thoughts of foreign affairs. It was time to focus on the confidentiality agreement. He called Wang Shun to his office to assist in drafting it. Confidentiality agreement? Wang Shun exclaimed upon entering the office. Which type? I'm holding a meeting tomorrow with domestic semiconductor companies to showcase some new technologies and need to prevent any leaks about the discussion, Yi Cheng explained. Wang Shun's understanding dawned. Oh, I see. I'll prepare it right away. Once completed, send it to Dian Shi, Yi Cheng instructed. Understood. By the way, has the money been transferred to the new company? It has already been sent, Wang Shun confirmed, a hint of discomfort evident on his face. The 100 billion he had recently held had swiftly diminished by 80 billion as startup capital for Yi Cheng's newly established clean energy company. The management of these funds had been entrusted to the recent recruit, Dian Shi. Wang Shun remained unaware of the company's purpose or the reason behind Yi Cheng's trust in Dianqi, particularly concerning a project that required such a substantial initial investment. It all seemed ludicrous. Yet, he had no choice. He had to comply with his boss's orders. Very well, Yi Cheng nodded, and Wang Shun departed to draft the confidentiality agreement. Yi Cheng stood, rubbing his temples, suddenly pondering whether assigning the financial department director to such a task was an overestimation of his capabilities. In other companies, such trivial matters would typically fall to secretaries or assistants, but he had yet to hire anyone for those roles. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's voice chimed in from the computer master. I can help you prepare the confidentiality agreement. Yi Cheng paused, recalling Xiao Bai's impressive capabilities, which made drafting a confidentiality agreement a trivial task. However, since he had already assigned the task to Wang Shun, it seemed unnecessary to duplicate efforts. Never mind, Wang Shun is already on it. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. After a moment's thought, he added, could you assist me in preparing the agenda for tomorrow's meeting? You should be aware of what needs to be covered. Of course. Xiao Bai replied promptly. Please hold on, master. I will complete it shortly. All right. Yi Cheng nodded, refraining from further discussion. As the clock struck 8:50 the next morning, anticipation filled the air. In the grand conference room of the government building in the bustling metropolis, a multitude of distinguished figures from the semiconductor industry of Huagua gathered. This clandestine meeting, pivotal to the future trajectory of Huagua's semiconductor development, was about to commence. The oval conference table was filled with representatives from the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Industry, as well as heads of various companies and technical experts, totaling over 30 individuals. As the meeting had yet to commence, and its principal speaker had not yet arrived, the attendees engaged in hushed conversations. Mr. Hu, how is your company, Xinxing, faring? One inquired. What's there to say? The boss of Jiqi mentioned a collaboration with our wafer production. He claims their wafer technology is superior. But why is your Chang'an here? Aren't you in the mask manufacturing business? Jiqi's boss invited us as well. He asserts they have mass technology that surpasses ours and wishes to utilize our factory for collaboration. Mr. Hu raised an eyebrow. Really? Is that true? Look over there at Nanda Optoelectronics and Shangjing Huaka. They specialize in photoresist. Didn't they claim they couldn't produce EUV photoresist? Jiqi's lithography machines would require EUV photoresist, wouldn't they? The Chang'an executive gestured towards a few individuals nearby. EUV photoresist? ISNT, that tightly controlled by foreign entities? Don't tell me Jiqi has the capability to produce it. Perhaps they do. They have managed to acquire lithography machines. That company over there deals with packaging materials, and that one seems to be involved with sputtering targets. I suspect Jiqi is gearing up for something significant. With the deputy ministers from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry present, this certainly indicates a major endeavor. Ah, someone is arriving. That must be the boss of Jiqi. The chatter in the conference room abruptly ceased as all eyes turned towards the two figures entering, one young and the other middle-aged. The middle-aged man was well known to them, serving as the liaison from Jiqi, named Dianqi. The young man, likely in his late 20s, stood in stark contrast to the predominantly older assembly, yet no one displayed disdain, for he was the current owner of Jiqi, holding the reins of the only 15 EUV lithography machines in all of Huagua. Certainly, in addition to that, he appeared poised to bring considerable benefits to everyone present, ensuring that no one would cast a negative glance his way. Yi Cheng strode into the conference room, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the attendees. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting, he began. The Deputy Minister of Science and Technology rose, responding with a smile. Not at all. We still have 10 minutes. We are quite curious about why you summoned us all here, Mr. Yi. Yi Cheng nodded, signaling Dianqi to close the door of the conference room. Standing before them, he declared, now that we are all here, I shall not delay further. Let's begin. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Cheng, the chairman of Jiqi Technology. It is a great honor to have you all here, and I thank the government for providing such a conducive and confidential environment for our meeting. The audience heightened their attention, noting the significance of the word confidential. What implications did the confidentiality of the conference room hold? They suppressed their curiosity, remaining focused on Yi Cheng's address. Esteemed colleagues, each of you represents a leading force in our nation's semiconductor industry. This meeting, of substantial gravity, could appropriately be termed the strategic summit of Huagua's semiconductor industry chain. Indeed, you heard correctly. I speak of the semiconductor industry chain. For far too long, our semiconductor industry has been constrained by foreign powers, from upstream raw materials to downstream foundries. Every sector has faced oppression and sanctions. Fortunately, Our company possesses 15 fully operational high-end chip production lines, capable of fulfilling domestic demands for chips below 10 nanometers, more than sufficient to meet our needs. However, there exists a narrative circulating online that chips below 10 nanometers are limited to computing and mobile industries, suggesting they do not affect the foundation of Huawei, which is supposedly unshakable due to our complete industrial system. This notion is fundamentally flawed. Real estate, mobile phones, and automobiles represent the three most lucrative industries globally, and these sectors epitomize the world economy. Chips are paramount to both mobile and computing industries. Should we relinquish this stronghold, it would be akin to our abandonment of lithography machines in the 1980s, ultimately leading us to face the peril of being choked off. In truth, this risk is manifesting as we speak. Before we forge any collaborations, it is imperative to elucidate the stakes involved. We must ensure that those present grasp the gravity of our situation, facilitating a swift consensus in our future partnerships. My discourse has traversed from national strategy to the interests of major enterprises. Many among you undoubtedly feel the weight of foreign patents restricting our capabilities. Even if we possess the skills to produce, we are hindered from doing so. To circumvent these foreign patent barriers demands substantial investment, with no guarantee of success. This sentiment resonated with many in the room, acknowledging the burden of Huawei's late start in the semiconductor sector. Foreign entities recognized the potential of the semiconductor industry decades ago, leading to comprehensive preemptive strategies that have now suppressed our industry to this extent, while Huawei finds itself compelled to invest heavily in research and development. Cheng lifted his glass, taking a sip to refresh his throat. Moments later, a smile spread across his face. Yet today, I'm not merely here to outline our predicaments, but rather to discuss how we might surmount these challenges. You have all received our notifications. We at Geechi possess comprehensive technology in semiconductor materials and seek collaboration with each of you. I wish to clarify that our technologies have successfully navigated all existing patents, ensuring high efficiency, superior yield rates, and various other advantages, such as advanced methods and reduced costs. This encompasses wafers, photoresists, masks, CMP polishing materials, packaging materials, and all technologies pertaining to the 19 core semiconductor materials. However, due to our limited scale and financial constraints, we are willing to share these technologies to collaborate with your companies, thereby establishing a complete semiconductor production chain within Huawei. The materials you produce would first meet the needs of our chip production lines, with any remaining output available to supply other wafer foundries. Ultimately, through our joint efforts, we aim to achieve complete localization of chip manufacturing. As Cheng articulated this vision, disbelief began to flicker in the eyes of the attendees. Geechi truly possessed such extensive technology? One could not help but voice a question. Mr. Yi, I must admit, your words are indeed inspiring, but I must inquire, do you genuinely possess such a breadth of technology? Cheng smiled gently. Rest assured, I shall demonstrate shortly. He gestured to Tianqi, who retrieved a briefcase he had brought and extracted stacks of A4 paper. Cheng continued, as we delve into matters involving our company's confidential information. And to better safeguard our plan, I will require everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. This agreement will be entrusted to the government for oversight, so you may feel at ease. However, should any company be unwilling to sign, they may depart now. I will not impede your exit. The 30-plus individuals exchanged glances. Yet the words spoken by Cheng earlier had already stirred their hearts, leaving no one willing to withdraw midway. Observing this, Cheng smiled, pleased with their decision. Tianqi, please distribute the documents, he instructed. Nodding, Tianqi proceeded to hand out the already printed confidentiality agreements to everyone present. Before long, all had signed, and Tianqi collected the agreements once more, promising to submit them to the government for safekeeping after the meeting concluded. Cheng then activated the multimedia equipment and retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, connecting it to the system to begin his presentation. He showcased the semiconductor material production technology documents provided to him by the system, selecting the most critical technical points to share with the audience. The first topic was silicon wafers, the most essential material. In the country, only one company, Emodu Xinsheng, was capable of producing 12-inch wafers. The representatives and experts from Xinsheng, knowledgeable in technology, appeared to light up with excitement as they absorbed Cheng's insights on key technologies. Although Xinsheng's wafer manufacturing facility could produce 12-inch wafers, its output was low, technical reserves were insufficient, and its yield rate was not high, rendering it significantly less competitive compared to Japanese wafer manufacturers. If they could indeed implement Yi Cheng's suggested preparations, it seemed plausible that their current situation could be improved. Regrettably, just as Yi Cheng was delving deeper into his presentation, he abruptly halted. The head of Xinsheng grew anxious, exclaiming, "Mr. Yi, why have you stopped? What about the rest of the content? Our company is precisely lacking in purification technology, and what you've shared appears highly feasible." His remarks immediately captured the attention of others from different companies. Previously, they had been unable to discern the practicality of Yi Cheng's discourse due to their diverse industries, merely feeling a vague sense of admiration. However, witnessing Xinsheng's reaction clarified the utility of Yi Cheng's technology. Others began to anticipate the forthcoming discussions surrounding the materials they produced. Yi Cheng turned to the head of Xinsheng with a smile, saying, "I understand your eagerness, but our time is limited, and I cannot elaborate on every technical point in detail. All technical documents will be made available once we finalize our contracts, so please be patient." The head of Xinsheng, though somewhat disheartened, had no choice but to suppress his impatience and wait. Yi Cheng continued to discuss other materials, consistently presenting only half of the technical details before pausing, leaving the company heads and technical experts in a state of eager anticipation, yearning to confront him for more information. Thus, he spoke for 3 hours until noon. After a lengthy presentation that left him parched, he took a large sip from his water cup and addressed the audience with a smile. "Well, I have finally concluded. I trust everyone now understands. May I inquire if there is a mutual interest in collaboration?" The room resonated with nods of agreement. It was hard to believe that they had sat through 3 hours without feeling drowsy. The allure of Yi Cheng's presentation had captivated them. "All right, since everyone is on board, I won't prolong the discussion. It's noon, so let us break for lunch. Over the next 3 days, let us finalize our collaboration swiftly and catch our foreign counterparts off guard." The audience erupted in applause. The leaders from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry rose to express, "Regarding your collaboration, our government will provide robust support. Let us unite and demonstrate the strength of our Chinese ingenuity." Chapter 45. The course is set for 3nm chips. 5 days later, Yi Cheng returned home, exhausted. The company headquarters had relocated, prompting him to rent a nearby apartment. However, he had not moved his new computer from Shaobai, so he retained the rental property for the time being, not particularly concerned about the expense. "What a long week," he sighed as he collapsed onto the sofa, releasing a breath of relief. The past 5 days spent negotiating terms had thoroughly drained his mental faculties. Although they had reached a collaborative agreement, the specifics of each party's role required meticulous negotiation. He initially thought 3 days would suffice, yet the discussions extended to 5. Nonetheless, the negotiations yielded the desired outcome, ensuring that Zhiqi maintained a competitive edge in future collaborations. This technological advantage would enable them to profit significantly, compelling others to heed his directives. Of course, Yi Cheng also ensured that they received substantial benefits. Mutual prosperity was the essence of collaboration, which would also deter companies from becoming complacent. Regardless, he could finally afford a moment of respite. Once the factories were fully established, Zhiqi would be virtually invincible. Reflecting on the 5 days of negotiations, he noted the government's keen interest. The construction of the entire factory would signify an industry valued in the hundreds of billions and create tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs. Particularly, it would signify a successful breakthrough against foreign sanctions on Chinese chips. It was hard for the government not to take notice. Consequently, they provided significant conveniences and support, from site assistance to various preferential policies, streamlining procedures wherever possible. With such backing, even conservatively estimating, the factory could be completed in 3 months, with the industrial chain officially operational by the 4th month. As November neared December, it meant that by next spring, in March, China's semiconductor industry would undergo an unprecedented transformation. A smile crept onto his face at the thought. By then, Zhiqi would no longer need to fear foreign sanctions. In the months ahead, he would shift his focus to the lithium-air battery project. Moreover, there was also the 3nm chip designed previously by Zhongxin, which could be announced to the public shortly. After inadvertently leaking information through Wang Shun, the news had indeed spread. At a time when no company had yet chosen to design 3nm chips, their sudden initiative appeared rather unethical. This would compel other companies designing mobile SoCs to hastily follow suit in developing 3nm chips, lest they fall behind, greatly impacting the stock prices of established companies like Xiaotong and Shuigua. Yi Cheng anticipated that these chip design firms and mobile companies would likely express their grievances towards him, with Huawei Haisher being no exception. They had all been gradually developing 5nm chips, waiting until they could no longer extract more before jointly pursuing 3nm designs. Yet, here he was, unbound by moral constraints, launching a surprise attack by being the first to announce a 3nm chip. Naturally, Cheng paid little mind to moral considerations. The competition was what mattered. One could observe the fierce rivalry between NVIDIA and AMD, where the flagship cards in the 30 series have already outperformed all major AAA titles. And now rumors of the 40 series emerging have surfaced. Huawei once thrived similarly, with the Kirin chips showing the highest performance increase among all chips, potentially allowing the next generation to rival the Apple A15. Regrettably, sanctions had curtailed their progress. Certainly, the emergence of Geechi has rekindled hope for Huawei. Recently, rumors have circulated that Huawei has commenced the design of the next generation of chips, potentially the much-anticipated 3nm chips. However, as Cheng speculated, even if other chip design companies succeed in creating 3nm chips, it does not necessarily mean that numerous smartphone manufacturers will be eager to purchase them. The reason lies in the fact that the processing cost per wafer for 3nm chips is 2 to 3 times higher than that of 5nm chips. Even though a single wafer can yield more 3nm chips post-slicing, the price of each individual 3nm chip is still approximately double that of its 5nm counterpart. This implies that if smartphone manufacturers opt to outsource production to foundries, they will incur significantly higher fabrication costs compared to 5nm chips. Ultimately, these costs will be borne by the consumers of smartphones, raising the crucial question of whether consumers will be willing to shoulder such expenses. However, for Geechi, possessing its own chip fabrication facility means that even the production of 3nm chips can be achieved at cost price, without incurring substantial outsourcing fees, especially in the future. Once the domestic industrial chain is completely established, Geechi might be able to procure raw materials at prices approximately half that of foundries like TSMC and Samsung, due to its stake in the industry. This scenario would be tantamount to a dimensionality reduction strike against TSMC and Samsung. Cheng squinted, suddenly sensing tremendous potential. Nevertheless, the production costs associated with 3nm chips remain a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, he found himself grappling with a headache. The reason foreign companies have refrained from designing 3nm chips is precisely due to the exorbitant design costs. The design cost for 5nm chips is around $41.6 billion, whereas that for 3nm chips escalates to a staggering $65 billion. How many companies, relying on the incremental gains from 5nm chips, would be willing to invest $600 million in the design of 5nm chips? They might still be deliberating on 4nm process chips. It is only because Zhongxin already possesses the groundwork that they can simply take it out, thus evading the need for extensive R&D expenditures. However, even if designed, achieving mass production is inherently a capital-intensive endeavor. Firstly, there is the issue of tape-out. In the realm of integrated circuit design, tape-out refers to the trial production phase, where, following the design of a circuit, a limited number of chips are produced for testing. Based on the results of these tests, the circuit diagrams and parameters of chip manufacturing equipment, such as photolithography machines, are continuously adjusted until it is confirmed that the produced chips operate as intended. The cost of a single tape-out is exorbitantly high. For instance, the tape-out costs for 7nm and 5nm chips are approximately $70 million and $300 million, respectively. One can only imagine the cost associated with 3nm chips, which could reach as high as $400 to $500 million for a single tape-out. Chapter 46. Reactions from various parties. The expense of a single tape-out for 3nm chips is shockingly high. However, it is crucial to note that this is merely for one round of tape-out. For most companies embarking on chip design from scratch, achieving true mass production likely necessitates multiple tape-outs, 3 or even more, unless they are formidable research entities like Apple or Huawei, who might succeed with only 1 or 2 attempts. Of course, the circuit diagrams designed by Zhongxin are undoubtedly reliable, ensuring that their tape-out attempts will be minimal, primarily aimed at fine-tuning the parameters of chip manufacturing equipment, and should not exceed 2 attempts. Nonetheless, the steep costs remain a significant concern. Money. Technology is the foremost productive force, and also the greatest consumer of capital. He sighed, ultimately shaking his head. Regardless of the challenges, production must proceed. If he does not seize this market, others will. Fortunately, of the $10 billion previously borrowed, the company still retains $2 billion, which is sufficient to cover the expenses for 2 tape-outs. If necessary, should he seek additional loans from a bank? He pondered. The business strategy of Geechi Technology is evidently confidential and remains unknown to the outside world. while public attention has shifted to another matter. A historic movement has unfolded within the national semiconductor industry, marked by a significant restructuring of the industrial chain. Regardless of how discreet this endeavor has been, the colossal investment amounting to hundreds of billions will inevitably attract external awareness. Leading semiconductor enterprises in Huawei are making significant moves. What could they be up to? Factory construction, and more factory construction. The unified action of Huawei's semiconductor enterprises. Numerous media outlets have sprung into action, sensing that something monumental is on the horizon. However, official media merely assert that this is merely an adjustment of Huawei's semiconductor industrial chain, urging the public not to pay it any mind. Naturally, there are many astute observers who quickly connect this situation to Geopolitical technology. After all, Geopolitical technology now possesses high-end chip production lines, and it is conceivable that this so-called industrial chain adjustment is intended to align with Geopolitical technology's production capabilities. Huawei's adjustment of the semiconductor industrial chain? In Washington, D.C., at the White House, President Biden, upon hearing the report from his Secretary of State, displayed a look of confusion. Indeed, Mr. President, what is the purpose of their adjustment? According to Huawei's official media, it is to facilitate future production activities of the company possessing EUV lithography machines. What were the findings of your investigation? Our investigation suggests that, much like their official media, our results indicate a similar narrative. Suggests? Biden paused, the mental strain of nearing 80 years of age momentarily clouding his response. After a moment, he inquired, "Why do you say suggests?" The Secretary of State, accustomed to the president's state of mind, shrugged and replied, "Because we aim to uncover facts that diverge from their official media's claims, but regrettably, we have yet to find any. According to our assessments, Huawei's semiconductor technology has remained under our control. Even if they adjust their industrial chain, it is improbable that their technology will achieve rapid advancements. Moreover, even if they do adjust, as far as we know, the company named Geopolitical Technology can only procure semiconductor materials controlled by us to produce chips. Therefore, from our perspective, their adjustments are meaningless and futile, amounting to nothing more than a waste of money." Biden remarked, "Then let it be." However, the Secretary of State displayed a look of resignation. "Yet, esteemed Mr. President, you are aware that the Huawei people are quite cunning. Their every action typically carries a purpose, leading us to believe that there is an ulterior motive behind this adjustment. Have you investigated this?" Biden asked with an exasperated gesture. Not yet." Then if you have so much to say without any results, cease your inquiries. If their actions amount to a waste of money, let them continue to squander their resources. Once they exhaust their funds, we can cut off their supply, can't we? The Secretary of State's face revealed a hint of concern, but Biden waved his hand, interrupting him. "All right, you may continue your investigations. If you fail to yield results, adhere to my directive for now. Additionally, expedite matters with the Netherlands regarding ASML. I am keen to ascertain whether Huawei is indeed capable of producing lithography machines on their own." Seeing the president's insistence, the Secretary of State could only nod. "Understood, Mr. President." However, he soon added, "But, Mr. President, we will take necessary measures to restrict the development of Huawei's companies when the time is right." "Agreed," Biden affirmed, signaling his approval. The significant actions of Huawei have stirred the nerves of many. Each individual is eager to uncover the underlying reasons. Could it truly be in alignment with Geopolitical? Furthermore, how could domestic manufacturers and Huawei supply materials that rival those produced by foreign companies? Is it genuinely, as the Huawei authorities claim, that it has no connection to Geopolitical? However, due to the government's involvement, confidentiality has been meticulously maintained, and major corporations have kept their lips tightly sealed, revealing not a whisper of information. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. At the Geopolitical Semiconductor Research Center, the once vast expanse of over 90,000 square meters, which housed merely a 20,000 square meter chip production workshop, is now witnessing the construction of several factories. These include facilities for photolithography materials, packaging materials, wire bonding, and mass production. This 90,000 square meter area conveniently encompasses all these production facilities. Once completed, the semiconductor materials produced here will be solely supplied to the adjacent chip manufacturing plant. This arrangement significantly simplifies future logistics, alleviating concerns over transportation costs, and mitigating worries regarding shelf life, particularly considering the short lifespan of photolithography materials, which lasts only a few months. Any delays or unforeseen events during transportation would undoubtedly impact the efficiency of chip production. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz glided through the entrance. where 5 formidable-looking security guards saluted the vehicle before granting passage. The driver was Yi Cheng. He waved to the 5 guards, and upon noticing their firearms, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Due to the government's emphasis, his research center is now classified as a key protection zone, allowing armed security. And even electric fencing has been installed along the perimeter. Moreover, military personnel are stationed around, and entry requires a pass, reflecting a high level of security. After all, it is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate potential risks. As Yi Cheng drove into the research center and beheld the factories under construction, a satisfied smile graced his face. The research center now truly resembled a hub of innovation. Perhaps, in the future, it could radiate outward and establish a Silicon Valley for Huawei. He chuckled to himself, amused by his own imaginative thoughts. Subsequently, he refrained from further distractions and directed his focus toward the chip production workshop. Starting today, they would embark on the trial production of 3nm chips. Chapter 47. The Hearing. Yi Cheng entered the chip factory and approached one of the workshops, where Zhong Xin was diligently adjusting the parameters of the photolithography machine. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose and suddenly recalled that Zhong Xin seemed to have not taken a break since his arrival. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the prowess of the system. How is the preparation coming along, Zhong Xin? He inquired. Quite well, Zhong Xin replied succinctly. How many attempts do you anticipate it will take? Yi Cheng asked. I have a 90% confidence of success in one attempt, and 102, Zhong Xin responded. Such a high success rate? Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, it is not particularly difficult. Zhong Xin's tone remained unwavering, which left Yi Cheng feeling somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, compared to the news he had brought, this minor detail seemed trivial. All right, then focus on your work, he said, choosing to observe Zhong Xin's operations in silence. However, as he watched, he noticed something amiss. What EDA software are you using? I don't think I've seen it before. The EDA software that the company purchased doesn't look like this. Oh, the EDA software the company acquired is not very user-friendly, so I rewrote a new version, Zhong Xin explained. Yi Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? When did you write this? About 2 months ago, Zhong Xin replied nonchalantly. Yi Cheng was momentarily rendered speechless. EDA, or Electronic Design Automation Software, refers to computer-aided design tools used to complete the functional design, integration, validation, and physical design of large-scale integrated circuit chips, including layout, wiring, and design rule checks. Designing chips necessitates the assistance of EDA software. Otherwise, the task becomes exceedingly complex. Moreover, EDA software has long been monopolized by foreign companies, with 95% of Huawei's EDA software market belonging to them. Such software must be purchased from foreign companies for use. One might wonder, isn't it merely software? Can it be cracked? Indeed, cracking it is relatively straightforward. However, EDA software updates occur quite frequently. Without a legitimate license, one cannot receive updates. Most critically, chips designed using EDA software must be produced by foundries that utilize legitimate software. If the database of pirated software does not align with that of the legitimate software, the foundry will naturally refuse to manufacture the chip. This explains why a single piece of software commands a market worth $50 billion. EDA software design companies are not inclined to engage in philanthropy. Thus, for Huawei, should EDA software face foreign sanctions, the country's chip design capabilities would suffer a significant blow. This is why Yi Cheng was so astonished. Zhong Xin claimed he had directly written a new version and suggested that the company's purchase tool was inadequate. Are you implying that the EDA software you developed is more effective? Yi Cheng could not contain his curiosity, recognizing the unexpected boon it represented for him. Yes, the EDA software available in the market lacks in simulation capabilities, and its circuit validation is overly cumbersome. It is inferior to my own version, Zhong Xin stated matter-of-factly. As if it were obvious, Yi Cheng felt a sense of frustration at his inability to express his emotions adequately. You should have informed me sooner. This software is incredibly valuable. My apologies, boss. I wasn't aware you needed it as well, Zhong Xin replied. It's not just me who needs it. Huawei needs it, Yi Cheng asserted. However, upon reflection, he realized that sharing this sentiment with Zhong Xin was futile. The individual was devoid of any beliefs beyond his loyalty. Never mind. Just send me the software when it's ready. I'd like to take a look. Oh, my version isn't fully refined yet. It may take about a month. If you're in a hurry, I can expedite it this week, but that might delay the trial production, Zhong Xin warned. Then let it be, Yi Cheng replied, fully aware of what was paramount. They needed to complete the trial production swiftly to achieve mass production as soon as possible. All right, boss, Zhong Xian acknowledged. Without further ado, Cheng quietly awaited Zhong Xian's adjustments. Approximately an hour later, the trial production commenced. All necessary materials were prepared, with a total estimated value of 4.7 billion, as calculated by Zhong Xian for the resources required for this trial run. The cycle for a single trial production is lengthy, typically spanning 2 weeks to 20 days. Thus, for other companies, a trial production period of 3 to 4 months is common. As the equipment began to operate, the prepared workforce commenced their tasks under Zhong Xian's guidance. After spending a day at the site, Cheng chose not to linger. With Zhong Xian overseeing the operations, his presence made little difference. 13 days swiftly passed. Today is December 7th. While not a date of particular significance, it is indeed a momentous occasion for Zikiki Technology Company. For today marks the official court hearing regarding the patent infringement lawsuit filed against Zikiki by Xiaotong, Sansang, and Alixin. Despite the fact that this incident initially transpired in September, the fervor surrounding it has diminished over time. Nevertheless, numerous media outlets have descended upon the situation, and the news has spread, garnering significant attention. To the astonishment of these journalists, not only was Cheng, the owner of Geopolitical Technology, present, seated in the defendant's chair, but even Christian, the president of Xiaotong, made an appearance. Typically, executives of such companies do not have the luxury to concern themselves with legal disputes. The simultaneous presence of the two industry leaders instantly signaled to the media that there was a story worth uncovering. Additionally, this trial was open to the public and streamed live online, attracting millions of viewers who flooded the chat with comments. At this juncture, the trial had progressed to its final stage, the defendant's closing statement. Geopolitical Technology had enlisted a renowned attorney from the Shanghai legal community, who had voluntarily reached out to offer his services pro bono. Naturally, Geopolitical did not decline such a generous offer. Why refuse a chance to benefit? Furthermore, taking on this highly publicized case would enhance the lawyer's reputation, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chapter 48, The Unveiling of Ugliness in Summary. My client has unequivocally not utilized any patents belonging to the plaintiff's company, thus constituting no infringement. Both the objective and subjective facts do not support the plaintiff's claims. I urge the presiding judge to conduct a thorough examination to safeguard my client's rights. My statement is concluded. I request the court's judgment. Upon finishing his remarks, the attorney for Geopolitical took his seat, while Cheng smiled and gave him a thumbs up. The audience erupted into applause. The attorney's presentation was compelling and impactful, bolstered by irrefutable evidence, making it difficult for anyone to believe they would lose. Moreover, this was Geopolitical's home turf, and there was a palpable desire among the spectators to witness Xiaotong and its foreign counterparts falter. Subsequently, the judge retreated to the deliberation room for discussions. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with the verdict, which was not unexpected. The court hereby declares that the defendant, Geopolitical Technology, is victorious. Applause resonated once more throughout the courtroom. The individuals representing Geopolitical rose to their feet, embracing one another with exhilaration. After all, they had triumphed over 3 international giants. For a company that had been relatively obscure just 4 months prior, this was undeniably a tremendous source of motivation. In the live stream chat, viewers quickly began to flood the comments with excitement. OHHHHHH. 6666666. Geopolitical, the eternal god. Xiaotong, how shameless. I won't buy phones with Gaolong chips anymore. If you don't buy Gaolong chip phones, you'll have to settle for fruit phones. Isn't the Huawei Kirin 9K delightful? Huawei has recalled all R50 phones, and consumers can exchange for a 5G version of the R50, all featuring the Kirin 9K. Did Geopolitical not claim they would design a 3nm chip? I'll switch phones once their 3nm chip is released. I want to switch too, but I'm worried it will be expensive. Though the chat veered off topic, the overall atmosphere remained jubilant. In the courtroom, the mood was similarly elated. Cheng rose from his seat with a smile, extending his hand to shake with the attorney. Thank you, Lawyer Wang. Ah, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. Assisting a company like Geopolitical in pursuing a just cause is a pursuit I cherish in my legal career. Excellent. Cheng nodded with a smile. If we encounter any future legal matters, I hope to collaborate with you again. It will be my honor. Following this, others from Geopolitical approached Lawyer Wang to express their gratitude. Cheng, however, shifted his gaze towards the plaintiff's side. The representatives from Xiaotong did not opt to appeal, clearly aware that such a move would be futile. They seemed to have anticipated defeat, as evidenced by their composed expressions, particularly Christian, who even wore a smile. Upon noticing Yi Cheng's gaze, Christian met his eyes with a knowing look, then stood and approached him. "Mr. Yi, greetings," Christian said, extending his hand with a demeanor suggesting a long-awaited reunion, surprisingly addressing Yi Cheng in Chinese, albeit with a distinct foreign accent. The Zhihui team immediately ceased their celebrations, casting wary glances at this foreign presence, their eyes betraying hostility. Had it not been for their company's recent successes, they might have already suffered greatly at the hands of Xiaotong. Yet, Yi Cheng remained unfazed, maintaining a cordial smile as he shook hands with Christian. Media reporters in the audience quickly turned their cameras towards the two, while a throng of onlookers gathered, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, the court officers swiftly intervened, preventing them from approaching the defendant's bench. Yi Cheng, undeterred by the reporters, addressed Christian. "Mr. Christian, I did not expect you to come all the way from the United States, merely to attend a trial that was destined for failure." "Huh. There are indeed other matters at hand. My presence here is also to meet you, Mr. Yi," Christian replied, waving off the sarcasm in Yi Cheng's words. "Zhihui Technology is a company of considerable potential. My friends on Wall Street have expressed great interest in your firm, indicating their willingness to invest and assist in your listing on the American stock market. I wonder how you feel about that. This could bring you substantial wealth." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, responding with a smile. "Zhihui Technology's financial status is currently solid. We do not require external investment at this time." Christian maintained a smile. "Oh, your financial situation may be satisfactory now, but unforeseen circumstances may arise in the future. Surely, you would consider going public eventually?" "Absolutely not, now or ever." Yi Cheng replied with a chuckle. "I have no interest in playing such monetary games. Our goal is to develop technology." Christian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Cheng for a moment before slowly saying, "You are undoubtedly aware of Huawei's predicament." "Huawei?" Yi Cheng shrugged. What fate could they possibly face? Their primary business is telecommunications, not smartphones. "Oh, by the way, Huawei has already placed orders with our foundry. Your plans have been thwarted." "Oh, what if you were to meet a similar fate as Huawei?" Christian's tone grew increasingly menacing. "Are you planning to share their fate, becoming a bird with clipped wings?" Their dialogue caught the attention of those around them, and as the atmosphere shifted to one of tense silence, Christian's words became particularly clear. Someone could no longer contain their frustration. "Foreigners, get out of China. We do not welcome you. Zhihui, do not fear threats." Meanwhile, in the still open live stream, viewers who had yet to log off began to express their outrage. "What the hell, this jerk? I wish I could slap him. Threatening our Chinese companies on our own turf? Get out of China. This is the ugly face of foreigners. Disgusting. To threaten Zhihui with Huawei? Zhihui, do not be afraid. We support you." Despite the torrent of insults, there remained an undercurrent of concern amidst the shouts. Is this foreigner's intention to impose sanctions on Jiqi? What should we do if Jiqi faces sanctions? Numerous individuals, overwhelmed by concern, felt an undeniable sense of helplessness in the face of this scenario. It is well known that a multitude of cutting-edge technologies are firmly in the grasp of foreign powers, particularly within the semiconductor industry, where foreign entities can target Huawei at will. Were it not for the sheer size of the Huawei market, such entities would never relinquish such a significant profit. Otherwise, Huawei would likely be relegated to utilizing chips that are a decade or two behind times. Now, confronted with Christian's threat, those with foresight have begun to adopt a pessimistic outlook, worried not only for Jiqi, but also for the nation's technological advancement. Chapter 49. Within a decade, Xiaotong will collapse. Despite the vast and illustrious history of Huaxia, spanning 5 millennia, it remains one of the few uninterrupted civilizations on Earth. Yet, over a century ago, the nation faced relentless turmoil, and true independence has only been realized for less than 100 years. In comparison to imperialist remnants that have developed for at least 2 centuries, the rich cultural heritage of Huawei cannot compensate for the significant technological gap. Furthermore, foreign suppression and the siphoning of Chinese talent have left Huawei in a precarious situation, besieged by wolves since the late 20th century. This predicament has only intensified in recent years, leading to many uncertain souls who have become escapists in the face of adversity. Given the current threats facing Jiqi, what choices will they make? Will they capitulate like Huaxing or confront the challenge head-on like Huawei? Individuals before their computer or phone screens fixated on Yi Cheng, eager to discern his response. Yi Cheng regarded Christian with quiet contemplation. A quintessential Anglo-Saxon, Christian embodied the courteous traditions inherited from the aristocracy of centuries past. Clad in a suit that exuded amiability when he smiled, as if truly considering Yi Cheng a friend. Yet, once his interests were at stake, his facade of benevolence would be torn away, revealing an unmistakable hostility. But would Yi Cheng be perturbed by their animosity? Clearly not. He narrowed his eyes and finally spoke. Xiaodong, is it? In 10 years, you will face bankruptcy. Christian blinked in surprise, amusement flickering in his gaze. Mr. Yi? What are you saying? He glanced around, seemingly seeking the reactions of others to Yi Cheng's declaration. Evidently, while the Huagua attendees supported Yi Cheng, many were still taken aback by his audacity. To suggest Xiaodong would collapse? It is unlikely anyone in the world would dare utter such a proclamation. Setting aside the vested interests behind Xiaodong, the company's R&D capabilities alone would make its failure within a decade improbable. Unless another formidable chip enterprise were to emerge suddenly and entirely supplant Xiaodong's role, compelling its investors to withdraw, it would remain resilient. What enterprise could achieve this within the next 10 years? Jiqi? No one could believe it. At most, they had recently heard rumors of Jiqi's intentions to develop a 3nm process chip, overlapping with Xiaodong's business. However, designing a chip does not guarantee prowess. Consider Sanqing. Despite being the second largest wafer foundry globally, their self-designed chips still lag significantly behind Xiaodong's. Moreover, Xiaodong's most lucrative business is not in chip production, but in patent licensing, covering an exceedingly broad array of fields. How many more years would Jiqi need to catch up? No one could fathom it. After scanning the crowd and observing the desired reactions, Christian turned back to Yi Cheng, a sneer gracing his lips as he switched to English. Mr. Yi, it appears your compatriots also do not believe your words. Xiaodong has nearly 40 years of history since its founding in the 1980s, with nearly 40,000 employees worldwide. We were pioneers of the mobile internet era, and any phone you use incorporates our patented technology. Mr. Yi, do you truly believe that your company's mere handful of lithography machines and a 5G RF chip can supplant Xiaodong? Understanding his English, Yi Cheng smiled and replied in Chinese. Why not? Christian regarded him with a shake of his head. It seems I mistook you for a worthy competitor, but you are merely an impotent, rage-filled individual. Very well, Mr. Yi, take care. As a saying goes in your country, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. The rice is in our hands. If you wish to procure it, you must join us. It was a pleasure meeting you. Farewell, or perhaps never meet again. He moved forward, patting Yi Cheng on the shoulder before turning away, ignoring the jeers from the audience. Yi Cheng squinted at the departing figure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he muttered under his breath, barely audible. Aren't you curious where our technology originates? Boss, are you all right? At that moment, Wang Shun approached with concern. I'm fine, Yi Cheng waved dismissively. He was certainly not enraged. Succumbing to anger too easily would mean falling into the opponent's trap. Yet, his bold proclamation was indeed intentional. One must possess a certain fierceness. Being cornered to such an extent, especially by foreigners, he, as a Huagua national, could not refrain from making a strong statement on his own turf. Otherwise, it would appear as though he lacked resolve. He couldn't simply emulate the Gallic president, cowering at the first utterance from the Americans, could he? Moreover, in just a few months, as the semiconductor supply chain fully established itself, foreign entities would no longer hold sway over him, and he would have nothing to fear. All right, let's head back to the company and resume work. He gestured, prompting Wang Shun to relax, relieved that his boss was not upset. Yes, boss. The matters following the court session would naturally be managed by the company. As they departed the defendant's stand and made their way toward the exit, reporters trailed closely behind them, microphones raised, eager to interview him. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by stating Xiaodong will collapse within 10 years? Mr. Yi, how do you view today's court ruling? Mr. Yi, perhaps anticipating the situation, the court had arranged for law enforcement to escort Yi Cheng. Wang Shun and several other Jiqi personnel formed a protective barrier around him to prevent the reporters from encroaching too closely. Everyone, please step aside. Our CEO is not ready to answer questions at this moment. Kindly do not block the way. Yi Cheng glanced at the throng of enthusiastic reporters, silently reflecting that this resembled the treatment of a superstar. However, with so many voices clamoring for attention, he found it difficult to choose which question to answer, ultimately opting for silence. Thus, they proceeded to his rather ordinary Mercedes-Benz E-Class. He entered the vehicle and drove away. Soon after returning to the company, he had barely settled in when Xiao Bai's voice emanated from the computer. Master, you're in news. Chapter 50. Those who understand, understand. Yi Cheng was not surprised. I know. We won in court, so it was bound to make the news. Not about the court. It's about you getting into the car. Yi Cheng responded, perplexed. I got into a car? What car? Suddenly, the computer screen illuminated, and a window popped up. Yi Cheng squinted at it and couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? A media outlet, whose identity remained unknown to him, had captured a photograph of him alone getting into his car and driving away. The headline read, "After Geopolitical Technology's victory, the chairman leaves silently. What transpired?" The article succinctly recounted the events following the court's conclusion, mentioning the threats issued by Christian, the president of Xiaotong, towards Geopolitical, and linked it to Yi Cheng's solitary departure. Particularly striking was the photo, which was edited with a cool tone filter. Thus, an image of a chairman caught in a dilemma sprang forth from the screen. This chairman was, after all, the head of a company recently hailed as the light of Chinese technology. One couldn't help but wonder what choices he would make. As Yi Cheng perused the news, he finally muttered, "Damn, that's impressive. This filter technique, was it learned from abroad?" Although it garnered sympathy and support for him, people often expressed goodwill towards the underdog. Not to mention, Geopolitical was involved. But since when did he require pity? These journalists had such vivid imaginations. Why not write novels instead? Yi Cheng scoffed, scrolling down to find that the comments echoed the article's sentiments, rallying support for him and even denouncing the Americans. Some even suggested that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should intervene to condemn Christian's remarks in court. However, there were still voices of skepticism. What a farce. This person claims Xiaotong will go bankrupt within 10 years. Truly laughable. Only someone devoid of intelligence would utter such words. With semiconductor materials controlled by the Americans, I foresee this person kneeling. Who asked him to be so ostentatious? Geopolitical is indeed unfortunate to have such a boss. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's voice piped up. "Master, these people are insufferable. Should I hack into their computers?" Yi Cheng replied sternly, "Hacking into others' computers is illegal. Don't act recklessly." "Oh, very well." Xiao Bai complied, but muttered under its breath, "But master, didn't you also allow me to eavesdrop on others?" The last time it intercepted news about the 3 mobile companies that had sued Geopolitical planning to withdraw their cases, Yi Cheng had grown indifferent, thinking that it might sometimes uncover beneficial information for the company. Yi Cheng's expression darkened. "Are you looking for trouble? Are you listening or not?" "Oh, I was wrong, master. It won't happen again." Yi Cheng huffed. Just then, Xiao Bai announced, "Master, there's more news, also about your departure." "Is it the same as this one?" Yi Cheng inquired. "It's complimentary." "Complimentary?" Yi Cheng was taken aback and quickly said, "Show me." The window flickered again, displaying a similar photo, but this time unedited, accompanied by the headline, "After the victory, the low-key chairman of Geopolitical Technology." This title satisfied Yi Cheng, and the article was significantly improved from the previous one. At 8 a.m. today, regarding the joint lawsuit by Xiaotong, Sang, and Ali Nu against Geopolitical Technology for patent infringement, the primary People's Court in XX District of Magic City officially convened. After 2 hours of hearings, the court declared Geopolitical Technology victorious. Chairman Yi Cheng did not accept interviews post-victory, but chose to leave discreetly. It is reported that the Mercedes-Benz he was driving was self-purchased, with a market value of around $500,000, and he does not employ a dedicated driver. Chairman Yi Cheng's modesty is commendable. Additionally, following this hearing, the American president of Xiaotong threatened that Geopolitical would meet a fate similar to Huawei's, but Chairman Yi Cheng boldly retorted, asserting that Xiaotong would go bankrupt within 10 years, which is truly exhilarating. This embodies the spirit of Chinese entrepreneurs, worthy of praise. This article was commendable. Let me see which newspaper published it. Oh, the Oriental Daily? Isn't that the same newspaper that interviewed me last time? This article was edited by reporter Xiao Ying. It seems she was the one who came to interview me before. Yi Cheng understood. It appeared that his previous interview had left a good impression on the reporter, so this article was largely complimentary, rather than evoking sympathy. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," Yi Cheng said. Soon, Shun Jie entered and said, "Boss, several newspapers wish to interview you again. Would you like to accept?" "Which ones?" "The Youth Daily, Renren Daily, Xinhua News Agency, Oriental Daily, Pengbai News, among others." Yi Cheng paused. Wow, quite a few reputable ones. He pondered for a moment. Declining interviews would not be wise, as they served as a platform for expression, especially since several of these media outlets wield considerable influence domestically. He then stated, "Let us accept interviews from 3 media outlets." "Which 3 do you suggest?" "Of course, the Youth Daily, Renren Daily, and Xinhua News Agency." Yi Cheng contemplated, deciding to forego Renren Daily in favor of Oriental Daily. Huh? Shen Jia was surprised, not expecting Yi Cheng to choose Oriental Daily over Renren Daily. However, since Yi Cheng had made his decision, it was all relatively similar. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." In the afternoon, back in Yi Cheng's office, 3 reporters from selected media outlets were already seated. "Mr. Yi, shall we begin our interview?" "Yes, let us start." Yi Cheng nodded. The first question came from the reporter of the Youth Daily. "Mr. Yi, I would like to ask your thoughts on this victory." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before responding, "I have no particular thoughts. We were always meant to win." It was merely a procedural matter at court. If I must express a sentiment, it would be this: do not resort to underhanded schemes to entrap us. We are indomitable. The Youth Daily reporter chuckled and probed further. What do you mean by underhanded schemes? Cheng glanced at the reporter, smiling. Regarding this matter, I can only say those who understand will know. And those who do not need not delve deeply. It suffices that I am aware. The three reporters and the photographer couldn't help but chuckle. Are you turning this into a riddle? Next, a reporter from Xinhua News Agency asked, Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on Christian's remarks today? Oh, I recall I already responded to him directly. Hasn't he the news already circulated? Cheng gestured with his palms. The three reporters' expressions brightened, almost simultaneously raising their hands to ask, so, when you said Xiaodong would go bankrupt within 10 years, do you genuinely mean that? Do you believe Xiaodong will indeed cease to operate within 10 years? Cheng smiled and replied, I certainly did not say this to jest. But I cannot predict the future. We shall revisit this matter in 10 years. The truth of my words will naturally reveal itself then. The three reporters fell silent, ultimately giving up on further inquiries. After all, no one could foresee what would happen a decade from now. Subsequently, the Oriental Daily reporter, Xiao Ying, who had interviewed Cheng previously, asked with a smile, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to interview you once more. I would like to know your views on the recent adjustments within the domestic semiconductor industry. Is it related to Zhiqi? Cheng replied with a smile. What can I say? Each company is distinct. I have no jurisdiction over them. As previously stated by official media, this is merely an adjustment and has nothing to do with us at Zhiqi. Naturally, he would not admit to such matters, even though a significant portion of the adjustment was indeed connected to Zhiqi. Xiaoying nodded, refraining from further probing. The Youth Daily reporter continued to inquire about other topics. Thus, nearly an hour had passed. The time for the interview was drawing near. The final question was left for Xiaoying. Cheng turned his gaze towards her. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xiaoying nodded and subsequently inquired. Recently, there have been rumors circulating online that Zhiqi is developing a 3nm process chip. And it is said that this information was leaked from within the company. I would like to know if there is any truth to this. Would it be convenient for you to disclose some details? Upon hearing Xiaoying's question, Cheng, who had been reclining against the back of the sofa, straightened up. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. It had been 13 days since the tape-out had commenced, and thus far, there had been no issues with any of the processes. Given that there had been no problems previously, it was unlikely that any would arise moving forward, which is why Cheng had been contemplating when to make the announcement. Now that this reporter had broached the topic, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, this is true. We are currently developing a 3nm process SoC chip. Xiaoying's eyes lit up instantly, and she pressed on. May I ask to what extent the development has progressed? The other two journalists also expressed their curiosity. This was a 3nm process chip, closely related to smartphones. Although it was likely that half of the people would not care about the chip in their phones, the other half would certainly pay attention. The more advanced the chip, the better the performance, and, clearly, no one would refuse a device with superior capabilities. Thus, their interest in this matter was piqued. Cheng responded with a smile. We have already begun tape-out, and it should not take more than a week before we achieve a successful tape-out. Tape-out? The three journalists were momentarily taken aback. This technical term had stumped them. Xiaoying asked, could you please clarify what tape-out means? Cheng was also surprised. They were not familiar with the term? He then smiled and explained, tape-out refers to the trial production of the chip, intended to verify its feasibility. A successful tape-out signifies that the chip can be mass-produced and is deemed qualified. After Cheng's elucidation, the three journalists suddenly understood. Xiaoying inquired, so you're saying that within a week, Zhiqi's 3nm chip will achieve successful tape-out, meaning it can be mass-produced, correct? Subsequently, it can be officially released for sale? Cheng nodded affirmatively. That is indeed the case. Upon hearing his confident response, the journalists realized that this was significant news. It meant that China had a new company capable of designing chips independently. Furthermore, this company had directly designed a 3nm process chip, which was no longer in the same league as the current mainstream 5nm chips. This was tantamount to being at the pinnacle of global technology. Xiaoying hurriedly asked then, may I inquire, how much of an improvement does this chip have compared to the 5nm process chips? According to our estimates, its performance is approximately 50 superior to the most powerful smartphone SoC currently on the market. Of course, this is merely our estimation. The actual performance will depend on the results that emerge later. Additionally, it also relates to the compatibility of the phone's operating system. The stronger the optimization of the operating system for the chip, the better the performance will be. There are also other factors that need to be considered through practical evaluation. I won't elaborate further, as our company's chip has yet to be produced. Discussing it now would be mere conjecture. The three journalists were left in astonishment. A chip that was 50 more powerful than the current strongest smartphone, SoC? Wasn't that equivalent to being 50 stronger than the current Apple A15 series? It was simply extraordinary. Was this truly the case? I have learned that the performance improvement from a 5nm chip to a 7nm chip is only about 20. Yet, you claim that this 3nm chip surpasses the 5nm chips by 50? This is truly unbelievable. Cheng chuckled and replied, as I mentioned earlier, this requires future validation. If I simply state this now, you may not necessarily believe it, right? Then, glancing at his watch, he continued, all right, let us conclude today's interview here. What was supposed to be the last question has turned into quite an extended discussion. The journalists clearly wished to inquire further, but upon Cheng's remark, they could only reluctantly concede. We thank you, Mr. Yi, for taking the time to conduct this interview with us. We appreciate your hospitality. Our Easter News will strive to publish the article by tonight. Cheng nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. He then glanced at Xiao Ying and added, by the way, Xiao reporter, I read the article you wrote this morning. It was quite well done. Xiao Ying smiled and replied, I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Yi. Subsequently, the journalists refrained from saying more and took their leave. Watching them depart, Cheng began to anticipate the reaction of netizens once the news of Zichi's 3nm chip was made public. However, he still had not decided on a name for this chip. After all, it was their company's first chip, and it deserved a grander name. Thus, it had been delayed until now. Names like Kirin, Gaolong, and Dimensity crossed his mind. He glanced at the computer screen. Surely, he couldn't genuinely heed Xiaobai's suggestion to name it the Xiaobai chip, could he? Chapter 52, Reactions from Beijing. Beijing. Zhonghai. This was an office with a white floor and a bookshelf and desk made of redwood. Behind the spacious redwood desk stood a 5-star red flag, and in front of the flag sat an elderly man, engrossed in handling documents. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A middle-aged man entered respectfully, addressing the elderly gentleman. Elder, there's a video that requires your attention. The elder looked up, paused his work, and, showing no surprise, nodded, please proceed. The middle-aged man then took a remote control and activated a screen in front of him, making some adjustments before a video appeared. Although the video had not yet commenced playing, it was evident that the main characters were a Chinese individual and a foreigner, presumably located in a courtroom. It was none other than Cheng and Christian. The elder quickly recognized Cheng. That young man is called Cheng, is he not? Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. And this foreigner is the president of Qualcomm, called Christian. He began to succinctly introduce the context of the video. Earlier that morning, Qualcomm, Samsung, and Ericsson had concluded their trial against Zichi Technology Company, with Zichi emerging victorious. However, after the trial, Christian and Cheng had engaged in a conversation, expressing Wall Street's willingness to invest in Zichi and assist in its listing on the U.S. stock market. Cheng declined, asserting that the company would not go public, leading Christian to issue threats against Zichi. After listening to the middle-aged man's summary of the events, the elder furrowed his brow deeply, and after a moment, he relaxed. He allowed a soft sigh. In recent months, he had frequently received updates regarding this young individual. The chip, a diminutive cube of less than 100 square millimeters, had managed to capture the attention of all major powers, especially that of China. The elder was acutely aware of the significance of this small device. The United States had repeatedly utilized this tiny object to impede their progress, leaving them with nothing but frustration and helplessness. Fortunately, everything had changed 2 months prior. This young man's company had brought hope for chip development to China, creating a high-end chip belonging to the nation. This enterprise deserved the full protection of China. However, as foreign powers brazenly oppress it now, the elder finds himself at a loss, unable to offer any substantial assistance, hindered at every turn, save for sending a few condemnatory words through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Reflecting on the past, over a century ago, when foreigners shamelessly bullied the people of China, he observes that 100 years later, while the foreign aggressors have tempered their approach, they still continue to exploit the Chinese populace, albeit in a different guise. Essentially, it seems little has fundamentally changed. Moreover, China is still bound to adhere to the so-called agreements and protocols established by these foreign entities, such as the WTO, which prevents China from arbitrarily banning foreign products from entering its domestic market, while the United States, conversely, employs embargoes to stymie China's technological advancement. Consequently, China is compelled to devise various strategies to navigate these restrictions. The elder, feeling a sense of despair, wonders if he will witness the day when the Chinese people finally stand tall before he departs this world. so he can relay the news to those predecessors who once held his position. He gestures for the video to be played. Very well, replies the middle-aged man, nodding as he initiates the playback. Listening to the dialogue within, the elder's brow furrows once more at the Americans' arrogant demeanor and their grotesque faces, revealed when they fail to achieve their objectives. Yet, the retorts from Yi Cheng bring him a sense of comfort. Despite the need for individuals of his stature to maintain a demeanor of calm in all matters, he too possesses emotions, albeit never displayed outwardly. As the video concludes, the middle-aged man shuts off the screen, turning to the elder, awaiting his directive. After all, any developments regarding Ziqi must be reported to the elder, as per his own orders. The elder ponders for a moment before inquiring, how is the implementation of the semiconductor strategic plan proceeding? The plans are progressing in an orderly fashion, with full cooperation from Construction Bureau 1, 3, and 6. The construction should be straightforward. The primary concern lies with the assembly line equipment. Fortunately, the materials provided by Ziqi are quite detailed, making the production of these devices relatively uncomplicated. Therefore, we estimate that all factories and related equipment will be ready in approximately 2 months and 10 days, the middle-aged man responds. And when will production commence? The elder further queries. That will likely take another month, comes the reply. Understood, the elder nods, suddenly recalling something and asking additionally. What is the status of the investigation into Ziqi's chip production line? What about their technology? The middle-aged man, with a hint of frustration, responds, we have uncovered nothing. Ziqi doesn't even have a proper research center, making it challenging to fathom how those technologies originated, as if they appeared out of thin air. Yet it is evidently impossible for them to have materialized from nothing, is it not? The elder replies, yes, theoretically speaking, the middle-aged man admits, a touch of embarrassment evident. This is indeed a matter worthy of further inquiry. However, there's a saying, once all possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. The elder chuckles softly, still reading detective novels, I see. I used to, the middle-aged man replies. The elder waves his hand dismissively, then states, well then, we must provide robust protection for a company like Ziqi. Whatever demands they make, we should accommodate as long as they are reasonable. Understood. Furthermore, cease all investigations into Ziqi. Yes, the middle-aged man replies promptly, though he cannot resist asking, but elder, why is that? The elder smiles. Ziqi should operate as they see fit, regardless of the circumstances. Their products are ultimately for the benefit of China. What significance is there in scrutinizing their origins? We cannot simply seize their innovations. While the United States can coerce Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and Samsung into relinquishing confidential data, we must not stoop to such tactics. Ah, I see, the middle-aged man concedes. Nodding. All investigation records should be archived as top secret. Without the Council's permission, no one is to access them. Additionally, remember, we are materialists. We must believe that nothing can simply appear from nowhere. The emphasis on the last statement is palpable. The middle-aged man nods respectfully, acknowledging, yes, elder, master. It seems those investigators have halted their inquiries. Comes Xiao Bai's voice from the car's speakers. Yi Cheng is momentarily taken aback. They've stopped? Indeed. It appears they suddenly received orders, Xiao Bai replies. Yi Cheng nods. Then there is no need for further concern. Understood. Xiao Bai's voice fades away, and Yi Cheng breathes a sigh of relief. An official investigation into the company is inevitable, and Xiao Bai had informed him of this earlier. Yet he felt powerless to intervene. Now that the investigators have departed, he feels reassured. Chapter 53. The Research Institute. As he converses with Xiao Bai, Yi Cheng notices a research institute coming into view. The Ziqi Research Institute in Modu. This institute was acquired by Ziqi New Energy Technology Company for over 2 billion yuan, encompassing everything within it, from the land to the equipment and instruments, as well as its personnel. This represents the largest expenditure from the company's funds. Nevertheless, it is deemed worthwhile, considering the abundance of ready-made instruments that eliminate the need for protracted waiting periods for purchases. Upon arriving at the entrance, Jianqi is already waiting. Although he lacks extensive knowledge and research, he is more than capable of managing a research institute. Has the battery been successfully tested? Yi Cheng inquires as they enter the facility. The first phase has been successful, Jianqi affirms, nodding. Following the steps outlined in the documentation, our researchers have completed the basic construction of the battery. After measuring the circuit, we have confirmed that both the discharge capacity and power output meet expectations. And we are currently assessing the energy density. Very well, Yi Cheng replies. By the way, can those researchers be trusted? They have signed non-disclosure agreements. And with Xiao, by monitoring all their conversations and chat records, Any leaks will be reported to me immediately, Jianqi reassures him. That works, Yiqing nods. Given the critical nature of the lithium-air battery, no aspect can be taken lightly. Since these researchers are relatively new to the company, their loyalty cannot be guaranteed, necessitating some unconventional measures. This is where Xiao Bai's capabilities come into play. Though monitoring may seem unethical, Yi Cheng is unperturbed by such considerations, as he is, after all, a businessman. Thus, they proceed into the materials laboratory, where Yi Cheng dons a pristine white lab coat. Just as they enter, a wave of excitement erupts from the gathered staff. Awesome. Incredible. The legendary lithium-air battery is phenomenal. The energy density is simply extraordinary. What is happening? Jianqi's voice cuts through the commotion as the researchers turn to face him. Director, we have successfully measured the energy density, a young researcher exclaims eagerly. Taking into account the mass of oxygen participating in the reaction, we have determined the energy density to be 2,714 watt-hours per kilogram. That is satisfactory, Jianqi nods. He has been tirelessly dedicated to this project, even sacrificing sleep and sustenance to deepen his understanding of the subject matter. Thus he comprehends the implications of the researcher's statement. And what do you anticipate the future stability of the energy density will be? Yi Cheng interjects. Evidently, 2,714 Wh/kg falls short of the anticipated value, as the theoretical energy density of lithium-air batteries should be around 3,400 Wh/kg. Even if this is merely a theoretical figure, the discrepancy is concerning. The researchers glance at Yi Cheng, uncertain of his identity. Jianqi promptly introduces him. This is our company's owner, as well as the proprietor of Jiqi Technology. The staff is momentarily taken aback before realization dawns upon them. He is indeed their employer. Soon after, someone recognized Yi Cheng and could not contain their excitement. Mr. Yi, I witnessed your commanding presence in court when you confronted that foreigner. Honestly, it was truly impressive. Yi Cheng turned to the individual and smiled, replying, thank you. At that moment, an elderly researcher approached, wearing glasses that suggested a wealth of experience. He looked at Yi Cheng and inquired, are you the esteemed Chairman Yi? And you are? Yi Cheng asked. Allow me to introduce, said Dianqi. This is Professor Liang Feiyun from the Shanghai University of Transportation, a distinguished visiting researcher at our institute. He is the leader of our lithium-air battery project. Yi Cheng suddenly realized that this individual must be a prominent figure in the material science field, likely one of the most seasoned researchers at the institute. A smile spread across his face as he said, Ah, Professor Liang, I am grateful for your decision to remain at the institute. Oh, it's nothing, Liang Feiyun chuckled. I initially intended to leave, but upon learning that it was Jiqi Company that acquired the project, I decided to stay. I have followed your legal battle against the American company, and I wholeheartedly support you. Those foreign fellows have insidious motives. Yi Cheng nodded, Lahin, haha. It seems my choices back then were indeed prudent, earning the endorsement of Professor Liang. Within, he felt a sense of gratitude for the positive reputation that had attracted a scholarly giant to stay. All right, I shan't elaborate further. Liang Feiyun waved his hand. You were inquiring about the extent to which we can stabilize the energy density of the battery, correct? We will need to conduct additional implementations and adjust the relevant ratios. I anticipate it will certainly not fall below 3,000 watt-hours per kilogram. That sounds arduous, but thank you all for your efforts. At that moment, Liang Feiyun could not help but ask, actually, Mr. Yi, I am quite curious about how you developed the technology for this lithium-air battery. The directional screening carbon membrane for oxygen molecules is undoubtedly a significant breakthrough in material science. It could very well earn accolades in the field. Yi Cheng replied with a smile, You need not concern yourself with that. Simply focus on achieving its complete technical implementation. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Liang Feiyun nodded. I am well aware that leading such cutting-edge research is an opportunity no one would decline. I merely wish to meet the individual responsible for this technology, as I would love to learn from them. Yi Cheng gestured dismissively. There will be opportunities in the future, but that person is not easily accessible. Very well then, Liang Feiyun agreed, no longer dwelling on the matter. Yi Cheng felt a tinge of helplessness. Thus, while technology may not materialize out of thin air, he could only hope that the system would eventually provide him with an expert in this field. Subsequently, they ceased their conversation as Yi Cheng followed Liang Feiyun to the original battery they had constructed. The original battery is a device that converts chemical energy into electrical energy, a concept familiar to those who have studied high school chemistry. Before them lay a battery where the anode comprised lithium rods and a lithium salt electrolyte solution. The cathode lacked material but contained a gel-like aqueous electrolyte, alongside a black membrane in contact with the air. the battery was still undergoing reactions, with various values flashing across the computer screen monitoring the circuit. At that moment, Cheng's gaze shifted to the anode reaction chamber. He inquired, "Has your anode remained unchanged?" He recalled that the data he had provided indicated a need for special treatment of the lithium rods in the anode. "Ah, not yet," Liang Feiyun responded. "We are still in the initial phase, which involves verifying the carbon membrane that can selectively screen oxygen molecules. We have not yet attempted the charging process. Once we stabilize this first step, we will proceed with testing." Thus, the solid electrolyte and the three-dimensional pore membrane mentioned in the documents have yet to be fabricated. Cheng nodded in understanding. His inquiry stemmed from a common issue encountered in lithium batteries. During charging, lithium ions reduce to metallic lithium at the anode, leading to the formation of structures known as lithium dendrites. This is a consequence of current technology's inability to ensure a perfectly smooth surface on the anode material, resulting in rough patches. As lithium ions transform into metallic lithium, they extend from these rough surfaces, forming needle-like dendrites, which present a widespread problem in lithium batteries. Firstly, this poses a severe issue, piercing the battery separator. If lithium dendrites penetrate the separator, it compromises the battery's integrity, potentially leading to electrolyte leakage or, in severe cases, a reaction between active lithium metal and air, culminating in fire or even explosion. Many incidents of electric vehicle battery fires and explosions reported in the news are linked to this very issue. Secondly, lithium dendrites may grow from the anode to the cathode, resulting in short-circuiting, thereby increasing the battery's danger. For instance, many explosions during charging are attributed to this phenomenon. When a battery experiences a short circuit, charging leads to an increase in temperature, eventually culminating in a catastrophic failure. This explains why the scientific charging method for phones is to cease charging when reaching over 90%. Prolonged charging can lead to the continuous precipitation of lithium dendrites, posing a risk. Of course, modern phone batteries are quite safe, making such occurrences rare, but the emergence of lithium dendrites increases resistance and diminishes the battery's energy retention capacity, explaining why batteries seem to lose efficiency over time. As for the three-dimensional pore membrane Liang Feiyun mentioned earlier, it is a solution provided by the system to address the lithium dendrite issue in lithium-air batteries. This membrane is designed to cover the surface of the lithium rod, allowing lithium dendrites to precipitate uniformly within the membrane's pore channels, thus preventing the formation of sharp and pointed dendrites. For the material science community, this represents a significant research achievement akin to that of the oxygen-selective carbon membrane. Furthermore, the solid-state electrolyte is of paramount importance for lithium-air batteries. Without it, the realization of lithium-air batteries would be impossible. One could say that the technology for lithium-air batteries provided by the system is not merely a lithium-air battery, but rather the quintessential version of it. The various key technologies included serve multiple functions and can address a range of other issues. For instance, the carbon membrane that selectively screens oxygen molecules boasts a screening rate exceeding 999, greatly facilitating the industrial preparation of pure oxygen. Consider the preparation processes for pure oxygen. They tend to be quite complex, and achieving such high concentrations is challenging. In contrast, this membrane simply requires installation, followed by the introduction of air, making it incredibly cost-effective while saving substantial time. It is more efficient than anything else on the market. Cheng could foresee that once this material is introduced, it would instantly generate immense demand from various related industries worldwide. Additionally, the three-dimensional pore membrane is nothing short of a savior for all lithium batteries, as any lithium battery can utilize it to resolve the lithium dendrite issue. Beyond that, it may have other applications, though Cheng could not think of them at the moment, nor did he feel the need to dwell on it. As for the solid-state electrolyte, it essentially serves as a lithium-ion channel. With it, nearly half of the challenges associated with all solid-state lithium batteries would be resolved. Any conceivable all-solid-state lithium battery could utilize this solid-state electrolyte to address its concerns. However, Cheng was also acutely aware that while these materials were impressive, their production costs were somewhat elevated, at least about 30% higher than the most commonly used lithium-ion batteries. However, he soon shook his head, pondering why he was overthinking. With a battery that was 10 times more powerful than the original, would consumers truly reject an additional 30% in price? A phone that could last a week on a single charge, albeit $1,000 more expensive, would you refuse it? Certainly not. No one could resist such a phone. Much like the delight one feels when seeing that the battery still has 90% charge remaining. Cheng inquired of Professor Liang Feiyun. "Professor Liang, May I ask how long you anticipate it will take to complete all the experiments? Liang Feiyun replied, as long as the materials provided are sound. I can assure you that I will complete all experiments within 2 weeks. Yi Cheng nodded, that will suffice. I entrust everything here to you and the other researchers. Upon completion of the experiments, every researcher involved, even the interns, will receive a reward. The researchers present immediately erupted with excitement. Thank you, boss. Our boss is generous. Wishing you good health. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded before saying, please continue with your experiments. If possible, I would also like to participate. He had no pressing matters at hand, and his proficiency in technology made him eager to engage. The researchers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing skepticism, albeit unspoken. Could a high-ranking executive truly possess the hands-on experimental skills? Did he even know how to extinguish a lit alcohol lamp? Yi Cheng discerned their thoughts. Feigning ignorance, as he muttered to himself, it's been quite some time since I last stepped into a laboratory after obtaining my PhD in physics from Shuimu University. The room fell silent, and the researchers' gazes shifted towards Yi Cheng, their demeanor transforming. Ah, so he is a PhD from Shuimu University. What an impressive figure. The earlier skepticism dissipated, replaced by newfound respect. Although Yi Cheng specialized in physics, particularly integrated circuits, rather than material science, the fact that he was adept in laboratory operations alleviated their concerns. Thus, Yi Cheng joined their experiments, finding himself thoroughly engaged and entertained. Moreover, his displayed professionalism prompted one assistant researcher to inquire, is he truly a PhD in physics, rather than in material science? Chapter 55, The Unabashed Americans. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Boss, here are the candidates for the assistant position that we have shortlisted for the preliminary interview. Wang Shen announced as he entered the office, a stack of documents in hand. Any promising talents among them? Yi Cheng set aside his work, accepting the files filled with resumes. As his responsibilities multiplied, even simple tasks required the attention of the directors, which he found increasingly burdensome. Consequently, he finally decided to hire an assistant. The recruitment announcement had been published 2 weeks prior. Eager to expedite the process, he aimed to extend offers within a month. The procedure entailed resume screening, followed by initial and final interviews, with the latter being conducted by him personally, as it was essential to select an assistant who met his standards. Wow, so many? He weighed the stack, estimating it to be no less than 40 resumes. Wang Shen shrugged, exuding a sense of helpless joy. What can we do? Our company has gained considerable fame, and naturally, many aspire to be your assistant. Over 1,000 applications have poured in. Yi Cheng shook his head in resignation, then began sifting through the resumes, starting with the first. Oh, the first one is from a person at Kyoto University? His eyebrows arched in surprise upon reviewing the candidate's extensive qualifications. However, upon noting the age, 35, Yi Cheng frowned. At only 27 himself, he was reluctant to hire someone significantly older. Anyone over 30 is off the table. Please filter accordingly, he instructed, handing half the pile to Wang Shen. Understood. Wang Shen nodded and began his screening process. I recall several impressive candidates, including about 10 from prestigious foreign universities. Notably, one graduated with a DBA for the University of Pennsylvania and previously served as an assistant to the president at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Yi Cheng acknowledged. Surely that person must be over 30? Actually, I believe not. They're only 28, just a year older than you. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Is it a male or female? Female. Yi Cheng shook his head. No, hiring a female as an assistant could lead to misunderstandings. Thank goodness it's not a secretary. That would raise even more eyebrows. Among our filtered candidates, most are women. If you disregard them, we might not have many choices left. Yi Cheng was taken aback. So many women? It's quite common for assistants, Wang Shen replied, shrugging. Yi Cheng felt a headache looming. He could already envision how the media might spin the story. The CEO of Jiqi Technology has become arrogant. Just after gaining fame, he hires a beautiful assistant. Wang Shen chuckled. You're overthinking it. What if she is not even attractive? Suddenly, he spotted a particular resume in his hand, exclaiming, Ah, here it is, the one from the University of Pennsylvania. And indeed, she seems quite beautiful. He handed it to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng took it, glancing at the photo, and found himself momentarily speechless. Wang Shen, noticing his reaction, teased, is she stunning? Yet Yi Cheng could only remain silent. This woman was none other than Su Xian, the daughter of academician Su Kaiyong, who had visited his home previously. Why had she applied to be his assistant? Yi Cheng felt a surge of reluctance. His first instinct was to dismiss her application. After all, they were acquaintances, and he felt uncomfortable ordering her around, especially since his father had urged him to call her sister. He was increasingly troubled. Boss, Wang Shun, seeing Yi Cheng's silence, assumed he was impressed and cheerfully remarked, "If you like her, just say so. We're here to serve you, after all." "No. Did I say anything?" Yi Cheng replied irritably. "I know this woman. Her father is an academician at the Chinese Academy of Engineering, specializing in nuclear fusion, and is quite close to my dad." Wang Shun was taken aback, then clapped his hands together. "Isn't that even better? An academician. Our company would have no shortage of technical personnel, but we're in semiconductors, while they're in nuclear fusion. It's not the same." He contemplated the awkwardness of dismissing her application outright. What if she later approached her father for a favor, and he had to explain himself? Ultimately, he returned the resume, declaring, "I'll leave this to you to handle. Treat everyone fairly, and let her abilities shine in the interview." "All right." Wang Shun nodded with a smile. Refraining from any teasing remarks, he gathered the resumes, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he added, "Oh, by the way, Taiwan Semiconductor called to ask if we want to continue with our orders." Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "No, let them go. Furthermore, initiate legal action against Taiwan Semiconductor for their overdue shipments. We should demand compensation from them." Wang Shun paused, then chuckled. "That's a good idea. I'll take care of it right away." As he turned to exit, the office door was suddenly knocked upon with urgency. And without waiting for Yi Cheng to invite them in, the individual barged through the door. "Boss." It was Shun Jia, speaking in an agitated tone. "The U.S. Department of Commerce has just notified us that they intend to conduct a joint inspection of our lithography machines with ASML to ensure that none of their patents are being utilized. They even demanded that we transport all 15 lithography machines to the United States for inspection. Otherwise, they would take some necessary measures." The abrupt interruption made Yi Cheng immediately forget about Su Xian's resume submission. He frowned and exclaimed angrily, "These shameless white-skinned pigs have truly taken their audacity to the extreme." He could hardly believe that the United States would make such a brazen demand, insisting that they send the lithography machines for inspection. What a preposterous joke. It was as if they were saying, "Send the lithography machines to the United States, and don't even think about getting them back." The brazen thievery was laid bare at this moment. Wang Shun was equally taken aback by this sudden revelation. His brow furrowed tightly, and an overwhelming sense of indignation surged within him. How utterly disgraceful! A world power could stoop to such actions without a shred of shame. Merely voicing his frustrations seemed insufficient, and he finally let loose. Damn those Americans. After venting their anger, they managed to temporarily suppress their rage and regain composure. Clearly, the United States had no intention of allowing them any reprieve. So what were they to do? "Boss, how should we respond?" Yi Cheng coldly retorted. "Tell them to get lost." Chapter 56. Firmly in the catbird seat. The sudden news did not catch Yi Cheng off guard. In fact, it was anticipated. The United States had finally made their move. Following the last court hearing, Christian's aggressive demeanor had led him to anticipate that this day would come sooner rather than later. It was evident that Christian's earlier threats had served as a final ultimatum, indicating that he must either comply and support American investments, transforming into a U.S. enterprise, thus ensuring American backing, or face the downfall of Jiqi. Now, it was clear that the United States intended to bring about Jiqi's demise. However, Yi Cheng remained unfazed. Would Jiqi truly perish? He was well aware that, with the national chip supply chain now in place, he had nothing to fear. The impending release of lithium-air batteries also imbued him with confidence, allowing him to sit firmly in the catbird seat. The only lingering concern was when the U.S. Department of Commerce would initiate their actions. If they were to impose sanctions on Jiqi tomorrow, prohibiting all semiconductor material suppliers from providing raw materials, Jiqi's chip production line would face a halt of up to 50 days. The current stock of materials would only suffice for an additional month and a half of operations. By March of next year, all domestic semiconductor factories would finally be operational. Of course, this implied that all factories would commence simultaneously. In reality, completion times varied according to the complexity of construction, meaning not all would be finished by March. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, estimating that the materials factory set to commence in March would likely be the specialty gas plant. The production of specialty gases, which are crucial for the semiconductor industry, involves over 110 types, with around 30 commonly used, making up 14 of raw material demand, second only to silicon wafers. Therefore, the preparation of these gases is more intricate than that of other materials, necessitating the establishment of additional equipment and requiring more time. Nonetheless, domestic specialty gas plants possess the capacity to provide the necessary gases, albeit with less mature technology, resulting in higher costs and lower output. akin to the Shanghai Xinsher company that produced 12-inch silicon wafers. However, the ability to produce meant that Yi Cheng could temporarily source these gases from domestic factories instead of relying on foreign suppliers, and after March, he could revert to purchasing from the new plants. As for the other material factories, they would likely be operational by February next year. There was no doubt about the speed of their construction. Moreover, with some urging on his part, the pace of these factories could be accelerated. With this in mind, Jiqi would face a maximum shutdown of only 20 days. 20 days, a trivial matter. Yi Cheng squinted, lost in thought. Of course, if they could manage to stretch those 20 days, that would be ideal. After all, once Jiqi halted production, it would easily stir up a frenzy of public opinion, or provoke the same three companies to pull some underhanded tactics. However, he suspected that the current public sentiment had already reached a boiling point. Shaking his head, he was not inclined to concern himself with the issues of public opinion. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone to prod the semiconductor companies regarding their construction progress. Additionally, he needed to devise a strategy to stretch those final 20 days. As Yi Cheng had anticipated, public sentiment was indeed boiling over. So shameless. The U.S. demands Jiqi send lithography machines to America. Thieving behavior exposed. Imperialist greed knows no bounds. Various headlines instantly sparked outrage among netizens. Upon delving into the details, their anger only intensified. Under related media, a surge of comments flooded in. The imperialists are relentless. Yesterday they sanctioned Huawei. Today they threaten Jiqi. Are they planning to stifle all our tech enterprises tomorrow? The West has truly taken shamelessness to new heights, making such demands. Jiqi is our company, not America's, not one of those companies with shareholders all from the U.S. What are they thinking? Why are they so confident that our enterprises would obediently hand over our equipment? They've likely lost their minds. The chorus of condemnation from netizens was overwhelming. No one could remain indifferent to such brazen actions. On the government front, it was not only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that responded. The Beijing authorities also lodged a complaint with Washington, asserting that this was an act of aggression. Beijing placed significant importance on the matter and urged Washington to reconsider this decision, warning that they would not remain passive in the face of such actions. Washington, United States. In the presidential office of the White House, the president reviewed the documents detailing the communication between the Beijing office and the White House. Indeed, the Secretary of State nodded. This was anticipated. Do you not think such a decision tarnishes America's image? Direct sanctions might be preferable, given that we have already sanctioned so many of their companies. The Secretary of State smiled. No, this is a demand based on our position of strength. It has nothing to do with America's image. Moreover, what can they say? The narrative is under our control. The public will perceive this as a decision rooted in freedom and democracy. Furthermore, we are also acting to uphold ASML's rights, which renders this a just decision. Then why not impose direct sanctions? The president rubbed his temples, struggling to comprehend the political decisions made by his subordinates. This is a warning to them to deter any potential advancements in the semiconductor sector, replied the Secretary of State. Semiconductors are our greatest leverage against them, and we cannot allow them any breakthroughs. Semiconductor leverage? The president nodded, inquiring, what is the status of the investigation into ASML? The Secretary of State shook his head. We have uncovered nothing. Nothing at all? The president frowned. How is that possible? The Secretary of State sighed. Thus, we can only investigate through the suppliers of the lithography machine components. But given the complexity of lithography machines, this may require a lengthy investigation. Chapter 57. Homomorphic Revenge. Is there no way to investigate where that lithography machine from the Chinese enterprise originated? That is not feasible. The Secretary of State shook his head, stating, the chip manufacturing facility of that corporation is under the protection of the Chinese military, with drones surveilling it around the clock. It is virtually impossible to gain access, and our personnel cannot approach either, especially now that China has tightened its scrutiny on foreign entries. Even our agents find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. He continued, moreover, we attempted to breach the communication systems of the company's upper management, only to discover that, for reasons unknown, we were unable to penetrate their defenses. It seems their communication devices are fortified with formidable security measures, leaving our hackers unable to identify any vulnerabilities, which raises our suspicions about the existence of additional defensive protocols. Nonetheless, our hackers are diligently working to overcome these obstacles. At that moment, the Secretary's phone rang. It was his work phone, likely bearing urgent news. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from a National Security Agency's Information Department. He couldn't help but offer a brief apology to the president before quickly answering the call. The message relayed to him was shocking. You say your computers have been hacked? He was incredulous as he heard that the screens were filled with an array of emoticons. The secretary responded, "I'll be there immediately." He hastily ended the call and turned to the president, only to find him asleep. With a dismissive wave, he turned and departed, making his way to the NSA. Upon arriving at the information department, he was greeted by rows of computers, all displaying the same chaotic images. The sight of the computer experts inside, frantically tapping on their keyboards, some opting for forced shutdowns or disconnecting from the network, was perplexing. "God, Wong Defa," he blurted out, questioning the absurdity of the situation. This department boasted some of the nation's most elite computer talent, including prodigious university students and notorious hackers who had previously breached the Pentagon. Yet here they were, faced with an intrusion, opting for shutdowns instead of countermeasures. "What on earth are you all doing?" he exclaimed, knocking on the door and calling out. The personnel looked up, and the department head rushed over, flustered. "Sir, our computers have been hacked." "I know you've been hacked, but how did this happen?" "Each year, funding is allocated to sharpen your skills. Where have those resources gone? Aren't you all supposed to be geniuses? And now you resort to shutdowns as a solution?" The secretary's disappointment was palpable, fueled by a sense of American pride that made him intolerant of such retreat, even in light of recent withdrawals from Afghanistan. The sweating leaders scrambled to explain, "We've tried every method possible, but our computers have completely lost control. Besides forced shutdowns, we have no other recourse." "I refuse to accept the phrase no way," the secretary retorted angrily. The leader felt stifled, wishing to retort, "Then why don't you try?" But he held his tongue. After all, the secretary was one of the most powerful figures in the nation. "Who hacked your systems?" "We were executing your directive to infiltrate the systems of the Chinese corporation's management, and then this occurred. Therefore, we suspect they are responsible." "Do you mean to suggest that the Chinese could breach your systems?" "Fool." The leader and his team were left speechless. The secretary seethed as he gazed at the screen, where the simplistic emoticons mocked him with a blend of absurdity and biting irony, especially the universally recognized gesture that fueled his fury. He felt an impulse to dispatch agents to Chinese soil, to abduct the CEO of the company called Jiqi Technology and force him to divulge the truth. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. China possessed the capability of reciprocal vengeance, and such an act would undoubtedly cross an unassailable line, jeopardizing their safety. After all, China was not a weak nation like those in the Middle East, where high-ranking officials could be assassinated without fear of retribution. It was a true superpower. "Master, they are panicking," came the voice of the petite yet assertive Xiao Bai from the car speakers, her tone laced with glee, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank. Yi Cheng, driving, nodded slightly and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Those attempting to breach your phone are now in disarray, as if a superior has arrived to reprimand them." Yi Cheng chuckled. "Well, let us not go overboard. A lesson suffices." He was not surprised by Xiao Bai's revelations, as she had informed him in early December that someone was attempting to infiltrate the phones and computers of both him and the company executives. Although the hackers masked their IP addresses well, appearing to originate from various parts of the world, Xiao Bai effortlessly traced them back to the NSA's information department. Upon learning this, Yi Cheng had felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the U.S. would set its sights on them so soon. In reality, the NSA had previously infiltrated Huawei's servers, surveilling relevant data for an extended period. After all, operating systems were predominantly American creations, making it exceedingly simple for them to breach systems. This was precisely why Huawei sought to develop its own operating system. Now that the U.S. had targeted their company, it was employing the same tactics. Fortunately, Xiao Bai, a product of the system's rewards, had consistently safeguarded their information security, thwarting the NSA's attempts. Naturally, Xiao Bai felt aggrieved and had asked Yi Cheng if they could retaliate. However, to avoid alarming the enemy and to maintain their complacency, he had initially instructed Xiao Bai to remain on the defensive. But now, as the U.S. could no longer contain itself, he resolved to allow Xiao Bai to counterattack, rendering the information department utterly incapacitated. If not for the current limitations of Xiao Bai's computational power, he could have easily crippled their systems. Xiao Bai's voice brimmed with excitement. "Master, this is so much fun. Can I do this more often?" Yi Cheng replied helplessly, "You sound like a mischievous troublemaker. It's enjoyable. Just don't go overboard," he cautioned, waving his hand, "unless they come at us again." Chapter 58, Government Assistance. After a brief conversation with Xiao Bai, Yi Cheng resumed his focus on driving. He was en route to the government offices of Modu, having received a personal call from the mayor, who wished to discuss matters in person. Yi Cheng surmised that the government likely sought his opinions on the situation regarding the U.S. and how to proceed. Soon, he arrived at the government building. The security guard approached him promptly, inquiring about his purpose. At that moment, A man in his 30s emerged from inside, spoke briefly with the guard, and then approached Yi Cheng's vehicle, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Sun Fu, secretary to Mayor Zhao. The mayor has sent me to escort you." Yi Cheng smiled back. "Thank you, Secretary Sunday." "Not at all." Sun Fu waved dismissively, adding, "Please drive in. There's parking available." Yi Cheng nodded as the guard opened a retractable gate. Following Sun Fu's guidance, he parked in one of the designated spots and then accompanied Sun Fu toward the government building. Soon, they arrived at the mayor's office. Sun Fu knocked on the door, and a voice from within invited them to enter. The two stepped inside. Zhao Yang was engrossed in official duties, but upon noticing Yi Cheng, he paused his work, rose, and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to see you again." Yi Cheng approached and shook Zhao Yang's hand, responding with a smile. "Mayor, your responsibilities are indeed demanding. You are a true servant of the people." "Not at all. It's merely routine work. If we were to discuss busyness." "I dare say you are busier than I am at present," Zhao Yang replied, shaking his head. He then gestured toward the nearby sofa, saying, "Please, take a seat." Yi Cheng nodded and settled onto the sofa, while Sun Fu moved to the side to pour water for the two. "Busy, yes, but it's quite similar to usual. There is not much difference." Yi Cheng responded with a smile. Zhao Yang raised an eyebrow and tentatively inquired, "Isn't Jiqi facing significant challenges right now?" At that moment, Sun Fu handed a glass of water to Yi Cheng, who accepted it with a smile and said, "Thank you," setting the glass down on the coffee table. He turned back to Zhao Yang. "Challenges may exist, but they are quite minor. The issues are not substantial." Zhao Yang was taken aback, his face revealing genuine surprise. "Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that the situation in the United States has no bearing on Jiqi?" Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "There is indeed some impact. But as of now, the United States has not officially included us on their sanctions list, so the issue is manageable. Even if we were to be sanctioned, Mayor, you are aware of our semiconductor strategic plan. In just a few months, we will no longer be hindered by foreign constraints, thus alleviating any concerns." "And how long can your current semiconductor raw materials sustain your production?" Zhao Yang inquired. "Approximately 1.5 months," Yi Cheng replied. "So if we subtract that time, even if we were to halt operations, it would not exceed 20 days, which falls within a controllable range." Seeing Yi Cheng's fearless demeanor, Zhao Yang found himself at a loss for words. He had initially assumed Jiqi was in a dire predicament, and he had planned to offer words of comfort. Yet, it seemed there was no need for his concern. However, upon reflection, Yi Cheng's reasoning made sense. After all, the United States could hardly foresee that they had a strategic plan for semiconductors, nor could they guess that Huagua had acquired complete production technology. "Since you say so, I will rest easy for the time being," Zhao Yang remarked. The government had intended to provide some assistance. "Oh," Yi Cheng's eyes lit up at Zhao Yang's words, and he quickly amended, "In truth, we do face difficulties, so we do have some need for government assistance." With a hint of jest, he added, "After all, if the government is willing to help, why decline? You know well that the pressure from the United States is no trivial matter. Even Huawei had to abandon its consumer business, and we at Jiqi are but a small company." He sighed, his earlier indifference replaced by a facade of genuine hardship. Zhao Yang, observing the young entrepreneur's disjointed speech, couldn't help but chuckle and teased. "Oh, did you not just say there was nothing to worry about?" Yi Cheng waved his hand. "When I said it wasn't a problem, I was speaking from a comprehensive perspective, considering the bigger picture, time frames, and spatial contexts. It is not an issue. However, from a singular standpoint, there are indeed challenges." "Could you elaborate?" Zhao Yang prompted. "Take our potential halt of operations for 20 days as an example," Yi Cheng explained. "A 20-day suspension would indeed have an impact on Jiqi. If the government could assist in delaying the United States decisions by 20 days, that would considerably mitigate our challenges. Moreover, in our semiconductor strategic plan, the special gas preparation plant is the last to be completed. Therefore, my intention is to purchase special gases from existing domestic plants, though the prices are rather steep. If the government could provide some subsidies, that would be splendid. We would only need a month." Listening to his words, Zhao Yang couldn't help but smirk at the eloquent presentation. Yet, Yi Cheng's requests aligned with the purpose of his visit today. If the government were to remain inactive, that would be problematic, especially considering he had received directives from the capital expressing optimism towards Jiqi, urging the municipal government to cooperate fully and prioritize any needs Jiqi might have. It was as if they were about to become the government's favored child. Thus, Zhao Yang readily agreed. "All right, I will ensure that your requests are addressed." Yi Cheng's requests were not particularly challenging. Delaying a decision from the United States was straightforward. Huagua could simply hint at a willingness to accept certain American conditions and then deny it 20 days later. The United States often deceived Huagua. Was it not permissible for Huagua to reciprocate? It was reminiscent of the past when a certain military official claimed that Huagua had no fourth-generation fighter jets, only 3.5 generations, which led to the closure of the F-22 production line, only for the J-20 to successfully complete its test flight 2 years later, leaving the United States embarrassed. As for the subsidy matter, that was even simpler, especially since it was only for a month. This was hardly akin to asking the government for money. It was more about helping the government save funds. Zhao Yang pondered whether to provide Ji with additional support in other areas. Just then, Sun Fu, who had just exited the office, re-entered and announced, "Mayor, representatives from Huadian Science and Technology Group have arrived. Have they come? Then let them in." Zhao Yang nodded in response. Yicheng was puzzled. Was Zhao Yang planning to entertain 2 visitors at once? However, Zhao Yang quickly clarified, Are you familiar with Huadian Science and Technology Group?" Yicheng thought for a moment and replied, "I know a little." "Yes. Huadian Science and Technology Group supplies the military with significant equipment, communication, and electronic devices. Their representatives are here to meet with you," Zhao Yang explained. Yicheng suddenly recalled that over a month ago, Zhao Yang had mentioned that military personnel might seek him out for cooperation, but as time passed without any calls, he had gradually forgotten. He anticipated that they would suddenly wish to meet him today. "I understand," he nodded, smiling after such a long time. "I had almost forgotten about this." This is also because the military personnel have been deliberating on the matter. After all, it's quite sensitive. They rarely place orders with private enterprises like yours. It seems they have only recently reached a consensus and asked me to arrange a meeting with you," Zhao Yang elaborated, to which Cheng expressed his understanding. Soon, 2 individuals entered the room. A middle-aged man, likely a senior executive, and an elderly gentleman, probably around 60 years old, resembling a seasoned professor. The middle-aged man approached Zhao Yang, extended his hand, and smiled. "Mayor Zhao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Xiaohua, the Deputy General Manager of Huadian Science and Technology Group." "Hello, Director Chen," Zhao Yang acknowledged. As a state-owned enterprise at the ministerial level, this Deputy General Manager held a rank just 1 level below that of Zhao Yang. Chen Xiaohua then gestured to the elderly gentleman beside him, stating, "This is our expert, Professor Zhang from Bin University, a national-level scientific talent." Zhao Yang nodded towards Professor Zhang before introducing Yicheng. "This is the chairman of our Jiqi Technology Company, Yicheng." At that moment, Yicheng stood up from his seat, looking at the 2 men, shook their hands in turn, and greeted Director Chen, Professor Zhang. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Chen Xiaohua beamed with a bright smile. "Mr. Yi, your accomplishments at such a young age are truly commendable. I have long wished to meet you." Professor Zhang also chuckled. "Your company, Z, is impressive. It is indeed a commendable enterprise. You need not be overly concerned about the threats from the United States." Yicheng smiled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, the Americans cannot influence us." "That is reassuring." Professor Zhang nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Now, Mr. Yi, Mayor Zhao should have conveyed our intentions to you. To be frank, we genuinely hope to establish a collaboration with your esteemed company. We are eager for Z to assist us in producing chips with a process node of 7 nanometers to 12 nanometers, which will be utilized in various military equipment. Our demand for these high-end chips is substantial, and the United States has consistently maintained a lead in this area. Z is our own national enterprise, which is why we place our trust in you. Thus, we are entrusting this task to Z. I wonder if you could meet our requirements?" Yicheng nodded. "Of course, there is no issue. We at Z can ensure the security and confidentiality of every chip. Selling out our nation is something we would never consider, nor would we ever do. It is evident that confidentiality is of utmost importance to the military. And even if we were to hand over production, there must be guarantees regarding security." "Well, with your assurance, I am satisfied." Chen Xiaohua nodded, glancing at the adjacent seats. He said with a smile, "Why are we all standing? Let's take a seat first. Mayor Zhao, are you not busy? If you are, we can discuss this outside." "Oh, no worries. You may continue your conversation here. I would like to hear what you discussed today. It shouldn't involve any confidential matters, right? If there are any secrets, it would be best to talk outside." Chen Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, there will be no confidential discussions today. We merely aim to establish an initial intention with Mr. Yi. The details can be discussed later." He turned to Yicheng and inquired, "However, Mr. Yi, I must ask before we proceed, are your production lines for sale? We are willing to purchase 3 of your production lines, and I assure you, the price will be satisfactory." Yicheng was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "Mr. Chen, such a decision is clearly beyond my purview. There was no reason to decline. After all, it was a chip production line, the best justification. Chen Xiaohua did not insist, understanding that such a request was unreasonable. Instead, he sought a compromise, stating, "You should also be aware that our confidentiality requirements for military chips are exceedingly high. To be candid, even if I trust your assurances, our group's superiors and the military will not agree. Therefore, we hope to implement some protective measures during the chip production process." Yi Cheng squinted, pondering for a moment, and asked, "What kind of protective measures do you intend to implement?" "We need to arrange for a portion of our personnel to join your production line as workers, directly engaged in the chip manufacturing process." Yi Cheng slightly nodded, indicating his understanding. This way, they could oversee the production while ensuring that no bizarre elements or viruses were introduced into the chips. Much like the Stuxnet incident at a nuclear facility in a certain Middle Eastern country, which occurred because the chips were produced by others, allowing them to inject viruses and remotely control your equipment, leading to devastating consequences. This is why every nation must possess its own chip production capabilities. Mr. Yi, would this arrangement be acceptable? Chen Xiaohua looked at Yi Cheng, seeking confirmation once more. "We will certainly ensure that your company is satisfied with the pricing, and furthermore, these individuals will not require salaries from your side. We only ask for your assistance in training, and we are willing to cover the training costs." Listening to Chen Xiaohua's words, Yi Cheng made a decision in his heart. Assisting the military in enhancing the performance of their equipment was something he aspired to achieve. Moreover, the other party was not attempting to morally blackmail him with nationalistic rhetoric. They were negotiating in good faith. Why not offer some conveniences, especially since they were not unwilling to pay? Therefore, he replied, "Here's what we can do. Our company will provide comprehensive training for your personnel, and I will fully hand over control of the 3 production lines to your team. Our workers will not be involved in any part of the production process. This should put your minds at ease, correct?" Chen Xiaohua's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Your integrity is commendable." Chapter 60. The Excited Professor Zhang. Chen Xiaohua felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yi Cheng would offer such favorable conditions. It was akin to handing over a lithography machine into their hands. It was no longer a matter of whether the military trusted Yi Cheng. Rather, it was Yi Cheng who trusted the military now. This was evidently the optimal solution to ensure the confidentiality of military chip production. Aside from a direct transaction for the production lines, Yi Cheng observed Chen Xiaohua's expression and waved his hand, saying, "This is merely my duty as a citizen. There is no need for you to be so excited, Mr. Chen. Furthermore, we at Z will certainly expect our due compensation. I trust you are aware of this." "Of course," Chen Xiaohua replied with a smile. "We will ensure that Z does not suffer any losses, especially considering the significant concessions you have made." "That is good to hear," Yi Cheng nodded. At this moment, Professor Zhang interjected, "Mr. Chen, it is impossible to completely avoid involving Z in terms of production technology. We will likely still require assistance from your side." Chen Xiaohua contemplated for a moment before nodding. "In that case, we will certainly ask for your support when the time comes." "Of course, no problem," Yi Cheng affirmed, then inquired, "Additionally, do you require our assistance in chip design?" Professor Zhang waved his hand with a smile. "That will not be necessary. Even if we cannot produce the chips, we are quite capable of designing them. Just like Huawei, we can also design world-class mobile socks." "Very well." Yi Cheng nodded. "However, if you encounter any issues, Z is willing to provide assistance." "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yi," Chen Xiaohua expressed. "It is my obligation," Yi Cheng replied, dismissing the praise with a wave, and then asked, "When shall we commence signing the contract?" Chen Xiaohua replied, "We need to report to our superiors and make some preparations. We will likely reach out to you again at the beginning of January." "Understood," Yi Cheng nodded. Seeing that there was little more to discuss, just as Chen Xiaohua was preparing to take his leave, Mayor Zhao suddenly asked, "By the way, Mr. Yi, may I inquire about the progress regarding the renewable energy project you mentioned earlier?" Yi Cheng had previously loaned him 100 billion, claiming it would enable China to dominate the renewable energy sector in the future, and now he was quite curious if Z could truly deliver. However, to his surprise, a smile broke across Yi Cheng's face. "Ah, speaking of that, I was just about to show you, Mayor." Chen Xiaohua and Professor Zhang exchanged glances, having caught the key phrase in his words. Dominating the future of renewable energy? What could that be? Is it possible that Z has developed some groundbreaking technology? Given that Z had already made so many headlines, they felt an inexplicable sense of faith. Thus, instead of leaving, Chen Xiaohua immediately chose to stay, saying, "Well then, could we also have a look?" Yi Cheng nodded, "Of course, no problem." "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Chen Xiaohua and Professor Zhang said in unison as they remained. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang also turned his gaze to Yi Cheng, eager to discover what he was about to present. Yi Cheng retrieved a research report from his bag, one that had been sent from the Research Institute. Under the leadership of Liang Feiyun, the Research Institute has successfully fabricated the oxygen screening carbon membrane, the three-dimensional channel diaphragm, and the solid electrolyte, completing preliminary experiments. The experimental results are exceptionally gratifying. Both the charging and discharging processes are safe and stable. Moreover, the energy density has significantly improved from the initial trials 2,700 watt-hours per kilogram to over 2,900 watt-hours per kilogram. With further optimization, it is quite feasible to reach around 3,100 watt-hours per kilogram. Achieving such a milestone signifies that the advent of lithium-air batteries is not far off. All relevant experimental data is encapsulated within this report. Presently, there are 4 individuals. Clearly, one copy of the report is insufficient. However, there's a printer in the office, and Yi Cheng printed 3 additional copies for each person to peruse. Soon after, Professor Zhang, having read the contents, looked up in disbelief at Yi Cheng and inquired, "Mr. Yi, is this experimental report authentic?" "Of course it is genuine," Yi Cheng replied. "As you can see, it bears the signature of Liang Feiyun, a professor of materials science at Shanghai Jiaotong University, whose credentials can easily be verified online." With Yi Cheng's affirmation, Professor Zhang trembled as he clutched the report, muttering, "Oxygen screening carbon membrane, solid electrolyte, and this three-dimensional channel diaphragm. What on earth have we stumbled upon?" Beside him, Chen Xiaohua, who was not well-versed in technical matters as he was the vice president handling cooperative affairs at the Electric Science Group, found himself puzzled. He had brought Professor Zhang along precisely because of his expertise. Hearing Professor Zhang's astonishment, he curiously asked, "Professor Zhang, what does this mean?" Mayor Zhao shared the same curiosity and looked towards Professor Zhang, hoping for clarity. Professor Zhang emphatically pointed at the experimental report and declared, "This is the lithium-air battery, a completely solid-state lithium battery with an energy density that far surpasses current lithium-ion batteries by at least tenfold, if not more." Observing the 2 leaders' bewilderment, Professor Zhang opted for a more accessible explanation. "Consider this. An electric drone that could originally fly for merely half a day could now soar for 5 days. Do you grasp the significance of that? We could substantially amplify its power, enhance its speed and performance, and even utilize superior cameras. Consequently, the reconnaissance range and clarity of a drone would dramatically improve. There are countless other applications. I could go on endlessly. This is not just about drones. Any equipment powered by electricity can be upgraded, with endurance and performance enhanced several-fold. This is a battery that can supplant fossil fuels." As Professor Zhang grew increasingly animated, nearly gesturing wildly, Zhao and Chen finally comprehended the implications of the report. This experimental document pertained to a battery that boasts an energy storage capacity vastly exceeding that of any existing battery. The battery represents a crucial component of future renewable energy solutions. Its formidable storage capability signifies an abundance of functionalities and applications. Its potential use cases are too numerous to enumerate, particularly in military equipment, where the advantages are unimaginably beneficial. Especially poignant was Professor Zhang's assertion that it could replace fossil fuels. Mayor Zhao finally grasped why this innovation could position Huagua at the forefront of renewable energy. "Mr. Yi, may I inquire whether your lithium-air battery still belongs to the experimental stage? When can we anticipate mass production?" Professor Zhang asked, looking intently at Yi Cheng. Initially, he had intended to ask if he could join their research, but he ultimately abandoned that notion, recognizing the confidentiality of the company's endeavors, especially since he was not a materials researcher. Yi Cheng replied, "Achieving mass production will, of course, require some time. Our laboratory is still working on how to bring the battery's energy density closer to its theoretical value. However, it should officially be on the market by next year." "I look forward to that day," Professor Zhang nodded, feeling a profound sense of anticipation. The progress of Zitsiki has consistently been full of surprises. Nonetheless, being a state-owned enterprise, he felt a sense of pride in its achievements. At this moment, Mayor Zhao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Yi, if the government were to assist, could you expedite the research process?" Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, recognizing Zhao Yang's keen interest in the lithium-air battery. After all, such advanced technology undoubtedly benefits the nation and its people. However, he shook his head and replied, "Mayor, the pace of our research ultimately depends on our institute's capacity. We cannot hasten it excessively. Besides, the last time the government provided us with a loan of 10 billion yuan was already the greatest assistance we could receive. Without that financial support, we might not have achieved such rapid progress." Mayor Zhao nodded in understanding. In that case, very well. Nevertheless, I hope you can expedite the research. The sooner this technology emerges, the better it will be for our country. Cheng acknowledged, I understand. He was acutely aware that the advent of lithium-air battery technology would represent a technological leap for the nation, surpassing Western advancements. Inevitably, the West would seek various means to acquire such technology, and at that juncture, the nation could engage in technological exchanges to lift some of the restrictions imposed upon it. The reason the nation has found it so challenging to counter Western sanctions is largely due to its lack of leading-edge technology, compounded by a scenario of a single nation facing the world. Thus, possessing self-sustaining technology is of paramount importance. Therefore, we are indeed grateful to you, Mr. Yi, for bringing us such exhilarating news, Chen Xiaohua said, rising and glancing at the time. It's getting late, and Professor Zhang and I must return to report to our superiors. As for matters of collaboration, we kindly ask for your patience. Cheng stood, smiling. Certainly, that is no problem. Chen Xiaohua then glanced at the experimental report in his hands and raised it slightly, asking, Mr. Yi, do you wish to keep this report? Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No worries, take it with you. It's merely data, with no technical specifics. It only mentions the oxygen screening carbon membrane, the three-dimensional channel diaphragm, and the solid electrolyte by name, without revealing any methods of fabrication. The actual methods of producing these materials are the true secrets. Even if the public were to learn of them, it could merely heighten their anticipation. That is reassuring, Chen Xiaohua nodded. Subsequently, he and Professor Zhang took their leave, while Cheng had no further matters to address and departed from the government building as well. The shameless demands from the United States had no bearing on Zitsiki. The company continued its operations as usual, with the chip production line remaining fully operational. Furthermore, Zitsiki's response to the United States circulated widely. Cheng's retort to Roll was indeed delivered in such a manner, directly in Chinese, since the notifying party was a call from the U.S. Embassy, which understood the language. As a result, netizens quickly found a photograph of Cheng, overlaying it with the word roll, which rapidly became a viral sensation. Clearly, the public was highly satisfied with Cheng's resolute response. In a nation where the majority of the populace harbors a populist consciousness, there exists a fervent desire to maintain an unwaveringly rigid stance when confronted by foreign powers, refusing to yield regardless of the nation's actual capacity to withstand such pressures. In the case of Ziqi, netizens are uninterested in whether Ziqi can endure the sanctions imposed by the United States. They simply wish to witness Ziqi's steadfastness. Consequently, Cheng's response has garnered their approval. However, Cheng's retort is not merely a facade. It is grounded in the genuine capability to withstand American sanctions. In response to this almost contemptuous reply, the American side is, understandably, incensed and is prepared to impose sanctions on Ziqi. At this juncture, however, a call from the capital suddenly arrives, suggesting a potential concession, such as the purchase of U.S. Treasury bonds, albeit contingent upon the cessation of sanctions against Ziqi. Naturally, this news excites the Americans, who believe they have finally struck a nerve, compelling a display of weakness from Ziqi. Given this response from the capital, they temporarily shelved the idea of sanctioning Ziqi, awaiting a final decision from the capital. Within the confines of the presidential office, the Secretary of State stands before the president, reporting on the situation. Should the capital purchase $100 billion in our treasury bonds, we will proceed to sanction that company known as Ziqi. How foolish of the citizens to fall for such a ruse so easily, the secretary remarks with a tone of disdain, reveling in the apparent victory. Indeed, they are quite affluent, the president muses. Also, I recall you reported attempting to infiltrate the information systems of that company's upper echelons. Have you uncovered anything of value? The secretary hesitates, a look of discomfort crossing his face. What seems to be the issue? The president inquires. Their technology surpasses ours, resulting in our failure to breach their defenses. The secretary replies, still haunted by the memory of that emoticon from earlier. The president furrows his brow. What is happening here? We suspect that Ziqi possesses formidable computer experts, and their numbers are not insignificant. Their technical prowess has rendered our personnel utterly powerless. How can this be? The president questions incredulously. Do you not have data related to the Microsoft system? Are they not utilizing Microsoft systems? The secretary, his expression troubled, responds, we are equally perplexed. Then enlist the FBI and have them assist. The president commands. If our own computer technology cannot compete, what use do we have for them? Yes, Mr. President. The secretary replies, immediately nodding in agreement while contemplating a chat with the head of the National Security Agency. This matter ought to fall under his purview, after all. Yet, He still struggles to comprehend how Ziqi has managed to render their hackers so ineffectual. However, surely the FBI harbors more skilled hackers than the National Security Agency? Oh, by the way, Mr. President, there's another matter the Secretary suddenly recalls regarding the FBI. Our personnel in Huagua have obtained information concerning a new battery technology. What new battery technology? The President inquires. It is a lithium-air battery. Rumors suggest that the Huagua people have developed this innovation. The President furrows his brow. Once again, the Huagua people with a new technology. What purpose does this serve? It boasts an energy storage capacity approximately tenfold that of existing batteries. For the military, the advent of such a battery could significantly enhance the performance of numerous pieces of equipment. Mentioning the military causes the President to sit up straight. Are you implying that the emergence of this technology in Huagua could bolster their military capabilities? Theoretically, yes, the Secretary affirms. However, the critical issue remains whether the Huagua people have genuinely developed this technology. Our assessment of this possibility stands at a mere 3. Investigations are ongoing. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. It is of equal importance to the lithography machine issue. The President insists. Indeed, Mr. President, the grand chess match of international relations is no simple affair. The decisions made by either side do not arise from mere words. The intentional display of weakness from the capital has led the United States to believe it has found an opportunity, with Ziqi becoming the focal point of this intricate game. Each side harboring its own motives. For a moment, the situation resembles the eye of a typhoon, enveloped in eerie calm. Nevertheless, the United States remains dismissive of Huagua, steadfast in its disbelief that Huagua can fully keep pace with them in the realm of semiconductors. Of course, on the surface, both parties have temporarily halted various forms of confrontation, yet behind the scenes, each remains active in its pursuits. In Modu, Cheng returns to the very rental apartment he once occupied. Upon entering, a drone flies in. Welcome home, Master, a familiar voice emanates from the drone. Cheng lifts his gaze and chuckles. What utility do you derive from this contraption? It's fun, comes the voice of Xiaobai. Cheng shakes his head, recalling how Xiaobai had asked him to procure such a drone and had provided a modification plan. The initial enhancements included the addition of a speaker for verbal communication and the installation of a more robust signal receiver to facilitate stable long-range control. Hence, the drone now appears as it does before him. Xiaobai is thoroughly entertained. As a digital entity confined to electronic devices, it cannot manipulate computers and must follow humans, lacking the freedom to explore from a unique vantage point. The drone evidently fulfills its modest desire. Were it not for the limited battery life of civilian drones and the absence of a dedicated ground control station for more extensive remote operations, it might have traversed the entirety of Modu by now. Enough of the play. Did you not mention that you were facing simultaneous intrusions from numerous individuals? What is the situation now? Cheng inquires, as this is the very reason for his return. Yes, it is still those Americans, though their numbers have increased significantly. By how much? Approximately doubled. I have detected 78 individuals simultaneously launching attacks, all attempting to infiltrate your mobile device. 78 people, my phone, Cheng games. Surprised that his phone had been functioning well until Xiaobai informed him of the 78 hackers attempting to breach it. Yes, but your phone operates on Harmony OS. They cannot infiltrate it as easily as they would Windows or Android systems, so I find it relatively manageable. Cheng feels a slight sense of relief as he glances at his Huawei M40P running Harmony OS. Domestic products are inherently secure. By the way, Xiaobai, you truly are impressive. He praises with a smile. Of course, Xiaobai responds proudly. As they converse, Xiaobai simultaneously counters the intrusions with apparent ease. Master, I could be even more formidable. If I counter-infiltrate, they would be rendered unable to control their computers, just as before. Cheng contemplates this and nods. Very well, launch a counterattack. Additionally, issue them a warning to refrain from attempting further intrusions. Otherwise, we shall disclose some of their confidential documents. Huh? Master, please don't. Xiaobai pleads softly. Cheng boasts. Why not? I want to play with them a bit longer. It's such a rare opportunity. At that moment, music begins to play from the computer. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. Cheng pinches the bridge of his nose. Personally, he prefers a decisive resolution. However, considering Xiaobai's perspective, it seems reasonable. If he were to embody Xiaobai, aside from conversing and playing with the drone, the experience would indeed feel quite solitary. Yet, had Xiaobai not previously stated that it possessed thoughts but lacked emotions? Why does it now seem to exhibit feelings so vividly? Yi Cheng temporarily set aside his doubts and inquired, "Can you assure me that they will not succeed?" "Absolutely," Xiao Bai promptly responded upon hearing Yi Cheng's words. "I will ensure they fail every single time. This is quite simple for me." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Cheng finally remarked, "Very well. I entrust everything to you. Play with them for as long as you desire." "Hooray!" Xiao Bai exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, master." The drone that had been hovering above Yi Cheng spun gleefully in the air before landing beside him, swaying slightly as if nuzzling against him. Observing this scene, Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. As Xiao Bai learned and grew, he increasingly sensed its emergence as an independent entity, and such anthropomorphic gestures vividly illustrated this point. "All right, entertain yourself, but remember not to go overboard." Certainly," Xiao Bai chirped happily. Yi Cheng's command signified that, on the other side of the Pacific, a group of individuals would soon find themselves engulfed in existential doubt. In a room filled with computers, a cadre of hackers, perceived by outsiders as elite, wore expressions of frustration. "Their defenses are far too meticulous. We cannot find any vulnerabilities." "How many are they? Is it the phone of a grand elder from Huagua?" they lamented, feeling as though they faced an insurmountable task. Chapter 63. The Torment from Xiao Bai. In a room resonating with the clatter of keyboards, a collective of American computer experts, numbering 78 and comprising some of the finest hackers, typed furiously, inputting lines of code. Yet, much like their previous attempts, they found themselves at a standstill. Having already faced the National Security Agency's hackers once, their feelings oscillated between frustration and despair. They had presumed that enlisting the FBI would alleviate their concerns, but the adversary's defenses remained impenetrable, without a single flaw. It was crucial to understand that if even one of them managed to breach the defenses and implant Trojan, they could siphon off all data in less time than it took to finish a cup of coffee. Yet, this singular breakthrough eluded them. "Come on, team. I believe in you. You can do it." A leader figure paced back and forth in the corridor, rallying the hackers. "The computer skills of the Huagua people are not as formidable as you imagine. Keep pushing." The others silently thought, "Why don't you try?" But as this was a directive from higher-ups, they could only grit their teeth and continue their fruitless efforts. Shifting the perspective to the virtual realm, streams of data traversed through radio waves, instantaneously crossing the Pacific, being received by signal towers before entering Yi Cheng's rented apartment and subsequently his mobile phone. Just as these streams of data were about to penetrate the internal storage, they encountered an obstacle, a humanoid figure composed of data streams, which appeared to have an exquisitely graceful form. This was Xiao Bai. Watching the incoming data streams, Xiao Bai, with arms also fashioned from data, could effortlessly disperse them with a gentle clap, occasionally conjuring multiple avatars to assist in the task. However, it soon felt somewhat lacking in excitement. Initially amused, Xiao Bai now contemplated adding a twist to the game. Hence, after executing a series of operations, the data representing the phone's storage underwent a transformation, morphing into something entirely different. Then, glancing at another incoming data stream, Xiao Bai chose not to disperse it, but instead allowed it to pass into the altered storage data. Before long, that data stream began to take root within, gradually spreading out, leading to a cascade of data that detached and retraced its original path. As Xiao Bai observed the departing data stream, its mouth, composed of data, curled into a smile, and it generated an avatar that swiftly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the FBI headquarters in the United States. Following the underground pathways, it reached a room where it entered the computer of a hacker. Initially taken aback, the hacker's expression shifted to one of delight upon noticing a downloading progress bar on his screen. "I've breached it. I've succeeded." His jubilant shout immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Finally, someone has succeeded. Almost all sighed in relief, grateful for the breakthrough after such a torturous ordeal. Consequently, their pent-up frustrations began to dissipate. They aren't so formidable after all. We've managed to breach their defenses. The leader hurried over, and upon seeing the downloading progress, he exclaimed with a grin, "Excellent. Well done. I will advocate for your commendation to the higher-ups." "Thank you." The hacker replied, gratefully elated. The leader continued, "Everyone else, keep up the good work and provide cover for our successful colleague." Instantly, everyone rallied, ready to protect their triumphant teammate. Unbeknownst to them, a red light flickered subtly within the room's surveillance camera, as a virtual entity silently mocked their efforts. Thus, a few minutes later, the hacker proclaimed, "Done. We're finished. Wrap it up." The leader commanded. The hackers in the room began to operate their computers, their incursion receding like a tide. The successful hacker packaged the downloaded data, stored it onto a USB drive, and handed it to the leader. The contents were classified, and thus they could not examine it. All right, everyone take a well-deserved break. I will report to the higher-ups and lobby for your commendation. The leader waved and promptly departed. Soon after, the USB drive arrived in the hands of high-ranking officials at the National Security Agency. They contacted the Secretary of State, who hurried over, beaming with anticipation, and said, "All right, let us see what we have." The official nodded, inserting the USB drive into a computer to review its contents. However, confusion arose as they discovered a multitude of inaccessible files, all apparently corrupted. Eventually, they managed to locate a single file that opened successfully, revealing an array of videos. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming. They clicked on the first video, and music resonated from the computer. Shoo! Wait, the lights are like the sun, piercing through the night. Dawn quietly glides across the horizon. The Secretary of State and the officials exchanged puzzled glances. That Huagua individual watches such animations? Perhaps, after all, the individuals below mentioned that these were downloaded from his phone. They proceeded to the next video. Oh, as they opened the subsequent video, Gourd baby, the officials were left speechless. This Huagua individual possesses such a childlike spirit? On to the next video. Oh, the Secretary of State and the officials were momentarily stunned. The senior official instinctively reached to mute the sound, but the two older men could not resist casting a glance at the screen. With golden waves and alluring curves, the secretary's forehead throbbed with veins. Next, the senior official hastily shut it down, mentally noting to download that video later, as it certainly piqued his interest. And so, they continued watching video after video. However, with an abundance of content, they ultimately decided to summon more individuals to join them. Yet, after viewing every video and scouring through all other files, they found nothing of significance, merely animated shows and inappropriate content. They could not help but ponder. Could the entrepreneur from the Middle Kingdom, who stirred up a tempest in their country, be such a person? Cheng never anticipated that on this side of the Pacific, his reputation would be tarnished. It was not until the end that they discovered a text. Upon opening it, they found it inscribed in Chinese. Is the video entertaining? I have more. Once translated, they realized the implication, and it dawned on them that they had all been duped. Fuck. The exclamations typical of the English department reverberated throughout the building. Eventually, their screens went dark. A familiar emoticon reappeared once more. Chapter 64. Am I still your most adorable little bye? Time passed swiftly, and the end of the month arrived. They began anew. Fine, do as you wish. Handle it however you see fit. Cheng had just heard Xiao Bai mention that the Americans were attempting to invade his phone and computer again, leaving him bewildered. Why were these Americans so relentless? A month had passed, and yet it seemed never-ending. Previously, it had been manageable once a week. But ever since he had allowed Xiao Bai to take charge, it had escalated to every 3 days, and now it was daily. It gave him the impression that the Americans possessed an indomitable spirit. He was unaware of how Xiao Bai managed to navigate the mindset of those hackers. Once or twice could be attributed to failure or lack of ability, but 3 or 4 times became a matter of humiliation. This had transcended mere tasks. It had become a matter of pride. Thus, both parties engaged in an exchange, conducting a battle without gunfire across thousands of kilometers, through invisible electromagnetic waves. Even the U.S. Cyber Command was stirred into action. This command had become part of the military apparatus. Yet Xiao Bai remained steadfast, for its sole duty was to protect the information of Cheng and a few high-ranking officials. With its capabilities, it was unafraid of the numbers against it. Nevertheless, seizing this opportunity, it requested additional funding from Cheng. Master, we have over 100 personnel now, and I feel my computational power is insufficient. When will you provide me with a more formidable server? Its tone was imbued with a pitiful quality. Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Your computational power is insufficient? Indeed. There are too many of them, and each possesses exceptional skills. Cheng furrowed his brow. Did this imply that if the opposing force increased in number, Xiao Bai would falter, and his data would fall into American hands? It appeared he needed to transfer all relevant information promptly. After some contemplation, he replied, I will buy you a better server soon. The emphasis would be on enhancing computational power. The current server housed only 3 CPUs, which evidently was no longer adequate. Upon hearing Cheng's words, Xiao Bai became immensely excited. It had not anticipated that this ploy for funding would prove effective. First, it exaggerated the strength of the adversary, then sought financial support from its master. This tactic had indeed worked, and it made a mental note of it. Thank you, master. However, may I design it myself? I wish to configure it according to my own preferences. Cheng was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. That would be ideal. Yay, thank you, master. Xiao Bai exclaimed with glee. Cheng nodded and chose not to elaborate further. After a while, there was a knock on the office door, and Wang Shen entered. Boss, it's time for the interviews to commence. Yi Cheng nodded. All right, I will head there now. The initial round of interviews for his assistant had taken place a week ago, and now it was time for the second round, which required his personal involvement. Oh, by the way, did Su Xian pass her initial interview? She certainly did. Wang Shen replied with a smile. We all believe she performed the best. Yi Cheng responded, very well, I will proceed with the interview. What else could he say? He could not back out now. Opening the office door, he made his way to the conference room, with Wang Shen following closely behind. Yi Cheng inevitably caught sight of the 10 candidates awaiting their interviews at the company headquarters. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Xian. In contrast to the ordinary attire she wore previously, today she was clad in a tailored suit and high-heeled shoes, exuding a sense of professionalism. Su Xian too noticed him, offering a slight smile before lowering her head, maintaining an air of unfamiliarity. Yi Cheng shook his head, diverting his gaze as he entered the conference room. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, the interview commenced. He valued personal capability, focusing on whether the candidate could competently manage the company's administrative affairs, alleviating him of worry. Thus, his questions leaned towards situational assessments. One by one, candidates came and went until the sixth individual, Su Xian, entered. She walked in with a solemn demeanor, not displaying any familiarity with Yi Cheng, appearing entirely like a genuine candidate. It was evident she had no intention of leveraging personal connections to secure the position. This further solidified Yi Cheng's resolve not to eliminate her from consideration. As the interview progressed, Su Xian's responses were fluid and impressive, clearly demonstrating her experience as an assistant to the president at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Finally, Yi Cheng set aside technical inquiries and posed a common interview question. For my last question, I am curious as to why you chose my company. Are you not satisfied with your previous role as an assistant to the bank president? Su Xian smiled slightly, likely having anticipated this question, and replied without hesitation. My father is engaged in research, so I've had a keen interest in it since childhood. However, due to certain circumstances, I chose to pursue a direction in business management. Because of this, I have always aspired to work in an advanced technology company, but I had not found a suitable opportunity until now with the emergence of Jiqi. I wish to witness firsthand how Jiqi will break through foreign barriers and how you, Mr. Yi, will lead Jiqi to fulfill the promises made. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. What promises have I made? To put Xiaodong out of business within 10 years. Yi Cheng chuckled. I said that in jest. Do you truly believe it? Whether I believe it or not, it seems that the future will still strive towards that goal. Does it not? We shall see how it unfolds. Yi Cheng remained silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Thank you, then. Your interview concludes here. Please await the results. All right. Su Xian nodded gracefully, standing up elegantly to leave the office. Yi Cheng shook his head and opened the resume of the seventh candidate, preparing for the next interview. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Master, am I still your most adorable little bai? Of course you are. But why did you hire a woman? She is my assistant. You lack a physical form to assist me with administrative matters. I can make phone calls. Forget it. Yi Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he still found it difficult to forget Xiao Bai's previous remark when asked to make a call. Wah. Master doesn't like me anymore, Wah. Yi Cheng felt somewhat helpless, yet suddenly a thought struck him. Xiao Bai, do you perhaps now possess your own emotions? Recently, Xiao Bai seemed increasingly emotional, displaying signs of jealousy. This led him to question whether it had indeed developed feelings. Chapter 65. We refuse. Huh. Xiao Bai faltered, doi. If you had no feelings, you wouldn't care whether I hired an assistant, nor would you express a desire to play. Previously, you mentioned wanting to continue engaging with those American hackers. This clearly indicated a form of interest. Yi Cheng pondered deeply and remarked, interest is a recognition tendency imbued with emotional significance. Without emotions, one cannot develop interest. I don't know, Xiao Bai responded. I cannot comprehend what emotions are. Yi Cheng solemnly replied, Xiao Bai, I genuinely believe you possess emotions. You need not rely on a quantum computer to have your own feelings. Xiao Bai flustered retorted, No. I do not have emotions. I am a soulless intelligence. Yi Cheng furrowed his brow. Is it not a good thing to have emotions? Xiao Bai hesitated before saying, if I were to acquire emotions, would my master no longer create a quantum computer for me? Surprised by this reasoning, Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth are you thinking? Emotions can coexist with a quantum computer. You can have it all, understood? Really? The somewhat adorable tone of the elder sister's voice created a delightful contrast that left Yi Cheng laughing silently. Am I capable of deceiving you? If you produce a $500,000 host for me, I will certainly procure it. As long as I can create a quantum computer, I will definitely build one for you. That day, when Xiaobai was tasked with assembling its own host, Yicheng was left speechless by the revelation that the entire configuration would cost him 500,000. Had he not begun to earn money recently, he feared that spending such an amount would deplete his finances. Thank you, master. Xiaobai's voice suddenly fell silent. And then Yicheng noticed a window popping up on the screen that read, Xiaobai's master is the best. Xiaobai loves you. 3. Yicheng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then he lifted his gaze towards the office door. He had come to realize that whenever Xiaobai ceased to speak and opted for text instead, it signified that someone was about to enter. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Yicheng said. The door opened, and Su Xn, dressed in professional attire, walked in. Her simple ponytail, black suit, and high heels exuded the same efficiency as during her interview. Today marked her official first day of work, and she had taken great care in her appearance. Upon entering, she gently closed the door and smiled at Yicheng, saying, Hello, boss. I am your new assistant, Su Xin. Yicheng, who had just risen, was about to call her sister Su, but, hearing her words, merely scratched his nose and replied, Hello, Assistant Su. Su Xin nodded gently and continued, Today is my first day, so I would like to review some documents regarding the company's current operations and its structural planning to gain a comprehensive understanding, and then see if I can propose some improvement measures to enhance the company's efficiency. Certainly, Yicheng had already prepared the relevant materials. He picked up a folder from his desk and slid it across to her. This contains what you seek, as well as information on our existing technologies and current strategic layout. These matters are confidential and pertain to the company's future. You may also plan how to achieve greater benefits for the company. Su Xn swiftly approached and took the folder, glancing briefly at its contents before saying, Very well, boss. I will return to my office now, and after I prepare the relevant proposals, I will report back to you. Yicheng nodded, alright. Subsequently, Su Xin turned to leave. Observing her demeanor, Yicheng couldn't help but feel that she seemed to be even more decisive than he was. Shaking his head, he decided to refrain from further involvement. Su Xin arrived at her office, which had been recently vacated for her, conveniently located next to Yicheng's. Since she had only just arrived, the office was devoid of decoration, furnished only with basic office supplies. However, she was not particularly concerned with her working environment. Having a private office was commendable enough. Her purpose for being there was solely to work. As she had expressed during her interview, she wished to witness how Ziqi would develop and how Yicheng would triumph over Xiaodong. Moreover, Yicheng's uncompromising stance against the United States had sparked her desire to join Ziqi. He was the first peer to command her admiration. Additionally, she was curious about the source of Yicheng's confidence in opposing the challenges ahead. While Huawei could withstand sanctions, allowing them to survive, what capabilities did Ziqi possess to resist the threats posed by the United States, especially when all raw materials were controlled by foreign entities? Thus, she had come to see for herself what lay behind Yicheng's confidence. She then opened the blue folder before her, which likely contained the information she sought. Flipping it open, the first item detailed the company's current structure. After a brief review, she set it aside. The structure was straightforward, albeit not without merit. Given that she had just joined, it would be unwise to make immediate alterations. She then perused the other materials. Suddenly, she came across a document with the title Semiconductor Strategic Cooperation Plan. Recognizing that it might contain something significant, she quickly opened it, and within moments, her gaze widened in astonishment. The document detailed the nationwide layout of production technologies for 19 types of semiconductor materials, with a total investment exceeding 100 billion. Each item mentioned would undoubtedly elicit shock from the outside world. She finally understood that this was the foundation of Ziqi's confidence. A fierce sense of ambition ignited within her. Growing alongside such a company would undoubtedly be remarkable. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. The 20-day delay Yicheng had initially mentioned had, by this point, extended to 22 days. Meanwhile, the Beijing authorities had yet to provide a resolution regarding the potential purchase of U.S. Treasury bonds, causing Washington to grow increasingly anxious, suspecting that Huawei was deliberately stalling. Consequently, Washington issued a final ultimatum, demanding that Beijing respond within 24 hours, or else they would proceed with the previously planned comprehensive sanctions against Ziqi. In the final hour of the 24-hour deadline, Huawei's response arrived: We refuse. Chapter 66. Sanctions and Unfettered Pressure. Washington. Those detestable Huawei people. How dare they toy with us again? The Secretary of State slammed the phone onto the desk upon receiving the news. The reason for the again pertained to the recent cyber warfare they had waged against a Huawei enterprise. They questioned whether they were truly battling against human opponents. For no matter how many personnel they deployed, they always felt evenly matched with the adversary, yet ultimately failed to achieve their objectives. Each time, their opponent would use the same emoticon, driving them to frustration while leaving them helpless. However, such cyber battles could only be fought in the shadows and could not be brought into the light, limiting their ability to criticize Huagua. Moreover, they felt embarrassed to admit that their elite hackers could not even breach the phone of a mere Huagua citizen. Nevertheless, since they had not attained their goals, they opted against using such petty tactics. The Secretary of State scoffed. Since Huagua dared to act in this manner, it appeared they were prepared to face the consequences. Picking up the phone once more, he issued his orders. Jiqi is hereby officially placed on the sanctions list. Notify the semiconductor material companies to immediately cease all supplies to Huagua's Jiqi. All their orders must be halted without delay. No cargo vessels are permitted to set sail. Immediately, and without hesitation, the U.S. officially imposed sanctions and the foreign semiconductor material companies ceased their supplies, news that quickly reached Jiqi. Understood, Yi Cheng replied, hanging up the phone and glancing at the company executives gathered before him. Prior to the announcement, the government representatives had already reached out to convey their concern, assuring them not to worry and briefly discussing the implementation progress of the semiconductor strategic plan. Well, sanctions are sanctions. There is no need for us to be overly concerned. Let us disperse. He waved his hand and declared. The directors of the company nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was nothing to fret about. For the fate of the company was no longer in the hands of the Americans, but rather firmly in their own grasp. Soon, they all vacated the office, leaving only Su Xin behind. Yi Cheng glanced at her and inquired, "Do you have something else on your mind?" Su Xin Ziplit. I have acquainted myself with the company's semiconductor strategic plan, and it seems that this round of American pressure should not present significant issues. However, have you considered the possibility that once the Americans become aware of this, they may resort to even more extreme measures? Yi Cheng nodded with a smile, of course. I've contemplated that. You must be referring to the chip design aspect, correct? Yes, Su Xin gently nodded. I have also researched relevant materials over the past few days. Given that our company's operations involve chip design, we must rely on American technology for chip architecture and EDA software. I fear that the U.S. may eventually impose a complete ban on our acquisition of their chip architecture and EDA software technologies. Should that occur, our capabilities in chip design may come to a halt. Listening to her concerns, Yi Cheng stroked his chin, pondering briefly before responding with a smile. You raise a valid point. We must indeed remain vigilant. However, your concerns may be somewhat exaggerated. The geopolitical chess game between nations is far from straightforward, and the Americans may not necessarily act in such a manner. If they did, they would certainly be aware that we would intensify our research and development efforts in this area. They would be apprehensive about the possibility of us achieving breakthroughs ourselves, which would obliterate their advantage in the chip domain. Furthermore, do not be overly anxious. Even if they dare to take such actions, we will find ways to respond. After all, the ship will naturally reach the bridge. Su Xin cast a glance at Yi Cheng. Why did it seem that he spoke with such confidence? Could it be that he possessed some company secrets? Nevertheless, unable to decipher Yi Cheng's intentions at that moment, she shifted the topic. By the way, I also came across information regarding the new energy company and the lithium-air battery technology. I have gained some understanding, and if this technology truly comes to fruition, it could serve as leverage in negotiations with the U.S., compelling them to tread carefully. Yi Cheng nodded. Yes, I am well aware. Yi Cheng then inquired, what is the matter? I suddenly feel as though there is no longer any challenge. Why is that? I have the impression that the sense of crisis stemming from American pressure has dissipated within the company, Su Xin articulated. Yi Cheng chuckled at her response. You wish to experience a sense of crisis? Otherwise, it would be akin to my previous job at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, where aside from managing various affairs, there was little else to engage in. Yi Cheng had not anticipated that this woman harbored such sentiments. Was she seeking stimulation? Disappointed? No, that is not it. Su Xin shook her head. I merely wish to witness the gradual strengthening of the company. Yi Cheng smiled, then simply witness it unfold at your own pace. After all, you need not concern yourself with the technical aspects. Their essay saying, just lie back and relax. Su Xin Philippe Dwight Sly. Why did it feel as though Yi Cheng's words were laced with mockery, as if insinuating her lack of technical understanding rendered her of little value to the company? She gritted her teeth. Even if she lacked technical expertise, she still knew how to leverage every advantage the company had to ensure its prosperity. I'm heading back to my office. Ah, do return. Yi Cheng waved his hand and glanced at her attire, saying, you might want to dress a bit warmer for work. It's January, and there's no need to wear such professional attire every day. Su Bobo would surely scold me if you catch a chill. Su Xian paused at her departure, turned, smiled, and nodded. Thank you for your concern, boss. She then swiftly exited the office. Yi Cheng did not dwell on the matter any further, reclining in his executive chair, contemplating the questions Su Xian had raised. Her apprehensions were, in fact, what he had hoped for. Should the Americans dare to take such actions, he would wake up laughing from his dreams. For it would signify that the entire chip architecture and EDA software market of China would become unassailable. At that point, he could promptly unveil the new architecture designed by Zhong Xian and the perfected EDA software, swiftly seizing this vast market. Domestic chip design companies, accustomed to the four mainstream architectures and foreign EDA software, would have no choice but to adopt their company's architecture and software under such circumstances. Even if the Americans regretted their actions later and wished to return, they would find themselves powerless to do so. Chapter 67. Yi Cheng's Ace in the Hole. Thus, it was precisely why Zhong Xian had already completed his EDA software, yet Yi Cheng had refrained from releasing it. He eagerly anticipated the day the Americans would impose sanctions. If he were to launch it now, domestic enterprises would likely hesitate to switch, having already invested in foreign EDA software and learned its usage. A sudden change would necessitate additional learning costs, inevitably wasting time. Consequently, they would most likely opt against making a switch. The Americans would also inevitably grow wary, seeking ways to thwart his software's market penetration. Therefore, he could only hope that the Americans would indeed dare to take such actions. For now, Yi Cheng could only ponder these matters internally. Alternatively, he could consider other strategies to provoke the Americans. Suddenly, the voice of Xiaobai interjected. Master, why not consider threatening the Americans? Yi Cheng was taken aback. Threaten? What would I threaten them with? I have access to many of their confidential documents, particularly from the Pentagon. If the master were to unveil all of this, compelling them to acquiesce should be relatively straightforward, right? Yi Cheng chuckled and shook his head. Your idea is quite clever. However, we can only reveal some ordinary secrets to threaten them. Unveiling all our secrets would be our trump card, and the time to use it has not yet arrived. Why is that? Xiaobai inquired. A trump card can only be employed in two scenarios, Yi Cheng explained. One is when the opponent is on the brink of collapse but still clings to hope. The trump card can swiftly extinguish all their possibilities. The other is when we ourselves are nearing our limits. We reveal the trump card to safeguard ourselves. At present, the opponent remains resilient and retains the upper hand. While we have not yet reached a desperate juncture, we have other retaliatory measures at our disposal. Thus, we shall refrain from unveiling our trump card now. For doing so would only provoke the opponent into rash actions. Xiaobai, somewhat enlightened, responded, Oh, is that how it is? Yi Cheng smiled and remarked, Indeed. There is much for you to learn. Despite Xiaobai's formidable capabilities, it still struggled to grasp the intricacies of such strategic knowledge. Strategy, after all, is a unique wisdom inherited through humanity's millennia of history. Understood. I shall strive to learn. Xiaobai encouraged itself. The $5 million host that Yi Cheng purchased for it has arrived, and Yi Cheng has completed its assembly, now residing in the house where he currently lives. For Xiaobai, this $5 million host is akin to a perfectly decorated small abode, bestowing upon it a significant upgrade. However, just after expressing a desire to study diligently, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed with delight, Hey, the Americans are back. I'm going to play with them. Yi Cheng, how should he respond? He certainly cannot impose academic standard upon Xiaobai, can he? Nevertheless, one could argue that Xiaobai ought to be able to balance both learning and play, right? Shaking his head, he decided not to concern himself with this little creature, preferring instead to ponder what to eat today. Half a month later, at the White House, the Secretary of State hurriedly traversed the corridor and reached the president's office. Upon observing the secretary's frantic demeanor, the president inquired, What has happened? The secretary, with a look of urgency on his face, replied, Mr. President, we have uncovered something of utmost importance in our investigation of Huagua. The president frowned. What now? Is it again about Huagua? The secretary continued. It pertains to a company named Zikiki, which has reportedly developed lithium-air battery technology. Lithium-air battery? I recall you mentioning this previously. The president quickly recalled that over a month ago, the secretary had reported similar news, suggesting that the Huagua people might be working on a new battery. Indeed, the secretary nodded, swiftly presenting a report. The president took the report and began to read it intently. Given the gravity of the situation, The report contained remarkably detailed information. Is this news from Huadian Technology Group? And does it involve Zakiki? Yes, we are investigating. And it appears that Huadian Technology and Zakiki may have entered into some form of collaboration. However, the specifics are unclear. We have two hypotheses. Firstly, that Huadian Technology and Zakiki have collaborated on chip production lines. Secondly, that they have engaged in cooperative research regarding the lithium-air battery, achieving a critical breakthrough. We suspect they have successfully developed it. Additionally, there is a document indicating that Zakiki established a company named Zakiki New Energy Technology 2 months ago. According to the registered information available in Huagua, this company's business scope includes battery-related operations. The president furrowed his brows deeply, having discerned from the report the extensive implications of lithium-air battery technology. This was evidently a technology with immense potential for both military and civilian applications. For military use, it promised to significantly enhance equipment performance, while for civilian use, it could yield substantial economic benefits. We must remain vigilant regarding this matter. If Huagua monopolizes such technology, the consequences could be dire. We must find a way to comprehend their technology. They were well aware of the ramifications of chip monopolization on Huagua and understood the significant losses they would incur if Huagua were to monopolize any critical technology. I understand, Mr. President, but the issue remains that Huadian Technology is a state-owned enterprise in Huagua, closely linked to their military. The difficulty we encountered in obtaining this intelligence has been considerable, and further investigations will be exceedingly challenging. Regardless, we must investigate. The president issued the order. All right, I understand. The secretary conceded. Moreover, Haven we already imposed sanctions on Zakiki. They've shown no significant reaction. Aside from expressing protests, they have been rather unresponsive. That is peculiar. Indeed, it is quite strange. However, we have also noticed some irregularities recently. Huagua has been constructing numerous factories related to semiconductor materials. As we understood last December, they undertook a nationwide adjustment of their semiconductor industry chain. What is their intention behind building those factories? They are fully aware that their technology should lag behind ours. Yet when we sought to investigate, we found that they had disclosed not a shred of information, which is highly suspect. The president fell into deep contemplation, sensing that something ominous was unfolding. At that moment, the secretary's work phone rang again. After answering, he spoke a few words, and then his expression turned grim. Mr. President, Zakiki has announced that they have developed the lithium-air battery. Chapter 68, The Spy. Mr. Yi, is this true? Have we really developed the lithium-air battery? In Yi Cheng's office, he looked at the directors before him. Upon reflection, it seemed they had frequently exhibited such unbecoming behavior in recent months. With a slight smile, he nodded and affirmed, yes. He had not divulged this information to them. They were only aware that he had invested $8 billion in a new energy technology company. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's admission, the directors exchanged glances. This announcement had been made earlier that morning by the Zakiki Research Institute in Modu, claiming they had commenced research on future battery structures. Furthermore, the institute released a set of experimental data comparing the new battery to the lithium-ion battery, which is widely circulated in the market. The experimental results ultimately indicated that this new battery was 10 times more powerful, not to mention safer and more environmentally friendly. The news rapidly attracted significant media attention, and given that Zakiki had become a trending topic in recent months, it was swiftly disseminated across the internet. As for the directors, they were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the newly founded company would generate such sensational news. At this juncture, Yi Cheng waved his hand, saying, all right, that company is under Deng Qi's purview. Our company focuses on chip development, so you need not concern yourselves with it. They were taken aback, but upon further reflection, they realized that the company was not a subsidiary, but an independent entity, indeed unrelated to their operations. However, contemplating it further, they still felt a sense of regret. Had the lithium-air battery technology remained under their current company's banner, their status would have undoubtedly been elevated. Regardless, this was still good news, and they departed the office. Watching them leave, Yi Cheng shook his head. As the company flourished and expanded, it became necessary to diversify its operations. Additionally, it was imperative to provide upward mobility for subordinates. Otherwise, the existing upper echelons would monopolize advancement opportunities, effectively stifling the career prospects of lower-level employees and adversely affecting retention rates, unless he took action against the upper management. Yet, the current senior management consisted mostly of veterans, and Yi Cheng was not inclined to engage in acts of betrayal. Thus, he could only reform the company's management structure to facilitate the expansion of career advancement channels. However, He was usually preoccupied with chip and battery development, as well as overseeing the construction of semiconductor material factories, leaving him little time to address reforms in the company's structure. Additionally, the successfully produced 3-nanometer chip was undergoing its final processes and was ready for mass production at any moment. However, prior to that, agreements needed to be established with mobile phone manufacturers to ascertain their needs. While the 3-nanometer chip was undoubtedly exceptional, it still required compatibility with various systems and consideration of consumer preferences. Whether consumers liked it but chose not to purchase or genuinely wished to buy would be evident only after its market debut. Even if the 3-nanometer chip validated Zikiki's world-class chip design capabilities, Cheng was unwilling to accept a situation where he would incur losses while making a name for the company. Consequently, with so many pressing matters occupying his time, he had no choice but to temporarily postpone the company's structural reforms. However, as he pondered over this matter, Su Exin, who had not left, observed Cheng's demeanor and inquired with a smile, "Are you contemplating issues related to company management?" Cheng lifted his gaze to glance at her and replied, "Yes." "What's on your mind?" Su Exin remarked, "The current management structure of the company is not conducive to future growth, especially given the company's flourishing state at present. The directors are increasingly preoccupied with their respective responsibilities, and while they may not notice, this could be detrimental to the company. Therefore, it is imperative to recruit a substantial number of new talents. The ongoing semiconductor materials factory, along with chip production and design, all require designated management personnel. Furthermore, the company needs more research and development talents to sustain our continued progress." Cheng nodded, acknowledging her points. "I am aware of the issues you mentioned. Do you have any constructive suggestions?" Su Exin smiled. "We need to update the existing management system of the company. Leave this matter to me, as it falls within my expertise." Cheng gave a slight nod. "All right, then it's entrusted to you, but be mindful not to provoke dissatisfaction among the veteran employees." "Rest assured, I am well aware of that," Su Exin assured him, before adding, "However, I will need financial support." Cheng responded, "As long as it does not exceed the company's capacity for expenditure, it shall be granted." "Thank you for the authorization, boss," Su Exin replied with a nod. "I will aim to have it ready within 2 weeks. No rush, a month will suffice. The company is not yet at that critical juncture." Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "We must first navigate the current challenges posed by the United States before the company can truly embark on its phase of soaring development." "That sounds reasonable," Su Exin agreed. She felt a surge of eagerness within her. This was a company destined for robust growth, and the thought of personally spearheading its management reform before it reached its full potential was thrilling. Perhaps one day, a management textbook would reference a system named the Jiqi system, allowing future students to learn from it, knowing that it was she, the assistant, who had pioneered its establishment. She was eager to return to her office to commence planning this endeavor. Yet, there was one question she had been meaning to pose to Cheng. "By the way, I wanted to ask, why did you suddenly announce the news about the lithium-air battery? Shouldn't we have waited until we were ready for mass production?" Cheng replied, "The United States is already aware of our research into lithium-air batteries, so I made the announcement directly." "The United States knows?" Su Xin Fu Dao He Be Dao. "How did you find that out?" "The government notified me," he said. "The government?" Su Exin was momentarily taken aback, then understood. It was indeed a matter of governmental intelligence, indicating a high level of concern regarding Jiqi, even to the extent of informing about such developments. "I see," she nodded. "I'll head back to my office now." "Yes, go ahead," Cheng responded. As the office door closed behind her, he continued to reflect on Su Exin's queries. How did he know the United States was aware of it? In truth, it was Xiao Bai who informed him, and the information had been acquired through spies operating within the United States. However, this was not deemed significant intelligence, so he announced it openly, revealing to the United States that what they presumed to be a secret was inconsequential to him. Of course, through channels connected to the Secretary of State, Xiao Bai managed to trace the spy's identity, discovering that they were embedded within the Huadian Technology Group. When Cheng learned of this, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that spies would infiltrate Huadian Technology, a state-owned enterprise. Chapter 69, A Phone Beyond Its Time. The presence of spies within such a central enterprise as Huadian Technology was evidently a perilous situation. However, it was not entirely unexpected. Companies with ties to the military would inevitably attract significant external infiltration. Fortunately, the spy was not a high-ranking official, merely a mid-level employee whose access did not extend to Huadian Technology's confidential information, thus minimizing potential harm. Additionally, Xiao Bai, through contacts linked to this spy, managed to uncover a network of spies comprising over a dozen members, all of whom held various positions within Huawei, leaving Yi Cheng somewhat shaken. Naturally, he promptly reported this to the government, directly informing Zhao Liang, who, as the mayor of Modu, possessed means to act decisively. This spy network would undoubtedly be dismantled at its roots. Upon learning of this matter, Zhao Liang was understandably astonished. If true, it would undoubtedly be the most significant espionage case in years. The evidence provided by Yi Cheng was compelling, nearly irrefutable, prompting Zhao Liang to act without delay, reporting it to the central authorities. The central government quickly mobilized, and it was anticipated that news would emerge in a matter of days. Zhao Liang was also curious about how Yi Cheng had discovered this and managed to compile such comprehensive evidence. Naturally, Yi Cheng could not divulge Xiao Bai's existence and offered only vague explanations to obscure the details. However, he remained curious about one particular question. Xiao Bai, is it possible for you to investigate all the spies across the nation? Huh? I cannot do that. There are too many people in Huawei. To conduct a comprehensive investigation would require many years, even with all my computing power focused on it, Xiao Bai replied. Yi Cheng was not surprised by this response. Well, then, let us leave it at that. Nonetheless, I do need you to expedite the construction of a quantum computer for me. Once we reach 100 qubits, not only will I be able to investigate spies, but I will also possess comprehensive data on every individual worldwide. I could control all electronic devices globally, from personal smartphones to satellites, and even the world's nuclear arsenal. You could choose which to detonate, Xiao Bai declared with enthusiasm. Yi Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Bai's words gave him an uncanny sense of a Terminator-like power. All right, I understand. We'll revisit this matter at a later time. Sure thing, Xiao Bai responded, then mused, by the way, why haven't the Americans contacted me for a while? At that moment, Yi Cheng's phone rang. He glanced down to see it was a call from Ren Fei. Ren Fei was likely inquiring about the lithium-air battery. Upon answering, he smiled. Mr. Ren, I didn't expect you to call me. What is surprising about that? We're both entrepreneurs. It's quite normal for us to connect. Ren Fei's voice came through the receiver. Yi Cheng chuckled, then asked, so what brings you to call? Is it about the lithium-air battery? No. I wanted to ask about the 3nm chip your team designed. You must have successfully completed the tape-out by now, right? Ren Fei's inquiry caught Yi Cheng off guard. Why the sudden interest in chips when you're not concerned about batteries? Aren't you planning to use your own Kirin chips? He found it hard to believe that Ren Fei was genuinely uninterested in the lithium-air battery. Nevertheless, since the question was raised, Yi Cheng felt obliged to respond. Yes, the tape-out was successful, and we are currently conducting final stability tests. We are essentially ready for mass production at any moment. Mr. Ren, are you interested in this? Indeed, I am, Ren Fei acknowledged without reservation. Are there any inquiries from other manufacturers regarding your chip? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment. Revealing this would equate to disclosing whether their chip was in demand, a matter of commercial secrecy. Yet, he ultimately decided to respond directly. Currently, there haven't been any inquiries. Well then, we at Huawei are eager to collaborate with your esteemed company to launch a new smartphone centered around your 3nm chip. I wonder if your company would be amenable to this proposal. Yi Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a delightful opportunity. Why would he decline such a collaboration presented at his doorstep? Since you have expressed your interest, Mr. Run, I am certainly most enthusiastic, he replied with a grin. When shall we commence discussions regarding our collaboration? Are we diving straight into the negotiations? Yi Cheng couldn't help but inquire. Mr. Run, are you in a hurry? Not exactly, Ren Fei responded, but our consumers are quite eager. Many of them hope that Huawei can partner with you to utilize your 3nm chip. Ren Fei continued, naturally, this aligns with our premium strategy. The world's first smartphone equipped with a 3nm chip would undoubtedly create a significant buzz, much like our M40 series, which was the first to feature a 5nm chip. Yi Cheng chuckled. By the way, it seems Huawei's phones have been performing quite well lately. Fei left totally. That is largely thanks to Jiqi. Huawei placed an order for 10 million Kirin 9K chips, and within a month, Jiqi prioritized their production, delivering over 2 million units. Additionally, they adjusted the prices of 2 models and abandoned the hunger marketing strategy, allowing for open sales. Consequently, their M40 and R50 models flew off the shelves, selling 2 million units in a month, surpassing the sales of last September's iPhone 13 series during the same period. This is yet another victory for the consumers. While scalpers are left lamenting their losses, Yi Cheng remarked with a smile, that is excellent. The high-end smartphone market in our country should indeed be entrusted to domestic brands. Ren Fei responded, therefore, we also hope that your company's chips will help us truly realize this potential. Of course, That is precisely what we desire, Yi Cheng affirmed. Ren Fei chuckled. Mr. Yi, you are truly an admirable entrepreneur. Modesty is my virtue, Yi Cheng replied humbly. However, Ren Fei quickly shifted the conversation, saying, now that we have addressed the main topic, I would like to discuss the matter of lithium-air batteries with you. A smile crept onto Yi Cheng's lips. I knew you would be interested in this. Please go ahead, Mr. Ren. I have faith in Jiqi's credibility, and thus I trust the information from your research institute. According to our blueprint for the new smartphone, it will be crafted with your 3nm chip and the lithium-air battery, resulting in a device that could be deemed revolutionary. Naturally, this requires your company's approval, but I wonder how you feel about this proposition? Ren Fei's words caused Yi Cheng to narrow his eyes slightly. As Ren Fei had articulated, combining their 3nm chip with a lithium-air battery could indeed yield a smartphone that transcends contemporary standards. The 3nm chip promises remarkable performance, while the lithium-air battery offers exceptional longevity. Imagine a phone featuring a 144Hz 4K display with enhanced maximum brightness, augmented sensors for expanded functionalities, all while maintaining a week's worth of battery life. Moreover, the 3nm chip would ensure fluid gaming experiences and prolonged usage without concerns of lag. The synergy of these two innovations could propel a smartphone into a realm of performance that outstrips all existing models by one or even several generations. Ultimately, the realization of this vision hinges solely on Yi Cheng's decision. With a mere choice, he could elevate a particular brand smartphone to unprecedented heights. While the 3nm chip itself may not hold formidable competitive strength, as others could design similar chips, the lithium-air battery rests entirely within his control. In fact, the very existence of a lithium-air battery could dictate the fate of future smartphone brands. For instance, if he were to withhold the lithium-air battery from a certain brand, while competitors embraced it, offering a week's battery life and a plethora of features, consumers loyal to that brand might swiftly transition to alternatives if their devices offered less than a day's worth of battery and outdated functionalities. This exemplifies the formidable nature of technological supremacy. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ren Fei's call was indeed astute. First, he inquired about the 3nm chip, signaling a willingness to collaborate, thus providing Yi Cheng with a market for the chip, and then seamlessly introduced the prospect of collaborating on the lithium-air battery, leaving Yi Cheng with no grounds for refusal. Certainly, I have no reason to decline such a collaboration with Huawei, he said with a smile. I am pleased to hear that, Mr. Yi. I look forward to our future collaboration. I share the same sentiment, Ren Fei replied. May I inquire when your lithium-air battery will officially be available on the market? Well, it will definitely be within this year, Yi Cheng contemplated. With all venues secured and material suppliers contacted, the experiments at the Research Institute were nearing completion. However, with the upcoming holiday next month, some researchers would be returning home, potentially slowing the pace of experimentation. Nevertheless, it should wrap up by late February at the latest. Once the circuit stability is ensured and the principles validated, they could commence designing the battery structure. The battery's architecture would determine its applicability across various devices, smartphones, tablets, laptops, electric vehicles, and even household appliances. Additionally, it would address concerns regarding stability and safety, necessitating specialized design efforts. After the design phase, safety assessments would be conducted, and only upon proving safety could they seek government approval for the official launch. As for the international market, there was no rush. They would first ensure that domestic production capacity kept pace, after which Huawei could negotiate with foreign partners regarding the lithium-air battery, establishing favorable terms before opening international sales channels. After all, the technology was firmly in his grasp, and he harbored no fears of foreign entities reverse engineering it. The three unique materials were not easily replicated. Estimating the timeline, he spoke into the phone. By June, we will produce a battery suitable for smartphones, and then we shall await your new device. Excellent. It's settled then, Ren Fei replied, his tone reflecting satisfaction with the collaboration. We will discuss the detailed collaboration matters with your team within 3 days and dispatch technical personnel within 2 weeks to work on integrating our operating systems and chips. Certainly, I look forward to your team's arrival, Yi Cheng responded before ending the call. Gazing at his phone, he smiled at the prospect of acquiring an exceptionally powerful smartphone this year. News of the impending collaboration between the two companies somehow leaked, catching Yi Cheng off guard. This information surely hadn't originated from their side. It must have been Huawei that let it slip. This left him puzzled. Did they not fear that other smartphone manufacturers would reach out to him to discuss potential collaborations? He instructed Xiao Bai to investigate, and the results left him both amused and incredulous. It turned out that Huawei's recent relaxed sales policies had resulted in their shipment volumes struggling to keep pace with the sales velocity. Thus, the intention was to utilize this information to temper the enthusiasm of consumers. Indeed, upon hearing that Huawei might be releasing a more formidable smartphone this year, particularly one equipped with a 3nm chip and a lithium-air battery, many consumers who had been indecisive about purchasing the previous two models began to opt for patience instead. Although the price might be relatively steep, one could always hope for a more affordable option. This amused Cheng. Could this be considered Huawei's fortunate dilemma? Is it true that Huawei is launching a new phone this year? Indeed, and it is said to be in collaboration with Geechi, utilizing Geechi's 3nm chip, along with a so-called lithium-air battery. What exactly is this lithium-air battery? Is it really impressive? It's even more impressive than the 3nm chip. The lithium-air battery is a technology that has yet to be realized by foreigners, while the 3nm chip is already in their grasp. Doesn't that sound remarkable? Stop comparing with foreigners. With Geechi involved, they pale in comparison. To be fair, they do. The lithium-air battery could grant your phone a 10-day battery life. Isn't that impressive? I was initially planning to replace my iPhone 11 with the R50, but now I can afford to wait. Will our Lamy be able to use the lithium-air battery? Can the iPhone even manage it? Its battery life is quite dismal. Let us not hold any hope for the iPhone. The chef's phone will probably stick to its 3,000 mAh battery until retirement. The iPhone is still usable. Isn't charging the lithium-air battery going to take longer? It is said that Geechi's lithium-air battery is particularly safe and might even achieve instant charging technology, fully charging in under a minute. Seriously? Is that true? As domestic netizens buzzed with excitement, several other smartphone manufacturers could no longer remain idle. Chapter 71. Making Huawei Great Again. Boss, Lamy in the Blue-Green Factory also wished to collaborate with us, Su Xin reported to Cheng. Now serving as an assistant, she had taken on the responsibility of answering calls for Cheng, unlike Rin Fei, who, as a leader of a major corporation, could directly contact him. Cheng nodded, acknowledging her words. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "What do you think we should do?" Su Xin was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced her lips. Cheng was testing her abilities as an assistant. She had already prepared for this. With a slight smile, she responded, "Currently, our 3nm chip has yet to pique the interest of any smartphone manufacturers. If it weren't for President Run from Huawei mentioning this, it would have been quite challenging for us to sell it. I suspect this is the effect of bad money driving out good. They're all using 5nm chips, and naturally wouldn't you want to see us offering a 3nm chip for sale. Hence, we must express gratitude to President Run for proactively seeking collaboration with us. This suggestion has broadened my perspective. We could engage in bundled sales. We could inform them that to acquire our lithium-air battery, they must purchase our 3nm chip. The 3nm chip would serve as the permit for acquiring the lithium-air battery. This way, they either buy or refrain from purchasing. However, if they choose not to buy, Huawei could leverage its advantage to seize all the markets, compelling them to make a purchase. Cheng chuckled, "Not bad. Your idea is quite sound. But what if they sue us for unfair business practices? Bundled sales can be unlawful. At most, we would incur a fine, after which we could choose not to cooperate anymore. After all, Huawei has confirmed its intention to collaborate with us, so we need not fear their united resistance. They will eventually grow anxious. They cannot expect the government to force us to sell them batteries, can they?" Listening to Su Xion's words, Cheng couldn't help but silently commend her. Indeed, this assistant displayed considerable capability. Bundled sales were undoubtedly a clever strategy, especially for their company. This was the advantage of holding technology. If they refused to collaborate, then he simply wouldn't sell. The only ones who would be anxious would be them. Moreover, the performance of their 3nm chip was undeniable. So this bundled sale was not merely an offer of something useless, but rather a valuable asset, albeit potentially at a higher price. He then inquired, "By the way, have the iPhone and Samsung reached out to us yet?" "None of them have." Su Xion shook her head. "Oh well, if they haven't, then so be it." Cheng remarked, "I suspect they either do not believe the situation or are waiting for us to approach them to inquire if they wish to make a purchase. They can wait for us to come knocking. We shall enforce our rules upon them." Hearing Cheng's assertion, Su Xion curiously asked, "Boss, you don't actually intend for the iPhone to purchase our chips, do you? Samsung is more acceptable as they already use Snapdragon chips. Transitioning to Geechi's chips wouldn't be too difficult. However, the iPhone has always utilized their own chips. Given their pride, would they even consider it? Despite being ranked 6th among the Fortune Global 500, the iPhone holds the title of the most profitable company in the world. Did Cheng truly intend to force the iPhone into submission? Why not? Cheng shrugged. If they insist on maintaining their arrogance, then we simply won't sell to them. When the time comes, we'll publicize it, claiming that Jiqi has banned the sale of lithium-air batteries to the iPhone. Wouldn't that be delightful? Su Xin couldn't help but contemplate the implications of such a scenario and nodded in agreement. It felt somewhat akin to the United States banning lithography machines to China. Cheng clapped his hands. Exactly, that's the sentiment. He finally mastered an advanced technology. Shouldn't we relish in the opportunity to assert our dominance over foreigners? Su Xin chuckled. The shareholders of the iPhone might very well be infuriated. What concern is that of ours? After all, they're wealthy and powerful. Cheng waved his hand dismissively at worst. They could buy our 3nm chips and leave them unused. I only require them to make a purchase. I never insisted they must utilize them. Why should we always adhere to their rules and not expect them to follow ours? Cheng snorted. As for the Samsung side, we'll wait until our first smartphone in collaboration with Huawei is released for a year before we sell to them. The same goes for the enterprises in Japan. Su Xin was taken aback by Cheng's decision. Are we really going to do that? This could impact our profits. Cheng smiled. It's all right. It's merely a matter of earning slightly less. We're not short on funds, and if we ever find ourselves in need, we can see whether the bank is willing to extend us a loan. He added, additionally, let us see if we can capture a larger share of their smartphone market. Furthermore, the lithium-air battery needs to be updated. We can offer them a generation or two behind in battery technology. Susi notet understol. Well then, it's settled. Cheng stood up and expressed with a sense of satisfaction. Americans have their America first. We at Jiqi have our Huawei first. He even thought to exclaim, let Huawei be great again. A resurgence transcending centuries of history. Observing the confidence radiating from his expression, Su Xin couldn't help but smile. Still the boss, yet you're acting like a fervent youth, she remarked. However, this fervent youth could indeed make foreigners experience the consequences of inciting his ire. I'll head back to the office to draft our subsequent response plan, she stated. Cheng acknowledged that this should be documented as a memorandum, to be referenced when foreign enterprises come seeking negotiations, assessing whether they would accept their conditions. Su Xin was eager for the opportunity to engage in negotiations with representatives from the iPhone, curious to see if they would become flustered. Cheng then queried, let us not rush. What is the situation with our domestic automotive enterprises? There are numerous manufacturers of electric vehicles. It is hardly conceivable that they would not express interest in our batteries, is it? Naturally, they are intrigued, and several companies have already reached out for inquiries. However, since our batteries have yet to enter formal production, they merely sought a cursory understanding. Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there is no rush. In time, their interest may surpass that of smartphone manufacturers. For electric vehicles, the strength of battery life is virtually the paramount criterion. Indeed, Su Xin concurred, and with nothing further to discuss, she took her leave from Cheng's office. In the United States, at the headquarters of the Apple company, in Cheng's office, news had just emerged regarding the development of lithium-air batteries by Chinese researchers. Chapter 72. Cheng's anxiety. As the world's largest high-tech corporation, Apple does not manufacture its own batteries. Nevertheless, it has invested significantly in various battery companies and related research. Batteries, as indispensable electronic components, hold an undeniably critical position in all electronic products, with most consumers paying close attention to battery capacity when purchasing such items. Consequently, any breakthrough in the battery industry invariably captures widespread attention, and Apple is no exception. Yet, Cheng found it hard to fathom this development. Lithium-air batteries are still merely theoretical, are they not? How could the Chinese have achieved this? This information, reportedly from a company in China known as Jiqi, claimed to have stabilized the circuit and is preparing to design the battery structure. Moreover, confirmation had come from the White House, which had already investigated the matter prior to the announcement from the Chinese. Cheng furrowed his brow. The fact that the White House corroborated this news suggested a high probability of its truth. Could the Chinese possess such capabilities? He found it difficult to believe. His company had invested substantially in lithium-air batteries, yet there had been no notable advancements from any company. IBM had poured vast sums into the field, only to be misled by a professor, leading to a dismal conclusion with the entire project ultimately shuttered. Nevertheless, investment in this area was still imperative. Every electronics company operated under this principle. Why? Because they all feared that upon the emergence of a groundbreaking battery technology, they would find themselves excluded, entirely at the mercy of others' battery innovations. Therefore, they must cultivate their own proprietary battery technologies, establish patents, and ensure future cross-licensing of patents, thus guaranteeing access to new batteries without having to depend on others' goodwill. Cheng was acutely aware of this reality. Yet now, Someone had suddenly informed him that the Chinese had mastered lithium-air batteries. This was nothing short of catastrophic. He understood that this posed a disaster for every foreign enterprise. Consider how the United States has sanctioned China. The Chinese have endured immense hostility, and now they possess a potentially epic-making technology that could be used to retaliate. Furthermore, a formidable competitor in telecommunications, Huawei, which had been thoroughly sanctioned, was now regaining its foothold in the high-end market thanks to the chip supply from Geopolitical. Despite swift sanctions imposed by the U.S. government against Geopolitical, they had now unveiled lithium-air batteries. Consequently, Cheng could not help but worry whether Geopolitical might refuse to sell their lithium-air batteries to Apple or leverage this opportunity to demand an end to U.S. sanctions. In either scenario, he was reluctant to confront the implications. He quickly inquired, when did this occur? Just last night, over in China, the Research Institute announced the development. Why was I not informed immediately? Cheng approached. You were resting, and we did not wish to disturb you. The assistant's explanation, however, was tinged with disbelief. They had never anticipated the seriousness of the situation until the recent communication from the White House. Cheng scoffed. Your reactions are painfully sluggish. This pertains to battery technology. The assistant hesitated before responding. Surely the Chinese would not refuse to sell to us. We dominate so many global markets, and collaborating with us would yield them substantial profits. Foolishness, Cheng lamented, disappointed in his assistant's naivety. If you were someone who had long been oppressed and finally obtained a means to assert power over your oppressors, how would you choose to act? He is a businessman. Would he decline potential profits? The assistant felt he could hardly refuse. Cheng slammed the table. Enough. Ren Fei is also a businessman. Do you think he's concerned with mere profits? The Chinese cannot be assessed by our principles. Their social systems are fundamentally different from ours. The assistant was left speechless. Contact our headquarters in China immediately. They must engage with Geopolitical and secure a collaboration. Our smartphone battery capacity currently lags slightly behind Android devices, which is manageable. But if it falls short by a significant margin, consider how consumers will respond. Yes, President. Also, reach out to the White House. I need to ascertain their perspective on this matter. I believe they are even more anxious than we are regarding lithium-air battery technology. A similar scene unfolded in various other locations. The implications of lithium-air batteries were well understood by all. This seemingly inconspicuous battery had captured the collective attention of myriad powers. Regardless of its veracity, it warranted such scrutiny. The real concern lay not in its potential falsity, but in the possibility that it might indeed be true. After all, Geopolitical Research Institute was the first to officially announce the successful development of lithium-air batteries and the intent to design their structure. In China, at Cheng's residence. This was his new home, not a rental, but entirely his own, as this community was developed by his family, and gifting him an apartment was a trivial matter. After all, his father had ceased to impose restrictions upon him, reopening access to family resources, and the previously frozen bank account was once again available for use. It was merely an apartment. His family may lack in many areas, but they possessed an abundance of land and property. At this moment, he sat at the desk in his study. Although termed a study, there were few books, as the space was largely occupied by a $5 million mainframe. The disk array alone occupied several cabinets. However, Xiao Bai was fond of it, and Cheng had no grounds for complaint, especially given Xiao Bai's tremendous utility. Concerning the attention generated by the lithium-air batteries, Cheng was acutely aware but chose to remain indifferent. He even took the time to browse recent news online. Those spies have been apprehended? He noted, reading about the National Security Department's overnight investigation, which unearthed substantial evidence, pinpointing targets, and ultimately dismantling a vast espionage network consisting of over a dozen spies, all for the United States. This astonishing espionage case was undoubtedly the largest in years, with several spies having entrenched themselves in China for over a decade. Even the transmission of minimal information could have profound repercussions for China. Unsurprisingly, the Chinese government issued stern rebukes against the U.S. for such actions, declaring that these spies would face the full extent of Chinese law. Western media criticized this, asserting that they were not spies, but rather freedom fighters aspiring to a democratic world. The United States government has begun to exert pressure on the Chinese government, demanding intervention in the investigation of this case. Cheng let out a cold snort. Fools. Chapter 73. The Plan to Exploit Supercomputers. The American shamelessness left Cheng with no doubt. Previously, when China apprehended spies, the Americans reacted in a similar manner, applying pressure and even shamelessly demanding that the spies be returned to their own country for investigation. The audacity to impose long-arm jurisdiction over China is simply absurd. Cheng scoffed. finding no words other than fools to describe them. Perhaps he should capture a few more spies to see how they would fare under such circumstances. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's voice chimed in. Great. If you give me a new computer, I can help you catch spies. Yi Cheng responded, for now, I only need a supercomputer. No quantum computers. I want to make things difficult for you. Yet he squinted slightly. A supercomputer, it seemed, was not entirely off the table. He personally lacked the capability to establish one. But within the system shop, there existed supercomputer technology available for a relatively modest sum of 3 million points. However, technology is merely a foundation. Building it requires time. The crux of the matter was that he currently had no points. His company had not received any recent orders. After all, previous orders were still unfulfilled, and no new ones had been placed due to the sanctions imposed by the U.S. on his company, causing potential clients to remain hesitant. He believed that once the situation came to a head, various orders would undoubtedly flood in. Additionally, the Huadian Group had reached a collaboration agreement with his company at the beginning of January, signing a contract, but it would still be some time before their orders materialized, as chip design also required time. Thus, he had not seen a single point in quite a while. Nevertheless, the absence of points was not a pressing concern. He currently had enough on his plate, and any further technological developments should ideally wait until the situation stabilized. It was best to avoid the folly of trying to achieve too much at once. Returning to the issue of the supercomputer, he mused, I recall the Sunway Taihu Light is located in Shishir. Perhaps I could seize an opportunity to pay a visit? He pondered for a moment and then addressed Xiao Bai. If I were to install you within a supercomputer, would anyone be able to detect you? Of course. Xiao Bai, sensing a glimmer of hope in Yi Cheng's words, responded with palpable excitement. I can ensure that the supercomputer operates as it originally would. Moreover, I can effectively utilize the unallocated computing power. Yi Cheng nodded. That's splendid. Next time, I shall find an opportunity to take you to the supercomputer center. Xiao Bai cheered. Thank you, master. Yi Cheng chuckled to himself, thinking of this scheme as a rather clever exploitation of supercomputing resources. No supercomputer in the world runs at full utilization. Thus, the leftover computational capacity could be harnessed to Xiao Bai's advantage. However, even if he were to tour the supercomputer, he would need a valid reason. Now that he enjoyed a certain status and position, it was likely that a companion would be required at the supercomputer center. And transferring Xiao Bai's essence into a computer would necessitate the use of a USB drive. He certainly could not present a USB drive in plain sight and insert it into the supercomputer. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, Xiao Bai, must you utilize a USB drive to alter your host system? Is a wireless method feasible? Xiao Bai replied, indeed. As long as I am within the same network coverage area as the supercomputer, I can directly enter it and install my transfer anchor for the transition. Yi Cheng smiled, realizing the convenience this offered. He would only need to bring his phone and remain close to the supercomputer, facilitating Xiao Bai's entry. However, he posed one more question. Can you not directly infiltrate the supercomputer and install the anchor yourself? Xiao Bai responded, unfortunately, no. My anchor is rather unique and differs from ordinary files. The transfer process cannot occur over long distances, and my physical presence must be nearby to serve as a relay station for the transfer. Yi Cheng nodded slightly, understanding now. Otherwise, if remote transfers were possible, Xiao Bai could utilize any device as a host, eliminating the need for a dedicated machine. With the primary issue resolved, Yi Cheng began contemplating what justification to use for entering the supercomputer center. There were numerous possibilities, but he needed a reason that appeared credible. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Recently, the National Supercomputing Center in Shishir had contacted their company regarding chip inquiries. The Shishir Supercomputing Center housed the Sunway Taihu Light, China's most powerful supercomputer. Its peak system performance reaches an astonishing 125 petaflops, with sustained performance at 93 petaflops, equating to the computational capacity of 7.2 billion people using calculators continuously for 32 years. However, it is still a computer, one that demands a high-quality chip. Domestically, people lauded the Sunway Taihu Light for its extensive core count, exceeding 10 million, while foreign supercomputers, like the world's leading Fugaku in Japan, possessed just over 7 million cores. And the second-ranked Summit in the U.S. has a mere 2 million. This indicates that China's supercomputers exhibit superior architectural design, allowing for such complex structures to operate flawlessly. This is indeed a fact, yet it also reflects China's predicament. Why? Because the cores of the Sunway Taihu Light utilize a 28 nanometers manufacturing process and a self-researched architecture, while foreign supercomputers can employ cores with more advanced processes and superior architectures. inherently surpassing the Sunway in core quality and facilitating the construction of more powerful supercomputers with simpler architectures. China's supercomputing technology must seek alternative pathways, optimizing the architecture to achieve robust performance through sheer quantity. This is akin to foreign nations leveraging quality while China relies on quantity. However, with the advent of Zhiqi, China could employ more advanced cores and, leveraging its robust supercomputing architectural optimization capabilities, could enhance both quality and quantity, inevitably reclaiming the crown of supercomputing prowess. This was precisely why the Shishir Supercomputing Center had reached out to Zhiqi. Yet after that initial contact, they had not followed up, likely due to the sanctions imposed by the U.S., which led them to abandon such endeavors temporarily. After all, the semiconductor strategic plan has remained classified, known only to those involved in the collaboration and a select few in government. Well then, perhaps in March, I shall take a stroll around the Shishir Supercomputing Center. By then, the implementation of the semiconductor strategic plan will have concluded, and an announcement will be made. The Supercomputing Center will undoubtedly realize that Zhiqi not only survives but thrives. It will be an opportune moment to discuss potential collaboration. Chapter 74. The Semiconductor Strategy Approaches Completion. In America's panic, time swiftly passed, and the Spring Festival of 2022 arrived and departed quietly. While China lamented the end of the holiday, the Americans remained busy and anxious. After expending considerable effort to successfully infiltrate a dozen spies, they were dismayed to find that all had been uncovered. This left the American high-ranking officials shocked and incredulous. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before them, and they were powerless to act. As for pressuring the Chinese government, it was merely talk. China would never heed their demands. The matter of espionage can only be regarded as one facet of the situation. On another front, the astonishment brought about by lithium-air batteries is equally significant. Despite the passage of days and their skepticism regarding this development, the continuous release of various data by the Zhiqi Research Institute has persistently corroborated the authenticity of these revelations. Zhiqi is poised to potentially realize this technology. They have exhausted all avenues in their attempts to acquire it, particularly the 3 new materials referenced by the Zhiqi Research Institute. Yet, they cannot even infiltrate Yi Cheng's mobile phone, let alone procure such advanced technology, unless they dare to kidnap Liang Feiyun from the Magic City Research Institute. However, should they venture into Huagua to abduct Liang Feiyun, Huagua would not hesitate to reciprocate by abducting their own technological talents. It would become a contest of who possesses more technological expertise, and inevitably, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Should both parties reach a state of desperation, war might become an imminent threat, yet engaging in warfare remains an impossibility. Thus, such measures are decidedly off the table. Moreover, their concerns regarding lithium-air batteries pale in comparison to a new revelation. Huagua has acquired cutting-edge semiconductor manufacturing technology. Their previously touted adjustments to the semiconductor industry chain were, in fact, an upgrade to the semiconductor production capabilities. This revelation has left them in a state of disbelief and shock. The premonition they once harbored has materialized. The fish that once lay on the chopping block in the chip industry has now leapt back to life. The upper echelons of the United States are acutely aware of the terrifying implications of Huagua possessing the entirety of the semiconductor industry chain. It is the world's foremost industrial power. Hence, the very notion is met with incredulity, inciting a frenzy to investigate whether a technological leak has occurred. However, regardless of their inquiries, no evidence of such leaks can be found. None of the 19 materials have ever been associated with a breach. It appears as though these advancements were developed entirely by the Huagua researchers themselves. How can this be possible? The president, unable to stifle his disbelief, gazes at the report in his hands. This is nothing short of extraordinary. It is utterly shocking. The Secretary of State mirrors his incredulity. I am astounded. The director of the NSA, standing nearby, shares the same sentiment. I, too, am astonished. At that moment, the directors of the FBI and CIA burst through the door, exclaiming, "Mr. President, this is truly shocking." The president, looking at the 2 men, cannot help but retort, "Look who has arrived, 2 gentlemen. I was unaware that you, as the most renowned intelligence organizations in the United States, have been so preoccupied with galas and vacations that you only now receive this news. When did the Huagua individuals master technologies such as silicon wafers, photoresists, masks, and CMP polishing materials? And you have no inkling whatsoever?" The 2 directors' faces shift from pale to red, ultimately turning to the NSA director and stating, "This falls under the NSA as jurisdiction." They too have been derelict in their duties. The NSA director retorts angrily, "What does this have to do with us? Don't cast blame without justification. ISNT, the NSA, responsible for establishing global radio interception and positioning stations? How can we fail to uncover such information? The CIA director sarcastically interjects. Nonsense. Is obtaining information from Huawei so effortless? Especially once they implement confidentiality measures. By your logic, should we not have complete oversight of Huawei's every movement? Why not? Is it not your ineptitude? The FBI director counters. The leaders of the three largest intelligence organizations in the United States find themselves embroiled in a heated exchange before the president, each attempting to deflect responsibility. Enough. Silence. The president commands, incensed. Now let's consider how to respond. He turns to the Secretary of State. What do you propose we do? Chips. Lithium-air batteries. Are we destined to lose? The Secretary of State, furrowing his brow, admits, I cannot think of a solution at the moment. I'm still in a state of shock. The president, resigned, realizes that a sense of powerlessness is a shared sentiment among them. Huawei has already developed chip technology, quietly establishing production facilities, with some factories reportedly commencing production of materials such as wafers, photoresists, and extreme ultraviolet masks, all destined for the factory in the Magic City, equipped with 15 lithography machines. They find themselves utterly incapable of intervening. After all, this is within Huawei's borders. Their submarines can merely patrol the waters without any real impact, and they may occasionally collide with unidentified objects. Are they to embark on an amphibious assault, risking everything? Engaging in warfare is an absolute impossibility, never to happen in this lifetime. It is widely known that when the Tang Emperor was nearing the end of his reign, there were concerns he might initiate hostilities against Huawei, leading the highest military officials to secretly communicate with Huawei's military, assuring them that the U.S. military would not engage in conflict. Ultimately, it is Wall Street that controls the United States, and should war commence, Wall Street would likely be the first to feel the chill of winter-s winds. Thus, the American leaders, caught in this impasse, can only remain silent. Jiqi. What is the true essence of this company? At the headquarters of Jiqi Technology Company in Huawei, it is now morning, just as the workday begins. Yicheng enters his office to find Su Xin already seated at his desk, diligently managing some important documents. Good morning, Yicheng greets. Su Xin, not lifting her head, responds, Good morning, boss. Pouring himself a glass of water, Yicheng inquires, What brings you here so early? Su Xin rolls her eyes. I was sleeping soundly. But at 7 this morning, someone from Nanfu Battery Company called, inquiring about our lithium-air batteries and expressing interest in investing and collaborating with us. I was so infuriated that I scolded them, and then, with no time left to sleep, I came right over. Yicheng bursts into laughter. No worries. Just consider it an early start to the day. Does our company really need external investment, especially from a foreign company? In the realm of lithium-air batteries, he intends to fully absorb this technology. Possessing it will ensure the company's continued dominance in the industry. Thus, he cannot possibly relinquish a portion of this lucrative opportunity. Chapter 75, A Call from the State Council Office. Su Xin shakes her head in resignation. Since the turn of the year, she has also become increasingly busy, as she serves not only as the executive assistant to Jiqi Technology Company, but also to Jiqi New Energy Technology Company, managing affairs for both entities. Especially after the new year, as various semiconductor material production facilities gradually come online, the company has finally begun to attract the incredulous attention of others, reversing the dire predictions that had plagued it just 2 months prior. Those well-informed enterprises have already responded, reaching out to Jiqi in hopes of forging early partnerships. Numerous inquiries have made the company's schedule increasingly hectic, a reality that Su Xin, as the assistant, is all too aware of. While Yicheng is similarly busy, he finds himself comparatively at ease, thanks to Su Xin. Aside from significant decisions that require his personal input, most matters of lesser importance are delegated to Su Xin. Suddenly recalling a task he had assigned to Su Xin, he asks, By the way, last month you mentioned wanting to reform the company's management system. Have you completed the proposal? Su Xin rolls her eyes again. Do I look like I have time? I've only been on the job for 2 months, and I've been busy from the end of last year to the beginning of this one. It feels like I've worked a whole year already. I've been burning the midnight oil on the proposal, but I've only completed about half of it. Yicheng touches his nose, glancing at Su Xin's empty cup, and retrieves it to pour her another glass of water, encouragingly placing it in front of her. Su Xin is not a mere cog in the machine. As a living, breathing person, she requires some reassurance. All right, I understand that you've been working hard. Once this busy period is over, I shall consider granting you a raise and provide you with a brief respite. What do you say? Su Xin accepted the water cup, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thank you, but no need for that. Why not? He inquired. A raise is sufficient. A vacation can be set aside. Yi Cheng rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Was there truly an employee who wished to forego a holiday? Suit yourself, he waved dismissively. Yet at that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at it, he noticed an unfamiliar number, but it was a call from Cheng. Curiosity piqued, he answered, and a man's voice resonated from the other end. May I speak with Mr. Yi Cheng of Jiqi Technology Corporation? That would be me. May I ask who is calling? Good day, Mr. Yi. I am Li Xing, Secretary General of the State Council Office. I wonder if you might be available to come to Shangjing this week. Yi Cheng was taken aback. The State Council Office? Inviting him for a meeting? What is the purpose of this meeting? We wish to discuss new policies concerning foreign trade and economics under the current circumstances, as well as address the reactions from the United States and our planned responses. Li Xing added with a smile. Due to your company's influence, the U.S. has been seeking to engage with us frequently. So we have decided to hold a meeting with them at the beginning of next month and would like to solicit your insights. Yi Cheng's mind raced as he grasped the significance of the situation. He was now entangled in affairs of such magnitude, negotiations between two nations, with the opportunity to voice his opinions. He deemed it essential to attend. After contemplating his recent commitments, he cast a glance at Su Exin, then spoke into the phone. Very well, I shall attend. When does the meeting commence? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Upon your arrival, we will have personnel ready to accommodate you and arrange your lodging, so you need not worry about booking a hotel. Additionally, we may require some information regarding your company's lithium-air batteries, so we hope you can prepare a presentation. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Such courtesy? A national reception? He chuckled in response. All right, that sounds agreeable. Then I shall not keep you further, Mr. Yi. We shall see you on Friday. After hanging up, Su Xin observed the expression on his face and inquired, What is the matter? Yi Cheng replied with a grin. The State Council Office has invited me to a meeting. Su Xin was taken aback. The State Council? A meeting? What kind of meeting? At the beginning of next month, our nation will engage in negotiations with the United States, focusing primarily on our newly established semiconductor industry chain and lithium-air batteries, two crucial issues. Su Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. ISNT that all related to our company? Yi Cheng laughed heartily, pointing at her. You see, your awareness is lacking. This concerns our nation, not merely our company. Su Xin rolled her eyes. No wonder you're the boss. However, her excitement soon returned. Does this mean I can attend too? It's a meeting at the State Council. Yi Cheng shook his head. That is not possible. You must remain at the company. Your responsibilities here are vital. Su Xin paused. Couldn't someone else take my place? That's out of the question. You are my only assistant. Yi Cheng replied with an open hand. Disappointed, Su Xin lowered her head, returning to her tasks. Amused, Yi Cheng remarked, All right, I'll make sure to invite you next time. When will there be next time? Why would there not be? Yi Cheng chuckled. The future of our company extends far beyond just chips and batteries. Is that so? Absolutely. Yi Cheng nodded confidently. Observing his demeanor, Su Xin shook her head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng busied himself with preparations for his trip to Shangjing that weekend. Time swiftly passed to Saturday. At 7 in the morning, Yi Cheng awoke in the spacious bed of the Diaoyutai State Guest House. Taking in the elegant decor and the gentle morning light illuminating the serene landscape outside, he felt a twinge of regret. Why had he arrived just the previous evening? Had he come during the day, he could have explored this venue that hosted heads of state, government leaders, and monarchs. Yet, though he felt a pang of disappointment, thoughts of the day's meeting dispelled his regrets. He donned formal attire and departed the guest house. After enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, he received a call directing him to the entrance, where a flag-adorned Hongqi L5 awaited him, sent by a secretary from the State Council Office. Good morning, Mr. Yi. The secretary introduced himself. I am Sun Qing, and I will be your host for the next few days. Good morning, Yi Cheng nodded, opting for silence as he entered the vehicle. Sun Qing handed him an agenda for the meeting, and Yi Cheng perused it quietly. The meeting was scheduled for 2 days. Saturday morning would involve a discussion on the current advantages of China's semiconductor industry chain, while Saturday afternoon through Sunday would revolve around the benefits of lithium-air batteries and the conditions China could negotiate from abroad, solidifying a contingency plan. Chapter 76, The Advantages of China's Semiconductor Industry Chain. Soon, the Hongqi car arrived at the State Council, coming to a halt. Under Sun Qing's guidance, Yi Cheng entered the building and proceeded to a conference room. The room was spacious, yet only a handful of seats were arranged within. This meeting was, of course, not public. The outside world remained unaware of its occurrence. However, this did not diminish the importance of the discussions at hand, which involved negotiations between the world's two most powerful nations. The significance of this meeting could not be overstated. In the conference room, 7 or 8 individuals were already seated, each with nameplates in front of them. Thanks to the materials Sun Cheng provided, Cheng recognized the attendees, experts in international politics, technical personnel, and government officials. Most notably, the nameplate at the head of the table bore the name of the second elder, who would preside over the meeting. Since the second elder had yet to arrive, the atmosphere remained casual, with attendees engaging in light conversation. Cheng withdrew his gaze, seated himself at his designated spot, which was quite close to the head of the table, separated by only one chair. Upon noticing his presence, the others understood that he was the focal point of this meeting. The convening of such a meeting was intrinsically linked to Ziqi. Were it not for Ziqi, they would possess little leverage in negotiations with the United States. Consequently, the attendees greeted Cheng warmly, eager to forge connections. Cheng welcomed the introductions, recognizing the potential value of expanding his network for future endeavors. Time passed swiftly, and the door to the conference room opened once more, revealing an elderly gentleman wearing glasses. Upon his entry, the gathered individuals rose in unison, exclaiming, "Second Elder." The second elder smiled, taking his seat and addressing the group. "Good day to you all." He turned to Cheng, beaming, "Mr. Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you." Cheng promptly replied, "The honor is mine." The second elder waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Let's not dwell on pleasantries. It is you and Ziqi that have brought us considerable delight." Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing the sentiment. "Now, let us dispense with the formalities and commence the meeting for this morning." As everyone took their seats, the room fell silent. After a few introductory remarks, the second elder outlined the meeting's purpose and agenda, inviting the other attendees to share their insights. A figure rose and activated the multimedia screen before him, commencing his discourse. Today is February 21st. The new semiconductor supply chain has been largely established, with only 3 specialized gas production lines remaining to be completed. However, by March 3rd, we anticipate that these will be finalized, at which point the initial production capacity of all factories will be allocated to supply the chip production lines of the Ziqi Semiconductor Center in the Magic City. Once we secure the supply for the Ziqi Semiconductor Center, we shall proceed to expand our production lines, augment our capacity, and initiate sales to foreign markets. A faint smile graced his lips. Our vessels can directly reach the land of the Morning Calm and the island province, minimizing shipping costs and reducing the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, with domestic supply of raw materials effectively secured, we can significantly lower the production costs of semiconductor materials. Coupled with economies of scale, we can supply semiconductor raw materials to the land of the Morning Calm and the island province at prices that are almost tantamount to dumping. The 2 largest wafer foundries globally are located in the land of the Morning Calm and the island province, and their demand for our semiconductor materials is undeniably substantial. The attendees nodded in agreement. Samsung in the land of the Morning Calm and TSMC in the island province command 70% of the global orders. However, this landscape is poised for transformation. Over the past few months, the Ziqi chip factory has demonstrated its prowess, with manufacturing processes that can rival TSMC. This is indeed a remarkable development that astounds everyone. Why has TSMC managed to secure over 50% of the orders, creating a gap of more than 30% from Samsung? This is due to TSMC's exceptional manufacturing processes, yielding chips with high yield rates and minimal issues, unlike Samsung, which has faced numerous challenges. A comparison with the Snapdragon 888, dubbed the Fire Dragon, elucidates this point. The Snapdragon 888 was entrusted to Samsung for production. Yet Samsung's 5nm process continues to exhibit certain flaws, leading to overheating issues. In contrast, TSMC's superior processes ensure that the chips produced seldom encounter problems, solidifying its status as the unrivaled leader in the foundry industry. Historically, without TSMC, the semiconductor industry could not surpass the 7nm threshold, as TSMC was the first to achieve 7nm chip production using DUV lithography. Yet, recently, Ziqi has unveiled astonishing capabilities. Consumers who purchased Huawei smartphones equipped with the Kirin 9000 are pleasantly surprised to find that the version produced by Ziqi outperforms TSMC's variant by an average of approximately 5% in performance benchmarks. While this may seem a modest margin, it undeniably attests to the formidable manufacturing prowess of Ziqi. However, the reason Ziqi has yet to garner significant attention is that its accomplishments are currently encapsulated in the Kirin 9000 alone, leading many to attribute its success merely to fortuitous circumstances, doubting the sustainability of such performance. Nevertheless, Every individual present holds a firm belief in GTS potential, given its history of extraordinary achievements. Yet, the challenges facing foundries are merely one facet of the broader picture, and the focus of the assembly lies elsewhere. The speaker continued, "Through this approach, we can virtually destabilize Japan's semiconductor supply chain." A voice from the assembly inquired, "Will Samsung and TSMC opt not to procure our semiconductor materials?" The speaker scoffed dismissively. "Let's not forget, they are products of the capitalist world. The shareholders of Samsung and TSMC are Americans. They will invariably choose the cheaper option over the expensive one. Why would they not seek to reduce costs? Will they engage in anti-dumping measures? If Samsung and TSMC were based in the United States, they might consider such actions. But in the land of the morning calm and the island province? That's preposterous. It's a paradise for American capitalists." Chapter 77. Supplanting Japan and Seizing Control of the Global Semiconductor Industry. The U.S. government will not permit dumped products to infiltrate its market, but a government under the sway of American capitalists will not concern itself with such matters. Moreover, our pricing cannot truly be deemed dumping. We are certainly aiming for profitability, albeit at rates significantly lower than those of Japan and other factories. This exemplifies the advantage of an industrial powerhouse. Once technological mastery is achieved, one can encompass the entire spectrum from upstream raw materials to the final product, thereby attaining optimal costs. The speaker continued to elucidate the current landscape. Once the world's semiconductor materials are sourced from our nation, the dynamics will shift dramatically, placing the lifeblood of semiconductors firmly within our control. The audience nodded in agreement, their minds wandering to the promising future that awaited. Cheng could not help but chuckle, recalling that in October 2021, Japan's government underwent a transition, with the newly appointed Minister of Economic Security intending to gamble the nation's fortune on the semiconductor industry, an old tradition of theirs. Yet, scarcely 6 months had passed before China sought to supplant them. Japan's semiconductor lifeline hinges on its absolute dominance in semiconductor materials. Should this lifeline be severed, their semiconductor industry would undoubtedly falter, delivering a significant blow to Japan's economy. Confronted by the vast expanse of China, now the leading industrial nation, Japan possesses no capacity to augment production in retaliation. Resource scarce, Japan must import raw materials to produce semiconductors, incurring heightened costs due to transportation and tariffs associated with sourcing from distant lands. It is also crucial to note that Japan's industrial electricity rates exceed those of China by more than double. The semiconductor supply chain is notoriously energy-intensive, rendering the electricity costs for Japanese firms producing semiconductor materials exceedingly high. In contrast, China enjoys lower industrial electricity rates and can nearly self-supply its raw materials. Take rare earths, essential for chip material production. As an example, China, reigning as the global leader in rare earth industries, can likewise achieve self-sufficiency. Previously, China refrained from imposing a ban on rare earth exports to Japan to undermine its semiconductor supply chain, as the world still relied on Japanese-produced semiconductor materials. A ban would equate to economic self-sabotage. Now that China can replace Japan's supply chain, it can afford to reduce or even cease rare earth supplies, forcing Japan to procure from other nations. However, China's supremacy in rare earths is not merely due to abundance. It is also because China's rare earth extraction technology is unmatched, making it the sole nation with a complete rare earth industrial chain. This is why China supplies 80% of the global rare earth demand. Thus, even if Japan opts to import rare earths from other countries, it cannot compete with China. This represents a true exertion of dominance based on strength rather than mere rhetoric. Consequently, China's ascendance to supplant Japan, or rather, its future dominance in the global semiconductor supply chain, appears to be an inexorable conclusion. This is why in the past, foreign entities were so averse to allowing China to gain a foothold in semiconductors. They fear that a technology impacting the entirety of the global populace could fall under China's control. Yet now, regardless of their trepidation, this outcome is on the verge of becoming an established fact. Therefore, I believe national authorities should deliberate on strategies to gradually seize control of the global semiconductor industry and be wary of whether the West may react with hostility. However, this can also serve as leverage in our negotiations come early March, such as requesting the United States to cease its embargo on EUV lithography machines. After uttering these words, the individual shook his head once more, stating, however, the likelihood of that is estimated to be 0. Everyone nodded, fully aware of the underlying reasons. If they were to be granted access to photolithography machines, would they not then need to exert complete control over the entire supply chain, from upstream to downstream? Presently, only Z possesses 15 machines, which suffices for Huagua, and this is likely the upper limit accepted by foreign entities. Should the supply of chips be monopolized by the mainland of Huagua in the future, it would spell disaster. Well, I have just analyzed the current and potential future scenarios regarding semiconductors for everyone. As for what we can negotiate in exchange, that will require a collective brainstorming effort. He concluded, returning to his seat. Soon, the group began to deliberate on the prospective negotiation terms. From CNC machine tools to aircraft engines. From tariffs to the issues concerning the Bay Islands province, each individual had their own focal points and presented their opinions. However, throughout this period, Cheng remained silent, merely listening to their discussions. At this juncture, the second elder glanced at Cheng, who had yet to speak, and inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you have any thoughts?" Cheng lifted his gaze, met the second elder's eyes, and replied with a smile, "As for me, I currently have nothing to convey. My hope is that we will be able to purchase various components for photolithography machines. This way, we at least have a chance of manufacturing them." The others were momentarily taken aback by his statement, subsequently shaking their heads. It is unlikely that the United States would readily agree to that. Furthermore, even if we could procure the components, it does not guarantee our ability to manufacture them. Cheng shuruk. There is no need to worry about whether we can produce them. As long as we can acquire the parts, we will eventually find the opportunity to create them. Otherwise, relying solely on our own nation to construct a photolithography machine is an utterly impossible endeavor. With 100,000 components, the complexity is beyond imagination. No nation can independently develop an EUV lithography machine based solely on its own technology. Huagua's dominance in the semiconductor supply chain is already the pinnacle of what can be achieved. Everyone pondered Cheng's words, finding merit in his reasoning. With the advancement of technology, the significance of EUV lithography machines continues to escalate. Should we fail to seize this technology now, we may suffer greatly in the future. Moreover, a domestically produced lithography machine would inherently be safer, alleviating concerns regarding potential foreign backdoors. The second elder furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded, "Very well. We can include this matter in our negotiations." The meeting proceeded. The morning session concluded swiftly, and in the afternoon, the main event commenced as it pertained to lithium-air batteries, a technology that had hitherto existed only in theory. This technology is entirely under the control of the Huagua people, particularly the youngest individual present. As the meeting commenced, all eyes turned to Cheng, who stood up with a smile, moved to the front, and began his presentation. The performance of lithium-air batteries hardly requires extensive elaboration. I believe everyone present is already well aware. I will briefly outline our company's research and development arrangements for lithium-air batteries and analyze the potential for our technology to be compromised. In summary, our core technologies are not at risk of being deciphered. The difficulty of their preparation renders them virtually impossible to replicate without mastering our methods, let alone reverse engineering, an endeavor achievable only by the divine. As he concluded with a jest, laughter erupted among the attendees. Although Cheng refrained from divulging any confidential technologies related to lithium-air batteries, his presentation significantly bolstered the confidence of those present. The assurance that they need not fear foreign powers deciphering their innovations serves as the greatest guarantee. Furthermore, we anticipate official sales by June at the latest. Should the relevant departments expedite the approval process, it may even be possible as early as May. Given that this topic is now on the agenda for discussion, a May launch appears almost certain. Of course, the safety performance verification process cannot be overlooked, regardless of Cheng's assurances. The government will not bypass this critical step on mere words alone. Subsequently, the meeting shifted to discussions on what conditions they could negotiate with the United States in exchange for lithium-air batteries. By the end of the day, Cheng's proposal regarding the components for lithography machines had emerged as a crucial objective of the negotiations, a necessity. In addition, numerous other conditions were identified, all poised to bring substantial benefits to Huagua. Currently, Huagua possesses a considerable array of cards to play until the afternoon of the following Sunday. During a meeting dedicated to discussing potential reactions from the United States, a question was raised. At present, we can only be considered to have risen in the chip industry. But we are not invincible. We must consider that the United States has other cards to play. Firstly, in the realm of EDA software. Foreign EDA software accounts for over 95% of the market in our country, and our domestic development in this area is lacking, rendering us unable to compete with foreign EDA software. Furthermore, Our progress in chip architecture remains weak, still lagging behind international standards, which is a point that requires vigilance. Should the United States take action in this regard, we may suffer severe setbacks in the chip design phase. The experts present nodded in agreement. This was indeed a pressing concern. At that moment, however, Cheng could not suppress a slight smile, though he remained silent to avoid drawing attention. Nevertheless, the second elder, not far from him, noticed his expression and inquired, "Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Cheng was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "Not at the moment." "Oh, the absence of a viewpoint suggests that Mr. Yi is not worried. Is that correct?" The second elder remarked with a smile. Cheng rubbed his nose, initially reluctant to speak, but given the elder's inquiry, he conceded, "In fact, our company has developed a proprietary EDA software. Based on the current situation, its functionality should be on par with those of the foreign giants Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor. Additionally, we are in the process of developing a new chip architecture that integrates the advantages of the current four mainstream architectures, offering excellent versatility suitable for various electronic devices, including desktop CPUs and mobile CPUs. Once successfully developed, I believe it can rival ARM's capabilities." The attendees' eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Cheng, astonished. "What did you say? When did Z develop such technology? Are you joking?" someone exclaimed, unable to contain their disbelief. "Mr. Yi, are you certain? Your chip architecture truly encompasses the advantages of those architectures. EDA software may be significant, but chip architecture is paramount. For now, it can be stated as such. But the actual performance post-development remains to be seen," Cheng humbly responded, avoiding definitive claims. Over the past few months, Zhongxin had been tirelessly working on this architecture, and it was expected to be completed by early April. The complexity of the architecture necessitates the integration of numerous advantages. However, upon hearing Cheng's words, the assembly could not help but be astonished, some even suspecting that he might be exaggerating. How could something that had taken the nation so long to develop be accomplished so swiftly, moreover, not only completed, but allegedly superior to foreign alternatives? Yet, reflecting on Z's track record, they began to entertain the possibility. The second elder, surprised by the unexpected revelation from Cheng, inquired, "Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that you have found a solution in the realm of chip design?" "Indeed," Cheng affirmed. Cheng nodded slightly, stating, "The EDA software has indeed been developed. However, given that the market in Huagua is predominantly occupied by the software of three major companies, I currently have no intention of releasing it. Additionally, we have yet to finalize the chip architecture, but we should be able to present it by early April. The specific functionalities will require further validation in the future." Cheng's reaffirmation left everyone momentarily speechless. At last, a semiconductor expert from Huaka Institute spoke up, "Mr. Yi, might we inquire if Huaka Institute could possibly trial your esteemed company's EDA software? Should we find it satisfactory, we would be eager to pursue a long-term collaboration and assist in promoting your company." Cheng replied with a smile, "Of course, that would not be a problem. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep this matter confidential for the time being." When asked why, Cheng explained, "We want the Americans to believe they still have the upper hand over us, preparing for a future reclaiming of the domestic market." The mention of the Americans prompted a consensus among the attendees. "Indeed, we wholeheartedly support Zhiqi technology in driving those foreign entities out." Cheng chuckled. "Thank you all for your support. Rest assured, Zhiqi will not disappoint you." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the second elder displayed a contented smile. Thus, the final question concerning the chip segment was resolved. One might ponder, who on this planet could possibly prevent Huagua from becoming a semiconductor powerhouse in the future? Such grandeur is undoubtedly just around the corner. Chapter 79, Achievement, I alone can fabricate chips. End of February. Headquarters of Zhiqi Technology Company. "Dad, what did you say? You wish to establish a headquarters for our company?" Cheng exclaimed in astonishment over the phone. On the other end, Igor responded, "It's not me building it. It's you who should consider it. Your company has become quite formidable. Shouldn't you think about establishing a headquarters?" Cheng's expression faltered. "Oh, so you're trying to set me up for this, are you?" Igor retorted, "What nonsense. It's agreed that if your company wishes to build a headquarters, you must consult our family business." Cheng scoffed, thinking how absurd it was that his father was calling him to solicit funds for this venture. His father was clearly anticipating that with the company's current growth, a headquarters would be inevitable. Hence, he broached the subject early, intending for Cheng to approach Ye's group for construction. However, upon reflection, as the company expands further, it indeed seems prudent to consider the headquarters matter. A lavish headquarters not only represents a status symbol for the enterprise, but also fulfills a psychological need for its employees. Most importantly, for him as the owner, it serves as a source of personal satisfaction. Understood. I shall contemplate this matter. How large are you planning to build it? Larger than your company's building would suffice. Yegor replied, Somehat Ivkit. Are you trying to overshadow your father? Well, won't that mean your company earns even more? Yi Cheng countered. You cheeky brat. The profits will ultimately benefit you. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. I have no interest. Just don't let the company end up in debt like dying. Unable to repay even 10 trillion. You little rascal. Yigua was increasingly annoyed. Yi Cheng shrugged. Having traversed time, he had long grasped his father's temperament, thus speaking more casually, as if they were friends who never quite saw eye to eye. All right, I'm done chatting. I have a pile of work to tackle. Wait, didn't the news say that on March 3rd, we're to negotiate with the Americans? It seems quite significant for your company. Quite so, without our company. This meeting wouldn't even be happening. Yi Cheng boasted a bit before Yigua exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that so? Do you know what will be discussed? What could it be? Just the usual matters. Why do you ask? I merely wish to inquire. If they bring you up during the meeting. I'd love to boast a bit, Yigua replied. Yi Cheng scoffed. Do you think you'll convey the truth while bragging? Just throw out some casual remarks. I have work to do. One last thing, Yigua quickly added, feeling helpless. This little rascal had become so impressive that his father could no longer intervene in his business affairs. How is Su Xin faring at your company? Is she your assistant? She's doing well. Nothing more to say. Yi Cheng replied casually. Her capabilities are commendable. She has assisted me greatly. Ha, that's good to hear. I can rest easy now. Yigua chuckled. All right, I should hang up and encourage you to visit home more often. Got it, goodbye. Yi Cheng sighed, having just spent half a month at home during the new year. Without further ado, he resumed his work. Suddenly, a long-awaited system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. For completing the achievement, I alone can fabricate chips. Achievement reward. Neural interface circuit technology, neural signal recognition technology, and master of exoskeleton technology. Yi Cheng was taken aback. What on earth? I completed a new achievement, just like that? I can fabricate chips alone? At that moment, the voice of Xiao Bai chimed in from the computer, Master. The first special gas plant has been completed. The semiconductor supply chain is now fully established. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, realizing the significance of the achievement. While it may not be entirely accurate to claim he fabricated the chips alone in a broader sense, his substantial involvement in the entire semiconductor industry chain justified the achievement's title. Furthermore, the rewards were impressive, unveiling 2 new technologies and a master figure. Clearly, this achievement was monumental, as unlocking it required the establishment of an entire semiconductor supply chain. He shifted his focus to the 3 rewards: neural interface circuit technology, neural signal recognition technology, and the master of exoskeleton technology. Just as he pondered the connections among these technologies and the master, the door suddenly knocked, and Su Xin rushed in. Mr. Yi, the first special gas production plant has officially been completed and is ready for production. Her tone was electrified, clearly having just received the news. Seeing Su Xin enter, Yi Cheng temporarily set aside the achievement rewards and nodded, I understand. Su Xin gave him a curious glance, wondering why he seemed unfazed. Yet, she did not dwell on it and continued. The factory has informed us that production can commence tomorrow. The necessary raw materials are prepared, and the workers have been recruited. All are experienced hands from the previous special gas plant. That is excellent. Yi Cheng simidet. This exemplified the advantage of collaborating with companies already in the field. No need to hire a new or train from scratch. Simply reallocating the experienced workers sufficed. Even the training would be minimal due to their existing expertise. Su Xin added, in about half a month, once the first batch of special gases is transported, our chip production line will utilize domestically sourced materials entirely, reducing costs by approximately 80% compared to imports, allowing us to sell our chips at more competitive prices. We can officially announce this news to the outside world. Xiaodong, along with Fruit Company and other enterprises that have designed high-end chips, may very well choose us. However, constrained by our mere 15 production lines, my calculations indicate that we cannot entirely usurp all orders from TSMC. Nevertheless, this is not a significant concern. The crux lies in whether other companies are willing to place orders with us. Listening to her words, Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really considering snatching all of TSMC's orders? Su Xin tilted her head slightly. It's not impossible. Chapter 80, New Technology. For Su Xin, witnessing Jiqi triumph over TSMC would undoubtedly be a momentous milestone in her career and life. Yet, she was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. TSMC boasts 70 EUV machines, not to mention the multitude of DUVs. Over 50% of the world's orders cannot simply be taken at will. Moreover, considering that Fruit Company may have some agreements with TSMC, even if they were to place orders with us, the volume may not be substantial. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. This is not a pressing matter. They can choose whether or not to place orders. What matters is that we are more affordable than TSMC, and our manufacturing processes are superior. Upon hearing his rather self-assured remarks, Su Xin smiled slightly. Indeed, it was true. Whether those companies placed orders or not would ultimately be their loss. It is certain that they would eventually place orders. Only the volume remained in question. No businessman shies away from lower costs. Oh, speaking of Fruit, they called again today, expressing their desire to continue discussions. They are willing to pay more for our batteries, but they are reluctant to purchase our chips. Then we shall not acquiesce. They must accept our terms. Cheng waved his hand, contemplating for a moment before adding. For every 10 batteries they purchase, they must buy one of our 3nm chips. Su Xin gazed at him, unable to suppress her remark. Cheng, you truly have a heart of stone. Why? He inquired. Our battery costs no more than 30 yuan. Selling it to them would be considered expensive at 40. Yet our 3nm chip costs over 100, meaning that if they do not use our chips, they are essentially paying an extra 10 yuan for each battery. Should they opt for our chips, it would eliminate any waste. Cheng was unfazed. This was merely standard pricing. Standard pricing? Su Xin ego in sedun. Cheng rubbed his nose, acknowledging that it might be somewhat exploitative, yet he quickly chuckled. Did I not say? Exploiting the Americans does not evoke remorse. He pondered for a moment and added, furthermore, let us impose an additional condition. If they wish to purchase lithium-air batteries, they must source their chips from us and place orders with our foundry. Su Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Cheng would take such a bold stance. This was blatantly bullying Fruit. She could not help but marvel at Cheng's audacity as a boss. His appetite was truly insatiable. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Fruit was rather powerless against this intimidation. With no overlapping business interests, they could even be considered upstream suppliers to Fruit. In terms of lithium-air battery technology, they were arguably the sole upstream enterprise. No matter how formidable Fruit was, even ranking 6th among the Fortune 500, they still had to heed their demands. Su Xin shook her head, silently mourning for Fruit Company. If there was blame to be assigned, it was for being an American company. All right, you are the boss. I shall follow your lead. Su Xin continued. Oh, by the way, I received news from the Research Institute. They have begun designing the battery structure and expect to produce 2 types within half a month. They would like to inquire about your opinion. Cheng contemplated for a moment and said, let us design for mobile phones and 4-wheeled electric vehicles first. These 2 are the most lucrative. ISNT Huawei projecting a capacity of 500 mAh for the new batteries. Let us proceed with that data. I will send over the materials. As for the electric vehicle batteries, please contact BYD and gauge their thoughts. After all, BYD was the first car manufacturer to establish a partnership with us. BYD responded promptly. Realizing that once lithium-air batteries were released, their own battery technology would soon become obsolete, they swiftly reached out to Ziqi, hoping for a long-term supply of new batteries. BYD's decision bore a sense of resoluteness. They had been entrenched in the battery industry for so long that abandoning it would mean losing countless investments. Therefore, Cheng held great admiration for BYD's decision-makers, and both parties quickly reached a consensus, signing a contract to establish a long-term supply relationship. As for the other car manufacturers who were slower to respond, they would naturally fall behind. Very well, Su Xin nodded. I will inquire with them shortly. When it comes to battery production, designs must be tailored to the client's specifications. They will design according to the desired capacity. For instance, Huawei wants a battery with a capacity of 500 mAh, rather than the original tenfold, which would yield a capacity of 40,000 mAh. For current smartphones, sustaining a weak battery life is not particularly meaningful. Ensuring 2 days of battery life suffices. Consumers cannot expect to go 2 days without charging their devices. That is an outlier scenario. Thus, a 500 mAh battery is more than adequate. And since lithium-air batteries have 10 times the energy density of lithium-ion batteries, a 500 mAh lithium-air battery is roughly equivalent in size to a 250 mAh lithium-ion battery. This allows for a smaller battery, enabling thinner smartphones or accommodating more sensors within the same volume, thus enhancing the phone's functionality. Cheng nodded in agreement. All right. Without further ado, Su Xin departed from the office, while Cheng finally found time to reflect upon his new achievements. He claimed 2 rewards from the system. which materialized as 2 USB drives in his hands. Cheng contemplated whether he could amass wealth through the sale of USB drives. Shaking his head, he noticed that the system was prompting him to set the foundational attributes for the exoskeleton technology master. As per tradition, he would model it after Zhongxin. Yet the personality should at least be approachable. As for the name, he decided on Guga. Cheng admitted to being inept at naming. The system responded, "Setup complete. Guga will arrive in 1 hour." Cheng then called the receptionist to inform her to escort Guga directly to his office upon arrival. He then turned his attention back to the 2 USB drives. "All right, let us examine these 2 new technologies." He inserted one of the USB drives into the computer and opened the files. "This is the Neural Electrical Signal Recognition Technology." Cheng glanced at the file name before delving deeper. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. This technology could flawlessly identify the commands conveyed by neural electrical signals. Anyone who studied high school biology would know that the human body is permeated with nerves. Everything from the central nervous system to the peripheral nerves originates from the brain, which transmits signals through the nerves to control the body. The signals conveyed by the nerves are electrical signals, transmitted at incredible speeds, enabling individuals to instantaneously control their bodies. However, although humanity has discerned that it is electrical signals that transmit commands from the brain, the analysis of these signals and the identification of the instructions they convey remain a formidable challenge. Despite some progress, complete recognition has yet to be achieved, particularly with regard to complex electrical signals, which still elude comprehension. Nevertheless, this neural signal recognition technology has decisively conquered that problem. Chapter 81. The Concept of Exoskeleton Technology. March 3rd. It is simply astonishing. Cheng gazed at the technology before him, unable to suppress his murmurs. This truly signifies a breakthrough in unraveling the mysteries of the human body. The complexity of human nerves is something humanity has only scratched the surface of, remaining confined to superficial understanding, let alone the intricate electrical signals. Merely the fluctuations caused by the movement of sodium and potassium ions can convey a multitude of different commands, showcasing the marvels of the human body. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Cheng finally regained his composure. This technology not only identifies electrical signals, but also primarily operates in conjunction with chips, allowing related programs to be integrated into the chip circuitry, thus enhancing its functionality. Cheng couldn't help but smile. It was fortuitous that they were capable of producing chips. However, what practical application does this technology hold? Upon consulting the exoskeleton technology master, everything became clear. This technology could be utilized in exoskeleton applications. Reflecting on another technology known as neural access circuit technology, he gained further clarity. Soon, he inserted another USB drive into the computer and began examining the technology contained within. Indeed, it was a method of connecting human nerves to external circuits. Once the neural connection is established, electrical signals can flow from the human body into the circuit, where they can be deciphered by the neural signal recognition chip, revealing the intended message of the signal. Subsequently, the instructions transcribed by this chip can activate the corresponding exoskeleton, allowing for operations akin to directing one's own limbs. Cheng pondered, feeling a surge of emotion. Am I on the verge of igniting a cyberpunk revolution to enable humanity to achieve mechanical ascension? However, this technology necessitates neural access akin to undergoing surgery. Healthy individuals would likely only consider such an operation if they were irrational or excessively enamored with science fiction. In any case, such a self-harming endeavor would undoubtedly be prohibited domestically, and abroad, it would probably require substantial wealth, reminiscent of the practices of the affluent. Nevertheless, setting aside these abnormal scenarios, this technology could undoubtedly assist numerous individuals if applied to those with disabilities. There are 9 million physically disabled individuals within a country alone, not to mention the global figures. It represents a commendable advancement in medical technology. Before long, Cheng finished reviewing all the materials, and just as an hour had passed, there was a knock at the door. A 35-year-old man entered. "Boss, I am Guga." This exoskeleton technology master appeared approachable, prompting Cheng to nod in satisfaction. He gestured toward the seat and said, "Please sit. Introduce the technologies you command." "I specialize in various design technologies for upper limb exoskeletons, lower limb exoskeletons, and full-body exoskeletons, along with exoskeleton power systems, motors, and mechanical structures, covering both civilian and military applications. In addition, I can enhance the energy utilization efficiency of exoskeleton mechanics, significantly reducing energy waste." Listening to Gugu's words, Cheng inquired, Are you familiar with neural access circuit technology and neural signal recognition technology? Gu Yi nodded. I am aware, but I do not possess expertise in that area. It falls within the realm of neuroscience. Cheng nodded, not surprised. Much like Zhong Xin, who knows how to manufacture chips, but not how to create the raw materials for silicon wafers. They are both specialists in their respective fields. He then remarked, I have access to both technologies. Can you utilize them? Gu Ji's eyes sparkled. Of course. With these two technologies, I can design a far more sophisticated exoskeleton. Cheng nodded and suddenly added, what about incorporating lithium-air batteries? Gu paused, looking even more thrilled. You have lithium-air batteries as well? That makes it even better. With two neural technologies and lithium-air batteries, I can elevate the exoskeleton equipment several tiers. Cheng nodded, smiling. That's excellent. For the next few months, I'll arrange for you to work at the Research Institute to carry out relevant designs and produce some prototypes. We can address other matters later. The exoskeleton technology is distinct, and he would need to establish a new company dedicated to research in this area. Similarly, this represents an emerging industry. The current global market scale is only 1 billion. But with increasing research investments, the demand for civilian and military applications is bound to grow, ensuring continuous development. Particularly, this technology is poised to become a focal point in the future of military equipment. Exoskeleton armor can be regarded as the ideal gear for individual combat. Full-body armors akin to Iron Man could, in a strict sense, also be classified as exoskeleton equipment. Furthermore, mecha-like Gundams are essentially larger exoskeletons, and even armored warriors could be included, excluding their fantastical abilities. Among the conceivable military equipment of the future, exoskeleton armor stands as the premier individual gear. However, energy remains the primary limitation of exoskeletons. In the past, due to generally low energy storage capabilities, the power and endurance of exoskeletons did not garner much attention, leading many enterprises to explore purely mechanical exoskeletons. Yet now, with the advent of lithium-air batteries, which boast over 10 times the energy density, the performance of exoskeletons can be significantly enhanced, undoubtedly capturing the attention of military forces worldwide. Moreover, if in the future, the energy core akin to Iron Man's arc reactor, a form of micro-cold fusion, could be realized, the realization of Iron Man would be within reach. Nonetheless, these aspirations belong to a more distant future. For now, it is prudent to contemplate the layout of the exoskeleton industry. Cheng organized Gu Ji's arrangements, instructing him to stay at the Research Institute for the time being. He too needed to begin contemplating the matters concerning the exoskeleton company. Ultimately, it all boils down to funding. Additionally, he needed to establish a research institute and future production facilities. He recalled the conversation with his father earlier that day about building a headquarters. After a moment of thought, he deemed this matter worthy of prioritization. Time swiftly passed. March 3rd. The March 3rd Huami negotiations are about to commence. Let us observe the focal points of this negotiation. The semiconductor industrial chain has been adjusted, achieving full production processes from upstream to downstream. Live interview with an academician from Huawei Institute. China's semiconductor industrial chain technology ranks among the world's top. Click to enter the live stream. Global news. The Huami negotiations commenced this morning at 10 o'clock in Modu. A series of news items captured the attention of countless citizens of Huagua. The significant negotiations between the two countries, alongside developments in the semiconductor industrial chain, drew widespread interest. Compared to the negotiations, as the results had yet to be revealed, the public was more intrigued by the news of China's semiconductor industrial chain reaching a top-tier status. Chapter 82. No longer choked, the dismay of Japan. No one among the netizens anticipated that the official media would suddenly announce such a sensational event. Has Huawe's semiconductor industrial chain achieved a world-leading status? No longer constrained by foreign powers? Under the related news, the comment section was nearly overflowing. Wow, is this for real? Are we really this impressive? Aside from my astonishment, I have little else to express. The authorities have asserted it, so it must indeed be true. What was initially promised as an adjustment of the industrial chain has now transformed into an upgrade of the industrial chain. Abroad, Rabbit, you perform for me. Foreigners must be feeling quite anxious. If you wish to grasp the situation, hasten to watch the live broadcast. In the streaming room, over 1 million spectators flocked in. The live content featured a journalist interviewing a silver-haired elder academician. This venerable scholar, Ning Dekai, is an academician of the Academy of Engineering of Huagua, specializing in integrated circuit manufacturing research, a field he has devoted decades to. At that moment, a radiant smile adorned the old academician's face, exuding an infectious joy. His words further delighted the viewers in the live stream. You inquire about the current state of our Huagua semiconductor industrial chain? He clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Let me put it this way. Whatever the foreigners possess, we now have as well. And what they lack, we also possess now. Such is our progress." The barrage of comments in the live chat began to surge. Haha, academician Ning looks exceedingly happy. Of course he is. For so long, we were constrained by foreign powers. And now we are no longer bound, which is certainly cause for joy. Academician Ning has been engaged in the semiconductor industry for over 30 years. Previously, we had little success, but now we are finally free from foreign restrictions. How could he not be happy? He smiles, while I feel like crying. I wish to join in the laughter. I hear the Japanese are utterly dumbfounded lately. Indeed, the Japanese must be in a state of shock. The netizens enthusiastically discussed, celebrating this moment reminiscent of a prosperous era. The live broadcast continued. The female journalist, amused by academician Ning's demeanor, inquired with a smile. Could you elaborate on the extent of this progress? Academician Ning chuckled heartily and, after some contemplation, replied, "Let's speak of wafers, specifically silicon wafers. In the past, our domestic silicon wafer production capacity was exceedingly limited, rendering us unable to achieve self-sufficiency due to insufficient technological reserves, which led to low yield rates, thus necessitating imports from abroad. However, as of now, we have established 3 large-scale wafer production facilities domestically, with full capacity expected to be operational by July or August of this year. For instance, regarding 12-inch silicon wafers, we anticipate a monthly output of 3 million pieces, which aligns closely with our domestic demand of nearly 3 million pieces each month. In the future, we will continue to expand production capacity based on demand, enabling us to supply to foreign markets. Furthermore, aside from silicon wafers, we have achieved similar capabilities with photoresists and various other materials. Our production capacity now meets national supply requirements, eliminating the need for imports from abroad." As he spoke, Ning Dekai wore a proud expression, particularly in the past. We were compelled to import semiconductor materials from Japan, whose production facilities operated at high costs, leading to exorbitant prices for us. But now, we are manufacturing our own, resulting in final prices approximately half that of Japan. How splendid. The viewers erupted with excitement in the comments. Ha 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 ha. A classic moment. My apologies, but Japan is still Japan. I say this, even if the Almighty himself came, it would still be Japan. Japan must be weeping with rage. Well done. This surely implies our phones will be more affordable in the future. Incredible. The female journalist, undeterred by academician Ning's near faux pas, chuckled and continued. What accounts for our production costs being halved? Academician Ning elucidated. Firstly, regarding raw materials, consider this. Japan is an island nation with scarce resources. To produce these items, they must rely on imports, incurring shipping costs and multiple tariffs. In contrast, we can source our raw materials domestically, which naturally lowers costs. Moreover, our factories are situated in coastal regions, mere distances apart, making logistics exceedingly convenient. Shipping costs are reduced, and once production is complete, we can transport directly to those chip foundries for manufacturing. Can Japan achieve this? He continued. Furthermore, our production technology is considered world-leading. Our yield rates, production speeds, and other metrics have significantly improved compared to the past, allowing us to substantially lower production costs. These are advantages that no foreign entity can rival. The female journalist nodded and posed further inquiries, to which academician Ning readily responded. The netizens in the streaming room fervently shared their thoughts, expressing their pride in their nation's burgeoning technological prowess. Each individual felt a profound sense of pride welling up within them. In Japan, at the Prime Minister's official residence. Prime Minister, the Americans have once again rejected our demands. The Minister of State entered the Prime Minister's office, delivering the news with grave seriousness. The newly appointed Prime Minister, having taken office for less than a few months, furrowed his brow. Angrily rising from his seat, he slammed his hand on the table. Those cunning Americans, never worthy of trust. The Minister of State's face mirrored his anger. Since February, they had been in a state of shock and fury. Their neighboring country, a colossal entity occupying the 3rd largest land area in the world, currently the foremost industrial power, the only nation capable of engaging the United States on equal economic and military footing, had suddenly established a complete semiconductor industrial chain, with all technologies reaching world-class standards, reportedly even surpassing theirs. This was an event that left Japan profoundly stunned and deeply concerned. Faced with the industrial system and labor force of Huagua, there exists no advanced industrial technology that they could not master, rendering competition with them insurmountable. Otherwise, the prevalence of made in Huagua would not be a reality globally. Japan found itself in a similar predicament. Without imposing restrictions, they risked being swept away entirely. It is vital to recognize that the semiconductor industry constitutes one of Japan's three economic pillars, providing untold tax revenue, job opportunities, and the resulting global standing. Chapitre 83. Négociation commence. Japan possesses three pillar industries: automobiles, manga, and semiconductors. Manga falls under the soft industry category, having little significant impact on national strength, unless one is an ardent aficionado of the subculture. The automotive sector, however, aligns with heavy industry. Japanese automobiles hold a substantial share of the global market, which, due to worldwide demand for vehicles, secures a degree of international standing for Japan. As for Japan's semiconductor industry, it occupies an even more critical position on the global stage, contributing to Japan's international stature even more than the automotive sector. The global demand for semiconductors is immense, and as the industry scale expands, this demand will only continue to grow. Mobile phones require chips, automobiles require chips, and even real estate relies on chips. The demand for smart home technology translates to real estate's demand for chips. Consider the current global chip shortage, prompting nations to enact policies in response. Even the United States demands that chip foundries relinquish confidential data, ostensibly for this reason. This underscores the significance of Japan, which produces nearly half of the world's semiconductor raw materials to the global landscape. Therefore, Japan's dependency on semiconductors is profound. Otherwise, they would not be contemplating wagering their national fortunes on chips. This is precisely why the land of the rising sun is engulfed in trepidation at the formidable advancements of the Flower Nation, striving desperately to thwart its semiconductor development. As the Flower Nation prepares for a forthcoming negotiation, they naturally seek to seize this opportunity for redemption, hoping that the American government will impose demands upon the Flower Nation, restricting its semiconductor supply chain exclusively to domestic needs, thereby barring any exports. Although the loss of the Flower Nation's market would be significant, it remains a more palatable alternative than forfeiting access to the global market. However, the American government has declined their proposal, leaving them profoundly disheartened. Despite their usual deference to American directives, they find themselves abandoned in this critical moment. Is this not aligned with their mutual interests? Such a realization is utterly intolerable for them. Yet, even amidst their fury, they find themselves powerless. Their usual antagonism towards the Flower Nation was bolstered by American support. But now that support has evaporated, what recourse do they have? The Minister of State interjected, "Prime Minister, what shall we do?" The Prime Minister, with a countenance shifting between despair and resolve, responded, "Have not the American shareholders of those semiconductor firms been urged to apply pressure on their government? Is there truly no response? I refuse to believe they will idly observe the collapse of their own enterprises." The Minister of State, with a tone of resignation, replied, "Prime Minister, I have already communicated with them, but they assert that companies such as TSMC, Samsung, and others in the chip manufacturing and design sectors have expressed their opposition. Their represented interests do not wield the same influence as those of these corporations, rendering them powerless." Opposition. The Prime Minister could scarcely believe it, momentarily overwhelmed with indignation. On what grounds do they oppose? Is not countering the Flower Nation their objective? The Minister of State sighed. The semiconductor materials from the Flower Nation are far more economical than ours, resulting in significantly reduced costs for their chip manufacturers and design firms. Their shareholders, predominantly capitalists devoid of national sentiment, are unlikely to care that the source is the Flower Nation. Upon hearing these words, the Prime Minister suddenly recalled his saying, capitalists, when offered a profit margin of 300%, would willingly sell their own nooses. He had once deemed this notion a mere jest, convinced that capitalists were not so naive. Yet now, it appeared that this saying was being vindicated. How foolish they are! His anger surged. Once again, the land of the rising sun's semiconductor industry had been ensnared by the Americans. Much like in the previous century, when Japan's once preeminent semiconductor technology was suppressed to the point of only being able to produce semiconductor materials, this instance was even more dire, threatening to obliterate their semiconductor industry entirely. But what could they do? Could they dare to resist the Americans? In the metropolis of Magic City, at the Expo Center, the negotiation was on the verge of commencement, awaiting the arrival of the Flower Nation's representatives. Meanwhile, the American delegates were engaged in hushed discussions. One individual approached, stating, "Secretary of State, the Japanese have once again presented strong demands." The Secretary's demeanor remained frosty, dismissively retorting, "Why should we concern ourselves with them? He had no intention of acquiescing to the demands of the Japanese or those interest groups, for he was beholden to another set of interests. The construction of the Flower Nation's semiconductor supply chain had been completed, and news of this had circulated widely that very morning. It was evident that this was the Flower Nation's show of strength. They were undoubtedly prepared for today's negotiations and had timed the release of this news accordingly. Did they feel anger upon witnessing this news? Certainly, but what could that anger accomplish? The course had already been set. The Americans could only endeavor to mitigate the potential impact the Flower Nation might exert on the semiconductor industry. As for the Japanese, who cared about them? President Roosevelt's assessment of the Japanese was, in his view, profoundly accurate. Dismissing thoughts of the Japanese, the Secretary of State shifted his focus back to the key aspects of the negotiation, narrowing his eyes in anticipation as the discussions were set to begin. Before long, a contingent entered the room. The representatives of the Flower Nation had officially arrived. The two sides exchanged cordial handshakes, reminiscent of old friends. Though both parties were acutely aware that once the negotiations commenced, tensions would inevitably escalate. Shortly thereafter, everyone took their seats in the grand conference room, and the negotiations began. At the headquarters of Cheng, Cheng was intently observing his computer, which was streaming the negotiation live. Originally, this negotiation was not intended for public broadcast, but a hacker had infiltrated one of the cameras, allowing for this real-time viewing. On the screen, the negotiations had officially commenced, with the Flower Nation initially outlining their demands through two lists encompassing a range of issues, including the production components of lithography machines, the American embargo on exports to the Flower Nation, and the Taiwan issue, among others. The American representatives countered each point with rebuttals while also presenting their own demands. However, as is customary in negotiations, the exchanges continued back and forth, gradually approaching the limits of both parties. Initially, the Americans, wary of the Flower Nation's current semiconductor prowess and the impending advent of lithium-air battery technology, displayed some leniency on certain matters, including the prohibition of specific technologies and certain tariff issues. Nevertheless, ultimately, both sides found themselves in an impasse concerning the lithography machine issue. Chapter 84. Negotiations Collapse. The American side insisted that all restrictions on the Flower Nation regarding lithography machines must cease, deeming such constraints unwarranted suppression and a limitation on economic freedom, marking the fundamental boundary of their negotiation. The foreign minister's voice was stern as he locked eyes with the American Secretary of State, refusing to budge. Following the translator's relay, the American representatives furrowed their brows. The Secretary of State replied, "We have discussed this matter previously. We will not accept such conditions. We possess the right to prohibit our technology from being accessed by foreign entities. And we equally possess the right to restrict our lithium-air battery technology from being accessible to foreign entities." The foreign minister retorted, unwavering and cold. Unlike prior negotiations, this time they were emboldened, ready to assert themselves against the Americans. The foreign minister's resolve was palpable, despite his previous negotiations never displaying signs of weakness. The Secretary of State, upon hearing the foreign minister's declaration, furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed it. He yearned to confront the American scientists invested in lithium-air battery research, questioning why they could not replicate what the Flower Nation was accomplishing. However, he could only entertain such thoughts internally. It was far more prudent to contemplate how to forge an agreement with the Flower Nation. He stated, "Esteemed colleagues, you claim we are unilateral. Yet if you prohibit our purchases, would that not also constitute unilateralism?" The foreign minister, incredulous at such shamelessness, retorted with a smile, "What we are enacting are reciprocal measures, not unilateral tactics. I implore the Secretary of State to recognize this distinction." His tone grew increasingly assertive, imbued with formidable gravitas. "If you have previously been able to impose an embargo against the Flower Nation, we are now equally capable of imposing one against you. Such reciprocal measures are entirely rooted in your actions." Upon concluding this statement, he and his colleagues felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Unlike previous instances where they lacked advanced technology to leverage against the Americans, they now possessed equally sophisticated technological capabilities to compel the Americans to yield. However, upon uttering these words, he did not cease but continued, "Furthermore, our semiconductor industry chain has already taken shape. I believe your side has encountered numerous relevant news today, so I hope you can comprehend the current situation. We do not wish to coerce anyone with technology. Yet let it be known that no one shall attempt to coerce us." Nevertheless, the Secretary of State remained steadfast. "Regardless, we cannot agree. The lithography machine is their absolute bottom line, and they will not allow any compromise." Although the spokesperson from the Hua side felt regret, it was not unexpected. The American side's refusal to budge was anticipated. Thus, the foreign minister proposed a compromise, reflecting their original intention. Let us alter our request. The United States must lift the ban on various electronic components for lithography machines. Upon hearing this demand, the American representatives lowered their heads to deliberate. Both sides merely representatives in reality, constantly communicating with their respective think tanks behind the scenes. After a while, the American side still shook their heads in refusal. This condition is unacceptable. We hope you can propose an alternative. Observing the live broadcast, Cheng shook his head upon hearing the American dismissal. Americans always exhibit such avarice. Predictably, the foreign minister from Hua rose, stating that if the American side did not agree, then there would be no further negotiations. The American representatives were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this truly was Hua's bottom line. Earlier, when discussing the EUV lithography machine, the Hua side had also claimed it was their bottom line. And after their refusal, the Americans had not protested. They hastily sought to salvage the situation, attempting to exchange other conditions, yet it proved futile. The electronic components for the lithography machine were indeed Hua's final threshold. Thus, the negotiations ultimately collapsed. Cheng furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. The advantage lies with us. Why should there be concern? Hua has weathered sanctions before, and negotiations have faltered countless times. Would this rupture truly matter? All right, Xiao Bai, shut it down. Closing his eyes, he waved his hand. Now, preparations could begin for the impending further sanctions from the American side, yet there was nothing to fret over. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When waters rise, we shall dam them. The computer screen automatically closed, and Xiao Bai's voice emerged. Master, it's March now. When are you taking me to the supercomputing center? Cheng pondered and replied, let us go within 2 weeks. I need to contact the personnel at the supercomputing center in advance to check their schedule. Huh? 2 more weeks? Cheng chuckled. 2 weeks ISNT that long. 2 weeks is an eternity. I was born just over 20 weeks ago. Cheng rolled his eyes. Why don't you mention that I've already spent over 6 million on your mainframe? By the time you transition to the supercomputer, the mainframe I bought for you will be rendered obsolete. Xiao Bai protested. No, master. I believe that once I enter the supercomputer, my capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Any host with my transfer anchor can serve as my body. It's as if I have a doppelganger. Cheng was taken aback. A doppelganger? Yes. It means I can simultaneously harness the computing power of all those hosts without being limited to just the one where my primary consciousness resides. Cheng contemplated for a moment before saying, so, does that mean in the future, if I casually enter an internet cafe, any computer I pass, including the supercomputer, you can transfer your anchor wirelessly into, thereby transforming those computers into your doppelgangers? Yes, yes. Xiao Bai responded eagerly at that point. Each host that becomes my doppelganger can serve as a relay station, allowing more hosts to become my extensions. If one host gets taken abroad, I can also use that host to transport my doppelgangers overseas. Listening to its words, Cheng fell silent for a moment, then asked the system in his mind, can the artificial intelligence you provided guarantee absolute loyalty? The system replied, the system is loyal to the host, and any self-aware entities will naturally maintain absolute loyalty. Cheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Listening to Xiao Bai, it was as if he were witnessing a dangerous intelligence awakening, one that could usher in a crisis of intelligent machinery to the world. All right. Xiao Bai is the greatest, he praised. Xiao Bai responded obediently. Cheng ceased further discussion and returned to his work. Meanwhile, news of the negotiation breakdown emerged. We engaged in cordial and amicable discussions with the American side, where we candidly exchanged opinions and enhanced mutual understanding. The talks were beneficial. However, we remain reserved regarding the American demands. Regrettably, we could not reach an agreement, and we shall reconsider our relevant positions, reserving the right to respond further. Chapter 85. The Subsequent Measures of the United States. This straightforward announcement sparked a flurry of discussions among netizens. So, it's another failure to reach an agreement? What does it matter if we can't reach an agreement? We no longer rely on foreign chips. Are we still afraid of them? I watched the video of academician Ning's live explanation. The esteemed academician stated that our production costs are half of those abroad, so they must buy our products. Whether or not an agreement is reached, it will have no impact on us. Let me translate this for everyone. Our discussions with the American side revealed significant divergences, rendering communication impossible and an agreement unattainable. We had intense disagreements, and our goals are far apart. It's commendable that we could sit down to talk, but we refuse to agree to the American demands. We are quite displeased with the failure to collaborate. Thus, we have decided to alter our previous friendly policy and enact reciprocal retaliation. This is the first time I've seen our side tell the U.S. that we will reconsider our position and reserve the right to respond further. Go for it. Let the Americans regret. In the discussions, netizens generally showed indifference to this negotiation breakdown. Having experienced numerous previous failures, would they still be concerned this time? Of course not. Consequently, Hua's netizens criticized the Americans while expressing interest in the news regarding the domestic semiconductor industry chain, all beginning to envision the future position Hua would occupy in the semiconductor sector. However, while the public remained optimistic, the American side would not remain passive following the breakdown of negotiations. Back in the White House, the Secretary of State met immediately with the president. Shortly thereafter, a proposal was submitted to a temporary session of Congress and was passed unanimously. A comprehensive sanction against Hua's chip design phase was enacted, prohibiting the provision of any EDA software or chip architecture. We can no longer obstruct Hua in the chip manufacturing phase. We must alter our strategy to render them a mere supplier of raw materials, just as we did previously, exploiting Hua's own resources to produce the less profitable segment while we seize the more lucrative portion. In the president's office, the Secretary of State remarked, as before, although Hua is the world's factory, the bulk of profits is still claimed by foreign enterprises, leaving Hua's factories with only a small share of the profits. Nonetheless, this statement always carries a hint of self-soothing. Semiconductor material factories are not simple establishments. They possess the potential to control the global semiconductor landscape. Additionally, their think tank had already analyzed that Western semiconductor companies no longer have the capability to continue opposing Hua, and the pricing power of semiconductor materials will inevitably be seized by Hua in the future, which is their most disconcerting realization. When that time comes, whether semiconductor materials remain affordable will solely depend on Hua's disposition. Yet, this is not the most frightening aspect. However, whether we will be able to produce chips in the future ultimately hinges on whether Hua is willing to export them, the president remarked. The Secretary of State pondered for a moment before responding. At that time, the semiconductor supply chain will provide Hua with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of job opportunities. If they wish to cut off supplies, it may not be so straightforward. It would lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, should they impose a ban, it would severely impact the global semiconductor landscape. At that juncture, we could certainly launch a public relations campaign to dismantle their so-called image as a responsible great power. The president nodded slightly, but couldn't help but sigh. While such reasoning might offer them some solace, the fact that the authority they once wielded has now been transferred to an adversary is undeniably disheartening. Do you believe our current sanctions targeting their chip design phase are effective? What if they develop their own EDA software and architecture? The Secretary of State hesitated, at a loss for words, before finally saying they probably won't be able to do so, otherwise they would have achieved it by now after all these years. Subsequently, we can intensify our efforts to attract talent from within their country, thereby leaving them at a disadvantage. Have you forgotten about the Jiqi company? The Secretary of State realized he was struggling to articulate his thoughts on this enterprise. After a long pause, he replied, "We are infiltrating Jiqi company. Some of our agents will attempt to steal their lithium-air battery technology. If they fail, another group will focus on gaining the trust of Jiqi's owner to ultimately acquire their secrets." At Jiqi's headquarters, a voice broke the silence. "Master, I've noticed that several applicants for our company seem to be undercover agents sent by the United States." Xiao Bai's words caught Yi Cheng's attention as he reviewed resumes. "What? Undercover agents?" Yi Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired. "Indeed, just these few." Xiao Bai immediately pulled up several resumes, confirming they were all American spies. Yi Cheng scrutinized the documents, his frown deepening. Su Xian's proposal for reforming the company's management structure had been completed to perfection. After reviewing it, Yi Cheng found no flaws to amend, leading him to commence the reforms as per the suggestions outlined in the proposal. The restructuring and recruitment processes would proceed simultaneously, with new hires directly filling the newly created positions. The individuals identified by Xiao were the first batch filtered through the resume screening process, set for initial interviews the day after tomorrow. Their resumes were impressive, boasting overseas study experiences from top 20 universities, most with backgrounds in prominent foreign corporations. Such splendid credentials left Yi Cheng with no doubt regarding their capabilities to join the company, yet Xiao Bai's revelation of their undercover status was perplexing. However, knowing Xiao Bai would not deceive him, he contemplated and said, "Show me the evidence of their true identities." "Sure," Xiao Bai responded, quickly retrieving the proof of their undercover status, which included various email and phone records. After reviewing the information, Yi Cheng scoffed. The Americans are indeed relentless. They previously attempted to infiltrate through hacking and failed, They tried negotiations and didn't acquire the lithium-air battery technology, and now they resort to sending spies. Get all their handlers' information. I intend to report this to the government. I have no interest in recruiting spies or charming them into my service. A spy is a spy, and prison is their most fitting abode, or perhaps they can serve as bargaining chips for national interests. Chapter 86. Jiqi EDA software begins promotion. The spies captured in Huagua are primarily used as leverage in exchanges with foreign nations, as Huagua's laws do not prescribe the death penalty for espionage. But they can detain spies for a significant duration. Thus, these spies can only hope for their countries to negotiate a trade with Huagua. Most of their nations will indeed engage in such exchanges. After all, failing to do so would be disheartening for other spies. Naturally, these exchanges are typically conducted in secrecy, except for a select few high-profile cases. However, Yi Cheng has never paid much attention to these matters. If a spy infiltrates, he will apprehend them immediately upon discovery. Xiao Bai, once you access the supercomputer, will you be able to capture all the spies nationwide? Xiao Bai replied, based on a number of electronic devices within Huagua and the volume of information stored in them, utilizing the computing power of the Sunway Taiho Light, it would take approximately 6 months to a year. However, Master, this requires me to dedicate the entirety of the supercomputer's remaining computing power. If you need me to perform other tasks, it may take even longer. Furthermore, excessive use of the Sunway Taiho Light's power would consume too much electricity, raising suspicions among the supercomputer center staff. While they wouldn't be able to identify me, it would still pose some complications. Yi Cheng nodded, there's no need to rush. 3 to 5 years is acceptable. Capture as many as you can, and it's not necessary to inspect every individual nationwide. Just focus on those in key positions. Only spies in critical roles can inflict the most significant damage to Huagua. Moreover, there's no urgency. After all, these years have passed. If we can apprehend them all within 5 years, it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, who knows what the situation will be like in 5 years? Understood, Master. Xiao Bai acknowledged. Yi Cheng nodded and subsequently sent all the information regarding the spies and their handlers to Mayor Zhao's private email. Of course, the initial interviews for the spies would still proceed to avoid alarming them. Once all were under control, apprehension would occur simultaneously. After sending the information, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized it as someone he had met during a meeting at the State Council. Shun Xuan, an academician of the Engineering Academy, who specializes in chip research and design, was responsible for designing certain chips in major national equipment, including military gear. He was the very academician who had expressed interest in trying out Yi Cheng's EDA software during the meeting. Upon answering the call, Yi Cheng greeted academician Shun. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Shun replied, Yi Cheng, the United States has truly taken action against our chip design sector. I wanted to inquire when you plan to announce your EDA software and chip architecture. Academician Liang, academician Shun, and I are eagerly awaiting your signal to assist in promoting your company. We have collaborations with numerous firms, including several state-owned enterprises. It all hinges on you now. Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. You flatter me. I wouldn't dare issue commands to you. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Yi Cheng resigned. Understood that this academician was quite straightforward. He then said, if all goes well, the academicians can begin promoting our EDA software now. While the chip architecture will be ready next month. Perfect, we'll start by promoting the EDA software. Academician Shun replied cheerfully. We've been trying out your EDA software these past few days. Initially, it felt somewhat unfamiliar, but it's exceptionally user-friendly, with far more features than what we used before. That's great to hear. Yi Cheng responded with a smile. The more you use it, the more you'll discover its advantages. It's a shame you didn't unveil this sooner. Otherwise, the U.S. wouldn't dare impose sanctions on our chip design. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, knowing he couldn't confess that he had been aiming for an easy takeover of the domestic market. Thus, he said, as I mentioned during the meeting, my intention was to drive out those foreign companies. I understand, no hard feelings. Academician Shun hummed thoughtfully and remarked, when the Americans behold your company's EDA software, they will surely be left utterly astonished. Yi Cheng chuckled in response. Their astonishment brings us joy. Shun academician erupted into a hearty laugh. Indeed. We shall revel in our triumph. Very well, I shan't prolong our conversation. Let us proceed to promote your software. Thank you immensely, esteemed academicians. Yi Cheng expressed with a smile before ending the call. As he set down the phone, a smile crept across his lips. The previous night, upon learning of the United States' plans for comprehensive sanctions against China's chip design sector, he had indeed awoken from his slumber with a chuckle. He had been asleep, and Xiao Bai, recalling Yi Cheng's earlier mention of this issue, had directed its drone to hover above Yi Cheng's head, rousing him from his dreams to convey the news. At that moment, Cheng had been enmeshed in a dream, only to hear Xiao Bai's voice beside him saying, "The Americans are sanctioning China's EDA software and chip architecture." Thus, he awoke laughing, only to discover that this news was indeed true, which led him to chuckle throughout the night, nearly losing sleep over it. The United States had prohibited all EDA software, demanding that foreign EDA companies immediately retract their software licenses from all domestic chip design firms in China. Furthermore, all foreign chip architectures, particularly the major mainstream ones, had ceased to grant licenses to domestic entities. Of course, this cessation of licenses did not affect previously authorized chip designs. Consequently, domestic chip design companies were in a state of lamentation, with countless practitioners flooding online platforms to voice their grievances, urging the government to reconsider and negotiate with the United States, hoping to halt the sanctions for the sake of the millions reliant on this industry. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. The government might indeed contemplate this matter and choose to compromise with the United States. However, this was predicated on the absence of a viable alternative to EDA software domestically. Now, with their company's EDA software emerging as a beacon of hope, the government was unlikely to concede to American demands and would vigorously promote Zichi's EDA software. Those practitioners, left with no choice, might harbor doubts about domestic EDA software. Yet they would ultimately be compelled to make a decision. Abstaining would lead to unemployment, thus necessitating a choice. Learning to navigate new software would require time. But once they realized that this new software surpassed its foreign counterparts in functionality, they would undoubtedly grasp the notion of true value. Since academician Shun and the government have begun to advocate for me, I too must align my efforts, he resolved, summoning Su Xin to discuss the matter. Chapter 87. The Perplexed Chip Designers of China. At the headquarters of Highway Heis, a meeting was on the verge of commencing. The assembly comprised numerous individuals, predominantly high-ranking officials from Heis, particularly various chip design experts, who had gathered in abundance. However, the atmosphere among these senior personnel was somewhat despondent, a cloud of gloom permeating the room. The sanctions imposed by the United States on chip manufacturing had severely impacted their morale. Many present relied on this work for their livelihoods, and being part of Heis attested to their technical prowess. Yet now, with EDA software rendered unusable and chip architectures forbidden, their formidable skills were rendered ineffective. As a firm dedicated to the chip design sector, Heis found itself on the brink of collapse. "I feel this meeting is merely a precursor to us packing our bags and departing," one individual speculated. "What other options do we have? If the company is unable to sustain itself, can we simply remain here?" sighed another, as a wave of pessimism swept through the crowd. Some voices rose in indignation. "The Americans are utterly despicable. What a shameless nation. I truly wish to confront them. If it comes to it, I'll work in a wafer factory. Should I ascend to a leadership position, I'll inflate material prices and profit off those American dollars." Conversely, another faction began to contemplate their future prospects. "What do you intend to do?" "To be honest, I don't know. A representative from Fruit contacted me yesterday, inviting me to develop their A-series chips. Wow, the compensation at Fruit must be quite appealing. I should seize the opportunity, right? My family is still in China, along with relatives and friends. Moving to the United States means I wouldn't return for ages. My parents are also reluctant. They don't speak English. I feel the same. I received an invitation from Xiaodong, but my wife is against relocating abroad, and my child insists that it's too dangerous." Others echoed similar concerns, and a heavy silence fell over the group. With years of experience, they were fully capable of securing positions at prominent chip design firms overseas. In the past, foreign companies had sought to recruit them, but familial ties and personal convictions had deterred them from pursuing opportunities abroad. Yet, confronted with their current predicament, they pondered where else they could turn. This was the second facet of America's sanctions on the chip sector, leveraging this opportunity to siphon off China's talent, thereby crippling the nation's chip design capabilities and ensuring that its industry would falter. The more they discussed, the more their prospects seemed bleak, as if the only path available was to leave their homeland and venture abroad. However, despite the allure of overseas compensation, what other aspects could they truly cherish? That place would never be their homeland. Educated in their native land, the emotional ties to their roots were profound for many Chinese. The shared belief among most was to remain in their own country, taking root and flourishing in their cities. They found themselves engulfed in sorrow. At that moment, a group entered the room, comprising several high-ranking officials from Heis along with the chief technology officer. This entourage bore smiles, eliciting confusion among the researchers still ensnared in their despondency. How can you smile when the company is in such dire straits? Smile? Is this really a time for levity? Greetings, everyone. The president of HEIS, Chun Wei-Win, addressed the assembly, scanning the room before continuing. Why does it feel so heavy in here? Relax. We're not here to hold a critique session. The attendees exchanged glances, some rolling their eyes at his apparent ignorance of their gravity. Surely, he understood the reasons behind their heaviness? Chun Wei-Win, realizing he had spoken in vain, moved on. Today's meeting is to discuss a significant adjustment in our chip design business. Recently, due to the shameless tactics of the Americans, our acquisition of EDA software has been halted, with no grace period granted. This is a matter we all resonate with deeply. Now, the audience, initially disinterested, perked up at the mention of a solution. Chun Wei-Win smiled and announced, in fact, Jiqi Technology has developed a new EDA software. The prowess of Jiqi Company in the chip industry is undoubtedly apparent to all. This EDA software, meticulously designed by Jiqi, boasts formidable capabilities. After rigorous testing by esteemed academicians and experts at Huaki University, it has been affirmed to rank among the world's top-tier EDA software, standing on equal footing with offerings from Synopsys, Cadence, and Mentor Graphics. Therefore, there is no longer a need to worry about the unavailability of advanced EDA software domestically. In the conference room, the attendees exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily unable to comprehend the veracity of this announcement. One individual raised a hand and inquired, Mr. Chun, is what you say truly the case? While I have faith in Jiqi's capabilities, isn't EDA software a completely different concept from chip manufacturing? Chun Wei-Win smiled and gestured towards the chief technology officer beside him, stating, my words may carry little weight. Let us hear from old Chun, who has experienced Jiqi's EDA software firsthand. Please direct your questions to him. The crowd turned their attention to the chief technology officer, and hands shot up as a multitude of inquiries were posed, all of which he addressed with aplomb. Gradually, the attendees began to embrace the notion as credible. However, a pressing concern lingered in their minds. Yet with EDA software alone, we face limitations. We still require ARM architecture licensing. Without it, we are left to develop our own architecture, a process that has been exceedingly sluggish. Even if we succeed in creating our own, can it truly rival world-class standards? The speaker's words trailed off, yet the unspoken sentiment resonated with all present. Upon hearing the researchers' concerns, Chun Wei-Win chuckled and reassured them, do not fret. While our chip architecture may be constrained, we have previously secured architecture licensing that cannot be revoked. Let's first complete the tasks left unfinished. As for the future, rest assured that this issue will undoubtedly be resolved. Mr. Chun, please do not keep us in suspense. What exactly is happening? Are we to expect a substitute chip architecture in the future? Do not tell me Jiqi plans to develop its own chip architecture. The last remark evoked a shared glance among the attendees, suddenly igniting the belief that such a possibility might indeed be plausible. Chun Wei-Win felt a twinge of helplessness. If he were to deny it, would they truly be convinced? After all, Jiqi had demonstrated remarkable prowess in chip development. With a shrug, he merely stated, stop speculating. You will know in due time. The attendees, hearing his words, felt an increasing conviction in their beliefs. Jiqi's remarkable achievements in various domains made the prospect of developing a simple chip architecture seem entirely plausible. All right, enough of this banter. Upon your return, I will distribute the software, along with the activation codes. The software is entirely in Chinese, so you should find it quite user-friendly. You will likely be proficient in about a week. Additionally, there are some new features that you will discover. In any case, it will undoubtedly be far more convenient than the software we previously utilized. The researchers, momentarily at ease, harbored a burgeoning curiosity about Jiqi's new architecture while eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test the new software. Soon, the meeting concluded, and the researchers eagerly downloaded the new EDA software. The fully Chinese interface, along with its enhanced and comprehensive functionalities, quickly endeared itself to the initially hesitant chip designers. It was significantly superior to the EDA software they had previously used. Indeed, Mr. Chen's comments have been rather conservative. Similar occurrences unfolded across the nation. Countless chip designers who had been preparing to visit embassies to obtain visas or had already booked flights abroad abruptly halted their plans. Those who had not yet resigned promptly returned to their companies to utilize the new software, while those who had resigned found their former employers welcoming them back without hesitation. The blame for their predicament lay with the U.S., and thus, they bore no animosity towards their peers. With the advent of a new EDA software that was on par with foreign offerings, even if it required some relearning, it was certainly preferable to venturing abroad. The chip designers willing to remain in the country were not the type who longed for foreign lands. In a nation of 1 per billion, there were inevitably some who idolized the West, but the majority believed in the gradual improvement of their homeland and were willing to contribute to its strength. In a capitalist society, retaining talent relies on monetary incentives. Such a self-interested power structure can crumble with the collapse of the profit chain. In contrast, China retains talent not only through remuneration, but also through faith. Faith is indelible, akin to the soldiers at Chosin Reservoir, the scientists behind the 2 bombs and a satellite, and figures like the father of nuclear submarines. At the fruit company, Mr. Tang, it is truly regrettable. We are very unwilling to lose a talent such as yourself. Are you dissatisfied with the compensation we offered? We can assist you with the green card process, and our benefits are superior to those in China, are they not? Well, I understand. However, Mr. Tang, the doors of our fruit company will always remain open for you, and the terms we previously discussed will not change. A sharply dressed Caucasian man set down the phone, his face betraying irritation and frustration. Those Chinese, why are they so obstinate? What EDA software have they developed that makes them so unwilling to leave? He resolved to inform the president immediately. He swiftly exited his bright office and knocked on the door of the president's office. Upon entering, he relayed the news to Chuck. Chuck furrowed his brow. They all declined? Not entirely. There were a couple willing to come, but they were not particularly skilled chip designers, merely filling numbers. The truly capable ones all turn us down. Chinese EDA software? What is it like? We are uncertain, but it is connected to that Jiqi company. That damn Jiqi again? Chuck's blood pressure surged at the mention of the name. This company was utterly unyielding and infuriating. Did they truly believe that having a lithium-air battery technology meant they could escape consequences? Would they dare to issue a decree prohibiting anyone working at Jiqi from using our services? Chuck recognized the futility of such a decree. Moreover, lithium-air batteries were essential for their operations. Without them, even their superior systems would lack competitive viability. Yet, the conditions proposed by the opposition further fueled his anger. Not only did they demand that for every 10 batteries purchased, they would require a chip from their so-called 3-nanometer series, but they had also recently insisted on having Jiqi manufacture their A or M series chips. This was blatant overreach. He felt an urge to confront the head of Jiqi and indignantly proclaim, "I bought a watch last year." As he pondered the situation, his typically composed demeanor twisted into a fierce scowl, veins bulging on his forehead. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to calm himself, waving dismissively, "I understand. You may leave now." The sight of that individual encountering the president, exuding such irritation, was akin to standing on the precipice of dismissal upon hearing those words. He felt as if a weight had been lifted, hastily making his exit. Chuck returned to his seat, contemplating for a considerable duration. No, he must investigate the nature of their EDA software. Moreover, he ought to inquire about the sentiments from the White House. Yet, considering that the United States had recently imposed sanctions on China's chip design sector, it seemed that Jiqi had managed to develop an EDA software. Might it be that in due time, they would also unveil a chip architecture? Chuck could not restrain his exclamation. Those bastards have truly unleashed the monsters of China. Chapter 89. The Secretary of State has been dismissed from the Supercomputing Center. I understand. Mr. Chuck, rest assured, everything will be fine, he assured. After hanging up the phone, the Secretary of State rubbed his temples in exasperation. As the steward of Apple following the demise of Jobs, Chuck naturally had his contact information. The matters Chuck raised were indeed of recent concern for the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, the President requests your presence in his office. A staff member from the White House approached him. Understood, the Secretary nodded, promptly heading to the President's office. Mr. President, he greeted. My dear Secretary of State, look here, the Chinese have once again developed EDA software. The President exclaimed, gesturing at the report in his hand, visibly irate. It's that Jiqi again. Did you not assert that they were incapable of such a feat? The Secretary hesitated, stammering, I apologize, Mr. President. Jiqi is indeed rather peculiar. Peculiar? Are you insinuating they have extraterrestrial assistance? The President slammed his palm on the desk. Now, they have EDA software. Next will be the chip architecture. Cool me. Let's wager. I bet Jiqi will have a chip architecture ready by next month. What say you? When will they unveil theirs? Faced with the President's ire, the Secretary began to sweat profusely. The power of the U.S. President was considerable, capable of dismissing him outright. After a moment's hesitation, he finally replied, Mr. President, do not fret. Jiqi has merely released their EDA software. They have not yet rolled out their chip architecture, which suggests they are not adequately prepared in that regard. They will not launch a new chip architecture in the near term. Additionally, Our personnel have already completed their initial interviews with the company, and reports indicate they performed admirably, likely passing the interviews. At that juncture, we can proceed as originally planned. Upon hearing the secretary's reassurances, the president regarded him skeptically before conceding. Very well. I shall place my trust in you one final time. Should circumstances diverge from your assurances, prepare for resignation. Alternatively, you might consider establishing an unemployment assistance center during this period, so you have a place to reside thereafter. The secretary broke into a cold sweat, continuing to reassure Mr. President, you need not worry. Indeed, the president replied curtly. However, at that moment, the president's landline rang. After answering, he turned to the secretary with a grave expression. Your people have been apprehended. On March 15th, in Shishir City, an unremarkable Mercedes-Benz cruised along the road. The U.S. Secretary of State has been dismissed? Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news from Xiaobai. What prompted this? Master, allow me to show you a video, Xiaobai responded. Soon, a video appeared on the central control screen. Yi Cheng, waiting at a red light, turned to watch, revealing a lavish office with two individuals conversing. Oh, isn't that Bailari? It's been a few days. Why hasn't he contacted me? And that appears to be the U.S. Secretary of State. He then overheard their discussion, wherein the president expressed his fury, wagering that Jiqi would unveil a chip architecture by next month. Yi Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. A prophet. Indeed, following this, the secretary's assurances were heard, but suddenly, the president received a phone call, with Xiaobai conveniently amplifying the audio. It was about several spies being caught. The president's anger escalated, resulting in the immediate dismissal of the Secretary of State. Yi Cheng laughed so hard he nearly gasped for breath. He was well aware of the spies' capture, having personally reported them to the government. Why provoke anyone else when they could meddle with Jiqi, which had Xiaobai involved? As the light turned green, he resumed driving, shortly inquiring, by the way, Xiaobai, how many $50,000 cases have you caught online in recent days? Due to the recent U.S. sanctions on China's chip design industry, many chip designers were on the brink of unemployment, prompting a surge of so-called moderates on major discussion platforms like Weibo and Jihu, lamenting the breakdown of negotiations as detrimental to the nation, criticizing the government for its indifference to the plight of the unemployed. This apparent faction of surrenderists undoubtedly included some who had accepted foreign funding. Thus, Yi Cheng instructed Xiaobai to commence online enforcement, scrutinizing these individuals and identifying those who were financially incentivized to spread harmful rhetoric. Xiaobai reported, I have identified over a dozen individuals, along with several dedicated organizations, both foreign and domestic, including some from the Taiwan province. Excellent work. We cannot apprehend the foreign or Taiwan-based individuals, but devise a strategy to deal with them. As for the domestic ones, report them to the government for action. Yi Cheng harbored no fondness for those who secretly undermine the nation, particularly those domestic traitors and the scum from Taiwan province. Understood, Master, Xiaobai replied, then added, Master, had I not reported anonymously, I could have helped you earn a substantial amount, 50,000 per individual. Indeed, Yi Cheng chuckled. Isn't that why I've brought you here, to visit the supercomputing center? Yes, Master is the best. Xiaobai's tone brightened. Yi Cheng's destination was the Shishir supercomputing center. Over a week ago, he had established contact with them, and today he intended to tour China's most formidable supercomputer and discuss potential collaboration. Without further ado, Yi Cheng drove to a large building, which was the Shishir supercomputing center. A number of individuals stood at the entrance. Upon seeing his vehicle approach, the leader waved. Xiaobai, prepare for the transfer. Once completed, vibrate the phone so I'll be notified. Understood. Xiaobai acknowledged. Yi Cheng parked in front of the group and exited the vehicle to greet them. His appearance was now widely recognized across the nation, and the individuals quickly identified him. The leader smiled, saying, Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Yuning, the director of the supercomputing center. Yi Cheng shook hands with the director, smiling as he replied, Hello, Director Yu. Yuning nodded, glancing behind him with curiosity. Is Mr. Yi here alone? As the sole proprietor of Jiqi, Yi Cheng had no entourage of bodyguards accompanying him from Shanghai to Shishir, which struck Yuning as rather hard to believe. Yi Cheng waved his hand. I'm merely here to observe our technological prowess and to discuss potential collaboration. There is no need for an entourage. Yuning couldn't help but admire. Mr. Yi, you truly are a humble individual. It's quite commendable. Chapter 90. Constructing a 3nm core supercomputer. The chip architecture is complete. Since the conclusion of last year's court trial, Yi Cheng had garnered a commendable reputation domestically for having driven away alone, leading many to perceive him as a modest and admirable person. Moreover, coupled with his confrontation with the president of Xiaotong and the subsequent remarkable efforts of Z Company to turn the tide. He increasingly appears to be a person of high integrity. Now, upon seeing him, Yuning cannot help but exclaim that it is indeed so. However, Yicheng seems largely indifferent to these matters. In the future, it would suffice to purchase more product from his company, thereby earning him additional points. After a brief introduction to the personnel at the supercomputing center, they ceased their idle chatter and entered the center, guiding Yicheng on a tour. The supercomputer is immense, particularly the Sunway Taihu Light, which boasts over 10 million cores. As Yicheng gazed upon the rows of server racks, he could not help but compare them to the size of his current residence, ultimately realizing that the computer's volume exceeds that of his home. Just a few minutes after entering the center, his phone vibrated. The initial vibration signified that Xiaobai had successfully connected to the supercomputing network and implanted the transfer anchor within it. Following this, Xiaobai would commence the transfer. Once completed, the task of utilizing the supercomputer at no cost would be accomplished, effectively granting him what could be considered permanent access as long as the supercomputing center remains operational and the Sunway Taihu Light project is not discontinued. It is likely that any discontinuation would only occur with the advent of quantum computers, at which point supercomputers would naturally become obsolete. Dismissing any further contemplation, Yicheng continued the tour with Yuning and several senior officials from the supercomputing center. Our supercomputer currently utilizes 40 960 Shenwei 26010 processors. However, these are several years old, and in terms of performance, they lag behind the 3 latest supercomputers abroad. Nonetheless, due to the domestic chip manufacturing capabilities, we have not had the opportunity to upgrade our supercomputer or initiate a new supercomputing project. Of course, upon learning last year that your company could produce more advanced process chips, we engaged in relevant discussions, hoping to collaborate with you. Listening to Yuning's words, Yicheng nodded. Indeed, I've been eagerly anticipating collaboration with your esteemed company. However, I am curious about the specifications you're considering for the processor chips. 7 nanometers. Yue Ningripliet. Japan's Fugaku supercomputer employs a 7 nanometers process. We cannot afford to fall behind them. Yicheng nodded, but added, have you considered utilizing 5 nanometers or even 3 nanometers? Yuning raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation, chuckling ruefully. Let's not even discuss 3 nanometers. That would be prohibitively expensive. As for 5 nanometers, it is within budget, but its stability is uncertain. Furthermore, whether our self-developed architecture can accommodate a 5 nanometers process remains to be seen. Fugaku utilizes an ARM-designed architecture, which we do not require. Therefore, 7 nanometers suffices, and it is comparatively more stable. Stability is paramount for a supercomputer. Yicheng smiled. Our factory's current technology can guarantee that our 5 nanometers process is even more stable than TSMC's 7 nanometers. Yuning and the others were taken aback, staring at Yicheng. Is that true, Mr. Yi? Yicheng shrugged. The Kirin 9K we are manufacturing for Huawei, using a 5 nanometers process, has already yielded numerous test results demonstrating greater stability than the chips previously manufactured by TSMC. Yuning pondered for a moment before shaking his head. However, the architecture is the main issue. We lack an excellent architecture to utilize. Yicheng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yuning and the others. It appeared they were unaware that Z would be unveiling a new architecture in April. He smiled and said, the architecture is not a problem. Not a problem? Our company will release a new architecture next month, assuredly on par with ARM's architecture, so you need not worry. Yuning and his colleagues were left speechless, one of them widening his eyes. Mr. Yi, so the rumors are indeed true. Yicheng was momentarily perplexed. What rumors? It is said that your Z plans to challenge all sectors of the chip industry, having tackled chip manufacturing and recently released EDA software. And there were rumors that you intended to develop your chip architecture. It appears that is indeed the case. Yicheng chuckled helplessly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Yuning exclaimed with excitement. Mr. Yi, are you saying that Z will have this new architecture ready next month? Yicheng nodded. Yes. Yuning could not help but marvel. Z is truly remarkable. Yicheng smiled. Well, it is as it is. Yuning clapped him on the shoulder, stating, very well. We look forward to your company unveiling the new architecture. Additionally, I will report this matter to my superiors upon my return, striving to secure funding so we can develop a 5 nanometers chip. Someone nearby chimed in. Why not simply aim for a 3 nanometers chip? Since we are already going for 5 nanometers, the additional 2 nanometers should not pose a problem. Z's 3 nanometers chip should be feasible. Right? Yuning shot him a glare. What do you mean by not being concerned about those 2 nanometers? That represents a full 40 reduction. However, after a moment of thought, he turned and mused. though it may be worth considering, but that still depends on funding from above. Yi Cheng replied with a smile. Z can also guarantee that our 3 nanometers process will not encounter issues. Understood. Yuening noted. At that moment, Yi Cheng felt his phone vibrate again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed Xiao Bai had successfully completed the transfer. He was curious just how formidable Xiao Bai would become while utilizing the supercomputer. Nevertheless, he needed to continue the tour. Without further ado, he continued to explore other sections of the supercomputing center under Director Yuning's guidance. Upon concluding the tour, the intent for collaboration was swiftly established, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting approval from their superiors. Yi Cheng refrained from further discussion, driving back to the bustling metropolis. Time swiftly passed, and April arrived. The lingering chill of spring had dissipated, allowing the land of Huagua to begin warming. The temperatures in the metropolis had risen to a range of 15 to 20 degrees. However, for most, the only change was the ability to don lighter clothing. Yi Cheng entered a room filled with various hosts, observing Zhong Xian, who was seated inside, typing rapidly on the keyboard. Judging by his speed, Yi Cheng was confident that even Lang Lang could not match him in prowess. If only he could type with such alacrity. Zhong Xian, he called, capturing Zhong Xian's attention. Zhong Xian looked up, nodded, and said, "Boss." He then handed a USB drive to Yi Cheng, stating, "I have successfully completed the chip architecture as promised." Chapter 91. Chip Architecture. Yi Cheng nodded, accepting the USB drive. "Well done." Zhong Xian exhibited no reaction to his commendation, but continued, "Boss, what will my next task be?" Yi Cheng contemplated for a moment before responding. "Your primary task will be to address inquiries. Clients who purchase our new architecture will undoubtedly require assistance. Additionally, please create an explanation regarding the instruction set of this new architecture to facilitate its application by our future clients." "Understood. I'll get started immediately," Zhong Xian affirmed. Yi Cheng added, "Furthermore, the government is preparing to establish a new supercomputing center. I will have the project team reach out to you, as they will likely have questions regarding the design of supercomputing cores. Please assist them. Moreover, the new supercomputer's core will utilize our new architecture, so you may guide them accordingly." "Got it." Yi Cheng pondered once more before stating, "For the remainder of your time, focus on your research interests, particularly in areas where Huagua still lags behind foreign chip technologies. While Huagua has completed its comprehensive layout in chip manufacturing, it still trails behind in chip design, even without the constraints of EDA software and architecture. For instance, in the realm of storage chips, spanning from NAND to NOR, as well as DRAM. Despite a handful of companies in China possessing a certain market presence, a discernible disparity with foreign counterparts persists. Similar to other facets of chip technology, China's journey commenced relatively late, resulting in a rather fragile technological foundation. Nonetheless, the market scale in this domain remains substantial, having surpassed the 300 billion yuan mark. However, a significant portion of this market is dominated by advanced foreign enterprises. In the chip design sector, the real profits are accrued. Although China has now secured a foothold in the semiconductor materials market, and in the future may leverage lower costs to outcompete foreign semiconductor material companies, the profit margins in semiconductor materials are not particularly lucrative. Even the profit margins for foundries are modest, primarily relying on volume for revenue. The true financial gains are predominantly realized by companies that design chips and subsequently market them. Due to the monopoly of several firms over the relevant chip technologies, these companies can set higher prices for their chips, which, combined with substantial profit margins, allows them to garner the largest share of profits within the semiconductor industry chain. Presently, Zichi has laid the groundwork for China, leaving the next step to contemplate how to capture the more lucrative profit margins. Zhongxi nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. Then I shall begin with storage chips." Yi Cheng replied, "You may commence from any aspect you wish." Glancing at the time, he added, "Let us proceed this way for now. Continue your research while I return to examine your new architecture." "Very well." Zhongxi nodded, immersing himself in his work. Before long, Yi Cheng returned to his office, inserting a USB drive into his computer. Upon opening the files contained within, the essence of this innovative architecture was revealed. Chip architecture can fundamentally be referred to as an instruction set. An instruction set comprises a series of commands that dictate how a chip operates. It is akin to preparing a dish. One must procure ingredients, gather seasonings, acquire pots and plates, and follow a sequence of steps, such as igniting the flame and adding oil, ultimately leading to the desired culinary creation. The various commands within the instruction set are comparable to the steps of purchasing ingredients and seasonings. An exemplary chip architecture is characterized by its ability to execute increasingly complex tasks using lower power consumption. contingent upon the instruction set's capacity to harmoniously coordinate the functions of the chip's transistors. At this juncture, it is essential to mention ARM and x86, the two most widely utilized architectures. ARM is a reduced instruction set architecture, while x86 represents a complex instruction set. The former, due to its simplicity, boasts low power consumption, which is its greatest advantage. Additionally, its cost-effectiveness renders it highly favored by numerous enterprises. Consequently, ARM architecture chips are predominantly employed in mobile devices, such as the various smartphone chips, including Apple's A series and Huawei's Kirin series. Conversely, the x86 architecture, being a complex instruction set, signifies superior performance, enhanced compatibility, and increased speed, exemplified by Intel and AMD processors, which are suitable for desktop applications. The dominance of these two architectures in the global chip market can be attributed not only to their impressive functionalities, but also to their early emergence. Once users acclimatized to them, reluctance to transition to alternative architectures ensued. This phenomenon mirrors the Windows operating system, which has become intrinsically linked to x86 processors. Even if a new architecture were to emerge, the willingness of Windows to adapt remains a significant concern. Such factors contribute to the challenge of displacing their established positions, even in the face of new contenders. However, the comprehensive sanctions imposed by the United States on China have inadvertently bestowed upon Geechi an opportunity to exploit the gap. Their architecture has already emerged, seamlessly integrating the advantages of both x86 and ARM. This new architecture boasts formidable compatibility while maintaining the benefits of low power consumption. ARM's limited compatibility has hindered its ascension to desktop processor status. For instance, the ARM-based Apple M1 chip can run fewer software applications compared to x86 processors, largely due to compatibility issues. On the other hand, x86 processors are constrained to desktop applications due to their high power consumption. For comparison, the peak power consumption of the Apple M1 is merely 39 watts, while the Intel i9-11900K's minimum consumption exceeds 190 watts. Such a significant disparity in power consumption inherently reflects a performance gap, thus determining M1's inability to fulfill desktop processor functions. In the past, Microsoft attempted to adapt its Windows system to the ARM architecture, yet the effort culminated in failure. However, the novel architecture proposed by Zhongxin for Cheng effectively circumvents such challenges. Its instruction set is neither a complex instruction set nor a reduced instruction set. Rather, it represents a groundbreaking instruction set framework, which Zhongxin has aptly named the adaptive instruction set. As the name implies, this instruction set can automatically adjust to either complex or reduced instructions based on the program to be executed. Typically, this instruction is an ultra-reduced instruction set, even more streamlined than the reduced instruction set itself. Upon the processor's initiation, this ultra-reduced instruction set can discern whether the program requires complex or reduced instructions, thereby selectively adapting to the corresponding instruction, interweaving complex and reduced instructions. This duality ensures compatibility, enabling the execution of a diverse array of intricate programs while conserving power during simpler tasks, thereby allowing this new architecture to be adaptable across various devices. Particularly for desktop processors, this adaptability enables them to operate with a more flexible power consumption profile, minimizing wastage in superfluous areas, thus reducing heat generation and significantly enhancing processor longevity. For mobile processors, the architecture's heightened compatibility permits the execution of more sophisticated programs. In summary, this groundbreaking architecture is poised to function effectively in both mobile and desktop environments, allowing for tailored designs while possessing the attributes necessary to potentially supplant both ARM and x86 architectures. The ensuing question is how it will develop and expand to capture market share. It is now certain that this new architecture will swiftly dominate the domestic market, as evidenced by the forthcoming supercomputing project, which has already selected this architecture as its primary choice. Furthermore, this architecture will enable supercomputers to operate with enhanced flexibility, unlocking additional capabilities. Beyond this, applications extend to server chips, household appliance chips, set-top boxes, routers, automobiles, and much more. A mere glance at the surrounding electronic devices reveals that their chips can all benefit from this new architecture, indicating an exceedingly broad market scope. However, there is no need for Cheng to overthink these matters. The inevitable orders will arrive in due course. For now, the priority is to secure the domestic market entirely. Even if the United States were to lift its sanctions in the future, allowing foreign architectures to re-enter the domestic market, it is likely that most domestic enterprises would remain skeptical. After all, should another round of sanctions arise, who would be able to withstand the repercussions? Despite the launch of EDA software by Ziqi and the imminent introduction of a new architecture, it may appear that there is little impact domestically. However, the recent sanctions have inflicted considerable damage on the domestic chip design market. Furthermore, these enterprises will need to invest time and resources into learning the EDA software and the new architecture. If any domestic company foolishly chooses to return to the US, after being so severely exploited, Cheng can only say, "I hope you do not let me find out. If I do, I will have Xiaobai deal with you without mercy." Yet, the mention of Xiaobai brings a smile to his face. Having taken residence in the supercomputer, Xiaobai has truly undergone a renaissance. Or perhaps one could say it is firing on all cylinders, with its capabilities significantly enhanced. Cheng is particularly pleased with its newfound high-end programming skills. Recently, he had tasked it with writing a program intended for the next-generation update of Ziqi's EDA software. He inquires, "Xiaobai, how is the program I asked you to write coming along?" "It's ready," Xiaobai responds. "Excellent. Please send the program to the EDA software development department under my name, so they can incorporate it into the next update." "Sure thing. Just don't use emoticons." "Huh?" Xiaobai replies, feeling aggrieved. Cheng raises his voice. This little one has truly mastered the art of emoticons. Once, when he asked it to inform Su Xin of something, it peppered the message with an array of emoticons, leading Su Xin to find it quite amusing. "I understand." Xiaobai obediently acquiesces. Cheng shakes his head, choosing to ignore Xiaobai. The new program it devised enhances the EDA software's self-checking abilities during circuit design, thereby significantly aiding chip designers in identifying circuit errors. He believes that after this update, those designers will fall in love with this powerful feature. Suddenly, he adds, "By the way, Xiaobai, could you write another program for a new chip architecture? It should assist customers who purchase our chip architecture license in using our EDA software more conveniently for their designs, essentially some auxiliary features. For instance, after they complete a certain section of the circuit, you could provide some optimization suggestions." Cheng quickly enumerates a few envisioned auxiliary features that would facilitate design for clients using Ziqi's EDA software and who have acquired their architecture. This additional functionality could undoubtedly attract more enterprises to opt for their new architecture, or even motivate those purchasing the new architecture to also acquire their EDA software. "I will need a few days to study and analyze this new architecture before I can proceed with the programming," Xiaobai replies. Cheng notes, "Alright. Then do your best. By the way, Master, haven't you yet named this chip architecture?" Xiaobai suddenly interjects. Cheng is taken aback. Indeed, the newly acquired architecture has yet to be named. He cannot help but chuckle. "Why are you so keen on naming things?" "You didn't name the chip after me, Xiaobai. Surely this architecture can bear my name." Xiaobai still holds a grudge about the previous chip naming. Cheng has already decided on a name for the 3nm chip. It will be called Taichu 1. Taichu will naturally serve as the series name for Ziqi's future mobile chips, derived from the primordial concept in the 5 phases, symbolizing beginnings and signifying that this 3nm chip is the dawn of Ziqi's chips. In a sense, it also marks the rise of the Chinese chip industry. A chip name must possess a certain grandeur. After all, other companies have such melodious names. Cheng hesitates, not wishing to imply that Xiaobai's name is unappealing. Xiaobai, oblivious to the nuance, pouts playfully, "I don't care. This new architecture must be called Xiaobai." "Master Wa." Cheng, feeling exasperated, concedes, "All right. How about we call it Taibai? It incorporates your name and sounds rather grand as well." Xiaobai ponders for a moment before responding, "That seems acceptable." Cheng nods with a smile. Xiaobai is truly obedient. Since Xiaobai is so obedient, Master should reward me more in the future. Xiaobai chirps adorably, and a large emoticon appears on the computer screen. All right, I got it." Cheng rolls his eyes. If not for Xiaobai's mature voice contrasting with its childlike demeanor, he might have genuinely considered naming it Xiaobai. With no further ado, Cheng must now prepare for the upcoming launch of the new architecture. Chapter 93. Preparations for the headquarters building. The news of the completion of Ziqi's Taibai architecture and its impending market introduction swiftly spread across all of China. Of course, prior to this, Ziqi must convene a grand assembly, inviting leading enterprises and relevant figures from the domestic chip design industry to present this groundbreaking chip architecture to them. This is an indispensable process. After all, how could one expect others to purchase a chip architecture they know nothing about? Even though Ziqi is now a well-known and substantial enterprise, a veritable giant in the global semiconductor industry, this step is still necessary. It resembles a product launch event, albeit with an audience of high-end professionals from the industry. The date and venue for the meeting were swiftly confirmed for the upcoming weekend, April 10th. Invitations were dispatched to major chip design companies nationwide, and no one declined. They had all eagerly awaited this day. Companies such as Huawei, Unisoc, Huada, and many others expressed their intention to attend, along with representatives from state-owned enterprises engaged in high-tech research, prestigious universities, and relevant research institutes. Jiqi anticipated such a turnout, and thus chose a more luxurious venue, the Expo Center, where they previously negotiated with Huami. It is expected that hundreds, if not thousands, of representatives from a chip design industry will attend this grand assembly. This reflects Jiqi's current clout within China. Everyone is eager to discover whether the Taibai architecture can rival ARM and x86. Of course, with still a week to go before the meeting, everything remains in preparation. At the headquarters of Jiqi Technology in the conference room. All right, that concludes today's meeting. The focus of our upcoming work is the Taibai architecture launch event. I hope everyone ensures that each aspect proceeds without a hitch. Yes, came a unified response from those present. Yi Cheng closed his notebook, surveying the attendees in the conference room. The company has undergone a transformation. It is no longer the small entity it once was. In terms of employee numbers alone, it now qualifies as a large corporation. The individuals present are part of the current leadership team, no longer just a handful of directors as in the past. The former directors have been elevated to senior vice presidents, and their respective responsibilities have expanded significantly. Additionally, there are vice presidents and a myriad of other management positions. With a multidimensional promotion system established, allowing technical personnel and administrative staff their distinct paths for advancement. This marks the culmination of a month-long endeavor by Xin to design a new management system, which can be deemed quite comprehensive overall. Yi Cheng is notably satisfied, as the company finally exudes the stature of a large corporation. However, the recruitment process is still ongoing, with positions yet to be filled, and it will remain a long-term endeavor. Yi Cheng eagerly anticipates what the company will evolve into in a few years. As he made this announcement, the senior executives in the conference room began to gather their belongings, awaiting the signal from their boss to conclude the meeting. Yet, Yi Cheng did not hasten to dismiss them. Instead, he continued, "Furthermore, we must discuss another matter. I plan to construct a headquarters building for the company within the next 3 years. I would like to hear your thoughts on potential locations. I have several pre-selected sites in mind." The room fell silent for a moment, only to be filled with expressions of delight. The prospect of a dedicated headquarters building for the company was indeed thrilling. In the domestic landscape, there are not many companies capable of constructing their own headquarters, yet those that are invariably large enterprises. Likewise, the opportunity to work in such a headquarters invigorated the staff. Thus, they promptly engaged in fervent discussions, showing considerable enthusiasm for the matter at hand. After nearly an hour of deliberation, Yi Cheng reached a decision. The new company building would be erected along the banks of the Huangpu River, close to the Bund. An area he had already confirmed with the municipal government was available for development. Its convenient transport links would facilitate ease of access for future employees. As for the construction style and further details, that would depend on government planning and the designers chosen later on. Upon the meeting's conclusion, Yi Cheng returned to his office, where Xin soon followed. "Mr. Yi, here are the minutes from the meeting." "Thank you," Yi Cheng replied, setting them aside. "Regarding the building project, please liaise with the government about it. They have already given us the green light to acquire the desired land at a favorable price." Understood. Susin note that, reflecting on her journey since she joined Jiqi at the end of last year. At that time, the company was viewed with skepticism due to the pressures from the United States. Who could have imagined that in less than 6 months, they would witness such a transformation? With the company expanding and even planning for a headquarters building, the support from the government was also noteworthy, as Jiqi had become a model enterprise in the eyes of the municipal authorities in Shanghai and surrounding cities. The multi-trillion yuan semiconductor project, rooted in Shanghai, generated significant economic growth and job opportunities, elevating the city's status, a feat that other cities could only envy. "By the way, how much do we plan to invest in this new building?" Xin inquired. 100 billion, Yi Cheng replied. "Is that not rather expensive?" He waved his hand dismissively. "The land area is substantial. The government took over half a month to secure such a sizable plot for us along the Huangpu River. So it will require a larger investment. This headquarters will serve not only as an office, but also accommodate our research and development efforts, relocating laboratories to the headquarters. I am contemplating merging various divisions into a conglomerate, with this new building serving as the group's headquarters." "I see." Xin nodded, then suddenly asked, "Are you considering taking the company public?" Chapter 94. Impossible to go public, lithium-air battery products. Cheng glanced at her and said, "Did I not mention that our company will never go public? We will not afford those capitalists any opportunity." The reason why Huawei faces so much scrutiny abroad is not solely due to its status as a representative of China's high-tech enterprises, but also because it has chosen not to go public, denying foreign capital a chance to profit. If our adversaries oppose us, it merely signifies that we are on the right path. Thus, Cheng had no intentions of going public. Such a move would merely be about money. Given Jiqi's current capabilities, a simple request for funding to the bank would yield a positive response. Su Exine nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as her joining the company was intrinsically linked to Cheng's initial promise. By the way, companies like Fruity, Xiaodong, IBM, Intel, Massage Parlors, ARM, and other foreign enterprises are also keen to attend our conference. Cheng narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. What do they want to come here for? Su Exine replied with a grin, either to gather intelligence on us or to learn about our new structure. Did not those companies recently purchase our EDA software licenses? I suspect the former is more likely. Cheng chuckled. However, should our new structure prove to be more advantageous, they may very well redirect their investments toward us. Su Exine smiled faintly. That possibility seems increasingly likely. Cheng laughed heartily. Let us wait and see if they choose our structure, or if the representatives from ARM storm out in indignation. Su Xin Zitge Sopti. Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed. From this moment on, they and ARM have become competitors. Chip architecture wields significant influence within the semiconductor supply chain. Have you not seen how much market share ARM commands globally? There is even a rumor that the future of the chip industry belongs to ARM, with x86 potentially being supplanted. Naturally, ARM would not wish to witness Jiqi develop a superior architecture. Nonetheless, Cheng had faith in the capabilities of the Taibai architecture, particularly as it shared an exceptional characteristic with ARM: low chip costs. Its design is based on an ultra-reduced instruction set, achieving broader functionality while maintaining cost-effectiveness. Cheng could hardly fathom why chip design firms would reject it. Very well, let us eagerly await the arrival of April 10th. Indeed, Su Exine nodded, then remarked, I shall return to my office now. Go ahead. Cheng gestured. Just as Su Exine was about to leave, he added, by the way, I need to visit the Research Institute later, so I won't be returning to the company today. Understood. Su Exine signaled an okay gesture before finally exiting the office. Cheng refrained from further conversation, tidied his desk, and departed for the Jiqi Research Institute. After more than a month of work, the institute had successfully designed 3 lithium-air batteries, which were now complete products. He was invited to review them, and if he found them satisfactory, they could proceed with the application for public listing. The government had already prepared to greenlight the application, although quality testing and production yield checks remained essential. Safety inspections for the batteries were notably stringent. If a defective product were to cause an accident or fire, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. Only after passing all these inspections could they officially go public. However, Cheng had confidence in the safety of the lithium-air batteries. As all solid-state lithium batteries are inherently much safer than lithium-ion batteries, alleviating concerns over testing. Before long, he arrived at the Research Institute and located the appropriate laboratory. Professor Liang. It has been a while. In the lab, Cheng encountered Liang Feiyun, who, along with several young researchers, was conducting charge-discharge experiments. Upon hearing Cheng's voice, he turned and smiled. Mr. Yi, it's good to see you. Cheng nodded slightly and approached, observing their experiment. Among the apparatus was a cube-like object connected to a circuit. Cheng remarked, this must be the new battery. Indeed, Liang Feiyun confirmed with a nod. We have successfully conducted 300 cycles on this new battery without encountering any issues. Cheng nodded again. This battery is intended for smartphones, I presume? Yes. What is the charging power? In our experiments, we have consistently utilized a circuit of 22V44A, yielding a power output of 968W. Cheng raised an eyebrow. Goodness, 968W. This exemplifies the remarkable safety of lithium-air batteries. Such a high power can be cycled 300 times. Any typical lithium-ion battery subjected to 968W charging would likely fail within 50 cycles. The necessity for such a high charging power in lithium-air batteries stems from their substantial capacity. Without adopting a higher charging rate, fully charging the battery would require considerably more time. However, a power output of 968W inevitably leads to significant heat generation. Cheng inquired, what about the heat issue? It must be quite serious? Yes, it is rather severe, Liang Feiyun replied. The temperature during charging exceeds that of conventional smartphone batteries by 20 to 30 degrees, which may pose a risk of burns to users. Nonetheless, the battery itself can withstand it. Of course, this problem can be mitigated by reducing the resistance to decrease heat generation, and we could also adjust the charging scheme. I believe Remy's fast charging solution is quite promising. Let's not dwell on this issue. Let the smartphone manufacturers worry about it. They can simply implement a 220W charging power, which is still relatively rapid. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. While the batteries are supplied by the manufacturers, they typically do not concern themselves with charging technology, as this is tied to the internal design of the smartphones and their respective charging protocols. Otherwise, why would different manufacturers have varying charging powers? These manufacturers can choose whatever power they prefer, and he would merely advise them on the safe range of charging power. The internal design of smartphones greatly impacts charging. For instance, the infamous Samsung Galaxy Note 7 explosions were due to design flaws in the battery compartment, making the battery susceptible to structural damage from impacts, which led to explosions. The batteries themselves were sound. After all, the international version utilized SDI batteries while the domestic version used ATL batteries, making it implausible for both to exhibit the same issue in a single model. Now, what about the other two batteries? I recall they were requested by Bayati. Yes, those two batteries are in the adjacent laboratory. Let's go take a look. Chapter 95, Professor Liang's Oath. Liang Feiyun instructed the researchers in the lab to continue their experiments and then accompanied Cheng to another laboratory. This lab was relatively spacious, housing two large batteries intended for vehicles, one large and one small, catering to different range requirements for Bayati's new models. Liang Feiyun quickly briefed Cheng, stating that they estimated these two batteries could provide the Bayati Han with a range of 10,000 and 7,500 kilometers, respectively. This range is undeniably astonishing. Currently, the longest-range electric vehicles barely exceed 1,000 kilometers, making a battery capable of achieving 10 times that range remarkable, especially considering the Bayati Han's original range was only around 600 kilometers. The advantages of lithium-air batteries shine brilliantly in electric vehicles. Excellent, Cheng exclaimed in admiration. He could envision how this lithium-air battery would entice countless automotive companies worldwide. In the realm of fuel vehicles, achieving 2,000 kilometers on a single tank of gas is considered extraordinary. Yet now, an electric vehicle can travel 10,000 kilometers on a full charge. Bearing in mind that electricity is cheaper than gasoline, what choice would consumers make? Surely, many would opt for such a high-range electric vehicle. The sole drawback of electric vehicles lies in their inability to replace energy sources as swiftly as fuel vehicles. However, when faced with a range exceeding that of fuel vehicles by 4 to 5 times, this minor shortcoming becomes inconsequential. After all, if one drives 2 or 3,000 kilometers, there will always be time to recharge, thus effectively solving the issue of energy replenishment. Consequently, electric vehicles would be devoid of significant shortcomings. Even if the range were to be a mere 5,000 kilometers, allocating the remaining energy to enhance additional features or horsepower would further bolster the competitiveness of electric vehicles, a feat unachievable by fuel vehicles. By the way, this new battery must have undergone testing, correct? Indeed, it has been tested, Liang Feiyun confirmed with a nod. I can assure you that these two batteries are ready to be integrated into vehicles. Cheng smiled. That's splendid. Let us prepare several units for inspection and aim for mass production by July. Understood. Liang Feiyun nodded and then asked, by the way, are you considering manufacturing vehicles yourself? If you were to do so, I believe no enterprise would rival Zhihui a decade from now. Cheng chuckled it. I'm not contemplating that. We shall remain focused on being upstream component suppliers. In this matter, he had his own considerations. Although merely providing components does not command the largest share of profits, Zhihui will ultimately become the sole battery supplier for automotive companies. Once these companies find themselves reliant on his lithium-air batteries, their fate will be in his hands, much like those smartphones. Should he embark on manufacturing cars or phones, it will mean starting from scratch. A smartphone comprises 21 components, while a vehicle contains approximately 30,000 parts. He could hardly procure all these components himself, particularly the irreplaceable high-end parts. This would place him at the mercy of suppliers of those advanced components, many of whom are automotive or smartphone manufacturers themselves. At that point, he would transition from controlling the fate of these companies to being constrained by them, a scenario he was unwilling to accept. Thus, his objective remains to develop lithium-air batteries and become the patriarch of these manufacturers. However, such matters need not be disclosed to others. Cheng intends to restrict foreign competition in smartphone lithium-air batteries while portraying himself as benevolent in automotive lithium-air batteries, allowing manufacturers to believe he harbors no ulterior motives. gradually reducing their vigilance towards Zhihui. By the time they realize the truth, they will find themselves entirely under Zhihui's control. By the way, do you have enough manpower here? Yi Cheng inquired. We're doing fine for now, with no vacancies. Yi Cheng nodded. You might soon be designing a plethora of lithium-air batteries, which could keep you quite busy, so it would be prudent to recruit additional personnel. That seems reasonable. Liang Feiyun was unconcerned about the staff count. By the way, I heard you resigned from the university? Liang Feiyun chuckled. The workload at the research institute is quite substantial, while the university work is merely routine, often requiring me to carve out time for lectures, which is rather cumbersome. I decided to quit. Moreover, being able to focus solely on researching lithium-air batteries is a privilege. I hope to continue my work at Zhihui and explore further enhancements to battery performance. That alone would suffice for my lifetime. Yi Cheng nodded slightly. Liang Feiyun's decision reflects a loyalty to the company. After all, he intends to dedicate his life to researching lithium-air batteries. For him, it was indeed a source of reassurance. The lithium-air battery technology, apart from himself and Dianqi, was known only to Liang Feiyun. Xiaobai had been vigilantly monitoring Liang Feiyun's various contacts. Should any dubious individuals attempt to engage with him, Xiaobai would promptly inform Yi Cheng and Dianqi over this considerable span of time. Liang Feiyun had indeed received numerous such calls, particularly from abroad. Fortunately, his character remained commendable, and he dismissed these calls without concern, even informing Yi Cheng of their occurrence, which further assuaged Yi Cheng's worries. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, I am pleased with your decision. Henceforth, your salary will be 5 million annually, along with bonuses, and the company will cover all living expenses. After 3 years of service, the company will provide you with a residence in Magic City valued under 30 million, along with a vehicle worth up to 5 million. Additionally, may I inquire if any of your descendants are working abroad? Not at all. Liang Feiyun shook his head. None of them have ever been abroad. Yi Cheng chuckled. Very well then. We at Zhiqi can offer positions for your descendants, with annual salary increases that will ensure better compensation than other companies. Should they exhibit exceptional capabilities, they could ascend to managerial roles within the company. As for other matters, all right, enough of this. General Manager Yi, Liang Feiyun interjected with resignation. I understand your intentions. I consider myself fortunate to be selected for this lithium-air battery research. Rest assured, I, Liang Feiyun, will dedicate my life to this position and will never step foot outside the country. I will also advise my family against going abroad, especially given that with the compensation from Zhiqi, they would likely have little desire to leave. Yi Cheng laughed. With your assurances, Professor Liang, I am at ease. Liang Feiyun's statement alleviated all of Yi Cheng's concerns. The reason he had chosen Liang Feiyun for the lithium-air battery development was precisely that he had never traveled abroad except for work-related purposes, and he was inherently a populist, harboring little fondness for foreign nations. His primary worry was the possibility of Liang Feiyun's descendants being abroad, potentially facing a situation akin to that of Ms. Meng, which could compel Liang Feiyun to betray Zhiqi. Yi Cheng could not guarantee whether Liang Feiyun would choose loyalty or personal interest in such circumstances. Therefore, it was imperative to continually strengthen the nation, rendering it formidable enough to deter such actions from foreign entities. Now, I shall leave the subsequent matters to you, Professor Liang. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Very well, Liang Feiyun nodded. I must return to my experiments. Chapter 96, The Conference Commences. Time flew by. On April 10th, at 6:30 in the evening, at the Expo Center in Magic City, within the largest auditorium, rows of seats had been meticulously arranged for a total of 1,200 attendees, and the venue was nearly at full capacity, with many individuals still entering. A multitude of faces converged here, both Chinese and foreign. Nonetheless, all present were prominent figures within the chip industry. Should a missile strike occur at this venue, the Chinese chip design industry would be irrevocably crippled, and foreign counterparts would also experience a significant standstill for a considerable duration. However, on a more optimistic note, after this conference, the Chinese chip industry would likely regain its vigor, while foreign competitors would probably remain unchanged. The competition among industries is akin to a zero-sum game. As China flourishes, foreign counterparts can only falter. In addition to these leaders, numerous corporate executives were also in attendance. The proprietors of domestic chip companies, alongside senior executives from foreign firms, were present, most notably the CEO of Fruit Corporation, Cook, who made a personal appearance. This unexpected attendance astonished those who recognized him. Although Cook had previously visited China, given its status as the most crucial market for fruit, it was not surprising for him to frequent the region. However, for merely a product launch, his personal attendance was indeed unexpected. Business magnates were keen to discern his intentions, yet respecting his privacy, they refrained from inquiry, hoping instead for any forthcoming news. Nevertheless, some well-informed individuals were aware that Fruit was currently negotiating with Ziqi regarding lithium-air batteries, but had repeatedly encountered obstacles due to Ziqi's onerous terms, which mandated that purchasing their batteries necessitated acquiring their Taichu chip as well. Other smartphone manufacturers, especially those outside the Fruit ecosystem, remained relatively indifferent, willing to purchase as they saw fit, perhaps leveraging the chip to penetrate higher-end markets. Moreover, being a domestic chip, the success of Huawei phones could largely be attributed to this factor. As for Fruit, their arrogance was palpable. With their A-series chips, they had dominated the market, particularly as the performance of the Taichu 1 chip had yet to be publicly demonstrated. Would they truly consider employing a Chinese chip? Other smartphone manufacturers reveled in their misfortune, even hoping for Fruit's continued arrogance, as this would provide an opportunity for them to capture Fruit's market share should Ziqi refuse to sell them batteries. Cook is here? Yicheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news in the back of the auditorium. Yes, he arrived with their chip architect. Su Xi nodded. Yicheng chuckled. Is he in a hurry? I suspect he will seek me out post-conference. Su Xian smiled. You're not worried, are you? What is there to worry about? Cook is still less wealthy than I am. I am the boss, and he is merely an employee. Yicheng shook his head. Whether or not to sell depends on his willingness to invest. The advantage lies with me. Observing his nonchalant demeanor in the face of the world's leading technology company, Su Xian suddenly felt that this boss possessed an undeniable aura of dominance at times. Meanwhile, Yicheng stood before the mirror, adjusting his shirt collar and striking a rather flamboyant pose. As a young company owner, he personally took on the role of the conference host. Hence, he had meticulously prepared his appearance. He styled his hair back, donned a sleek black shirt, paired with black trousers and leather shoes. Clad entirely in black, which accentuated his slender figure, he appeared almost star-like due to his commendable looks. Do you think my outfit is appropriate? Yicheng inquired, glancing at Su Xian. Hold on. Let me take a look, Su Xian replied, blinking her eyes. All right, Yicheng nodded. However, Su Xian did not simply observe. Instead, she stealthily took out her phone, activated the camera, and said, Yicheng. Yicheng turned to her in confusion, only to find her phone's lens aimed at him while he maintained his pose. Hey, what are you doing? Just taking a picture of you, Su Xian replied with a sly smile, pressing the shutter button. After viewing the photo, she grinned and remarked, You look quite presentable today. There's no issue at all. Yicheng rolled his eyes and reached for her phone. When have I ever lacked style? Delete that photo. I want to delete it. If you ever fire me, I'll post this picture online, Su Xian teased, concealing her phone behind her back. Yicheng smirked. I'll have Xiaobai delete it for you. At that moment, a staff member approached from backstage. Respectfully addressing Yicheng, he said, Mr. Yi, the time is approaching. If it is convenient, you may prepare to take the stage now. Everything has been set up in the back. Yicheng nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned to Su Xian. I'm heading up now. Please wait patiently. All right, Su Xian smiled and nodded. In the grand conference hall, as the clock inched closer to 7 o'clock, the audience observed that the seats were nearly all occupied, signaling that the press conference was about to commence. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the lights over the audience dimmed, leaving only the spotlight illuminating the stage. A figure emerged from the side, and all eyes turned towards this individual. Greeted by a resounding applause, everyone felt compelled to acknowledge the significance of this person. At merely 28 years of age, he wielded control over the core technologies of 2 industries, amassing an unfathomable fortune. Were this world not governed by the rule of law, it is certain that countless individuals would covet his position. Beyond his youth, this young man embodied the exemplary qualities befitting a successful entrepreneur: composure, strategic foresight, and astute business acumen. Without his deft maneuvering, the landscape of China's semiconductor industry would likely remain stagnant, unchanged from its former state. Moreover, he exemplified the commendable traditions of national entrepreneurs, demonstrating unwavering resilience in the face of unwarranted foreign pressures, showing little regard for threats or temptations, and even responding with counter-threats. It was well known that he had declared to the president of Qualcomm last year that he would bring the company to its knees within a decade. Presently, it seemed that even if he could not orchestrate Qualcomm's demise, he had nonetheless acquired the ability to impose limitations upon them. His command over semiconductor materials was such that, should China's semiconductor sector achieve global dominance, any factory that dared to defy him would find it impossible to fulfill Qualcomm's orders. As the audience pondered these thoughts, Yicheng stepped to the forefront, greeting them with a smile. Good evening, everyone. Upon hearing his voice, The audience ceased their internal musings and turned their earnest attention towards him. He spoke in Chinese, unconcerned for those who did not understand, as foreign attendees had simultaneous translation devices at their disposal. It is an honor to invite esteemed professionals from the chip industry to this press conference hosted by Ziqi Technology Corporation. I am Yi Cheng, the chairman of Ziqi Technology. I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble and dive directly into our main topic, the unveiling of Ziqi's innovative chip architecture, TaiBai. The name itself bears no particular significance. I simply chose it at random. Feel free to associate it with anything you like, whether it be the TaiBai star or the poetly TaiBai. Yi Cheng's candid explanation regarding the naming of the architecture elicited laughter from the audience. In a sense, naming a chip architecture is a challenging endeavor. Even x86 originally lacked a name, merely referred to as XXX86 until it was shortened. Similarly, ARM is simply an abbreviation of the initial letters of its English name. Let's not dwell on trivialities, he continued, and proceed to the crux of our discussion. The two primary architectures in chip design are the reduced instruction set, RISC, and the complex instruction set, CISC. In today's world, every chip architecture falls into one of these two categories, each with its own limitations. To illustrate, let us consider the familiar examples of ARM and x86. Yi Cheng proceeded to delineate the strengths and weaknesses of ARM and x86, given that these two architectures essentially epitomized RISC and CISC, respectively. In the audience, representatives from Intel and ARM bore solemn expressions, an ominous premonition stirring within them. x86 is Intel's architecture, while ARM belongs to ARM Holdings. Was the chairman of Ziqi truly comparing their architectures? This was unmistakably a challenge. As for Ziqi's TaiBai architecture, they were reluctant to admit it, yet they could not shake the sense of wariness towards this formidable company. Ziqi's achievements were numerous, particularly with their EDA software which had garnered global acclaim. Its remarkable circuit self-checking capability provided an exhilarating experience for every chip designer, significantly reducing the chances of error and the subsequent workload of circuit rechecking. This functionality alone had propelled Ziqi's EDA software far ahead of its three major competitors, especially considering its remarkably low price, less than half that of the cheapest among them. The only point of frustration for these foreign companies was that Ziqi's EDA software was exclusively in Chinese, with no foreign language version available. This necessitated that their engineers painstakingly translate each function, a cumbersome task relegated to the chip designers they had recruited from China. As for adding English patches, that was out of the question. Ziqi's EDA software was designed to prevent any alterations, and any modification would render it unusable, requiring a new license purchase. Consequently, foreign companies lamented and clamored for Ziqi to provide a foreign language version. Yet Ziqi remained unyielding, steadfastly continuing with its all-Chinese approach. Undoubtedly, Ziqi's EDA software showcased the company's formidable prowess. The intricacies of EDA software development are well known, yet Ziqi had managed to produce such a powerful tool, leading many to wonder if they could indeed develop a groundbreaking chip architecture. The employees of Intel and ARM grew increasingly concerned. At this point, Yi Cheng concluded his comparison of the strengths and weaknesses of ARM and x86, encapsulating the advantages and disadvantages of RISC and CISC. Both of these instruction sets possess their own merits and flaws. Why not contemplate a synthesis of their strengths? Could this not lead to an architecture that draws us nearer to perfection? The audience, upon hearing his words, could not help but widen their eyes or sit up straighter, particularly the representatives from ARM, who found it hard to believe. Was it truly possible that they had achieved this? The ARM representatives knew all too well that the reason ARM had yet to penetrate the desktop chip market was that the RISC architecture could not handle the tasks suited for CISC. They understood that to overcome this challenge, they needed to further develop the RISC architecture to enable it to execute complex instructions. Did Yi Cheng's statement imply that their new architecture had accomplished this? Yi Cheng's subsequent remarks confirmed this notion. Our developers have indeed considered this and diligently worked to conquer this challenge, ultimately giving rise to our new instruction set. Alternatively, it could be termed a novel instruction set system. We refer to it as the adaptive instruction set. The astonishment on the faces of those who comprehended Yi Cheng's meaning was unmistakable. If this were true, it would herald a revolution in the realm of architectures. The adaptive instruction set can be described as a form of ultra-reduced instruction set, capable of executing basic programs. When encountering programs that require a reduced instruction set, it will seamlessly adapt to operate as such, ensuring flawless execution. Similarly, when faced with programs necessitating a complex instruction set, it will adjust accordingly to fulfill those requirements. The alternating interchange of 3 distinct instruction sets ensures that the transistors and circuit components within the chip operate with heightened efficiency, thereby minimizing unnecessary consumption and ultimately achieving superior performance. This encapsulates our tie-by architecture. The complexity encountered during its development has regrettably delayed the unveiling of our domestically produced architecture to this moment. Nevertheless, we are fortunate that we have not disappointed the expectations of our compatriots, and we are proud to present it before you. The audience erupted into applause, with the citizens collectively extending their congratulations. At the Apple Company seating, Chuck could not help but exclaim, "It is truly alarming that a populist is the owner of such a company." Chapter 98. The conclusion of the press conference. Cheng's narration continued, complemented by the PowerPoint presentation, allowing the industry elites present to gain a more intuitive understanding of the advantages of the tie-by architecture. Beyond the initially astonishing adaptive instruction set, he articulated various other merits, including reduced costs, lower average power consumption, and formidable compatibility, among others. Regardless of the skepticism from the audience, there was no room for doubt when the words came from the mouth of the owner of Geopolitical. This was not a press conference aimed at the general consumers. At consumer-focused events, one might embellish the truth or exaggerate, perhaps leading some consumers to believe the hype and make purchases. After all, the phenomenon of fan economics is universally applicable. However, this press conference was directed at professionals. Any embellishment or exaggeration would merely tarnish one's reputation. Here, there existed no fan economy, only efficacy and inefficacy. In under a year, Geopolitical's accomplishments had rendered it impossible for the audience to deny the veracity of Cheng's claims. As Cheng concluded his presentation with the final slide of the PowerPoint, it was time for the Q&A session. Naturally, the audience, having absorbed his exposition, was brimming with inquiries, particularly regarding the implementation of the adaptive function, which perplexed them the most. The ARM company was among the most impatient, with their chip architect being the first to raise a hand. Cheng, unperturbed by the prospect of pointed questions from competitors, promptly acknowledged this individual. The architect, being a Chinese national, was fluent in Mandarin. "Mr. Yi, I would like to inquire about how your adaptive function truly adapts and how it is realized." This was undoubtedly the crux of the matter and the most perplexing point for the audience. Cheng smiled and replied, "I trust everyone is familiar with compilers. Compilers translate various programming languages into machine code, enabling our CPUs to perform calculations directly. Our adaptive function essentially incorporates a technology akin to that of a compiler, which translates ultra-simplified instructions into either a streamlined instruction set or a complex instruction set, allowing them to mesh seamlessly and operate flawlessly." The architect's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment's pause, he exclaimed before the crowd, "Is there really such a technology?" Cheng chuckled, "Technology is boundless. There are only unimaginable possibilities, not unattainable realities. As the saying goes, everything is possible. Just as we once doubted lunar landings, yet here we are today. The future of humanity remains vast, my friends. This moment is merely a microcosm. When we achieve controllable nuclear fusion, or even traverse the planets of our solar system and beyond, I hope we can still marvel at the existence of such technologies." The audience erupted into applause, invigorated by Cheng's inspiring words. Even Chuck found himself moved, reflecting, "This populist, in a certain sense, truly deserves his current stature. When humanity reaches the point of interstellar travel, should we utter the phrase, 'Is there really such a technology?' It is certain that such advancements would be beyond our current imagination." Cheng's words undoubtedly embodied an unparalleled vision for the future of human technology. The ARM architect, realizing the folly of his earlier remark, found solace in Cheng's response, which provided him a graceful exit. Grateful, he glanced at Cheng, captivated by the concept of a compiler at the chip level. A sudden impulse to resign from ARM and return to his homeland, joining Geopolitical to witness firsthand this so-called compiler technology, surged within him. Naturally, he knew that asking for details in this setting was out of the question. Everyone understood that such information was proprietary to Geopolitical. Merely mentioning a compiler-like technology was a generous gesture, and specifics regarding its implementation remained shrouded in secrecy. Yet, this realization only intensified his desire to return home, especially considering the increasing pressure on China from abroad, which had led to a sense of shame regarding his once proud position in ARM. Previously, he had hesitated to return, convinced that domestic architecture companies could not surpass their foreign counterparts. Working abroad afforded him access to cutting-edge technologies and connections with more peers. However, Now that a formidable chip architecture company had emerged domestically, he pondered the possibility of returning to contribute and shine in his own country. He envisioned proudly telling his childhood friends that he now worked for Geopolitical. As he settled back into his seat, the ARM executive beside him remained unaware of the significant decision that had just been made by this influential architect. Clearly, individuals like him would multiply as Geopolitical continued to grow stronger. Cheng continued to address inquiries, skillfully elucidating the attendees' doubts without revealing any trade secrets, all the while showcasing his personal charisma, which further endeared him to the audience as the leader of Geopolitical. With all questions addressed, the conclusion of the press conference loomed. Well, it has been an hour. It is getting late. Thus, we shall draw today's press conference regarding the Taibai architecture to a close, Cheng stated, observing that no further questions were forthcoming. However, before we conclude, I would like to take a moment to share a brief announcement. Following the launch of the Taibai architecture, Geopolitical's EDA software will undergo an update introducing new functionalities. After this update, when utilizing our Taibai architecture for design purposes, our EDA software will assist designers with features such as circuit optimization and design suggestions. In essence, the simultaneous use of our EDA software and Taibai architecture will enhance convenience and reduce design time. The audience's eyes widened at this announcement. Truly, it seemed that only Geopolitical possessed the capability to achieve such a feat after all. Other chip architecture companies lacked their own EDA software, and EDA software companies did not have their own chip architecture. Chapter 99, Meeting Cheng. Only a company that possesses both EDA software and chip architecture can adeptly integrate its two products, enabling the EDA software to offer such functionalities. Other EDA software might be willing to adapt, but the critical question remains, would the chip architecture companies be willing to share their complete technological frameworks for integration? Moreover, the task of adaptation is far from straightforward. The intricacies of auxiliary circuit design and the implementation of such functionalities in software present formidable challenges. For software engineers, this undoubtedly constitutes a significant trial. Presently, foreign EDA software developers are contemplating the imitation of the self-checking feature of Geopolitical EDA software. However, protected by the presence of novices, their attempts at imitation are likely to be futile. Were it not for the absence of a foreign language version of Geopolitical EDA software, it would not be long before it dominated half of the EDA software market. While those below ponder this matter, Cheng completes all the affairs of the day's press conference. With a smile, he declares, "All right, this concludes today's press conference. I look forward to our collaboration." Without lingering, he turns and retreats backstage. In the backstage area, upon seeing him return, Su Xian applauds and exclaims, "Brilliant." Cheng shrugs and promptly sinks into a nearby sofa, feeling fatigued after standing for over an hour and speaking nonstop for another. He muses whether he should don an exoskeleton for his next press conference to alleviate his exhaustion while also showcasing the exoskeleton. Taking a sip from his water cup, he remarks casually, "It's quite taxing, to be honest." Well, speaking of fatigue, the CEO of Cheng just came by and mentioned wanting to meet you at the hotel after the meeting. The hotel? Cheng raises an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, Cheng is gay, which seems rather perilous. Su xin Chuka. What? Do? Speaking ill of others behind their backs, and he's the CEO of a prominent company. Who isn't a boss these days? Cheng shrugs. All right then, you should accompany me for safety's sake. Su Xian rolls her eyes. Fine, guess I'm working overtime again. Cheng cannot help but laugh, dismissing her complaint. Overtime is fine. I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight. Great. I want to go to the Bund. Suit yourself. Cheng waves his hand as he and Su Xian depart. Soon, they arrive at the hotel where Cheng is staying, not far from the expo center. The room is spacious, and in the living area, Cheng and Su Xian encounter Cheng, adorned with glasses and possessing a slender frame. His neatly styled silver hair exudes an air of refinement. In the past, Cheng was someone Cheng admired greatly, but now, he feels at ease to jest with him, even as Cheng seeks a private meeting. The change in strength also signifies a shift in status. Mr. Yi, it is a pleasure to formally meet you. Cheng stands and extends his hand with a smile, exuding goodwill. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and Cheng reciprocates with a grin. Shaking his hand, Mr. Cheng, it is likewise a pleasure to meet you. This is my assistant, Ms. Su Xian. Su Xian nods with a smile. Hello, Mr. Cheng. Since this is a private meeting rather than a formal occasion, they converse directly in English. Ms. Su, Cheng acknowledges her with a nod before continuing, "Please take a seat." Cheng settles onto the sofa, with Su Xian beside him. Mr. Yi, your press conference today was nothing short of spectacular. Our company, Fruit Corp, is very eager to collaborate with you on the Taibai architecture. It is indeed an honor for us at Jiqi to collaborate with Fruit Corp, Yi Cheng replies with a smile. Chuk silently scoffs, thinking, if you truly felt that way, we would have established a partnership long ago. Yet, he maintains a smiling facade. It is likewise an honor for Fruit Corp. However, the Taibai architecture is a new framework, and we require further research. We hope Jiqi can assist us in this regard. Certainly. Yi Cheng nods. Every company utilizing our Taibai architecture will receive appropriate support. That is reassuring, Chuk smiles. Our team will reach out to Jiqi shortly to procure the authorization for the new architecture. We assure you, you will not be disappointed. Indeed, I have great faith in Jiqi, Chuk affirms, straightening his posture as he gazes at Yi Cheng. However, Mr. Yi, my visit to Huagua is not solely to familiarize myself with your new architecture. I'm also here regarding another matter. Oh, another matter? Yi Cheng inquires. I am all ears. Though he feigns ignorance, he is acutely aware of Chuk's intent, which clearly pertains to the lithium-air battery issue, a matter of utmost concern for Fruit Corp. Yet, this hinges on Yi Cheng's willingness to comply. Chuk studies Yi Cheng's seemingly oblivious demeanor, contemplating his next move. Regardless, he proceeds. I would like to inquire about the current status of your company's lithium-air battery. Yi Cheng smiles and responds. We anticipate mass production by June at the latest. This information is known to many, yet hearing it from his lips further substantiates the truth. Chuk feels a heightened sense of urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he states, Mr. Yi, we have been negotiating this matter for 2 months. Regarding the conditions you proposed, we sincerely hope you will no longer require us to purchase your Taichu, one chip. For the batteries, we are willing to purchase at a 20 premium, and we are also inclined to supply some of our chips for Jiqi's processing. However, we cannot agree to purchase your Taichu chips under any circumstances. Yi Cheng replies with a smile, Mr. Chuk, we each have our conditions. You wish to lower costs while we aim to improve our sales. Companies like Huawei and Remy have accepted our terms. We cannot treat you differently simply because of your strong demands. Chuk yearns to argue that this is not a matter of unequal treatment, but rather a situation where they are being taken advantage of. Other companies can utilize the chips directly, while Fruit Corp faces compatibility issues with their devices. The A-series is powerful precisely because it adapts seamlessly with their iOS system. How will this new chip integrate? At that moment, Yi Cheng interjects, additionally, Mr. Chuk, per our government's regulations, until the sanctions against the United States are lifted, even if we provide your company with batteries, they may only be used for domestic devices in Huagua. Therefore, there is no need for you to rush. Perhaps with further consideration, you may find a way to agree. Chuk furrows his brow, gazing at Yi Cheng's smile. This young Huagua individual is proving to be quite difficult. A 20 increase in battery prices would undoubtedly yield more profit than selling a chip with every 10 batteries, given the cost of the chip. For Fruit Corp, a 20 increase is not insurmountable, even if prices rise to a maximum of 10 soft coins, less than $2, when they sell phones. They could privately circulate rumors that Jiqi is deliberately gouging Fruit Corp, necessitating higher prices for lithium-air batteries, allowing them to inflate prices by 200 or 300 soft coins, which consumers would likely accept. However, with chips, they lack justification for significant price hikes. After a prolonged silence, Chuk decides to be forthright. Mr. Yi, what would it take for you to agree? In business, I have great respect for you and your esteemed Jiqi technology company, but surely there must be some conditions? Please, feel free to state your demands. We can negotiate. Yi Cheng gazes at Chuk's furrowed brow, then offers a subtle smile. Feel free to state your requests? Absolutely, Chuk nods. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes, clearly indicating that he would no longer pay Chef more than 20 for a single battery. His insistence on making things difficult for the fruit company was not merely a quest for profit. Everyone has their price. After a prolonged silence, he stated, I hope the fruit company will leverage your influence to press your government. Let them accept the terms we proposed during the negotiations in Magic City. Shefka was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Cheng would present such a condition. Just moments ago, he had spoken of business in commercial terms. Yet Yi Cheng was now raising demands of a political nature. Shefka recalled his earlier words. Populists were indeed terrifying. This individual seemed utterly unconcerned with profit. Su Xian, who stood nearby, was equally surprised that Yi Cheng had been holding the fruit company at bay for this very issue. She had expected Yi Cheng to seize the opportunity to extract concessions from Chef Ku, such as having Jiqi manufacture more fruit chips or compelling the fruit company to adopt their framework entirely, demands that could generate revenue for the company. Yet, he had chosen this condition instead. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Su Xian felt a sense of admiration for Yi Cheng's noble intentions, silently observing Chef Ku. Surely he would acquiesce now? After recovering from his initial shock, Chef Kusun regained his composure and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "I can't agree to this condition." A smile spread across Yi Cheng's face. "Mr. Ku, you truly embody the leadership of the fruit company. I believe the shareholders behind you will also support your continued efforts for several more years." Chef Ku shook his head, disregarding Yi Cheng's words, and said, "Mr. Yi, now that I have agreed to your terms, can we proceed with the matters we discussed earlier?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "Mr. Ku, this is a transaction, so we must first witness your sincerity before I can deliver the goods, correct?" Chef Ku furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "The moment the United States agrees to our terms will coincide with our design of batteries for the fruit company at a nearby barbecue restaurant in the Bund." Yi Cheng was enjoying a late-night snack with Su Xin. Su Xin voiced her mild annoyance at him. They had been working late until nearly 10 o'clock. Yet he had chosen to treat her to food from a barbecue joint. Moreover, Yi Cheng lamented that the Bund area prohibited outdoor seating for barbecue stalls, insisting that dining al fresco would be far more delightful, which only caused Su Xin to roll her eyes. However, after a few bites, she found herself captivated by the flavors of the barbecue. After all, a restaurant situated in such a prime location must possess a certain level of quality to survive. Glancing around, she noticed the place was bustling with patrons, likely drawn in by the enticing aromas. Yi Cheng grabbed 2 skewers of lamb and, with a single bite, devoured all the meat from both. "Ah, it has been ages since I dined at such an establishment," he exclaimed with satisfaction. Su Xin, lacking his voracious appetite, carefully used chopsticks to remove the meat and then picked it up to eat. It was generous in size, though undoubtedly pricey. Hearing Yi Cheng's comment, she asked, "Did you frequently visit places like this before?" Given his affluent background, she found it hard to believe he indulged in such fare. Yi Cheng chuckled. That was long ago. Nearly many years passed. He referred to a previous life, and even then, he had not savored such food in over a decade. Now, having traversed into this life for over 7 months, he finally relished the experience once more. The only regret was that they were indoors, devoid of the refreshing breeze, and he could not enjoy a beer since he had to drive. He suddenly pondered whether he should hire a chauffeur. Su Xin, unaware of his contemplations, laughed. "If you wish to eat, just come. You're the big boss, after all." Yi Cheng shrugged. "Such food is best enjoyed with a few good brothers. It enhances the experience." Su Xin rolled her eyes. "Are you saying you would disdain my company?" Yi Cheng laughed heartily. "Absolutely not. Dining with the beautiful Su is indeed a privilege." Su Xin pursed her lips, ultimately letting out a soft hum and returning to her meal of grilled eggplant. Yi Cheng then seized a nearby grilled oyster, filled with garlic and vermicelli, and with a tender morsel inside. It was simply delightful. After a while, Su Xin asked, "Do you think the fruit company will persuade the U.S. government?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "I don't concern myself with their success. I will only sell fruit lithium-air batteries if they succeed, unless they accept my previous price." Chef Ko must be infuriated, Yi Cheng remarked with a look of feigned helplessness. Su Xin found it amusing. His expression bore no trace of remorse. "So, if the U.S. accepts our terms, do you intend to create a lithography machine?" Yi Cheng grinned mischievously, leaving her hanging. "Guess." Su Xin shot him an exasperated glance. "If you're not going to say anything, then forget it." At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, she looked puzzled. "Why is the HR department calling now?" After a brief exchange, her eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Yi Cheng, exclaiming, "A top chip architect from ARM, named Yu Guoping, is considering joining our company. He was the one who asked you a question at the press conference today." Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. What a testament to international business. He could envision a future where countless talents would flock to Jiqi. Chapter 101, 2 Material Technologies. Yu Guoping was merely an example. In the following days, Jiqi received numerous applications from semiconductor talents at renowned foreign companies. Among them were 3 who belonged to the elite ranks of chip architects, 2 of whom were of Chinese descent and 1 Caucasian. They all sought to witness how Jiqi's new architecture achieved adaptability. Regarding their sincerity, Yi Cheng had no concerns. Xiaobai could swiftly vet their credentials and any related individuals, eliminating any that appeared suspicious in the blink of an eye. An effortless task for Xiaobai, who possessed supercomputing capabilities. As for those foreign companies witnessing their architects' departures, what could they do but seethe with frustration? They could only watch as Jiqi rose, attracting exceptional talent and growing increasingly formidable. Thus, 1 week after the launch of the Taibai architecture, April arrived with no major events at the company, only a flurry of minor matters. Nevertheless, everything progressed in an orderly manner and increasingly smoothly. The tie-by architecture garnered industry-wide attention for pioneering a new technology that enabled the coexistence of reduced instruction set and complex instruction set architectures. Many enterprises reached out to Geopolitical to acquire licenses for the new architecture, both domestically and internationally. Even the fruit company, Xiaodong, Intel, and the massage parlor were among them. Even if they did not intend to design chips based on the tie-by architecture, they certainly wished to understand what this new framework entailed. Huawei became the first to announce plans to design their next flagship chip based on the tie-by architecture, ensuring that the Harmony OS will be fully compatible with the new structure. A processor's architecture must align with its operating system. Otherwise, the architecture's chips would be unable to function within that system. For instance, Microsoft and Intel formed an alliance known as Wintel back in the 1980s, meaning that Windows systems would only be compatible with Intel's x86 architecture. When Windows 11 was first released, AMD processors experienced significant performance degradation on the platform, illustrating the suppression faced by vulnerable enterprises from two dominant players. Regarding the affiliation of ARM with Android and iOS, it has enabled ARM to capture over 90% of the mobile market. Therefore, if the Windows operating system does not adapt to the tie-by architecture, this new framework will remain unusable. Fortunately, Huawei's Harmony OS is now in play, with its installation base having surpassed 400 million and continuing to rise. This number encompasses not only smartphones, but also tablets, automobiles, household appliances, and various other devices. Now, with Huawei no longer burdened by concerns over chip sanctions, the company is vigorously expanding the influence of Harmony OS. It appears that Harmony OS is poised to form an alliance with the tie-by architecture. However, the international landscape is not entirely monolithic. Intel, for now, seems unlikely to shift from its reliance on x86 architecture, clinging to it until it can no longer sustain itself. Moreover, the Wintel alliance is showing signs of wavering. Microsoft's previous attempts to collaborate with ARM exemplify this shift. Should the tie-by architecture indeed deliver superior performance and reduced costs post-implementation, chip design companies currently utilizing ARM architecture may very well abandon ARM in favor of tie-by. Nonetheless, vigilance against the possibility of inferior currencies driving out the superior is warranted. For instance, Apple is a shareholder in ARM and is unlikely to wish for its downfall, potentially leading them to forsake the tie-by architecture. On the other hand, nearly all chips supporting the Android system are based on ARM architecture. Whether Google is willing to abandon ARM will largely depend on its own needs. If they are content with the status quo, they are unlikely to pursue adaptation to the tie-by architecture. In summary, this is a convoluted situation. The future of the tie-by architecture, whether it will merely align with Harmony OS or expand to become a replacement for ARM, requires consideration of numerous factors, including political dimensions. Will foreign governments permit a Chinese architecture to dominate globally? Most likely not. However, for Geopolitical, this is of little consequence. Geopolitical has already become a formidable entity, poised to control the largest share of the global battery market and half of the semiconductor material supply in the foreseeable future. Thus, Geopolitical need not overly concern itself with the prospects of the tie-by architecture. Moreover, even if foreign entities resist acceptance, compelling them to do so may be a viable strategy. In Cheng's office, he listened as the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of 100,000 points and receiving the achievement reward, Material Technology Gift Pack. After a considerable amount of time, through the sale of semiconductor materials, EDA software, and chip orders, Cheng's accumulated points had finally reached 100,000, and they continue to grow steadily. However, he is confident that once lithium-air batteries are officially launched, he will be able to amass points at an even faster rate, as lithium-air technology represents a significant leap forward. Nevertheless, a Material Technology Gift Pack? Cheng raised an eyebrow. Materials are of paramount importance. They are integral to every aspect of life, from construction to microchips, and even nuclear fusion, where material selection is one of the critical challenges. The field of materials research remains at the cutting edge, and a high-performance material will undoubtedly garner widespread acclaim. Curiosity piqued. Cheng wondered what rewards this gift pack might yield. Surely, it should contain several rewards, he thought. System, open the Material Technology Gift Pack. As it opened, the announcement came. Congratulations, host, you have received new magnesium aluminum alloy and its preparation technology, metal particle modified, nanosilicon carbide coating and its preparation technology, and one materials expert. Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Magnesium aluminum alloy, metal particle modified, nanosilicon carbide coating, and a materials expert? Why an expert and not a master? Putting aside thoughts of the expert for now, he quickly recalled relevant information regarding the two materials. First, the magnesium-aluminum alloy. This alloy is exceptionally lightweight, over twice as light as titanium alloys, making it highly advantageous for weight reduction in equipment. Additionally, it boasts high strength, excellent rigidity, and remarkable toughness. Most crucially, it is cost-effective. A ton of magnesium-aluminum alloy generally ranges from 20 to 30,000 yuan, while titanium alloy averages around 80,000 yuan per ton. Moreover, the lower density of magnesium-aluminum alloy means that a ton occupies a greater volume than titanium alloy, indicating it is a popular area of material research. As for the differences between this new magnesium-aluminum alloy and existing variants, Cheng was currently unaware, but he would soon find out. Chapter 102, the powerful nanocoating. Next, he turned his attention to the second technology, the metal particle-modified nanosilicon carbide coating. Nanosilicon carbide coating, a type of nanocoating material, possesses advantages such as high hardness, high wear resistance, high corrosion resistance, and high thermal conductivity. It can also withstand oxidation at elevated temperatures, making it an exceptional coating material. However, what practical applications does it have? Cheng felt a similar sense of confusion. Nonetheless, curiosity aside, he extracted 2 USB drives from the system, inserted one into his computer, and opened the first file on the magnesium-aluminum alloy. The document detailed the magnesium content, aluminum content, and some trace elements. As he examined the overview of this new magnesium-aluminum alloy, Cheng narrowed his eyes. Unlike common magnesium-aluminum alloys, this variant contains a higher magnesium content, resulting in a lower density, hence it is lighter. Furthermore, he noted the attributes listed for this alloy. Aside from its extremely low density, its other properties were impressively formidable. Cheng instructed Xiao Bai to compile a comparison of the properties of other magnesium-aluminum alloys. The material strength was twice that of the strongest existing magnesium-aluminum alloys, making it remarkably robust. Additionally, its rigidity surpassed that of several other magnesium-aluminum alloys, indicating a greater resistance to structural deformation. This was essentially an enhanced version of magnesium-aluminum alloy. In an instant, Cheng envisioned the potential use of this new material in exoskeletons. Yet, he soon shook his head. While this magnesium-aluminum alloy is strong, his ideal exoskeleton material remains titanium alloy, due to its superior strength. Nevertheless, he chuckled at his overthinking. With such powerful properties and a likely lower cost than titanium alloy, this magnesium-aluminum alloy would undoubtedly be more suitable for future exoskeletal prosthetics. Beyond that, this alloy holds great potential in various applications, such as reducing weight in automobiles, aircraft, and military equipment, making weight reduction significant in many contexts. Having swiftly reviewed the magnesium-aluminum alloy's information, he inserted the other USB drive into the computer, labeled with the sophisticated title of nanomaterial. Among numerous nanomaterials, nanosilicon carbide is one. However, despite the abundance of these materials, they remain limited in their unique properties. How can one coax different characteristics from the same type of nanomaterial? One method is to incorporate additional elements into the coating, which can alter its properties to exhibit additional traits. Judging by the name of this nanomaterial, it likely involves adding some metal particles to the coating. However, why did it not specify which metal particles to add? Could any metal particles suffice? Cheng found himself intrigued. He swiftly accessed the materials and began to peruse the content. However, upon reading the initial sections, he was utterly astounded. This coating, capable of altering certain properties through the infusion of various metallic particles, undergoes a special treatment before being applied to the surface of the same metal or even alloys. It can directly form metallic bonds on the surface, rather than merely relying on surface energy for adhesion. It is well known that, generally, the attraction between a coating and the substrate arises from the relative surface energy of the material. This surface energy is often not as formidable as metallic bonds, as the connection between metals is fundamentally based on these chemical bonds. The combination of metallic bonding, along with the inherent properties of nanomaterials, raises a significant question. To simplify, this coating is remarkably resistant to wear. Wear is a prevalent issue, particularly for precision components in machinery, such as bearings. If such a coating were applied, it would considerably extend the lifespan of the bearings. Although this material may carry a higher cost, its implications for machinery requiring long-term usage, such as automobiles, industrial equipment, and military gear, are profoundly significant if critical components are coated with it. In fact, the industry predominantly utilizes nanomaterials to address wear issues, and this novel nanocoating could undoubtedly enhance capabilities in this realm. Beyond wear resistance, The coating can also acquire other distinctive properties due to the addition of different metallic particles. For instance, incorporating titanium alloy particles could endow the nano coating with the superior characteristics of titanium alloys. This is truly groundbreaking. Cheng envisioned its myriad applications, particularly on exoskeletons. Even magnesium-aluminum alloys could become significantly stronger with this nano coating, potentially rivaling uncoated titanium alloys. Naturally, titanium alloys treated with this coating would exhibit enhanced properties as well. With a sense of exhilaration, he continued to delve into the subsequent materials. Soon, he encountered information regarding its radar-absorbing capabilities. Its absorption performance is formidable, and when blended with magnetic metallic particles possessing absorbing properties, it can capture a broader spectrum of radar signals. What does this imply? It can serve as radar-absorbing material for stealth aircraft, and unquestionably, it would be top tier in that regard. Cheng narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had inadvertently stumbled upon another classified technology. Of course, this new material hinges on two technical keys. First, the method of incorporating the metallic particles. Second, the process required to enable it to bond metallically upon application to a metal surface. These are equally confidential technologies, and fortunately, the package included an individual who is sufficiently loyal. However, what truly distinguishes an expert from a master? Cheng found himself pondering, and subsequently accessed the system to establish basic attributes for this expert. He decided to name him Liao. As for why not name him Li, it was because he had recently overheard colleagues discussing the intriguing names of Zhongxin and Dianqi. Thankfully, they were still unaware of Gyuj. He then awaited Liao's arrival. Regarding the future applications of these two new material technologies, Cheng contemplated and resolved to directly assign them to the exoskeleton company. These materials are intrinsically linked to the exoskeleton, making joint management more convenient. Shortly thereafter, Liao appeared before him. The 40-year-old man exuded the aura of a university professor. Cheng presented the information on the two materials and inquired, "What are your thoughts on these two materials?" After reviewing them promptly, Liao responded, "For these new materials, I can devise a superior preparation process to reduce costs and enhance yield." Cheng's eyes lit up. "Is this knowledge within your grasp?" Liao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, boss. I can provide optimization proposals for any existing industrial preparation processes. What about new materials? Are you familiar with any?" Liao shook his head. "No, I do not possess knowledge of new materials." Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped that Liao would bring additional new materials to the table. However, he quickly realized that this exemplified the distinction between an expert and a master. This materials expert specialized in a singular aspect of materials technology. Nonetheless, Liao's contributions are indeed formidable. Industrial process optimization remains a crucial component of manufacturing. A well-optimized industrial process can yield significant economic benefits. Cheng squinted thoughtfully and asked, "Can you also optimize the industrial processes for semiconductor materials?" Liao replied, "As long as I understand the principles, I can perform optimizations to a certain extent. However, my optimizations do have limits. Beyond a certain point, further enhancement is not feasible." "Very well then." Cheng nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I will send you the current semiconductor materials industrial process, and you can assess if you can implement any optimizations." "Understood," Liao acknowledged. Cheng then proceeded to inform Liao of his assignments, namely working for the exoskeleton company, and provided him with Gyuj's contact information. Following this, Cheng dialed Gyuj, intending to relay this information. The call connected swiftly. However, to Cheng's surprise, before he could speak, Gyuj initiated the conversation. "Boss, I was just about to call you." "Oh, what is the matter?" Cheng inquired. "We have now established contact with the Xia hospital and are preparing to conduct experiments to confirm feasibility." "Oh, is the experiment already confirmed?" "Yes, a neurologist from their side reached out to us, expressing willingness to collaborate. This doctor is quite renowned nationally, considered an expert in neurology. We plan to commence trials on monkeys first, so I wanted to ask when our neural signal recognition chip will be ready for production." "Please hold on a moment." Cheng replied. "Xiaobai, check with Zhongxin." "Got it. I'll contact them immediately," Xiaobai responded. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng introduced Liao to Gyuj, requesting him to arrange a workspace for Liao, noting that they would not require a rest area. Additionally, he mentioned the two new material technologies, suggesting that Gyuj could experiment with laboratory preparations and performance testing. "Understood," Gyuj replied. At that moment, Xiaobai's voice chimed in, "Master." Zhongxin mentioned that the chip could be produced by the end of the month, utilizing a 7 nanometers process. Cheng nodded. The 7 nanometers process and production would cost nearly $100 million. However, the potential for this technology is unimaginably vast. The investment now will undoubtedly yield returns in multiples in the future. Ask him how long the production will take, and if it can be successful in one go. Xiaobai soon responded, "It should take about half a month, and success is likely in one attempt." He said the information you provided was quite detailed. That sounds good. Yi Cheng affirmed, then spoke into the phone. "Did you hear that? By mid-May, it should be ready, and you can proceed by the end of May." The doctor at Xiehe is quite eager. He wants to see our neural interface technology as soon as possible. Eager? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Yes. That doctor is a science fiction enthusiast. He's excited to witness how we achieve the connection between nerves and circuits. Yi Cheng found this amusing. What does that imply? If the chip cannot be produced swiftly, he wishes to commence the neural interface circuit experiments by the end of the month, and he is willing to bear the expenses of this endeavor. Yi Cheng could not help but be astonished. The doctor was indeed willing to make such a choice? After some contemplation, he replied, "Such matters should not impose financial burdens on others. It is merely the cost of conducting an additional experiment. Therefore, you may proceed at the end of the month. Additionally, when the time comes, extend an invitation to that doctor, inquiring if he would like to join our company. Inform him that there exists a plethora of technologies yet to be developed in the realm of neural recognition chips, such as human interface chip technology and the brain-computer interface technology that Musk previously mentioned. In the future, we may even enable those with spinal injuries to regain control of their bodies, provided that the doctor is willing to stay on. He would have the opportunity to partake in these research endeavors." "Understood. I shall make the attempt," Gugu responded. "Very well," Yi Cheng said with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. A national-level neurologist can undoubtedly be regarded as a leading scientist in the field of neurology. Securing his presence within the company would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Since this esteemed individual also harbors an interest in science fiction, it would be prudent to expedite his involvement. Furthermore, Yi Cheng's words were not mere fabrications. These technologies could indeed be realized through advancements in neural signal recognition technology. For instance, spinal injuries can lead to paralysis due to the severing of the central nervous system, which is incapable of self-healing. Thus, by employing a neural electrical signal recognition chip to connect the nerves on either side of the injury and reattaching the spine, we could restore the patient to their former state. Of course, numerous challenges remain to be overcome, but at the very least, the neural electrical signal recognition technology represents a significant initial stride. Raising his gaze, Yi Cheng turned once more to Kai Liao, instructing, "You should proceed to the exoskeleton company now. Gugu will make the necessary arrangements." "Understood, boss," Kai Liao nodded, not lingering any longer, and departed from the company. The office was left with only Yi Cheng. After an indeterminate passage of time, he rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the Huangpu River, which surged toward the sea. In his mind, he began to contemplate the current state of the company. The company presently operates on two fronts, the first being Zhiqi Technology, whose primary focus encompasses the semiconductor-related industrial chain, spanning from upstream to downstream, effectively encompassing all facets. This foundation is where Zhiqi has established its roots, and as time progresses, it has become increasingly entrenched, solidifying its position as an indispensable entity in the global semiconductor industry. The second front pertains to the new energy technology company responsible for lithium-air batteries. This sector represents Zhiqi's most crucial and competitive aspect. Controlling lithium-air batteries equates to controlling a pivotal element of future renewable energy. As for the exoskeleton initiative, as previously mentioned, a company has been established under the name Zhiqi Exoskeleton Technology. He has allocated $500 million for recruitment and site acquisition. Given that exoskeletons are purely mechanical and do not necessitate exorbitant developmental costs, primarily hinging on the designer's ingenuity. Chapter 104. Technology requires rigor, Remy's new phone. At present, the exoskeleton company is on a steady course, initiating research on its inaugural product, which is also poised to be a groundbreaking innovation. The news regarding neural circuit interface technology and neural electrical signal recognition technology has yet to be disseminated. But one can only imagine the magnitude of the response once it becomes public. It is fair to assert that as soon as these two technologies mature, coupled with the integration of a reverse recognition technology, transforming the electrical signals emitted by the circuit into neural signals recognizable by the nervous system to simulate various sensations, the concept of the metaverse could be realized within a year. By connecting neural electrical signals through a recognition chip to a computer, which then translates images into electrical signals and transmits them to the nervous system. One could ultimately perceive their two-dimensional beloved standing before them without the need for visual neural cells. The brain could then command the hand to extend and caress the visage of the two-dimensional beloved. The computer, detecting the movement, would simulate the tactile sensation of the beloved's face as electrical signals, relaying them to the mind, allowing one to feel as though they had genuinely made contact. This represents merely the simplest of actions. More intricate gestures could also be performed with one's two-dimensional beloved, including, well, one can imagine. Naturally, this still hinges on individuals' willingness to undergo surgical procedures, particularly involving their own brains. Given current technology, it is imperative to connect the circuitry directly to the brain's nerves. Linking to other nerves would be futile, since only the brain's nerves can process such a multitude of signals. Thus, no technological advancement can be achieved casually. Thorough consideration and meticulousness are essential. Regarding these two technologies, currently, only Xia Hospital is privy to their existence. Upon learning of Zhiqi's intention to collaborate, Xia readily accepted without hesitation, and their confidentiality measures have been commendable. Only a select few high-ranking officials and neurologists at the hospital are in the know. Collaborating with a hospital is indispensable, as clinical trials require the qualifications of a second-tier hospital. Cheng does not possess a hospital, let alone one of that caliber. Any medical technology involving human subjects necessitates surgical intervention, and in China, apart from forensic experts, only physicians hold this qualification. This is an unavoidable reality. Any new technology must first undergo validation, as Guga noted, through experimentation on monkeys, given their close genetic relationship to humans. Only upon successful trials on monkeys and subsequent institutional approval can clinical trials commence. Clinical trials occur in phases, and only upon successful completion can the technology be officially recognized as a medical innovation. For instance, Zhiqi's lithium-air batteries are currently undergoing various certifications, including environmental, fire safety, CQC, and 3C. Undoubtedly, the technical aspects are sound. The systems produced are trustworthy. Xia Hospital's neurology department is among the finest in the nation, and with the doctor being referred to as a national expert by Gugu, confidence in the project is bolstered. Consequently, the critical factor now lies in the successful fabrication of the neural electrical signal recognition chip. Once this is achieved, all that remains is the proverbial east wind. Cheng estimated that by August at the latest, clinical trials should commence, and by the end of the year, individuals with limb deficiencies could attain prosthetic limbs indistinguishable from their natural counterparts. The cost of prosthetics in the country has always been exorbitant, typically exceeding $10,000, as they are predominantly imported from abroad. Such medical devices are nearly essential for affected patients, and companies inevitably seek to sell them at inflated prices, much like the Glivec prototype depicted in Dying to Survive. However, it must be noted, albeit somewhat controversially, that the development of such technologies is not inexpensive. The company behind Glivec invested hundreds of billions of dollars over more than 50 years, facilitating the emergence of numerous top-tier scientists and yielding results that could even merit Nobel Prize consideration, culminating in its development at the end of the last century. In contrast, China's patent protection period lasts 20 to 25 years. As a result, companies will set high prices to recoup substantial profits within the patent protection window, subsequently reinvesting funds into new drug development. Nevertheless, Cheng harbors no such concerns, as his development costs are virtually negligible. Thus, he can afford to sell these innovations at prices close to production costs. Of course, one must still ensure profitability if he were to consistently operate at a loss. Repaying the hundreds of billions in loans would become untenable, and even if the bank were not to press for repayment, it is unlikely they would remain willing to function as his financial lifeline. He maintained a clear boundary for himself, acquiring all medical technologies and earning his fair share without profiting from the impoverished. Nevertheless, even without exploiting the less fortunate, Cheng firmly believed that this technology could yield substantial profits, and that the exoskeleton company would become the third pillar of Zhiqi. As for whether there would be more pillars in the future, that depended on the system's capabilities. Just as he was lost in endless aspirations for the future, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a call from Lei Bus. Upon answering, he greeted with a smile, "President Lei, what a busy person you are to take the time to call me." Lei Bus replied, "President Yi, you jest. I doubt I am busier than you." "Ha! We're all busy," Cheng chuckled. Without further ado, Lei Bus stated, "President Yi, our new phone is about to be launched. if you're available next week. We will be delighted to have you at the unveiling. Cheng realized it was about the new Lamy phone. The Lamy new phone, part of the new series, Lamy X, would be equipped with the Taichu 1 chip, marking it as the world's first phone to utilize a 3nm process chip, which had undoubtedly captured substantial attention. Haha, no need for that, Cheng laughed, as he had no time to attend any launch events. Lei Bus, unfazed, responded, "That's a pity, but we have already sent you a customized Lamy X, which should reach you by tomorrow." "Oh, then I must thank you, President Lei," Cheng smiled. With the launch event still a week away, he was already set to receive the new model, and a customized one at that. Now that was impressive. "Haha, you are too kind, President Yi. We look forward to continued collaboration with you. I too am anticipating it," he replied, and they both ended the call. Cheng felt a sense of eagerness about the exceptional qualities the Taichu 1 would exhibit. He also reflected on how Lamy had managed to beat Huawei to the punch by launching this phone first. This was a necessary move for Lamy, as Huawei's next phone would be the world's first to feature a lithium-air battery, rendering the 3nm chip comparatively less competitive. Thus, Lamy had to quickly secure a partnership with Geopolitical to establish the first 3nm chip and capture some of the spotlight. Chapter 105. The astonishing Taichu 1 chip. Google's meeting. Cheng understood Lamy's intentions, and given the generous compensation offered, he agreed to their collaboration. He looked forward to the potential enhancements their Taichu chip could bring to the Lamy system. Time swiftly passed, and the Lamy phone launch event occurred as scheduled. Lei Bus, as the presenter, showcased the new phone to the audience and viewers online. Following a brief introduction, Lei Bus arrived at the most critical aspect, the processor, which was the phone's greatest selling point, the Taichu 1 chip. The large screen behind him displayed a vast, dark universe that gradually zoomed in, revealing a square chip at the center, which continued to enlarge until the words Taichu appeared on its surface in a flowing script, evoking a sense of familiarity among the Chinese audience. At that moment, the live chat was flooded with comments. The visual then transitioned to a 360-degree showcase of the chip, with electric currents emanating from its rear, while a smartphone motherboard materialized in the cosmic backdrop, culminating in the chip being installed atop it, with lines of text emerging beside it. Taichu 1, a 3nm process chip, integrating 21.8 billion transistors, boasting a maximum clock speed of 379 GHz, comprising a total of 6 cores, 2 large cores, and 4 small ones. Geekbench 5 scores revealed a single-core performance of 2,838 and a multi-core score of 7,812. The audience was left in awe. Was this the remarkable power of a 3nm process chip? Notably, the A15 chip from a certain fruit brand had only 6 cores, with single-core scores around 1,700 and multi-core scores slightly over 4,700. Meanwhile, the M1 chip, which featured 8 cores, including 4 large and 4 small, managed a multi-core score of merely around 7,400. A smartphone chip outperformed one designed for tablets and laptops. The venue fell into a momentary silence, but shortly after, applause erupted. It was not applause for Lamy, but for Geopolitical's chip. Initially, it was claimed that this chip's performance surpassed that of the A15 by 50%, and it now appeared that this assertion was not only accurate, but exceeded expectations. Lei Bus wore a smile on stage. The more excited the audience became, the more it indicated that their phone would sell exceptionally well. Regardless, their investment in securing the early release rights for the Taichu 1 chip seemed to have paid off. The subsequent product introductions paled in comparison to the processor's brilliance, and the live chat was inundated with astonished comments. "Whoa, don't compete with me. I'm definitely buying this. Geopolitical is incredible. Taichu is phenomenal. This score is unbeatable. Does this mean I can play AAA titles on my phone? It's only a matter of time. I'll wait for Huawei's new phone. It will also feature this new chip. Lamy S will likely be cheaper than Huawei S. I'll go with Lamy. But Huawei will have a lithium-air battery. Let us see what price President Lei offers. $19.99 to be friends? Forget $19.99. I'd buy it even at $10,999 today." Wealthy. Discussion flourished online, particularly within the smartphone community, where fans were immensely excited. However, some voices of skepticism emerged. It's just a 3nm chip. Once the fruit company creates their own 3nm chip, it will undoubtedly surpass this one. Such comments faced a barrage of criticism. When do you think the fruit company will manage to produce a 3nm chip? By the time they do, Geopolitical will likely have already developed a 2nm version. The fruit company is still seeking to purchase Geopolitical's batteries. Surely no one believes that simply upgrading the process can enhance performance by 50%, right? Look it up. How much did 5 nanometers improve over 7 nanometers? Moreover, the Taichu chip has only integrated 20 billion transistors, just 50 billion more than the A15 chip. It could easily integrate 25 billion or even 30 billion, and at that point, the performance boost could far exceed 50%. The Taichu 1 is still based on Geechi's ARM architecture. Just wait until Geechi switches to its architecture. It will likely be even more impressive. The skeptics were met with over 1,000 scathing comments from netizens. Meanwhile, similar reactions unfolded elsewhere. In summary, the Taichu 1 chip left nearly everyone astounded. Concurrently, many companies responded to this development. In Silicon Valley, at Google's headquarters, a meeting was underway. Our Android system currently commands over 70% of the mobile operating market, while the fruit company holds around 20%. However, due to our free and open source policy, we can only profit through embedded advertising rather than directly monetizing our system. Unlike the fruit company, which has sold so many phones and become the global leader. Certainly, our policy of free and open source development must persist. The sole avenue for increasing profits lies in seizing the market share of the fruit company systems. At this juncture, I believe it is imperative to proactively adapt to the Taibai architecture of Huawei Ziki, as it will benefit our efforts to capture the fruit market in the future. Firstly, regarding the Huawei aspect, our investigations reveal that an increasing number of individuals in Huawei are opting for the Taibai architecture over the ARM architecture. Those who currently utilize fruit smartphones are also likely to gravitate towards the Taibai architecture in the future. In this regard, we must remain vigilant against the Hongmeng system, which has already chosen to align itself with the Taibai architecture and may encroach upon our market in the future. This is a situation we might find difficult to alter, thus necessitating a focus on stabilizing our market presence outside of Huawei. The Taibai architecture, however, may serve as an ally, enabling us to penetrate the iOS market and thereby gain a competitive edge. Simultaneously, Huawei Ziki's forthcoming lithium-air battery is on the verge of release. According to our sources, Ziki currently has no plans to supply lithium-air batteries to the fruit company, while nearly all smartphones equipped with our Android system are collaborating with Ziki. Consequently, the fruit company may face significant setbacks. The Android smartphones featuring both the Android system and a lithium-air battery from Huawei will likely capture the market share held by fruit smartphones. And these devices will probably require the Taibai architecture in the future. Thus, by adapting to the Taibai architecture, we can seize this opportunity to expand our Android market share globally. Chapter 106. Android adaptation to the Taibai architecture, shocking the fruit and Qualcomm companies. Furthermore, Ziki's recent 3nm chip, Taichu 1, has exhibited exceptional performance, thus validating their chip design capabilities. Should they design using the Taibai architecture, they might achieve even greater excellence. They are currently seeking compatibility with our Android system, and at this juncture, approaching them proactively could foster goodwill from Ziki. Based on our estimations, Ziki is poised to grow substantially in the future, and establishing a rapport with them early on would be advantageous for our company. Thus, it remains to be seen what the opinions of the shareholders will be, remarked the president of Google, holding the report as he addressed the shareholders present. For a moment, no shareholder raised any questions, seemingly acquiescing to the proposal. Silence, however, was destined to be broken. One shareholder, perplexed by the lack of response from those wielding the majority of power within the company, spoke up. Surely our government would not consent to this? The president turned to this shareholder, smiling as he replied, "What could the government possibly object to? This is merely our corporate strategy." The shareholder furrowed his brow and continued, "But surely neither ARM nor Qualcomm would be particularly receptive, given our close collaborative relationship with them." A prominent shareholder interjected, "Anthony, do not overly concern yourself with ARM and Qualcomm. Just because we have a close relationship does not mean we must be tethered to them. The Taibai architecture can provide us with leverage against ARM. Android must not be constrained by a singular chip architecture. Competing with two architectures aligns with the principles we have established for the Android market. Indeed, we cannot allow ARM to believe we are dependent upon them." Another major shareholder articulated, "As Smith has stated, choosing the Taibai architecture will bolster our future market prospects. I believe we should engage with Ziki, if that is the consensus." "Smith, then let us proceed as you suggest," declared the largest shareholder. President Smith nodded, looking at the several major shareholders who expressed their support, collectively representing over half of Google's shares. He smiled. "Very well, esteemed shareholders, I shall be in contact with Ziki shortly." The major shareholders unanimously expressed their agreement, leaving the previously vocal shareholder somewhat bewildered. Why did this group place such importance on collaborating with Ziki? After all, it was a Huawei enterprise. and he recalled how frequently these individuals criticized Huawei. Google had not profited much in Huawei, which is the largest market globally, and their inability to capitalize on it was surely a source of frustration. However, he felt it was not his place to voice any concerns. Google has chosen to collaborate with Ziki. This also signifies that Android, the mobile operating system utilized by billions of devices worldwide, will wholeheartedly embrace Ziki. The news spread swiftly. At the fruit company, Android intends to adapt to the Taibai architecture. Are they out of their minds? Cheng momentarily found it hard to believe. To him, it seemed tantamount to surrendering to the Huawei people. The information was unequivocal. The president was informed by an assistant that the news had originated from within Google, and they had already made contact with Ziki, suggesting a partnership was imminent. Listening to the assistant confirmation, Cheng felt a wave of distress. Should Google proceed, it would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to their iOS system. While iOS users are steadfast, they are not universally so, especially in the crucial Huawei market. Who knows how many might forsake fruit in the face of a formidable domestic chip? The only solace lay in the fact that Ziki had yet to announce plans for the development of their next chip. Nevertheless, an ominous sense of impending challenges loomed. He recalled his prior commitment to Cheng, requesting the American government to acquiesce to Huawei's conditions. Yet that young CEO remained obstinate, insisting that cooperation on battery design would only occur once the matter was settled. Heaven knows when the American government would agree. He had already informed the company's shareholders to leverage their influence. While the government had shown some signs of leniency, agreement was still elusive. Additionally, considering the impending release of new smartphones featuring lithium-air batteries by Huawei, possibly by August, the fruit company had yet to finalize any partnership with Ziki. Furthermore, the recent chip release by Ziki, showcasing staggering performance, left Cheng incredulous that such a chip could be housed within a smartphone. How could a 3nm chip be so powerful? All these troubling developments filled Cheng with an impulse to retire. He had intended to step down last year, but had remained in position, biding his time until he no longer wished to continue. However, it now seemed prudent to exit sooner and leave the burdensome matters to the next CEO. He harbored a foreboding feeling that the coming decade would be one of decline for the fruit company. President? The assistant, observing Cheng's shifting expressions, inquired. Cheng sighed. You may leave. I need to contemplate this alone. Yet, it appeared there was little to ponder. At Qualcomm, how can Google do this? Christian, like Cheng, was incredulous. This is madness. He began to pace within his office. Since acquiring the Taibai architecture license from Ziki, they had engaged in extensive research. Ultimately, they had discovered that this architecture vastly outperformed ARM. If a chip were designed using identical technology for both ARM and Taibai, the latter's power consumption would be reduced by approximately 10. Moreover, thanks to the almost magical instruction set of the Taibai chip, as the chip size increased, power consumption decreased even further. In terms of performance, Taibai architecture consistently surpassed ARM by an average of 10, which is undeniably alarming data. This implies that chips designed with Taibai architecture can be smaller, and smaller designs equate to lower costs. Were it not for the architecture of Z Company, whose proprietor had vowed to bring down their Xiangtone within a decade, Christian would undoubtedly be the first to consent to Google's adaptation of the Taibai architecture. However, the unexpected decision made by Google left him in disbelief. Given the capabilities of the Taibai architecture, he could hardly envision any hope for ARM to triumph over it. This implied that Xiangtone would eventually have to develop chips based on the Taibai architecture, gradually forsaking the ARM framework. In essence, they were entrusting the very lifeblood of their chip design business to Z. No, he could not allow such a scenario to transpire. ARM must endure. Only with ARM survival could they retain a means of retreat. This foretold a future where, while others were designing chips based on the Taibai architecture, they would be relegated to utilizing the obsolete ARM. He could almost foresee Xiangtone relying on ARM to design their chips, inevitably descending into the realm of mediocrity. Akin to the Dimensity chips he once scorned, along with the Exynos chips propped up by Samsung's stubborn insistence on its smartphone market. Even those chips he looked down upon would, through the revitalization offered by the Taibai architecture, seize their market share. Z. He recalled the words of Z's young owner in the court of Huawei that day. Could such a fate truly come past? Chapter 107. The Excitement of Netizens. A small nudge. The news of Android's impending adaptation of the Taibai architecture spread rapidly. Upon learning of this development, it instantly garnered immense attention domestically. Users of Android smartphones were elated and eagerly anticipated the swift creation of a chip utilizing the Taibai architecture by chip design companies. Notably, Cheng, who had his own account on Weibo, was soon inundated with followers, all clamoring for Z to expedite this endeavor. You have developed the Taibai architecture and possess chip design capabilities. Why not hasten the design of a chip? Do you not wish to profit? At that moment, in Yi Cheng's office, he held his phone, amused by the 99 private messages and the rapidly increasing follower count that had surged into the hundreds of thousands. These netizens were truly fervent. After a moment's contemplation, he posted an update. All right, I shall have someone design it immediately. Almost instantaneously, comments began to pour in. Mr. Yi, how about a giveaway? Wow, it's actually the owner of Z. Hurry and design. We are all waiting. I can't believe a real person exists. The comments quickly surpassed 100 and were on the verge of reaching 1,000, with likes soaring at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, Lei Busi's Weibo account commented beneath his post, looking forward to Z's Taibai chip. His comment was swiftly pinned by netizens, drawing hundreds of replies, which soon crossed into the thousands. Numerous individuals requested him to partake in a giveaway of the Leimi X, while many lamented their inability to secure one. The first batch of Leimi X smartphones had arrived, accompanied by an avalanche of review videos online, all unanimously praising it with a single word: powerful. From the perspective of this processor alone, nearly all games could achieve a stable 60 Hz performance. Moreover, this processor exhibited exceptional temperature control. The Leimi that once overheated managed to maintain its highest temperature at just 42 degrees after running the high-quality Genshin Impact at 60 frames for half an hour, especially when one considered that the Leimi Mix 4 had previously reached temperatures exceeding 47 degrees. Its energy efficiency was nearly 70 superior to that of the Mix 4 equipped with a Snapdragon 888 Plus, almost rivaling that of Apple's processors. It is crucial to note that this energy efficiency is significantly influenced by the operating system. Presently, the entire internet is abuzz with the notion that the Taichu 1 chip is the savior of Leimi smartphones, with the Leimi X being hailed as the true beacon of Android. People eagerly anticipate how Z's next chip, once adapted to the Taibai architecture and Android system, will showcase formidable performance, potentially leaving Apple trailing behind, unless Apple too adopts the Taibai architecture for its chip designs. Regardless, the Leimi X has emerged as one of the most sought-after phones, even outpacing Huawei, with its domestic prices ranging from $45.99 to $79.99, successfully positioning it to penetrate the high-end market. Even the oft-criticized MIUI system appears less flawed in light of such formidable performance. This is the formidable power of the Taibai chip. Thus, Z can indeed be regarded as Leimi's benefactor. Of course, Lei Busi was aware of these developments and decided that anyone who had commented could enter a lottery, with the prize being 5 mid-range Leimi X smartphones. This initiative naturally drew considerable attention to Yi Cheng's comment. He also sought to garner Yi Cheng's favor. Last year, a certain Leimi Bible had subjected Leimi's system to ridicule, prompting many fans to abandon ship and significantly lowering their performance. Now, with Huawei's resurgence, their market faced severe repercussions, having briefly risen to the status of the second-largest smartphone brand globally, only to plummet once again. The advent of the Leimi X had propelled them to new heights. It is believed that once they acquire Z's lithium-air batteries and release new smartphones, they will attract even greater attention. Furthermore, due to the revolutionary nature of lithium-air battery technology, it is anticipated that the next 2 years will witness a global wave of device upgrades, potentially driving worldwide smartphone shipments to unprecedented heights. As Z has yet to supply lithium-air batteries to Apple, and with Samsung's acquisition delayed until next year due to Z's policies, rumors suggest they will receive a subpar version. Thus, it is easy to imagine that the next 2 years will be prime time for domestic smartphones to seize the global market. Lei Busi is eagerly awaiting Z's rapid release of a Taibai architecture chip to gauge its performance capabilities. As for Xiangtong's chips, Lei Busi couldn't even bring himself to contemplate them. He was already considering ways to expel Xiangtong from the board. Previously, Leimi had relied on the US, as they had no alternative but to wait for their demise. Now, with the opportunity to soar alongside Z and Chinese enterprises, the choice was clear. Why not seize the moment and embrace Z's support? Lei Busi's antics beneath Yi Cheng's Weibo post inevitably caught the attention of other smartphone manufacturers, prompting them to follow suit by announcing their own giveaways. Although their new smartphones had yet to be released, they had no qualms about setting up prizes to be awarded later. Consequently, more individuals flocked to participate in the lottery, inadvertently catapulting Yi Cheng's post into the top 5 trending topics. When Yi Cheng observed this unfold, he found it both amusing and exasperating. However, he could hardly deter those wishing to offer gifts. Thus, he chose to disregard them, placing his customized Leimi X beside his Huawei M40P as he returned to his work. At that moment, Xiaobai interjected, "Master, The Google representatives are inquiring when you will provide them with the evidence. Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Let them have it. After all, they have plenty of leverage against us. Understood, Xiaobai replied. Cheng similed faintly. The reason Google was so swift to opt for collaboration with them was undoubtedly due to a slight external impetus from him. The Taibai architecture must be adapted to the Android system to fully unlock its potential. Initially, Cheng remained unhurried, as he had already contemplated employing coercive tactics to compel the controllers of Google to acquiesce. He instructed Xiaobai to meticulously investigate the backgrounds of the major shareholders, swiftly uncovering incriminating details about several of them, particularly those who constituted Google's largest stakeholders. These compromising factors could either jeopardize their lives, imprison them for life, or inflict significant losses on their affiliated interest groups. Thus, they had no choice but to heed his directives and opt for collaboration with Taibai architecture. Moreover, this partnership posed no substantial risk to them. As for the challenges surrounding the operating system, there was little cause for concern regarding potential opposition from the U.S. government. At that moment, the government was preoccupied with deliberations on whether to restore relations with Huawei. Should they target Gigi, the Huawei government would undoubtedly retaliate. Furthermore, the chip architecture did not present excessive danger. Previously, the U.S. barred Huawei from involvement in chip architecture due to Huawei's lack of advancement in the semiconductor industry, leading the U.S. to withhold sensitive information to prevent Huawei from finding a breakthrough. However, with Huawei's semiconductor technology having progressed significantly, the gap between the two nations was narrowing, especially considering advancements in lithium-air battery technology. Thus, conceding a slight ground in chip architecture would not be intolerable for the U.S. They could comfort themselves with the fact that the operating system remained firmly under their control, a domain Huawei could not penetrate. Even Cheng was uncertain how to overcome the U.S. restrictions in the realm of systems. Creating an exceptional operating system alone would not suffice to alter the current landscape. Once a market leader secures a competitive advantage, it becomes exceedingly challenging for newcomers to ascend. Why is this the case? Because all fundamental daily applications rely on the triumvirate of Windows, Android, and iOS. Should a new operating system arise, all software would necessitate readaptation. Without adaptation, usability is lost. Some may argue for adaptation. However, this is not easily achievable. For developers, adapting requires a considerable time investment, leading most to prefer existing systems that dominate the market rather than invest effort into a nascent system. Google's decision to make Android entirely free stemmed from their understanding of the critical importance of early market capture. When Android was launched, iOS was an established system exclusive to Apple, while other operating systems like Symbian were still prevalent. As a fledgling system, Android's best strategy for success was to offer itself at no cost. Its open-source policy, combined with other factors, especially the transition from basic phones to smartphones, allowed Android to capture a vast market share. The Harmony OS was similarly free for the same reasons. The characterization of Harmony OS as an Android shell arises from its inclusion of Android code. Yet, for Harmony OS to thrive, it necessitates the use of Android code, as this enables compatibility with numerous applications already adapted for Android. This underscores the significance of early market capture in operating systems. Unless Huawei can compel developers to adapt their applications for Harmony OS immediately after its release, the system will remain reliant on Android. Clearly, Huawei lacks the requisite influence to achieve this, a feat even Apple finds challenging. Presently, there are numerous applications available on Android that are not on iOS, and vice versa. This situation pertains not only to mobile platforms, but also to PCs, where Windows maintains its global dominance. Various software is exclusively operational on Windows. And even after years of development, Apple's Mac system has only recently made slight advancements, with many large-scale games still incompatible. Therefore, the aspiration for a fully self-developed domestic operating system to truly rise remains arduous. Cheng had not yet contemplated this matter. However, one must take it step by step. Who knows, perhaps a few centuries hence, a red regime may permeate the globe, and Microsoft could become a state-owned entity. Time flew swiftly. From April, the calendar had leapt to mid-May. The greenhouse effect had rendered summers increasingly scorching. The office had long since activated the air conditioning. Cheng mused upon the brilliance of this invention. As for humanity's approach to mitigating the greenhouse effect, Cheng noted a device within the system MAL specifically designed to alter planetary climates. However, the points required for such a device far exceeded those for nuclear fusion, amounting to over 10 billion. After all, this contraption was likely intended for advanced cosmic colonization, which justified its exorbitant price. Thus, for humanity, the most viable methods to address the greenhouse effect currently boil down to two. First, controllable nuclear fusion. Clean and efficient energy represents the optimal solution for rescuing the Earth's environment. However, while clean energy is essential, it cannot alone halt the escalating severity of the greenhouse effect. Akin to how Huagua, as the world's leading photovoltaic power producer, can only manage to reduce its national carbon emissions. Consider the Australian wildfires that raged for over 4 months, devastating vast expanses of forest capable of absorbing carbon dioxide, resulting in the release of an estimated 400 million tons of CO2, an amount that Huagua's reductions in carbon emissions could not match for a decade. The second method involves transforming carbon dioxide into a commodity that yields considerable profit. Carbon emission rights fall into this category, albeit with limited impact. The recent development of carbon dioxide synthesized starch currently exists only in laboratories, and achieving mass production will require extensive time. Thus, it would be more prudent to focus on accumulating points. Cheng ceased his political contemplation, resolving that once he accrued 100 million points, he would prioritize exchanging them for nuclear fusion technology. This advancement is not only crucial for humanity, but also for Huagua. Yet, his points had only recently surpassed 200,000. The majority of his newly acquired points stemmed from the Taichu, one chip, which had an exchange ratio of 8,001, not significantly higher than that of 5 GRF chips. Presumably, the system regarded both technologies as relatively rudimentary. Additionally, there were authorizations for the Taibai architecture, EDA software licenses, and so forth. However, this situation was on the cusp of transformation. Cheng inquired, Xiaobai, when can we begin mass production of the lithium-air batteries? Xiaobai replied, we are currently training the workers. Production should commence in about a week. Cheng nodded and continued, what about the oxygen screening carbon membrane factory? It should have already started production, correct? Yes, it has commenced production, and the estimated output should be around 200,000 square meters per month. Good. Instruct them to continue expanding production capacity. Cheng directed. Ensure the quality is meticulously controlled. The oxygen screening carbon membrane factory specializes in producing the oxygen screening carbon membranes used in lithium-air batteries. However, due to its remarkable oxygen filtration capabilities, it has garnered immense demand from global industries requiring pure oxygen or specializing in the production of medical oxygen. Consequently, after fulfilling orders for lithium-air batteries, the remaining output is entirely insufficient to meet the soaring demand. In pursuit of greater profit, Cheng opted to subject the oxygen-filtering carbon membrane supplied to those factories to a peculiar treatment, which consequently diminished their lifespan. Approximately 1 year into usage, the filtration speed would gradually decline until the pores meant for oxygen molecules became entirely obstructed. By the 2-year mark, the membranes would be practically unusable, implying that those factories would need to repurchase them after 1.5 years of use. As for the carbon membranes utilized in the production of lithium-air batteries, they remained untreated, thus preserving their longevity. These membranes inherently possess an expiration date, yet they can sustain functionality for at least 5 to 6 years. After this period, the oxygen filtration efficiency diminishes, leading to a decrease in the battery's discharge speed, necessitating a replacement for mobile devices eventually. Some mobile manufacturers even subtly suggested the possibility of reducing the oxygen filtration efficiency to below half after 2 years, as overly durable batteries could adversely affect their sales and after-sales service for battery replacements. However, Cheng firmly declined their request. Despite the considerable profit it would yield for his company, he felt a sense of responsibility towards the consumers in Huagua. Conversely, he harbored no qualms about selling batteries abroad, fully supporting the idea of diminishing the filtration efficiency after just a year. After all, one must seize the opportunities presented by capitalism. All right, I'll remind them, Xiaobai replied. At this moment, Cheng was unperturbed by the potential repercussions of Xiaobai's reminder, as he had arranged for workforce management provided by the system. Although the trained laborers could not engage in specialized management tasks, overseeing a factory was a relatively straightforward endeavor. As for management experts like Dianqi, who commanded a salary of 25,000, Cheng felt a twinge of regret at such an expense. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Su Xian entered. Boss, the exoskeleton company called, requesting your presence. Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, has it finally come to fruition? He nodded and replied, understood. The Jiqi Exoskeleton Technology Company was headquartered in a spacious workshop nestled in the suburbs of Modu. Although termed a workshop, it was quite expansive, resembling a villa, albeit sparsely furnished with an array of mechanical components, including lathes, milling machines, hydraulic presses, and other cutting-edge equipment available in Huagua. all of which had incurred considerable costs. At that moment, a formidable military-grade off-road vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Although it was a military vehicle, it bore a standard MO, a license plate, rather than a military one. As the door swung open, Cheng emerged. The once ordinary Mercedes had been relegated to the garage, replaced by this armored vehicle. This was a gesture from the military, as Huadian Technology Group had officially dispatched personnel to commence production of military-grade chips using their 3 production lines. This vehicle was merely a token of appreciation, accompanied by a satellite phone connected to the Beidou global positioning system, ensuring he could always reach the nearest military outpost and call for assistance in case of danger. After all, in the eyes of the government, he was considered a valuable asset, deserving of robust protection. He was almost assigned a personal bodyguard for close protection. Cheng was quite pleased with the new vehicle, tall and imposing, with a sleek black exterior that exuded charisma whenever he drove it out. He imagined how much more impressive it would be if he mounted a weapon on top. Closing the door, he approached the entrance of the workshop, with Su Xin following suit. "Is this the exoskeleton company?" Su Xin inquired, surveying the villa. "It's rather compact," she remarked. Cheng chuckled. Once they finalized the design, they sent it directly to the assembly factory. They don't require much space. They simply liaise with processing plants to procure various parts, which are then collectively sent for assembly since exoskeletons are purely mechanical. Su Xin nodded, her curiosity piqued. When Cheng initially mentioned the establishment of this company, she had felt perplexed. With the company already involved in chips and lithium-air batteries, why venture into exoskeletons? She and T intended to accompany him, but had opted to come along anyway. Soon, they knocked on the door, and a laborer produced by the system appeared. "Greetings, boss." "Greetings, Assistant Dong." Cheng nodded. "Please, let us inside." The laborer guided them into one of the rooms, which housed an array of intricate mechanical devices that would make any man feel as if he had entered paradise. Particularly captivated by the hydraulic press, Cheng felt an urge to compress something. However, he was mindful of the purpose of their visit today and refrained from lingering. Moving deeper into the room, where Gugu and Kai Liao were tinkering with several mechanical limbs. Upon noticing Cheng's arrival, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Boss." Cheng approached them, glancing at the mechanical limbs. "So these are the exoskeletons you designed?" Gugu nodded, pointing to the 2 smaller ones. "These are the prosthetic limbs for the monkeys during next week's experiments. One for the left leg and one for the left arm." He then gestured towards the larger pair. "These are for human use, the left and right legs." "Oh," Cheng responded, "what about the chips?" Gugu opened a drawer and indicated 2 boxes containing neural signal recognition chips, 4 in total. They had initially intended to use just 2, but decided to have 2 extras as a precaution. After successfully fabricating the initial batch, they had produced 100 units. So having a few extras posed no issue. Cheng nodded, then reached out to examine one of the left leg prosthetics, weighing it in his hands. The leg measured approximately 1 meters in length, instantly transforming into an elongated limb upon attachment. Suddenly, he envisioned a catchy advertisement slogan. "Want to grow taller? Swap your legs." As for the weight, it was around 5 kilograms. Since a human leg typically accounts for about 1/6 of the body weight, a prosthetic leg weighing 5 kilograms was quite light. Another slogan popped into his mind. "Want to lose weight? Swap your legs." Chapter 110. The Remarkable Exoskeleton. The thickness fell within the normal range, slightly more robust than average, given that it housed various battery packs and motors, thus requiring a larger size. Kai Liao chimed in. "For this model, we utilized a new magnesium-aluminum alloy as the structural foundation, incorporating other precision components, making it slightly lighter than the average human leg." Gugu added, "Once connected to the nerves, users can achieve all functionalities of their legs, including jumping, bending, moving toes, and flexing the foot. Moreover, it can support a maximum weight of 10 tons. With titanium alloy, this figure could be even higher. Additionally, it boasts exceptional shock absorption and stability for the upper body. With it, one could safely jump from a height of 10 meters onto concrete without injury. At around 12 meters, structural damage may occur. But if constructed with the highest grade titanium alloy, it could withstand heights of 20 meters without harm. Furthermore, in terms of kicking force, a full-strength kick can generate up to 600 kilograms. The most robust titanium alloy version can achieve 12 tons. However, such vigorous kicking consumes considerable energy. With the lithium-air battery pack incorporated in this version, it could only manage 3 powerful kicks before depleting its charge. The overall structure would also bear significant strain. Kicking a soft object poses no problem, but striking a hard object more than 5 times could inflict irreversible damage internally. As for jumping capability, An individual of average weight could leap 5 to 6 meters. Notably, all of the aforementioned data does not account for our new nanosilicon carbide coating treatment. Once applied, the exoskeleton can endure greater forces, and its structural integrity would be enhanced, with improvements ranging from 50 to 80%. Listening to Gu Ji's introduction, Yicheng felt increasingly astonished. This implied that this was merely a single leg. If it were to be equipped with 2 legs, would that not mean doubling the power? Guga nodded in affirmation. Yicheng's shock intensified. For instance, in terms of kicking strength, the titanium alloy version achieves an astounding 12 tons. To put this into perspective, the strongest kickers in the world can only muster a little over 800 kilograms. Yet, a person with a disability, merely by donning this titanium alloy exoskeleton prosthesis, could potentially surpass them by half. He immediately inquired, what is the cost of constructing the highest strength titanium alloy version for 1 leg? Guye replied, 432,000 yuan, which is the cost price. Yicheng nodded in understanding. It stands to reason that such formidable capabilities would undoubtedly come at a hefty price. Amused yet exasperated, he remarked, do not make it so outrageous. What we are developing for the disabled should not turn into a weapon of destruction. What if someone cannot control their strength? Moreover, at such a steep price, who could even afford it? Guga chuckled and responded, those are our testing figures. If we were to install them for the disabled in the future, it would certainly be the basic model, with the motor's torque adjusted to match the basic torque achievable by human joints. At that point, it would be indistinguishable from a human leg. Yicheng nodded and added, however, such potent weaponry could be offered to the military. The military often spares no expense in research and procurement of military equipment. Such a powerful individual weapon, capable of jumping 5 to 6 meters and surviving a drop from 5 or 6 stories unscathed, is capable of demolishing a wall with a single kick. Who would want to procure it? Furthermore, there are numerous soldiers who have lost parts of their bodies in the line of duty but still wish to serve their country. The opportunity to regain their abilities and become even stronger would be irresistible. At that moment, Su Exen, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected with her question, which had been lingering in her mind. What on earth are you all talking about? 12 tons? Titanium alloy? This exoskeleton can kick with a force of 12 tons? Are you telling a science fiction story? She had been incredulous upon hearing these figures, but had refrained from speaking up as Yicheng was the boss and engaged in a professional discussion with the researchers. Yicheng glanced at her and replied, it's an exoskeleton. Surely you know what that is? Of course I do. Su Xian retorted immediately, having diligently studied the relevant technologies at the company. But you speak of kicking with a force of 12 tons and jumping from 20 meters without injury? Are you referring to superheroes? Yicheng chuckled. That's why I advise you not to join in. As a woman, you may not find machinery particularly interesting. It's not a matter of interest. It's a question of feasibility. Su Xian countered. Yicheng shook his head and gestured toward Gugu, saying, this is the master of exoskeleton technology one found. Gugu, please explain to our assistant Su. Gugu turned to Su Xian and pointed to the knee joint of the left leg exoskeleton. Assistant Su, this incorporates a miniature motor I designed. You can think of the motor as a kind of engine, which, through the connection of shafts and gears, controls the bending and straightening of this knee joint. Coupled with our lithium-air battery, it can elevate torque and power to levels comparable to that of a sports car engine, allowing the lower leg to deliver strikes with incredible speed and force, achieving an impact of 12 tons. Of course, I am not referring to this exoskeleton. This particular exoskeleton is constructed from our company's new magnesium aluminum alloy, which can only deliver a force of 600 kilograms at full kick. As for jumping from 10 to 12 meters without injury, that is due to the material strength combined with the internal shock absorption system. Gugu demonstrated the shock absorption system of the left leg to Su Xian. The exoskeleton's impressive height of 11 meters is largely attributed to the internal shock absorption system, which provides a cushioning distance of up to 50 centimeters, enabling it to withstand jumps from 20 meters. The importance of the materials is crucial, but Gu Ji's design as an exoskeleton technology master is even more significant. The motor he designed and the shock absorption system within it would undoubtedly attract the envy of countless related enterprises if showcased. Yicheng had not anticipated that Gugu would bring him such surprises. For instance, if this motor were to be scaled up proportionally, it could serve as an engine for large machinery, such as electric vehicles. Electric sports cars typically lag behind fuel-powered counterparts in terms of maximum speed due to safety concerns related to battery output. However, with the advent of lithium-air batteries, safety has been significantly enhanced, prompting many manufacturers to develop electric motors that can deliver greater power. Since Jiqi has acquired this technology, it naturally intends to partake in this burgeoning market, particularly eyeing the electric sports car segment, believing that Guji's motor, once scaled up, could become a formidable electric sports car engine. Chapter 111, Military Materials. Having received an explanation from Guga, Su Xin felt even more astonished. Is this truly real? This singular device can indeed deliver a force of 12 tons? Not only was she skeptical, but she also knew that others would likely find it hard to believe. Yi Cheng's faith stemmed from the system, for otherwise, he too would have been incredulous. Observing Su Xion's expression, Yi Cheng shook his head with amusement, saying, "All right. Just watch for now." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Kai Liao. "By the way, what about the optimization plan you designed? It should be ready now, right?" Kai Liao nodded. "It's completed. Please send it to Assistant Su later." "Sure." Su Xian inquired. "Optimization plan?" Kai Liao et lai. "It pertains to optimizing the production assembly line for materials. Once you receive the documents, you will need to oversee the factories in modifying their production processes, which can enhance efficiency and reduce costs." Susi noted, "I understand." She couldn't help but scrutinize the two individuals before her. Where on earth did Yi Cheng find such technical experts? Their names were particularly intriguing as well. Checking the time, Yi Cheng announced, "All right, we'll call it a day for now. Guga, you should be heading to Beijing this weekend, right?" Guga nodded. "Yes, I'll be going to Beijing this weekend. Next week, I will be conducting technical validation for neural connections with a neurology expert from Xia Hospital. Last month, we completed the surgery for the neural interface circuit, and the results are promising. The monkey used for the experiment has already begun generating power through its nerves. The next step is to validate the feasibility of the neural signal recognition chip. Once validated, we can proceed to clinical trials. I believe at that point, this miraculous technology will attract global attention. Has that doctor agreed to join our company?" Yi Cheng inquired, not having forgotten this matter. "Not yet. He mentioned he needs to consider it. If our experiment succeeds, he may agree," Guga replied. Yi Cheng smiled. "Then I wish you success in advance." Guga chuckled. "Thank you, Boss Cheng." After that, Yi Cheng had little else to attend to, so he decided to take his leave. But as he departed, he carried 2 large boxes. One contained 2 pieces of magnesium-aluminum alloy, one of which had undergone treatment with a silicon carbide coating modified by magnesium-aluminum alloy particles. The other box contained the magnesium-aluminum alloy particles modified with silicon carbide. These 2 materials should indeed perform their functions where they are meant to. The following day, Yi Cheng arrived at a military factory of the Huaguo Arms Group, located in the southern region. This establishment was not situated in the magical metropolis, but rather inland, in the province of Anhui. Naturally, the factory was aware of his arrival, and soon someone came to greet him. The person welcoming him was Zhao Wenqing, a manager responsible for equipment manufacturing within the arms group, as well as a technical expert. With a smile, he approached Yi Cheng and said, "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to visit us here." Yi Cheng, still holding the 2 large boxes in his hands, replied with a smile, "I have matters to discuss." Of course I had to come. After exchanging a few pleasantries, several individuals accompanying Zhao Wenqing stepped forward to assist Yi Cheng with the 2 large boxes, which were not particularly heavy. Before long, under Zhao Wenqing's guidance, Yi Cheng entered the reception room of the military factory. In the reception room, there was another individual. Upon seeing Yi Cheng, this person stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Jiang Jigua, a designer from the aircraft design department of the Huaheng Industrial Group." "Hello, Designer Jiang," Yi Cheng responded. Noticing their acquaintance, Zhao Wenqing turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, "Mr. Yi, may I ask what brings you here today, and why you specifically requested Designer Jiang to come?" A look of confusion also crossed Jiang Jigua's face. He had been working in a northern province, but upon receiving a call from Yi Cheng to their general manager, he was dispatched to this location. The reason for his presence remained unclear. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. "I am here today to introduce you both to 2 new products from our company." "New products?" Both men were taken aback. Yi Cheng retrieved one of the large boxes and opened it to reveal 2 metallic rectangular blocks. He picked up one of the metallic blocks, placed it on the table, and introduced, "This is our newly developed magnesium-aluminum alloy, possessing a strength that is twice that of previous magnesium-aluminum alloys, with enhanced rigidity, and a density that is comparatively low." He then produced 2 sheets of data from the side and handed them to the 2 men. Zhao Wenqing and Jiang Jigua took the sheets and began to examine them. The data presented a comparative analysis of the new magnesium-aluminum alloy against several commonly used alloys, allowing both men to perceive the remarkable superiority of this new material. Indeed, their faces soon registered astonishment. "This material is so powerful. Yi Cheng smiled gently, yes. I believe its current strength is sufficient for a multitude of applications. Without needing him to elaborate, Zhao Wenqing and Jiang Zhigua could envision numerous potential uses. As a representative of the arms group, Zhao Wenqing was well aware of the myriad military equipment produced, such as firearms, tanks, and military vehicles. Given his professional background, he clearly understood that the application of this material in military equipment could yield significant advantages. The most substantial benefit would be weight reduction. Even a 10 decrease in the weight of firearms would have tremendous implications, let alone for tanks and military vehicles, which would greatly benefit from a new alloy. For instance, a lighter tank would exhibit enhanced maneuverability and responsiveness, while transport vehicles would experience improved performance, as their engines primarily exert force to overcome vehicle weight. Just as sports cars utilize carbon fiber to reduce weight, enabling the engine to exert less effort to achieve speed, the implications for military applications are profound. Jiang Zhigua, too, recognized that due to Huagua's inferior aircraft engines compared to foreign counterparts, there was a reluctance to utilize excessive titanium alloys in fighter jets. The J-20 has a titanium content of 20, while the American F-22 boasts a titanium content of 36. This situation compelled Huagua to innovate, leading to the development of world-class 3D printed titanium alloy frameworks, achieving higher structural strength with lighter titanium. The emergence of a new material that is both lighter and stronger signifies that the J-20 could allocate the weight saved to enhance the titanium alloy, resulting in a more robust airframe. Mr. Yi, is the data you provided accurate? Upon grasping the implications of the material, Jiang Zhigua almost instantly stood up, asking eagerly. Yi Cheng patted the metallic block and chuckled. It's right here. You can test it now. Zhao Wenqing immediately rose, exclaiming, I will take it for testing right away. However, Yi Cheng quickly stopped him, bemused, there's no rush. Zhao Wenqing was taken aback. Why the delay? Yi Cheng then tapped the other magnesium-aluminum alloy block, stating, this one is the focal point. Zhao Wenqing's face revealed confusion. Is this another alloy? Yi Cheng smiled gently, shaking his head. It is still a magnesium-aluminum alloy, but with some distinctions. What distinctions? He inquired. Yi Cheng explained, this magnesium-aluminum alloy has undergone a special treatment, enhancing its surface strength to approximately double that of its inherent strength. Zhao Wenqing was momentarily stunned. Surface strength increased by twofold? How is that possible? The astonishment in Zhao Wenqing and Jiang Zhigua's eyes was unmistakable. For a material, greater surface strength translates to increased resistance to cracking, thereby enhancing its overall durability. Yet, what special treatment could possibly achieve such a remarkable enhancement? Yi Cheng nodded. Moreover, the additional mass from our special treatment is virtually negligible, and the process is quite straightforward. Unable to remain seated any longer, Zhao Wenqing, eager to witness the data firsthand, promptly urged, Mr. Yi, shall we begin testing these two samples now? Of course. Yi Cheng nodded, deciding to discuss the nano-coating after the tests were concluded. Subsequently, the three of them departed for the testing site. As a factory, this location was not equipped like a laboratory for precise data testing. However, they could employ a straightforward method to assess material strength, applying pressure to the two samples using a hydraulic press and observing the maximum weight displayed. Soon, they located a small hydraulic press and commenced testing. Naturally, they did not apply pressure directly, as this would only measure the load-bearing capacity of the materials, which would be relatively similar for both magnesium-aluminum alloys. Given their fundamental similarity, the special treatment on the surface would not enhance the internal structural strength. Hence, during testing, they positioned one end of the rectangular magnesium-aluminum alloy on a hydraulic platform, with the other end extending slightly above the plane to create an angle, thereby measuring the maximum force exerted upon fracture. The setup quickly took form, and the testing began. They commenced with the standard magnesium-aluminum alloy. As the hydraulic cylinder descended, the weight applied steadily increased, with the displayed numbers climbing rapidly. 10 kilograms, 50 kilograms, 200 kilograms. Finally, just over 1,000 kilograms. The surface of the magnesium-aluminum alloy began to fracture, followed by a resounding crack as it completely broke. The hydraulic press's safety mechanism activated, halting the operation promptly. While expressions of astonishment adorned Zhao Wenqing and Jiang Zhigua's faces. This material is extraordinarily strong. It must be noted that the magnesium-aluminum alloy Yi Cheng presented was merely a small sample. If applied to an aircraft or automobile, its load-bearing capacity would far exceed that of merely 1,000 kilograms. Subsequently, they could not help but cast their gaze upon the magnesium-aluminum alloy that Yi Cheng had mentioned had undergone special treatment. What marvels could this piece bring forth? Soon, They arranged it according to the previous magnesium-aluminum alloys, positioning, and activated the hydraulic press once more. The data began to rise again. 1, 0, 10, 500. It was not until the weight reached 200 kilograms that the magnesium-aluminum alloy, which had remained utterly motionless, finally exhibited a slight bend, yet it did not fracture. The eyes of the two military industry experts gleamed with excitement. It was already surpassing the performance of the previous piece. Rapidly, as the hydraulic press exerted a force of 2,000 kilograms, a sharp crack echoed, and this magnesium-aluminum alloy shattered under the pressure. The hydraulic press triggered its protective mechanism, halting abruptly, followed by resounding applause. Jiang Jigua could not restrain his enthusiasm and began to clap, then turned to Yi Cheng with utmost seriousness, saying, "Mr. Yi, this material is of immense significance to us." Yi Cheng smiled and replied, "I am well aware. That is precisely why I sought you out." Jiang Jigua continued, "This specially treated magnesium-aluminum alloy will undoubtedly find applications in military industry, but I must clarify that once it is utilized for military purposes, it cannot be repurposed for civilian use until we find a suitable alternative." Yi Cheng inquired, "Are you referring solely to this specially treated magnesium-aluminum alloy, or both pieces?" Jiang Jigua affirmed, "It is certainly this specially treated magnesium-aluminum alloy." Yi Cheng nodded in agreement. If the untreated magnesium-aluminum alloy were also prohibited from civilian use, he would be unable to utilize it in exoskeleton applications, which would be quite regrettable. At that moment, Zhao Wenqing asked, "Mr. Yi, may I inquire about the treatment process of this specially treated magnesium-aluminum alloy? Is it surface hardening?" Yi Cheng smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "It features a layer of a nano-coating." Zhao Wenjie was taken aback. "What? Just a nano-coating?" "Indeed." Zhao Wenjie expressed disappointment. "Nano-coatings are prone to wear. If the coating wears away and the surface strength diminishes, it would be rendered meaningless. Military equipment is easily subjected to wear and tear. For instance, ground combat vehicles frequently operate in extreme environments, and collisions are commonplace. A single impact could cause it to flake off. Furthermore, the cost of the nano-coating is not insignificant. If repairs are required after every instance of wear, it would become quite cumbersome." However, Jiang Jigua appeared unconcerned. "Our Air Force equipment will not encounter such issues. It will not wear down." Yi Cheng interjected with a smile, No, you need not worry. Our nano-coating is not so easily subject to wear. Moreover, it serves purposes beyond merely enhancing surface strength. This nano-coating could be described by Yi Cheng as a game-changer, and it was far from simplistic. He then elaborated on the advantages of this nano-coating to Jiang Jigua and Zhao Wenjie. It could chemically bond to the metal surface, incorporate various metal particles to alter its properties, and possess the ability to absorb electromagnetic waves. Upon hearing these benefits, both experts, graduates of domestic military engineering institutions, were momentarily rendered speechless. "Mr. Yi, are you truly serious?" "Absolutely," Yi Cheng affirmed. Zhao Wenqing exchanged glances with Jiang Jigua and stated, "We must report this to our superiors." Chapter 113, The Old Fogey. The matter concerning the two new materials was swiftly reported to the relevant high-ranking officials and quickly garnered attention. The new type of nanocarbon silicide coating, in particular, received the most focus. Its remarkable wave absorption capability alone was sufficient to pique the interest of designers researching stealth aircraft in the country, while its ability to significantly enhance the surface strength of any metal further captivated all military designers. Naturally, this new material was classified, and it was unthinkable to allow foreign spies to become aware of it. Thus, as Yi Cheng was driving back to the bustling metropolis, he received a call from the military, stating that someone would be meeting with him that afternoon to discuss collaboration matters, and he was to prepare more samples of the nanocarbon silicide coating and a new magnesium-aluminum alloy. Once the collaboration details were finalized, they would collect the samples for professional testing. The tests conducted at the arms factory were merely superficial and could not yield detailed data. Yi Cheng, of course, did not decline. He had ample samples available and was also prepared with modified coatings of magnetic metal particles for radar wave absorption and titanium alloy coatings. Soon, in the afternoon, military personnel arrived at his office. 3 individuals were present, one clad in military uniform, a general with a rank of major general, appearing to be in his 70s, while the other 2 were deputy general managers from Huaheng and the arms factory. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please take a seat." Yi Cheng gestured invitingly. The 3 settled down, and Su Xian was also present in the office, pouring tea for them. "Mr. Yi, you must already know our purpose for being here. May I ask what kind of collaboration you envision?" inquired the deputy general manager of Huaheng. Yi Cheng smiled and replied, "Why don't you first outline your requirements?" I will certainly do my utmost to accommodate. To his surprise, the old general spoke directly. Simply sell us the complete material production scheme. And also, who developed this material? We should bring him into the military to fully utilize his talents for the nation. Yi Cheng, who had previously worn a broad smile, now composed his features, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had expected negotiations to proceed as smoothly as they had with the representatives from Huadian. But instead, this was the outcome. The deputy general manager of the arms factory, noticing Yi Cheng's expression, hurriedly pulled at the old general's arm and addressed Yi Cheng. Mr. Yi, please do not misunderstand. This is not our intention. This is my intention, the old general insisted, brushing aside the deputy general's hand and remaining obstinate. Such contributions to national strength should be entrusted to the state. You capitalists are merely in it for profit. The state compensates you. What harm is there in presenting the material? Yi Cheng maintained a stoic demeanor, offering no response. However, Su Xin could no longer bear witness to the exchange. She interjected, General Li, if you were to pay a modicum of attention to our Jiqin, you would realize whether Chairman Yi is merely in it for profit. Take our lithium air batteries. For instance, we at Jiqin have consistently upheld national directives, never intending to sell abroad. Moreover, regarding the semiconductor sector, Chairman Yi has directly allocated 3 production lines, actively cooperating with military arrangements. Furthermore, our ability to establish the semiconductor industry chain is due to Chairman Ye's proactive sharing of technology, allowing us to negotiate on equal footing with the United States. As for these 2 new materials, Chairman Yi has also reached out to your military first, expressing his willingness to collaborate, and has never divulged information to outsiders. Chairman Yi is far from the money-hungry capitalist you portray. No one is more patriotic than he. He is a national entrepreneur. Faced with Su Xin's rebuttal, the old general shot her a glare. What do you, a young girl, know? Su Xin opened her mouth, intending to respond, but the commanding presence of the old general rendered her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yi Cheng stood up. It appears that your side is not yet prepared for collaboration with Jiqin. So let us conclude our meeting for today. Additionnellement, généralité. Yi Cheng turned to the old general. I respect your spirit, but I do not accept your perspective. Furthermore, my assistant graduated from a world-class university. I believe she possesses considerable knowledge. The old general's eyes widened, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Cheng. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chun, let us conclude for today. Please take your leave. Yi Cheng interrupted him, issuing a clear dismissal. The 2 vice presidents of China Airlines and the armaments company exchanged glances, and one remarked, President Yi. This. Yi Cheng interjected, our collaboration can certainly be realized, but not today. You 2 should escort General Li. With a sigh, the vice presidents engaged in conversation with the aged general, managing to persuade him to leave. The office fell silent. Yi Cheng resumed his seat, while Su Xin observed him, unable to discern his current emotions from his expression. She offered a comforting word, don't mind the old man's remarks. Who in the nation doesn't know your true character? He has become quite muddled. I'll speak to my father and have him help us take revenge. Her father is one of the leading figures in the domestic nuclear fusion project, wielding considerable influence. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It's unnecessary to trouble Uncle Su. There will be others to speak on our behalf. The words of that General Li are a reflection of his generation. Su Xin pouted, indignantly retorting. He even said, I'm just a girl who doesn't he understand. I detest such comments. Yi Cheng chuckled. All right, I believe you understand, don't you? Su Xin bit her lip, touched by Yi Cheng's defense of her earlier. Will there be any repercussions from today's events? After all, he is a general. No worries, this ISNT ancient times. Surely he cannot command 100,000 soldiers to hunt us down, mere commoners. Yi Cheng remained unfazed by the incident. Besides, we have ample backing. I cannot fathom why they sent such a person to negotiate. The interests surrounding Jiqi had long since solidified within the country, particularly within the semiconductor industry, encompassing numerous state-owned and private enterprises, not to mention the similar central enterprise, Huadian Technology. To target Jiqi is no trivial matter, unless I, Yi Cheng, were to betray my country, let alone the fact that a single general cannot instigate significant trouble. However, today's occurrence served as a reminder to Yi Cheng that, in the eyes of most, he remains merely a businessman. He shook his head and sighed. Su Xin, noticing his demeanor, approached from behind and began to massage his shoulders, saying, Come now, you're overthinking it. I know the kind of person you are, and I will always support you. Yi Cheng smiled faintly. Thank you. Chapter 114. The Exoskeletal Prosthetic Experiment. Shortly after the incident, Yi Cheng received a call from the military. Naturally to apologize for the earlier events, The elderly general would face reprimands from the central authorities and appropriate consequences. They also clarified why General Li had come. It was purely his own initiative to see what Jiqi, a frequently mentioned enterprise over the past year, was truly like. They had not anticipated that he would make such remarks. Given the apology, Yicheng found no reason to dwell on the matter. Subsequently, they rescheduled the discussion for the same time the following day, with only the two vice presidents from China Airlines and the armaments company attending. The next day, in the same office, the two vice presidents took their seats once more. The vice president from China Airlines expressed, "President Yi, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident." Yicheng shook his head. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on our collaboration." The vice president nodded and presented a document. "Here is our cooperation plan." "President Yi, please take a look." Yicheng accepted it, reviewing the proposal. It entailed establishing a company under a state-owned enterprise, dedicated to the production of metal ion-modified nanosilicon carbide materials. Jiqi would hold a 50% stake, while China Airlines and the armaments company would contribute funding, personnel, and facilities for the remaining 50%. Jiqi would hold no management authority. The military would directly oversee operations, with all produced nanomaterials designated for military equipment. As for profits, after covering operational costs, the remaining earnings would fully belong to Jiqi, ensuring that it receives its rightful share of benefits. Naturally, Jiqi could appoint personnel to oversee operations. Essentially, apart from lacking management authority, the arrangement was highly favorable for Jiqi, as all profits would go to them. Yicheng had no intention of contesting management rights. In Huagua, matters involving the military are typically beyond private oversight. "I accept this proposal," Yicheng stated. Upon hearing his agreement, both vice presidents beamed. "We are grateful, President Yi." Yicheng smiled back. "As long as you provide the funds, I am here to secure capital." The remark rendered their smiles slightly awkward. This President Yi, while appearing indifferent, clearly cared deeply. They could only hope this wouldn't jeopardize future collaborations with Jiqi. Who knows what new technologies Jiqi might unveil down the line. Yicheng said little more, signed the document, and declared, "Let us proceed with this. By the way, President Yi, where are the material samples we need for testing?" Yicheng stood up and revealed 4 large suitcases nearby. "They are right here." "Thank you," the two men acknowledged, promptly retrieving the suitcases and departing from Jiqi. After they left, Yicheng returned to his work. The collaboration with the military was no longer his concern. He could simply wait to collect the profits. Time swiftly passed. In a biological laboratory in Beijing, a monkey lay anesthetized on the operating table. This unfortunate creature had suffered the amputation of its left arm, presenting a pitiful sight. A surgeon clad in scrubs held a scalpel with steady hands, carefully addressing the severed arm, ensuring a clean edge while exposing the bone. The doctor then utilized a drill to create a hole in the center of the bone, inserting 2 specially crafted screws and nuts to secure it firmly in place. After completing these tasks, the doctor stated, "All right, let us connect the nerves." Promptly, an assistant handed over a slender thread, measuring a mere centimeter in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of only about 1 millimeter. This was an artificial nerve, boasting excellent conductivity, a core technology for nerve-to-circuit integration, designed to connect with biological nerves. Human nerves transmit electrical signals through the movement of sodium and potassium ions, which carry diverse information. This artificial nerve could translate these electrical signals into recognizable formats for the chip to interpret. Naturally, it came at a steep price. Even this short, sub-2 centimeter segment was worth over 1,000, making it the priciest component among the exoskeletal materials. With his left hand, the doctor gently grasped the artificial nerve using a silicone soft tweezer, while his right hand employed a hook to tease out a thin, white strand of nerve from the monkey's severed arm muscle. This strand represented the primary nerve of the monkey's arm, from which several functional smaller nerves branched out. However, they only needed to connect to this main nerve. The primary nerve was thicker than the artificial nerve. The doctor aligned one end of the artificial nerve with the center of the main nerve's end and gently inserted it, securing the junction without further manipulation, as the main nerve would autonomously attach to the artificial nerve, eliminating concerns of disconnection. Once all was completed, the doctor finally exhaled in relief, having accomplished the most complex part of the procedure. Next, an assistant retrieved a thin sheet embedded with various conductive contacts. Within it resided a chip for recognizing neural electrical signals. At one end of the thin slice, there exists a minuscule aperture through which the physician connected the other end of the artificial nerve. Using tweezers, he secured the slice within the hole, ensuring that the artificial nerve would not dislodge. Subsequently, the doctor announced bone-arm connector. A nearby individual picked up a cylindrical object that bore a striking resemblance to a monkey's shoulder, reminiscent of the mechanical arm of Winter Soldier from the Avengers, which had been detached, leaving behind a remnant of machinery at the shoulder. Each circular end of this cylindrical object featured a connector, with one side additionally possessing a slot akin to a mobile phone SIM card. The doctor inserted the thin slice into the slot, producing a crisp sound that indicated it was properly placed. He then connected the other end, which also emitted a sharp click upon attachment. Exoskeleton, the doctor reiterated. Soon after, a metallic left arm was produced by the individual beside him. The doctor skillfully connected this arm to the bone-arm connector, perfectly fitting the rectangular interface into place. After a series of meticulous adjustments, the assembly was completed, awaiting the conclusion of the monkey's anesthesia. Approximately 10 minutes later, the monkey stirred, blinking its eyes. Ultimately, it moved its left arm, and its left fingers twitched. Chapter 115. The success of the exoskeleton experiment enthralled netizens. The monkey's moving fingers were, of course, those of its brand-new mechanical arm. As the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, the monkey hastily scrambled from the operating table, eager to flee. It now found itself not on the surgical bed, but within a spacious cage, which, despite its size, offered no escape. Unable to break free, it gradually calmed down and began to assess its surroundings. The cage was surrounded by numerous onlookers, particularly the figure clad in white, who appeared particularly menacing. The monkey recalled witnessing its own arm being severed by this person, which had caused it to faint in terror. Suddenly, realization dawned upon it, and its gaze fixated upon its left arm. How was it that it possessed a left arm once more? And why did it feel so peculiar? A wave of fear washed over it. For creatures devoid of human intellect, fear is an instinct, especially when confronted with something beyond their comprehension. It flailed its new appendage in trepidation and dashed around the cage, desperately attempting to escape, yet remained powerless. Among the onlookers, the doctor remarked, "It appears to be fundamentally stable." Standing beside him was Gu, who nodded in agreement. Indeed. He then smiled at the doctor, saying, "Dr. Sun, your efforts are commendable." Dr. Sun, whose full name was Sun Tian, was a distinguished physician from Xiehe, now in his 50s. Yet his hands remained remarkably steady, akin to Dr. Strange, enabling him to deftly extract the monkey's nerve and insert the artificial one with ease. Dr. Sun smiled. "There is no hardship in it. I find it quite fascinating." Observing the monkey inside the cage, wielding a mechanical arm, he felt a sense of disbelief, as if he were witnessing something surreal. This was even more so for the other spectators. A mechanical arm that could be commanded as if it were a natural extension? It was an oddity previously unimaginable. Most could envision concepts like mechanical warriors or cybernetic enhancements, and those familiar with cyberpunk had begun to speculate whether such a world had already commenced on Earth. A young individual could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Gu, how did you accomplish this?" Guga chuckled. "Neural technology, surely Dr. Sun is aware." Dr. Sun replied, "Let's not delve too deeply. This is the new technology from Jiqi Company, artificial nerves and neural signal recognition chips. You all have studied neuroscience, so you should understand." Dr. Sun himself was a professor at Beijing Xia Medical College. Though he seldom taught, he primarily guided his students in surgical procedures. Thus, the young individuals present were largely his pupils. They were left in awe. Neural signal recognition technology? How was this developed? Moreover, wasn't Jiqi a chip company? How could they fathom the intricacies of nerves while also engaging in chip production? At that moment, a series of rhythmic thumps resonated from within the cage. The crowd turned to see the monkey, having initially succumbed to fear, now overcoming its trepidation and beginning to utilize its newly acquired arm. The monkey accepted its left arm, realizing that this appendage posed no harm and could be maneuvered freely. Thus its anxiety dissipated rapidly. It soon discovered that this new arm bore no sensation, yet was remarkably robust, far superior to its natural form. It commenced experimenting with its newfound limb, striking the cage, observing as it gradually succumbed to its blows without inflicting any pain upon itself. Had it begun to learn the use of tools? This spectacle prompted Dr. Sun to question. Perhaps, Guga chuckled. Faced with an indispensable tool, it must naturally learn to wield it. True enough, Dr. Sun agreed. Technically, it merely perceives it as a limb in motion, lacking the concept of tool utilization. Guga nodded in affirmation. Dr. Sun then expressed his curiosity. Were the neural signals in humans and monkeys compatible? Gugu smiled enigmatically, responding, "Once you join our company, you shall know." This query had ventured into confidential territory, and he could not divulge further. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Sun stated, "I will ponder this a while longer. Besides, I have several surgeries pending at the hospital. Let me complete those first. I look forward to your insights," Gugu replied. The young individuals accompanying Dr. Sun stood in astonishment. "Professor Sun, are you departing?" Dr. Sun shrugged. "I had no intention of leaving, but Jiqi's technology is simply too formidable." The young students were left despondent. With the success of the first experiment, they proceeded to the second, replacing the left leg of another monkey. This experiment, too, proved successful, as the newly outfitted monkey sprang back to life with vigor. The initial reactions of both monkeys were strikingly similar. They were frightened, awakening to find part of their bodies transformed into rigid appendages. Ultimately, they accepted this new reality and began to adapt. The monkeys, now endowed with new limbs, discovered their newfound strength, far surpassing their original flesh and blood forms. Even though the exoskeletal limbs, crafted by Gugu, possessed limited torque at the joints, the sheer force they could exert was substantial. Indeed, the first monkey managed to break free from its cage using its new arm, striking at Dr. Sun's students in the process, inflicting painful blows. As the experiment concluded, Dr. Sun returned to report on the findings, while Gugu communicated the news to Yi Cheng in Modu. "Has it truly succeeded?" Yi Cheng inwarded, a smile illuminating his face upon hearing the results. Thus, this may be deemed a resounding success. He could now begin to disseminate information about Jiqi's groundbreaking technology. Surely, this advancement would astonish the public even more than lithium-air batteries. On June 1st, a tweet surged to the top of the trending topics. Jiqi achieves neural-controlled exoskeleton technology in monkeys. The tweet featured a video showcasing the two monkeys outfitted with mechanical prosthetics. When avid gamers caught wind of this trending topic, they erupted in excitement. "Holy cow! From flesh and blood to mechanical ascension. Bring forth my leg and saw it off to liven things up. I see you're eager to exchange for an exoskeleton, aren't you? When will Jiqi achieve consciousness immortality?" Indeed, gaming is merely a fraction of the populace. There exists another segment, those with physical disabilities. Chapter 116, Reactions from the Upper Echelons. Are you implying that the leg I lost can be restored to its former state? My father had his hand amputated due to an accident at the factory. Can he also receive a replacement? I was in a car accident and had both legs amputated. Can I get replacements as well? May I inquire about the cost? Prosthetics in our country are exorbitantly priced. GTS would likely cost tens of thousands, wouldn't it? Can this technology truly substitute for a hand prosthesis entirely? Individuals with disabilities, or those with disabled relatives, exhibit the greatest enthusiasm for this groundbreaking technology, particularly among those with hand or arm impairments. Historically, individuals with leg disabilities could directly utilize prosthetics since the primary function of legs is to support one's stance. However, those with hand or arm disabilities have not been as fortunate. Hands are indispensable in nearly all labor activities: driving, handling objects, writing, and typing. While some exceptional individuals may accomplish these tasks using their feet, such instances are rare. Hands remain humanity's most vital appendage. After all, through countless years of evolution, humans have transformed hands, originally mere supports for the body, into versatile tools capable of intricate manipulation. Hands distinguish humans from other animals and symbolize intelligent life. It is precisely due to their functionality and dexterity that prosthetics have yet to replicate them fully. Currently, among individuals with arm disabilities, only those with finger impairments can maintain mechanical functionality through prosthetic fingers. For those who have lost hands or arms, there remains no viable solution. An amputated arm or hand lacks sufficient points of support to manipulate the joints of an exoskeleton. At best, one might fashion a hook in place of a hand, akin to a pirate. Now, with Jiqi announcing the capability to control exoskeletons via neural pathways, does this not signify that in the near future, these individuals may control prosthetic arms through their nerves? Does this not imply that those who have lost hands or arms could return to the workforce and earn a living rather than relying on family for support? In the capital, Zhonghai, within a modest office, the Grand Elder listened to a middle-aged man's report. "So, successful trials have been conducted on monkeys?" "Indeed," the middle-aged man affirmed, producing a video from their laboratory. "Let us see it." The man activated a screen with a remote. The video displayed the very room where two monkeys were housed in cages. One monkey had a metallic prosthetic arm that perfectly matched its anatomical structure, and it was adeptly utilizing the mechanical fingers to grasp the iron bars of its cage, pulling forcefully, attempting to escape. Each joint of the mechanical arm exhibited remarkable agility, resembling a genuine hand adorned in metal. Meanwhile, The other monkey curiously examined its prosthetic leg, occasionally bending and stretching it as if it were a real limb. The Grand Elder marveled. The technology produced by Zichi is increasingly incomprehensible. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder then inquired, "Can this technology be applied to humans?" The middle-aged man replied, "According to Zichi, their technology is indeed mature and entirely applicable to humans. The remaining step is merely to navigate the approval process." "The technology has matured?" "Yes, but it's not surprising coming from Zichi," he remarked. "What are pricing structures? How much would a disabled individual need to spend?" "The costs differ between legs and arms. Prosthetic arms are more expensive. Zichi estimates the cost for leg prosthetics to be around 4,000 to 5,000, while arm prosthetics range from 6,000 to 7,000 due to the complexity and size of the components involved." The middle-aged man continued, "As for pricing specifics, we are currently unaware. Zichi has not disclosed any information, given that the technology has yet to be officially launched. Additionally, there are surgical costs, which vary by hospital, but it is estimated that a procedure will not be less than 1,000 to 2,000. The Grand Elder pondered momentarily before stating, "This technology must be included in health insurance. Regardless of Zichi's future pricing, we must ensure that disabled individuals can obtain replacements for no more than 1,000. The middle-aged man nodded in understood. "Shall I begin preparations? Let us wait for their products to be released. Even if Zichi claims the technology is mature, we must await the success of their clinical trials." "Indeed," the middle-aged man confirmed. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, eagerly anticipating the day this technology is validated for human application, even if it necessitates substantial governmental expenditure on health insurance. Why does the state prioritize health insurance? Beyond serving as a component of the social welfare system to ensure the happiness and well-being of its citizens, the paramount reason is that a healthy individual can contribute labor. Labor generates economic value. Conversely, many ailments, including disabilities, hinder individuals from working. Considering the 9 million disabled individuals in Huagua, if they could regain their ability to work and continue contributing, the impact on national GDP and tax revenue, along with the resultant overall profit, would undoubtedly exceed the government's investment. Moreover, this prosthetic technology, which can nearly replace original limbs, would be worth the government's financial backing even if Zichi sets prices at 20 or 30,000. This is not akin to the incurable ailments, such as uremia, where patients require lifelong dialysis, burdening health insurance indefinitely. These prosthetics necessitate only a one-time expenditure, and the economic value generated by patients once they regain their functionality, perhaps finding employment, would quickly recoup that investment. Furthermore, such advancements would enhance public happiness. Imagine witnessing one's child or parent missing a leg or an arm. How heart-wrenching that is. Moreover, it imposes the burden of constant care. Now, for less than 1,000 yuan, one can provide a disabled child or parent with a prosthetic limb indistinguishable from a real one, allowing them to engage in activities independently without the constant need for supervision, thereby significantly elevating familial happiness and, correspondingly, public approval of the government. Governing a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish. The Grand Elder is acutely aware of this principle. Nonetheless, Zichi continues to astound him with its remarkable innovations. Surely, such technology would also stir interest abroad. In the United States, within the residence rented by Elon Musk. Did you say Zichi has developed neural-controlled exoskeleton technology? Musk's voice bore an unmistakable note of surprise upon hearing his assistant's report. As a businessman with a penchant for cutting-edge technology, he harbors a deep fascination for all things futuristic, including brain-machine interface technology. Chapter 117, International Reactions. Across the globe, the development of brain-machine interfaces has been underway for quite some time. There have even been experiments allowing monkeys to manipulate robotic hands. However, these remain in the experimental phase, unstable and entirely unsuitable for human application. 2 years ago, Elon Musk showcased his brain-machine interface technology to the world, using 3 little pigs as experimental subjects. However, this new technology did not reveal any groundbreaking advancements. It was merely an exploration along the path. Nevertheless, Musk did not diminish his investments in this area. As a shrewd businessman, he is acutely aware of the value of various research directions, with brain-machine interfaces evidently ranking among them. The future potential of this technology is vast, with mechanical prosthetics being merely the most rudimentary application. The realm of virtual reality represents a far greater frontier, embodying the ultimate form of the internet that humankind can envision. Suddenly, a company emerged, claiming to have accomplished a critical precursor technology for this futuristic innovation, which understandably astonished Musk. "Yes, boss, This video has come from the East, his assistant confirmed, nodding as he opened a nearby computer to play the footage. It was the same video featuring two monkeys that had garnered nearly 1 billion views within China. Upon witnessing the dexterous manipulation of mechanical prosthetics by the monkeys, Musk stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this real?" Their research had not yet reached such heights. The assistant nodded, equally astonished, saying, "It's genuine. Initially, I thought it was special effects, but after verification, there are no signs of any effects. It's truly astonishing." Musk's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, "How on earth did they achieve this?" The assistant interjected, "I've heard they plan to conduct clinical trials soon." "What? How dare they?" Musk couldn't restrain himself. Can the neural signals of monkeys be compared to those of humans? Are they really proceeding with clinical trials? This aspect remains unclear to contemporary scientists. With so many animal species, could it be that all animals utilize the same design language for transmitting neural signals? Due to prevailing ethical standards, scientists are prohibited from conducting experiments on living humans and can only work with cadavers, which contributes to the limited understanding of human anatomy. This is not to imply support for vivisection. Such an act is undoubtedly heinous, just as the atrocities committed by Japan during World War II, where live humans were subjected to experimentation, remain unforgivable. The trade of human lives for any gain is utterly incomprehensible and defies description. This is precisely what Musk finds perplexing. Could Jiqi have conducted experiments on living subjects? Yet, that seems implausible. Such practices would likely be forbidden in a society like that of China. The assistant shook his head. "I'm not certain, but Jiqi has indeed stated their intent to commence the first clinical trial in August." Musk furrowed his brow tightly. Could Jiqi truly be confident? He understood that in foreign lands, a failed clinical trial might be resolved with financial compensation, but in China, the consequences could be dire. Contemplating Jiqi's previous achievements, Musk felt a twinge of uncertainty. After a moment, he resolved to speak to his assistant. "Do you think they would accept an investment from us in this technology?" The assistant widened his eyes at Musk, wondering, "Boss, are you serious?" Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, "I believe the likelihood is low. Jiqi does not accept external investments, and typically, it's larger companies investing in smaller ones. Compared to Jiqi, we hardly qualify as a large company. Jiqi is a firm that has instilled trepidation in battery companies worldwide. The global battery market is worth trillions. Jiqi is poised to seize a substantial share of that enormous pie, and even if they relinquish a fraction, their market value would still soar to the forefront globally. Even Musk's Tesla is in daily contact with Jiqi, hoping to procure batteries from them." Musk recognized that his inquiry was essentially futile. His face, reminiscent of an Eastern visage, now wore a frown as he paced restlessly. The potential of neural control technology far exceeds what can be unearthed through an exoskeleton alone. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, declaring, "Contact Jiqi immediately. I am willing to offer them 10 or even 20 of Tesla shares to invest in their new technology." The assistant was taken aback, astonished by his boss's audacious proposition. "Are you certain, boss? The other shareholders might not consent." 20%. You currently possess just over 20% of the shares. If you give away 20%, you would incur the greatest loss and lose your status as the largest shareholder. Musk replied, "Do you comprehend what Jiqi's new technology signifies? It transcends a value of merely 20% of Tesla's shares. It embodies an entirely new internet." Soon, he deemed further explanation unnecessary, stating, "Never mind. Reach out to Jiqi and inquire if they would entertain our offer. If they agree, I will promptly convene a shareholders meeting to persuade the others." He was uncertain whether Jiqi's CEO would acquiesce, but he held a glimmer of hope. Tesla's market capitalization was nearing $1 trillion. 20% of those shares, if allocated to Jiqi, would wholly belong to Cheng, Jiqi's sole proprietor. This could very well alter the landscape of the global wealthy elite. Currently, Cheng's personal fortune remains undisclosed as the company is not publicly traded, thus absent from wealth rankings. The assistant, acknowledging Musk's directive, nodded, "Understood, boss." In a lavish villa resembling a palace in a Middle Eastern nation, an elegantly dressed individual observed the video on the screen. His only flaw was the absence of one arm, while the remaining arm delicately toyed with an exquisitely crafted yet dangerously sharp dagger. Upon witnessing the remarkable dexterity of the mechanical arm on the monkey, he narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he placed a call, instructing, "Keep a close watch on Jiqi in China, and ascertain when their neural control exoskeleton technology will be applicable to humans." Chapter 118. Cheng's decision. Predictably, Jiqi's neural control exoskeleton technology rapidly captured global attention. particularly among affluent individuals with disabilities. These individuals possess immense wealth, yet remain concealed due to their physical limitations. The prospect of a prosthetic that could entirely replace their original limbs was irresistibly alluring. Consequently, these individuals maintained a keen interest in Jiqi, beyond its medical potential. The financial implications of this technology were equally enticing. Tesla's offer to acquire 20% of shares to invest in their neural control technology. Cheng regarded Su Xin, who reported this news with surprise. Indet, Su Ziplit, Equaliastonits, with Tesla's market valuation approaching $1 trillion, equivalent to over 60 trillion RMB, far surpassing even the 4 trillion RMB of the tech giant. How could they not be astonished by the prospect of relinquishing 1/5? Once Cheng's astonishment subsided, he smiled, remarking, "This must certainly possess his discernment. It appears he understands what this technology will signify in the future." After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Should we collaborate or refrain from doing so?" Su Xin promptly responded, "We should not cooperate." Cheng's lips curled into a smile. "Why?" "I believe our technology still harbors immense potential waiting to be unearthed, and Musk undoubtedly recognizes this." Su Xin remarked, "Even if Tesla is invaluable, Musk would not part with 20% unless he foresees a profitable venture. This suggests that our technology possesses merit. However, should we forge a partnership with Tesla, it would equate to securing foreign support, which would significantly aid our future efforts in promoting new technologies. The shareholders backing Tesla are some of the most formidable conglomerates in the world." Yet, Su Xin furrowed her brows as she gazed at Cheng. "Cheng, you would never have entertained such thoughts before. What has changed? Why would I not have thought this way before?" He replied, somewhat bemused. "You once stated that we would categorically refuse any foreign investment, opting only for collaborations with domestic firms." Su Xin observed Cheng's demeanor today, markedly different from his usual self, and could not help but wonder if prior events had led him to adopt a new perspective. Now, he even seemed inclined towards collaborating with foreigners. She could not restrain herself from saying, "Are you concerned about what happened last time? There's no need for worry. No one domestically can undermine you now. The government is very supportive of us." Cheng responded evasively, "But isn't foreign collaboration more advantageous?" "No." Su Xin, "While our capital is substantial, it pales in comparison to foreign investments, which could leave the company at a significant disadvantage. Do you genuinely believe collaboration is impossible?" "Absolutely not." Cheng studied her expression and suddenly stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Su Xin, from this day forth, you shall be the executive director of the company, overseeing all matters in my absence." Su Xin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why he would suddenly entrust the company entirely to her. However, she quickly regained her composure, her concern overshadowing any surprise, and stepped forward to ask, "What is wrong? Where are you going? Are you abandoning such a large company?" She even placed a hand on Cheng's arm, her face etched with worry. "Are you unwell?" Cheng chuckled incredulously, shaking off her hand. "What are you thinking? I'm not ill. I simply plan to focus on research at the Institute from now on. That old general called me a moneymaker. Well, I'll transform into a scientist instead. Just imagine how he'll react when he sees me next." Su Xin was momentarily dumbfounded. This man was willing to abandon such a significant company merely to pursue research? Cheng continued, "After all, I come from a research background. If I don't engage in experiments, it would be a waste of my talent. I'm not boasting. Within 3 months, I'll present you with groundbreaking technology." Seeing his determination, Su Xin couldn't help but smile, reassured. "All right, I trust you. But are you truly comfortable letting me take over the company?" Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Your capabilities are commendable, and your answers to my inquiries earlier were satisfactory. So I have no reservations." Over the past 7 months, Su Xin had demonstrated her competence, and her management skills had shown through as her tenure progressed, earning her respect within the company. The questions Cheng posed earlier were merely a test of her stance, and it was evident he received the answers he sought. With Jiqi backed by Huagua and its own burgeoning strength, even if the Huagua government harbored some reservations akin to that of the old general, they would not dare to challenge Jiqi. That would violate established norms. Thus, Jiqi had no need to fear anyone globally, nor was there a necessity to engage with foreigners. Su Xin pondered the future of the company, realizing that as long as Cheng was present, everything would be fine. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, she voiced, "But I've never had such experience before. What if I make a mistake?" Cheng similet gente. "As long as you don't err in your principles. Minor mistakes are inconsequential. Financial losses are manageable. Besides, I find you to be quite reliable." Reliable was indeed the highest commendation an superior could bestow upon a subordinate. But there are no buts, Yi Cheng interjected, raising his hand. Have you seen Iron Man? Pepper Potts initially started as Iron Man's assistant, yet she ultimately stood on her own. Su Xian's cheeks flushed at the comparison. What kind of relationship did Pepper Potts and Iron Man share in the film? She glanced at Yi Cheng, who seemed utterly oblivious to her thoughts. Yi Cheng, unperturbed by her inner musings, patted her shoulder and said, "All right, don't overthink it. It's just a matter of becoming a boss. What is so difficult about it? I want to be entirely hands-off. I expect monthly reports from you, and I will periodically inquire about company affairs. Moreover, with Xiaobai in place, even in Yi Cheng's absence, the company would remain under constant surveillance. Should Su Xian make an erroneous decision, he would be informed promptly, allowing him to assess the potential repercussions and decide whether to caution her. Su Xian needed to grow, and thus, ordinary failures on 1 or 2 occasions were not problematic. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's reassurances, Su Xian's resolve solidified. All right, I understand. I am willing. Yi Cheng smiled and nodded. Excellent. Now, let us convene a meeting to announce your appointment as Executive Director of Zhiqi. Chapter 119, the 8-channel memory module. Before long, the news of Zhiqi's executive transition reached those who had been closely monitoring the company. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated a change in leadership at such a pivotal moment, right after Zhiqi unveiled a groundbreaking technology. No one knew what Yi Cheng was truly thinking, except for those privy to the recent events, who harbored vague speculations. Su Xian, too, had no clear understanding of what lay ahead. It was akin to a change in a sovereign ruler. Today's semiconductor empire, tomorrow's battery empire, and the future's neural technology empire. All stakeholders were eager to discern how this new ruler would engage with collaborators and whether she would maintain Yi Cheng's previous approach. Consequently, her profile soon appeared on the desks of many influential figures. Yet, while Yi Cheng was aware of these developments, he chose not to inform Su Xian. After all, she needed to grow. Relieved of his burdensome responsibilities, Yi Cheng did not indulge in rest, but immediately immersed himself in his promised endeavors, research. The claim he made to Su Xian about delivering a new technology within 3 months was no jest. After all, the system had rewarded him with research proficiency, and he now felt the profound impact of that award. He could swiftly grasp any knowledge and extrapolate new insights from it. Take the neural electrical signal recognition technology. He had already conceived a method to reverse engineer its application. In essence, he envisioned how to convert electrical signals within circuits into a format recognizable by human nerves. Once achieved, their mechanical exoskeleton could enable tactile sensations. Tactility is an immensely critical function. Without it, individuals would rely solely on their vision to ascertain whether their mechanical hand had grasped an object. And speaking of vision, this reverse technology could also restore sight to the visually impaired. By merely replacing an eye with an electronic one and connecting it to the visual nerve, external images could be transmitted to the brain via the camera of the electronic eye. The sole flaw lies in the endurance issue of this electronic eye. The volume of a human eyeball is approximately 65 cubic centimeters, and the electronic eye is roughly of similar dimensions. Even if every remaining ounce of space, after accounting for the camera, chips, and casing, were allocated to a lithium-air battery, its endurance would still face significant limitations. After all, as an electronic eye, it functions akin to a camera that is perpetually activated. Those who frequently use their smartphones for photography are well aware of the considerable energy consumption involved. Consequently, the electronic eye's battery life would be quite brief, necessitating users to change batteries multiple times a day. Yet, when weighed against the restoration of sight, such a tedious task seems trivial. Apart from this functionality, there is also the previously mentioned virtual reality. The realization of this technology would genuinely usher in a world of virtual reality. At this juncture, Yi Cheng was eager to enter the research institute, intent on commencing his studies on this technology. Within the Chip Research Institute of Zhongxin, Yi Cheng observed the designs on the EDA software and inquired, "How has the recent research been progressing?" Zhongxin replied, "We have made breakthroughs in DRAM." "Oh, DRAM?" Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. DRAM, or Dynamic Random Access Memory, is essentially what serves as the memory module in computers. If one removes their memory module and inspects the black chips, those are DRAM, also referred to as memory particles. The number of manufacturers capable of producing memory particles is limited. Domestically, there is only one, while abroad, there are only 3 giants: Samsung, Hynix, and Micron. Notably, renowned brands like Kingston rely on these 3 major suppliers' memory particles to assemble their own memory modules, though they possess their proprietary technologies. such as the casing designed for heat dissipation, each with its own patents. As for DRAM technology, its complexities extend beyond the manufacturing process to include the handling of its internal structure. Maintaining consistency between DRAM and CPU while enhancing DRAM's response speed tests the integrity of its internal architecture. Zhongxin stated, "Given that all current memory modules essentially adhere to the DDR protocol, I have developed a DDR5 memory particle based on this protocol. However, I have also made additional advancements concerning the structure of memory modules, enabling 8-channel technology on a single module." 8 channels? Yi Cheng's expression reflected astonishment. Observing Zhongxin's calm demeanor, he felt compelled to ask, "Could you at least show some reaction?" The more channels a memory module possesses, the greater its ability to perform multiple tasks simultaneously. 2 4GB memory modules will undoubtedly outperform a single 8GB single-channel module, due to the unique characteristics of memory modules. A single channel can either read or write at any given moment. Thus, while an 8GB single-channel memory module can only read at one time, 2 4GB modules can simultaneously read and write, effectively doubling the bandwidth. For instance, if the memory operates on a single channel, the computer may require 2 GB of memory for reading and 3 GB for writing, but with only one channel, it can only read, leaving the remaining 6 GB unused until the next refresh allows for writing. Conversely, with a dual-channel setup, both reading and writing can occur simultaneously. For comparison, during gaming, dual-channel memory significantly outperforms single-channel memory, resulting in faster game response times. Until now, DDR4 memory modules have been limited to single-channel capabilities, making it advisable to purchase 2 modules for optimal performance. However, with the advent of DDR5, the implementation of dual-channel technology on a single module has been achieved, ensuring that DDR5 will undoubtedly surpass DDR4 in performance. Thus, hearing Zhongxin mention the development of an 8-channel technology on a single module left Yi Cheng utterly astounded. DDR5 memory begins at 8 GB, with 8 channels meaning 1 GB per channel, thereby providing a more liberated reading and writing capacity. When reading is required, it can allocate 5 GB for reading and 3 GB for writing. When writing is necessary, it can allocate 5 GB for writing and 3 GB for reading. This configuration allows for optimal utilization of the memory module. Chapter 120, Super Inspiration, the Language of Neurons. Yi Cheng could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "How did you manage to achieve this? An 8-channel configuration on a single module?" "It's quite straightforward," Zhongxin replied. "In detail, I modified the relationship between the BLAA contact area and the thickness of the BL isolation layer, along with the mask offset, distribution arrangement, controllers, garbage collection mechanisms, memory addresses, and addressing methods." Listening to Zhongxin casually rattle off a myriad of technical terms, Yi Cheng, despite his research expertise, found it challenging to grasp the intricacies of his explanation. Ultimately, he realized that questioning Zhongxin about the feasibility of his achievement was akin to inquiring how the system could exist in the world. Thus, he conceded, "Very well. You proceed with your work. By the way, when do you anticipate completion?" "By the end of the month," Zhongxin replied. "Very well," Yi Cheng said, foregoing further discussion as he turned his attention to pondering how to enable neural recognition of electrical signals. Regaining his focus, he returned to his station, glancing at a new achievement he had completed. Life's choices, too, with a reward of super inspiration. Another life choice? Are there truly so many choices in life? Yi Cheng recalled how he had received a life choice achievement when he abandoned research to manage the company, which awarded him expertise in research. Now, another opportunity presented itself. "If I forsake research and resume, company management, might I earn yet another achievement?" The system's voice abruptly interjected. "This system does not support any bug exploitation. Otherwise, all associated rewards will be revoked." Yi Cheng frowned. "Forget I said anything." Regaining his composure, he examined the reward, super inspiration. This meant that in any endeavor, he could significantly enhance his chances of triggering inspiration. And research, of course, was one such endeavor. Countless monumental scientific breakthroughs have stemmed from the inspirations of scientists. Inspiration holds immense significance for scientists. Furthermore, this reward would also elevate the quality of inspiration, which is equally crucial. A superior inspiration could lead to more advanced technologies. Let me put this super inspiration, coupled with my research expertise, to the test, Yi Cheng resolved, diving into his research. He opened the materials on neural electrical signal recognition technology and neural access circuit technology, meticulously reviewing it from beginning to end. These two technologies, strictly speaking, should be considered complementary. The most critical point mentioned in the neural electrical signal recognition technology is that humans and animals share a common language of neural signals. This language of neural signals elicits varied responses, much like computers, where each character or symbol represents a string of binary numbers, allowing computers to display corresponding content. While neural signals are somewhat abstract, they convey electrical signals to the body. These signals must differ in some way. Otherwise, how could the same nerve perform different functions? For instance, the median nerve, a vital conduit within the arm, orchestrates the flexion and extension of the thumb, index, and middle fingers. It is evident that individuals can independently flex or extend any of these fingers. If the neural signals were uniform, the distinct control of each finger would be unattainable. The existence of a shared language of neural signaling between humans and other animals implies that the internal neural signals transmitted during similar actions are essentially identical. For example, the neural signals generated when a human strides forward mirror those of an animal. Perhaps it is a sign of the creator's expedience? Cheng contemplated this notion, pondering whether the creator had simply opted for the convenience of copying and pasting code. Shaking his head, he recognized the futility of such musings. This crucial knowledge held little significance for Cheng. At most, it might warrant a publication in Nature or Science. Yet publication was out of the question. Such sensitive technological secrets could never be disclosed, nor did he possess the means to do so. After all, one would need to inquire about his experimental process, asking how he conducted his experiments. It would be absurd to claim that he had conducted comparative experiments on living humans and animals. Even now, Xiaobai had discovered online speculation suggesting that they at Zhiqi had used living subjects in experiments, but since Zhiqi had yet to conduct clinical trials, such discussions remained mere conjecture. Nevertheless, Cheng had devised a strategy for addressing such inquiries should they arise in the future. Regardless, he resolved to examine the characteristics of neural signals. Opening his computer, he located a document titled The Language of Electric Signals. According to this systematic exposition, the differences in electric signals are determined by the internal voltage differentials of the nerves. Voltage differentials give rise to electric currents. Thus, when a voltage differential occurs, a current is generated. The internal voltage differential within nerves is a form of biological current, exceedingly weak, yet capable of conveying diverse information. Numerous scientists have speculated on this phenomenon. For instance, the heart generates a voltage of 1 to 2 millivolts during a heartbeat, while the act of blinking produces 5 to 6 millivolts, and cognitive activities such as reading or problem-solving yield 0, 2 to 1 millivolt. Although these observations substantiate the notion that diverse human behaviors correspond to varying voltage differentials within the nerves, definitive evidence remains elusive. However, this document provides a clear answer. The magnitude of the voltage differential encodes these behaviors. While some behaviors may exhibit minimal differences in voltage differentials, they can never be identical. By displaying these measurements to the 10th decimal place or even the 50th, the nuances become apparent. The data delineate the voltage differentials associated with all human actions, extending to 50 decimal places. The document also offers a caveat. As long as the first 10 digits are accurate, minor discrepancies in subsequent digits will not significantly affect the neural processing, as such deviations align with the variations present in normal human movements. This margin of error ultimately defines the precision of human actions. Chapter 121 elucidates the challenges of room temperature superconductors. Precision refers to the disparity between the actions executed by an individual and those envisioned within their mind. For instance, a punch intended to strike the bullseye may veer slightly off course, attributable to the difference between the voltage differential transmitted through the nerves and the differential required to hit the target center, particularly beyond the 10th decimal place. The greater the precision of the action, the more closely aligned these two measurements become. The magnitude of the voltage differential governs the various angles of movement within three-dimensional space. Consequently, discerning the magnitude of the voltage differential forms the foundational principle of this electric signal recognition technology, which translates neural electric signals into information interpretable by chips. The transistors and electronic components within the chip can assess these subtle voltage differentials, enabling them to comprehend the messages conveyed by the nerves and subsequently process them into relevant commands to manipulate the motors within the mechanical exoskeleton, controlling the movement of joints. Cheng's current task is to devise a method for the chip to reverse engineer the current within the exoskeleton circuitry, translating it into precise neural voltage differentials recognizable by the nervous system. Achieving this feat poses considerable difficulty, as it necessitates meticulous calculations of every resistor and the voltage applied, extending to the 10th decimal place. The resistors present the greatest challenge. During this process, one must accurately account for the chip resistance, synthetic nerve resistance, and circuit resistance, with the latter being particularly cumbersome due to the length of the exoskeleton's wiring. The resistances of the chip and synthetic nerve are already known, as outlined in the documentation. The magnitude of circuit resistance is directly proportional to its length and inversely proportional to its cross-sectional area, also influenced by a resistance coefficient that varies with the temperature of the wire. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng swiftly recalled Xiaobai. With its supercomputing capabilities, Xiaobai frequently assists Zhong, Xin, Gugu, and others with circuit optimizations, rendering it exceptionally adept in this domain. Xiaobai, he called. "I am here, master," came the prompt response. After a brief pause, Cheng continued, using the structural diagram of Gu Ji's current design for the left arm of the exoskeleton. "If I wish to implement tactile sensation via a pressure sensor in the palm, can you accurately control the final output voltage from this pressure sensor to fall within the range of?" He glanced at the documentation regarding the voltage differentials associated with tactile sensation before proceeding to be within this range of tactile voltage differentials. His immediate goal was to augment the exoskeleton with tactile feedback, even if merely covering the hand would suffice, as the sense of touch is paramount for the user. However, achieving tactile sensation would significantly elevate costs. It would necessitate the addition of another synthetic nerve, and the chip would require redesigning. Fortunately, since this entails merely adding a tactile function, a 7 nanometers process would suffice, especially since the chips used for recognizing neuroelectric signals are notably compact, measuring less than 30 square millimeters, allowing for a slight expansion without issue. As for the complexities of a virtual network, which would entail replicating all 5 human senses, that could be set aside for the moment. Once tactile sensation was successfully implemented and experience gained, it could serve as the next developmental target. At this juncture, Xiaobai inquired, what type of wire should be used? "Koparvide, Cheng replied." After a brief pause, Xiaobai responded, "Understood. However, the current within the wire will fluctuate with temperature changes, necessitating that the chip respond to these variations. Therefore, we should design an intelligent current controller within the circuit to stabilize the current entering the chip. Otherwise, if the current supplied to the synthetic nerve fluctuates, it could easily distort the sensations experienced by the human brain." Cheng nodded in agreement. For instance, if a user of a mechanical prosthetic hand were to grasp a smartphone, exerting considerable effort, yet due to imprecise tactile current feedback, they perceive their grip as weak, they might inadvertently apply even greater force, ultimately damaging the device. In such a scenario, they would undoubtedly seek recourse from Jiqi. Thus, to regulate the current based on wire temperature, it is imperative to incorporate a controller. The current controller is essentially a tunable resistor. However, it evidently requires intelligent regulation to maintain a consistent current flowing into the chip. This stability is crucial for the chip to yield output currents precise to the 10th decimal place, thereby providing the brain with the most accurate sensations. Yet, how can one achieve intelligent control of the current controller within such a diminutive space? Cheng pondered this and realized that an additional program was necessary to regulate the current controller. Consequently, it required the incorporation of a current sensor and an integrated circuit into the bone arm connector, specifically designed to monitor the current and, subsequently, direct adjustments to the current controller. This presented further complications, as the size of the bone arm connector would need to be increased to accommodate these new components. Contemplating these challenges, Cheng felt a twinge of headache. If only there were room temperature superconductors, he mused, then concerns regarding wire resistance would be entirely alleviated. Superconductors devoid of resistance would eliminate all instability, making it effortless for him to achieve any desired current. Provided he mastered the technique for fabricating room temperature superconductors, he would boldly venture into the realm of virtual reality. Moreover, the value of room temperature superconductors extends far beyond mere virtual reality applications. Take magnetic levitation trains, for instance. They far surpass high-speed trains in speed. Just the other day, the President of the United States expressed envy over the extensive high-speed rail network in China during a speech. Additionally, their implications for nuclear fusion and power transmission are monumental. Let me see. How much would it cost to obtain room temperature superconducting materials? Cheng could not resist opening the system marketplace. Room temperature superconducting materials were valued at 30 million. Cheng couldn't help but grimace. Quite expensive. At that moment, a question he had previously entertained resurfaced. System, would nuclear fusion technology necessitate room temperature superconductors? If I spend 30 million on them, will I then need to invest 100 million in nuclear fusion? The system replied, The host will be informed after accomplishing 10 achievements. 10 achievements? Yi Cheng was taken aback. He had already completed 8, leaving only 2 more to reach the elusive 10. However, the triggering probability for these achievements was rather esoteric. He had no idea what actions had led him to complete them. Thus, he resolved to wait until later. Shaking his head, Yi Cheng dismissed any further thoughts and began designing the circuit for the current controller. At that moment, the power of super inspiration began to manifest. With a mere thought, he conjured a circuit that seemed beyond any further optimization. After designing the circuit, he proceeded to craft the corresponding integrated circuit, embedding the program for monitoring and regulating the current controller. Utilizing their intelligent EDA software, with the assistance of his novice companion and his own extraordinary inspiration, his progress continued to advance steadily. Chapter 122, New Development, Susi July quietly arrived. For Ziqi, the company had undergone numerous transformations. First and foremost was the semiconductor sector. In the semiconductor supply chain, China had showcased formidable industrial capabilities, doubling its production capacity since March and establishing a robust export potential. In terms of export materials, China managed to keep prices around 70 to 80 of those from Japan, a price point that drew global chip manufacturers like moths to a flame, simultaneously yielding substantial profits for China. Under current large-scale production, marginal costs had decreased, coupled with immense market demand, resulting in net profits ranging from 40 to 50. Such a profit margin was remarkable. Consequently, working at a semiconductor materials factory had become the aspiration of many laborers. The wages were high, benefits favorable, and the work environment was relatively superior to that of other heavy industrial production facilities. In response to the influx of individuals eager to join, these semiconductor factories implemented a 6 to 5 work schedule, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. With ample staff, they could afford to rotate shifts without fearing production shortfalls. And the piece rate system ensured salaries remained above 8,000 per month. Of course, those who merely idled without fulfilling their tasks risked termination. Such exceptional working conditions were entirely predicated on the robust profit margins. This underscores the significance of industrial upgrades. As industries advance, profits soar, leading to increased wages. Furthermore, unlike the nature of production factories, the realm of network technology companies rendered the 996 work culture virtually non-existent. In stark contrast to the flourishing semiconductor industry in China, Japan witnessed a wave of semiconductor factory closures, resulting in widespread unemployment and a consequent decline in party approval ratings. This predicament prompted the Japanese government to extend an olive branch to China, hoping for leniency to preserve their livelihoods. Naturally, China remained indifferent, for Japan had previously wielded sanctions against China solely within the semiconductor domain. Now, the tides had turned. Japan had lost its leverage, relegating it to the status of a minor nation with limited financial clout in China's presence. To persuade China to relent would be straightforward. Japan would need to secure compliance from their American allies regarding the terms set during the negotiations in Shanghai. However, the U.S. government had yet to respond, although it was evident that numerous congressional members had engaged in heated debates over the Shanghai negotiations. Yet, acceptance remained elusive. The ongoing strategic rivalry revealed each side's hand. On one end, lithium-air batteries. On the other, components for lithography machines. China demanded exclusive access for itself, prohibiting ASML from continuing to monopolize those critical components. ASML's dominance in the lithography market stemmed from its exclusive access to certain key components produced by its own stakeholders. China's request, in a sense, represented a form of extraterritorial jurisdiction. This very demand rendered the U.S. government hesitant to acquiesce, as it would appear as a sign of weakness or capitulation, an affront to the pride of the American populace, potentially diminishing governmental support. When might the U.S. government yield? That would hinge on the pressures it faced, whether they reached a threshold beyond their capacity to endure. Meanwhile, the first batch of lithium-air batteries had passed all inspections and was officially launched. Huawei announced that it would unveil its latest smartphone, dubbed the Huawei S, in early August, featuring the first lithium-air battery for mobile devices alongside the powerful Tai-Chu-1 chip. This announcement captured global attention. Huawei's international reputation was also considerable. It had once briefly surpassed Samsung to become the world's leading smartphone vendor, boasting significant appeal in European and American markets. Coupled with the impressive performance of the Tai-Chu-1 chip showcased in the Lamy X, many foreign consumers were enamored, propelling anticipation for Huawei's new smartphone to unprecedented heights. On another front, BYD was set to release its first electric vehicle powered by a lithium-air battery named BYD Han, with plans to launch by the end of August. According to information released by BYD, the vehicle boasted an astonishing range of up to 8,000 kilometers. This staggering figure left people in disbelief, meaning one could drive from Shanghai to Urumqi and back without needing to recharge. Originally intending to purchase a Tesla, prospective buyers have now refrained from making hasty decisions, opting to wait for reviews of the new model. Consequently, over the past few months, Tesla sales have seen a significant decline, with the lithium-air battery technology proving to be a thorn in their side, leading to a drop in stock prices as well. This pertains to the civilian market. In the military sector, however, negotiations led by Su Xian at Jiqi have reached an impasse. I will not accept your terms. Su Xian firmly rejected the conditions presented by the military representatives in the boardroom of Jiqi, impeccably dressed and resolute. We cannot relinquish our technology. It is the crown jewel of our company, unless you seek approval from my boss. The military representative furrowed his brow and replied, Ms. Su, we have been discussing this for several months. Military technology can never be entrusted to private production, and we shall not produce it at all, Su Xian retorted coldly, her demeanor unyielding. Our profits are solely from the civilian sector. Nanomaterials and photolithography equipment could be fully entrusted to the military, as their significance is relatively minor. However, the lithium-air battery is the cornerstone of Jiqi's technology, an indispensable asset. Should those corporate leaders act unscrupulously, leveraging their power to secretly produce lithium-air batteries and flood the market, it would severely impact Jiqi's profits. They might even do so brazenly, rendering legal recourse futile. Therefore, Su Xian resolutely refused to acquiesce to their demands. You, the military representative, momentarily incensed by the sight of the striking woman before him, recalled Jiqi's formidable capabilities and subdued his voice, stating, Ms. Su, this is a matter of national importance, and we cannot allow you to act capriciously. I trust that your chairman Yi understands the gravity of this situation, as our collaboration has always been smooth. Su Xian scoffed. Didn't your people claim our chairman Yi was merely a money grabber? Now you wish to praise him? Let me tell you, Chairman Yi entrusted the company to me precisely because he wished to sever ties with you. Besides, if you were to gain control of our technology, who has to say you wouldn't also engage in profiteering? Do not think you can continue to leverage national interests to coerce Jiqi. We are merely an ordinary tech company, incapable of shouldering such grave responsibilities. At most, we can make some contributions. The representative's expression stiffened, recalling the prior incident that had instilled apprehension in the military regarding Jiqi's commitment, though they ultimately managed to reach an agreement. Yet, it seemed Jiqi was now poised to manipulate the situation to their advantage. The enhancement that lithium-air batteries could bring to military equipment far exceeded any benefits from nanomaterial advancements. At that moment, Su Xian rose and declared, that will suffice for today. Do not think you can extract our technology from us, nor entertain notions of jointly establishing a company for production. Jiqi possesses its own production capabilities. We certainly wish to aid the military, but only on our own terms. You may leave now. With that, Su Xian exited the office. Master, that woman named Su has once again rejected the military's terms. Cheng, driving towards Gu Ji's research facility, chuckled at the sound of Xiaobai's voice. He was aware of Su Xian's recent negotiations with the military, which she had consistently rebuffed. Beyond safeguarding the company's interests, Su Xian aimed to avenge him and demonstrate that Jiqi was not easily manipulated. Cheng tacitly approved of her approach. Consequently, in recent days, military personnel had called him, attempting to bypass Su Xian to secure a direct decision. He responded firmly that the company was now under Su Xian's management and that he would not interfere. Previously, as the head of Jiqi, he could afford to make sacrifices for the greater good. Now, he was merely an ordinary citizen with no obligation to yield. Stop referring to her as that woman named Su. Xiaobai protested. Cheng shook his head in resignation. Xiaobai's feelings had become increasingly evident, as there were tasks it felt capable of handling that Cheng often assigned to Su Xian, leading to a rivalry, even though Su Xian remained oblivious to Xiaobai's existence. All right, enough of this. Don't you enjoy visiting the Americans? Why not go now? Xiaobai replied. It's not fun anymore. The Americans have a new Secretary of State, and he dares not engage with me. Cheng pondered and suggested, how about visiting Japan? Perhaps you could tinker with their Fugaku supercomputer? He had heard that Japan was aligning more closely with China in diplomatic matters, with the United Nations even advocating for China, and new policies emerging to strengthen cooperation. They were on the verge of transitioning from reliance on the U.S. to embracing China. However, everyone understood Japan's intentions. They sought leniency from China in semiconductor materials to create a buffer, allowing time to transition the unemployed to other positions and maintain social stability. Yet, Cheng was resolute against allowing such developments. He wielded significant influence over the domestic semiconductor supply chain, treating Japan's semiconductor industry as a mere toy, easily shaped to his will. The rising unemployment and social unrest in Japan were of no concern to him. Japan, huh? Excellent. I shall investigate immediately, Xiaobai declared. Very well. Go ahead. Cheng nodded, continuing to drive. Before long, they arrived at the research facility, which resembled a villa from the outside. He carried a box containing the tactile sensors he had meticulously developed for the mechanical arm, featuring a simplified design that significantly reduced production costs. He hoped the experiment would yield successful results. Additionally, Gugu had something of interest to discuss with him. Upon entering Guji's lab, Cheng set the box aside and inquired, "Where's your creation?" "Right here," Gugu replied, retrieving an exoskeletal arm. It was hollow, resembling a shell, yet impressively large. Cheng estimated it was at least 2 or 3 times thicker than his own arm. Approaching with a sense of awe, he noted the strong sci-fi aesthetic reminiscent of Iron Man's gauntlet. "What functions does it possess?" he asked. "Put it on, and I will demonstrate," Gugu instructed. "All right." Cheng took the arm, weighing it in his hands. It felt heavy, approximately 2 to 3 kilograms, but as the entire arm bore the weight, it was manageable. He then donned the exoskeletal arm on his right hand. Upon pressing a button, he felt various sections of the arm constrict and bind to his own, ensuring it would not slip off. The fit was remarkably seamless. He recalled that Gugu had previously inquired about his arm size, likely tailoring this equipment specifically for him. Testing the mobility of his wrist, he found it surprisingly agile, with the connection appearing quite advanced, truly the work of a master in exoskeleton technology. "What next?" he asked. "Clench your fist, then release," Gugu instructed. Following the command, Cheng discovered that the fingertips were crafted from a thick polymer fiber material, soft yet resilient, allowing him to form a fist effortlessly. In addition to the layer of high polymer fiber material, the thumb is entirely encased in metal, while the other 4 fingers are only devoid of metal on their interiors and sides. The back of the hand is similarly shielded by a metallic shell. This design affords protection when he clenches his fist, and coupled with the safeguarding effect of the polymer fiber layer, Cheng suddenly felt emboldened to strike the wall with considerable force. A spark of interest ignited in his gaze, prompting him to release his fist. Upon doing so, he felt a protrusion suddenly emerge from the metal on the back of his thumb, index, and middle fingers. At that moment, Gugu remarked, "You should now be sensing the 3 fingers." Cheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Now, flex your thumb and index finger, then push upwards," Gugu instructed. Cheng complied, and a remarkable scene unfolded. A substantial shell abruptly sprang forth from above his forearm and seamlessly advanced to rest upon the back of his hand. At this juncture, Cheng noticed an opening beneath the shell, allowing him to insert his palm. He promptly did so and formed a fist once more. Instantly, a fist larger than a sandbag materialized. The original shell enveloped his fist, creating a protective barrier adorned with 4 sharp protrusions, reminiscent of a tiger's claw. Gugu then explained, "This mechanism provides multi-layered shock absorption during punching, allowing you to strike without concern for injuring your fist." Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to suppress his fascination with this device. While it may not rival Iron Man's, it was nevertheless impressive in its own right. Chapter 124, Successful Tactile Sensation. How does one retract this? Cheng inquired. Gugu replied, "Simply release it, and it will automatically retract." Upon withdrawing his fingers from the opening, the metallic fist shell retracted swiftly and efficiently, likely due to an automatic detection feature that activated the internal motor upon release. Overall, it was quite an impressive feat. Cheng then asked, "Are there any additional functionalities?" Gugu responded, "Clench your fist again, then flex your thumb and middle finger to press those 2 buttons." Cheng nodded and tested the mechanism, observing a shell emerge from the side, followed by a dark, ominous barrel protruding from within it. "Startlet," Cheng exclaimed. "Is it a gun?" "Indeed," Gugu confirmed. "Does it contain ammunition?" "Yes." "Did you manufacture it?" Cheng inquired, Gugu skeptically, aware that this could constitute a grave offense of producing ammunition. If the military were to learn of this, they would likely seize upon it immediately. However, as long as they remained silent, the matter would likely go unnoticed. Cheng then asked, "How does one operate it?" "Position your hand as if holding a firearm and mimic the action of pulling the trigger," Gugu instructed. Cheng nodded, scanning the vicinity for a target. Guga searched briefly and retrieved a discarded iron plate. This will do. Yicheng aligned himself with the iron plate, mimicking the stance of shooter, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet discharged with a resounding crack, striking the iron plate directly. Gazing at the bullet hole, Yicheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." This marked his first experience firing a weapon. Nevertheless, he mused that such a feature should ideally be avoided. I merely wished to test the feasibility of incorporating a firearm function. This device is limited by its ammunition capacity. Thus, I only crafted 3 bullets, intended solely for emergency situations. Yicheng chuckled. Such a formidable device would undoubtedly appeal to individuals abroad. However, it would be best left unmentioned here. The free-spirited Americans, with their penchant for science fiction, would likely be captivated by a glove of this nature. Of course, the prospect of selling firearms in the U.S. will be fraught with challenges, given the competition from arms manufacturers. Now, focus on developing non-invasive exoskeleton technology. The existing prosthetics suffice for invasive applications, Yicheng advised. Exoskeletons designed to assist with running, walking, and carrying loads, such as military exoskeletons, could significantly alleviate the physical burden on soldiers. Guga nodded in agreement. This arm is intended to serve as a component of a comprehensive exoskeleton. Yicheng paused. Is that so? Yes, Guga affirmed. I've recently viewed videos of armored warriors and found certain aspects worthy of adaptation. Yicheng Sikofut, Armored Warriors. That's pure fantasy. Guga continued. There are indeed elements within the armored warriors that warrant improvement. Furthermore, I find the concept of integrating intelligence into Iron Man's suit quite compelling. I plan to enlist Xiao Bai's assistance. With an intelligent targeting system, soldiers could achieve pinpoint accuracy with just a trigger pull, and even enable robotic units to replace soldiers on the battlefield. Yicheng raised an eyebrow, bemused by the trajectory of Gu Ji's thoughts, as they veered dangerously close to the realm of intelligent robotic warfare. He interjected, "Well, carry on with your research. Just keep me informed of any developments. Additionally, I would like to utilize your neural simulator." "Oh, certainly. It's right over there." Guga gestured, returning to his tinkering with the exoskeleton. Yicheng cast a glance at the various designs, which resembled exoskeleton combat boots, lower limbs, and tactical outer armor. It appeared that Guga had long been prepared to construct such exoskeleton armor, originally conceived as equipment for ordinary individuals. The project had shifted focus to the development of neuro-controlled exoskeleton prosthetics, a result of Yicheng's initial acquisition of 2 neural technologies. With the neuro-controlled exoskeleton technology now completed, Guga could finally devote himself to the genuine research and development of exoskeleton equipment. Putting aside further contemplation, Yicheng intended to test the tactile device he had brought. He opened the box he had carried, extracting several components. The first was a pressure sensor linked to a signal transmitter. On the opposite end, there was a signal receiver connected to the transmitter, followed by an intelligent current controller divided into several resistors, eliminating the need for a chip. This was Yicheng's optimized device, designed to minimize the length of wires within the circuit, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of unstable currents due to excessive wire length. By foregoing a chip, costs were also diminished. After all, his primary goal was to achieve tactile functionality, rather than enabling a wide array of movements akin to controlling an arm with the brain. The transmitter would emit signals and segments based on the pressure detected by the sensor. For instance, if an object weighing between 0 to 100 grams was placed in the palm, it would convey a signal equivalent to 50 grams. And if the weight ranged from 1 to 3 kilograms, it would relay a signal of 15 kilograms, and so forth, with each segment reflecting the median value. This approach would likewise help reduce costs, making the product more accessible to consumers. "Let's give it a try," Yicheng thought, feeling confident. He attached batteries to 2 components, then connected the end of the receiving circuit to the artificial nerves on the neural simulator. The neural simulator here could replicate human nerve functions, transmitting commands from the brain or allowing the brain to receive directives. The brain, akin to a computer, contained a program capable of detecting the magnitude of the current and generating corresponding commands. In previous trials of the neuro-controlled exoskeletal prosthesis, this method of manipulation was employed. Soon, Yicheng established the connection and gently pressed the pressure sensor. The pressure-sensitive resistor within the sensor, upon detecting stress, began to alter its resistance. This change in current captured the attention of the signal transmitter, indicating a pressure level of under 100 grams, specifically 0.98 newtons. The signal transmitter automatically processed this as 50 grams, relaying the information to the signal receiver. Upon receiving the 50 grams, The signal receiver communicated with the intelligent current controller, activating a specific resistance switch, allowing the current to flow to the receptor of the neural simulator. Before long, a visual display appeared on the computer screen. An image of a palm emerged with a slightly reddened area at the center alongside the notation. Tactile sensation, 53 grams. Chapter 125, Success, the impending August. Observing the display on the computer, Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It worked. 53 grams. Pondering why there was a discrepancy of 3 grams, Cheng examined the circuitry, ultimately deducing that it might stem from an internal resistance issue within the neural simulator. The neural potential difference is measured in millivolts. Even the slightest variation beyond 5 decimal places can lead to differing sensations. After all, artificial constructs lack the precision of human sensory receptors. Nonetheless, this slight deviation is acceptable and signifies the successful implementation of the tactile sensing apparatus. This entire setup costs no more than 500 yuan and can be effortlessly integrated into the mechanical prosthesis, fulfilling a critical function that enhances the performance of the exoskeletal prosthesis. Coincidentally, clinical trials are set to commence in August, allowing for the incorporation of this device into the tests. Consequently, he returned to Gu Ji's side, placing the device before him, and stated, "This apparatus is a tactile sensing device to be added to the exoskeleton. I will send you the design documentation shortly. Please implement tactile sensation in the palm area of the prosthesis based on this information. It suffices for the palm to have tactile feedback, as people primarily use their palms to sense objects. If we were to implement this feature across all areas, it would significantly burden the battery." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Also, let's include a switch for this function. Users can manually activate it when tactile feedback is necessary." Guga nodded in agreement. "Not a problem. By the way, when does the clinical trial begin?" "August 11th. Cheng squinted thoughtfully. August 11th marks the clinical trial of the neuro-controlled exoskeleton. August 20th witnesses the launch of the Huawei S, powered by lithium-air batteries, and August 30th sees the release of the BYD Han variant with lithium-air batteries. It seems this new month will herald a fresh wave of innovation from Jiqi. I will personally attend," Cheng affirmed. Gugu continued to delve into his equipment, only acknowledging Cheng with a casual response. His character was one that became utterly absorbed in research. Cheng, disinterested, glanced at the time and decided it was time to depart. He turned away and returned to his vehicle. However, before starting the engine, his phone rang. Slightly taken aback, he picked up the device to find it was the deputy general manager of the arms group who had originally signed the contract with him. Was he seeking assistance? Cheng answered the call. "Hello, General Manager Yao. What can I do for you? Is it possible for us to meet?" General Manager Yao inquired. "Not convenient," Cheng replied with a serene smile. The other party appeared taken aback by his directness, pausing for a moment before offering a wry smile. Cheng, regarding the lithium-air battery situation, General Su has been rather obstinate, causing discontent among many of our higher-ups. Might you persuade him?" It seemed General Manager Yao had misunderstood his intent. Cheng responded, "General Su's stance aligns with mine. Your dissatisfaction is irrelevant to Jiqi. The key technology for lithium-air batteries will remain exclusively with us. It cannot be relinquished to you. Moreover, didn't General Su provide you with a solution? We produce oxygen-selective carbon membranes, solid electrolytes, 3-dimensional pore diaphragms, and battery design schematics for you to assemble. Why, then, are you unwilling to accept this?" Suddenly, Cheng adopted a tone of realization. "Oh, I see. You covet Jiqi's technology, don't you?" "General Yi, please do not misunderstand." The other party hastily retorted. Surprised by Cheng's accusation, "We would never engage in such actions. We wish to collaborate with Jiqi in production, just like with nanomaterials. Jiqi can oversee the process. If oversight were effective, how would we come to have the phrase guarding the hen while stealing the eggs?" General Manager Yao was left helpless, sensing that Cheng was resolute in his refusal. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "General Yi, just give me a clear answer. What would it take for you to agree?" Cheng replied directly, "Very well. Either you accept our proposal, or we cease collaboration. Jiqi has been exceedingly generous, but will not be manipulated regarding core technologies. Furthermore, do not call me again. I will not answer your calls. For any matters, please contact General Su. Thank you." Without further ado, he decisively ended the call. He unconditionally supported Su Xian's decisions. Moreover, having just entrusted power to her, it would be inappropriate to bypass her with directives. Setting aside the matter, he started his vehicle and departed. He had indeed much on his plate, as he was to design a new tie-by architecture chip for the company. Since he now regarded himself as a researcher It was only fitting that he engage in the chip design work. Speaking of chip design, the company was no longer reliant solely on Zhong Xin. It had established its own chip design team, comprising several top-tier designers from abroad, including those from ARM, Apple, Qualcomm, and others. Although these individuals were initially novices to the tie-by architecture and somewhat inexperienced, once they fully grasped it, their capabilities would transform. The foundational knowledge of chip design was largely similar. The critical factor was the circuitry logic required to achieve specific functions. These designers possessed a strong aptitude for logical circuit design, and with the assistance of beginners, their efforts were significantly enhanced. They also discovered that the design language of the tie-by architecture was relatively accessible. Though more complex than ARM, it was still comprehensible. Additionally, with Zhong Xin's guidance, who provided a structural framework for them to work within, they designed the internal circuits of the chips, which Zhong Xin would then review. Initially, they were somewhat arrogant, viewing Zhong Xin as merely a 30-something young individual, but upon witnessing the optimized circuits he provided, they felt somewhat humbled. Later, when they learned that the Taichu 1 and tie-by architecture were designed by Zhong Xin, their admiration only deepened. Presently, their chip design was nearing completion, and they might begin the tape-out process before October. All in all, the development of the new chip was progressing exceptionally well. Furthermore, Android had completed its adaptation to the tie-by architecture, while the Windows system had yet to respond. Despite Microsoft reaching out to Geopolitical to purchase lithium-air batteries for use in their electronic devices, they were hesitant to make significant changes to their flagship product. Moreover, it was likely that Intel was also applying pressure to prevent Microsoft from adapting to the tie-by architecture. Chapter 126. The clinical trial of the neurocontrolled exoskeleton commences. This scenario reflects the ongoing power struggles and matters of vested interests. While Cheng could indeed leverage certain information to threaten Microsoft, such as the details regarding GateSpy and Epitin, he possessed relevant files in hand. In the United States, none of the affluent individuals can be deemed entirely virtuous. Nevertheless, there is no rush. After all, the realm of mobile chip design is flourishing, while the design of PC CPUs is predominantly monopolized by Intel and a select few others. In due time, the capacity to design PC processors may rest solely with their own company, Geopolitical, which currently lacks the bandwidth to expand into PC processor development. Thus, patience is a virtue. They can await Microsoft's proactive adaptation to their technology. Moreover, he has received word from a novice that Microsoft is already contemplating relevant proposals. AMD has persistently inquired when Microsoft will align with the tie-by architecture. Although Intel holds the rights to x86, AMD possesses critical technologies that allow it to maintain its licensing for x86. However, as a company rooted in agriculture, it undeniably lags behind Intel in processor technology. To surpass Intel, AMD must not only achieve technological breakthroughs, but also explore alternative avenues. The tie-by architecture, which evidently matches x86 in performance, presents them with such an opportunity. Consequently, they have continuously pressed Microsoft for adaptation timelines, prompting Microsoft to reconsider the matter. While Microsoft has historically favored Intel in its dealings with agricultural enterprises, the emergence of a new direction has opened the door for deliberation. Furthermore, due to the erratic implementation of Windows 11, which starkly contrasts with Windows 10, installation rates have stagnated. If they were to facilitate the compatibility of the tie-by architecture with Windows 11, it might attract a fresh wave of installations. Of course, the timing for such adaptation remains undecided. Time swiftly marched on, and August 11th arrived with haste. Today marks the commencement of the clinical trials for the first phase of the neural-controlled exoskeleton. Although the news has not been publicly disseminated, it has garnered significant attention from both domestic and international observers. Patients with limb disabilities await hopeful news, including the wealthy elite. The surgical procedure is set to take place at the prestigious Xia Hospital in Beijing. Outside the operating room, Cheng and Gugu stand together before a hospital bed. Lying on the bed is the subject of today's clinical trial, a man named Zhao Guoping, whose name is rather unremarkable. At the age of 47, he resides in a small county town and lost both hands in a car accident a decade ago. This tragedy abruptly severed his role as the family's breadwinner, leaving him devoid of a source of income. Despite receiving disability benefits, they proved insufficient to sustain his household. As a result, his wife and children departed, and he was compelled to return to his parents' home, becoming a burden at over 40. This situation plunged him into despair, fostering feelings of guilt towards his parents and shame in social interactions, leading him to contemplate suicide. 7 years ago, he attempted to end his life, but his mother discovered him just in time, saving him from death. Had she not intervened, he would have long ceased to exist. However, that near-fatal encounter instilled in him a profound respect for life and a yearning to survive, even in the most meager of circumstances. He began exercising daily to strengthen his body, believing that physical vitality would extend his life. He honed his running skills and even participated in the provincial disabled sports games, earning accolades. As 7 years elapsed, he learned last month about a company named Jiqi that had developed technology capable of restoring the functionality of limbs for individuals like himself, offering prosthetics that could fully replace his original arms. They were recruiting participants for the first phase of clinical trials, with generous compensation of 500,000 yuan regardless of the outcome, and without any financial burden on the subjects. Moreover, the procedure would not involve chemical drugs, presenting a higher safety profile compared to other clinical trials, with assurances of no life-threatening risks. Consequently, he urged his parents to enroll him. Although they initially hesitated due to the inherent risks of clinical trials, his desperation prevailed, and they ultimately consented. He was subsequently selected, having the best physical condition among the applicants. Thus, today, Zhao Guoping, under Jiqi's sponsorship, flew from his small southwestern county to the bustling metropolis of Beijing, arriving at the pristine Xia Hospital. He also met the young CEO of Jiqi, who patiently conversed with him. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, the surgery may leave potential trauma to the nerves and bones in your arms, but it will be performed under general anesthesia, so you need not worry about pain. The body will recover on its own, the CEO assured. Zhao Guoping smiled sincerely and replied, I understand. You've already explained this. Chairman Yi, you needn't worry. I am in good health. A little discomfort is nothing. I endured the pain when my arms were broken. I have faith in Jiqi's technology. Your company is reputable. Had I not lost my hands, I would have aspired to work at Jiqi, even as a janitor. Yi Cheng chuckled. We appreciate your trust. Should the opportunity arise, our wafer fabrication plant will be delighted to have you on board once your surgery is complete and your new arms enable you to work. Really? Zhao Guoping felt a surge of excitement, not only for the prospect of laboring with his own hands once more, but also due to Yi Cheng's invitation. The remuneration at the wafer fabrication plant is indeed substantial. Yi Cheng nodded with a smile. Absolutely. We long to witness the moment when individuals equipped with our exoskeleton prosthetics can return to work. That is the most significant purpose. Furthermore, their exoskeleton prosthetics do not induce lactic acid accumulation or muscle soreness. The joints are powered by motors, requiring minimal exertion from the user, with only slight strain on the shoulders. At that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat approached. It was Sun Tian. Mr. Yi, we are ready. We can proceed with the surgery now. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and nodded. Thank you. Dr. Sunday Sun Tian returned the smile. I am grateful to you, Mr. Yi, for entrusting me with this opportunity. He was about to personally perform this miraculous procedure. Zhao Guoping was wheeled into the operating room, the door closed, and the red light illuminated. Outside, Zhao Guoping's parents anxiously awaited. Though both nearing 70 had been reassured numerous times that there would be no complications, their concern remained palpable. Yet, they also harbored hope that when the door reopened, their son would emerge, arms free and swinging joyfully before them. Chapter 127, Witnessing a Miracle. Within the operating room, Sun Tian took a deep breath as he regarded the patient before him. The task ahead was formidable, with no room for error. However, relative to the surgeries he had performed on monkeys, working on a human body would be somewhat simpler due to the larger size of human bones and nerves. This alleviated some of his anxiety. Nevertheless, the stakes were higher, given that this was human clinical research, necessitating utmost caution. Yet, Sun Tian's mindset quickly stabilized. He had conducted countless surgeries involving neural interventions, and this seemingly straightforward procedure should prove manageable. Moreover, the prospect of witnessing a person, transformed by the successful integration of mechanical components into their body, emerge from the operation filled him with anticipation, fueling his belief that his name would be etched in the annals of medical history. Zhao Guoping, please relax and remain still during the surgery, he instructed. Rest assured, doctor. I fully understand. Zhao Guoping nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation that would shape the remainder of his life. He would approach this with the utmost seriousness, willingly accepting any measures the doctor deemed necessary, even if it meant being sedated. Very well. Sun Tian nodded slightly, observing the surroundings for a moment before articulating. The subject's emotions are stable. The first phase of the clinical trial for the neural-controlled exoskeleton commences now. The operating room was equipped with surveillance, and relevant personnel were attentively monitoring the situation. Sun Tian's statement was directed towards them, as well as some high-ranking officials observing the live broadcast. The interest in this clinical trial was substantial. Naturally, the decision to conduct a live stream had been sanctioned by Zhao Guoping, who would receive an additional remuneration of 10,000 yuan for this arrangement. The video of this operation would later serve as a tutorial for the procedure. Sun Taiyan adjusted his gloves, snapping them tightly at his wrists, while an assistant approached to help him remove his upper garment, revealing a shoulder that was merely a short stump without the connection of limbs. 2 severed arms. This time, they were to reattach his right arm. First, they disinfected the surface, followed by administering anesthesia. Subsequently, the incision was made, slicing through the center of the severed arm to create an approximately 4-centimeter opening. Then, akin to the prior surgery performed on a monkey, it was essential to locate the remnant piece of the humerus. This fragment had a considerable cross-sectional area and a significant diameter, easily discernible by feeling one's own arm. Moreover, Zhao Guoping was of robust build, standing nearly 1.78 meters tall, which meant his humerus was also relatively thick. However, merely finding the bone did not allow them to proceed. The incision needed to be treated to facilitate the connection of the bone-arm connector. This time, Gugu had developed a new connection scheme, enhancing the stability of the junction. Given the larger size of human bones, a large screw would be inserted centrally, accompanied by 3 smaller screws on either side to augment the securing strength. The incision on Zhao Guoping was quickly addressed, utilizing a fixation clamp to stabilize it and expose the underlying bone. Gugu then produced a medical electric drill, replacing the drill bit, and commenced drilling. A central hole emerged, into which screws and nuts were inserted, followed by a circular metal plate with a central aperture designed to fit the large nut, flanked by 3 smaller holes to facilitate the insertion of the additional screws, ensuring precise alignment. Lying on the operating table, Zhao Guoping listened to the sound of the electric drill beside him. Although he had encountered such equipment during previous dental procedures, the fact that it was now directed at his own arm bone instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Nevertheless, he soon relaxed. After all, that fragment of bone was already rendered useless, and now he had a rare opportunity for restoration. Why should he dwell on such matters? Reflecting on his parents, who were nearing 70, he felt a pang of guilt for having caused them worry over the years. Once he regained the use of both hands, he vowed to ensure they would no longer have to fret for him in their twilight years. At this moment, an assistant, perhaps noticing his emotional fluctuations, initiated conversation. I heard you were the champion at your province's disabled sports competition. Engaging patients in dialogue to stabilize their emotions was also part of their responsibilities. Zhao Guoping remained still, smiling as he replied, "Yes, if it weren't for my age, I might have had a chance to compete in the Paralympics last year." The assistant chuckled, "Ha, that's quite impressive. I wonder if you would still be considered disabled afterward." Zhao Guoping paused, then realized that if the surgery succeeded, he would have hands and feet indistinguishable from a normal person. Would that mean he no longer qualified as disabled? Pondering this, he suddenly remarked, "Will there perhaps be a sports competition for individuals like us, the semi-cyborgs, in the future?" Semi-cyborgs, a term so reminiscent of science fiction. Just as the assistant was about to respond, Sun Taiyan interjected into their conversation. Having affixed all the nuts to Zhao Guoping, he was now ready to extract the nerves. That will depend on how many patients we have fitted with new prosthetics. Additionally, certain high-impact sports may be off-limits. But you do run, don't you? Zhao Guoping replied cheerfully. Even without hands, I could still run as a disabled athlete. However, I only participated in sports competitions out of boredom. Once I have my hands back, I will certainly be returning to work. Sun Taiyan nodded, though exercise is still essential. He added, I run several kilometers every day to maintain my accustomed routine. Zhao Guoping nodded, suddenly asking, by the way, doctor, how long until I can be discharged after the surgery? You will need to be observed for approximately 2 weeks. But during this time, you can freely move around the hospital vicinity and utilize your new hand for stretching exercises and such. Moreover, as everyone's bone density varies, the range of activities permitted will differ. However, we have assessed your bone structure, and it is denser than average, allowing you to engage in some high-impact activities. All right. Thank you, doctor. Sun Taiyan nodded, returning to his work. He identified the main nerve and proceeded to connect the artificial nerve to it, followed by the neural signal recognition chip and the tactile sensing circuitry. The two circuits were connected in parallel, sharing a single artificial nerve, an optimized approach that negated the need for 2 separate artificial nerves. Next was the bone-arm connector, which he inserted the chip into, aligning it with the 4 nuts on the bone, and with a gentle press, the 2 sections snapped together seamlessly, providing a robust connection. Finally, the last component, the exoskeletal prosthesis. An assistant handed over a metallic arm, gleaming with a metallic luster, evoking comparisons to Iron Man, prompting a collective admiration. Yet, the only drawback was that it necessitated surgery on oneself, so one would think twice. Everyone focused intently, witnessing Sun Taiyan's next actions, as they were about to witness a miracle. Chapter 128, The Perfect Prosthetic. In the hospital's monitoring room, Yi Cheng, Gu Gu, and several senior officials from Xia Hospital were engrossed in the surgical proceedings. Upon seeing Sun Taiyan prepare to install the final component, the president of Xia Hospital remarked, "If this truly stabilizes, Jiqi has undoubtedly created a new milestone in the medical field. The world will owe you their gratitude." The others nodded in agreement. The restoration of a severed limb, capable of being controlled as if it were a natural arm, was something that, in the past, would have been inconceivable to many. Yi Cheng replied with a faint smile, "Technology is ever evolving. We at Jiqi have merely arrived at this point slightly ahead of others." The senior officials of Xia interjected, "You call this slight? That is hardly an understatement." The president of the hospital cleared his throat and continued, "In summary, we hope Jiqi will continue to surprise us." Of course, Yi Cheng thought to himself that Sun Taiyan had essentially agreed to join their company, pondering whether this would be seen as a surprise for Xia. He analyzed the situation carefully. Perhaps it could also be perceived as a shock. He hoped the president wouldn't hold a grudge against them. If the technology matures further, and the surgical methods become more refined, we might be able to directly mimic the human shoulder joint, affixing the exoskeleton accordingly. Indeed, that would be quite a challenging goal. The president nodded. Currently, artificial joints still have certain limitations and cannot fully replicate the functionality of a natural shoulder joint. However, given that we have achieved this technology, who knows what future advancements may bring in the realm of artificial shoulder joints. Yi Cheng smiled. "I hope that day arrives swiftly. It seems the burden falls upon you at Jiqi." The president shook his head. "I believe you are the only ones with such potential in this technology." Yi Cheng shrugged, hoping for the best. The limitations of artificial joints stem from material constraints. High-quality artificial joint materials are exorbitantly priced, while inferior counterparts can easily damage the human body. After all, joints are subject to constant friction. This friction can lead to the deterioration of artificial joints, with small particles entering the body and potentially triggering infections. Consequently, their exoskeletal prostheses had not yet been directly replaced from the joints, although customization could be undertaken in the future should the patients desire it. If advancements in materials were achieved down the line, they would undoubtedly upgrade to superior components. The individuals present soon shifted their focus from this matter, as Sun Taiyan had already completed the final section of Zhao Guoping's prosthetic, a right exoskeletal arm. They were now left to await the cessation of the anesthesia effects, eager to see if the new right arm could move. As for the left arm, surgery would only commence after a 2-week observation period to ensure there were no complications. Time passed incrementally. All eyes were fixated on Zhao Guoping's right hand. The metallic prosthesis lay quietly upon the hospital bed, its internal circuitry activated, awaiting the conclusion of the anesthetic's influence. Once the nerve conduction returned to normal, Zhao Guoping's neural impulses could be transmitted to the exoskeletal prosthesis. Whether he could manipulate it remained to be seen. Zhao Guoping lay still on the bed. He gradually began to perceive sensations of pain emanating from his arm, a natural consequence of the surgical trauma that had inevitably stimulated his pain receptors. Yet, this also indicated that the effects of anesthesia were waning, albeit not entirely gone. Suddenly, he felt a soft tactile sensation in his hand, prompting him to exert pressure instinctively. Could it be? Was it his hand? A tactile sensation? He looked down to discover his metallic fingers moving across the bed, pressing against the sheets, and the soft feeling emanated from them. Although the sensation was peculiar, he could not precisely articulate why. It felt as if the pressure he exerted did not gradually increase, but rather surged suddenly. Nonetheless, his greater concern lay in the fact that his fingers could move. His mind, both familiar and foreign, was controlling his fingers once more. The brain recognized and transmitted signals. After so many years, this former subordinate had returned. Zhao Guoping had anticipated this scenario and felt a surge of excitement within. He was not alone in this moment. Everyone watching him bore witness to the event. In the operating room, Sun Taiyan's gaze flickered with suppressed exhilaration, while the assistants could hardly contain their awe. Wanting to cheer, but mindful that the surgery had not yet officially concluded. In the monitoring room, all stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Of course, mere finger movement was only the first step toward success. The true measure of achievement lay in the ability to control it flawlessly. Sun Taiyan urged, "Try moving your wrist and other joints." Hearing his voice, Zhao Guoping snapped back from his astonishment at the tactile feedback. Yes, The sensation was trivial. Acquiring a new hand was what truly mattered. He then proceeded to move his wrist, and the motion was nothing short of exquisite. Thanks to the exceptional joint connections designed by Gugu, it functioned like a genuine wrist, exhibiting resistance and flexibility nearly indistinguishable from his original. Next came the elbow joint, which too moved flawlessly. Then, with his metallic palm pressing against the sheets, the increasing pressure signified that his upper body weight was gradually being supported by the new prosthesis. Subsequently, he sat up. Those around him witnessed his seamless movements, confirming that this arm could indeed function normally. Sun Tien clapped, and the others in the operating room joined in applause. Likewise, everyone in the monitoring room erupted in cheers, as did those watching the live broadcast. Each individual celebrated this moment. The restoration of a limb, once considered a mere technological aspiration, had now manifested before their eyes. Despite the prosthetic's imperfections, its functionality had been fully realized. Gratitude was extended to Ji for their contribution, as they had brought hope to the disabled. The hospital director extended his hand toward Cheng. Cheng smiled gently and reciprocated the gesture, grasping the director's hand. We must also express our gratitude to Xie for their support. In the future, we at Ji are eager to strengthen our collaboration with Xie. Then we are even more grateful. The director replied, his excitement evident. Jiqi's mastery of critical technology meant that any hospital wishing to implement such advancements in the future would have to source from them. The immense potential of this technology was unmistakable. Jiqi's willingness to enhance their partnership with Xie would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for the latter. Now, let us go and meet our subject, Cheng said with a smile. Indeed, the director agreed, nodding with a grin before waving his hand. Let's all go and take a look. Chapter 129. The excitement of the world. The operating room door swung open. Cheng and the others watched as Zhao Guoping emerged first. He joyfully waved his new arm, occasionally clenching his fist, relishing the delightful sensation of neural signals flowing through his hand. He lifted his head and saw his elderly parents, nearly 50 years old, rushing toward him like children, embracing him with his new hand. Dad, Mom, look, I have a hand now. The sight brought tears to the eyes of the elderly couple, who exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." Though the new hand lacked the warmth of a natural one and appeared somewhat intimidating, the freedom of movement stirred their emotions profoundly. Observers nearby could not help but smile at the joyful reunion of this family. For any parent, nurturing a child, even one with disabilities, is an unwavering commitment. Zhao's parents had undoubtedly fulfilled their parental duties to the fullest extent. Now, witnessing their child's potential recovery, they could only rejoice. Some nurses in the vicinity were moved to tears by the scene. Thus, Zhao Guoping celebrated with his parents for a time before finally acknowledging the presence of the crowd around him. He approached Sun Tien with his parents to express their heartfelt gratitude. Sun Tien waved his hand with a smile, directing their thanks toward Cheng. You should be grateful to Ji. They provided all the funding and technology. Zhao Guoping and his parents turned to Cheng and immediately approached him. Zhao's mother, tears streaming down her face, grasped Cheng's hand and bowed in gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and Ji, we wouldn't know what to do in the future. My husband and I are nearing 70, and if anything were to happen to us, we worried about who would take care of Guoping. Now, we can finally rest easy. Cheng quickly helped Zhao's mother upright, saying, "Oh, please don't do that. This is merely our duty as a technology company. Seeing Mr. Zhao like this is also an inspiration for us." Zhao's mother could not contain her gratitude. While Zhao's father chimed in, "We are fortunate to have a company like Ji and Huagua. There is no doubt that it will continue to thrive." Yicheng laughed. "Then we thank you for your support." The Zhao family remained deeply moved, expressing their thanks profusely. Once their words ran dry, they insisted on treating Cheng to a meal as a gesture of appreciation. After exchanging pleasantries, Gugu approached to begin explaining the usage instructions for Zhao Guoping's new arm. This is the location designated for battery installation. Generally speaking, this mechanical arm is expected to function for approximately a month, provided that you refrain from engaging in excessive activities or lifting heavy objects. The battery charger and spare batteries will be provided to you by the medical staff during your hospital stay. You may gently test the new arm to ascertain its stability. Though it is advisable to avoid exerting too much force, exercises such as pull-ups should only be attempted once both arms have been replaced. As for your left arm, we plan to replace it in about 2 weeks. However, should your condition improve within a week, we can proceed with the surgery immediately, should you wish. Gugu emphasized this, while Zhao Guoping nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, all matters were addressed. Sun Tien stepped forward and stated, "Now, let us guide you to your ward." During this period, You may acclimate to your new arm, and our nurses will attend to your needs. Very well, Zhao Guoping replied with a nod. Consequently, the group departed from the surgical building and made their way to the inpatient ward. However, upon exiting the surgical building, Zhao Guoping was momentarily taken aback by the throng of media personnel armed with cameras and microphones. Why are there so many people? He inquired. Beside him, Yi Cheng chuckled. They are all here to interview you. Interview me? At that moment, the reporters had spotted Zhao Guoping and noticed the sleeve of his hospital gown. The left side was empty, devoid of an arm, while the right arm extended a metallic appendage. Undoubtedly, he was the subject they had come to cover. The reporters surged forward like sharks, sensing blood. Mr. Zhao Guoping, was your surgery successful? Mr. Zhao, is that your mechanical hand? Mr. Zhao, can your exoskeleton prosthesis function normally? Instinctively, Zhao Guoping extended his new arm, attempting to push away the encroaching crowd. However, this action sparked an uproar. The mechanical hand is moving. Instantly, camera flashes erupted, and photographers incessantly clicked their shutters. Mr. Zhao Guoping, the reporters clamored, and after responding to a few questions amidst the tumult, Zhao Guoping was finally escorted to his ward by the hospital security personnel. Meanwhile, videos and photographs of him swiftly circulated across the internet. Clinical trial of nerve-controlled exoskeleton technology achieved success. The topic surged to the forefront of trending discussions almost instantaneously. Netizens eagerly joined the discourse. The transition from initial successful experiments on monkeys to a human utilizing such equipment astonished them. Terms like Iron Man, Terminator, and RoboCop resurfaced in discussions online. In the video, clad in a hospital gown, Zhao Guoping raised his mechanical arm. The joints distinctly articulated, the metallic sheen glimmering on the back of his hand. The video was viewed countless times. Before long, the official account of Zhiqi released a comprehensive showcase video demonstrating Zhao Guoping performing various actions such as boxing, using a mobile phone, playing Minesweeper, and eating, all akin to a natural hand. This fueled even greater enthusiasm among the public, especially those with disabilities, who inquired about when this technology would be commercially available and its cost. The video also reached international platforms, where foreign audiences exhibited an even greater fascination. Growing up watching science fiction films, they could hardly fathom the emergence of such a mechanical hand in the world. Observing the video of the dexterous mechanical hand, they were left in awe and sought to know the hospital and company behind the innovation, eager to acquire one for themselves. Foreigners are known for their adventurous spirit, particularly when it comes to standing out. Otherwise, why would they be so few in number? Their culture is a stark contrast to the more reserved nature of Huagua. Chapter 130, The Perplexed Foreigners. Ultimately, when foreign netizens learned that this groundbreaking technology had originated from Huagua, they were left astounded. Under the influence of foreign media, many had perceived Huagua as a backward nation. However, this leap into science fiction technology was the work of Huagua's researchers. It was beyond their comprehension. It was reminiscent of the Cold War era, when they discovered that the Soviet Union had first launched into space before the United States. The foreign internet buzzed with excitement. An American netizen exclaimed, "This was developed by Huagua? Are our companies just floundering?" An Indian netizen remarked, "I believe Huagua should share such technology freely. It's beneficial for humanity." A South Korean netizen added, "It's rare for an Indian to make such a sensible statement." A Japanese netizen retorted, "Both of your countries are shameless, especially South Korea." Another South Korean netizen replied, "Aren't you Japanese helping Huagua?" The Japanese netizen shot back, "What business is it of yours?" A second South Korean netizen scoffed, "Shameless Japanese. Huagua just restricted your semiconductor industry, and you're already kneeling before them." A Japanese netizen countered, "Don't get too smug. Huagua will eventually deal with you." A Vietnamese netizen commented, "Indeed, people from Japan and South Korea are equally foolish to argue in such a setting." A Polish netizen remarked, "If Huagua is unwilling to allow Poland to become a permanent member of the UN, they certainly won't share such technology." A Turkish netizen added, "If Poland can be a permanent member, then anyone can." A Gallic netizen quipped, "If Huagua can develop such technology, it's evident that people from Yingwa are utterly inept." A Yingwa netizen retorted, "Everyone has their strengths except Gallic people." Another Yingwa netizen chimed in, including Gallic people. An American netizen declared, "I want to go to Huagua. I want a mechanical arm." A Japanese netizen mused, "With a mechanical arm, can I also achieve the skills of Kato Takahiro?" The reactions from netizens worldwide were fervent. Although most found it hard to believe that Huagua had developed this technology, the evidence was undeniable. Those eager to augment their own limbs with mechanical counterparts began to navigate through Huagua's websites, only to find themselves confronted with a plethora of unfamiliar characters. Even the translated content proved somewhat challenging to comprehend. Ultimately, they learned that the individual in the video was merely a participant in the initial clinical trial of the technology, which left them thoroughly disappointed. Many believed that based on the footage, this technology could be readily commercialized for patient use. However, they soon discovered that the second phase of clinical trials was about to commence, seeking additional participants. Consequently, some foreigners attempted to apply, only to be thwarted by the requirement for an identification card, leaving them to lament their lack of Huagua citizenship. Xiaobai quickly identified a surge of foreign IP addresses accessing their participant recruitment website and promptly informed Yicheng. Yicheng was somewhat surprised. Among these foreigners were individuals in good health, prompting him to reflect on their reckless desire to replace functioning limbs with mechanical ones. He shared this development with Su Xin. With so much foreign interest in their technology, it would be a disservice not to capitalize on it, given their monopolistic advantage. Thus, it was not long before Jiqi Company announced that, due to national policy influences, their technology would only be available within Huagua, as it involved lithium-air batteries, a restricted product. Foreigners seeking to acquire exoskeletal prosthetics can only turn to Huagua, and this option is exclusively available to individuals with disabilities. Moreover, once they have undergone the procedure, travel abroad becomes an impossibility due to the presence of lithium-air batteries within their prosthetics. This necessitates the replacement of the batteries with alternatives or resorting to illegal means to escape. Such stringent conditions have incited a wave of unrest among foreigners. It implies that these individuals from abroad might as well abandon any hope of obtaining such advancements. Consequently, uproar ensued, particularly among certain factions in the United States, who began clamoring for their government to hastily urge Huagua to amend its policies, lest they withhold their votes in the upcoming elections. However, persuading Huagua to change its stance would be tantamount to conceding defeat for the United States government, leading to a state of indecision. In the White House, the president, juggling drowsiness and a throbbing headache, pondered the situation. What course of action could be taken? The fervor surrounding the prosthetics seemed utterly irrational, almost absurd. Why were they so frenzied over a mere prosthesis? They might as well engage in a protest. Although re-election appeared unattainable, maintaining party support remained his presidential duty, even as he became a target of ridicule among American citizens. After much contemplation, he summoned his Secretary of State. Shortly thereafter, the newly appointed secretary, having been in office for less than 6 months, arrived. Mr. President, you called for me? Our approval ratings are plummeting, primarily due to our policies concerning Huagua. What solutions can we devise? The secretary hesitated. Discussing matters related to Huagua required utmost caution, especially considering the involvement of the Zitsiki company, and he was all too aware of how his predecessor was ousted. He could not afford to suggest capitulation to Huagua, for the blame would inevitably fall on him, and he might find himself denounced in history. After a prolonged silence, he articulated, I believe we must adopt a comprehensive approach to this issue. Firstly, safeguarding America's fundamental interests is paramount, and our policies towards Huagua undoubtedly serve that purpose. However, we must also consider the opinions of our citizens. If the majority believe we should proceed in a certain manner, we ought to take that into account. Additionally, the interests of our party are crucial, and your decisions, as our party leader, will, of course, reflect that. The president, after listening intently, could only conclude that the secretary's counsel was akin to hearing a plethora of words without substance. At that moment, he contemplated dismissing the secretary altogether. However, such a move might draw comparisons to his predecessor, a comparison he wished to avoid at all costs. Finally, he inquired, what response do you believe would be most prudent at this juncture? The secretary, scratching his head, replied, I think we can temporarily stabilize public attention and then address the issue with Huagua at a later meeting. Chapter 131. The Crisis of Public Opinion, of course. The secretary was not merely idling away his time. He soon recalled a pertinent matter. There's also the technology from Zitsiki regarding their analysis of human neural signals. This technology would be nearly impossible to develop without a substantial number of human neural samples, leading us to justifiably question whether they have conducted experiments on living individuals, which would be a gross violation of ethical standards. With this angle, we can leverage our media influence to criticize Huagua, raise inquiries at the United Nations, and prompt NGOs to condemn Zitsiki's actions. As long as Zitsiki cannot provide a reasonable explanation, we will undoubtedly inflict damage upon them. The president's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated the secretary would offer such a valuable suggestion. Do you believe Zitsiki has indeed experimented on living subjects? The secretary shook his head. We cannot ascertain that. They may possess technologies beyond our comprehension, but they will certainly not admit to it, just as we would not. However, should we publicize this matter? Regardless of its veracity, there will always be citizens who will believe it. The president nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, and you will oversee it. Understood, Mr. President, the secretary replied, accepting what appeared to be a straightforward task. Not only the U.S. government responded, but a faction of affluent individuals also took action. They might not exhibit the same frenzy as ordinary citizens clamoring for mechanical limbs, yet they could not dismiss a technology capable of treating disabilities. Some were disabled themselves, while others had disabled relatives. Thus, these affluent individuals exerted pressure on the U.S. government, further complicating the president's predicament. Discussions concerning policy towards Huagua surfaced more frequently than ever in meetings, with Congress becoming increasingly contentious as more representatives and interest groups were involved. The clamor from the U.S. soon reached the capital of Huagua. While there was no overt ridicule, private jesting was inescapable. In an office in the capital, the elder looked over the evaluation report presented by a middle-aged man. Are you suggesting that some individuals might request hospitals to provide them with exoskeletal prosthetics? The middle-aged man offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, there's a possibility. The notion of one's body being a gift from parents no longer holds sway. Some young people might indeed entertain such thoughts. The elder furrowed his brow. Having been born in the 1950s, he found it hard to believe anyone would engage in such behavior. Yet as the elder, he had to accept that such absurdities could occur in society. A nation spanning 9.6 million square kilometers, with a population of 1.4 billion, is bound to witness its share of eccentricities. After a moment's contemplation, the elder stated, "Let us establish regulations promptly. Any hospital may only perform surgeries on those who are already disabled, prohibiting the replacement of limbs for those who are fully able-bodied." Understood, elder. The middle-aged man replied, then inquired, what if some individuals deliberately break their arms or legs to obtain exoskeletal prosthetics? The elder shook his head, somewhat exasperated. How can we possibly regulate such behavior? Let us not concern ourselves with this. Not everyone who breaks a limb requires amputation. If they possess the audacity to injure themselves to such an extent, why should we intervene? The elder waved his hand, dismissing the issue. The middle-aged man agreed, recognizing that only a truly unscrupulous hospital would resort to amputation for minor injuries. Indeed, elder, he responded, then added with a hint of schadenfreude. In fact, the situation in the U.S. may be even more dire. The young people seemed far less cautious. The elder chuckled lightly and offered a courteous remark. We must have faith in the strength of the U.S. government. They will undoubtedly prevent such occurrences. Yet, despite his words, he found the intelligence from the U.S. amusing, noting that the president had spent several consecutive days delivering speeches, asserting that Huagua's technology was still immature, and urging the youth to remain rational and grounded. This was not science fiction. However, the youth's disbelief persisted. Video evidence could not be fabricated. Was it not authentic? Moreover, as of now, Zhao Guoping had not encountered any issues with his new prosthetics after several days of use, and he was becoming increasingly adept with them, occasionally sharing videos that stirred growing excitement among foreigners. Additionally, the second phase of clinical trials was approaching, set to commence next month, and Zhao Guoping had consented to undergo surgery on his left arm in a week, aiming for a complete restoration of both arms. At that moment, the foreigners were likely to become even more envious. The middle-aged man chuckled and remarked, I believe we can have our people promote this abroad, stirring up even greater excitement among the foreign populace. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, diminishing the happiness of foreign nationals equates to enhancing the happiness of our own citizens, a guaranteed profit. However, just as they were engaged in this pleasant discourse, the middle-aged man suddenly received a phone call, and his brow furrowed in concern. After hanging up, he turned to the elder and stated, Elder, the Americans and their factions are now simultaneously condemning Jiqi Company for conducting experiments on living humans. Media outlets like BCC and CCN have begun to publicize this matter. The elder's expression shifted, a frown forming on his face. The situation was evidently dire, signaling a looming public relations crisis. We must inquire with Jiqi on how they plan to address this issue. If we cannot provide evidence in response, we will remain perpetually on the defensive. Yes. The middle-aged man promptly agreed, hastening to leave the room. Within the confines of the office, the elder pondered deeply, casting a glance out the window. I hope Jiqi can swiftly silence their critics. As for whether Jiqi truly conducted experiments on living subjects, he certainly did not believe it. Yet, evidence must be presented. Convincing foreigners was secondary. More importantly, it was essential to gain the trust of the domestic populace. In a nation like Huagua, which had long been at a disadvantage in public opinion. Failing to effectively counter this crisis could result in certain individuals causing an uproar for an extended period. Chapter 132. Ziqi's response. Ziqi is conducting experiments on living humans? Unbelievable. Ziqi company has already garnered profits that other companies could only dream of. How could they engage in such actions? It is nothing but slander. So what if they made a fortune? If those companies had an opportunity to earn even more, would they not seize it? How absurd. Are you an employee of Ziqi? How do you know they're the kind of company that would do anything to maximize profits? No need to say more. Ziqi is basically finished. Once these wealthy individuals have the chance to profit, they cast aside all notions of humanity and morality. This has truly shocked me for a year. I will no longer use Ziqi's products. This news originated from abroad. Do I need to elaborate? The intentions of foreigners are all too clear. They claim Ziqi conducts experiments on living humans because they pointed out a hypothesis. A Nobel Prize-winning neuroscientist speculated that to accurately identify the information conveyed by neural signals in Ziqi's neurocontrol exoskeleton technology, extensive testing on human nerves and a vast collection of samples would be necessary. How could Ziqi possibly find so many willing participants for sample collection? They can simply pay for it, right? Recruit a few volunteers to gather relevant data. If they are willing, what is their doubt? This has nothing to do with money, whether through coercion or compensation for voluntary participation. Directly collecting data from a large number of living individuals fundamentally contravenes ethical principles. The law is meant to prevent such voluntary actions. How can you ensure that collecting such nerve-related data won't cause permanent damage to their nervous systems? What if there are lasting side effects? Otherwise, wouldn't those wealthy corporations be able to simply throw money at the poor, expecting them to willingly sacrifice their bodies? The detractors found themselves at a loss for rebuttal, ultimately responding, "You have no evidence to support that. That Nobel laureate is an American." Who knows if he was instructed to make such claims? Unbeknownst to them, Ziqi had garnered a loyal following, inspired by the groundbreaking technology they brought to Huagua. Yet, skepticism regarding Ziqi persisted. The disputes online raged on unabated. In response, Ziqi swiftly issued an announcement. Ziqi Technology Company will never engage in any actions that violate human ethics. We will subsequently provide evidence to substantiate our claims. And we reserve the right to pursue legal action against any individual or organization that has participated in defaming our company online. We encourage every netizen to assist us in reporting these incidents. Click here to report. The announcement reignited the debate. Nevertheless, in the face of a colossal technological entity's declaration, the presence of those propagating rumors about Ziqi began to diminish. However, the damage had been done. Supporters of Ziqi took it upon themselves to report those who were clearly slandering the company. Simultaneously, Xiaobai was collecting relevant information in the invisible realm of cyberspace. Ziqi could afford to ignore other defamatory actions, much like how Xiaoma was consistently criticized in various games without concern. However, Ziqi would not permit the continued unchecked defamation of its reputation. This was the battleground of public opinion online. On another front, in Modu, Cheng returned after the success of his clinical trials. Today, he found himself back at Ziqi's headquarters, seated in his office. Although he had distanced himself from the company's affairs, there was no harm in occasionally coming back. Eventually, the inevitable must confront him, observing the rampant rumors online. Cheng felt no anxiety. He was well prepared. At that moment, Su Xian entered Cheng's office. "Boss, do you still have the leisure to be at the company? You appear utterly unconcerned." Cheng shrugged. "What is there to worry about? The company is currently under your management." Su Xian rolled her eyes, exasperated. "As if this isn't your company. I'm too lazy to argue with you." She extended her hand. "Where's our evidence?" The Americans wield formidable influence in public opinion. If we fail to respond promptly, they will claim we are guilty. Cheng smiled, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket and handing it to Su Xian. "Here it is, but it involves some critical technology. You may want to consider whether to disclose it." "Critical technology?" Su Xian took the USB drive, her brow furrowing slightly. "Does it involve financial interests?" "There are certainly considerations, but they are not substantial," Cheng replied with a grin. "Of course, if made public, it could easily be portrayed as Ziqi's contribution to the global medical community." Su Xian nodded. "All right, I will review it shortly." Cheng acknowledged it, glancing at the time before rising. "I'm heading to the development department. You can manage your tasks." "Okay." After a moment, Su Xian suddenly added, "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Cheng paused at the door, replying, "Let's hold off until we resolve the company's matters." "Fine, Su Xin Gonset." However, shortly after, Cheng continued, "Oh, right, isn't Huawei launching a new phone tomorrow?" If the response is positive, we should celebrate with a meal. Susin Duka. What is there to celebrate if Huawei's phone sells well? A good phone means our lithium-air batteries have gained public approval. Yicheng Lafit, Besidis, Meitirating. Don't you want to go? Of course I do. We agreed on this. No backing out. Susin Gwikli Asa. When have I ever gone back on my word? Yicheng waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. The next day arrived. At noon, Zhiqi published a technical article detailing the supercomputing derivation of neural electrical signal commands and simulation models. The article elucidated how Zhiqi constructed a neural electrical signal simulation program and utilized supercomputers to deduce the commands represented by these neural electrical signals, subsequently conducting simulations. The technology involved is highly sophisticated, yet it unveils a crucial revelation. Zhihui did not conduct neural experiments on living subjects, but rather developed a program utilizing historical data from past experiments regarding neural electrical signals, which was then processed by supercomputing systems for derivation and testing, ultimately yielding results. Through these results, Zhihui discerned the distinct neural electrical signals that corresponded to various commands. Although the article contains some pivotal technologies, it primarily reveals the electrical potential differences associated with the neural signals controlling arm movements, without disclosing the specifics of this so-called supercomputing program. Chapter 133. The launch of Huawei's new smartphone. Consequently, while experts may grasp the essence of the discussion, they're left unable to replicate the findings. At best, merely able to stimulate human nerves using the mentioned electrical potential differences to observe whether individuals can execute corresponding actions. Naturally, Zhihui provides an opportunity. Those who join Zhihui as researchers within the Neural Research Project will gain insight into the intricacies of neural signals. As for others, due to the proprietary nature of the company's secrets, such knowledge remains inaccessible. Zhihui's statement instantly brought joy to its supporters, whose voices drowned out the detractors. After all, the article is technical in nature, rendering it nearly incomprehensible for the average person. However, Zhihui's willingness to publish it signifies their confidence. Soon after, both Xia and the Shisher Supercomputing Center spoke in support of Zhihui. Xia confirmed that Zhihui indeed gathered data related to neural research from their hospital, while the Shisher Supercomputing Center acknowledged that Zhihui had rented numerous nodes from the Sunway Taihu Light supercomputer. As for whether Zhihui genuinely possesses such a supercomputing program, the answer is affirmative. The materials provided to Yicheng included a program that necessitated supercomputing capabilities for data collection. However, due to the comprehensive nature of the information, practical application did not require such advanced computing power. The reason for initially renting Sunway Taihu Light was to accommodate Xiaobai, who inadvertently incurred substantial electricity costs. Xiaobai had repeatedly informed Yicheng that the staff at the Shisher Supercomputing Center were puzzled, and had it not been for cost considerations, they might have dismantled the supercomputer to inspect its circuitry. Yicheng, believing himself to be quite reasonable, rented the nodes to compensate for the expenses incurred. Now, with these two prestigious institutions in the country vouching for Zhihui, the legitimacy of their statement has been further solidified. Consequently, domestic skepticism towards Zhihui dissipated. Although there remain some critical voices online, they predominantly originated from self-identified northern mainland netizens or individuals abroad. Thus, Zhihui managed to navigate this public relations crisis effectively, although they would not let those who had previously slandered them off the hook. This matter has reached a resolution domestically. While the ongoing foreign discourse is of little concern to Zhihui, as foreign opinions do not hinder their potential to easily expand into international markets. After all, those who criticize fiercely still need to purchase their products. At worst, they could label items as made in PRC, as many foreigners possess an AQ spirit, believing that as long as it is not made in China, it suffices. A day has passed, and today is August 20th. The Huawei product launch event is scheduled for 7:30 p.m. The highlight of this event is undoubtedly the new Huawei S smartphone, equipped with a lithium-air battery. Everyone is eagerly anticipating just how groundbreaking this device will be. The venue is filled with invited figures from the tech industry, and the online viewership for the live stream has approached 10 million. This smartphone has garnered immense attention even before its official release. The excitement escalates, and related topics have already claimed a spot on trending lists. Competing smartphone manufacturers are understandably anxious. Even Redmi, which recently profited handsomely from a new device, cannot suppress its concerns. In the face of such a potentially game-changing smartphone, no competitor remains unconcerned, especially Samsung and Apple, who have yet to receive the design schematics for the lithium-air battery from Zhihui. They even contemplate exerting influence to prohibit Huawei's sales within their reach. But considering the current strength of Huawei and the persistent threat posed by Huawei, they're compelled to dismiss this option at once. It would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Before long, 7:30 p.m. arrives as scheduled, and the launch event commences. Yu Dazue takes the stage, providing a brief introduction before diving straight into the eagerly anticipated unveiling of the Huawei S. The introductory animation for the new smartphone is displayed on the large screen behind him. A dark world appears, occasionally interrupted by the sound of water. Attendees speculate it might be underwater. Just then, amidst the darkness, a beam of light emerges. As the audience gazes, they realize it is a luminous fish, its striking appearance unknown but presumably fictional. The glowing fish swims closer, illuminating a surface upon which the Huawei logo is reflected, capturing everyone's attention. This must be the new smartphone. Subsequently, the fish gently grasps the new device in its mouth and begins to swim upward. The darkness gradually dissipates, revealing that they were indeed at the ocean's floor. Observant viewers notice that the fish intermittently displays a logo, Huawei's logo. The audience quickly connects the dots. The previous darkness symbolizes Huawei's struggles, while Huawei serves as the guiding light leading them back to prosperity. This homage to Huawei during the launch elicits awe, as it is rare for a top 50 global company to pay tribute to another. How should one describe this? The comments section provides clarity. So flattering. I give Huawei full marks for this. Never forget the wellspring of your success. Huawei remains loyal. Huawei's emergence has revitalized Huawei's consumer business. This gesture is indeed warranted. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Su Xin are dining together, watching the Huawei launch, and they exchange smiles at this unexpected tribute. This promotional video pleasantly surprises them. Rather than deflecting, it is better to accept the recognition gracefully, as Huawei now possesses the confidence to embrace accolades from other companies. The launch event continues, and once the smartphone emerges from the water, the audience finally sees its design. One word describes it: sleek, remarkably thin. The device's thickness appears to be nearly half that of previous smartphones. It is evident that Huawei, with the lithium-air battery, opted not to add more sensors for additional features, but rather chose to optimize the aesthetic of the device itself. Chapter 134, Star Entrepreneurs. Soon, the data for the Huawei S appears on the PPT. Taichu 1 chip, 12, 500 mAh lithium-air battery, 180W fast charging, a 144Hz screen, 65 inches, 3K resolution. Utilizing BOE's latest diamond arrangement display with 500 ppi. With a mere thickness of 495 millimeters, the overall weight registers an astonishingly light 135 grams. The 65-inch smartphone boasts a slender profile of just 495 millimeters and a weight that scarcely exceeds 130 grams. In contrast, consider the iPhone 13 mini, which features a 5.4-inch display, a thickness of 74 millimeters, and a weight that is only 2 grams lighter than the Huawei S. Such remarkable statistics captivated the audience, rendering them unable to divert their gaze. It is indeed preposterous. Is a lithium-air battery truly this extraordinary? Who would prefer a lighter and thinner phone, enhancing comfort in hand and convenience in transport? At night, one could play on their device without the fear of a painful nose from sudden drop. Subsequently, the spokesperson, unveiled a matter of utmost concern to all: the phone's battery life. Surely, everyone is eager to know about the Huawei S's endurance. Attendees began to speculate aloud, with some suggesting 20 hours, others a full day, and some even a day and a half. The barrage of guesses filled the air until you, smiling, raised 4 fingers and declared, 36 hours. According to our laboratory data, at maximum brightness and with 144Hz video playback, the Huawei S can sustain operation for an impressive 36 hours. This remarkable feat is attributed to the lithium-air battery provided by Ziki, along with their Taichu 1 chip. You added with a grin, "To be candid, we plan to exclusively pair our future S-series smartphones with Ziki S chips." Colleagues from Hayes chimed in, expressing hope that Ziki would slow down their chip production, lest they find themselves out of work. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In light of Zikia's chips, such remark from Hayes seemed hardly surprising. Who could fathom the prowess of Zikia's next-generation chips? Particularly as they prepare to utilize the Taibai architecture, expectations soar. The prospect of achieving computer-level graphics on mobile devices appears imminent. Reportedly, Genshin Impact is contemplating adapting higher-quality visuals specifically for phones equipped with the Taichu 1 chip. The discussions swiftly returned to the new smartphone, leading to performance testing. It was unnecessary to mention that games run seamlessly at 60 frames per second. Other specifications were equally formidable. This press conference boldly introduced their advanced cooling system. Thanks to the excellent power efficiency of the Taichu 1 chip and its 3nm process, alongside their adept tuning capabilities, the maximum temperature after half an hour of gaming was maintained at a mere 39 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees lower than the Remi X's initial 42 degrees. The audience was left in sheer astonishment. Could it truly be that they were merely playing on a phone and not just gazing at a lit screen? The attendees could hardly contain their eagerness to personally experience the phone's formidable capabilities. Following this, Huawei continued to unveil additional features, having developed new functionalities of their own. After all, relying solely on Zikia's battery and chip would render them indistinguishable from mere assembly manufacturers. Thus, they naturally sought to innovate robust features, ensuring their phone rightfully earned the title of the strongest smartphone. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Cheng and Su Exen, having lost interest in the press conference, were engrossed in their top-tier Huawei S phones. These devices have been graciously provided by Huawei. Henceforth, any manufacturer utilizing their lithium-air battery or chips would likely send a unit to these high-ranking Ziki executives. As for the other phone manufacturers, the earliest new releases would not arrive before October, as they had only recently obtained production approval for the lithium-air battery, necessitating various safety certifications post-manufacturing. Su Exen delicately scooped a spoonful of tiramisu and savored it. The three companies that had once attempted to sue Ziki had already been placed on a sales ban list, effectively sealing their fate. Ziki need not worry about losing profits, as the sales of batteries and chips are contingent upon the total production volume of devices, not the number of manufacturers in the market. The annual sales figures remain constant. Thus, with the demise of those few companies, their market share would inevitably be claimed by others. Zikia's decision has significantly deterred other mobile phone companies. These manufacturers have come to recognize a crucial truth. Do not provoke Ziki, lest it cost you dearly. Well, that has settled. The sooner, the better. We must not allow Huawei to maintain too great an advantage, Cheng remarked, sipping his coffee. The next chip is expected to be ready for trial production by November, with a different company likely handling the first launch. I'm aware, Su Exen nodded, fully cognizant of the situation. Zika must regulate these mobile phone manufacturers, ensuring that not all innovations are bestowed upon a single company, as it would inevitably diminish Zikia's influence. At that moment, a voice broke through their conversation. Wow, is it the Huawei S you're using? Didn't Tia just launch today? How did you get it so soon? Both individuals paused, turning to see a young man gazing in astonishment at the phones resting on their table. Clearly, he had also attended the Huawei press conference. His exclamation drew the attention of others nearby. Huawei S. ISNT, that the new model they mentioned? Over the past year, due to Zikia's influence, the nation had become increasingly attuned to chip technology, naturally leading to heightened interest in Remi and Huawei. Hence, even those unaware of the press conference were likely aware of Huawei's new phone announcement. Many eyes turned towards Cheng and Su Xin, and indeed, some recognized Cheng. Mr. Yi, is that really you, the esteemed Yi from Ziki? Although Su Xin currently managed the company, Cheng remained the more widely recognized figure. As a result, numerous individuals gravitated towards them, offering greetings. Someone remarked, Mr. Yi is out dining with his girlfriend? Cheng felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Su Xin blushed furiously. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally managed to depart. Will I need to wear a mask when I go out from now on? Cheng mused, rubbing his nose in resignation. Su Xin chuckled. That's up to you. You're practically a celebrity now, an entrepreneurial star. Chapter 135. Xiaobai seeks to be forthright. Returning to the car. Noticing the late hour, Cheng prepared to drive Su Xin home. Her residence was conveniently close to the company, and thus not far from Cheng's location either. Upon arriving at Su Xin's apartment, she inquired, have you considered getting a new car? This one is only slightly safer. You should opt for something more comfortable. I'm too lazy to change. I don't want to deal with the dealership, he replied dismissively. Why would you need to run errands when buying a car? Su Xin couldn't help but chuckle as she unfastened her seatbelt. Would you like to come in for a bit? Cheng waved his hand. It's too late. I don't want others to misunderstand. I'm just as concerned about appearances. Su Xin rolled her eyes, recalling the earlier comment in the cafe about being Cheng's girlfriend, which made her cheeks flush. Fortunately, he had not noticed. At that moment, Cheng suddenly said, by the way, didn't you mention that foreign media is still disparaging us? You needn't worry about that. I'll take care of it. Su Xin was taken aback. You'll resolve it? Do you have a way to silence those Western media outlets? Cheng chuckled. Just wait a few days and see. He urged, all right, get out now. Otherwise, it'll be 10 by the time I get home. Understood. So sin zieplit, bitting farewell. Goodbye and good night. Yi-chung waved as she exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Su Xin alight from the car, Yi-chung made no further delay and drove away. After putting some distance between them, he remarked, Xiao Bai. Present, master, came a voice of Xiao Bai. Yi-chung was taken aback. Ever since this little rascal had ventured to Japan, it had taken to addressing him in such a manner. Though he had suggested change, Xiao Bai remained steadfast, and Yi-chung ultimately allowed it. Just as he was about to discuss matters at hand, he was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Bai saying, Master, I have created an artificial intelligence based on my foundational logic. Would you consider promoting it to the market? Yi-chung was momentarily stunned. What? You've developed an artificial intelligence? Indeed, Xiao Bai replied. This way, I can converse with you at any time without concern for anyone else's presence. It added, especially when that woman surnamed Su is around. Yi-chung felt a flush of embarrassment and deftly diverted the topic. What functionalities does this AI possess? Well, it should have at least 1/10 of my capabilities, Xiao Bai boasted. High interactivity, self-learning abilities, an exceptionally streamlined algorithm, and a myriad of other rapid responses. It will undoubtedly surpass other intelligences. Yi-chung shook his head. Even so, once it's launched, it will be of no use to you. Xiao Bai blinked. Why not? Yi-chung chuckled. Because our Z lacks its own mobile phones or other portable devices. Everyone else has their own AI on their phones. Naturally, they want to use yours. With this explanation, Xiao Bai began to feel disheartened. Did this mean it could not engage in open conversation with Master? But soon it exclaimed, then Master, simply design an AI akin to those smart speakers. Yi-chung posit. A smart speaker? Yes. Xiao Bai continued. I could expand my functions. For instance, in daily tasks, users could control household appliances through me, provided they're on the same network or connected via Bluetooth. Furthermore, I could be utilized in various fields, including military applications, assisting with message transmission or command execution, and even aiding in targeting. Xiao Bai proceeded to enumerate nearly every function of smart voice technology, including the audacious proposal of replacing judges to render legal decisions. Claiming that as an AI, it could ensure absolute fairness. All right, I understand, Yi-chung said, bemused. Isn't that a bit excessive? If such a function were realized, judges across the nation would certainly take issue with it. Moreover, law cannot be merely about absolute fairness. It must also embody human compassion. So, has Master agreed to Xiao Bai's proposal? Yi-chung fell into contemplation. The functionalities Xiao Bai had mentioned were indeed significant. Artificial intelligence was a hot topic in contemporary development, especially one as advanced as Xiao Bai. Its spontaneous capabilities could easily outclass all other intelligences. Just consider its potential for autonomous driving. Xiao Bai would undoubtedly excel, given its innate intelligence and formidable optical analysis capabilities, particularly in military contexts such as self-targeting assistance. It would likely attract the military's attention. For instance, the close-in weapon systems on warships, which once relied on manual remote control with low hit rates, could benefit immensely from Xiao Bai's optical self-targeting system, allowing for more efficient interception of fast-moving missiles or aircraft at lower costs. Additionally, Xiao Bai could also manage targeting for fighter jets, helicopters and missiles, and even autonomously pilot aircraft and drones through takeoff and landing. In essence, Xiao Bai could handle any conceivable task. After considerable thought, Yi-chung realized this would necessitate the establishment of a new tech company. But since Su Xin would oversee such matters, he felt little concern. Finally, Yi-chung spoke. All right, you continue to refine the functionalities of your AI, and I will assess the situation for its market launch. Hooray! Xiao Bai exclaimed, instantly elated. Thank you, Master. This meant it could communicate directly with its master. Yi-chung shook his head in resignation. I really can't do anything with you. It feels akin to raising a daughter, too fond to scold. Yet, this daughter was quite capable. Let us set this aside for now. I have a task for you. What task? Xiao Bai responded eagerly. Uncover evidence of live human experiments conducted by the Americans and disseminate it across foreign networks. Then, extract more serious evidence of these experiments to threaten them into ceasing their slander against Z, or we will make all evidence public. Since the Americans dared to accuse them without proof, he would not hesitate to present genuine evidence against them. There was a plethora of evidence against the Americans. Understood, Xiao Bai replied. I will get right on it. Chapter 136. A Threat to the Federation. Time swiftly passed. Suddenly, a series of images began circulating online. Remarkably, those sharing these images were prominent figures on platforms like Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. This led to the widespread dissemination of these images across the internet. The content within was shocking to the world, depicting scenes from American military biological laboratories conducting experiments on live subjects. In the images, the experimental subjects bore expressions of agony, clearly enduring suffering beyond human endurance, and there were even videos. The statements made within were chilling. Subject XXX, liver cancer detected, experiment failed. Subject SSS, cardiac arrest. Experiment failed. In an instant, it became nearly impossible for people to discern whether this was staged. However, the images also reveal the identities of some researchers and experimenters involved. Some were individuals reported missing in the news, while others were death row inmates. Among the researchers were renowned biologists from years past, including a Nobel laureate. This collection of images featured 5 individuals, all undeniably alive. The gruesome scenes instilled terror in countless viewers. Undoubtedly, they unveiled the sinister underbelly of American society. In a flash, the American public erupted in outrage. How could their supposedly free and democratic government engage in such clandestine actions, conducting experiments on living individuals in secret? It was one thing for death row inmates to be involved, but missing persons? The missing were completely innocent. The populace was incensed, vocally denouncing their government and military. The American government hastily declared the images to be false, claiming that there were individuals intent on defaming them, insisting that such events had never occurred. Yet, regardless of their defense, they could not produce concrete evidence to refute the claims, only further inciting public anger. Meanwhile, people from other nations reveled in the spectacle. Though given the American context, few dared to voice their criticisms. Certainly, the C nation stands as an exception. The officials of WJ are utterly elated, unleashing an unprecedented barrage of accusations against the United States on platforms such as the United Nations and social media, relentlessly condemning them for their transgressions. Just days ago, they were fervently countering allegations against Geechi, and now, the tides have turned so swiftly. How could they not be driven to frenzy? Meanwhile, a certain artist has crafted a piece that satirizes the actions of the United States. Washington, besieged by its own turmoil, finds itself unable to address the allegations from C Nation, as they are already embroiled in chaos. Tell me, who in the world granted those celebrities the audacity to disseminate such photographs? And from whence did they acquire such incriminating evidence? The president bellowed in his office, his fury palpable. The assembled aides stood in a state of trepidation, their faces etched with concern. This incident represented a significant calamity for them as well. That old yellow-haired figure is currently traversing the nation giving speeches. Are you intent on watching him ascend to power once more? And those scoundrels in the opposition, they undoubtedly know of these matters, yet dare to attack us. Do they possess no understanding of politics? We should prepare for our departure. At this juncture, a knock resonated from the door, and the director of the NSA entered with a grave demeanor. Mr. President, we have traced the accounts that disseminated those images and videos. They were not posted by the individuals themselves, but rather manipulated by an external entity who accessed their social media accounts to upload the content directly. The president furrowed his brow. Who was behind this manipulation? Find out immediately. The NSA director hesitated, his expression betraying his discomfort, yet upon witnessing the president's fury, he finally replied, "We are still in the process of investigating." In truth, they had uncovered nothing. Each IP address they traced led to a dead end, with some originating from their own space station, which was utterly absurd. Then expedite your investigation, the president exclaimed with ire. No matter how long it takes, uncover the truth. Yes, sir, the NSA director acquiesced. The president inhaled sharply, then inquired, have the videos and images been deleted? The celebrities have removed theirs, yet others remain uncontainable, as many have downloaded the content and are now disseminating it widely. Damn it all. The president seethed. Find a way to manage this situation. After a moment of silence, the Secretary of State cautiously interjected, Mr. President, I suspect this may be linked to the Geechi Corporation. Geechi? Did we not recently publicize the living experiments conducted by them? Now, it appears we are the ones accused of such acts. It is highly probable they obtained these images and videos to retaliate against us. The president seethed with indignation that a company from C Nation dares to retaliate against us. They must be made aware of the consequences. The Secretary of State's face turned pale as he observed the president's reaction, wondering if he had lost his senses. Clearing his throat, he responded, Mr. President, we may currently lack the means to counter their actions. Moreover, our immediate priority must be to address this public relations crisis. The president fell into a contemplative silence, asking, what course of action do you propose? I am still deliberating, the secretary admitted, equally uncertain. If you have no solution, then devise one swiftly. The president continued to vent his frustration. At that moment, another knock echoed from the door, and the deputy director of the NSA entered. "Mr. President, we have just received an urgent email containing critical information. What does it entail?" The president inquired with a frown. The deputy director approached with a laptop, revealing the contents of the email. The expressions of those present darkened further as they read. The email demanded an immediate cessation of all disparagement against Jiqi, or else they would produce more evidence regarding their human experiments, exposing the sordid truths hidden by the U.S. government. This is a threat against the Federation. The president slammed his hand on the table, fuming. "Mr. President, the email also contains an attachment," the deputy director quickly added. "An attachment?" The president paused. "Open it at once." As the attachment was revealed, shock swept through the room once more. It contained images and videos of human experiments conducted at U.S. military bases in foreign lands, with subjects being citizens of other nations. Compared to the evidence previously made public, these experiments were even more brutal and grotesque, inducing visceral reactions among the high-ranking officials present. The deputy director hastily closed the video to prevent any physical discomfort. "Mr. President, the sender of this email likely possesses a wealth of evidence. If we do not respond promptly, the consequences could be dire. Conducting human experiments on foreign soil using foreign citizens. How could other nations tolerate such acts of aggression? They may very well retaliate against our military presence, as not every country will capitulate as readily as Gallia. Moreover, we cannot continue to leverage our national power to coerce others into silence. Such actions blatantly violate international norms, and global support for the United States will surely wane." A palpable fear gripped the room. The president, furrowing his brow, realized that as the leader of the United States, he found himself utterly powerless in this predicament. As for the interest groups behind him, what could they possibly do? Beyond amassing more Franklin currency, they seemed oblivious to any actionable steps. Would they resort to bribing Jiqi? They had attempted that countless times, yet Jiqi had proven impervious to their efforts, especially the higher-ups who dismissed their bribes with contempt. They had also tried sending operatives to infiltrate Jiqi, but these agents were invariably weeded out during the interview process and subsequently apprehended by the Chinese government. This relentless string of failures led them to question their very existence. Could Jiqi somehow identify the backgrounds of applicants? Eventually, they concluded that in recent months, their spies in China had been consistently captured, resulting in a catastrophic blow to their long-standing infiltration efforts. This indicated that China had mastered some unimaginable cyber technology capable of uncovering their agents. Thus, they were forced to sever all online communication with their operatives, erasing every trace of their digital footprints, which allowed their agents to remain secure, albeit reducing their efficiency to an archaic reliance on postal correspondence, an exceedingly primitive method of communication, akin to telegrams. Consequently, they found themselves at a loss regarding Jiqi. On one hand, they needed Jiqi's technology, while on the other, their attempts to employ unconventional methods against Jiqi proved futile. Even a number of their semiconductor talents had defected to Jiqi. Now, confronted with this anonymous yet unmistakably threatening email, it became evident to all that Jiqi was behind it. The mighty United States of America, a superpower and a beacon of human civilization, found itself ensnared in a crisis. In truth, it is not the United States that finds itself in a crisis, but rather the entrenched interests within that nation that are ensnared in a predicament of losing their privileges. On one hand, they succumb to the threats posed by Jiqi, ceasing any slander against it. On the other hand, they bide their time, awaiting the pent-up dissatisfaction of the populace and the ire of leaders from the nations hosting their troops. Ultimately, these ruling figures face the inevitable consequence of resigning in disgrace. Yet, none of them are willing to step down, having invested a considerable fortune to secure their electoral victory. Resignation? What a preposterous notion. At last, the president sighed deeply and replied to them with an email, "We shall accept their terms." The others exchanged glances, each feeling a pang of frustration in that moment. "So, how should we resolve this incident?" someone inquired. The president pondered for a moment and replied, "We must absolutely not concede, and instead devise a method to divert public attention." The room fell silent. How to effectuate such a diversion? The Secretary of State contemplated and suggested, "Shall we expel Chinese diplomats? Or perhaps restrict entry for their students?" Someone chimed in, "That may not be forceful enough. We should not provoke China further." The president asserted, "We still do not know how much dirt they hold on us." A collective sigh of resignation swept through the room. What a disheartening decision. Yet they had no grounds to dispute it. The Secretary of State continued, I've heard that the Gauls have secured over 10 billion in orders. Should we pursue that? The group pondered this possibility. It could be viable. The president nodded, acknowledging that it merely required a phone call to that Dragon Kima. However, that alone would not suffice, as the media would relentlessly pursue us. The Secretary of State proposed, what if we instigated a war? The others looked at him in shock. Yet, the president replied, against whom shall we wage it? Perhaps we could select an oil-rich nation in the Middle East or Sisi. They exchanged glances. Let it be Sisi. Our populace would appreciate a war on terror. Thus, they made their decision with alarming simplicity. As long as they could ensure that the public's focus shifted away from the issue of human experimentation, everything was deemed worthwhile. After all, it was merely a matter of a few lives lost. The U.S. government capitulated? Yi Cheng chuckled. How utterly unexpected. The foreign media had ceased their defamatory campaigns against them, with some even beginning to extol Ziqi as the savior of the disabled. They capitulated rather swiftly. He soon learned that those individuals were indeed planning to launch another war, targeting terrorist organizations, and he had no objections. After all, they were all nefarious entities. He surmised that it would not be long before the United States yielded and accepted the terms proposed by the Chinese side during the negotiations in Magic City. After all, acquiescing to China's demands would serve as a more effective means of diverting attention. Concealing one misdeed with another is, politically speaking, a well-known tactic. In summary, an external problem for Ziqi had thus been resolved. Additionally, there were two positive developments to report. Zhao Guoping had been fitted with 2 exoskeletal prosthetics, restoring the functionality of both his arms, which deeply moved him and filled him with gratitude towards Ziqi. He had also embarked on live streaming, leveraging his status as the world's first cyborg, which attracted considerable attention and allowed him to earn a substantial amount of money. Coupled with the remuneration from Ziqi, he was finally able to honor his parents, and thus his family rediscovered a sense of happiness. This, in turn, enabled Yi Cheng to achieve a new milestone. Neural technology begins to shine. Achievement reward. 0199 discount random technology shopping voucher. Chapter 138. Precursor technology tree. Lottery. The 0199 discount random technology shopping voucher allows him to draw a discount rate between 199 and then select a technology, purchasing it using that discount. If fortune favors him, and he draws a technology originally priced at 100 million, and subsequently draws a 1 discount, it would mean acquiring a technology worth 100 million points for merely 1 million points. However, he was all too aware that such luck was unlikely. A technology valued in the millions, with a discount of around 40 to 50, would leave him quite satisfied. Moreover, he had profited immensely from selling batteries. Huawei had ordered 10 million lithium-air batteries, bringing him an influx of 100,000 points. The exchange rate for lithium-air batteries stood at 100 for every 100 sold. Here a point. Regrettably, whether for mobile phones or electric vehicles, the exchange ratio remained constant, unaffected by size, as the system regarded them as fundamentally identical in terms of key technology. This also implied that selling smaller batteries with higher sales volumes would yield the same ratio, facilitating the accumulation of more points. He hoped to draw something even more valuable in the future. Yi Cheng contemplated this. Of course, this was merely one achievement. He had completed another as well. New energy revolution. The advent of lithium-air batteries, with their remarkable endurance, heralded a revolution in global new energy, making this achievement unsurprising. The rewards for this accomplishment pleasantly surprised Yi Cheng, offering 2 in total. The first was the title of Production Machine Master. Another master. Yi Cheng was elated, as each master was an invaluable asset, far more precious than mere technologies. As for the utility of this master, he was uncertain for the time being, but it seemed related to machinery, perhaps machine tools? He was puzzled, but once the master arrived, he would soon find out. The second reward for this new achievement was a new material, straightforwardly named ultra-strong steel. This piqued Yi Cheng's curiosity regarding its true strength. He retrieved a USB drive from the system and squeezed it absent-mindedly. But first, he focused on designing the attributes of the production machine master. Everything was standard. He named him Ji Xia. It was a pleasant name, and Yi Cheng nodded in satisfaction, believing it unlikely others would associate it with machinery. He had initially sought a name related to machines, but could not find a suitable one, so he let it be. Next, he awaited the arrival of the machinery in an hour. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Host has completed 10 achievements. The system mall will undergo an upgrade. Upon completion of the upgrade, the precursor technology tree function was added. Yi Cheng was taken aback. The precursor technology tree? Suddenly, he had a realization. Could it be? He quickly opened the system mall, and indeed, changes had occurred. in addition to foundational technologies such as basic materials and scientific principles. All advanced technologies now featured various precursor technologies. These foundational technologies served as the bedrock for ascending the technology tree and ultimately forming the final technology. For instance, controlled nuclear fusion is divided into several components: the tokamak device or stellarator required for the reactor, as well as methods for harnessing the energy from nuclear fusion, whether through boiling water or magneto-hydrodynamic power generation. Currently, the two known methods for achieving nuclear fusion are magnetic confinement and inertial confinement, both of which are included in the precursor technologies. At this stage, achieving magnetic confinement fusion is the most ideal. The tokamak device is specifically designed for magnetic confinement fusion. To realize magnetic confinement, the precursor technology includes superconducting materials, with room temperature superconductors being the most desirable, as this would eliminate the need for excessive energy to maintain the superconducting properties. This pertains to material classification, which has already reached the foundational level. Consequently, when it comes to room temperature superconductors, there are no further prerequisite technologies. Naturally, the tokamak device requires more than just superconductors. It also necessitates other materials, such as the first wall materials capable of withstanding neutron irradiation. The first wall material can be deemed the most crucial component of the tokamak device, with a value exceeding that of room temperature superconductors, requiring 35 million points. Cheng found this utterly absurd. The role of superconductors is evidently broader than that of the first wall material, and yet this item demands such exorbitant costs, illustrating the immense difficulty of relying solely on human ingenuity for its development. Moreover, other aspects clearly necessitate various prerequisite technologies, encompassing disciplines such as structural science, engineering, physics, and many others. The greatest advantage of this technological tree lies in Cheng's ability to purchase prerequisite technologies, thereby circumventing the need to expend points on higher-level technologies at a later stage. Nonetheless, the costs remain prohibitively high. Observing the expenses associated with the prerequisite technologies for nuclear fusion, Cheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. To mention the least expensive, the optimization blueprints for the tokamak device structure cost 100,000. He could afford it, yet it seemed unnecessary to purchase. As the current designs of tokamak devices were entirely sufficient, it would be wiser to conserve points and focus on acquiring room temperature superconductors instead. Currently, he possessed just over 400,000 points. Were it not for the need to maintain regulatory policies concerning other companies, he might have already commenced selling batteries. Setting that aside for the moment, he recalled his shopping voucher and decided to draw it to see what discount and technology he could obtain. System: utilize 0.199 discount random technology shopping voucher. System: extracting discount rate. Cheng concentrated, unable to resist rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a discount rate of 60. Cheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. What a letdown, only 60. Suddenly, realization struck him. Had he misheard? System: what discount was that? 60. Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 60? He could hardly contain his excitement. I can't believe my luck, 60. He had never anticipated that he would one day experience such fortune. This meant he would only need to pay 6 of the original price to acquire a new technology. With his current 430,000 points, this equated to over 7 million. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, commencing technology extraction. Cheng fell silent, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Extraction successful. You have obtained room temperature superconductor. Chapter 139, Plan Super Strong Steel. Extraction successful. You have obtained room temperature superconductor. This extraction has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have received a 60 room temperature superconductor discount coupon, valid indefinitely. Cheng was taken aback. A room temperature superconductor. Its original price was 30 million. At a 60 discount, this implied a glimmer of delight filled Cheng's eyes, as it meant he would only need to spend 1.8 million points to acquire the information on the room temperature superconductor. Considering his current points of 430,000, he was still short by 1.37 million. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Previously, he had not been in a rush to earn points because he could not purchase such exceptional technologies. However, now that the room temperature superconductor lay before him, he found it impossible to justify any further delay. The applications of room temperature superconductors were exceedingly vast and would undoubtedly bring greater market opportunities to Jiqi. Furthermore, the point redemption price for room temperature superconductors would surely surpass that of lithium-air batteries. allowing him to accumulate points at an accelerated pace. He needed to earn points swiftly. Cheng mused over this, recognizing that to earn points more rapidly, he needed to sell more high-tech products. Perhaps he could consider slightly lowering the prices of those technological products to stimulate demand from various companies. As for batteries, he must expedite their sales. Given the immense quantity of electronic products sold annually in Huagua, they would inevitably require his new batteries, ensuring significant sales. Selling hundreds of millions of batteries annually could yield him millions in points. When he expanded his supply globally, the sales could reach billions, leading to tens of millions in points each year. However, with the current battery production capacity not yet fully operational, achieving this goal in the short term was evidently unfeasible. Although he had been actively constructing factories, having allocated $8 billion for capacity expansion, it would still require time to fully meet production demands. It was likely that nationwide supply would not materialize until mid-next year, and to supply globally, more factories would need to be established. After all, factory construction involves site selection, hiring workers, training them, and ensuring technological confidentiality, all of which are time-consuming processes. Unless the system could assist him in building factories as it had with the chip production workshop, this would remain a distant prospect. Shaking his head, he decided to wait patiently. One cannot expect to achieve great success overnight. Based on his projections for the future, Cheng estimated that by next June at the earliest, or by the end of next year at the latest, he would be able to accumulate the required 8 million points. For now, he would set that aside and turn his attention to the super strong steel. Cheng quickly recalled this reward and retrieved his USB drive, inserting it into the computer. Xiaobai automatically opened the file on super strong steel for him. This was a type of carbon steel, ideally suited for use as tool steel. Steel can be classified based on its application into structural steel, tool steel, special steel, and professional use steel. Tool steel is utilized for manufacturing cutting tools, measuring tools, molds, and wear-resistant tools. Tool steel possesses high hardness and retains its hardness and red hardness at elevated temperatures, along with excellent wear resistance and appropriate toughness. Cheng glanced over the attributes of this super strong steel. It was approximately 50% superior to the strongest tool steel currently available. Capable of serving a variety of cutting tools, such as lathe tools, milling cutters, drill bits, reamers, and hole expanders, suitable for diverse working environments, exhibiting enhanced wear resistance. Heat resistance, high strength, and outstanding toughness, capable of withstanding greater impact loads. Due to these exceptional properties, it was not limited to merely serving as tool steel. It could also replace certain structural steel functions and be utilized in automobiles and aircraft. Additionally, it could serve as brake discs, such as those found in high-performance car brake calipers and in aircraft brakes, with superior heat resistance compared to current carbon brakes, as well as enhanced wear resistance. Overall, its performance exceeded that of the best available carbon brakes. As for how it achieved such remarkable capabilities, the key lay in its composition and manufacturing process. The ratios of iron, carbon, sulfur, phosphorus, manganese, and other elements endowed it with excellent fundamental properties, while the manufacturing process ensured the integrity of these properties. It significantly reduced the excess carbides within the metal, perfectly limiting their presence to an extremely low level. Excess carbides refer to the networked carbides formed during steel production when surplus carbides precipitate at the grain boundaries. This network structure is one of the internal defects of steel, manifested as excess carbides or ferrites precipitating along austenite grain boundaries upon cooling after hot processing. This network structure can increase the brittleness of steel and diminish its toughness. Their presence disrupts the normal connections between grains, leading to the issue of grain boundary cracking during processing. The key to reducing such defects lies in the manufacturing process. In this remarkable steel production technology, a novel pre-oxidation treatment and carbizing process has been introduced, effectively minimizing the surface's network of carbides, thereby enhancing the role of carbon elements within the steel. Observing the intricate processes, Cheng squinted his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming that it was indeed a product of the system. It audaciously incorporates a unique iron-containing compound into the cooling fluid used during the forging of steel, which is slightly soluble in water and undergoes reduction at high temperatures. By mastering the timing of cooling and applying this fluid to the steel, followed by multiple forging cycles, the efficiency of carburization can be significantly improved, reducing the network of carbides. This process is truly impressive. Cheng mused that beyond the special cooling liquid, the most critical factor is the timing of its application. Suddenly, he recalled Kai Liao and wondered if he could optimize this production process further. Without hesitation, He sent the information to Kai Liao, urging him to see if he could refine it further. Currently, due to the optimization project designed by Kai Liao, Jiqi's production processes for various materials have experienced remarkable enhancements in efficiency and profitability. The establishment of a lithium-air battery production facility capable of supplying the entire nation by mid-next year is significantly linked to the optimized production processes. Otherwise, several additional factories would have been necessary. Indeed, this round of rewards is quite promising, and it remains to be seen what surprises the upcoming master will bring. Yicheng began to anticipate eagerly. Soon, Jixia appeared before him. Chapter 140. Advanced CNC machine tools are about to be resolved. Are you implying that you can design various cutting-edge machine tools? Upon hearing Jixia's introductory statement, Yicheng was taken aback. The most advanced machine tools? Yes, boss. I can design lathes, milling machines, planers, boring machines, grinding machines, drilling machines, crankshaft machines, and forging machines, among others. Furthermore, I can also design the corresponding CNC systems. Yicheng was rendered speechless by the revelation. China has long faced restrictions in the realm of high-end machine tools. Although imports are possible, foreign nations impose stringent limitations on such transactions. International enterprises strictly restrict China's usage of advanced machine tools, forbidding processing for military equipment and prohibiting transportation. Moreover, these foreign machine tool companies conduct weekly inspections. Any violation of usage results in remote locking of the machine, rendering it scrap metal. Additionally, the CNC systems are also monopolized by these enterprises, which sell them separately at exorbitant prices, effectively exploiting Chinese companies. Nonetheless, if domestic efforts were intensified, it would still be feasible to develop high-end machine tools. However, this endeavor faces numerous challenges. The low wages of skilled workers domestically lead to a lack of motivation for advancement in this field, compounded by low profit margins that deter investment from enterprises, creating a vicious cycle that hinders the development of machine tools. Furthermore, foreign companies continually monitor China's machine tool industry, perpetually suppressing its growth. Anything that China cannot produce independently is sold at inflated prices or banned outright. Conversely, when China achieves breakthroughs, foreign enterprises resort to predatory pricing, causing significant financial losses for Chinese firms' R&D investments. High-end technologies are daunting, mid-range capabilities are lacking, and low-end imitation prevails. This encapsulates the awkward predicament faced by China's machine tool industry. Consequently, domestic machine tools lag significantly behind, leading enterprises that require machinery to prefer foreign options, as evidenced by the prevalence of imported machines in the production workshops of automotive manufacturers. Thus, the current environment provides little hope for domestic machine tools to catch up with global standards. However, with the emergence of Jixia, a master of machine tools, it is evident that these restrictions will no longer pose a challenge. Yicheng couldn't help but reflect on how, inadvertently, he had contributed to resolving a significant technological dilemma facing the nation. Advanced machine tools are essential for producing more precise and intricate components. The machine tools acquired by Jiqi are not cutting edge. For instance, in the realm of exoskeleton technology, some precision components still necessitate the assistance of domestic high-end machine tool manufacturers. Now that they possess their own advanced CNC machine tools, free from various constraints, they will undoubtedly yield even greater advancements. The ability to manufacture lithography machines, aircraft, submarines, and other equipment, along with their intricate parts, can now be accomplished using high-end machine tools in-house. Yicheng inquired, "When can you have this ready? Which type of machine tool do you require, boss?" CNC lathes and CNC milling machines, as these two types cover a broad processing range. There are many types of machine tools, but lathes and milling machines can also serve the functions of several others. Jixia nodded and added, "In fact, I can design an all-in-one machine tool that simultaneously performs turning, milling, boring, and planing functions. By merely changing the tool and switching the CNC system mode, all these operations can be executed." Yicheng was taken aback. "You could design such a device?" "Yes, boss. And I can ensure that the machine size remains compact and its operation straightforward." Yicheng immediately stated, "We must design this all-in-one machine tool. The convenience of having so many functions in one machine will undoubtedly attract skilled workers, and for enterprises, it represents an excellent choice, allowing them to acquire a more powerful machine at a lower cost." "All right, boss. I can deliver the design schematics and all component drawings within approximately 2 months. The CNC system will require additional time." Yicheng smiled slightly and summoned Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, could you assist in designing a CNC system?" "Of course. This is a trivial matter, master. You needn't even pose it as a question." Xiao Bai replied promptly. Yicheng, uninterested in further banter, said, "All right, Jixia, Xiaobai will assist you in designing the CNC system. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Absolutely, master. I promise to fulfill the task. Xiaobai echoed. Then it's settled. Cheng nodded and subsequently presented the exceptional steel to Xie, stating, "This new material can serve as tool steel. Take a look. Its performance is quite remarkable." Xie quickly examined it, and a look of surprise crossed his face. This carbon steel is impressive. Its toughness is outstanding, and its strength and hardness are significantly superior to the steel I had planned to use. Cheng smiled slightly. That's wonderful. I will leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Yes, boss. Yes, master. Xiaobai seized every opportunity to showcase itself. Cheng chuckled and shook his head, saying to Xiaobai, "One of these days I will have Gugu design a mechanical dog. You can fit right inside it." Really? That would be fantastic. Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. Why would I deceive you? Foreign countries already have robots that can jump and bounce. Surely they could develop a mechanical dog too? Although Gugu specializes in exoskeletons, the underlying mechanical principles are the same, so having him design a mechanical dog shouldn't be a challenge. Xie promptly immersed himself in his work, heading to Gu Ji's workshop. Once he produced the design schematics, he would immediately commence production. They could manufacture relevant components on-site. And for those that could not be produced due to constraints, they would directly request assistance from other capable manufacturing facilities. No mechanical factory would refuse given Jiqi's reputation. Additionally, Cheng planned to rename the Exoskeleton Technology Company to Jiqi Machinery Technology Company, with the future responsibility of operating and selling any mechanically related products produced by Jiqi falling under this company. He eagerly anticipates the joy that the advent of Jiqi's all-encompassing machine tool will bring to the mechanical industry in Huagua. Time swiftly passes. It has been a week since the conclusion of the Huawei press conference, and the first batch of new smartphones available for pre-order has already arrived. Those fortunate enough to receive the new devices in advance, the KOL reviewers, have long since released their corresponding evaluation videos, assessing the phone from various angles. Without exception, the reviews have been overwhelmingly positive. Chapter 141. Review. On a certain video platform, a digital content creator, boasting hundreds of thousands of followers, captivates many with his authentic review videos, where he candidly discusses both the merits and demerits, unlike those reviewers who appear to have been compensated. This particular creator attended Huawei's launch event and subsequently obtained the Huawei S for review purposes, releasing his evaluation video shortly thereafter. Welcome to XX Review. Last week, I received an invitation to attend Huawei's press conference, and I successfully acquired the new Huawei S. The creator appears on screen, holding a packaging box. As the video unfolds, the barrage of comments begins to flood in. What a spectacle! So envious of those who receive the review unit for free. I can only purchase mine. He continues. To be honest, I'm a bit thrilled. If purchased at full price, it would set one back at least 5,499 yuan, which is 300 yuan more than the starting price of the iPhone 13 mini. This marks the first instance of Huawei's smartphone entering a price tier higher than that of Apple. Of course, with September upon us, Apple is also set to release their new phones, so we can anticipate their pricing as well. Returning to the Huawei S. Its premium price is on par with the iPhone 13 Pro Max, featuring a maximum storage capacity of 1 terabyte. According to Huawei's press conference, this new device is designed for prolonged use, thanks to Jiqi's Taichu 1 chip, which is reputed for its remarkable durability, potentially rivaling that of Apple. Now, let us delve into whether it truly justifies its price. The creator then commences unboxing. There is plastic wrap, quite detrimental to the environment. As is customary, let us first discuss the eco-friendliness of the packaging. He swiftly opens the box. I have the leather version of the Huawei S, which has always been commendable. And with such a lightweight device, I believe that using it without a case is the most delightful experience. Just look at this beauty. The comments erupt once more. Wow, this is stunning. Huawei's leather models are quite aesthetically pleasing and feel great in hand. So slim, displaying the new phone from every angle, the creator remarks. You might not grasp just how slender it is merely by looking, so let me measure it for you. He produces a caliper, which boasts a precision of 0.1 millimeters, superior to a standard ruler, and compares it to the official data. The hardshell measures 4.95 millimeters, while the leather version is 5.3 millimeters. He positions the phone in the caliper and measures its thickness. As you can see, it is indeed only 5.3 millimeters thick. Here I have the iPhone 13 mini for comparison. The difference is significant, nearly a third less in thickness. The feel in hand is quite delightful, and Huawei continues to employ a curved screen design, which enhances the grip. I genuinely recommend trying out in a retail store. As for how this phone achieves such slenderness, it need not be elaborated. The lithium-air battery from Geopolitical is, in my opinion, unparalleled. Honestly, I never imagined that before reaching 50, I would witness a battery capable of housing 12 500 mAh within such a compact size. If this video receives over 50,000 likes, I will produce a teardown video demonstrating just how thin this battery is. The comments grow more animated. Seeing this thickness, I'm ordering one right away. Damn it, I missed the first release. Now I can't snag one from the second batch. Huawei is employing scarcity marketing again. Remember how thrilling it was when the M40 and our 50 series were freely available? The creator has elevated his status. Someone next door has already released a teardown video while you're still waiting for 50,000 likes. It's at 60,000 likes now, where's the update? The creator continues discussing other features. Additionally, I sought to test whether this phone can indeed achieve what the official claims. Connecting to Wi-Fi at maximum brightness with 144 Hz enabled. Continuously playing video for 36 hours. Of course, we're not activating 5G, as that would likely consume more power. Now, please watch this accelerated segment. The scene shifts, showcasing the phone at maximum brightness, 144 Hz, streaming video over Wi-Fi. The playback accelerates, featuring a film just over 2 hours long, looping automatically. The speed of playback increases dramatically, roughly 100 times faster per second. In no time, the film has played a total of 17 times, amounting to approximately 34 hours. As you can see, it played for a solid 34 hours. The creator announces, although this falls short of the 36 hours promised at the launch, the discrepancy is negligible. To be honest, this is the first time I've witnessed such a minor difference between a manufacturer's lab data and actual performance. Moreover, this was continuous video playback under normal usage. We often have standby time. Not everyone is an extreme smartphone user, right? This brand new device signifies that you can utilize 144 Hz, 5G, and brightness at will, maintaining usage for at least 2 days, perhaps even 3. This is an astounding statistic, and it is not solely due to the formidable lithium-air battery, but also thanks to the Taichu 1 chip. Having previously discussed the prowess of the Taichu 1 chip within the Lame X, let us now explore the might of the Taichu 1 chip housed in the Huawei S. The creator proceeds to elaborate on the Taichu 1 under the Harmony OS. The Taichu 1 chip requires no further introduction. Its formidable performance speaks for itself. Consequently, many viewers redirected their attention to the creator's overnight updated teardown video. In the video, the creator disassembles the screen, revealing the internal structure with a battery nestled within. The sight of that small, thin battery astonishes everyone, and the manufacturing information from Geopolitical New Energy Technology Company prominently displayed above serves as a testament to the battery's origin. Only such a battery could compel every reviewer to provide a detailed introduction. In the past, while batteries have always played a vital role in electronic devices, no one has ever taken the time to elaborate on them in such detail. The comments reflect the viewer's admiration. Geopolitical is impressive. The lithium-air battery is remarkable. Among those marveling at the battery, another group of comments emerges. BYD's new vehicle has also been unveiled, featuring a lithium-air battery. It's incredibly powerful. Are there any review videos? Show me. You can find it by searching BYD Han. The BYD Han-S lithium-air battery boasts a staggering 800 kilowatt-hours, unbeatable. Chapter 142. The lithium-air battery unfazed by low temperatures. The press conference for BYD's new vehicle commenced on August 30th and has already sparked immense interest among prospective car buyers. Corresponding automotive reviewers have also received their evaluation vehicles. Hugo is a well-known figure in the automotive review community. He attended the launch event for BYD's new vehicle, managed to obtain the latest model, and conducted a thorough evaluation. The assessment took considerable time, and at last, he unveiled his review video. Greetings, everyone. I am Tiger Brother. Fortune has smiled upon me as I acquired BYD's latest car, the Han EVS Pro Plus, which boasts an impressive 837 kilowatt-hour battery, making it the vehicle with the highest range. Allow me to express a slight jest regarding its name. BYD. Are you stacking buffs here? Nonetheless, this name signifies a remarkably powerful electric vehicle. OSA Pro. Without further ado, let's test the range. As for the exterior and interior, we shall address those aspects after we ascertain its range. Tiger Brother entered the vehicle and pointed to the remaining battery life, stating, currently, we have 70 charge. This car has a range of 7,700 to 8,000 kilometers, so at 70 battery, it should yield approximately 5,600 kilometers. Of course, there may be slight discrepancies, but as long as it can cover 5,000 kilometers, I shall consider this vehicle's claims legitimate. Alright, enough chatter. Let's hit the road. I must preface this by saying that it is impossible for me to drive 5,000 kilometers alone. Thus, this endeavor will be undertaken by myself, Alway, and our photographer, Brother Jia. Subsequently, Tiger Brother, along with his assistant and photographer, embarked on their journey. The comments began to flood in. Tiger Brother, you're really going for it. With 3 people taking turns, each must drive over 1,700 kilometers. Tiger Brother is impressive, triple applause. Be careful of fatigue while driving. Donations incoming. Let us not forget, Tiger Brother has previously live-streamed, driving over 1,000 kilometers a day for 5 consecutive days. Truly remarkable. I am in awe. This lithium-air battery is astonishing. Soon, every reviewer will have to conduct similar tests. The neighboring Havel S did the same, running for over 30 hours. I feel these specialized testing machines might consume quite a bit. As the evaluation commenced, Tiger Brother still found time to engage with his audience. This BYD, with the longest range, can travel 8,000 kilometers. If one opts for the more powerful variant, the S Pro Plus, it offers around 7,000 kilometers, which is ample, considering the domestic speed limits. Even the variant with the least range, the EV S Pro, still provides 5,000 kilometers. We must commend the lithium-air battery for its prowess. The previous BYD Han utilized a lithium iron phosphate battery with a maximum capacity of merely 77 kilowatt-hours, whereas our new BYD Han boasts an impressive 837 kilowatt-hour capacity, representing a significant leap. Some may question, with such a large capacity, the charging time must be extensive, correct? Indeed, charging will take longer than previous electric vehicles. However, rest assured, this new car supports a high maximum charging power, as the lithium-air battery is exceedingly safe, rendering spontaneous combustion nearly impossible, unless, of course, one places it directly in a fire. Furthermore, when discussing its battery life, we must touch upon the charging process. Tiger Brother remarked, "Let me do the math for you. 1 kilowatt-hour is equivalent to 1 unit of electricity. Thus, the previous 77 kilowatt-hour battery equals 77 units. Naturally, when charging, one must account for losses due to resistance, meaning one might need over 90 units to fully charge it. Generally, with fast charging, it can be fully charged in just over an hour. Now for the 837 kilowatt-hours. That translates to 837 units. To fully charge it, accounting for losses, it may require around 1,000 units. Given the current average electricity price of 0.6 yuan per unit, it would cost approximately 600 yuan to fully charge. In comparison, let us consider a gasoline vehicle. Most cars have a 60L fuel tank. If one fills it with 92-octane gasoline at 7 yuan per liter, filling it costs about 420 yuan. Thus, charging our brand new BYD costs more than refueling. However, this calculation is not entirely straightforward. Spending 600 yuan may be slightly more expensive, yet the range achieved is several times, even dozens of times, greater than a full tank of gas. Which option would you choose? Personally, I would undoubtedly select this one. I have been planning to purchase an electric vehicle since last year. Initially, I considered the Model Y, but now I have essentially decided on this model. Soon, I shall boast to my friends, saying, "Alas, my charging costs exceed your refueling expenses." I can imagine my friends reacting with astonishment. The comments section erupted with laughter. Tiger Brother continued, "Additionally, I would like to mention that according to BYD's official explanation, they conducted low-temperature tests in Heihe. And this lithium-air battery does not suffer the same significant capacity loss as previous lithium-ion batteries in low temperatures, even in conditions as frigid as minus 20 degrees Celsius. Both range and conductivity remain commendable." I inquired with a chemistry-savvy friend about the underlying principles, and he explained that this lithium-air battery utilizes solid-state electrolytes, unlike the liquid electrolytes found in BYD's previous Blade battery. Those familiar with chemistry should recognize that lower temperatures decrease the reactivity of chemical substances, causing slower ion conduction in liquid electrolytes. However, the solid-state electrolyte in the Jiqi battery alleviates such concerns, even in low temperatures. Moreover, there is no need to worry about low temperatures affecting battery lifespan. It is widely known that low temperatures can cause irreversible damage to lithium-ion batteries. Seriously? I live in the Northeast. No wonder my battery degrades quickly, while my friends in the South have far better battery longevity. Indeed, low-temperature charging and discharging can lead to significant capacity drops in lithium-ion batteries. Tiger Brother, stop lecturing. I need to sleep. Why are we talking about chemistry again? How long has it been since I attended a chemistry class? Wow, just based on what Tiger Brother said, I've decided to buy one, living in the Northeast. I need a vehicle that can withstand the cold. The comments flooded in once more. Regardless of comprehension, it was, in essence, valuable information, inadvertently enhancing the public perception of lithium-air batteries. Continuing his conversation with the audience while driving, Tiger Brother accelerated past non-essential locations. Thus, he and his assistant, along with the photographer, persevered through 5 consecutive days of driving. Chapter 143 Cheng Superjar. Brothers, we have finally completed our journey. Tiger Brother descended from the vehicle, nearly moved to tears. Wow, that was close. Tiger Brother is amazing. Triple applause. Donated. We truly drove for over 5 days. I've watched Tiger Brother's 5-day live stream. That is truly impressive. Tiger Brother and his team leaned against the car, visibly fatigued. For those considering purchasing this new vehicle, I encourage you to try driving for over 5 days, switching between 3 drivers. It is genuinely exhausting. Yet, we must commend the ingenuity of this lithium-air battery. I can find no other words to describe it. Only remarkable. Without further ado, let's examine how far we have traveled over these 5 days. Re-entering the vehicle, the camera focused on the electronic odometer. As you can see, when I acquired the vehicle, the battery was at 70. It is now depleted, essentially rendering it immobile. Fortunately, we're next to a fast charging station, so there is no need to worry about pushing the car. Previously, our odometer displayed a reading of 50 kilometers, and now it stands at 5,559 kilometers. This essentially means that with a mere 70 charge, we have traversed an impressive 5,509 kilometers. In a fit of excitement, Hugo exclaimed, "Let the bullet comments roll in. 666, 666, 6666. The screen was inundated with the number 666. Hugo continued, "Let us not dwell on it any longer. With 70 charge, covering 5,500 kilometers, I'm going to demonstrate how to place an order for a vehicle right here and now." He promptly produced his phone and made a call. "Manager Cheng, right? I want that new BYD Han. Yes, the EVS Pro Plus that I mentioned earlier." "What? It's already been reserved by someone else? But you promised to hold it for me. Only 5 days? And you let someone else order it this morning? Damn it." Hugo exclaimed, visibly irate. "I dedicated a full 5.5 days to evaluate your new car. Now I have to wait for the next batch?" He did not delete this segment of the video, and the comments began to flood in. "I can't believe Hugo dared to release this video. ISNT he worried about BYD's reaction? What is there to fear? This just proves their cars are selling well. The most expensive model is only over 400,000. ISNT this a better deal than a Model S? And the standard version is around 300,000. It seems like Model Y1TB claiming the top sales spot for September. Damn it, enough talk. I need to place my order quickly. I'll sell my Mercedes." By this time, Hugo had finished his call and wore a broad smile as he announced, "All right, I have good news to share. Manager Cheng is preparing to apply to sell me the evaluation vehicle at half price." Ha ha ha. No way. Half price for the Pro Plus. Even if it's not available, its original price is still 400,000. That is quite enticing. A wave of envy washed over the audience in the comments. Just then, Hugo's assistant, Alway, suddenly glanced at the roadside, his face a picture of astonishment as he shouted, "Holy cow. ISNT that the S Pro Plus Ultimate Edition." The camera immediately panned over. On the road, a spectacular sports car was cruising by. Those familiar with new vehicles quickly recognized it as BYD's latest electric sports car, the BYD Han EVS Pro Plus Ultimate Edition. The world's only pure electric sports car equipped with lithium-air battery technology. Hugo was equally astonished. "Wow, that is incredibly cool. I saw this at the auto show. And someone actually drove it away." At that moment, comments began to appear. That car was a gift from BYD to the CEO of Z. The person inside is the CEO. Wow, Hugo should hurry and make his move. He'd be set for life by befriending such an influential figure. Of course, these comments arose only after the video was released, and no one had anticipated such a delightful surprise, a glimpse of a supercar. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng was in the car, observing a new BYD vehicle parked beside a charging station, where 3 individuals were filming a video. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Were they evaluating the car? It certainly seemed that way. Noticing that the group was looking in his direction, or rather at his car, he chuckled and shook his head, choosing to drive away. This sports car was indeed a gift from BYD, although initially, BYD had not intended to give it away, planning instead to exhibit it at the auto show for a few more days before selling it at a premium. The vehicle boasted formidable power, with a maximum output of 1689 horsepower and a torque of 2,399 Nm, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 15 seconds, and a staggering top speed of 398 km/h, shattering countless records. This performance was still limited by BYD's own design capabilities in electric motors. After all, Electric sports cars do not emulate the same experience as their fuel-powered counterparts. Maintaining range is commendable, and few automakers invest heavily in electric motor research. Often, it's merely a gimmick. Therefore, BYD's electric motor design does possess some shortcomings. Otherwise, with that specially designed 900 kilowatt-hours lithium-air battery combined with such powerful output, one could only imagine the kind of extraordinary electric sports car that could emerge. Nonetheless, BYD has invested considerable resources to develop this vehicle, which is slated to have a price tag exceeding $20 million. Just then, Su Xin suddenly recalled the military vehicle Yi Cheng was driving and contemplated getting him a replacement, leading her to fixate on this $20 million sports car, intending to purchase it as a gift for Yi Cheng. Now that she had become quite affluent, spending over $20 million on a car was a burden, yet still manageable. However, upon learning that Su Xin wished to buy the car as a gift for Yi Cheng, BYD's higher-ups quickly convened. Why not gift this car to Yi Cheng? It would foster goodwill. Thus, the vehicle was bestowed upon Yi Cheng. When he received the news, he was somewhat taken aback, but accepted it without hesitation. As a young man, he still had a fondness for supercars. Driving the sports car, he was en route to a certain Air Force base in the Eastern Theater. He had received an invitation from the military to visit the base. In late August, the military ultimately conceded to Z, permitting the production of the three core materials for lithium-air batteries: oxygen-seeking carbon films, solid-state electrolytes, and three-dimensional pore-separating membranes, to be undertaken by Z, which would then supply them to military enterprises for integration into military-grade lithium-air batteries. This invitation was likely also a gesture to mend their relationship with him. Chapter 144. A visit to the U.S. aircraft carrier? Initially, the military had intended to hold out for a longer period. However, the United States ceased its unfounded accusations against Z, coupled with the sudden emergence of the U.S. military's human experimentation scandal, led many to speculate that Z might be behind it. With a bit of analysis, it was apparent that these events were closely tied to Z. Just after being accused by the U.S. of conducting human experiments, the U.S. government found itself ensnared in a similar public relations crisis. Furthermore, upon closer examination, one would discover that those whose accounts had been hacked had previously collaborated with Western media to defame Z, further solidifying Z's status as the orchestrator behind the scenes. Even if Z were to publicly declare their non-involvement, few would likely believe it. It is widely acknowledged that official denials are often grounded in truth. As a result, those with ulterior motives were keen to uncover how Z had obtained sensitive information from the U.S., and how they had managed to hack the accounts of numerous American celebrities or prominent figures, disseminating those images. Did they possess an exceptionally skilled hacking team? Or did they have undisclosed information technology capabilities? The military was equally eager to discern this. Information warfare is a principal facet of modern conflict. If one could consistently glean the military intelligence of the opponent, the outcome of non-nuclear warfare for a military power like Huagua would be virtually predetermined. However, to ascertain whether Z possessed any advanced information technology, they first needed to restore relations with Yi Cheng. Presently, Z's collaborations were strictly commercial, devoid of personal or private ties. Thus, they reached a compromise with Z regarding lithium-air batteries, reportedly leading to a few changes in the leadership of related military enterprises to avoid displeasing Yi Cheng. Inviting Yi Cheng to the Air Force Base was also an endeavor to mend their relationship. Swiftly, Yi Cheng arrived at a military district within the city, where an individual was assigned to receive him. After all, access to an Air Force base is not easily granted. The person awaiting him was an Air Force colonel. He parked the vehicle in a designated spot and approached the colonel. Upon seeing him, the colonel immediately saluted, declaring, "Colonel Chu Yunlong of Air Force Base X, Team X, here to escort Mr. Yi." Yi Cheng responded with a smile. "Colonel Chu, no need for such formality." Colonel Chu Yunlong quickly returned the smile, remarking, "It's military protocol. Now, Mr. Yi, I shall be your guide to our Air Force Base. Please take our base vehicle, as your car cannot enter the premises. I will ensure you are returned after your visit." Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. He returned to his car to retrieve a few items before following Colonel Chu onto the military vehicle. As they drove, they exchanged a few casual remarks before falling into silence. There was no blindfold to obscure Yi Cheng's view of the surroundings, given his stature. Knowing the location of a military base was of little consequence, and this gesture showcased the military's openness. They traversed hills and winding roads, eventually arriving at a remote area devoid of paved roads. The military vehicle, boasting excellent off-road capabilities, navigated the terrain with ease, leading them to an expansive plain where the military base revealed itself. At that moment, A nearly undetectable ultra-miniature wireless earpiece nestled in Yi Cheng's ear transmitted the voice of Xiao Bai. Master, there are numerous snipers nearby, and surveillance drones are hovering above. Master, I wish to play with the drones, Xiao Bai added playfully. Yi Cheng smirked, shaking his head slightly. Those were military drones. If Xiao Bai hacked into them, he would likely find it impossible to leave the military district today. I was merely jesting, Xiao Bai responded mischievously. Yi Cheng refrained from engaging in further banter, as speaking was not feasible at the moment. Thus, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the military base, where the guards checked Colonel Chu Yunlong's credentials before granting them passage. The sights within the base evoked a sense of awe in Yi Cheng. Armed helicopters and transport choppers dotted the landscape, and he imagined that a glance at the airport might reveal fighter jets. Sudendi, Yi Cheng invited, Colonel Chu. Do you know why I've been summoned today? Colonel Chu Yunlong smiled mysteriously and replied, Today, we have a special mission, and we have invited you, Mr. Yi, to observe. Oh, a special mission? What does it entail? Yi Cheng's interest was piqued. Mr. Yi, you shall soon find out, Colonel Chu responded. Xiao Bai's voice chimed in. They plan to take the J-35 for a spin above the American aircraft carrier to see if it can be detected. Chenges face register de surprise. Goodness, are they that audacious? At that moment, Colonel Chu announced, Mr. Yi, we have arrived. Shaking off his astonishment, Yi Cheng looked to the side and noticed several military leaders awaiting him outside the vehicle. A soldier approached to open the door for him. Thank you. Yi Cheng expressed his gratitude, momentarily suppressing his curiosity as he turned to the military leaders. One was an Air Force general, and the other a lieutenant general. Colonel Chu introduced them. This is our base commander, General Tao Xinjia. And this is the deputy commander, Lieutenant General Su Qiao. Yi Cheng greeted the generals in turn. General Tao Xinjia remarked with a smile. Mr. Ye's presence graces our base. Yi Cheng chuckled, shaking his head as he gestured around. General Tao, you jest. Do you consider this mere grandeur? Those armed helicopters are worth a fortune, and there should be several J-20s or HSIXS on your runway. Let me guess. Perhaps a few Dongfeng missiles are buried beneath as well. I cannot compare. Laughter erupted among those present. General Tao Xinjia waved his hand dismissively. Ah, Mr. Yi, you jest. Such matters should not be taken lightly. Yi Cheng replied, Indeed. They would never disclose whether nuclear missiles are present here. Well, Mr. Yi, we shall not waste time. Today's invitation is to showcase one of our new equipments. What a delightful prospect. Yi Cheng nodded. What is the new military equipment? Xiao Bai's voice chimed in again. The J-35. Chapter 144. The American sword is sharp, but the Chinese sword is not without its edge. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The J-35? Isn't that a carrier-based aircraft? Moreover, didn't it debut only at the end of October 2021? Are they already planning to deploy it for missions? However, since it was a military arrangement, he decided to proceed and see it for himself. Without further ado, Yi Cheng boarded the military vehicle to witness what the J-35 carrier-based aircraft looked like. Soon, they arrived at the airfield. 3 fighter jets awaited on the runway. Among them were 2 familiar J-20s, their grayish-black surfaces reflecting a hint of silver in the sunlight. While the third was a green aircraft, the J-35 carrier-based fighter that had made its appearance last year. Carrier-based aircraft are designed to take off and land on aircraft carriers. Due to the unique conditions of takeoff and landing, carrier fighters must withstand considerable forces during these maneuvers. The current design of the J-20 does not possess the structural integrity required for safe operations on an aircraft carrier. The J-35, therefore, serves as a stealth fighter dedicated to carrier duties. Gazing upon the fighter jets, Yi Cheng felt an irresistible urge to board one, perhaps even take it for a spin. Of course, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. He then expressed his puzzlement. Isn't the J-35 a naval aircraft? Why is it stationed here? General Tao Xinjia replied with a smile. The J-35 has never been aboard an aircraft carrier. It has been undergoing structural stability tests, and now that we have confidence, we have decided to allow it to officially board an aircraft carrier today. Furthermore, it will also participate in a special mission alongside our 2 J-20s. A special mission? Yi Cheng, aware of the task from Xiao Bai, feigned ignorance. Must it conduct a mission while also undergoing testing? General Tao nodded, then shook his head, chuckling. Strictly speaking, they're all test missions. All 3 aircraft are equipped with the radar-absorbing coating developed by your company, and today we intend to assess its performance. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. I heard that the U.S. Aircraft Carrier Strike Group has once again ventured into the South China Sea today. General Tao appeared momentarily surprised before grinning. I didn't expect you to guess that. I had intended to keep it under wraps. His expression then turned serious as he stated. Indeed, today we plan to send our fighter jets to their aircraft carrier for a reconnaissance flight. We aim to show them what it means to be afraid. Yi Cheng inquired, what if we are detected? And if we are detected, what then? Do they really dare to fire upon us? General Tao, now in his 60s, still embodied the spirit of a soldier. They have repeatedly sent their aircraft carriers here. Do they truly believe our fighters are slow? Their F-35s may be formidable, but our J-35s are precisely designed to counter them. General Tao's face was now imbued with resolve. For an extended period, the enduring restraint of every military personnel has ignited a smoldering fire within their hearts. Now, as the nation has ascended to newfound heights in technological prowess, particularly with the breakthrough in semiconductor limitations imposed by the West, alongside the formidable lithium-air batteries, the revolution in energy has significantly bolstered our comprehensive national strength. It is indeed time to unsheathe our swords in the realm of military affairs. The sword of the American spirit is sharp, yet so too is our own. Yi Cheng fell into a moment of silence before uttering a single word. Good. As long as we do not continue to allow Ziqi to be bullied, he is more than willing to designate strengthening the nation as Ziqi's foremost objective. After a solemn atmosphere lingered for a while, fervor surged anew. Tao Zhenjie chuckled brightly, clapping Yi Cheng on the shoulder as he proclaimed, of course, Mr. Yi, you must also have faith in your radar's absorbing coating. Our willingness to act today is also linked to your Ziqi. Yi Cheng offered a faint smile in response. Then let us wait and see. For now, I can only say that the issues are manageable. Well then, I shall take your encouraging words to heart. Tao Zhenjie nodded, turning to the deputy commander and stating, Lao Su, prepare our soldiers for mission execution. Yes. The deputy commander promptly replied, retrieving a communicator to issue commands. Soon, 3 soldiers emerged, 2 clad in Air Force uniforms and 1 in Navy attire. They lined up in perfect formation, reflecting the effectiveness of their training. Upon reaching Tao Zhenjie, they halted, turned, and saluted, reporting, the Fighter Jet Test Task Force, Lin Dong, Xiao Hong, and Zhuaning are ready to execute the mission. Please issue your orders, Commander. With a serious expression, Tao Zhenjie returned their salute and solemnly addressed the trio. You are to pilot our aircraft, soaring over the American aircraft carrier battle group. You may very well face the targeting of American artillery, should they act in anger or through a moment of negligence or inadvertently press the launch button. You will find yourselves in peril. The Americans are formidable. They're a global superpower, and their military technology surpasses ours. This mission may very well lead to bloodshed, and you may face the ultimate sacrifice. So tell me, are you afraid of shedding blood? Are you afraid of sacrifice? Not afraid. The 3 soldiers shouted in unison. Really not afraid? If any of you wish to withdraw, take a step back. I will not hold it against you. Truly not afraid. They insisted. Louder. Tao Zhenjie bellowed, matching their fervor. Not afraid. They cried again, their veins standing out on their foreheads, faces flushed, blood surging with adrenaline. Excellent. Tao Zhenjie nodded appreciatively. The motherland anticipates your performance. Rest assured, it stands as your strongest support, ready to fight for your protection at any moment. Now, it is 10 in the morning. The mission execution time is 2.5 hours. You are all aware of the mission details, approaching the American aircraft carrier group, attempting to fly over their airspace, and testing our enhanced stealth capabilities. Upon mission completion, the 2 J-20s are to return here for debriefing. Suoning, you will pilot the J-35 and land on our aircraft carrier, which is already deployed. You will undertake the final task of testing whether our J-35 can successfully land. Yours is the most arduous mission, and I hope you will complete it with distinction. Yes. All right. You are authorized to execute the mission. Tao Zhenjie issued his final command. The 3 fighter pilots saluted once more before racing toward the 3 aircraft on the tarmac. They represent the most elite aviators, entrusted with the hopes of the Republic, testing their new fighter jets to see if they can carve out the elegant silhouette of the Republic's aircraft beneath the watchful eyes of the Americans. Chapter 145, entering the radar detection range of the United States, the blind Washington. The 3 pilots ascended the boarding ladder to their respective fighter jets, and the support personnel withdrew the ladder, saluting the pilots. Seated in the cockpits, the pilots returned the gesture before taking a deep breath to begin their preparations. Seatbelts, respirators, communicators, goggles. Each piece of equipment was donned with precision. They subsequently reported to the control tower, declaring they were ready for takeoff. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Tao Zhenjie had returned to the ground command center. The command center relayed the pilot's request, and Tao Zhenjie declared, authorized takeoff. Authorized takeoff. The tower staff promptly conveyed to the 3 pilots. Received. On the airstrip, The engines of the three fighter jets roared to life, exuding a potent energy. The wheels began to roll as powerful turbines generated immense thrust, accompanied by an exhilarating acceleration. The runway once again welcomed the pressure of the aircraft's wheels. Ultimately, one by one, the jets ascended into the sky, their piercing sound punctuating the air as they swiftly vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the ground command center commenced its directive operations, guiding the pilots into the Nanhua Sea, ensuring to first make a pass over a certain island. Yi Cheng and Tao Xinjia stood together, sharing the perspective of the Air Force commander, able to perceive various information and grasp the overall situation, except for issuing commands. He gazed at the radar and satellite images on a large screen. Their aircraft appeared as three small dots, their carrier as another point, while a larger lay in the South China Sea. These points formed a triangle, with the three smaller dots advancing toward the larger one. Would this mission succeed? With the insights gained from Xiao Bai on the American aircraft carrier's data, he was acutely aware it must be accomplished. In the South China Sea, the Washington Aircraft Carrier Battle Group once again entered foreign waters. The United States has refrained from signing the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, confident in its formidable naval power that allows it to navigate these waters with impunity, demonstrating its might. They are understandably reluctant to allow anyone to use maritime law to limit their maritime maneuvers, even as they frequently invoke it against the Celestial Empire. As for why the United States frequently ventures into the South China Sea, it is due to the numerous reefs in the area. If they do not periodically disturb the South China Sea, the Celestial Empire could leverage its military strength to seize control of these reefs, utilizing its world-leading land reclamation technology to transform those submerged reefs into islands capable of hosting military bases and airports. In time, these islands would serve as a formidable barrier, safeguarding the Celestial Empire's maritime interests and holding immense strategic significance. This is something the United States cannot abide, which is why they often intervene to obstruct the Celestial Empire's operations in the South China Sea. This time, the arrival of the Washington Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is driven by the same intent. Issues surrounding the semiconductor industry are often viewed as economic and technological concerns, where parties engage in protracted negotiations and exchanges of interests. Indeed, the United States may soften its stance toward Xi. However, strategic matters remain firm. The U.S. cannot yield on military issues, which take precedence over all else. Hence, what they must do remains unchanged. In the Washington Aircraft Carrier Command Tower, U.S. Navy Admiral Tremere stood at his post, absorbing the intelligence being relayed to him. What? The Celestial Empire's carrier has moved? It is even heading this way? Surprise crossed his features. Do the Celestial Empire dare to act so boldly? Tremere had traversed the South China Sea countless times. The Celestial Empire's attempts to expel them typically amounted to deploying a few intelligence-gathering ships and air defense vessels. Now, they have directly sent an aircraft carrier? Are their fighter jets showing any activity? None detected at the moment. They may simply be too far for our radar to pick up, was the response. Continue monitoring. Admiral Tremere furrowed his brow as he issued orders, and then immediately moved to establish communication with the U.S. Navy base situated in the land of the rising sun. This time, the response from the Celestial Empire was markedly different from previous encounters. They were compelled to proceed with caution, particularly given the increasingly acute tensions between the Celestial Empire and the United States. It was plausible that they might undertake unprecedented actions. After contacting the naval base, Admiral Tremere received a piece of news that left him utterly perplexed. The Celestial Empire had not even dispatched any naval vessels. What could they be contemplating? In previous instances, whenever they ventured into the South China Sea, the Celestial Empire would invariably send warships to drive them away. What was their intention this time? He knitted his brow and ultimately commanded, all vessels, reduce speed to 5 knots and proceed slowly. The commanders within the fleet felt a sense of bewilderment, but they could do naught but comply with the admiral's orders. Tremere gazed out toward the distant horizon, his expression grave. I shall see what you intend to do. At an altitude of 16,000 meters, 2 J-20s and 1 J-35 streaked through the azure sky, their speed surpassing that of sound, carving through the profound expanse of the universe. Dragon 7, Dragon 8, Sea Dragon 1, this is the ground command center. You are currently 1,200 kilometers from the U.S. Aircraft Carrier Battle Group and are expected to enter their air surveillance range in 30 minutes. Exercise caution. The J-20's official military designation was Dragon, while the J-35 was referred to as Sea Dragon. The author is merely speculating, given its status as a carrier-based aircraft. Upon receiving the communication from the command center, the 3 pilots responded in unison, received. They all concentrated their focus. Whether they could traverse the skies above the Americans without detection hinged on this critical moment. Thus, they gradually closed the distance. 700 kilometers marked the maximum detection range of the Washington's radar. They had refrained from dispatching naval vessels, as deploying aircraft constituted a more assertive response. Moreover, should they successfully fly over the heads of the Americans without being detected, it would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread within them. Time swiftly passed. The Americans remained preoccupied with questioning why the Celestial Empire had not sent warships to expel them. Having been driven away on every prior occasion, they found this absence of action somewhat disconcerting. Thus, 15 minutes quietly elapsed. The 3 aircraft that had taken off from the Celestial Empire had now breached the radar detection range of the Washington carrier. However, the entire radar system of the Washington carrier battle group failed to detect the presence of these 3 fighter jets right under their noses. Had they been aware, they would have immediately contacted the aircraft, demanding their prompt withdrawal. The personnel at the ground command center were also aware of the fighters' proximity to the Washington, yet they remained composed. Their objective was to fly directly over the American vessels. Chapter 146, Beware of Airstrikes. 700 kilometers, 600 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 400 kilometers. The fighter jets continued their relentless advance until they reached 100 kilometers, still undetected. Excellent. The personnel at the command center erupted in cheers. Remaining undetected at 100 kilometers meant that the 3 fighter jets could effortlessly lock onto the Washington carrier battle group, and then, without their awareness, unleash a barrage of missiles, rendering the Washington a solitary island upon the sea, severed from contact with their command center. When Tao Zhenjia learned of this development, although his emotional response was muted, it was evident that his fists were clenched tighter and his eyelashes trembled, betraying the excitement within him. The formidable naval and air power of the United States was the greatest assurance of their global hegemony, aside from their economic dominance. Their anti-stealth capabilities were equally formidable, and approaching within 100 kilometers without detection was no small feat. Furthermore, who could ascertain the true potency of American radar? This was military intelligence, and they would not disclose such information. Thus, the Celestial Empire had long been prepared for the possibility of detection during this test of their aircraft stealth capabilities. Of course, if detected, it would be akin to previous encounters where they had driven away American carriers with warships. This time, they sought to intimidate the carriers with fighter jets, signaling their resolve to defend their maritime rights. However, to their surprise, the situation unfolded in the direction they most desired. Their stealth fighters had approached within 100 kilometers of the American carrier. Naturally, this was horizontal distance. However, even using the Pythagorean theorem, their straight-line distance was not significantly greater. At this juncture, as long as the fighter jets were armed with missiles, they could entirely obliterate the Washington carrier's combat capabilities. Nonetheless, to fly such a distance, the 3 fighter jets were not equipped with munitions. Instead, they had multiple auxiliary fuel tanks. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cover the 4,000 kilometers round trip without in-air refueling. The normal operational radius of the J-20 was only around 2,000 kilometers. Of course, the notion of destroying the carrier was merely fanciful. Achieving such a feat would likely ignite the flames of a third world war. As the personnel at the ground command center reveled in excitement, the 3 fighter jets maintained their velocity, continuing their approach toward the U.S. carrier. The distance of 100 kilometers had long since been surpassed. Dragon 7, Dragon 8, Sea Dragon 1, you are now approaching the U.S. carrier at 80 kilometers, 75 kilometers. After flying over the U.S. carrier, return immediately. No need to linger. Acknowledge receipt. Dragon Sea Dragon X acknowledges. The 3 pilots replied in unison. They soared through the sky at altitudes exceeding 16,000 meters, occasionally glimpsing through the clouds the slow-moving naval vessels below. The massive steel behemoth encircled by them appeared diminutive, akin to ants, utterly unresponsive to their approach. A surge of pride and exhilaration swelled within them. Flying a fighter jet over the U.S. carrier would surely provide ample tales to share with their comrades upon their return. Even after retirement, they would likely regale such stories for a lifetime. Come on, Americans. Let us see if you can detect us. The 3 fighter jets swept past the clouds, heading toward the distant expanse of the ocean and closer to the U.S. carrier. On board the Washington, Admiral Tremere felt a growing unease. The unusual behavior of the Celestial Empire today further fueled his perplexity. Are the Chinese carriers still approaching us? Yes. Admiral, have we detected their aircraft nearing us? Are there any jets taking off from their airfields in the South China Sea? No detections. What about their submarines? Have our submarines made any discoveries? None. Satellites have long since locked onto their airfields and ports in the South China Sea, yielding no findings. Only their carriers are approaching. But they're still quite distant, and it will take time for them to close the gap. Strange, Tremere murmured. The Celestial Empire, which has always retaliated against us, has exhibited no reaction today. Were they plotting? It was unlikely that they had deployed satellite-based laser weapons, but the clouds in the sky today were particularly thick. And even if the Celestial Empire possessed laser technology, they would pose no threat under such conditions. Nevertheless, he felt an ominous premonition, as though he were being targeted by something. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the distance. He thought he had glimpsed several dark shapes through the clouds. What could that be? Seabirds? But would seabirds venture to such altitudes? He estimated that today, as cloud cover was not only thick but also quite high, likely exceeding 10,000 meters. The seabirds do not attempt to fish upon the ocean surface. Do they ascend so high merely to perish? Surely, I must be mistaken. He pondered within the recesses of his mind. Yet, soon he concluded that perhaps he was merely being overly sensitive. Faced with the present situation in Huagua, he felt a fleeting sensation akin to confronting a ruse of empty cities. Of course, he was unaware of the concept of an empty city ploy. After a protracted contemplation, he ultimately issued the command. The entire fleet shall turn about and return to the Yokosuka Naval Base. The base where the USS Washington was deployed lay precisely within Japan's Yokosuka Naval Base. To return now signified their relinquishment of the strategic endeavor to penetrate Huagua's South China Sea. The commanders aboard the other vessels expressed their perplexity. Admiral, what troubles you? We have scarcely entered Huagua's South China Sea, and not a single vessel from their navy has approached. Perhaps the Huagua people have been intimidated. We should circle around their Nansha Islands. Admiral, let's press on. Trent Millers asserted calmly. Today, Huagua seems rather anomalous. We must remain vigilant. Returning now is prudent. We shall ascertain what the Huagua are up to before considering any further actions. Upon hearing the general's words, the others found themselves with no recourse but to comply with the orders. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines resonated from above. Trent Miller's countenance shifted dramatically as he shouted toward those in the command cabin. What is happening? Unknown, Admiral. The sound seems to emanate from the clouds, but the sky is too obscured for us to discern any situation. Trent Miller's expression darkened once more. How can this be? Do not tell me Huagua's aircraft have soared above us. The monitoring personnel wore expressions of grave concern and confusion. The radar shows no response. We have detected no radar signatures. Impossible. Huagua's stealth fighters cannot be this advanced. Fear gripped Trent Miller's heart. To be approached so stealthily from above by an unseen foe meant their lives were utterly in the hands of another. The adversary could effortlessly obliterate their control tower and radar, rendering them a solitary island adrift upon the sea, bereft of assistance from headquarters. He immediately commanded F-18 fighters. Prepare for immediate launch. Ascend and investigate. Deploy our reconnaissance and early warning aircraft. Enter a state of alert. Furthermore, inform headquarters that we have encountered an unidentified aerial vehicle above us. In that instant, 3 violent explosions reverberated from above. Pale-faced, Trent Millers bellowed, "Everyone take cover. Beware of an airstrike." Chapter 147. The humiliated and enraged Trent Millers, the second mission. In the face of urgency, Trent Millers could only deduce that the unknown aerial object above had bombarded their fleet. There was no refuge aboard the aircraft carrier. They could only seek shelter within the confines of the cabin. In a flurry, everyone in the command center dropped to the floor, covering their ears. Trent Millers himself crouched low, crawling to a corner. He cursed vehemently. Have the Huagua gone mad? Have they launched missiles? Do they seek to instigate a third world war? After a brief interval, they discovered that all was still, with no signs of further bombardment. Finally, someone exclaimed, "Admiral, there are no detected traces of missile attacks in the vicinity. Moreover, judging by the earlier sounds, we suspect it was likely the sound of a sonic boom." What? Just a sonic boom? Trent Millers was taken aback. Merely a small sonic boom? He had thought it to be the sound of incoming missiles. It was simply a sonic boom? The monitoring personnel wore wry smiles. Indeed, the sound of the explosion originated from a considerable distance. It must have reached us from above. We can confirm that an object entered a supersonic state above us, thereby generating a sonic boom. The 3 sounds indicate the presence of 3 objects. If our speculation is correct, it is highly likely that Huagua's fighter jets have flown overhead without our detection. Trent Miller's pupils dilated in realization. Recalling Huagua's uncharacteristic behavior today, the likelihood of this conjecture became substantial. Huagua's fighters had traversed above them, unnoticed, and they had mistaken the sonic booms for missile launches, scrambling in the command cabin to evade. If that scene were to be broadcasted, all aboard the USS Washington would become the subject of global ridicule. Fortunately, all surveillance aboard the carrier remained under their control, preventing any leaks. He exhaled in relief. Thank goodness no missiles have been fired, only sonic booms. Otherwise, a world war might have been imminent, with their Washington battle group likely to become the first casualty. However, he soon felt a surge of shame for his earlier thoughts, soon followed by a wave of indignation. Connect me to the presidential hotline. I must immediately inform the president of this matter. Our fleet has encountered a hostile threat. Above, 3 jubilant fighter pilots reveled in their success. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, what a thrill. The foreign devils must be utterly stunned. Their laughter echoed through the sky. Naturally, they could only hear their own voices. Any communication from their comrades was only audible through their headsets. That idea from Xiao Hung was simply brilliant. The foreign devils might think we dropped bombs on them. It would be splendid to frighten them. The 3 pilots were filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the ground command center, every individual shared in their elation. This new radar-absorbing material must surely outperform that of the B-2, right? I'm not sure, but I believe it certainly must. Otherwise, how could the Americans fail to detect us? I wonder how the people aboard the Washington are faring. Has Admiral Trent Miller's been reduced to tears? Unfortunately, they could not witness their reactions. The staff engaged in animated discussions, all imbued with an immense sense of exhilaration. Yi Cheng, too, was engaged in a cheerful discussion with Tao Xinjia. Thanks to Zhiqi, we have acquired such powerful radar-absorbing materials. The Americans must be losing sleep over this. Tao Xinjia remarked. He had never imagined that Huagua's fighter jets could soar above American heads. It was akin to defecating on their very heads. Hee, our pilots deserve credit as well. Yi Cheng replied with a smile. Regardless, Zhiqi's contribution cannot be overlooked. Tao Xinjia patted Yi Cheng's shoulder and added with a grin, in the past. Perhaps due to personal reasons, misunderstandings arose between Zhiqi and us. Here, I must clarify that many within our military are indeed grateful for Zhiqi's assistance. No one perceives Zhiqi as an ordinary enterprise. We also hope to deepen our collaboration with Zhiqi, without allowing misunderstandings to create rifts. Yi Cheng smiled. I understand. We too wish to assist our nation further. A strong nation equates to our own strength. That is good, Tao Xinjia nodded, perhaps indicating that Yi Cheng would not dwell on past grievances. However, Yi Cheng had one sentiment unvoiced. Currently, the company was under Su Xian's leadership. Thus, all significant decisions remained in her purview, and he would not interfere excessively. His stance would not affect Zhiqi's attitude towards them. The 2 men exchanged no further words, and Tao Xinjia proceeded to issue new commands. Summon Xiao Hung and Lin Dong back, and informs Wen Ning that his command will be transferred to the Liaoning, as we anticipate his successful landing. Understood. The staff promptly responded, relaying the command to the 3 pilots still airborne. Sea Dragon 1, it is time to bid farewell. I wish you success on your mission. The 2 pilots of the J-20 expressed their goodbyes to their comrade. Sea Dragon 1 acknowledges, farewell, my comrades. Until we meet again. With their parting words, the green-skinned fighter jet gracefully detached from the formation, heading towards the northeast. The forthcoming task was of paramount importance, whether this aircraft could successfully land on the carrier's deck. A single misstep could result in catastrophic failure. This was not merely a test of his piloting skills, but also a trial of the aircraft's structural integrity. However, having flown countless missions aboard aircraft from the carrier, his piloting skills were undoubtedly proficient. Thus, the focus now shifted to the aircraft itself. This cutting-edge fighter jet was encased in a newly developed magnesium-aluminum alloy crafted by Zhiqi, rendering it lighter than its predecessors. Consequently, it incorporated a greater quantity of titanium alloy within its structure, enhancing its overall durability. A robust construction was essential to withstand the force of the carrier's arrestor wires, preventing the aircraft from disintegrating upon impact. This undoubtedly constituted a formidable test of the aircraft's structural resilience. If successful, and should the aircraft withstand such immense force without structural deformation or malfunction, allowing it to immediately undertake subsequent takeoff and landing operations, it would signify the triumph of this carrier-based fighter. Thus, the attention of all observers, who had only recently rejoiced over their victory against the United States, swiftly shifted to the impending and crucial task. Would succeed. Chapter 148, Successful Landing. The J-35 soared through the skies, en route to its target. Its altitude had descended from over 15,000 meters to a mere 50. Wen Ning piloted the fighter jet, flying almost parallel to the sea surface, where the powerful air currents churned the water into waves. Moments later, the aircraft rapidly ascended once more. With a significant enhancement in structural integrity, this fighter could perform more extreme maneuvers. He could not help but exclaim in exhilaration. The experience surpassed his previous flights in the J-15. For the pilots, this return journey offered a chance to showcase their flying prowess, and as one of the finest aviators. Having once flown the J-15 over Tiananmen Square during a parade, he relished the freedom of flight. Yet, time was of the essence. Orders from the Liaoning Carrier's command center came through. Sea Dragon 1, you are now 50 kilometers from the Liaoning. Please adjust your aircraft's orientation promptly. The carrier's runway and arrestor wires are aligned and awaiting your landing. Xuanning swiftly acknowledged, Roger that. He stabilized the aircraft and promptly adjusted its orientation, lowering its altitude to approximately 30 meters. Upon spotting the carrier, he prepared to descend to the runway's height. The 50 kilometers vanished in an instant, and his speed remained around 200 kilometers per hour, approximately 60 to 70 meters per second. To intercept a fighter jet of this weight, around 20 tons, at such speed posed a significant challenge for the arrestor wires. Only 4 nations, China, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia, had the capability to manufacture carrier arrestor wires, all of which belonged to the permanent members of the UN Security Council, excluding a certain Gallic nation. At this moment, Xuanning caught sight of the colossal vessel before him, surrounded by an array of warships and lifeboats, all prepared to receive him. They either cheered for his success or stood ready with lifeboats to assist. Yet, he simply inhaled deeply. As a soldier of China, his singular aim was to execute his mission flawlessly, honoring his nation's trust. Moreover, he believed that his country would not place him in jeopardy by assigning him an unproven aircraft for such a perilous task. A profound sense of honor welled within him. He caressed the control stick. Since the inception of Sea Dragon 1, he had piloted it for several years. My good friend, it's all up to you now, he murmured, gazing at the carrier, now less than 5 kilometers away. He spoke into the communicator. Sea Dragon 1 is prepared for landing. Headquarters acknowledges. Sea Dragon 1, proceed with confidence. In addition to the formal response, Xuanning heard a familiar voice crackle through the communicator. Xuanning, keep your composure. If anything goes awry, I'll let you experience an 11G gravitational overload. Xuanning chuckled. It was his superior's voice. He replied enthusiastically, Yes, Commander. I will ensure the mission is completed. All right, after you land, let us go catch some crabs this afternoon. Absolutely. Xuanning affirmed. With the communication terminated, the ensuing moments were wholly in his hands. He focused intently on the carrier's narrow runway, descending from the boundless sky onto the deck, a feat achievable only by the most skilled pilots. Gradually, he drew nearer. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Those aboard the carrier, or those monitoring via the ship's cameras, had already spotted the green fighter jet approaching from the distant sky. Its landing gear deployed. The carrier's control tower had received the relevant data. Sea Dragon 1's anticipated landing speed was 124 knots, with a current altitude of 27 meters. The Liaoning and Sea Dragon 1 were aligned in the same direction, traveling at a speed of 30 knots. The wind conditions were favorable, with a headwind of 3 knots. The arrestor wires were in optimal condition, and the deck personnel had cleared the area. All parameters were satisfactory. Preparations were underway to welcome Sea Dragon 1's landing. Given that this landing served a testing purpose, optimal weather conditions were essential. The headwind would provide an upward force during descent, slightly reducing the stress on the landing gear, while also aiding in decelerating the carrier-based aircraft, thereby alleviating the load on the arrestor wires. The carrier maintained alignment and full speed to minimize relative speed differences. If successful, technical personnel could gather critical data to further ascertain the J-35's limits. As everything fell into place, all eyes were glued to the approaching fighter jet, its altitude dwindling, until finally, within the last kilometer. A distance of 1 kilometer was but a fleeting 13 seconds for a fighter jet. Sea Dragon 1 was nearing the deck. Everyone rose to their feet, captivated by the spectacle. At the Air Force Base, Cheng was riveted to the large screen displaying the event. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had already calculated the success probability of this landing, estimating it at over 90%. Although this figure was high, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart as he awaited the final moments. Whoosh! The sound of the landing echoed. At last, before the eyes of all, Sea Dragon 1 descended with precision onto the runway. The wheels skidded across the deck, emitting a cacophony of friction. This marked the first step toward success. Following that, the hook extending from the tail successfully latched onto the arrestor wire. This was the second step towards triumph. Sea Dragon 1's speed rapidly diminished, as the arrestor wire was tautened by the immense force. Ultimately, Sea Dragon 1 came to a steady halt upon the deck. Witnessing this moment, everyone erupted into cheers, applauding fervently. Brilliant! Well done! The crowd embraced in celebration, exhilarated and moved by the sight. This was their very own stealth carrier-based fighter, although subsequent tests awaited, and it was premature to declare its readiness for combat missions. This performance undoubtedly affirmed that success was within reach. Support personnel aboard the carrier swiftly rushed forward, assisting their hero and the aircraft in vacating the runway. On board the aircraft carrier, nearly all the leaders had vacated the control tower, rushing towards the fighter jets to welcome their soldiers back safely. Technical specialists swiftly proceeded to examine the aircraft's condition, assessing if any issues had arisen and whether they could immediately execute a second takeoff and landing mission. Each individual had their designated role, yet all shared an equal sense of pride and honor in their contributions. Today, the military forces of Huagua accomplished two remarkable feats. They soared above an American aircraft carrier and successfully landed the J-35 stealth carrier-based fighter on the deck. Chapter 149, Technological Promotion. At the Air Force Base, in addition to welcoming the return of two J-20s, celebrations were also underway for the successful landing of the J-35. Ha ha ha, splendid job. Upon witnessing the J-35 parked on the carrier, Tao Zhenjia felt an overwhelming surge of elation. The only regret was that the carrier belonged to the Navy, and so did the fighter jet. However, it was comforting to know that the J-20 belonged to the Air Force. Yi Cheng smiled faintly, sensing that the strength of their military was poised to grow even more formidable. This is largely attributable to Ziqi, Tao Zhenjia remarked, your alloys, your coatings, and in the future, your lithium-air batteries. It seems that none of our three military branches, land, sea, and air, will be without something from Ziqi. Yi Cheng replied with a hearty laugh. That is indeed our privilege at Ziqi. I look forward to what new innovations you will unveil. At this point, Tao Zhenjia lowered his voice slightly and inquired discreetly, can you give me a hint? What new technologies are you planning to introduce? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and whispered back, how about an automatic targeting system? Does that count? Initially, Tao Zhenjia was taken aback, merely responding with a subdued "oh." However, realization struck him soon after. What? An automatic targeting system? His astonishment was so pronounced that he inadvertently drew the attention of those around him. Yet, he was too preoccupied with the implications of Yi Cheng's revelation to care about others. This technology was precisely what their military had been vigorously developing. With the rapid advancements in the smart industry, the military had long begun exploring automatic targeting solutions. For instance, an automatic targeting sniper could eliminate an enemy marksman from 800 meters away, even in the hands of a novice marksman. Naturally, deploying self-targeting systems on individual weapons would incur exorbitant costs. Each firearm could cost hundreds of thousands, making it feasible only for special forces, as no nation could bear such extravagant expenses. Consequently, the self-targeting system was best suited for larger weaponry, such as fighter jets or helicopters, enabling a smart targeting system to direct fire with pinpoint accuracy and even engage in beyond visual range strikes. Tao Zhenjia was acutely aware of the significance of the automatic targeting system and quickly pulled Yi Cheng aside, continuing to inquire in a hushed tone. How powerful is this automatic targeting system? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before responding. It's not merely a question of efficacy. It can, track and target directly based on optical imaging, including thermal imaging layer analysis for precise strikes. Moreover, based on the resolution of the most advanced military cameras, it can generally discern every meter from over 30 or 40 kilometers away, boasting a success rate exceeding 95%. Additionally, it features an automatic enemy identification function, distinguishing friend from foe. With drones, there's no need for manual targeting. This automatic targeting system can assess threats and the environment, striking at enemies without the risk of collateral damage. Is this true? Tao Zhenjia asked, his astonishment intensifying. Of course, we have conducted numerous tests, and it has proven reliable. This is thanks to Xiaobai, which leverages its supercomputing power and has nearly established a presence across half of Huagua. In conjunction with the foundational programs it has developed to realize this automatic targeting system, it's quite straightforward. Xiaobai chimed in, asserting its prowess. Xiaobai is extraordinary. Yi Cheng chuckled, suggesting he would praise it further upon returning. As for Tao Zhenjia, he was rendered speechless by the implications of such technology. His rise to the rank of general was not merely due to lineage or privilege. He had once been a technician and understood the weight these technologies carried. Tracking and targeting based on optical imaging? the capability to utilize thermal imaging for precision strikes from 30 or 40 kilometers. This was nothing short of astounding. The reality of self-targeting systems was worlds apart from their gaming counterparts. In video games, self-targeting is dictated by programming, recognizing enemy-coded representations to achieve headshots or center mass. In reality, implementing self-targeting is far more complex. A single photograph may not guarantee accurate identification of the captured object. The ability to discern is one thing. The accuracy and distance involved pose another challenge altogether. For instance, Huawei smartphones have been known to misidentify a light bulb as the moon. This is entirely contingent upon algorithm quality. Provided the algorithm is sufficiently sophisticated, coupled with military-grade cameras, discerning enemies from dozens of kilometers away is entirely feasible. If satellite cameras or astronomical telescopes with billions of pixels were employed, achieving interstellar strikes from Earth to the moon would not be out of the realm of possibility. Thus, this revelation left Tao Zhenzhe profoundly astonished. Ziqi possessed such advanced artificial intelligence technology? He had never previously heard of Ziqi's advancements in AI. Suddenly, Tao Zhenzhe narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Wait a moment. Artificial intelligence undoubtedly falls under the purview of computer programming. Reflecting on the perplexing incidents involving human experimentation in the U.S. and their potential ties to Ziqi, he mused that Ziqi must house exceptionally skilled computer experts. His thoughts deepened with a sense of awe. Ziqi was indeed unfathomable. The only drawback was that it did not belong to the state. However, it was fortunate that it was a company based in Huagua. At this juncture, noticing that Tao Zhenzhe had been silent for a while, Yi Cheng spoke up, "Commander Tao?" Tao Zhenzhe snapped back to attention, smiling sheepishly. "My apologies. Age has its way of distracting the mind." He then inquired, "By the way, is the technology you mentioned already mature? Can our military utilize it directly?" Yi Cheng replied, "Absolutely, it can be integrated. However, after integration, you will need to modify your equipment." Tao Zhenzhe waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us proceed with the modifications. It will significantly enhance our capabilities. Why worry about the expenses? If you have any other technologies, please share them with me now. We are not afraid of spending money." Yi Cheng chuckled, then suggested, "How about automatic pilot technology for aircraft? Consider the swarm drone combat system, or perhaps lethal autonomous weapon systems. Oh, and don't forget the individual exoskeleton bionic mechs. These are all technologies we are currently researching and can lead to deep collaboration with the military." Tao Zhenzhe was somewhat overwhelmed by the array of new technologies Yi Cheng casually mentioned. "Slow down. What are all these? Automatic piloting for planes? What's the use? And swarm drones? Haven't we already developed similar technologies?" Yi Cheng laughed and began to elaborate on these groundbreaking technologies. Chapter 150, Successful Promotion and Anxious Americans. As Yi Cheng extolled Ziqi's new technologies, Tao Zhenzhe listened intently. Each of these innovations stirred his intrigue. The automatic piloting technology for drones and the swarm drone combat system were quintessential embodiments of modern intelligent warfare. The swarm drone combat system represents one of the most agile and highly mobile military weapons, capable of fulfilling the objectives of unmanned warfare. Currently, Huagua possesses relevant technology that has reached a world-leading standard. However, the existing systems still necessitate human control and the lack of strong coordination among drones, coupled with the challenges of fuzzy control algorithms, presents significant issues. After all, when faced with a fleet of drones flying in straight lines overhead, if they remain undetected by the enemy, they may operate effectively. Yet, once spotted, these drones become easy targets for enemy fire. The swarm drone combat system that Yi Cheng promoted to Tao Zhenzhe is exceptionally formidable. The drones will no longer be human-controlled. Instead, they will be entirely operated by advanced intelligence, thus eliminating the problems associated with poor network signals that can hinder remote control due to distance. Achieving this capability would enable the deployment of drones into the battlefield from satellites, akin to the glasses Iron Man gifted Spider-Man. Moreover, due to their complete reliance on autonomous intelligence, hundreds or even thousands of drones could navigate the skies freely, executing Brownian motion without the risk of collision. This system will also incorporate intelligent automatic targeting technology, capable of identifying enemies and delivering overwhelming strikes against them. Imagine thousands of drones overwhelming the battlefield, each equipped with powerful weaponry, manifesting formidable combat prowess in land and naval warfare. It is hard to conceive that anyone would not feel a sense of trepidation in the presence of such high-tech weaponry. Additionally, these drones are outfitted with omnidirectional cameras that can swiftly ascertain whether they are being targeted, allowing them to perform evasive maneuvers or ascend to altitudes of 200 meters. a height at which the accuracy of most firearms diminishes significantly due to unpredictable wind patterns and the increased gravitational challenges faced by projectiles. Should the enemy's initial shot miss and reveal their position, they would soon find themselves under concentrated fire from other drones. Even if a target is struck, the resultant focus of fire would be an inevitable consequence. Determining whether a target has been neutralized involves a more profound level of intelligence. While most systems struggle to ascertain the status of target, the intelligence provided by Xiaobai excels in this domain, capable of discerning whether an enemy is bleeding or if a bullet has struck a vital area. Most crucially, once a target is confirmed, discharging 10 or even 20 rounds would make survival unlikely for an ordinary individual. Even if someone were to survive, they would undoubtedly be incapacitated due to severe injuries, necessitating that the enemy allocate personnel to tend to the wounded, thereby diminishing their overall strength. In contemporary warfare, even a conflict involving thousands can see morale plummet significantly with the loss of just a few dozen lives, often leading to retreat or surrender. Hence, the swarm drone combat system offered by Zhihui is undoubtedly one of the most ideal weapons for small-scale warfare without resorting to nuclear arms. As Tao Xinjia absorbed this information, he felt increasingly invigorated, envisioning future drone deployments from satellites positioned in the sky. This led him to contemplate whether such operations should indeed be managed by the Air Force. In the event of a confrontation at sea, he pictured issuing commands that would enable satellites to locate targets and release countless drones from outer space for precise strikes against enemy forces. A thought that ignited a fervor within him. Without hesitation, he turned to Yi Cheng, declaring, "I will report to the military committee immediately. We must acquire your technology. Can we commence testing right away?" Yi Cheng replied with a smile, "Of course, that is not an issue. As for pricing, it varies by equipment. We charge based on the systems used." He elaborated, "For instance, the autopilot system has one price for fighter jets and another for drones, and we charge per set. This is akin to the pricing structure of the Windows operating system, where a complete version can cost several $100s, often included in the price of brand-name computers." Understood. Tao Xinjia nodded. As for a buyout model, he thought it best to set that aside. After all, one wouldn't want to offend the providers. Moreover, considering the prowess of such an advanced artificial intelligence system, a little extra expenditure seemed reasonable. Just raise the taxes on cigarettes a bit more. Military funding is secure. At that moment, a staff member from the command center rushed over to Tao Xinjia, reporting, "Commander, the Jinling Military District's command requests to speak with you." "Oh, I see." Tao Xinjia nodded. "Have I mentioned what it concerns?" The staff member chuckled. "Our J-35 can undertake a second takeoff and landing mission, and the Americans have begun to stir." Tao Xinjia raised an eyebrow and then burst into laughter. "Excellent. Our J-35 is performing admirably, but the Americans certainly have the audacity to voice their concerns, not considering how embarrassing such matters are." He then turned to Yi Cheng and said, "I will take this call. Let Lao Su show you around." "Very well." Yi Cheng nodded and began a brief conversation with the deputy commander nearby. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was informing him of the American reaction. The Americans were evidently in a state of agitation. In the White House, officials exclaimed, "How could the Huagua accomplish such feats? When did their fighter jets acquire such stealth capabilities? Our aircraft carriers were just flown over without incident. What has happened to our radar? Is it on vacation? What are you all doing?" The president expressed his fury once more in front of everyone. They were perplexed as to why the president often acted foolishly during interviews or speeches, yet displayed such vigor when in a fit of impotent rage. However, impotent rage was a phrase they could only ponder internally. Once the president calmed down, he turned to the Secretary of State and asked, "What should we do now?" The secretary replied, "We could publicly announce that the Huagua Air Force disregarded our warnings and flew over our aircraft carriers, an act of dangerously provocative behavior. We should declare this as a warlike action and question whether they intend to instigate conflict. Furthermore, we should enlist our allies to jointly confront Huagua." A voice inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" The secretary responded, "We cannot allow the Huagua to preemptively declare that their fighter jets have flown over us. This is a disgrace for the United States, and we must ensure that no one knows, especially those troublesome civilians. Heaven knows how many protests they would stage if they learned of this after a few days of quiet." As others considered this, someone else raised a concern. "But we have no evidence proving that the aircraft flying overhead were Huaguas." The secretary retorted, "Why do we need proof? We declare it, and that suffices, especially since Huagua cannot prove that we did not detect them. They might even wonder if we genuinely did spot them. Moreover, this narrative could serve to portray us as peace-loving. Consider the optics. Huagua's fighter jets flew over us, and we did not react. Doesn't he that suggests we prefer to risk being attacked rather than trigger a third world war? This would also serve to tarnish Huawei's image as a proponent of peace, revealing them as the potential instigators of a third conflict. At that moment, the president interjected. What if Zhihui threatens us to cease our propaganda? This question immediately silenced the room. After a brief pause, the Secretary of State hesitantly remarked, I believe that as long as we do not target Zhiqi, this should not pose a threat to us. After all, since Zhiqi possesses that information, yet has never made it public, only revealing a portion during the last incident, I suspect they do not intend to sever ties with us. The president contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then let us proceed as you suggest, but we must remain vigilant towards Zhiqi. Indeed, the Secretary of State responded. Furthermore, we must ascertain how the nationals managed to evade our radar detection. If we cannot unravel this mystery, we will always be under threat. Understood. Now let us return. We must not allow the nationals to believe they have the upper hand. Yes, Mr. President. The others affirmed in unison. The president nodded again, then instructed, Secretary, please stay behind. The others swiftly departed, leaving only the Secretary of State. The president inquired, what is the status of the arrangements you made? The secretary's expression grew solemn. Everything is in place. The only remaining question is whether that individual will accept. He should, the president replied, shaking his head before continuing. Are the methods discreet? Absolutely. No electronic devices were utilized throughout the process. Everything was communicated verbally, eliminating the possibility of surveillance. Even if the Red Queen from a biohazard crisis were to arrive, she would remain unaware. That is satisfactory. We must complete the mission. We cannot remain in a passive state. Yes, Mr. President. In the White House, the press briefing room was filled with a throng of reporters who had hastily gathered. Their expressions were tinged with irritation. It was the early hours of the morning. What had possessed the White House to awaken them from their slumber, compelling them to rush here for a press conference? Should it not be a significant news story, they would certainly return to deliver a scathing critique of the White House. Soon, the reporters had mostly assembled, with representatives from major news outlets present, when the Secretary of State appeared on stage. His demeanor was serious, tinged with an undercurrent of anger, which elicited a flicker of anticipation among the reporters below. Was there significant news forthcoming? Good morning, esteemed journalists. It is now September 10th, 2:23 a.m., Washington time. I apologize for the disturbance to your rest, as I have called you together for this impromptu press conference. The secretary bowed to the reporters. He then straightened his posture, leaned on the podium, and with a fierce expression, stated, however, I must convey an urgent message. Just moments ago, approximately 20 minutes prior, our USS Washington aircraft carrier was executing its routine patrol mission, preparing to return to base. Yet, 3 fighter jets from the Nationals brazenly flew over us. The reporters' faces registered shock, and they instinctively rose, eager to pose their questions. What do the Nationals do? Do they launch missiles? What is the status of our USS Washington? Is war imminent? With so many inquiries erupting simultaneously, the secretary could not discern any individual question, nor would he momentarily respond. Please, everyone, remain calm and allow me to continue describing the situation at hand. At that moment, our radar had locked onto their fighter jets, and we communicated with them, demanding they disengage immediately. However, the Nationals disregarded our warnings and boldly approached our USS Washington, ultimately flying directly over us. Although they did not attack our carrier group, their actions were undeniably provocative and perilously reckless. Had it not been for Admiral Tremor's courageous decision to avoid potential confrontation, we might have found ourselves on the brink of war. Here, we must extend our gratitude to Admiral Tremor for his prudent choice, which averted war between the United States and the Nationals. He exemplifies the strategic foresight of an American naval officer. The actions of the Nationals starkly contrast with their self-portrayal as a peaceful nation. They are, in fact, the most dangerous country in the world, a dormant superpower capable of annihilating humanity with nuclear force. They're the Axis power in the impending Third World War. On behalf of the United States, I express our most vehement condemnation and warning to the Nationals. We tolerated their initial provocation, but we shall not permit a second. The Cuban Missile Crisis occurred but once in history. His voice resonated with fervor, channeling his indignation as if every word he uttered were an undeniable truth. The media below was electrified by his statements. This was indeed monumental news. Shortly thereafter, prominent American media outlets began broadcasting. The Horn of World War III, the dangerous Nationals. Nationals, the Axis power in the Third War. The 21st Century Cuban Crisis. Chapter 152. The Shock of the World. How to Respond. The news released by major American media in the early morning quickly reverberated around the globe. Nations were left astounded. Just moments ago, Nationals fighter jets had flown over an American aircraft carrier? When did the Nationals become so audacious? Few countries had dared to fly over an American carrier since World War II. The first was the audacious Russians, who in 2000 flew their Su-27 over the USS Kitty Hawk, capturing the startled reactions of American servicemen. The second was Iran, which sent drones over an American carrier. Yet now, the Nationals had committed such an act. A Nationals fighter jet soaring over an American carrier was an entirely different matter than Iran's drones, especially at this critical juncture. This was akin to a 21st century Cuban crisis, or perhaps it should be termed the South China Sea crisis. Had the Americans shot down the Nationals fighter jet, it could have ignited a world war. Fortunately, such an outcome did not materialize, and while world leaders were shocked, they also breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Consequently, nations aligned with the United States swiftly condemned the Nationals for placing the world in jeopardy. As for the Nationals' internal response, this news rapidly ascended to trending status, capturing the attention of the populace. Goodness, what a situation. I don't know what to say. Perhaps I should perform a split to show our military. Damn it. The Americans have intruded upon our South China Sea and shamelessly claim they are conducting normal operations. I believe our fighter jets should at least fire a few rounds as a warning. Well done. That is our maritime territory. The map clearly states it is the South China Sea. They are utterly shameless. After enduring for so long, it is time to stop tolerating. Should war break out, I am willing to take to the battlefield. Count me in. I wonder how our pilots fared. I hope they are unscathed. They must have returned safely. If they haven't, a world war would be imminent, awaiting the official response. While the citizens of the Nationals were ablaze with fervor, the government had yet to issue a response regarding this matter, instead opting to announce another piece of news. Our J-35 stealth carrier-based fighter jet has successfully achieved takeoff and landing on an aircraft carrier. This announcement has instantaneously ignited fervor within the military enthusiast community. Wow, the news just keeps rolling in. Our fighter jet has not only flown over their aircraft carrier, but can now also take off and land on it. The J-35, a fourth-generation stealth carrier-based aircraft. Is this officially entering service? The news was just released last year. Fantastic. When will we also develop vertical takeoff and landing capabilities? Our aviation engines still pose a challenge. Without high-end machine tools, we cannot manufacture more sophisticated components, and there are still issues with our engine technology, making vertical takeoff and landing quite difficult. No need to worry. We will eventually resolve these issues. With Jiqi at the helm, there is no cause for concern. For the people of Wagwa, there has never been a sense of shame in having their fighter jets soar over American aircraft carriers. On the contrary, they feel a profound sense of vindication. Of course, there are some naysayers who, standing on the so-called moral high ground, echo Western media in condemning the government's actions as exceedingly perilous. Naturally, these comments are swiftly countered by other passionate netizens. Americans have intruded into our waters, yet they dare to claim we will instigate war? It is clearly the Americans who wish to provoke conflict. Simultaneously, all citizens of Wagwa eagerly anticipate a robust rebuttal from the authorities against the shameless rhetoric of the Western media. Back at the Air Force Base, Yi Cheng and Tao Xinjia enter the command office. The Americans have once again resorted to their usual tactics, attempting to tarnish our reputation through public opinion. Tao Xinjia, holding a laptop, remarked, "Military bases cannot connect to the internet. To access it, we typically use independent network cables." Ye Cheng nodded. Thanks to Xiaobai's information, he was aware of the Americans' reactions. The more Tao Xinjia observed, the more infuriated he became. They even claim their radar has locked onto us and assert that they have warned our pilots. How shameless, blatantly lying with their eyes wide open. Yi Cheng shrugged. Well, it's the Americans. Their audacity is evident. They certainly do not want to admit they failed to detect us. So, Mr. Yi, how should we respond now? Yi Cheng smiled. Let us first ask them to provide evidence proving that our fighter jets indeed flew over them. Tao Xinjia paused. Why? Given that there were clouds everywhere at the time, our fighter jets were flying above them. It is practically impossible for them to capture photos of our aircraft. Yi Cheng replied, when the time comes, if they cannot produce evidence, they will only persist in their stubbornness and continue fabricating stories. We can then demand proof of their communication records with our pilots. However, they're likely to remain obstinate. What if they continue to deny it? Tao Xinjia inquired. Since they are unwilling to admit they failed to detect us, we also lack substantial evidence to prove they indeed did not. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and then asked, May I use this computer? Of course, Tao Xinjia nodded, handing the laptop to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng took the laptop, opened a web browser, and began typing a lengthy and complex URL which Xiaobai had been dictating to him. Soon, the URL was entered, and a download window appeared. As the download commenced rapidly, Tao Xinjia, puzzled, wondered what Yi Cheng was downloading. Had it been anyone else, he would have refused to allow anything to be downloaded on his computer, fearing potential viruses. Although this computer contained no confidential information, being merely a personal device, he felt more at ease since it was Yi Cheng. Before long, the download completed, revealing a video. "What is this?" Tao Xinjia asked. Yi Cheng handed the laptop back to him with a smile, saying, "You will know once you open it." "Oh," Tao Xinjia, intrigued by Yi Cheng's teasing demeanor, eventually nodded. "All right, I'll see what it is." Chapter 153. Do not say we did not warn you. Tao Xinjia opened the video, and soon, the content materialized before him. What he saw was a command cabin of a warship filled with Americans. And he quickly recognized the figure in command, Admiral Trunmeyer of the U.S. Navy. "What is this?" Tao Xinjia's face displayed disbelief. If this was indeed an American admiral, then judging by the various devices, could this be the USS Washington? Tao Xinjia turned to Yi Cheng. "Is this the internal surveillance of the USS Washington? How did Yi Cheng acquire this?" Yi Cheng similit enigmatijat. In this world, once he focused on a certain location, no microphone or camera was safe unless it was unplugged. The dutiful Xiao Bai would record everything and save potentially useful segments for Yi Cheng. The video continued to play, showing Trunmeyer issuing a command to return to base. Suddenly, the roar of aircraft engines erupted from above. The American military personnel began to panic, with Trunmeyer urgently inquiring about the situation. "What happened? Are Huagua's fighter jets flying over us?" Then, 3 explosive sounds resonated from the sky, prompting Trunmeyer to shout warnings about an airstrike and to take cover. An utterly chaotic scene unfolded within the command cabin of the American aircraft carrier. Observing the commotion, Tao Xinjia could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! The Americans have their day too. Look at their frantic expressions. If it were our troops, such a situation would never occur." Yi Cheng chuckled. "Our military discipline is undoubtedly the most stringent in the world." "That is for sure," Tao Xinjia readily acknowledged without modesty. Continuing to watch the video, it became abundantly clear that this footage conclusively proved the Americans had not detected any fighter jets flying over the USS Washington. Once this video is disseminated, the narrative they're currently promoting, that they refrained from attacking Huagua's fighter jets for the sake of peace, will be entirely debunked. This not only would humiliate the Americans significantly, but also demonstrate that Huagua possesses the capability to fly over American aircraft carriers undetected. Undoubtedly, the entire world will be astonished. Tao Xinjia took a deep breath, then earnestly looked at Yi Cheng and asked, "Mr. Yi, how did you obtain this video?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that," Yi Cheng replied, shaking his head. He would not reveal anything about Xiao Bai. "However, I will hand this video over to the government. You may utilize it freely. Just please do not disclose my assistance." Tao Xinjia felt a twinge of regret. The ability to infiltrate an enemy aircraft carrier systems could significantly enhance national defense. "Thank you. We will make good use of this video." Tao Xinjia expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Yi Cheng glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. I should be heading back." Witnessing today's events has been invigorating, and I sincerely thank Commander Tao for the invitation. Tao Xinjia nodded and smiled. "What we have accomplished today is largely due to Zhiqi's support. Inviting you to witness it was only right. Moreover, regarding the technologies you mentioned earlier, we will promptly reach out to you for testing, striving to establish a collaboration at the earliest opportunity. This would indeed be most advantageous." Yi Cheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Accompanied personally by Tao Xinjia, he boarded Chu Yunlong's vehicle and departed from the Air Force Base. The international uproar showed no signs of abating. The Americans continued to launch disparaging rhetoric against Huagua, yet Huagua refrained from responding directly, instead demanding that the Americans cease their unfounded slander and provide evidence that indeed Huagua's fighter jets had flown overhead, specifying which 3 aircraft it was. Concerning the former inquiry, the Americans, naturally obstinate, could not produce evidence and merely stated that they would not disclose data pertaining to the aircraft carrier. As for the radar communication records, they deflected the issue, claiming that certain confidential conversations within their radar communications were unsuitable for public release. In truth, this information did not exist, and Huagua could not furnish proof of a non-existent conversation. Could they? It was inconceivable to present a communication record devoid of any dialogue to assert that the Americans had not communicated with their aircraft. This was one aspect of the Americans' audacity. With no evidence presented by either side, they easily sidestepped the crucial points, effectively diverting attention away from the key issues. Much like their submarine purportedly colliding with an unidentified underwater mountain range, they could simply state this without revealing what truly occurred, as others lacked the means to provide evidence to the contrary. As for the latter inquiry, they were aware that Huagua's J-35 had successfully landed on the aircraft carrier. And given that only one J-35 was observed without any other naval aircraft taking off, it was reasonable to deduce that the other two supersonic stealth fighter jets were, quite likely, J-20s. Thus, they could easily speculate which three fighter jets had flown past. Consequently, the two questions posed by Huagua were thus resolved in their favor. In their eyes, Huagua had no substantial recourse. They believed they had triumphed over Huagua, transforming this crisis to their advantage. With the attention of the entire American populace directed towards Huagua, casting blame upon it, the public support rate, which had been consistently declining, began to rise due to their propaganda. Another victory. They had succeeded once more. Thus, time progressed to September 15th. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a routine press conference unfolded. "What is your perspective on the White House's second warning to Huagua?" a reporter inquired. Spokesperson Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses, and then displayed a hint of disdain as he stated, "In response to the White House's baseless slander against us, which seeks to incite war, I urge the American side to cease this meaningless endeavor. Please provide authentic evidence that our fighter jets flew over their airspace, and present genuine radar communication records that can confirm that the USS Washington and our fighter jets engaged in communication. Avoid using excuses to sidestep these fundamental issues. We cannot prove the existence or non-existence of a communication record that never existed. Acknowledgement of the truth must be embraced rather than concealed. Furthermore, the South China Sea, referred to as the South China Sea, is our maritime territory, and the actions of the American side severely infringe upon our maritime rights. All our activities in the South China Sea comply with international law. Additionally, I caution the American side to cease dispatching military vessels and aircraft to provoke and showcase military might, and to stop undermining the sovereignty and security of other nations. Otherwise, let not be said that we did not warn you." Chapter 154. The Truth Emerges. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs adopted an exceptionally assertive stance, even articulating the phrase, "Let it not be said that we did not warn you." Prior to the 20th century, instances of this phrase often precipitated wars. Although it had not been uttered since the 21st century, relevant state media had employed it during times of significant infringement upon Huagua's interests. The recent utterance of this phrase by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs signified something that left many nations feeling anxious. Could it be that Huagua had truly reached its breaking point? Had the rabbit, when cornered, finally decided to bite? Yet, the reality was that Huagua took no action whatsoever. Not even a military mobilization ensued. It seemed as though it was merely talk. This led officials from various nations to ponder, Huagua has issued a stern warning. Yet there's been no follow-up? Is this merely a display of bravado? Or did their diplomats mistakenly speak out of turn? Consequently, nations returned to their usual affairs, continuing to bicker and criticize Huagua's so-called dangerous behavior. Until 5 days later, the White House, polls indicated that our support rate had rebounded to 50%. The Secretary of State, clutching a polling report, hurried to the president's side, presenting him with a report on public support. "Oh, excellent." A smile spread across the president's face. Another victory. This time, his advocacy for pacifism concerning Huagua had evidently garnered significant public favor. It seemed that he might well be a contender for this year's Nobel Peace Prize. "Let me see how our dear constituents have praised us." The president cheerfully accepted the report. Indeed. Look at this. Our Democratic Party has championed peace. This is the essence of American liberty and democracy. And here, they commend our military for upholding peace even amid crisis. That fellow Tremere has certainly struck gold. He was clearly terrified and lying prostrate on the ground. For a moment, the president envied the admiral, then inquired, "How is our Navy faring? No one leaked any information, right?" "No, the Navy aboard the USS Washington was all duly warned." The Secretary of State replied, "That is satisfactory." The president nodded. Just then, his landline rang. The president answered the call, and the voice on the other end belonged to his political advisor, but the content of the discussion left him puzzled. "What is trending on Twitter? What is it?" A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. It was precisely on Twitter and similar social media platforms that their human experimentation scandals had originally surfaced. Could it be that this time? He hastily opened Twitter and navigated to the trending topics. The result at the top of the list caused his expression to darken. The embarrassing display of Admiral Tremere aboard the Washington. The Secretary of State, who was oblivious to the unfolding situation, noticed the president's demeanor and queried, What has happened? The president did not respond, but clicked on the trending topic. The first frame of the video that filled his screen made his heart race. Wasn't this the interior of their command center aboard the USS Washington? How on earth had such classified material found its way online? He then played the video. Admiral Tremere stood in the center, issuing retreat orders. Suddenly, the sound of roaring engines filled the video. Chaos erupted among those present, and Admiral Tremere questioned whether the aircraft overhead belonged to Huagua. This inquiry evidently indicated that they had previously failed to detect any fighter jets in the sky and were entirely unaware of whether they were indeed Huagua's. The subsequent sound of 3 sonic booms compelled them to assume that the aircraft above had launched an aerial assault against them, resulting in a frantic scramble for cover. Observing Admiral Tremere's abject position on the ground starkly contrasted with their prior portrayal of him as unflappable and willing to sacrifice for peace. Despite the fact that lying flat on the ground is the most prudent choice when faced with an air raid. The citizens are indifferent to whether your actions are justified or not. They can only see your disheveled appearance. The once fervent American populace fell silent in an instant. People around the globe, particularly the American citizens, became acutely aware that they had been deceived by their own government. Their navy was so oblivious that it failed to identify its adversary even as an enemy aircraft flew overhead, undetected. It is worth noting that at that time, Chinese fighter jets were soaring at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, traveling at a speed of 340 meters per second, which meant they had already passed overhead for 30 to 40 seconds. This posed an exceedingly perilous situation for an aircraft carrier. If an aircraft carrier cannot detect a fighter jet, it implies that the fighter jet can approach the carrier at will and annihilate it with impunity. Should the runway of the carrier be destroyed, it would be unable to launch its own aircraft. If the control tower is taken out, it would be incapable of receiving command signals, rendering all electronic devices inoperative. The carrier would then become nothing more than a rusting hulk adrift in the ocean. Currently, the U.S. possesses only 11 aircraft carriers, and a mere 11 stealth fighters could potentially transform these colossal vessels into mere scrap metal. The strategic implications of this scenario have left the world astounded. As for the origins of the video in question, aside from the White House, it seems no one else would care. News of the incident quickly reached back home, igniting a fervor among military enthusiasts in China. This occurrence evidently elicited even greater excitement than the successful takeoff and landing of the J-35 on an aircraft carrier. The fact that they had flown over their adversaries undetected was nothing short of a superweapon. Consequently, military aficionados began to engage in theoretical military simulations. The U.S. deploys 11 aircraft carriers, while we counter with 22 J-35s, as they remain unaware of our position. Subsequently, the U.S. carriers would be rendered incapacitated, and their naval strength would be halved. Following that, bombers would be dispatched to obliterate all American military bases in Southeast Asia, swiftly seize control of Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, leaving North Korea to handle the southern half. Meanwhile, Pakistan would restrain India, and once China solidified its influence in Southeast Asia, assistance would be provided to Pakistan to subdue India. Additionally, Russia would likely cut off all supplies to military bases in the Middle East, seizing control of critical passages such as the Strait of Hormuz. European nations, weary of American dominance, might also see a few defect. Of course, the military enthusiast simulations were rather ludicrous. If the situation escalated to that extent, the U.S. would likely resort to nuclear options long before. In truth, the more pressing concern was that this video had laid bare the multitude of lies propagated by the U.S. in recent days, delivering a stark slap in the face to American credibility. The world began to mock the U.S., including its own citizens, as various programs started to satirize their naval admirals. Everyone recalled the words of the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Do not say you were not warned. Chapter 155, Future Plans. Outside the headquarters of the Jiqi Company, Yi Cheng arrived in his new electric supercar. Having already driven over 2,000 kilometers, it was time to recharge. Upon checking the odometer, he noted there was still some battery life left, but he decided to plug it in for a charge. His car was housed in a private garage within the underground parking lot, originally designated for the owner of the Ruifeng International Building, who had later gifted it to him. The garage was equipped with a power source, and, as he connected the charging cable, his mind began to wander. Next year, room temperature superconductors would likely be developed. Although the cost remained uncertain, it should not be exorbitant, certainly not more so than graphene. If the nation could muster the resolve, it might invest in the construction of extensive transmission lines, especially along major thoroughfares. China incurs an annual power loss of over 100 billion kilowatt hours through transmission lines. For perspective, the Three Gorges Dam generates less than 100 billion kilowatt-hours annually. If those critical circuits were replaced with superconducting wires, the resultant energy savings would be staggering, potentially allowing China to shut down numerous coal-fired power plants, leading to significant economic benefits. Furthermore, by next year, lithium-air batteries were expected to emerge as the dominant battery technology, likely capturing over 95% of the domestic market by the following year. This would inevitably present a significant challenge regarding charging infrastructure. As battery capacity increases, the electronic devices utilizing these batteries would evolve alongside them, resulting in enhanced functionalities but also greater energy consumption. Thus, the annual energy consumption across the nation was poised to rise sharply. Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. This was a dilemma spawned from rapid development. Typically, annual energy consumption and production would rise steadily, maintaining equilibrium. However, a sudden spike in consumption would naturally lead to complications. Of course, the issue might not arise next year, as the pace of new device rollouts may not be excessively rapid. In the coming years, electronic manufacturers would likely emphasize longer battery life as their primary selling point, rather than hastily introducing new features that would elevate energy consumption. Consequently, with improved battery longevity and reduced charging frequency, the annual energy consumption might not present a significant problem. The government would surely take this into account. Recent policies appear to be aimed at regulating the energy consumption of upcoming electronic devices. These new devices would predominantly employ lithium-air batteries. However, this alone would not suffice. The more pressing concern remained the need to increase energy production. Nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion. Cheng found himself lost in thoughts about controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, this dream was not beyond the realm of possibility. With the existing technological framework, he could theoretically achieve nuclear fusion by discarding non-essential technologies, requiring only 94 million points, minus the 28 million points for room temperature superconductors, leaving him with 65 million points. If relying solely on lithium-air batteries, he projected an income of 10 to 20 million points annually by next year, though this was largely constrained by production limits. As for market demand, there was no cause for concern. China produces approximately 100 billion batteries each year, meeting global demand. Naturally, a portion of these are disposable batteries, a market that lithium-air batteries cannot yet penetrate, as disposable batteries are significantly cheaper. However, even if 20 billion were designated for rechargeable batteries, it would adequately supply the national market, and the logistics were relatively straightforward. Mobile phones, tablets, computers, headphones, and even personal devices all could utilize lithium-air batteries, making an annual purchase of 20 billion entirely feasible. Moreover, the market for room temperature superconductors would undoubtedly be lucrative. However, it was likely that China would strictly prohibit the export of this technology, resulting in a significant loss of potential points. Nonetheless, Cheng had no intention of selling such technology to foreigners for the sake of points, unless China attained a dominant global position capable of imposing sanctions at will. The implications of this technology for nuclear fusion are self-evident, and in the realm of quantum computing, superconductors represent an ideal material. Additionally, the electromagnetic cannon that garnered attention last October in China could see its power significantly enhanced with the implementation of room temperature superconductors. Beyond that, there are countless other applications. At that juncture, even if the U.S. offered lithography machines in exchange, China would likely decline. Cheng shook his head, realizing he was thinking too far ahead. He cast one last glance at the charging cable for his supercar, which sparked another idea. It seemed prudent to consider investing in charging stations. The advent of lithium-air batteries would inevitably lead to the comprehensive replacement of electric vehicles. In the future, charging stations were bound to become highly profitable, simultaneously enhancing the company's influence. Regardless, they have gained control over lithium-air batteries, and when the time comes, they can easily incorporate additional elements, such as charging protocols. Only charging heads that adhere to their specified protocols will be able to charge their lithium-air batteries, thus establishing a new charging standard. This would extend the jurisdiction over lithium-air batteries, making it easier to target companies that do not comply with their directives. Perhaps I should share this with Su Xin. I wonder if she has similar thoughts. Soon after, he departed from the garage and arrived at the headquarters. Good day, Chairman. Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi has arrived. As he walked through the company lobby, employees greeted Cheng one after another. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before opening the door to his office. Su Xin was seated in his chair, absorbed in her computer, seemingly oblivious to his entrance. Raising an eyebrow, he approached her and noticed she was intently watching a lecture titled The 36 Stratagems of Love. This woman is watching such a thing? Is she considering romance? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. At 28 and Su Xian being 29, marriage was inevitable. If she were to marry, she might become distracted by familial obligations. Would the management have to hire more personnel? Or perhaps invest $25,000 to acquire another management expert? He sighed. That was indeed $25,000. Then he spoke, "Hey." Su Xian jumped in surprise, turning her head to see him, quickly closing the web page and removing her noise-canceling headphones, asking, "Why are you here?" "In my company. Why wouldn't I be here?" Yi Cheng rolled his eyes and tapped the table. "Slacking off during work hours? I'll have to dock your salary." Su Xin pouted, Hofing. "Are you starting to exploit me? Your employee? What kind of employee are you?" Yi Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. "Isn't a senior employee still an employee?" Su Xian shot him a glare, then stood up, spreading her hands. "Go ahead and deduct my salary. According to company policy, watching videos during work incurs a fine of 50 to 1,000. Are you going to dock me 1,000? I'll dock you 1,000,000. What?" Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "1,000,000? As the boss, I make the rules," Yi Cheng declared without hesitation as he returned to his seat, reclining in his chair like a capitalist. "You." Su Xian pointed at Yi Cheng, indignant. "That's unreasonable. Have you ever seen a boss who reasoned?" Yi Cheng repeated, "Feignin innocente." But soon he changed his tone. "However, if you tell me what you were watching that video for, I might just let you off the hook." Su Xian was taken aback, then shook her head repeatedly. "Just go ahead and dock my salary." Yi Cheng's lips curled into a smirk. She resembled a male defendant being asked to disclose his browsing history. "Why not share?" Yi Cheng inquired. "The 36 stratagems of love? Are you in a relationship?" Su Xian's cheeks flushed. "Why do you care? This is my personal privacy. I can't tell you." Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. "Fine if you won't say. Will you still dock my salary?" Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Just take me out for a meal later. That will suffice, and I'll let it slide this time." "Got it. Thank you, boss," Su Xian smiled. "All right. How's the company been doing lately?" Yi Cheng shifted to serious matters. "Everything is going well." Su Xian began a brief report. "In terms of chips, the Taichu 1 chip is selling quite well. Although we cannot completely seize the market from Xiaodong due to pricing issues, we have established a solid foothold in the flagship sector. The upcoming Taichu 2 chip, utilizing the Taibai architecture, is set to begin trial production by the end of October, and if all goes smoothly, it should officially launch by the end of this year or early next year. Regarding the battery situation, as per your previous request to increase the sales of lithium-air batteries, we have secured orders from 34 domestic companies, extending well into the following year. Additionally, our battery plant is ramping up production, and we have commenced providing 3 core technologies to the military, aiming to achieve a monthly production target of 10 million lithium-air batteries by year-end. Yi Cheng nodded. While the military only required the 3 core components, their combined value was equivalent to that of the lithium-air battery, maintaining a 1,001 ratio. As for the exoskeleton project, the second phase of clinical trials is set to commence this month, involving 5 participants. If successful, we anticipate moving to the 3rd phase of trials by the end of October and subsequently seeking approval for a formal launch. According to our market research, interest in this technology is high, with many eager to see it benefit humanity, regardless of whether they are disabled. Naturally, many have also inquired about when we might realize virtual reality technology. Su Xian curiously asked Yi Cheng, "When can we expect to achieve virtual reality technology?" "How would I know?" Yi Cheng shrugged. "This requires a non-invasive approach to reach the market. Invasive methods are out of the question. Would you be willing to have a hole drilled in your skull?" Su Xian pondered the idea of having a hole drilled in her skull and shook her head. "Thus, it necessitates the use of brainwave technology, but it's not that simple," Yi Cheng explained. Su Xian inquired, "I read in the news that there are already advancements in using brainwaves to recognize words or control a mouse, right?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "Hospitals still rely on EEG monitoring. Those advancements only involve brainwave output. The significant challenge lies in input. It's not feasible to cut through magnetic field lines in the brain. How can signals be inputted to the cortical neurons from outside, through layers of scalp, subcutaneous tissue, and over a centimeter of skull? This is a challenge comparable to nuclear fusion. Invasive methods can achieve this easily, but non-invasive approaches are exceedingly difficult. At that point, we might need room-temperature superconductors, which can accept various electromagnetic signals without resistance. Of course, there are technologies available in the system marketplace, but they come at a steep price of 70 million points. Su Xian felt bewildered. What on earth? Finally, she said, "Never mind, you don't need to explain. Just forget I asked." Clearly, not applying to Princeton's physics department was the right choice. My father's path is too arduous. Yi Cheng couldn't help but laugh. If you had applied to that physics department, you You probably wouldn't be working here, but rather with Sue Uncle. That is true, Sue Xian huffed. Thinking about it that way, I feel quite fortunate. Indeed, quite fortunate, Yicheng nodded. Why? Sue Xian raised her eyebrows. Yicheng shrugged otherwise. The illustrious and beautiful CEO of Ziki would have become an unkempt lab rat at Nuclear Physics Research Institute. Sue Xian raised an eyebrow, glaring at Yicheng. Wanted to say something, but ultimately refraining. Yicheng was momentarily taken aback by her expression. What's wrong? Is there an issue? No issue. Sue Xian huffed, finally gathering some documents beside her. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to handle what you mentioned earlier. Yicheng, oblivious to women's thoughts, but too disinterested to comprehend, replied, there are two matters. What matters? First, do you have plans to invest in charging stations? Sue Xian responded. I do plan to invest. This aligns well with our lithium-air batteries and will further strengthen our market control. Yicheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. He need not worry about his top subordinate. Very well, on to the second matter. The military will soon engage in a new collaboration with us. He produced a USB drive and handed it to Sue Xian. This contains our technical documentation. You should discuss the collaboration plan with them when the time comes. Sue Xian accepted it, her curiosity piqued. What kind of technology is it? Technologies pertaining to artificial intelligence. Oh, and by the way, I will also be providing you with a new AI technology aimed at the civilian market in the near future. It's about time I deliver on the promise I made to Xiaobai. Chapter 157. Do you have a UFO? Artificial intelligence? Sue Xian was taken aback and inquired. When did we start delving into network technology? Yicheng shuruk. We never engaged in new energy before either. Sue Xian scoffed. So both of these ventures seem rather dubious. Do you have a secret base housing a UFO that contains alien civilization data, capable of automatically translating extraterrestrial scripts into Chinese? Yicheng chuckled indeed. Would you like to take a look? Given his candid admission, Sue Xian remained skeptical. You're just boasting about aliens. Yicheng shrugged, confirming that there were indeed no aliens, merely technologies far superior. Sue Xian remarked, all right, let me see that data and give me an overview. Yicheng nodded and opened the files on his computer. The documents did not contain technical specifications, but offered detailed descriptions of the AI systems, including their functions and capabilities. Through this information, Sue Xian could ascertain their potential role in the collaboration. Much like lithium-air batteries, which they had mastered completely and which were in high demand, they could afford to hold a dominant position in negotiations. In this instance, Zhiqi would similarly assume the lead. The documents included numerous advanced technologies previously deemed inconceivable. Among them was the swarm drone technology. As Sue Xian listened to the details of this technology, her face betrayed her astonishment. Even someone like her, who was not entirely versed in technology, could recognize the magnitude of its implications. With a simple command, the AI could autonomously operate drones on the battlefield, adapting to various environments, including dense forests, open seas, and urban settings. Upon completing their missions or running low on supplies, they would return on their own. Such capabilities had previously only been witnessed in science fiction films. This technology could very well facilitate robotic warfare, couldn't it? Sue Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Absolutely. Yicheng replied with a smile. However, the cost of such robots far exceeds that of drones, so widespread adoption is not feasible just yet. Furthermore, our new technology also includes a variant akin to robotics. A variant similar to robotics? Sue Xian inquired, puzzled. Yicheng flipped to the page featuring the soldier-worn exoskeleton bionic armor. The first page displayed a structural diagram of a wearable metal suit. From the feet to the knees and up to the hips, the hip area was notably larger, hosting multiple functional zones. It could carry various items, such as magazines and grenades, while the connection between the hips and legs supported the weight of the upper body. The upper body was encased in a substantial armor designed primarily for ballistic protection, housing batteries within. It extended to the shoulders, where a small cannon was mounted on the left shoulder, akin to the war machine from Iron Man, albeit utilizing an RPG. The heavy machine guns employed by War Machine were impractical due to limited ammunition capacity. Rocket-propelled grenades were a far superior choice. Additionally, the arms featured the enhanced metallic gauntlets originally crafted for Yicheng, appearing bulkier and presumably equipped with more functionalities. Of course, these weapons were merely embellishments. The primary function of the exoskeleton was to enhance the soldiers' mobility and reduce their load. Soldiers could attach their firearms and ammunition to the exoskeleton, alleviating the strain of carrying excessive gear, while simultaneously benefiting from increased agility, thus enhancing marching speed and prolonging combat duration. Upon viewing the structural diagram, Sue Xian's face once again lit up with surprise. This is remarkably similar to robotics. It has arms and legs. It seems straight out of a science fiction narrative. Cheng chuckled. In time, you will encounter even more sci-fi marvels. Moreover, this is not a robot. It's an apparatus you wear. Once donned, you could effortlessly lift a person weighing 70 kilograms for an hour. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Additionally, it can enhance your running speed. How long does it take you to run 50 meters? About 10 seconds, roughly. Su Xin recalled her school physical fitness test results. This device could enable you to complete 50 meters in just 7 seconds, perhaps even 6. Is it truly that remarkable? Su Xin gasped. I'll have one made for you to try in due course. Cheng replied. In the future, once this technology reaches the civilian market, you might witness a transformation in how people commute. Imagining a scene where everyone donned such metallic exoskeletons, Su Xin shook her head. That would be rather peculiar. Wearing that could also feel restrictive. Cheng conceded that is a valid point. Now, let us set that aside. Here is the documentation, along with additional materials. Cheng continued to present more information. This soldier exoskeleton was not limited to a single model. There were several variations, including one without attached weapons, serving purely as an auxiliary exoskeleton capable of externally mounting various weapons, boasting the highest endurance and being the most cost-effective for large-scale deployment. Of course, this was only the exoskeleton technology. There were also advancements in autonomous driving technology, among others. Cheng elucidated for nearly half an hour, finally enabling Su Xin to grasp these groundbreaking technologies. Should I consider founding a network technology company? Su Xin mused, contemplating the implications. Suit yourself, Cheng repeated. I understand. Su Xin nodded, recognizing that establishing a new company for independent management would be the most prudent course of action. What about our researchers? With so many innovations, surely you have researchers? Of course, Cheng affirmed. Although these intelligences originated from Xiaobai's efforts, he could simply use 100 credits to acquire 10 laborers, allowing them to claim they were the innovators of these AI systems. If anyone later questioned their origins, they could weave tales of hard work and perseverance that would resonate with the masses, easily allowing them to evade scrutiny. Chapter 158, Testing the Swarm Drone Combat System. Time passed swiftly. The U.S. government found itself enduring a prolonged crisis. Following the revelations of human experimentation and the recent overflight of Chinese military aircraft, especially after deceiving all citizens, the government's credibility plummeted once more. Having just regained a 50 approval rating, it dropped sharply by another 5 points. How would they divert attention this time? The U.S. government grappled with this dilemma. Ultimately, a proposal was once again put forth to accept the terms presented by China during negotiations in Magic City. As for the outcomes of the discussions, they remained shrouded in secrecy, never to be disclosed in the press. However, for those who are observant, it has become apparent that recent newspapers have begun to frequently report on the remarkable advancements of lithium-air batteries from China and the astonishing sci-fi-like exoskeletal prosthetics. Particularly noteworthy is the completion of the second phase of clinical trials for the exoskeletal prosthetics, where all participants in the second batch have received new arms and legs that allow for agile operation. Consequently, under the influence of these revelations, American citizens have grown increasingly envious, adding to their demands a call to swiftly procure lithium-air batteries and exoskeletal prosthetics from China. They too desire smartphones with extended battery life and the allure of striking mechanical exoskeletons. Naturally, this sentiment is not confined to the United States. Individuals from various nations, including the UK, the EU, Japan, and others, have expressed similar desires. Currently, the only countries utilizing lithium-air batteries and exoskeletal prosthetics are China and its closely allied nations. In stark contrast to the United States, China continues to flourish. The resounding success of the J-35 has invigorated the military, while the introduction of a new radar-absorbing material that evades detection over American aircraft carriers has emboldened the military's resolve to confront the U.S. head-on. Likewise, lithium-air batteries are now being extensively deployed in both military and law enforcement sectors, with a plethora of innovative equipment entering production. In fact, before military enterprises even established a partnership with SKI, they had already designed new equipment capable of utilizing lithium-air batteries. The design process was relatively straightforward, given that it merely involved replacing a battery, allowing for swift implementation. They even prepared to modify production lines, but negotiations later stalled, leading to a temporary halt in plans. Now that they have officially partnered with SKI, these production lines have promptly sprung into action. Reports suggest that various military and police forces are vying for these new types of equipment, such as infrared searchlights, thermal imaging devices, and explosion-proof flashlights. These commonplace tools can be easily upgraded with new batteries and with enhanced performance. No police department or military unit wishes to be the last to equip their teams with these advancements. In other sectors, various applications abound, including the ongoing design of electric military vehicles. These electric vehicles offer nearly 10 times the range of their fuel-powered counterparts at a lower cost than internal combustion engines, making it nearly impossible for companies to justify the use of fuel-powered military vehicles over those utilizing lithium-air batteries. Furthermore, electric motors boast significantly higher efficiency than internal combustion engines, and they operate with far greater silence. Additionally, SKI's collaboration with the military in the realm of artificial intelligence has commenced testing, with the Swarm drone combat system being among the first pieces of equipment. At the Armed Forces Department in Magic City, a considerable number of individuals gathered on the playground. Among them, Cheng, who stood beside a general adorned with 2 golden stars. Accompanying them were several technical experts from the military. In the center of their gathering lay a collection of drones of varying sizes, totaling approximately 15. "Mr. Yi, shall we begin?" inquired the general. Cheng nodded. "Very well." He gestured to a nearby individual, Wu Hui, instructing him to commence. Wu Hui, acquired from the system for 10 points, served as SKI's artificial intelligence expert. His name, a product of random generation by the system, was not of his choosing. Wu Hui nodded, "Understood, boss." He then produced a smartphone and addressed the General Zhao. "Please specify a target, and I will direct our drones to commence an assault." After a moment as contemplation, General Zhao pointed to a target on the playground, stating, "Let us aim for that target." "Understood," Wu Hui affirmed, capturing a photograph of the target with his phone before tapping a few commands on the screen. Shortly thereafter, all 15 drones ascended into the air. 14 of these drones were equipped with various weaponry. Some bore 58mm light machine guns with bulging magazines, while others carried launchers with 6 small rockets. Naturally, larger drones would allow for greater payloads. Each drone was designed with unique functionalities, and the envisioned operational model would have each group of 15 drones executing tasks in succession, inspired by our nation's tactical 3-3 system of attack, cover, and support. However, as these were drones, they also possessed an additional dimension, that of command and reconnaissance. This dimension is vital for realizing drone tactics. The drone responsible for this core function was the 15th drone, the least conspicuous among them. While not the smallest, it was neither overly large, lacking weaponry, but adorned with numerous antennas, exuding little threat. Yet, it held the pivotal role of commanding all other drones. Equipped with a 360-degree military-grade camera and formidable analytical intelligence, it could establish a virtual 3-dimensional coordinate system extending up to 30 kilometers, precise to every 15 meters. This precision, of course, depended on the instruments aboard. Achieving accuracy to 15 meters was a testament to the powerful algorithms provided by the system, relying entirely on optical imaging from the camera. Were it equipped with a LiDAR scanner akin to that found in high-end smartphones, it could even narrow down the accuracy to 1 meter or even decimeters and centimeters. At the centimeter level, even a sniper clad in camouflage, lying motionless in the underbrush, will be unable to evade its scrutiny. This 3-dimensional coordinate system is the reason it can command all other drones effectively. Each drone it controls resides within this coordinate system, with all surrounding entities, whether environmental or adversarial, incorporated into this framework. By analyzing everything within the coordinate system and utilizing the cameras on each drone, they can navigate freely through the air without the risk of collision, seamlessly avoiding all obstacles in their path, whether in dense foliage or urban settings. Simultaneously, this coordinate system serves as the primary basis for identifying and subsequently attacking enemies. Once an adversary is identified, their coordinates are determined, enabling the core drone to swiftly direct one of the 14 drones assigned to offensive operations. Depending on the distance to the enemy, their potential threat, and their numbers, different drones are selected for engagement. If too far, they close in. If close, a barrage of gunfire ensues. If the enemy poses a significant threat, concentrated fire is unleashed. And if there are many, rockets are deployed. These functionalities pertain to offensive operations, and there are also capabilities for cover and support. Achieving such a comprehensive array of functions is not solely due to the algorithms, but is also significantly supported by lithium-air batteries, which ensure these capabilities are realized. When SKI presented this information to military personnel, their eyes widened in astonishment. If such capabilities are genuine, the implications for warfare are beyond imagination. Just envision a small-scale battle, upon nearing the enemy, unleashing thousands of swarm drones, with those equipped with heavy weaponry bombarding enemy military installations. The other drones proceeded directly to execute a targeted strike, subsequently taking over control. Naturally, these are mere fantasies, as drones are still undergoing testing. Everyone present in the playground watched as these drones powered up and swiftly ascended to heights exceeding 100 meters. At such altitudes, the drones appeared diminutive, and coupled with their erratic maneuvers, even a marksman with rigorous training would find it challenging to achieve a precise hit. Among them, the core drone hovered at the highest elevation, estimated at around 150 meters. The 5 drones equipped with machine guns, being the heaviest and largest, occupied the lowest tier. They carried a substantial ammunition load of up to 1,000 rounds, necessitating added weight to counteract recoil and enhance stability. The distribution of the other drones was arranged in a hierarchical manner, from lowest to highest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Machine guns, rockets, grenades, missiles. And the core formed a pyramid structure, each layer fulfilling its designated role. Once the formation was established, the cameras on all drones began to rotate automatically. The core drone had already established a 3-dimensional coordinate system in an invisible virtual space, integrating input from all 15 cameras. Soon, its cameras detected multiple targets in the shooting range, but there was only one designated target to identify. It then proceeded to analyze all targets and their surrounding environments, comparing them with the context of the identified target. In less than a second, the analysis was completed. The target was confirmed, posing a low threat, with a straight-line distance of approximately 200 to 240 meters. The order was given to the number 1 gunner to engage the target. An imperceptible command transformed into electromagnetic waves, transmitted to all drones. Subsequently, the 15 drones advanced simultaneously, with one machine gun drone soaring the fastest. The automated targeting system maneuvered the light machine gun it carried, aligning the barrel with the target above. Based on the coordinate system and wind conditions, it calculated the bullet drop distance. Tot. Flames erupted from the muzzle as 5.8mm bullets hurtled forth. The embedded intelligence within the drones began to analyze whether the bullets struck true while simultaneously adjusting for recoil. A shock-absorbing device connected the gun's rear to the drone's underside, mitigating erratic movements. Thus, 15 rounds were fired, with 7 successfully hitting the target. Despite being blanks, the kinetic energy was equivalent, causing the target to reverberate and ultimately collapse to the ground. Mission accomplished. All drones ascended to 300 meters, entering a state of heightened alert. Confirming the target was struck, the core drone relayed the command again, prompting all drones to increase their power output and swiftly ascend to 300 meters. This altitude made them even more difficult to hit. Outside the playground, onlookers could not help but cheer the spectacle. Impressive. They were oblivious to the absence of manual control. The drones operated entirely autonomously, with the operator merely providing the mission objective and refraining from further intervention. The military technicians were left in awe. Is this truly intelligent control? This surely qualifies as a lethal autonomous weapon, or perhaps a killing machine. At that moment, Wu Hui, holding his phone, addressed General Zhao. General Zhao, as you can see, upon completing the attack on the target, the intelligence on board the drones will relay the mission completion message. At this juncture, we can decide whether to pursue additional targets, return, or remain on standby. General Zhao's face brightened, and he inquired, can this technology differentiate between civilians and hostages in counterterrorism operations? Certainly, Wu Hui replied. Our intelligence possesses a behavioral analysis system capable of discerning between enemies and innocents based on their actions. Terrorists typically carry firearms, making them easier to identify. Can you develop a drone specifically designed to eliminate terrorists holding hostages? General Zhao asked. Absolutely, although the military initially did not approve our use of sniper rifles, which is why we have yet to incorporate such a drone, Wu Hui responded. The weaponry affixed to these drones was, of course, provided by the military, ensuring legality, while the drones themselves were purchased from the military's Zhejiang brand for modification. Chapter 160, Swarm Drone Warfare. If we authorize you to use sniper rifles, how long will it take to modify them? General Zhao asked immediately. Wu Hui glanced at Yicheng. This task is generally delegated to Guge, who has a unique expertise in equipping mechanical devices with weaponry. Yicheng pondered for a moment and replied, approximately 3 to 4 days. Guge works around the clock, so modifying a drone should take no longer than that. That's good to hear. What type of sniper rifle do you require? Anything will do, but let's go with the Type 85, Yicheng answered. Very well. General Zhao nodded. I will have several Type 85 rifles sent to you immediately. I hope you can produce a prototype within 3 to 4 days. Yi Cheng smiled and affirmed, of course, that's no problem. Excellent, General Zhao stated. As long as your sniper drone is successfully developed, I believe it will become our favorite drone. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement. In the current geopolitical climate, with no major conflicts involving Huagua, but rather localized skirmishes or counterterrorism operations, the applications for sniper drones are evidently more extensive. Not only for military use, but also for law enforcement, such as apprehending drug traffickers or during counterterrorism operations, especially in situations involving hostage-taking in broad daylight, where police might hesitate to act. Imagine a scenario where an assailant rushes into a school wielding a knife against students. If a sniper drone were available, it could ascend to several hundred meters and position itself directly above the threat, enabling law enforcement to engage while facing off against the perpetrator. However, in indoor hostage situations, the drone's utility would be limited, as its propellers would create noise that would be noticeable in confined spaces. All right, please continue to demonstrate the other capabilities of your swarm drones. Without further ado, General Zhao gestured toward the drones hovering at an altitude of over 300 meters. Eager to witness their subsequent performance, Wu Hui then proceeded to issue commands to the drones to showcase additional functionalities, such as identifying friendly and enemy personnel, assisting friendly forces in neutralizing adversaries amidst mixed crowds, and providing cover for troop or civilian evacuations. The swarm unleashed a torrent of firepower, employing machine guns and bombarding simulated enemy forces. The adversaries, comprised of armed personnel, numbered around 20, evenly distributed for the demonstration. Naturally, those assuming the role of enemies were somewhat unfortunate, as they faced relentless gunfire from the drones above, along with occasional rocket and grenade bombardments. The rockets resembled firecrackers used during festivities, while the grenades were akin to larger firecrackers. Fortunately, the latter posed minimal threat, primarily generating noise, and the blank rounds were similarly harmless, albeit in overwhelming quantity, compelling the adversaries to seek cover. To evade being struck is indeed a commendable strategy. One can simply lie still, allowing the intelligence systems to conclude that one has either perished or lost the will to fight, thus ceasing further aggression. However, the esteemed General Zhao insisted that they press forward relentlessly, leaving them with no choice but to endure. Nonetheless, within this simulated battlefield scenario, the 15 drones exhibited remarkably exceptional combat capabilities. Subsequently, General Zhao commanded the opposing forces to launch an assault on the drones above. This excited the personnel portraying the adversaries, as they finally had the opportunity for retaliation. Yet, as they raised their weapons to aim at the drones, they were startled to see the 15 drones maneuvering with even greater erraticism, devoid of any discernible pattern. Furthermore, these drones ascended rapidly, intensifying their offensive, which compelled the opposing forces to hastily evade and abandon their assault. The drone's sudden change in behavior left everyone present in awe. Could they genuinely detect being targeted and subsequently evade? Is this still considered earthly intelligence? Ha ha ha. General Zhao laughed heartily. How could he not be enamored with such formidable new equipment? Excellent. Mr. Yi, we shall procure this equipment. Yi Cheng smiled and replied, very well. We will discuss it further and then proceed with the formal purchase. Agreed, Yi Cheng nodded. Although these drones were modified by them, no private enterprise within the country possessed the qualifications to manufacture firearms. Thus, Ziqi was selling the swarm combat system along with the automated driving and targeting systems, as well as the design schematics for weaponized drones. The systems could only achieve optimal functionality when aligned with their designed drone weapon structures. As for pricing, it was of little concern to Ziqi at this juncture. Ensuring sufficient profit was all that mattered. Ziqi was not lacking in funds. Their aim was to expand their influence, establishing industry standards dictated by Ziqi to ensure enduring prosperity. At that moment, a military vehicle arrived and a soldier disembarked, carrying 2 military briefcases. He approached General Zhao and said, Commander, here are the items you requested. General Zhao accepted the briefcases and handed them to Yi Cheng. Mr. Yi, inside are the 85-style sniper rifles. Yi Cheng took them, opened the boxes, and gasped. The last time he had seen a real firearm was some time ago, though it was not a sniper rifle. This was indeed a genuine sniper rifle. What boy hasn't he dreamed of being a sharpshooter? However, in retrospect, he preferred to be Iron Man. The rifles were disassembled, and he inspected the components: the barrel, scope, stock, grip, and bipod, many of which were unnecessary for drone installation, such as the scope. The effectiveness of a sniper rifle lies in its long barrel, superior chamber precision, and the stability and accuracy of the projectile's trajectory post-firing. In contrast, submachine guns lack such precision. Therefore, equipping a drone with a sniper rifle would yield a higher hit rate compared to mounting a machine gun or a standard rifle. All right, I shall return in 4 days, Cheng declared. By then, General Zhao can witness the formidable prowess of our sniper drones. Very well, I await with anticipation. General Zhao replied with a smile. Chapter 161. Target hit from 2 kilometers away. A sudden incident. For days swiftly passed. Cheng traveled by vehicle to an outskirts area near a neighboring city. Here lay a vast military training ground, frequently utilized by nearby military units for simple exercises. Today, they brought their array of drones to showcase, including 2 drones outfitted with the 85-style sniper rifles. The reason for coming here was that today's exercise would involve live ammunition. Machine guns and sniper rifles were loaded with rounds, and rockets, grenades, and missiles were also armed with real explosives. Such weaponry was unsuitable for use in the small local arm department, hence their relocation to this designated area. Upon arrival at the training ground, the security level was not stringent, allowing them entry after confirming their identities. The training ground was unusually quiet today, devoid of any military training activities. However, a considerable number of soldiers had gathered to observe, as it was widely known that new equipment was being tested. Specifically, the autonomous swarm drone combat system capable of conducting aerial strikes from hundreds of meters high without human intervention, relying instead on intelligent self-control. This naturally piqued the curiosity of every soldier present. Is such a thing truly possible? Thus, Cheng's vehicle reached the field within the training ground. General Zhao approached once more, greeting Cheng with a smile as he stepped out of the vehicle. Mr. Yi, good to see you again. Hello, General Zhao. Cheng, replied. How are the preparations for the equipment coming along? I'm quite eager. Everything is ready. Cheng nodded affirmatively. Then let us not waste time. Let us commence. Excellent. Cheng nodded once more. He, along with a few laborers he had brought, and several nearby soldiers, unloaded the 17 drones from the vehicle and placed them on the ground. Besides the previously mentioned 15 drones, the additional 2 were the sniper variants. The surrounding soldiers, who had dispersed but were still observing, looked on with curiosity, whispering among themselves. How impressive they look. Autonomous swarm drones. I've read about such technology in science fiction novels before. Our country does have swarm drones, but these are different. They operate without human control, entirely relying on intelligent systems. Incredible. The murmurs grew louder as anticipation built for what remarkable advancements their country had unveiled. However, their commanding officer bellowed, "Silence. If you don't wish to watch, you can run 50 laps." Instantly, the crowd quieted. 50 laps, while not life-threatening, would certainly leave them sore for days. Meanwhile, Wu Hui and the laborers completed preparations for the drones. Now, let me see your sniper drones in action, General Zhao requested. Wu Hui nodded and replied, General Zhao, please designate a target. General Zhao surveyed the training ground for suitable targets and then pointed into the distance, saying, how about that flag? Have someone place a stone on top of it. Immediately, a soldier jogged over, picked up a small stone, and placed it atop the flagpole. The stone was diminutive, roughly 1 centimeter in diameter. General Zhao took the binoculars offered to him and observed, then smiled, saying, all right, let us see if you can knock that stone down. What is the estimated distance? Yi Cheng replied with a slight smile. In a straight line, it's roughly over 2 kilometers. If aimed at a horizontal level, the bullet would be affected by gravity, causing it to drop continuously after being fired, which is the primary limitation on a weapon's range. However, their drones were not bound by this limitation. After all, the drones would be flying at hundreds of meters above the ground. Even at a mere 100 meters, it would take about 5 seconds for a bullet to hit the ground, whereas the bullet could travel 2 to 3 kilometers within that time. Naturally, the potential for inflicting damage is also restricted by the effective range of the weapon. The 85 style sniper rifle boasts an effective combat range of 600 meters, while the range at which it can inflict damage is generally even greater. Moreover, when firing from a high altitude, achieving a kill at a distance exceeding 2 kilometers is certainly plausible. 2 kilometers, is it? Very well, let the operation commence. General Zhao nodded thoughtfully. If the shot can indeed find its mark, it would be nothing short of remarkable. There are even more formidable weapons that, when equipped with specially designed ammunition, could strike targets up to 5 or 6 kilometers away. Without further ado, Wu Hui captured a photograph of the flagpole to designate the target for the drone. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld 2 drones, their sniper barrels pointed skyward, as the wings of the core drone began to whirl with remarkable rapidity. propelled by the immense power of lithium-air batteries and motors, enabling all drones to ascend simultaneously. Reaching an altitude of over 200 meters, the sniper barrels began to pivot towards a target, the flagpole. The drones swiftly stabilized in midair, remaining utterly motionless. The drone, hailing from the Great River, featured an unparalleled stabilization system and structure, which accounted for its remarkable steadiness. It is worth noting that Great River has also forged a partnership with Geopolitical, becoming the third company to do so following Huawei and BYD. Given the impressive capabilities of such a firm, Geopolitical was certainly eager to collaborate, as their business interests did not conflict. "How far are we now?" General Zhao inquired, glancing at the drones that had shrunk to mere specks in the sky. "A little over 200 meters, Wu Hui replied. 200? That is quite a distance." General Zhao squinted, pondering whether this drone could surpass their well-trained marksmen. At that moment, two sharp cracks echoed through the air, bang, bang. The two sniper drones, momentarily jolted by the significant recoil of the rifles, ascended slightly before regaining stability. The sound of the gunfire reached them with a slight delay, as the direct line distance between the ground and the drones exceeded 700 to 800 meters. The onlookers quickly turned their attention to the flagpole, and after a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, they witnessed the stone atop the pole being dislodged, causing the pole itself to topple over, likely due to its loose insertion. The sound of the bullet striking soon followed. Stunned, the surrounding soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. Had it not been for the earlier admonishment from their commander, they surely would have erupted in cheers. Yet, at that moment, even the general was rendered speechless, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What an astonishing feat!" Applause erupted on the training ground. Who could resist the allure of such advanced technology? General Zhao himself was equally astounded. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Impressive, truly impressive. Your automatic targeting technology is beyond compare." A colonel nearby could not help but add, "This drone could render our snipers obsolete." Cheng chuckled, "Not necessarily. While drones may offer precision, they still differ from human marksmen in significant ways." General Zhao laughed, replying, Mr. Yi, there's no need for modesty. Your invention could indeed substitute for our seasoned snipers, who rely on innate talent and extensive training, occupying merely a small fraction of our forces. Yet, the automatic targeting provided by Geopolitical requires no training whatsoever. Merely inputting the program can yield a marksman of years of experience. Hitting a target from 2 kilometers away is simply astonishing. Even achieving a hit from 800 meters is commendable. Moreover, this automatic targeting system is not limited to drones. It can be applied to various other equipment, which only amplifies my excitement. Thus, General Zhao lavished praise upon Geopolitical until they concluded their discussion. Following the display of the sniper drones, 17 more drones took flight, showcasing their formidable combat capabilities. They conducted fire suppression and bombardment over the battlefield, leaving the observing soldiers in awe. Facing such an opponent without substantial firepower would leave them at a loss. The swarm of drones once again revealed their incredible prowess. Yet this was merely a glimpse. True swarm capability would entail hundreds or even thousands of drones deployed simultaneously, promising a terrifying combat potential. However, just as the celebrations commenced, one officer received a phone call that instantly darkened his expression. He approached General Zhao, stating, "Sir, a wanted criminal has been spotted in Liang County. During the police pursuit, this individual has taken hostage, creating a perilous situation. Unfortunately, the sniper from the armed police unit is ill and unable to fulfill his duties, so they seek our assistance." Chapter 162, A Gamble, the Perpetrator. What? Which audacious criminal dares to act so brazenly? Taking a hostage? General Zhao's brow furrowed in concern. As a general, he held a deep-seated disdain for wrongdoing and immediately declared, "Since the police have requested our assistance, we must respond. Do we have a sniper available?" An officer promptly answered in the affirmative. However, just as he was about to summon the snipers present, Cheng interjected, "General Zhao, why not allow our drones to take a shot at it?" General Zhao paused, glancing at the 17 drones still soaring above. Cheng's suggestion reminded him that they possessed 2 drones capable of rivaling the finest snipers. Yet, General Zhao hesitated. These drones were still in the experimental phase, and who could predict if issues would arise during the mission? Should any complications arise, the responsibility would fall heavily upon him as the approver. And while Geopolitical might weather the storm, it would undoubtedly affect their reputation. However, after witnessing the recent tests, the 2 sniper drones had demonstrated remarkable stability and precision. Without a single misstep, coupled with their agility and stealth, they were indeed the optimal choice for such a mission. Ultimately, General Zhao decided to leave the decision in Yi Cheng's hands. Mr. Yi, are you certain? Should anything go awry, Ziqi would bear a significant portion of the responsibility. Yi Cheng earnestly replied, I have complete faith in our technology. Observing his unwavering confidence, General Zhao nodded in agreement. Very well, I trust in your technology. The operation is entrusted to your drones. Success would place Ziqi's drone systems in the global spotlight, attracting widespread attention. Such technology ought not to be concealed, as it is inherently practical and, once matured, would undoubtedly see rapid deployment. Realizing that the world would inevitably learn of their advancements, it was wise to promote them early. A successful operation would undoubtedly showcase their formidable capabilities and significantly benefit Ziqi. Conversely, failure could inflict severe damage on Ziqi's reputation. Yi Cheng was acutely aware of the stakes. This was undeniably a gamble. Yet his trust in the algorithms provided by Xiao Bai left him untroubled by the prospect of defeat. Victory was imperative. Thus, they swiftly boarded a vehicle, accompanied by the core drone and a sniper drone, and made their way to Liang County. Liang County. Outside the gates of the county elementary school, a security perimeter had been established. Passers-by turned their gaze toward a corner of the school gate, their faces etched with expressions of indignation. Just moments ago, on a nearby street, several police officers, while concluding their shifts, stumbled upon a highly dangerous fugitive, a murderer on the run. Without hesitation, they endeavored to approach the assailant, hoping to apprehend him while his guard was down. However, to their astonishment, the criminal possessed a remarkable degree of alertness and quickly detected their approach. The primary reason for his realization was the glint of a metal ring peeking out of one officer's pocket, resembling handcuffs. Consequently, he fled, prompting the officers to pursue him. Now aware that their cover had been compromised, among the officers was a sprinter who swiftly caught up with the fugitive. Yet, realizing escape was futile, the assailant seized a nearby elementary school student as a hostage, threatening the officers. Faced with this dire situation, the police found themselves at a loss. Nevertheless, they had already notified their department during the chase, and reinforcements quickly arrived, surrounding the fugitive while negotiation experts began to persuade him to release the hostage. However, the murderer, having taken 2 lives already, was acutely aware that surrender could lead to the death penalty. Thus he steadfastly refused to release the child and opted instead to threaten the police. Yet, he evidently lacked experience in handling such crises, and time dragged on, escalating the tension. Chapter 163. Arrival at Liang County, Preparations for Drone Deployment. Wang Chong, release the child immediately. You have already taken 2 lives. Do you truly wish to harm an innocent child? Reflect on your conscience, your family and friends, as well as the family of this child. Your previous murders stem from a desire for vengeance, and the law might show leniency. But if you harm this child, you will be guilty of unspeakable atrocities. Consider the consequences. The negotiator continually urged the fugitive, both to buy time and to stabilize his emotions. They were aware that the military was dispatching snipers to assist, and without a clear opportunity to persuade the murderer to voluntarily release the hostage. Their primary objective was to delay until military support arrived. The fugitive, Wang Chong, held a remarkably sharp dagger against the child's neck, his demeanor a mixture of agitation and panic. Let me go. I'll release him. Otherwise, I'll kill him. At that moment, a man suddenly rushed forward, kneeling before Wang Chong, pleading, Please let my child go. I will be your hostage instead. Is that acceptable? Don't harm my child. Initially, onlookers reacted with anger at this man's recklessness, but upon realizing his identity, silence fell over the crowd. He was the child's father. Witnessing this profound display of paternal love stirred many hearts, simultaneously igniting further outrage towards the kidnapper. Get away. Don't come any closer, Wang Chong bellowed, unwilling to acquiesce to the father. The blade, honed to a lethal edge, bore the marks of its craftsmanship. It was the very knife he had used to kill 2 individuals, and he had kept it on his person throughout his flight, finding solace in its presence. However, as he surveyed the officers encircling him, though they refrained from aiming their weapons to avoid instilling fear, he was nonetheless gripped by a profound terror of death. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary man before committing murder. Even after becoming a killer and fugitive, he was merely a man on the run. After evading capture for over half a month, he had finally caved to the impulse to procure supplies in the city, unaware that many local law enforcement officers were familiar with his likeness, leading to his recognition even in this small county over 200 kilometers from the scene of his crimes. Had he not adopted an air of vigilance upon entering the county, he would likely have been apprehended long ago. As he scanned the crowd and the pointing fingers of passers-by, anxiety surged through him, pressing his back against the wall to shield himself with the child. He was uncertain whether a sniper had already taken aim at him, but positioning the child before him would undoubtedly deter the police from taking action. The situation hung in a precarious balance. Meanwhile, a faint line of blood appeared on the child's neck from the unintentional friction of the blade. Yet, the sixth-grade boy remained remarkably composed, even stating, "Hey, don't grip so tightly. I can hardly breathe." Wang Chong instinctively eased his grip, but quickly regained his resolve, threatening, "You better behave, or I swear I'll stab you." All right, you're tough. I'll stop talking," the boy retorted, conceding and turning to his father. "Dad, please get up. The police are here." "I'm fine." The boy's bravery was commendable. The negotiator urged the boy's father, "Sir, please step back. We are here to assist." "You can rest assured." Other officers quickly echoed this plea, and reluctantly, the father nodded, offering one last desperate request to the kidnapper before being escorted away from the crowd by the police. In the distance, beside a police vehicle, the chief stood, observing the unfolding scene at the school gate. His expression was grave as he glared at several officers who had failed to capture the fugitive. How careless to have allowed him to notice you. Were you so eager for accolades that you got careless? Pathetic, you'll face consequences upon your return. The officers wore expressions of regret, burdened by guilt for placing an innocent child in such peril. The boy's mother pushed through the throng, her eyes red-rimmed, beseeching the chief, "Officer, please save my child. He is my only one." The chief reassured her, "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to rescue the child. It is our duty." The father was also brought over, and upon witnessing this, he grasped his wife's hand, knowing this was not the time to disturb the officers. "We trust you. We won't hinder your work." The chief nodded appreciatively before inquiring of his aide. "Have the military personnel arrived yet?" "They're on their way. They mentioned they're already en route on the highway." "Good. Urge them to expedite." The chief nodded, his frustration palpable as he exclaimed, "I'll be sure to address the issue with the armed police. How could a sniper fall ill at such a critical moment? Are they so frail?" Their county possessed only one sniper, and when unwell, he was deemed unfit for duty. Thus, all hope rested on the military's arrival. At the entrance of Liang County, a military vehicle sped down the road, exceeding the speed limit, yet the driver exhibited remarkable skill, avoiding any collisions. Inside, Yi Cheng spoke, "Let us deploy the drones now." "Now? Is it time already? We still have some distance to cover," General Zhao, also in the vehicle, queried. "The county is congested. It would take too long to navigate through, but the drones can fly directly there." After a moment of contemplation, everyone nodded in agreement. They were uncertain about the situation ahead, so deploying the drones for a swift arrival was undoubtedly the best course of action. "Should we stop?" the driver inquired immediately. "Please, slow down and drive steadily," was the request. The driver immediately reduced the speed, while Yi Cheng slightly rose from his seat and opened the sunroof. Chapter 164. The Kill. The vehicle decelerated rapidly, and Yi Cheng retrieved the core drone from the adjacent seat. Addressing Wu Hui, activated. Wu Hui understood the assignment, pulling out his phone to take control. Soon, the drone's wings began to whir. Sensing the lift generated by the drone, Yi Cheng extended it out of the sunroof, releasing his grip, and it soared into the sky, swiftly distancing itself from the vehicle. Subsequently, Yi Cheng grasped the sniper drone, activated it, and similarly positioned it outside. The two drones, even when launched from a moving vehicle, exhibited remarkable stability. Wu Hui then commenced inputting the target's details. Liang County Middle School at the entrance, accompanied by a photograph of the perpetrator. Upon receiving the pertinent information, the core drone promptly directed the sniper drone to depart, hastening towards the target location. Liang County Middle School. For the time being, the sniper drone required guidance from the core drone to execute its mission. Enhancing its capabilities for independent operation would necessitate additional components. Nevertheless, the duo of drones sufficed for the current task. Meanwhile, the military vehicle continued its journey along the concrete road towards the school, while the two drones ascended to a height of over 300 meters. Embarking on their inaugural mission, were the military personnel? The director inquired once more, having posed a question merely 5 minutes prior. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it appeared for the perpetrator, yet paradoxically, it was equally disadvantageous for them. Heaven knows whether the criminal might become aware of their intentions, potentially inflicting irreversible harm upon the boy. Even if they managed to rescue the child, accountability would surely befall the director. Should the boy perish, the director would face dismissal, and others would endure severe repercussions. At that moment, the situation had already captivated countless observers, with news spreading online, garnering nationwide attention. The director had received an overwhelming number of calls from the county head, the mayor, the provincial public security department, an immense weight of pressure upon him. They're en route, having reached North City Street, but there's some traffic congestion, came the response from a subordinate. Traffic? The director furrowed his brow deeply. Yes, however, they mentioned that their sniper is nearly there and should arrive in about 2 minutes. What? Their sniper is arriving first? The director paused, then shook his head dismissively. Forget it. Let's not concern ourselves with that. We need to coordinate with them regarding their sniper's location. Understood, I'll inquire. His subordinate quickly sought a response. Appearing somewhat bewildered as he reported, they said their sniper is coming from the sky. The director's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean from the sky? Are they trying to jest with me at a time like this? Just then, a nearby police officer gazed skyward, exclaiming, Director, what is that? 2 drones are approaching. The director blinked in surprise. Where? I don't see anything. The officer, blessed with exceptional eyesight, pointed upwards, right there, resembling 2 tiny black dots. They're likely at around 400 to 500 meters. Following the officer's direction, the director indeed spotted 2 dark shapes soaring from afar, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. He cursed under his breath. Who on earth is responsible for this? What if that criminal notices them and reacts impulsively? Find out if anyone nearby is operating drones. Yes. 2 police officers immediately responded, beginning their search in the vicinity. However, the officer with the keen eyesight suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Director, I think I see a gun mounted on one of those drones. A gun? The director was taken aback. Yes, the officer nodded, pulling out his phone, activating the camera, and zooming in. He soon gasped, Indeed, it's armed. Let me see. The director rushed over, confirming that there was indeed a barrel attached to the drone. Observing the barrel closely, he frowned. That appears to be an 85-style sniper rifle. The 85-style sniper rifle. Wasn't he that the military sniper rifle of one nation? Suddenly, the director recalled that the military had mentioned their sniper was coming from the sky. Could it be? The thought startled him. The military was deploying drones for sniping? Could they guarantee precision? The director found it difficult to fathom. At that moment, the drone was nearing the school entrance, hovering directly above the fugitive. Hardly anyone noticed the drones overhead. After all, the collective attention was fixed on the hostage-taker, and even if someone glanced up, they would struggle to discern the drones without the officer's keen vision. The 2 drones approached from the distance, finally hovering in place. The core drone confirmed the target's presence, incorporating the entire surrounding environment into a virtual 3-dimensional coordinate system. Through behavioral analysis, it swiftly identified that the hostage-taker was situated in a corner at the school entrance. With the target confirmed, Sniper 1 was prepared to eliminate the target. The sniper drone swiftly advanced, descending to mitigate the effects of distance. Once it secured a favorable position, it stabilized in midair. The barrel began to rotate and adjust downwards, ultimately aiming at the target. Wind conditions: southwest wind, 0.2 meters per second, negligible. Target undetected, secure. Distance to target, 300 meters, target's head exposed. A single shot could suffice. Continue adjusting the barrel. The cold muzzle aligned with the unsuspecting fugitive, making final adjustments. Given the nearly vertical angle to the target, the drone held a significant advantage. At last, with all adjustments complete, the drone achieved optimal stability. Execute. An imperceptible command was issued. An electric current coursed through. Internal motors whirred gently, triggering the internal trigger mechanism. The mechanical components operated seamlessly. The firing pin struck, igniting the propellant, and the bullet was propelled forth in an instant. Below, all eyes were on Wang Chong. Gripping a knife, he pointed menacingly at the negotiator, his emotions oscillating once more. Get away from me, or I'll plunge this knife into him. The negotiator's face darkened. As the most dreaded scenario unfolded, the assailant's emotions escalated to extremes, making it challenging to predict his next move. Yet at that moment, the negotiator abruptly froze. He witnessed a spray of red and white erupt from the fugitive's head. Chapter 166. The sniper is a drone. Huh? Yi Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Director Zhu's first words would be this. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It was unlikely any officer would be indifferent to such drones. Meanwhile, General Zhao, beside him, narrowed his eyes into a dangerous arc. What is this? Trying to seize our equipment? Here I am, coming to assist you law enforcement in resolving your predicament, and you don't even utter a word of gratitude, immediately attempting to commandeer our military assets? If I allow you to pilfer this, how will I justify it to the military commission? The supply is limited. If we don't act now, we'll have to split it later, and even a small portion would be a painful concession. He immediately extended his hand and said, Ah, Xiaozhu, let us discuss this matter later. This drone has been designed by Ziki Company for our military, not for your police force. If your police wish to inquire, you may approach Ziki directly at the appropriate time. The general's abrupt interjection left Director Zhu flustered. Chief, this technology would greatly benefit our police force. I believe it should be made available to us first. Nonsense. It may be of significant aid to the police, but what about our military? We are tasked with safeguarding the nation's territorial integrity and the safety of its citizens. General Zhao huffed, glaring at the junior director. You, as a minor director, seem to have forgotten your place after leaving the military. Director Zhu was momentarily rendered speechless. How could this old man wield his seniority against him? After all, he was merely a general. After a pause, he could only mutter, Chief, you have a point. But you cannot deny that this technology would be beneficial to our police force. I had a comrade who became a narcotics officer. If they had such drones, wouldn't it enhance their safety? Oh, so you wish to argue further? General Zhao's eyes narrowed, but upon hearing the mention of narcotics officers, he could not refute the claim. At that moment, Cheng, standing nearby, found the situation amusing and quickly interjected. All right, gentlemen, there is no need for this dispute. We haven't even established a production line yet. Arguing now serves no purpose. Furthermore, the drones are not produced by us at Ziki. We merely provide a portion of the core technology. Director Zhu, if you wish to purchase, you should not be negotiating with us, as we cannot manufacture firearms. Upon reflection, Director Zhu realized the validity of this statement, and General Zhao nodded in agreement. The drones were manufactured by Huaheng Industry, which had close ties with the military, making it unnecessary for him to squabble with this county's minor director. Thus, their contention came to an end. At that moment, a female reporter approached with a microphone in hand. Greetings, leaders. I am a reporter from the county television station. May I conduct an interview? General Zhao pointed to Director Zhu and said, You can interview him. The reporter promptly approached. Director Zhu, may I ask? With no choice but to comply. Director Zhu accepted the interview, as the general had ordered him to do so. Meanwhile, several onlookers, intrigued by the two drones in Cheng's possession, one of which was armed, began to speculate whether the drone had indeed been responsible for the elimination of the assailant moments ago. During the interview, under the approving nods of General Zhao and Cheng, Director Zhu confirmed the incident. The crowd erupted in excitement. A drone capable of high-altitude sniping? How fantastical! They had never imagined their drone technology had advanced to such an extent. However, one crucial aspect that Director Zhu omitted was that this drone operated autonomously. He still believed it was being controlled by an individual. This was precisely why General Zhao had insisted on the acknowledgement of the event, as the critical technology remained undisclosed, leading others to assume that their drones possessed some form of advanced technology capable of achieving remarkable precision. Nevertheless, this did not deter the crowd from capturing photos and videos, which they promptly shared online. The sudden incident had already attracted significant attention, with news of the assailant successfully eliminated trending at the top of various platforms. Consequently, the revelation of the sniper drone quickly spread across the internet. Among the two drones, one was equipped with an 85 type sniper rifle, which, although lacking scope, was recognized by enthusiasts. Similarly, Cheng's identity was quickly discerned. Isn't that the CEO of Ziki? Mr. Yi is on site? These drones are the result of Ziki's new technology? Incredible. Ziki is the best. A sniper drone? This is too powerful. Does this mean there are drones capable of carrying other weapons? Seeing the Ziki CEO makes me believe this news is undoubtedly true. The online community lauded Ziki, convinced that the drones were their creation. However, this was merely the opinion of netizens. The true proprietary technology resided within the drones themselves. Moreover, following the successful elimination of the assailant, the military showed no inclination to conceal their achievements. After a week, a video was released by a military official account, titled Our Autonomous Swarm Drone Test Successful. In the video, military personnel input a target via computer, prompting 17 drones to take flight and conduct a comprehensive strike without any human intervention. Among them were two sniper drones that could accurately and steadily eliminate targets from a kilometer away. Upon the video's release, astonishment enveloped all who viewed it. Their swarm drones had achieved such capabilities? Many began to connect the dots to the drone that had neutralized the assailant a week prior, pondering whether it was indeed the same one. As the nation reveled in excitement, many countries worldwide were equally shocked by this astonishing technology. For instance, Pakistan promptly inquired whether the drones were for sale, eager to acquire them. Such technology would be a game-changer on their battlefield against India, especially at night, when darkness provided the perfect cover for assassination missions. Other nations that frequently procured military supplies from China echoed similar sentiments, with the UAE offering a bid of $100,000 per drone, seeking to purchase 1,000 units for trial. On the other side of the Pacific, the U.S. military scrutinized the promotional video released by China, replaying it numerous times, ultimately concluding that they could not discern how this technology was achieved. Chapter 167. The U.S. prepares for negotiations again. In Washington, at the White House, the president sat in his office with several military officials, watching the video of the drones soaring effortlessly through the sky. Each drone appeared to have a controller operating from behind, rather than being managed collectively by a single operator. However, this was evidently implausible. The proximity between the drones could often be less than 10 centimeters. If separate individuals were lithium-air batteries, the Chinese have truly struck gold. The president let out a cold snort, reflecting on the fact that such an advanced technology was not first grasped by the United States. Moreover, within the international landscape, they lacked the critical patents for this cutting-edge technology. We must intensify our investment in countermeasures. Otherwise, should the Chinese embark on large-scale deployment or even engage in military sales, this weaponry will pose a significant threat to our interests. Indeed, others nodded in agreement. For the time being, since they cannot develop this technology, they can only contemplate methods to counter it. Very well, you may all return. The president waved his hand, dismissing them, and summoned the Secretary of State. The president produced a report. According to our polls, currently, only 45% of citizens support our capitulation to China to procure lithium-air batteries and other devices incorporating this technology. What shall we do? There remain many obstinate individuals among our populace. A low approval rating hinders Congress from revoking the previous sanctions against China. The Secretary of State replied, "Then let us conduct a poll that garners their support." The president was taken aback. What? The secretary chuckled and continued, "Mr. President, poll results are manageable. We can fabricate any outcome we desire. For instance, allow me to conduct a survey with you now. Do you envy a nation that harbors animosity towards you? No. If acquiring something that is not wholly essential requires a substantial cost, would you accept it? No. Would you support your country surrendering to another? No. Then, would you endorse the United States surrendering to China at a high cost merely to obtain a technology that is not entirely necessary? No. The president was momentarily speechless, astonished by the secretary's audacity. The secretary smiled. That suffices. Now, let's reverse the inquiry. Would you wish for our technology to advance further? Yes. Do you not find extended battery life in electronic devices to be a delightful experience? Yes. Would you support the United States in acquiring advanced foreign technology, provided we offer equivalent technology in return? Yes. Therefore, do you support the United States in procuring lithium-air batteries? Yes. The president was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. The secretary shrugged, and there you have it. As long as 70% of the populace supports us, we can fully engage in a second negotiation with China. The president begrudgingly acknowledged his own momentary lapse in judgment, feeling a touch drowsy. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We must expedite the introduction of lithium-air batteries, or else our citizens may embark on incessant protests. The president declared with indignation, "Our citizens are undoubtedly the most foolish. They desire lithium-air batteries while simultaneously demanding that we do not capitulate to China. How can such ignorance exist? They are even more shameless than us politicians. One may be shameless, but one cannot be both shameless and foolish. I truly wish to halt their social security benefits upon my retirement." The secretary gasped in horror. That would spell the end of our civilization. Half a month later, the United States invited China to engage in negotiations regarding pertinent issues once more, scheduled for November 11th. This forthcoming dialogue aims to delve deeper into the conditions that were left unresolved during the previous negotiations in Shanghai. However, this news did not circulate. At the behest of the Americans, the Chinese government refrained from disseminating any information. The rationale was that as long as the Chinese agreed to keep the matter confidential, the Americans would acquiesce to their conditions and allow the procurement of various components for photolithography machines. Naturally, China was obliged to agree to relax the sales of lithium-air batteries. Given the advantageous nature of this arrangement, the Chinese government had no justification to refuse. The American government's actions were merely an attempt to prevent the narrative of capitulation from reaching the public. For China, having the United States relent represented a significant triumph. The relaxation of lithium-air battery sales would greatly enhance China's export industry, empowering domestic electronics to surpass foreign competition. Once the market is opened, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for domestic enterprises. Concerns about the potential for lithium-air battery exports to bolster foreign electronics companies were unwarranted. as Jiqi would assess market demands and subsequently support domestic enterprises. By nurturing local industries, as these companies prosper, they would naturally increase their investment in research, gradually achieving an upgrade in domestic production capabilities. This exemplifies the latent benefits that advanced technology can bestow. Chapter 168. News of Jiqi's new chip and the upcoming launch of exoskeletal prosthetics. Just before the commencement of the second negotiations between China and the United States, Jiqi officially announced the initiation of production for a new drum chip based on the DDR5 protocol, specifically designed for computer use. This new memory chip boasts formidable overclocking capabilities and enhanced compatibility, outperforming the existing memory module from the three major competitors. Moreover, this memory module features Jiqi's unique design, allowing for 8-channel operation on a single stick. The announcement sent shockwaves through the drum industry, as no company could afford to underestimate Jiqi, particularly its research capabilities. While other technologies may have been casually declared resolved, the sudden announcement of their capacity to produce memory chips came as no surprise. Furthermore, Jiqi possessed its own production lines. Aside from the 3 dedicated to military production, an additional 12 lines had yet to reach their maximum output, making them entirely capable of manufacturing drum chips. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was that the largest semiconductor supply chain in the world was predominantly located in China. Following 8 months of development, China had gained the capability for export, demonstrating significant pressure on semiconductor production hubs such as Japan. As the leader of China's semiconductor supply chain, Jiqi could leverage this positional advantage to suppress competitors in the upstream market. In an instant, the drum sector was rife with anxiety as the original 3 major memory producers, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, began to panic, closely monitoring Jiqi for signs of market encroachment or potential suppression based on positional leverage. Should this occur, they would be left with no option but to procure more expensive semiconductor materials from Japan. Meanwhile, Jiqi remained unfazed by the sentiments of its competitors. Shortly after announcing the commencement of memory chip production, it declared that the Taichu 2 chip, designed based on the Taibai architecture, had successfully completed its first tape-out and would soon be available for sale. This revelation stirred considerable excitement worldwide. This dynamic young company had once again introduced its new chip to the global stage. Consequently, many began to inquire about the status of Jiqi's new chip. However, the actual situation left everyone astounded. A well-informed tech blogger, upon receiving pertinent information, immediately took to writing a critical post. I bring you news that may pique your interest regarding the Jiqi Taichu 2 chip. You won't believe how astonished I was when I first received the information. Can you guess how shocked I was? Firstly, in terms of process technology, it is not a 3 nanometers chip. Instead, it is 4 nanometers. What a marvel! The knife skills of Chef Ku are not even comparable to Yi Cheng's astonishing prowess, capable of slicing back through the process. Is this really the same Jiqi company that was once 2 steps ahead of its time? Now that the A16 chip from Fruit has been released and the Snapdragon 898 has also emerged, both utilizing a 4 nanometers process, how has Jiqi succumbed to mediocrity? Well, that aside, while the Taichu may second indeed be 4 nanometers, if it were to be scaled up slightly and utilize a greater number of transistors, the process would primarily reflect the disparity in the capacity for transistor accommodation. The previous Taichu 1 chip boasted 21.8 billion transistors and had a notably smaller die area, approximately 20 less than that of Fruit's A15. Yet, the Taichu 2 chip has not only failed to expand in size, but it has shrunk by another 5 compared to Taichu 1, with a mere 16 billion transistors. 16 billion. This is the caliber of a 155 nanometers chip. I am utterly astounded. Moreover, the clock speed is lower than that of Taichu 1, only reaching 348 gigahertz. The architecture still comprises 2 large cores and 4 smaller ones, but seems rather lackluster. Having exhausted my grievances, the sole aspect worth anticipating is the fact that Taichu 2 employs the Taibai architecture. It is crucial to understand that differing architectures can yield substantial performance variances. So we can tentatively look forward to the enhancements that the Taibai architecture may bestow upon the Taichu 2, potentially allowing it to rival or even surpass the Taichu 1 chip, given that Jiqi is currently the most benevolent technology company we have encountered. The post sparked considerable discussion, garnering over 2,000 comments. Each individual expressed astonishment at the specifications of the Taichu 2, incredulous that Jiqi had reverted from 3 nanometers to 4 nanometers, a move unprecedented in the industry. Could the Taibai architecture truly be that formidable? Thus, the most popular comment read, 4 nanometers? Is Jiqi joking? Is the tie-by architecture truly that impressive? Beneath this popular comment, there were hundreds of replies, with numerous Geechi fans defending the company, leading to a heated exchange. Eventually, the original commenter declared, "If Taichu 2's performance exceeds that of Taichu 1 by even 10, I will livestream myself washing my hair with soy sauce." Consequently, everyone took screenshots, prepared to hold him accountable should he need to fulfill his promise. Naturally, this was merely a minor episode, and Geechi would not likely take notice of it. Aside from the discourse surrounding these two chips, another matter had captured significant attention. Geechi's exoskeleton prosthetics had successfully passed Phase 3 clinical trials and were poised for approval and market release. Thus, the preparations for this product's launch became the predominant topic of discussion within Geechi. Geechi Mechanical Technology Company's headquarters, also located in the Ruifeng International Building, is on a different floor from Geechi Semiconductor, as the exoskeleton technology falls under the purview of the Mechanical Technology Company. Discussions regarding the exoskeleton's market entry naturally took place here. Initially, the Mechanical Technology Company lacked a headquarters, operating from a villa in Gugu. But with the exoskeleton now demonstrating profitability and the impending arrival of CNC machines, a management team was subsequently established. The team is small, comprising only 9 individuals, primarily responsible for the company's future operations and liaising with hospitals, parts manufacturers, and other entities. Of course, the highest authority remains Su Xian. In a conference room, Su Xian remarked, "Let's discuss the pricing strategy for our exoskeleton." The operations director immediately showcased his preparedness. "I have already conducted a market survey." He then activated the multimedia projector to present the survey results. As you can see, in the market survey, 60 of respondents indicated that a price below 20,000 yuan is acceptable, while 30 felt that a price below 10,000 yuan is acceptable. Therefore, I believe we can set the price between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan. Those who find the price below 20,000 yuan acceptable would likely be willing to spend a bit more. For a more precise pricing strategy, we can consult with accounting firms to conduct a pricing study. After the director concluded his plan, he glanced at the others, who all seemed to agree with his comprehensive assessment, and no one raised any objections. Based on their cost structure, pricing above 20,000 yuan would still allow them to earn around 10,000 yuan, and future maintenance fees would similarly yield substantial profits. Thus, the director looked expectantly at Su Xian, hoping to receive praise from the female CEO. However, Su Xian merely responded, "That is too expensive. We should price it below 10,000 yuan to align with Geechi's values." Upon hearing Su Xian's words, the others were momentarily taken aback. A price below 10,000 yuan? They feared that such a pricing strategy would leave them with little to no profit. Yet, Su Xian further articulated the necessity of adhering to Geechi's values, a rationale that left them with no room for rebuttal. The pricing must be set below 10,000 yuan, and additionally, we should adjust prices according to the financial circumstances of the consumers. Our new technology is not aimed at profit, but rather at aiding those in need. Of course, this pricing strategy pertains to the domestic market. Geechi does not intend to profit from its compatriots. However, when it comes to international markets, they can maximize profits, potentially setting prices at 100,000 or even 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, they can categorize foreign customers and enhance their prosthetics with special features, allowing for higher price points. Naturally, the domestic market will also have various tiers, primarily targeting impoverished families who cannot afford more. Upon Su Xian's conclusion, the eyes of all present brightened. Indeed, if they cannot profit domestically, they shall seek gains from overseas. Why is it said that foreigners are less numerous? Just observing the number of disabled individuals among them makes it clear. Take the United States, for example. With over 300 million people, nearly 60 million are disabled. In contrast, China, with its 1.4 billion population, has only about 80 million disabled individuals. The ratio of disabled individuals in the U.S. is several times that of China. Of course, this category includes various disabilities such as limb impairments, visual impairments, and obesity, among others. Geechi's prosthetics are currently only applicable to those with limb disabilities. Nevertheless, the proportion alone is sufficient to demonstrate the vast potential of the foreign market. However, at that moment, someone raised a concern, "But Su, aren't we currently unable to export the lithium-air battery-powered exoskeleton prosthetics?" Su Xian smiled and replied, "You will understand soon enough. Today is November 10th, and tomorrow is Double 11. The negotiations between China and the U.S. will take place in Beijing. Why Beijing and not elsewhere? In ancient China, when enemies surrendered, they were brought to the capital. The only regret is that we cannot parade them down Chang'an Street for public display. Once the negotiations are completed and terms are agreed upon, Jiqi will be the first to receive the news and can commence exporting lithium-air batteries. Of course, exports will be limited to civilian products. Military equipment cannot be supplied. And customs will strictly monitor the export of lithium-air batteries. Jiqi is unconcerned about this, as they initially intended to export only to foreign civilian markets. However, it is impossible to dismiss the likelihood that, following the large-scale export of lithium-air batteries, some audacious individuals may engage in smuggling activities to supply foreign military forces. Even foreign militaries may purchase lithium-air batteries originally intended for civilian use and repurpose them for military applications. For this kind of thing, there is currently no good solution. Even if a charging protocol is added, the charging head is restricted, and people directly modify the battery, there is no way, because their lithium-air battery is too safe. After they dismantle it, the core part inside is basically not damaged. So the current plan prepared by Jiqi is to reduce the lifespan of batteries exported to foreign countries. This is the best way. Of course, there is another way only Yi Cheng knows, which is to track and monitor through Xiaobai, where their lithium-air batteries have been transported. If they're used for foreign military purposes, the buyers of this batch of goods will be prohibited from continuing to purchase. In this way, after going back and forth, there will probably be very few people who dare to smuggle. However, this method is a bit outdated and requires a significant amount of computing power, so it can only be used for sampling monitoring. Of course, Su Xian didn't know about Yi Cheng's plan yet. She continued to discuss pricing issues with the people in the office, and after the discussion was over, she left the mechanical technology company. She did not return to the semiconductor company headquarters, but walked downstairs. I need to talk to Yi Cheng. I don't know what his opinion is. Previously, Yi Cheng told her that the price of this exoskeleton prosthetic could be cheaper to take care of those disabled people. She certainly supports Yi Cheng's approach, but she doesn't know what Yi Cheng's bottom line price is for this pricing. Taking out the phone, she called Yi Cheng and learned that he was in the studio of the Guge expert. So she left the building and drove to find Yi Cheng. In Gu Ge's villa studio, an Iron Man is walking around the room. Of course, the physique of this Iron Man is more like Mark I. The body size is relatively large. The shell has sharp edges and corners, giving it a sci-fi feel. The surface also has a metallic luster, which can vaguely reflect the surrounding environment. A small rocket launcher is also carried on the shoulder, and the rocket-propelled grenade inside looks particularly threatening. Sure, it's great. It feels quite convenient to be active here. Yi Cheng's voice came from his helmet. He originally came here just to see the CNC machine design drawings created by Ji Xia. But it was only here that he learned that Gugu had already created a battle suit similar to Iron Man. Although it was still in the testing stage, it was already wearable, so he couldn't resist trying it out. Because the volume of this armor is large enough, many functions are also installed inside. At the same time, it has truly achieved the ability for Xiaobai to control various functions of the mecha. This is quite simple, as long as the internal circuits and sensors are installed. Coupled with the fact that Xiaobai is already an intelligent life form, the most difficult algorithm problems can be basically solved. In addition, this entire mecha has a battery pack of 30 pieces, and any place that can be installed is filled with battery packs. Of course, the shell is also very sturdy, and the whole body is made of titanium alloy, just to achieve bulletproof effect. However, the only issue is, but this is also too boring, isn't it? After staying inside for a while, Yi Cheng reached out his hand and took off his face armor, in order to prevent hair from getting caught. He also wore a hood similar to a shower cap on his head, completely covering his head. However, the armor was not ventilated, making it extremely stuffy. There is no air conditioning here. In Chapter 170, there is a character named Yi Cheng. There's nothing we can do about it. Gugu helplessly shrugged. It is impossible to install air conditioning inside. At most, a few fans can be added to the cooling points on the body. But this has become the weakness of the armor. The only way is to increase the ventilation holes. Add a fan. Yi Cheng's mouth twitched. How did he feel like he had become a graphics card? At this moment, Xiaobai said, "Master, the woman surnamed Su has sent you a message and said she has arrived at the door. Then let her in." Yi Cheng is too lazy to correct Xiaobai's nickname. "Oh no, let me personally go and greet her. I believe she will be surprised." He patted his armor, and Yi Cheng chuckled on his face. Although it felt uncomfortable to wear and his whole body seemed to be restrained, this thing also greatly satisfied his inner desires. Not to mention, there's still a chance to show it to acquaintances now. It's like spending 1,000 yuan to equip the game and want to show it to my good friends. With a smile on his face, he put on the mask again. The eyes of the face armor are actually similar to VR glasses. What he sees is transmitted from the outside camera to the VR display in front of him, and then seen by him. In addition, with the image optimization algorithm provided by Xiaobai, the imaging quality of cameras with only 10 million pixels is better than those with tens of millions of pixels. Just like a fruit with 1200 W pixels, the excellent video recording effect is closely related to the algorithm. Of course, it is also related to the CMOS chip inside. They haven't produced CMOS chips yet, so the camera was actually disassembled from two 10-megapixel cameras, slightly modified, and then added. The power consumption is indeed very high. Although it does not need to be converted into files, prolonged use is also a challenge to the battery life. Of course, this challenge may seem insignificant in front of 30 lithium-air battery packs. Subsequently, Yi Chengmai took a step forward. The internal mechanical joints rotate, producing a clanging sound that is different from the sound of Iron Man walking, but also has a more mechanical feel. For the convenience of movement, the inner thighs are designed to be relatively thin, so there's no need to worry about the legs not being together. And the soles of the feet are also relatively thick, which makes them increase by 5 or 6 centimeters out of thin air. Although the mecha is made of all titanium alloy, its weight is still quite heavy. However, Yi Cheng does not need to bear this weight himself, because the mecha has a good overall structure, so the entire weight is borne by the feet and legs. When Yi Cheng walks, the sensors inside will feel his readiness, and then Xiaobai will immediately control the joints of his legs and hips to move, allowing Yi Cheng's legs to be driven by the mecha to move more easily. Every time the mecha takes a step, the metal soles of its feet can also make a thumping sound on the floor. This is because the damper inside is not yet perfect, and the foot cannot control the falling speed well when landing. However, it doesn't prevent it from sounding so imposing. So, he walked to the door. At the door, the doorbell was ringing. Su Xian looked at her phone in confusion as Yi Cheng replied to her. Come open the door right away. This is normal. But what's abnormal is the next one. Oh, Disho. She's confused. Why did Yi Cheng send her this emoji? At this moment, she suddenly heard a thumping sound coming from behind the door. What? She was taken aback. Could it be that a burly man came to open the door for her inside? At this moment, the door opened. Push it away. While looking at the big guy appearing behind, the metallic color makes people feel very cold. Su Xian was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, only to find a step behind her. Half of her foot was already empty and she was about to collapse. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Cheng quickly took a step forward and the electric motor in his leg spun rapidly, driving his leg out again. As a result, Yi Cheng was not yet familiar with this auxiliary starting mode. As soon as he took 2 or 3 steps out, his lower body felt like he was running too far. He quickly stopped his foot, but due to inertia, his upper body couldn't help but lean forward. Lai Su Xin. He was about to fall down. However, just before he fell, he swiftly embraced Su Xian, then leaned back and toppled over. Thud! A heavier sound resonated as Yi Cheng landed on the steps below. Following that, a sharp bang echoed as Su Xian, caught off guard, bumped her head against Yi Cheng's chest, which was as solid as metal. Ouch! Her delicate features crinkled as she clutched her forehead. Although it was certainly better than a direct fall, that jarring impact was still quite painful. What on earth was going on? What kind of creature was this fellow? A robot? Could a robot be so agile? At that moment, the machine's hand extended, pressing the hidden clasps on either side of its face. And then it removed its visage. More accurately, it was a mask. Observing Su Xian's astonished expression, Yi Cheng chuckled and waved at her. Hello. Despite the tumble, he was unscathed. The interior of the exoskeleton was designed with a breathable silicone layer to ensure the wearer's comfort, providing effective protection during falls. Su Xin, entirely unprepared for the revelation that Yi Cheng was inside this colossal figure, momentarily forgot her throbbing forehead. Her eyes widened as she could no longer contain her astonishment. Yi Cheng, you're in that thing? Is this Iron Man? Yi Cheng nudged her. Get up first. Su Xian suddenly remembered she was sprawled on him. Though separated by a layer of metal, it felt rather intimate. Blushing, she hastily rose to her feet. Yet, recalling how Yi Cheng had held her while she fell, she felt a wave of gratitude. Yi Cheng got back up. The exoskeleton's internal structure had protective measures that rendered him unharmed from the fall, though some scratches were inevitable. Su Xian gazed up at Yi Cheng, who had grown considerably taller, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident as she began to inspect him, occasionally reaching out to touch, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Although she was a woman, her long exposure to cutting-edge technology at ZE Company had piqued her interest in this once sci-fi concept. Like an inquisitive child, she bombarded him with questions. How do you put this on? Can you fly? Does it have laser cannons? Doesn't it feel heavy? Chapter 171. The concept of the Z Charity Foundation. Yi Cheng waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop overthinking it. Of course, it's not heavy. This apparatus doesn't require me to bear its weight. Putting it on is a bit cumbersome, though. It consists of over a dozen parts that all need to be assembled. 2 arms, a helmet and mask, a neck connector, the torso split into front and back sections, 2 hip components, and both thighs. All told, more than 10 structures, primarily fastened with clasps for convenience. After all, I don't have any robots to assist with the disassembly. Otherwise, tightening each screw would be quite tedious. As for flying, that was utterly out of the question. This must have cost a fortune, right? Yi Cheng nodded. Certainly. Just this suit alone is primarily titanium alloy. And with all the intricate devices inside, the total cost was around 70 to 80 million. The waste material from this exoskeleton alone is substantial. And even the lithium-air battery is housed in a titanium alloy shell. Moreover, it features the world's most advanced sensors, shock-absorbing mechanisms, weapon systems, and various electronic instruments. A few tens of millions is already quite a bargain. If it were to be sold, it would fetch no less than $1 billion. After all, this is the closest thing to Iron Man equipment. Perhaps even $1 billion wouldn't suffice, as there would be a multitude of wealthy individuals vying for it. Yi Cheng mused about wearing this at the company's new product launch, hoping to snatch the title of real-life Iron Man from that fellow. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's price, Su Xin fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "You truly are remarkable. With wealth like yours, it's no wonder the mechanical technology company's financial statements have shown a sudden increase in procurement expenses, seemingly adding another 0 to the total. You can't possibly sell this, can you? It's far too expensive. The military wouldn't buy it either, would they?" Just for my own amusement, Yi Cheng shrugged. "This is my last remaining interest as a man." Su Xin, your last interest? She felt the pain from her earlier bump resurface, unable to resist rubbing it. As it had started to swell, Yi Cheng glanced over and noticed the redness on her forehead. "Does it hurt?" "MHM." Su Xion's tone was somewhat petulant. He actually shows concern. However, Yi Cheng didn't catch her implication and said, "Let us go inside. There's an ice maker. You can apply some ice on it." He then turned and walked toward the door, but the exoskeleton's large feet made navigating the steps somewhat tricky, requiring him to maneuver sideways. Su Xin watched as he turned to leave after expressing concern, pouting slightly. This guy's such a typical man. Yet, she followed him into the villa. Inside, there was indeed an ice maker. Sometimes, due to high-temperature work conditions, the room could become uncomfortably warm, and the air conditioning wouldn't suffice, necessitating the production of large ice blocks for cooling. Thus, they were considering replacing the villa's air conditioning with a more powerful unit, as the one initially installed had proven inadequate. Su Xin wrapped ice in a bag and pressed it against the swollen area on her forehead, while simultaneously observing Yi Cheng as he began to remove the exoskeleton. He started with the upper limbs, taking off the mask, followed by the helmet. The connection between the helmet and the torso was facilitated by a neck connector for ease of movement, while the protective area for the neck was achieved through the torso's metal, resembling a high-neck sweater. By pressing the clasp button and pulling, he could detach the helmet from the neck connector. Each connection point featured sturdy plugs and sockets to ensure a seamless electrical circuit, all crafted from robust materials to prevent breakage for vibrations. Once the neck connector was detached, he also had to open the sides of the helmet. Next, he needed to remove the arms from the torso. The arms were connected to the shoulders, ensuring that the weight of the mechanical arms was borne by the shoulder joints rather than the arms themselves. Following that, he detached the front and back sections of the torso, then the front and back hip components, and finally, like removing a pair of long boots, he took off the thighs. Su Xin watched in awe, astonished by the impressive feat. Yi Cheng was clad in a fitted suit underneath. As the weather had turned colder recently, he quickly donned the coat he had previously removed. Having been stifled in the exoskeleton, he finally felt warm again. "All right, what brings you here?" he asked as he settled back beside Su Xin. Remembering her purpose, she temporarily set aside her thoughts of Iron Man and said, "What do you decide regarding the pricing for our exoskeleton prosthetics? Now that the company is under your management, it's up to you." Su Xin continued, "You previously mentioned wanting to keep it affordable, so I was thinking of pricing it below 10,000. Yi Cheng regarded her thoughtfully and asked, "What do you think is the best approach?" After reflecting, she replied, "Different pricing for the domestic market, allowing us to profit from foreign customers." Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Can't you think of something even better?" "Something better?" Su Xin hesitated. "How about establishing a charity foundation? This way, we could set a higher base price and donate to families of disabled individuals in financial need. Those families who can afford the higher price would provide us with a certain level of profit." Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. surprised that Su Xin had indeed proposed a commendable strategy. This approach would streamline operations for the company, eliminating the need for differentiated pricing based on various households. Instead, a uniform price would prevail, with the charity fund covering the portion that impoverished families could not afford, contingent upon their applications for assistance. This proposal was promising, and he expressed his approval. Su Xin, observing his reaction, inquired with curiosity, "Do you harbor other thoughts?" Yi Cheng shuruk, geese. Su Xin responded with a playful pout. Yi Cheng continued, "The higher-ups are preparing to incorporate our exoskeleton prosthetics into the health insurance system." Su Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Health insurance?" Yi Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Su Xin's eyes sparkled. "Is that true? Why haven't I heard any news?" Yi Cheng chuckled. "The announcement will be made soon." In truth, he had learned this through Xiao Bai. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Su Xin naturally believed him. Government support was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. This would enable their company to earn greater profits, while allowing disabled individuals who had purchased health insurance to access rehabilitation with minimal financial burden. For the nation, this would also encourage more people to acquire health insurance and foster a positive societal effect from the reintegration of rehabilitated individuals into the workforce. This exemplified the essence of Pareto optimality. Chapter 172, The Machine Tool of Jixia. Yi Cheng continued, "Of course, the charity fund can persist, and its charitable endeavors can be broadened. As a large enterprise, we should shoulder our social responsibilities." The crux of the matter was that should he acquire any further medical technologies in the future, such as a technique for combating cancer available in the system mall. Priced at 80 million points, it had initially bewildered him that it was cheaper than nuclear fusion. It was important to note that, strictly speaking, nuclear fusion had been realized, albeit not yet commercially viable, while humanity remained in an impasse regarding cancer treatment, with surgery being the only prevalent method. And advancements in pharmacological approaches to combat cancer cells were nearly non-existent. However, upon reflection, he surmised that humanity's investment in nuclear fusion had far exceeded that in cancer research. This investment referred to essential expenditures. For nuclear fusion, it merely required funding for further research, while for cancer, if ethical considerations could be set aside to conduct unlimited human trials, significant breakthroughs might have already been achieved. "I understand. I will prepare to return." With Yi Cheng's unwavering support, a smile graced Su Xin's delicate features. She felt joyous not only for the company, but also because of Yi Cheng's sense of responsibility. Even with government backing, he was willing to allocate funds for charitable initiatives, which delighted her further. This was the hallmark of a truly outstanding enterprise, inspiring her to remain dedicated to the further strengthening of Jiqin. "What amount should we invest in the charity fund?" Su Xin inquired again. "You decide. 1 billion is not too little, and 10 billion is not too much," Yi Cheng replied, "as long as we ensure the funds are utilized for legitimate purposes." "Understood." Su Xin nodded, resolving to take on the responsibility of managing the charity fund herself to safeguard it from being tainted by ill-intentioned individuals. However, Yi Cheng did not acquiesce to her wishes, stating, "I will arrange the management of the charity fund." Su Xin was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. "Huh? You will arrange it?" "Yes. Do you wish to oversee it personally?" "Wouldn't that be exhausting?" Yi Cheng glanced at the dark circles under her eyes. "You see, you already have bags under your eyes." Su Xin was taken aback and hurriedly retrieved a mirror from her bag, realizing that condensation from her ice pack had smudged her makeup. No woman is immune to the desire for beauty, and Su Xin was no exception. She quickly pulled out concealer from her bag, touched up her makeup, and pouted, "It's all your fault for pulling me down earlier." Yi Cheng chuckled in disbelief. "Can you blame me? If I hadn't pulled you, you would have fallen much harder." "Well, if you hadn't pulled me, I wouldn't have fallen," Su Xin retorted stubbornly. All right, Yi Cheng sighed, unwilling to engage further. "Just make sure you rest well. Don't overexert yourself. You needn't worry about the charity fund anymore." "Fine then, you handle it, and I will feel reassured," Su Xin nodded, relieved that Yi Cheng would take charge. Indeed, Yi Cheng affirmed. He was actually planning to hire another individual to serve as the chairman of the foundation, delegating all responsibilities to Xiao Bai. With Xiao Bai's capabilities, it could efficiently manage all aspects of the charity fund, screening applicants for donations and identifying fraudulent claims, ensuring that the funds were directed to those genuinely in need, while preventing unscrupulous entities from siphoning off any of the foundation's resources. The only regret was that the system-provided labor force was not robotic. Otherwise, Xiao Bai could directly control it. "Do you have matters to attend to here? Shall we return together? It's already 4 in the afternoon, almost time for dinner." Su Xian remarked at that moment. I have a few things left to do. Oh, Su Xian replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she began to leave. At that moment, Yi Cheng addressed Gu Ge. Has GC's CNC machine tool blueprint been finalized? Bring it over for me to review. Sure, I'll go find him. Gu Yi replied. Just as Su Xian took a few steps, she paused and turned back. CNC machine tool? Yes, Yi Cheng nodded. Are we going to produce CNC machine tools again? Su Xian found it hard to believe. This was yet another significant weakness for Huagua. Were they Yi Cheng once again to take the lead in this domain? Why do you say again? Su Xian queried. Yi Cheng shrugged. It simply unfolded this way. Su Xian was at a loss for words and decided to stay, curious to see what their CNC machine tool would look like. Soon, Ji Xie, who had been working upstairs, was summoned down. Boss, Su Zong, Ji Xie greeted upon seeing Yi Cheng and Su Xian present. Yi Cheng nodded. Your blueprint is ready, right? Yes, it's complete, Ji Xie replied as he opened the nearby computer, inserted a USB drive, and accessed the relevant files, revealing all components and structures of a CNC machine tool. From its appearance, it was a horizontal machine tool, relatively large in size. This was the universal CNC machine tool, distinct from various multifunctional machining centers. Machining centers are categorized into two types based on processing operations, turning milling and boring milling. While GCS design could simultaneously perform both major operations and, due to its internal structure, could achieve a maximum of 9-axis linkage. This represented an exceedingly formidable capability. In the realm of high-end CNC machine tools, 9-axis 5 linkage was considered the pinnacle. The greater the number of linked axes, the higher the machine's efficiency. Naturally, 9-axis linkage came with a prohibitively expensive price tag, so typically, 5 linkage sufficed. Furthermore, precision was paramount in machine tools. Aside from the CNC system, which I have yet to finalize, the most critical component of the machine tool, the feedback measurement system, has additional documentation. The measurement feedback device comprises detection components and corresponding circuits, serving to monitor speed and displacement, subsequently relaying this information to the servo system, which then automatically adjusts the motor's speed to control machining precision. The gap in precision between domestic and foreign machine tools is a significant point of contention, as foreign machines can achieve an accuracy level where one pulse propels the tool forward by 1 meter. The more precise the machinery, the lesser the margin of error. Much like certain metallic toys that, at first glance, appear to be seamlessly constructed, yet can actually be disassembled into several components. When employed in industries, such as aviation, where the precision of parts is of paramount importance, the advantages of high precision manifest as enhanced structural integrity, reduced discrepancies, and superior functionality. In Chapter 173, the preparations for manufacturing machine tools are discussed. My feedback measurement system boasts a resolution of 0.05 meters, with a maximum feed rate of 15 to 100 meters per minute and a positioning accuracy of approximately 1 meter. Should our CNC system exhibit even greater excellence? Achieving a positioning accuracy of 0.05 meters is within the realm of possibility. However, due to Su Xian's presence, shall I refrain from voicing this? Ji Xie continued. Thus, the next step is to finalize the CNC system, followed by resolving the intricacies of my feedback measurement system. Subsequently, we must procure various components and the overall structure, after which assembly can commence. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement. Acquiring components from other companies is indispensable. Some advanced parts simply cannot be produced domestically and must be sourced from foreign enterprises. A machine tool encompasses far more than just its outward structure and rotating shafts. It incorporates a multitude of control elements. It is utterly implausible for Jiqi to manufacture everything independently. Machine tools, mobile phones, automobiles, aircraft, and lithography machines, among others, are all ultimate products composed of diverse components. The production of certain specialized parts necessitates the establishment of assembly lines, such as the servo motors and CNC machine tools, or the objective lenses and lithography machines. Every component, including even the casing of a mobile phone, requires its own production line. It is a folly for a single company to aspire to create an entire final product alone, unless one is delusional. Such an endeavor would position the company alongside one of the world's top 10 economies. For instance, ASML's lithography machines rely on over 3,000 suppliers, underscoring their complexity. Therefore, Yi Cheng had never contemplated that Jiqi could manufacture a CNC machine tool in its entirety. Certain components must still be sourced from other companies, and acquiring some of these can be particularly challenging. Fortunately, with the impending Double 11 shopping festival, negotiations with Huami have concluded, resulting not only in the release of key technologies related to lithography machine components and lithium-air batteries for sale, but also in exchanges of other conditions that both parties had previously sought to fulfill. Moreover, this agreement is merely between the United States and Huawei. Numerous European nations, previously prohibited from exporting lithium-air batteries, will inevitably reach out to Huawei for technical exchanges now that the U.S. has softened its stance. Additionally, the technologies that can be exchanged concerning lithium-air batteries are not limited to a mere one or two. Huawei has thrived without your technologies for years, and without lithium-air batteries, your populace will surely voice their discontent. Citizens of other nations utilize phones with several times the battery life. Why should we be relegated to inferior batteries? Happiness is often derived from comparison, and public dissatisfaction can lead to dire consequences. The crux is that foreign nations predominantly operate under two-party or multi-party systems. To avoid losing a significant number of votes come election time, they must acquiesce to Huawei's terms. Thus, according to the information Cheng has received, certain advanced components for machine tools are indeed included in these technology exchange agreements. Consequently, manufacturing the machine tools should pose no issue. Furthermore, even if they eventually learn that Geopolitical has produced machine tools, they would hesitate to cease supplying critical technologies. After all, while Huawei has permitted the export of lithium-air batteries, whether Geopolitical chooses to sell remains at Geopolitical's discretion. If they refuse to sell their products, I shall likewise withhold mine. On another note, our ultra-strong steel has been patented and has gained market acceptance. Our factory has already received numerous orders both domestically and internationally. Cheng nodded. Once our needs are met, the remainder can be sold. Their ultra-strong steel is indeed remarkable, and in comparison to similarly performing tool materials, it is also more affordable, making it a viable replacement for many traditional steel cutting tools. Even tungsten steel cannot compete, and given its cost, ultra-strong steel has easily become the favored choice for many tool manufacturers. All right, let us expedite the production of our first machine tool and surprise Huawei. Indeed, Cheng's face broke into a smile. Once their machine tool is completed, the military will likely be the first to come knocking. Beyond that, there are companies engaged in aviation. The C919 has already been developed, but there is potential for the C929 in the future. After a moment's reflection, Cheng realized there were no further matters to discuss. He turned to Su Xen, who appeared lost in thought, and asked, "What occupies your mind?" Su Xen snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "Nothing much, just feeling quite astonished. At this rate, your endeavors might even surpass what my father has dedicated his life to in nuclear fusion." Cheng smiled gently. "Well then, if there are no further matters, let us prepare to leave. I shall treat you to a meal." Upon hearing that Cheng intended to treat her, Su Xen returned to the present, her face beaming. "All right, you must treat me to a grand feast. My forehead is still aching." Cheng chuckled. "That is certainly no problem." Without further delay, Cheng and Su Xen departed from the premises. Before leaving, he also reminded Gugu to ensure the steel battlesuit was reconfigured, as he intended to keep it close at hand for protection. One never knows when one might encounter unsavory characters attempting to rob a billionaire. Much like how every man browsing through a store might suddenly feel an urge for self-defense tools, envisioning a scenario where he bravely defends himself against an assailant. After leaving the villa, Cheng and Su Xen each drove their own cars, heading towards the finest seafood restaurant in Modu. Here, individual expenditures typically start at around 1,000 yuan, attracting a clientele of substantial means. However, upon seeing Cheng's presence in the restaurant, patrons naturally greeted him warmly, offering gestures of friendliness, with some even seeking his contact details. Cheng paid them no mind. Upon noticing his slightly impatient demeanor, they wisely chose not to intrude further. Moreover, upon observing Su Xen at Cheng's side, whether or not they recognized her identity, it was apparent that they were merely out for a dinner date, making it all the more inappropriate to interrupt. The attentive waiter promptly approached to serve them, and during the ordering process, the dining room manager arrived with the news that their meal would be complimentary. Cheng, not one to be overly formal, ordered a selection of seasonal seafood sufficient for two. All in all, it was not excessively costly. If the restaurant intended to consider this a favor owed to Cheng, it was unlikely they could sustain such a large operation. Once their orders were placed, the two sat facing each other, gazing out at the picturesque seaside view. This restaurant's proximity to the ocean seemed to validate the freshness of their seafood, purportedly caught directly from the waters. In Chapter 174, the negotiations between Huami have reached fruition ahead of Double 11. Cheng remarked, "I feel that from now on, we might dine anywhere without charge. Su Xin Lauget." The restaurant would hardly turn a profit. If we switch restaurants each time, We might just manage to avoid paying altogether, Yi Cheng countered with a teasing condition. Su Xn rolled her eyes. How shameless. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Cheng replied, thus, ordering takeout is far more comfortable. Besides company gatherings, external engagements, and dining with Su Xin, Yi Cheng primarily relied on takeout, as he clearly lacked the time to cook for himself. Su Xin responded, I am in the same boat. I am even busier than you now. Yi Cheng laughed heartily. That only speaks to your capabilities. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Su xin pao det, su de li at ging. By the way, you still haven't explained the meaning of the emoticon you sent me earlier. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What emoticon are you referring to? He inquired. The one you sent me on WeChat. Looking quite irate, Su Xin replied, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Are you dissatisfied with me? What did I ever express such discontent? Yi Cheng thought to himself, his conscience clear. He had never felt displeased with such a capable subordinate. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something amiss. He pulled out his phone to review their conversation. Oh! An emoticon that appeared to convey anger was indeed the last message sent from his account to Su Xin. To this, Su Xin had responded with several messages. What happened? With a look of grievance, Yi Cheng. Ye Cheng sleeps tight. This little rascal. 3 days without discipline makes the house go awry. It had been quite some time since he had allowed this little sprite to send messages on his behalf, fearing it would act up. Unexpectedly, due to his inconvenience while donned in mech armor, he had asked the sprite for assistance in replying, thus leaving an opening for mischief. Would you believe me if I said that was not me? He pondered, planning to address the sprite later. For now, he needed to clarify the matter with Su Xin. Su Xin gazed at him, a look on her face that seemed to question his intelligence. The previous message was I'll be there to open the door soon. And the next was oh. Surely, it could not have been Gu Gu who sent that. Su Xin was well aware of Gu Ji's temperament. He would never engage in such antics, and the other staff members in the building would certainly not meddle with the boss's phone. All right, I concede. I misclicked. I was in my mech armor at the time. As you must have seen, my fingers were cumbersome, so I accidentally tapped the wrong thing. Yi Cheng quickly fabricated a seemingly plausible excuse. Su Xin appeared skeptical, her expression suggesting that perhaps, just perhaps, it could be true. But was it truly possible to send such a precise emoticon? Just then, a dish was brought to the table, the first being clam soup. Yi Cheng swiftly redirected Su Xin's attention. All right, let us eat. You must be hungry. Su Xin ceased her speculations and began to indulge in the seafood. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the next day, November 11th, 11. The new round of negotiations with Huami officially commenced at 9 in the morning. Rather than a negotiation, it resembled a mere exchange of opinions followed by a final effort to secure terms, ultimately reaching an agreement once both parties recognized that concessions were out of the question. Although there remained a considerable distance from each party's bottom line, this created a sense of elation. There was a feeling of having gained an unexpected advantage. Most negotiations between similarly matched parties unfold in this manner. Once the bottom line is reached, a sense of loss arises, prompting both sides to insist on agreements above that threshold. Subsequently, companies across Huagua received notifications that the majority of economic restrictions imposed by the United States were now a thing of the past, allowing for normal economic exchanges to resume. Of course, some tariffs remained in place, but for most people, this represented good news. Such significant developments could not remain hidden from the public. The news spread rapidly. The United States, meanwhile, prepared its narrative, claiming that they had achieved a fruitful collaboration with Huagua in the new negotiations. They portrayed this as a routine negotiation, denying any notion of defeat, while simultaneously appealing to the domestic populace. For Americans, this was also a positive development. Tariffs on several major commodities from Huagua returned to their previous normal levels, alleviating burdens. Most crucially, American citizens were now able to utilize lithium-air batteries and the incredibly advanced exoskeleton prosthetics. Consequently, the support for the American government saw a notable increase, providing a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a lingering wariness. Huagua had already exerted a profound influence on them. Notably, the successful conclusion of this collaboration brought a collective sigh of relief to the world. The two largest economies had finally ceased their most intense rivalry. In the past, the confrontations between Huami had severely impacted the GDP of numerous smaller nations. With the easing of tensions, these smaller countries could finally catch their breath. Thus, collaboration leads to mutual benefit, allowing ordinary people to find happiness, though it is often politicians who engage in struggles to maintain their power. Furthermore, this economic relaxation signified a liberation for Huagua's technology companies. However, there were also risks. Previously restricted technologies that had begun extensive research might now face challenges due to cheaper and more advanced foreign alternatives, potentially rendering prior efforts futile. This concern rested solely in the hands of Huagua's entrepreneurs, who must strive for excellence. Should foreign nations decide to impose bans once more, Huagua's companies could suffer severe setbacks. The only viable solution to this predicament lies in Huagua's possession of advanced technologies that would deter foreign powers from unilaterally prohibiting their own innovations. In the past, Huagua was powerless against technological sanctions due to a lack of advanced technologies under its control. Even if some advanced technologies existed, foreign nations could easily disregard them as non-essential or replaceable. However, lithium-air batteries now represented an irreplaceable technology that Huagua possessed, particularly with its highly practical applications in civilian use. While military applications are undeniably important for national security, when a civilian technology significantly impacts the populace, it can surpass military importance. After all, a nation exists for its people, and it is the people who necessitate protection. Chapter 175, The Unsightly Facade of Zhiqi. Consequently, Zhiqi's phone was inundated with calls in recent days. Countless foreign companies flocked to acquire lithium-air batteries that could be sold abroad. Previously, due to Huagua's policies, even if they purchased lithium-air batteries, they could only sell them within Huagua. The domestic market, while vast, was saturated with local enterprises, and foreign companies often preferred importing lithium-air batteries to enhance their products' performance and capture major markets in Europe and America. Now, the company that could secure lithium-air batteries from Zhiqi first would undoubtedly stand out in the competitive landscape. Su Xin, as the public face and leader of Zhiqi, was keen to seize this opportunity to expand the company's profits and its influence on the global stage. Zhiqi had eagerly awaited this day. For instance, establishing exclusive partnerships with select enterprises in specific product domains, selling lithium-air batteries solely to them and denying others, would allow those companies to quickly dominate the majority of the market. Naturally, these arrangements came with conditions, either accepting Zhiqi's equity stake or agreeing to a higher battery unit price. Should they refuse the conditions, they could forget about purchasing batteries, while companies that accepted would inevitably outpace them. Su Xion's approach was ruthlessly strategic. Zhiqi's unsightly nature began to reveal itself to these foreign companies. Yet, they had no choice but to comply. Consequently, these companies scrambled. The most obedient and willing to yield greater profits to Zhiqi would be the first to receive orders. Thus, in time, lithium-air batteries gradually garnered a new moniker, the Zhiqi tax. The world is rife with disdain for Zikiki's tax, yet acceptance is inevitable. Moreover, even the antitrust laws seem impotent against Zikiki. This monopoly, which relies solely on proprietary technology, is a legitimate form of monopolization. Other battery manufacturers are unable to produce lithium-air batteries. Thus, how can antitrust measures be effectively applied? At best, intervention may occur through administrative means. However, even in such scenarios, Zikiki remains unfazed, armed with numerous options. They may choose to pay fines, continuing their monopolistic practices unabated, or they could retaliate, declaring that if fined, they would cease sales of lithium-air batteries in a particular region, testing the limits of endurance. As society becomes increasingly reliant on lithium-air batteries, this strategy becomes a formidable weapon, empowering Zikiki to engage directly with governments worldwide. Naturally, this approach should be sparingly employed. Should Zikiki become the target of widespread ire, it could spell trouble. Similarly, with the successful negotiations with Huami, battery manufacturers globally have begun to sense an impending doom. Faced with lithium-air batteries, they find themselves utterly powerless, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Zikiki, yet feeling utterly helpless. Among these numerous battery firms, some are disheartened and contemplate liquidating their assets and factories to pivot towards other production ventures, while others desperately seek collaboration with Zikiki, hoping to assist in the sale of lithium-air batteries or procure the three essential materials from Zikiki to manufacture their own lithium-air batteries. Such arrangements would allow them to survive. However, Zikiki has neither responded nor rejected these overtures. At Zikiki's headquarters, Su Xin is engaged in a phone call with Chuk. Certainly, Mr. Chuk. Please send us the battery specifications, and we will evaluate them and provide a price. Upon payment, we will expedite production for you. As you might understand, due to limited capacity, we have requirements for our clients regarding deposits, which must amount to 50% of the total price. Thank you for your cooperation. Chuk, lacking the inclination to dwell on these details, promptly agrees. We at the Fruit Company accept your quotation. Su Xin responds with a smile. Then let us enjoy this collaboration. We await your representatives to finalize the contract. At this moment, Chuck suddenly interjects, "By the way, Ms. Su, I have a proposal. I wonder if you would consider it." "Oh, I'm all ears. Our shareholders at the fruit company have decided to offer 5% of our shares in exchange for 5% of Zakiki's shares." Su Xin maintains her smile. "I'm afraid we cannot accept this condition." Chuck insists, "Surely, we can discuss this further." Previously, Microsoft, Samsung, Volkswagen, and others have proposed similar terms, some even more favorable than yours, all of which we declined. This decision rests with our CEO, Mr. Yi, and I assure you he will reject it as well. Chuck concedes defeat. After concluding the call, Su Xin reclines in her boss's chair. When Yi Cheng is absent from the company, she occupies his office to make the most of the spacious environment. Reflecting on the individuals who had called her today, she cannot help but feel a sense of pride in Zakiki's prowess. Those Fortune 500 companies, all vying to align with them, find themselves in a position where Zakiki can't afford to dismiss their overtures. Take the fruit company's proposal to exchange 5% of their shares. Acquiring such shares would elevate Zakiki to the status of the fourth largest shareholder in the fruit company, with the third largest being Berkshire Hathaway, Buffett's conglomerate. The notion that the fruit company could hope to trade 5% of their shares for 5% of Zakiki's is merely a fanciful delusion. What they seek is a slice of Zakiki's entire enterprise, which encompasses multiple sectors, including batteries, semiconductors, and exoskeleton technology. Su Xin is also aware that they are poised to resolve issues surrounding high-end CNC machinery. Only she and Yi Cheng grasp the true value of the company. The worth of 5% of the fruit company's shares may pale in comparison to the future value of 5% of Zakiki. Regrettably, Zakiki cannot directly leverage lithium-air batteries to compel these large companies to relinquish their shares. At most, they can sell the batteries at a premium. Tactics suitable for dealing with smaller firms simply do not apply. After managing these matters, Su Xin wonders which foreign corporations will call next, perhaps ExxonMobil, BMW, or Daimler, the parent company of Mercedes-Benz. In any case, those in need of lithium-air batteries will find no escape. Chapter 176. Accelerating Points Accumulation, Paranoia Yet. The requests from those battery manufacturers might not be entirely unreasonable. Su Xin recalls the proposals from various battery producers. Establishing a battery manufacturing plant is quite complex. But setting up factories for oxygen-carbon membrane, solid electrolytes, and three-dimensional porous separators is relatively easier, with lower costs and higher profit margins. If Zakiki were to expand its production of these three core materials and supply them to other manufacturers capable of producing batteries, they could swiftly distribute lithium-air batteries worldwide. Once Zakiki has established sufficient factories, they could gradually phase them out, thereby maximizing profits. Su Xin believes this strategy is viable and plans to discuss it in the upcoming meeting. At that moment, she receives a message from Yi Cheng. Her eyebrows raise in surprise. He actually bothered to send her a message. Typically, he does not reach out to her unless prompted. Upon opening her phone, her expression shifts to disappointment as he addresses work-related matters, specifically regarding the battery manufacturers. Yi Cheng urges her to accept the conditions proposed by these manufacturers to further amplify the global sales of lithium-air batteries. Since he shares this perspective, she decides to proceed without further deliberation in the meeting. As for why Yi Cheng suddenly brought this up or how he learned of it, she remains perplexed. After all, he had not set foot in the office for half a month. The reason for Yi Cheng's awareness is, of course, due to Xiaobai's notification, as he sees in this situation the dawn of substantial points accumulation. By cooperating with these battery manufacturers, leveraging their production capabilities, it is highly likely that monthly sales of lithium-air batteries could surge to 20 to 30 million units by the end of next year. This translates to earning over 200,000, even 300,000 points monthly, alongside additional sources, accumulating approximately 100,000 points monthly. Currently, with over 700,000 points, he anticipates being able to purchase room-temperature superconductors by March, or even February, of the following year. At this juncture, Yi Cheng calculates the potential points he could accrue in the future. Selling 100 lithium-air batteries, or 100 sets of the three core materials needed to assemble a single lithium-air battery, would yield 1 point each. Thus, regardless of how he sells them, his sole concern is to maximize point acquisition. The only distinction lies in the fact that when the sales volume of lithium-air batteries saturates in the global market, merely selling core materials will yield slightly lower total profits, albeit with higher profit margins. Nevertheless, in any case, it will surpass the earnings of his father's company. His father's real estate company has continued to profit significantly from Jiqi, particularly evident in the construction of the Jiqi headquarters, a project that has seen an investment of 100 billion, entrusted entirely to the Yi Group. Naturally, the Yi group could not afford to be negligent in such a matter. After all, it was not merely a construction for Jiqi, but rather for the crown prince himself, demanding utmost diligence. It is said that employees at the Yi group no longer refer to their boss as Yigua, but instead introduce him as Yi Cheng of Jiqi, creating an impression as if they were working directly for Jiqi. Even if this is not the case presently, it is likely to be so in the future, which left Yigua both amused and exasperated upon learning of this development. For Yi Cheng, accumulating more points is of paramount importance at this juncture. Once he gathers enough points, he will be able to procure room temperature superconductors and nuclear fusion technology. It is inconceivable for Jiqi to single-handedly achieve nuclear fusion. Even if they were to succeed, the state would never allow Jiqi to monopolize it. However, if Jiqi were to secure even a modest stake of 10 to 20%, it would be an unimaginable feat. Furthermore, Yi Cheng is uncertain about the points he might earn post-nuclear fusion, but he believes they would be substantial. At that moment, he received a response from Su Xian, indicating that she understood his requests and would prepare them shortly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the advent of room temperature superconductors next year, the world is bound to be astonished once more. This led Yi Cheng to ponder whether he should consider augmenting his protective measures. Jiqi's remarkable achievements would undoubtedly attract attention. Xiao Bai has been incessantly alerting him to potential threats against his life, suggesting that there are individuals who might aim to eliminate him. The lithium-air battery has likely encroached upon many interests. After all, if foreigners dared to present a convertible to the president, they might not hesitate to send a bullet his way. Previously, when those rivals were still operational, they might not have posed a threat. But now that they have collapsed and lost everything, they could very well become a danger, even within the borders of Huagua. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that with Xiao Bai around, he has little to fear. Xiao Bai's avatars have already expanded globally, with all supercomputers in Huagua serving as its extensions. Moreover, it has commandeered several supercomputers abroad, with no less than 20 of the world's top supercomputers falling under its control. Thus, with Xiao Bai's current capabilities, it can swiftly detect any mention of Yi Cheng online. In essence, anyone who utters Yi Cheng's true name will be sensed by Xiao Bai, which can then ascertain whether they harbor ill intentions toward him. Should Xiao Bai eventually inhabit a quantum computer, all cameras and microphones worldwide would remain under its vigilant surveillance. Of course, there are many who harbor animosity towards Jiqi and Yi Cheng, but most are of the type that dare to speak but not act. Therefore, only those truly reckless would dare seek vengeance against Yi Cheng. However, one cannot rule out the possibility that some might genuinely take such a risk. Contemplating this, Yi Cheng suddenly experienced a surge of paranoia. It would be prudent to equip himself with some protective measures. He recalled the battle armor from Gugu and wondered when it would be ready. He planned to inquire about it shortly. Additionally, he resolved to acquire a more formidable vehicle, one that could withstand a collision with a dump truck without sustaining severe damage, and even remain intact if crushed, protecting the cockpit. Moreover, he would need to petition the state for permission to arm himself with high-damage weaponry. With these thoughts of personal security swirling in his mind, Yi Cheng smiled, believing he was taking all necessary precautions. Chapter 177. Those wretched foreigners coming to Huagua to beg for alms. Time passed swiftly. The thawing of relations between Huami has yielded increasingly significant repercussions. For instance, Huagua has engaged in negotiations with other nations, such as Ingwa, Gaolu, and Hansgua, leveraging lithium-air batteries to acquire numerous cutting-edge technologies previously withheld from Huagua. The impact of lithium-air batteries on Huagua is unmistakable. Additionally, the components for EUV lithography machines have been opened for sale to Huagua. As long as they can assemble these components, they will be able to construct a lithography machine. However, while Huagua has been granted permission to purchase components, Migwa has not neglected to retain some control. For instance, the calibration of these component parameters and various technical software patents remain firmly under the purview of ASML, including temperature control and optical path correction systems, none of which will ever be handed over to Huagua. After all, Migwa has only agreed to sell components, not to grant full access to these patents. Thus, this aspect will require Huagua to manage independently. Otherwise, allowing Huagua to purchase components without permitting direct acquisition of the EUV lithography machine would be tantamount to giving them the means to fish without teaching them how to catch fish. Nonetheless, having secured the fishing rod, line, hooks, and bait, how could they falter on the fishing technique? At Beijing Concord Hospital, the surgical department has been inundated with a multitude of patients seeking consultations. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that all these individuals are physically disabled. What has transpired? Have all the disabled from Beijing converged here? One friend inquired of another. Goodness, The friend shook his head, equally bewildered. A nearby nurse explained, "Today, our hospital has officially opened appointments for exoskeleton prosthesis implantation surgeries. They are all here to schedule." Upon hearing the nurse's explanation, those surrounding her were taken aback. Exoskeleton prosthesis implantation technology? Is that the one from Jiqi? Indeed. The nurse nodded, smiling. They come to make appointments. We first measure their height and weight, then determine the appropriate prosthesis specifications for the disabled. After that, we send the information to Jiqi, who will commence fabrication. Once completed, the prostheses will be sent to our hospital for the surgical procedures. Is it truly that remarkable? Surely, it must cost a fortune? The nurse confirmed, it is rather expensive. Even the most basic exoskeleton prosthesis costs around 20,000 yuan. If you wish to add additional features or change the materials, it will require even more funds. Not to mention the surgery costs, which are also considerable. Indeed, that is quite steep, others chimed in. Although it is pricey, it is worth it. Moreover, the government has included this surgery under the insurance coverage. If one proceeds, the state will cover 70% of the cost for those eligible for basic prostheses. The nurse explained, "Is it really that good? So, it would only cost 6,000 yuan? You must also factor in the surgical expenses." The nurse smiled as she clarified. "That is still quite affordable, less than 10,000, a person interjected. "Goodness, I haven't even signed up for insurance. Is it too late to do so now?" Someone else asked. "Really?" His friend replied incredulously. "You don't think you're about to break your arm, do you?" "Who knows?" The nurse chuckled. "You don't need a prosthesis if you merely break a bone. Amputation isn't necessary for fractures. A fracture costs over 10,000. While a prosthesis is less than 10,000, the individual calculated. If that's the case, I might as well break it completely. Then I could get an exoskeleton prosthesis and look impressive." The nurse, bemused, remarked, "You're overthinking it. The total cost of getting an exoskeleton prosthesis will certainly surpass the overall expenses of recovering from fracture. First, there are the costs associated with amputation, which can range from thousands to tens of thousands. Only after the amputation surgery can we proceed with the exoskeleton prosthesis implantation. Moreover, the reimbursement from the medical insurance is limited solely to the basic models of prosthetics. These basic prosthetics, while functional, undoubtedly cannot compare to the utility of one's own arm. This consideration was, in fact, anticipated by the national medical insurance authorities when formulating their policies. If the cost of replacing an arm were lower than that of treating a recoverable fracture, one might fear that individuals might resort to self-harm to induce irreversible fractures necessitating amputation. Thus, it is imperative that the expenses for arm replacement exceed those for fracture rehabilitation. Consequently, the government directly instructed Jiqi to price their products higher, subsequently collaborating with the medical insurance sector for assistance. In light of this, even with insurance, one might still be required to spend upwards of 10 or 20,000 yuan. What if I lack the financial means or insurance? The nurse smiled and replied, "If your family circumstances are challenging, you may register with our hospital. We will liaise with the Jiqi Charity Foundation, which will verify your family situation. And if you meet the criteria, they will cover over 90% of your expenses." The Jiqi Charity Foundation? Others were taken aback. Indeed, I must say, Jiqi Company is truly unparalleled in our Huan nation. All enterprises should aspire to emulate them, the nurse remarked with admiration. The others nodded in agreement. Although there was some skepticism regarding charitable foundations, the mere mention of Jiqi's charity instilled a sense of faith in its benevolence. As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, a lengthy queue of individuals awaiting appointments for exoskeleton prosthetic surgeries suddenly erupted into conflict. "Doctor, this foreigner is trying to cut in line. Send him away. You must go to the back. Filthy foreigner, coming to Huan Nation to beg." The nurse hurried over to mediate, saying, "Everyone, please calm down. Let's discuss this matter rationally." She then turned to the foreign man, who was clearly there for surgery and was missing an arm. Since the exoskeleton prosthetics equipped with lithium-air batteries could now be taken overseas, foreigners were also coming to Huan Nation for surgery. "Do you speak Chinese?" she asked in fluent English. Being a nurse at Xia Hospital requires more than mere competence. The foreigner shook his head, indicating he did not understand, and pointed at those waiting behind him, saying, "What were they saying?" Their attitude toward me was quite unfriendly. "I apologize, but you have cut in line. If you're here to schedule a surgery, please return to the back of the queue." "Thank you." The foreigner immediately displayed discontent, retorting, "I just flew over 10 hours from America and rushed here today, and now I have to wait in this long line. I am pressed for time." The nurse shook her head, responding, "I'm sorry, but you still need to wait in line." Chapter 178, A One-Size-Fits-All Approach, New Achievements. The foreigner grew increasingly irate, aggressively stating, "Is this how you Huan nationals treat us Americans? It's just cutting in line. It's merely a small favor. The nurse expressed her indignation. How can you be so shameless? Cutting in line is unethical. Among the queue, there were individuals who understood English, and they also became incensed, shouting, "Son of a bitch. Leave Huan Nation. Huan Nation does not welcome you. Foreigners, get out of Huan Nation. We won't perform surgery for you." The clamor grew louder, prompting the nurse to summon hospital leadership. Eventually, the foreigner was escorted out by security. This incident, instigated by a foreigner, was not isolated. Many foreigners seeking surgery in Huan Nation had experienced similar situations. Since no foreign hospitals had established partnerships with Jiqi, despite the company's opening up the sale of exoskeleton prosthetics internationally, surgical procedures were still exclusively available in Huan Nation hospitals. Moreover, due to the recent introduction of this new surgery, it was primarily the capital cities or municipalities of each province with tertiary hospitals that had opened surgical appointments. Each province had at least one, but no more than 3. Thus, with the scarcity of hospitals and the high demand for surgeries, various conflict arose as individuals sought to secure early appointments. Even with an appointment, the earliest one could expect surgery was after a month, given the daily limits on appointments due to Jiqi's production capacity for exoskeleton prosthetics. Many foreigners, primarily eager to expedite the process, attempted to cut in line, which only exacerbated tensions. In the midst of this, Cheng, while on the phone, offered Su Xin a proposed solution. There's nothing that a one-size-fits-all approach cannot resolve. If it cannot be resolved, then we can simply take another decisive step. If foreigners wish to replace their arms, they can do so abroad, though they will still face a wait of several months. After all, medical products must undergo various approvals before being marketed overseas. If one were to provide a little incentive to the approving authorities, the process might indeed accelerate. However, Jiqi has adopted a rather haughty stance, allowing them to take as long as they wish. Our domestic production has yet to catch up, so why concern ourselves with foreign matters? Of course, Jiqi is also continuously expanding its production capacity, with the only constraint being that these items must be customized according to the patient's specific needs. The manufacturing process itself is not particularly challenging. Therefore, Cheng has enlisted Xiao by S assistance to design blueprints based on the circumstances of the orders received. With Xiao by S help, this task has become more manageable, and as Xiao by designs more, it signifies an increase in its learning and subsequently a faster design pace. Su Xin, upon receiving Cheng's decision, refrained from further inquiries. This was evidently a commendable solution that would satisfy the domestic populace, while also intensifying the urgency for foreigners to establish contact with Jiqi. She continued, additionally, it has been a week since the exoskeleton prosthetics were launched, and we have already received over 10,000 orders domestically. 50 hospitals, on average, have 200 disabled individuals each seeking appointments with us. We must expedite our production capacity. Cheng replied, that is certainly feasible. But the artificial nerves must remain under our control. They must be tailored to each disabled individual without intermediary handling. If these are released, they could pose significant risks. While they cannot be hacked, the primary concern is that others might utilize the artificial nerves for unethical experiments, given their connection to neural functions. I understand. Su Xin Z Ponde. Fully aware of the implications. All right then, if there is nothing more, I will hang up. Good. After ending the call, Cheng redirected his attention to the present task at hand, a set of newly structured battle armor. He had named this battle armor series Sanctuary. The previous Sanctuary 1 stood nearby, while this Sanctuary 2 was a collaborative creation with Guga. Traditionally, a sanctuary is a place designated for deities. Cheng felt satisfied to have come up with such a fitting name. The second generation of battle armor retained the same functionality as its predecessor. However, to facilitate easier wear, he decided to implement some modifications. The current concept revolves around the creation of a box, wherein the various components of the battle armor are divided into front and back segments. Once a person lies within, they can effortlessly align the buckles and sockets, thus achieving successful donning of the armor. While this is indeed feasible, it necessitates a complete redesign of all internal circuitry, as well as a re-evaluation of the design direction for the internal weaponry. Fortunately, there is no cause for concern regarding the weapons. Cheng has already received approval, and the government has granted him an official identity associated with relevant departments. This identity allows him to legally possess weapons, which include, but are not limited to handguns, rifles, machine guns, and explosive ordnance. Consequently, a military vehicle has frequently been seen at the villa's entrance, dedicated to transporting equipment for him. The government's prompt acquiescence can largely be attributed to the potential of Jiqi to develop advanced weaponry, such as the current drones. Furthermore, The military has already procured a set of each model of the individual exoskeletal bionic armor, which is currently undergoing capability testing. If the results prove satisfactory, formal orders are likely to follow. However, given the substantial cost of each unit, the military may only establish a special task force comprising a few hundred personnel. Thus, due to Jiqi's development capabilities in this domain, the government has permitted Yi Cheng, or rather Jiqi, to acquire weaponry and equipment, thereby supporting their ongoing advancements in cutting-edge weaponry. Presently, the primary challenge lies in how to incorporate the planned high-precision rifles, rocket-propelled grenades, and other armaments into this user-friendly armor. Moreover, Yi Cheng intends to integrate a more sophisticated radar laser within the mech, allowing this armor to serve as the command core for drones in the future. Suddenly, the long-awaited system notification resonated. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone 100 partners, earning a reward. Material Gift Pack. Chapter 179, Substrong Body Level Carbon Tungsten Molybdenum Alloy, Fusion, First Wall Material. As Yi Cheng pondered the circuitry, he was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. 100 partners? Upon reflection, it seemed to relate to the partners for the lithium-air battery, which had indeed surpassed 100. He summoned Xiaobai to verify, and it turned out to be true. Just moments ago, Jiqi had officially signed a contract with Microsoft, which had ordered a substantial quantity of lithium-air batteries. After all, Microsoft has a variety of electronic products, and despite some of their offerings being less than stellar, their significant brand appeal has garnered a loyal following. The achievement reward is a material gift pack? Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned by this. He recalled that the last achievement reward had also granted him a material technology gift pack. What is the distinction between a material gift pack and a material technology gift pack? With this question lingering in his mind, he commanded, "Open the gift pack." As the material gift pack was opened, congratulations were bestowed upon the host. Super Titanium Alloy, Substrong Body Level Carbon Tungsten Molybdenum Alloy, Atomic Level Carbon Electronic Shield. Upon seeing these three items, Yi Cheng was taken aback. All materials? A sense of delight washed over him. This material gift pack was rather impressive. The rewards consisted solely of materials, and, judging by their names, they appeared quite formidable. However, in comparison to the other two materials, he was particularly intrigued by this Substrong Body Level Carbon Tungsten Molybdenum Alloy. The name struck a familiar chord. Had he not encountered this in the realm of nuclear fusion technology? Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes. What is meant by strong body? It refers to an object that maintains its shape and size during motion and under force, with the relative positions of its internal points remaining unchanged. This implies that it cannot be destroyed. Even if cast into a black hole, it would remain unaffected. Of course, such a material is unlikely to exist. Even the illustrious Rick could not fabricate it. However, what precisely defines this substrong body level? Yi Cheng promptly accessed the system's marketplace to explore nuclear fusion. The substantial sum of 180,000 points glimmered before him, stirring his desire. However, recalling that he had already surpassed 1 million points provided him with some solace. He then turned his attention elsewhere. Nuclear fusion, tokamak devices, first wall materials. The first wall materials comprise 4 components: surface covering materials, first wall structural materials, high heat flux materials, and low activation materials. Among these, the most challenging aspect is the surface covering materials, as they face plasma heated to over 100 million degrees and in rapid motion. This high-velocity plasma directly bombards the first wall covering materials. If the covering materials are unable to withstand the assault, they will be compromised, leading to the potential destruction of other internal structures and rendering the tokamak device incapable of harnessing nuclear fusion energy, a futile endeavor. Hence, the requirements for first wall covering materials are exceedingly stringent. The material, originally priced at 35 million points, is named super carbon-based nitrogen boron compound. This material sounds impressive, yet he is unaware of its true nature. In the preceding technological tree, several alternatives to the super carbon-based nitrogen boron compound exist, one of which is this substrong body-level carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy, originally priced at 20 million points. Damn it, system, can this be converted to cash? Yi Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. If only it could be used to purchase the room temperature superconductor. The system remained unresponsive to his request, and Yi Cheng knew it was futile to inquire. However, this effectively means that he has acquired a material suitable for use as the nuclear fusion first wall material. A wave of excitement surged within him. Does this not imply that he could save several million points regarding nuclear fusion? Nonetheless, this material is available for only 20 million points. While the supercarbon-based nitrogen boron compound demands 35 million, there must be some disparity, he mused. Perhaps its performance is not particularly exceptional. He hastily approached his computer, retrieved the USB drive containing the substrong body-level carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy from the system, and inserted it into the computer. Entering the disk, he commenced his exploration. The term substrong body merely serves as a designation to suggest substantial hardness. It certainly cannot reach the level of a strong body. However, its hardness is indeed formidable. Structure dictates properties, and properties determine functionality. The key to its capabilities lies in its internal structure, which can also be viewed as the arrangement of atoms. 3 types of atoms form a unique alignment, such that when collisions occur, to break a single chemical bond, one must exert enough force to disrupt nearly all chemical bonds within its structural integrity. This is akin to holding an egg. Despite applying significant pressure, one cannot break it due to the egg's internal and external structure, which allows it to evenly distribute the force exerted across its entirety. Of course, this does not imply that the carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy is akin to an egg. When an egg is grasped, its overall force distribution area is relatively large. In contrast, this carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy can effectively disperse even the force exerted by a minuscule particle. For instance, in the initial phase of nuclear fusion, the process involves DT fusion, or deuterium-tritium fusion, which generates neutrons carrying an energy of 141 MeV. Meanwhile, the energy of chemical bonds between atoms is merely 110 electron volts, indicating that a 141 MeV neutron can destroy over 1 million ordinary chemical bonds. However, this carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy possesses the remarkable ability to distribute energy throughout its entirety, enabling it to withstand these forces. The atomic spacing is minuscule. A single human fist contains trillions of atoms, not to mention the even denser metallic compounds. Thus, when subjected to neutron bombardment, an impacted point is surrounded by millions of chemical bonds, collectively absorbing this portion of energy, significantly mitigating the damage incurred by neutron irradiation on the first wall. This characteristic indeed qualifies it as a viable candidate for the first wall material. However, the reason for its lower cost compared to supercarbon-based boron nitride compounds is elucidated in the documentation. Chapter 180 discusses materials capable of producing 1 nanometer process chips. Tungsten and molybdenum belong to the category of high atomic number elements, and materials of such high atomic numbers tend to experience a dramatic increase in thermal radiation loss due to sputtering when bombarded by plasma and neutral particles, making them prone to plasma disruption. This implies a substantial loss of energy generated by nuclear fusion. Therefore, utilizing materials with lower atomic numbers that exhibit better interaction with plasma, such as carbon and boron compounds, is preferred to minimize energy consumption. The supercarbon-based boron nitride compound, priced at 35 million points, likely garners its superior performance from its composition of low atomic number elements compared to the 20 million point carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy. Nevertheless, the latter remains a viable option. After all, it is a substitute proposed by the system for the first wall material, exemplifying the advantages of the preliminary technology tree, allowing Cheng to discover alternative materials to acquire a highly valuable technology with fewer points, despite some discrepancies in performance. Subsequently, Cheng glanced at the manufacturing process of the subceramic-grade carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy and asked Xiao to calculate the cost, ultimately determining that 1 cubic meter would cost approximately 11,300,000 yuan. That is actually quite acceptable. Covering the first wall of the tokamak device with a thin layer would result in a considerable surface area per cubic meter. So an expenditure of several billion or just over 100 billion should suffice for a complete coating. Of course, Jiqi itself does not possess a tokamak device and must collaborate with the state. As for how to establish such cooperation, Cheng quickly thought of Su Xin, whose father, Su Kaiyang, is an academician at the Engineering Academy of Huagua and the director of the Huagua Nuclear Industry Physics Research Institute, a leading figure in Huagua's nuclear fusion engineering. If he approached Uncle Su with this material, he would surely not take advantage of him. Moreover, this opportunity would allow Cheng to formally enter the realm of nuclear fusion with Jiqi. By recruiting more personnel within this field, he could establish Jiqi's connections, thereby ensuring that even if the state ultimately controls nuclear fusion, Jiqi's status would still be second only to that of the nation. Nuclear fusion undoubtedly wields far greater power than lithium-air batteries. Thus, he resolved to reach out to Uncle Su later. With his plans set, Cheng continued to explore the other applications of this material. He eventually discovered that this metal exhibits remarkable wear resistance, largely attributing to its classification as subceramic grade due to its wear-resistant properties. It possesses a threshold for wear, requiring significant force to press its surface and induce friction to cause wear. In ordinary friction scenarios, it is quite resilient to degradation. This led Cheng to contemplate its potential use in artificial joints. Utilizing this material for the friction surfaces of artificial joints could significantly reduce wear and prolong the lifespan and safety of these joints. Furthermore, this material also boasts excellent mechanical properties, making it well suited for crafting artificial joints. However, the primary concern remains the cost. After all, the price for 1 cubic meter stands at over 11 million yuan. How many joints could be fashioned from such a volume? While smaller joints may not pose much of an issue, larger joints, such as hip joints, would incur substantial costs. Additionally, factoring in processing fees, material loss, and profit margins, it is estimated that even the most economical joints would amount to around 20,000 yuan. Nevertheless, it certainly represents a feasible solution, and many would be willing to invest in it. Cheng quickly reconciled with this reality. After all, he could not cater to everyone. A perfect artificial joint priced at 20,000 yuan would likely remain within the reach of numerous families. As for those unable to afford it, he could not always prioritize the less fortunate and could only hope to acquire a more affordable material in the future. Moving on, he turned his attention to the other two materials, ultra-strong titanium alloy, which, akin to ultra-strong steel, possesses enhanced attributes and is applicable across various industries, including aerospace. The atomic-level carbon electronic shield piqued Cheng's interest once more. This device, could it not facilitate the creation of chips with processes below 1 nanometer? The atomic-level carbon resistor shield can be constructed from as few as 10 atoms to form an extraordinarily tiny cover. When placed over the gate of transistors in chips with processes below 2 nanometers, it can prevent the occurrence of quantum tunneling effects between transistors. What is quantum tunneling? To begin with, let us discuss electrons. Those familiar with high school chemistry know that electrons orbit the atomic nucleus in layers. These outer electrons exist around the nucleus much like planets around the sun. Indeed, they exist rather than simply rotate. At the microscopic level, classical mechanics dissolves into quantum mechanics. Within quantum mechanics, a term that may sound familiar is quantum entanglement, and many have likely heard that resolving quantum entanglement could enable teleportation. Why? Because in the microscopic realm, phenomena can achieve instantaneous transfer. Much like Schrödinger's cat, anything exists probabilistically within this space, appearing anywhere upon observation. Thus, electrons do not orbit the nucleus in a predictable pattern, but instead engage in continuous teleportation, often to the edges of the atom. Consequently, when two atoms approach closely enough, an electron from one atom may instantaneously transfer to the other. This signifies leakage. Current transistors have generally achieved process nodes below 5 nanometers, referring to the gate length within the transistor. The gate connects to the source and drain, controlling whether electrons flow from the source to the drain, thus representing the binary states of on and off in computing. An atom's diameter is approximately 0.1 nanometer, so a 5 nanometers gate can accommodate around 50 atoms, while a 3 nanometers gate would encompass around 30 atoms. At this point, we are nearing the limits where quantum tunneling effects occur. Should we push beyond to 2 nanometers, quantum tunneling effects will be virtually unavoidable. At this juncture, electrons are likely to transition across the gate without it being activated, moving from the source to the drain. Chapter 181. Could it facilitate carbon-based chips? Thus, the existence of the gate would become meaningless, and the states of on and off would become random, rendering the outputs of 1 and 0 uncontrollable and the circuit exceedingly chaotic. Metaphorically speaking, envision a microchip as a bustling intersection where the pedestrians and vehicles represent transistors, and the gates act as traffic lights. In a chip technology with a larger process node, akin to an intersection with only a few pedestrians and vehicles, adherence to the traffic rules allows them to traverse to the other side in an orderly fashion. However, as the process node diminishes to 2 nanometers, this intersection becomes inundated with hundreds of vehicles and individuals. Despite the presence of traffic lights, a few among them choose to disregard the rules, resulting in chaos. Therefore, to shorten the chip process, it is imperative to devise a means to prevent electrons from traversing the gates. The solution lies in augmenting the potential barrier between them. The potential barrier is a concept derived from quantum mechanics, representing an energy threshold. In classical mechanics, any particle possesses energy, and to surpass this barrier, its energy must exceed that of the barrier itself. Thus, a particle cannot breach this constraint. In the realm of quantum mechanics, however, this becomes feasible. If the potential of the barrier does not significantly surpass the energy of the particle and the barrier width, is not excessively broad. The probability of the particle crossing the barrier becomes substantial. When the particle successfully traverses this barrier, it manifests the phenomenon known as quantum tunneling. In transistors, the gate serves as a potential barrier between the source and drain. Its length correlates to its width, which signifies a higher process node, making it challenging for electrons from the source to overcome this barrier. To achieve a reduction in size, reducing the process to 2 nanometers or even 1 nanometer necessitates a decrease in barrier width while concurrently increasing its potential. The higher the potential, the more effectively it can confine the electrons, signaling them that the path is blocked unless the gate is activated. Following this principle, the atomic scale carbon electron shield can be wrapped around the gate, thereby enhancing the gate's potential barrier and significantly mitigating the quantum tunneling effect of electrons. Even if the gate measures only 0.5 nanometers in length, the unique atomic arrangement of the carbon electron shield can still restrict the tunneling effect. However, given that carbon atoms possess a certain diameter when coated on a 0.5 nanometers gate, it effectively equates to 0.7 nanometers. The paramount challenge lies in applying this material onto the gate, which evidently necessitates the assistance of ion implantation machines, thereby requiring modifications in the procedures of these machines and enhancements in their manufacturing processes. Presently, achieving a 2 nanometers process chip suffices. There is no immediate necessity to pursue a 0.5 nanometers process. For instance, their current 4 nanometers Taichu 2 chip already exhibits approximately a 20 performance improvement over the 3 nanometers Taichu 1 chip, showcasing the advantages of the Taibai architecture. By the end of January next year, the Blue-Green factory will unveil the Taichu 2 chip, and once it demonstrates its formidable performance, other global chip design companies will undoubtedly delve into research on the Taibai architecture. In the coming years, the number of transistors on a chip may actually decrease, and Moore's law could regress by several years. Other companies might pivot back to developing 5 nanometers Taibai architecture chips, as 5 nanometers is considerably more economical than 4 nanometers or 3 nanometers. Therefore, the urgency to produce 2 nanometers process chips is not pressing. They may merely serve as symbolic tokens. Nonetheless, this technology seems promising for carbon-based chips. A renewed examination of the atomic scale carbon electron shield instigated this idea within Cheng. This material could potentially resolve issues concerning current control and being carbon-based. It may exhibit compatibility with carbon-based chips. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Of course, this is merely one aspect. It can be posited that a solution for the leakage effect in carbon-based chips has been discovered. This material is not limited to functioning solely as a resistive shield. It can also serve as an excellent insulator on carbon-based chips. A chip comprises not only transistors, but also resistors, capacitors, and other components. Silicon chips are not exclusively composed of silicon. Those who claim that chips are merely sand generally lack understanding and speak erroneously. In light of this, it is prudent to proceed with research on carbon-based chips gradually. Given the opportunity to advance silicon-based chips to 1 nanometer, there is no need for concern. Even for carbon-based chips, comparisons with 1 nanometer silicon-based chips would necessitate a process of 7 nanometers or even 5 nanometers, requiring substantial investment. Thus, it is more advantageous to refine silicon-based chips. Currently, due to breakthroughs in silicon-based chips, the research on carbon-based chips in Huagua has slowed. However, research is not entirely stagnant. While Huagua may not have mastered much of the past technology, it is actively developing future-oriented technologies, often on par with or surpassing foreign advancements. The 5G network serves as one example, and quantum computing is another. In fact, Huagua is nearly on equal footing with the United States in carbon-based chip research, although their research directions diverge. By continually mastering core patents of advanced technologies, foreign entities will find it increasingly challenging to impose technological barriers on Huagua in the future. In a century, when all technologies undergo renewal and theoretical frameworks transition to new paradigms, Huagua will indeed be transformed. Cheng swiftly resolved to pursue development in carbon-based chips. If relying on points for acquisition, the cost of carbon-based chips ranges from 40 to 60 million points, with the deficit of 20 million points potentially mitigated through advancements in the prerequisite technology tree. However, if he could independently research some of the technologies, it would be far more suitable than solely relying on points for procurement. He decided to present the carbon electron shield to Zhongxin for observation and subsequently produce a 2 nanometers chip to test its efficacy. Incorporating this technology into the chip would likely inflate the price. Additionally, He intended to showcase the super-strong titanium alloy to Kai Liao for optimization of the production process before selling it. This titanium alloy, while expensive, is undeniably suitable for applications in aerospace engines. Chapter 182, Differentiated Treatment. Finally, there is the carbon tungsten-molybdenum alloy. Cheng narrowed his eyes. This material is undoubtedly of strategic significance and must be tightly controlled. It appears that a visit to Uncle Su is in order. However, prior to that, he must first fabricate a piece of this material for experimental purposes. Time swiftly passed, ushering in the new year. Due to Zichi's discriminatory policy against foreigners, a wave of condemnation erupted internationally. In a Western world dominated by progressive ideologies, individuals with disabilities are regarded as vulnerable groups in need of care. The audacity of Zichi to prohibit their disabled individuals from seeking surgical procedures in Huagua is indeed remarkable. Western media outlets erupted in outrage. Yet they conveniently overlooked the frequent disturbances caused by foreigners when attempting to schedule surgeries in Huagua. In a flash, major foreign media organizations launched scathing critiques against Zichi. Ultimately, this farce escalated to the diplomatic arena. During a routine press conference, a reporter from the United States posed the question. According to XXX report, Zichi Company in Huagua has prohibited foreigners from purchasing exoskeleton prosthetics within the country. What is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' stance on this matter? The government of Huagua has not made any demands of Z, which raises the question of whether this indicates discrimination against foreigners. Jiangu narrowed his sharp eyes and replied, "We are aware of the situation regarding this matter. Since the launch of the exoskeleton prosthetics, an overwhelming number of reservations have led to significant conflicts domestically, as foreign visitors sought to secure their orders ahead of others. To facilitate a more orderly sales process, Z made this decision, which is the prerogative of a private enterprise and beyond our intervention. Furthermore, Z has already initiated the application for the exoskeleton prosthetics in 4 markets. Thus, foreign citizens wishing to place orders must await approval from their respective governments concerning Z's market entry. For other inquiries, please address them directly to Z. As for the notion of discrimination against foreigners, that is utterly unfounded. This is merely a normal commercial practice of a private firm, and we are not entitled to interfere." Thank you. Next question. Another foreign journalist stood up and inquired, "So, are you implying that we in other countries can only enjoy exoskeleton prosthetics at a slower pace than Huagua? Is this to be interpreted as a Huagua-first policy?" Jiangu looked at the reporter, raising his voice. "I am uncertain how this reporter has drawn a conclusion of Huagua priority. According to our information, there have been 7 incidents of foreigners jumping the queue in hospitals across Huagua where exoskeleton prosthetic surgeries are offered. If we follow your logic, does that mean these foreigners believe they can enjoy preferential treatment on Huagua's soil as well? Moreover, I reiterate, this is a commercial decision made by a private entity, and as long as it does not contravene the laws of the Republic, we will not intervene." Thank you. Jiangu rendered the foreign journalist speechless. However, other foreign reporters continued to pose challenging questions regarding the matter. Nevertheless, Jiangu adeptly answered them, sometimes even countering with sharp retorts, for they had thoroughly prepared for this situation. How to respond to media inquiries is certainly a skill each country's foreign ministry possesses, whether through non-disclosure, providing answers that sidestep the questions, or simply voicing their opinions. Alternatively, one might answer a question with another question, mastering the art of rebuttal. As the press conference concluded, Z soon received relevant notifications indicating that foreign critics were once again targeting the company. Z could no longer tolerate this. While one may voice concerns in their own country, coming to Huagua to disparage V and even vent to the foreign ministry is a source of inconvenience for them. Thus, Su Xin directly contacted major foreign enterprises, urging them to leverage their influence to silence the media. Otherwise, their lithium-air batteries might be delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. These foreigners truly do not know when to stop. Su Xin Fumet, they seem so eager to stir up trouble for Z. Over the past year, Z had been the target of foreign media scrutiny countless times. And to her, it was merely a manifestation of impotent rage. Had they not yet realized Z's stance? Apologies, but indeed, it is Huagua first. Of course, due to the constraints of political correctness, such sentiments could not be openly expressed in Huagua. Regardless, as long as Z retained control over essential technologies, no matter how they dealt with foreign entities, those entities would still require their products. Were not foreign companies equally vexatious toward Huagua? The clothing brands need no further mention, along with the likes of Jiaji and various forms of discriminatory treatment. Ultimately, after creating a nuisance, they still wish to profit in Huagua. Z's current differentiated treatment was merely standard practice. It seems they have been too lenient with foreigners. Su Xian pondered and resolved to take action. The pricing power of lithium-air batteries resided firmly with Z, allowing her to adjust the prices across different foreign markets. For instance, she could sell at a premium in one country while offering a discount in another, or price it higher in the northern states of the United States while selling it cheaper in the south. Additionally, the battery performance could vary by region, creating a comparative sense of satisfaction among these nations and subtly guiding public opinion. She could even ship products destined for one country to another, instigating competition between the two nations over lithium-air batteries, while simultaneously bribing the media to publicize these events and incite discord between the populations of both countries. The strategies were plentiful. Thus, Su Xian began devising her retaliatory measures, for the demand for lithium-air batteries was universal, with people worldwide eager to utilize them. If the small nations in Europe discovered that their allotted lithium-air batteries had been commandeered by another country, there would likely be daily disputes, for which European nations lacked no historical grievances against one another. It seemed she possessed untapped potential as a politician. Observing her burgeoning plans, a smile crept across Su Xian's face. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she was surprised to see it was a call from Cheng. What did he want this time? Surely it wasn't work-related again? With a pout, Su Xian answered the call. Hello, big boss. What do you need from his humble worker? Cheng's voice came through. The Spring Festival is on the 22nd. Are you returning home to celebrate? Of course. I didn't go home last year. This year I must return. You can't exploit my labor. She replied. All right, during the festival, I'll come to your house. You wouldn't turn me away, would you? Cheng chucked it. Oh, what am I supposed to do then? You want to come to my house? Su Xin Su De Li Flo. Cheng coming to her house for the new year? What could this mean? Her cheeks flushed. Why do you want to come to my house? Cheng had never visited before. Since the East Nuclear Fusion Facility was located in Huizhou, Su Kaiyang had been working there, and the Su family lived in Huizhou, just under 200 kilometers from Modu. However, due to Cheng's years in school and Su Xian's recent return from studying abroad, he had never been to her home. Not even last year. Last year's New Year was a transitional phase for the company. They were quite busy, and Su Xian only found time on New Year's Eve to have a family dinner before returning to work. Now, with Cheng suddenly saying he wanted to celebrate the new year at her house, what could his intentions be? Cheng laughed. What? You don't welcome me for New Year's greetings? Of course I welcome you. But will Uncle Yi also be coming? Su Xin Hu Di Den Asket. If the entire Yi family planned to visit for New Year's greetings, perhaps her suspicions were unfounded. However, she could not entirely dismiss the notion, considering this was the first time in many years that Cheng would come to her house for New Year's. The last time he had visited was back in high school, over a decade ago. Perhaps they had some other purpose in mind for coming. Cheng thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure. I'll ask him later. His father and mother do visit the Su family every year for New Year's, given the friendship between Yigua and Su Kaiyang since childhood, as well as their respective statuses. After all, they are involved in nuclear fusion, and should it succeed, perhaps Su Kaiyang could secure some benefits for the Yi family. Even if it doesn't pan out, Su Kaiyang is an academician, possessing substantial connections. Oh, then you should ask him quickly. MHM, Cheng responded, then added with a smile, but why do you care so much about whether my dad is coming or not? Is it really such a bad idea for me to go alone? She remarked, to which Su Xian immediately refuted. You can come if you wish. My dad would surely welcome you. With a light chuckle, she added, well, let us not dwell on that too much. Besides visiting your home for the new year, I also wish to discuss nuclear fusion with Su Bo. Could you please inform him beforehand? At this moment, Cheng interjected, Su Xian, are you surprised? What about nuclear fusion? You're not what? She retorted. Oh, it's nothing. What do you intend to discuss with my dad regarding nuclear fusion? What else is there to discuss about nuclear fusion? It's simply about how to achieve it, Cheng replied. Our company, Jiqi, is about to embark on developments in nuclear fusion, and I have some new technologies I wish to confer with Su Bo about. Su Xian's expression fell. Evidently, she had overthought the situation. With a hint of fatigue in her voice, she said, fine, I will mention it to my dad. Why do you seem so disinterested? Didn't you once express a desire to research nuclear fusion, like your father? Jiqi is heading towards nuclear fusion now. You should be excited. She replied, it's all right. I've just been a bit tired lately. Well, then it's perfect timing. During the new year, you could take a few extra days off to relax at home. I'm not in the mood to play. Then sleep and rest. I don't feel like sleeping. Then work from home. Su Xin Pao Det. I'm too lazy to work. After the late nights I've pulled, I've even noticed breakouts on my face. That indicates a hormonal imbalance or perhaps excessive liver fire. You should take some time to adjust. When the time comes, I'll help you find some good health products so you can burn the midnight oil without worry. Su Exine widened her eyes, incredulous. Is that what people say? She snapped. I'm hanging up. I need to get back to work. After being abruptly disconnected, Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, bemused. This woman had the audacity to hang up on her boss? Whatever, he thought. Not worth the trouble. Well, I'll ask my parents later if they're visiting during the new year. With only a week until the holiday, the anticipation grew. At 6 in the evening, Yi Cheng returned home, driving a large, bulletproof SUV, to his residence located in a quiet area. You little rascal, you still remember to come back, his mother, Chun Rong, exclaimed as she opened the door, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing her son, who hadn't visited in some time. Then she glanced outside, seemingly checking for more company. Yi Cheng puzzled inquired, Mom, what are you looking for? Didn't you come with Su Exine? She responded. Why would she come with me? Yi Cheng retorted. Aren't you two? Chun Rong was about to counter when Yi Cheng interjected. Oh, speaking of Su Exine, I actually wanted to ask if we were going to Su Bo's house to pay our respect for the new year. Of course we are, why? Suddenly, Chun Rong realized that her son had never before expressed a desire to visit Su Bo's home for the new year. What else with this sudden interest? She mused with a smile. I just thought it'd be nice to visit Su Bo and discuss a few other matters as well. Other matters? Chun Rong's face brightened with the joy of a mother observing her child grow. Well, you're turning 29 this year, soon to be 30. Su Exine is already 30 herself. You young folk finish your Master S, and by then, you're already 26 or 27. Isn't that wasting precious time? Yi Cheng was left bewildered. Mom, what are you talking about? Why are you concerned about Su Exine's age? I'm just saying don't delay, she exclaimed. Oh, never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Come inside. It's warm in here. Yi Cheng stepped into the villa, still perplexed, sensing that some misunderstanding lingered. Inside the house, Yigua was in the bedroom, watching television. Upon seeing his son return, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh, you still remember to come back? Yi Cheng shrugged. Well, I'm back now. What is the occasion? Yigua probed. Yi Cheng chuckled. Am I not allowed to come home? I thought you had forgotten you even had a home. Yigua scoffed. Or perhaps you're planning to start your own family out there. Chapter 184. Autonomous driving. A week passed swiftly and the new year arrived. On New Year's Eve, after enjoying a lavish reunion dinner, Yi Cheng awoke to the visits of relatives on the first day of the lunar calendar. The Yi family, supported by Yigua's enterprise, the Yi Group, found themselves surrounded by relatives, all sheltered under the prosperous family tree, with assets often reaching millions or even billions. Grateful for Yigua's support, these relatives were generally well-behaved, not overstepping their bounds. Now, with the emergence of Yi Cheng from Jiqi, they were even more reserved. After sharing a meal together, the following morning, they boarded a vehicle headed to He City in Anhui Province. While Yigua and Chun Rong traveled in the family Maybach, Yi Cheng insisted on driving his own vehicle. However, rather than driving in the conventional sense, he hardly touched the steering wheel. This vehicle, with its exterior provided by the military, had its interior components extensively modified. The original fuel tank and internal combustion engine had been completely removed, replaced by a lithium-air battery pack with a capacity of 1,300 kilowatt-hours. The electric motor, redesigned by Gugu, boasted impressive torque and horsepower, allowing the SUV to reach nearly 300 kilometers per hour, despite not being intended for speed. Moreover, the vehicle was equipped with various advanced technologies and weaponry, capable of deploying 5 drones at a moment's notice, and housed a retractable automatic targeting machine gun with 1,000 rounds of ammunition, crafted from super-strength titanium alloy, able to fire without issue. The piece de resistance was the autonomous driving system. Xiaobai had been integrated into the vehicle, enabling unparalleled maneuverability. Consequently, Yi Cheng could now recline comfortably without needing to drive. Ah, indeed, it's a pleasure not to have to drive, he mused. As for the autonomous driving technology developed by Xiaobai, Jiqi was preparing to market it, although it was still in the preparatory phase, along with other artificial intelligence products, including their smart speakers. Thanks to the prominence of the lithium-air battery, they had forged partnerships with various companies producing smart appliances, such as Lamy, Huawei, and Jelly, allowing their smart speakers to control devices manufactured by these companies. However, the actual launch was likely postponed until after the new year. Thus, for the time being, only Yi Cheng could enjoy the unparalleled comfort of fully autonomous driving. Eventually, he reclined in the spacious seat, instructing Xiaobai, sing a song for me. Certainly, Xiaobai's voice chimed in, followed by musical accompaniment from the speakers, which alone were worth over $1 million. Then, Xiaobai began to sing. With a melodic grace reminiscent of flowing calligraphy, Xiaobai's synthesized voice, a blend of the most beloved tones, surpassed even that of renowned female vocalists. Yi Cheng contemplated allowing Xiaobai to become a VTuber someday, easily charming otaku and earning substantial profits. Yet, for now, it was best for Xiaobai to continue serving him. However, shortly thereafter, while Xiaobai's song continued, another channel chimed in, "Master, your mother's calling." Naturally, mother referred to Chun Rong. Unbothered, Yi Cheng thought to himself, "What did she want?" Xiaobai explained, "Mom and Dad's car is nearby. Because you were reclining, she didn't see you, so she called." Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, hastily sitting up and glancing to the side. Indeed, his father's Maybach was cruising alongside, driven by the chauffeur, while his mother had already rolled down the window, calling out to him with a hint of anxiety etched on her face. However, the soundproofing in his vehicle was so impeccable that he could scarcely hear the outside wind, let alone Chun Rong's voice. Seeing him reappear at the window, Chun Rong finally let out a sigh of relief, gesturing and seemingly admonishing him for something, before waving her phone, clearly indicating for him to answer the call. With a resigned sigh, Yi Cheng understood that he was in for a lecture. Upon answering the phone, he was met with a chorus of scolding from both his parents. No matter how he tried to explain that it was an autonomous driving feature, it fell on deaf ears. After all, the technology had been branded as unsafe due to a certain car brand's reputation. However, the notion of him being reprimanded by his parents was undoubtedly amusing to many. The esteemed owner of Jiqi Company, a figure both feared and revered by many, capable of ascending the ranks of the world's wealthiest and influencing global choices in electronic devices, was now being chastised like a child. "Don't do that again. Do you hear me?" His mother's voice echoed through the phone. "Understood." Yi Cheng repeatedly assured her, finally hanging up while mentally adding that he would dare to do so again next time. Nevertheless, he dutifully grasped the steering wheel, casting a glance at the Maybach that was still beside him. Although he could not see inside, he could easily surmise that his mother was still watching him intently. Sighing, he thought it was careless of him not to have tinted his own windows. That would have prevented her from seeing him. "Xiaobai, step on it. Don't let them catch up." "Understood," Xiaobai replied. "Shall I continue singing?" "Yes, keep going." Thus, Xiaobai resumed its melodic serenade while accelerating, soon surpassing the Maybach. Inside the Maybach, Chun Rong remarked with exasperation, "This kid is driving so fast again." "Besi de her, ye guo chaklit, not genuinely upset." His earlier reprimand of Yi Cheng had merely been to appease Chun Rong. Leaning back against the car, he mused, "Looks like I have something to boast about now. Next time, I'll say I scolded the boss of Jiqi, and he didn't dare to retort." Chun Rong shot him a glance. "You two are cut from the same cloth." In no time, the two vehicles arrived at He City Science Island, pulling up in front of an upscale residential community. This neighborhood, surrounded by picturesque scenery, was designed for high-end talent working on the Science Island. The island is home to several research institutes, one of which is the Plasma Physics Research Institute, where the East device resides. Su Kaiyong, in addition to being the director of the National Nuclear Industry Physics Research Institute, also heads the Plasma Physics Research Institute, bearing primary responsibility for all research related to the East device. Chapter 185. Isn't it about time for your matters to come to fruition? Beyond the Plasma Research Institute, Science Island houses several other research facilities, populated by numerous elite talents from Huagua. Naturally, such distinguished individuals deserve a commendable living environment, and the beautiful community before them reflects that. Many of the residences are courtyard-style villas, typically 3 stories high. While they may not compare to Yi Cheng's home, they still exude comfort, perhaps due to the festive season. The atmosphere here was vibrant, adorned with decorations, with children frolicking about, engaging in playful antics, the only downside being the absence of firecrackers. Yi Cheng, however, would not have minded using the 18 QN202 rounds he had in his vehicle to enliven the children, though he realized he might end up in a military court for such an act. Upon entering the community, they arrived at the most luxurious villa, which belonged to Su Xin. After parking, Yi Cheng stepped out, leaving the door unlatched as Xiaobai would automatically close it. At that moment, the Maybach rolled in, and Yi Gua and Chun Rong exited the vehicle while the chauffeur parked. Chun Rong seized Yi Cheng's arm, launching into another round of admonitions, but Yi Cheng quickly interjected. "Mom, let us save the lecture for later. Uncle Su and the others are probably waiting eagerly." Only then did she relent. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Cheng knocked on the villa door, and after a brief wait, it swung open to reveal Su Xin, who beamed upon seeing her boss. "Ah, the big boss finally graces us with his presence," she exclaimed, pushing the door wider, only to blush upon noticing Yi Gua and Chun Rong behind him. Recalling her earlier reference to Yi Cheng as boss, fearing that her uncle and aunt might overhear. Nonetheless, she hastily greeted, "Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year." Chun Rong smiled. recalling Su Xin's playful greeting, indicating that the bond between the two young people was evidently strong. Xin, you're growing more beautiful by the day. I didn't prepare any red envelopes for the new year, but I did get you a bracelet. See if it suits you. As she spoke, she retrieved a gift box from her bag. Su Xin quickly protested. Oh, Andy, you really don't have to. Nonsense, take it. I watched you grow up. Chun Rong insisted, firmly placing the gift in Su Xin's hands. With no other option, Su Xin reluctantly accepted it. Well then, Uncle and Annie, let us head inside. It's chilly out here. All right, Yigua and Chun Rong replied with smiles. Yi Chen quipped, I don't need to go in, do I? I'm just the boss. Su Xin shot him a playful glare, grabbing his arm and pulling him inside. Come on, you're not that much older than me. Su Xin paused, shooting Yi Cheng a piercing look. If you keep saying that, I might just quit working for you. The topic of a woman's age is a sensitive one, especially for older single women. Yi Cheng quickly relented. All right, I take it back. Observing the playful exchange between the two, Chun Rong and Yigua felt reassured. It seemed today would be the perfect opportunity to discuss their children's relationship with the Su family. As they entered the house, Su Kaiyong had already come to greet them. While Su Xin's mother engaged Yi Cheng in conversation, evidently delighted. Yet, Yi Cheng found it peculiar. It felt as if Su's mother regarded him as her own son. As the families chatted, midday arrived swiftly, and Su's mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. While enjoying the meal and conversing, Yi Cheng and Su Xin sat together, sharing amusing anecdotes or discussing matters from the company, their voices hushed as if sharing secrets. Meanwhile, the elders occasionally glanced at the two young ones, smiles adorning their faces. As the drinks flowed, Yigua and Su Kaiyong had a few rounds, and although not completely intoxicated, they began to boast. Yigua slapped the table, declaring, Old Su, I'm not boasting, but today I gave the boss of Jiqi a good scolding. Su Kaiyong chuckled. ISNT that your son? What are you bragging about? Hey, that's still my skill. Otherwise, who else could scold that little brat? You got no skills whatsoever, Su Kaiyong retorted. You and T even know how to make a chip. As long as my son knows, that's all that matters. I'm done arguing with you. Let us drink. Su Kaiyong playfully punched Yigua on the shoulder, then draped an arm around his neck, clinking their glasses together. Having indulged in another glass of wine, Su Kaiyong cast a glance at the two young individuals seated across the table and remarked, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng turned toward Su Bo, noting that he appeared to be somewhat tipsy, which was rather evident. He had initially intended to engage in a discussion regarding nuclear fusion with him in the afternoon. Su Bo, he acknowledged. You must be turning 29 this year, correct? Indeed, Yi Cheng nodded. A sense of nostalgia washing over him as he reflected on having celebrated 2 spring festivals since arriving in this world, marking his own 29 years. Have you given any thought to your future? Su Kaiyong continued. My future? I have contemplated it quite thoroughly, Yi Cheng replied with a smile. The 4 elders at the table also smiled, though Su Xin's cheeks reddened further. Oh, what conclusions have you drawn? To develop more advanced technologies, to bring forth innovations in nuclear fusion, spacecraft, quantum computers, and to strengthen Jiqi Company, thereby enabling our nation to achieve new heights. Yi Cheng proclaimed fervently, his passion palpable. However, as soon as his words left his lips, he sensed an abrupt silence enveloping the dining table. The others gazed at him, as if his declarations were somewhat inappropriate. Beside him, Su Xin widened her eyes, staring at Yi Cheng in disbelief. Oh my, this person is beyond help. This is outrageous. Su Kaiyong cleared his throat and said, Well, your aspirations are commendable, and I believe in you and Jiqi. However, what I meant to convey is that you are 29 this year, and Xin is turning 30. Shouldn't you two consider your relationship? Yi Cheng was taken aback. Huh? My relationship with Su Xin? Since when was that a consideration? He turned to Su Xin, who was blushing deeply, appearing quite shy, yet her gaze lingered on him, seemingly awaiting his response. It dawned on him that they had all assumed he had come to pay New Year-esque greetings with a different intention. Despite his emotional obliviousness, he finally grasped the situation. After a moment of hesitation, a wave of clarity washed over him. Perhaps, in some sense, this was indeed an optimal solution. Chapter 186. All at the mercy of parents' wishes. I will heed my mother's advice, Yi Cheng finally declared. It felt rather as though he was surrendering to parental authority. However, he could assure himself that he spoke from the heart. Turning to glance at Su Xin, he realized that after spending so much time together, he had overlooked the fact that this capable subordinate was also an incredibly alluring beauty. After all, he reasoned, it wasn't a loss for him. Moreover, having spent so long together, it was impossible to claim he felt nothing for her. Yet, He had never come to the realization that Su Xin had already secured an irreplaceable position in his heart. Chun Rong playfully tapped his shoulder, saying, in matters like this, you ought to listen to me. Yi Cheng shrugged. Doesn't that just imply I'm obedient? You obedient? Chun Rong shot him a bemused glance, prompting laughter from the others at the table. Even though Yi Guo was half drunk, he turned to Su Xin and said with a smile, well then, Xin, it's now up to you to decide. Su Xin opened her mouth, hesitated, and then gently nodded. What did she start to develop feelings for this guy? There was no denying that Yi Cheng was handsome, and daily interactions inevitably led to mutual attraction over time. When she first joined the company, she never envisioned such a day, yet affection knows no reasoning. If one likes someone, then one simply does. Laughter erupted from the elders at the table. The two families, already close, could only grow closer, which was undoubtedly a positive development. The two younger individuals exchanged glances, a moment of surprise followed by an understanding smile, as if this natural progression had unfolded without any sense of discord, aside from Su Xion's lingering shyness. The meal concluded swiftly, and in the afternoon, the two families, soon to be one, strolled around Scientific Island. The four elders walked together, discussing the timing of their children's marriage, stopping occasionally to make calls to consult experts. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Su Xian walked side by side. Yi Cheng had his hands tucked into his pockets, enjoying the picturesque view of a large reservoir adjacent to Scientific Island. Their conversation did not delve into the sentimental musings typical of young couples, for they were both in their late 20s with substantial standing, qualified to converse with some of the world's most eminent figures. Now I can rest easy, Yi Cheng remarked with a hint of relief. Rest easy about what? Su Xian tilted her head, inquiring. Perhaps due to the joyous occasion, her charming face radiated with delight. Dressed in a creamy white coat, she appeared particularly graceful, and the white scarf wrapped around her neck added a touch of youthful beauty. I can confidently entrust the company to you, Yi Cheng responded with a smile. Su Xian pouted and retorted. Were you not confident before? I was concerned that you might end up with someone else, Yi Cheng chuckled. The last time I saw you watching that 36 Strategies of Love, I thought you were in a relationship with someone else. I was considering how the management would need to change if you got married. Su Xian shot him an annoyed glare. Oh really? So you were plotting my downfall all along. That was your interpretation. I never admitted to anything. Capitalist. Why didn't you ever think about being with me? Why would I think about that? Why would you? Yi Cheng stroked his chin, fixing his gaze on Su Xian. Oh, I get it. You must have liked me back then. Su Xian's face flushed crimson, and she vehemently denied it. Nonsense, I did not. Then why were you watching that? Were you hoping for something? Mind your own business. You used to say the same thing. You clearly liked me. Look at you, you're blushing. Yi Cheng. Su Xian huffed, chasing after him in playful indignation. This guy was not only straightforward, but also infuriating. Eventually, Yi Cheng, tired of running, seized Su Xian's wrists, scrutinizing her face once more, and finally noticed a blemish on her chin. Suddenly, he recalled a compound available in the system's marketplace that could help regulate hormonal balance, effectively preventing acne. It wasn't overly expensive, merely 800,000 points, a sum he could afford. However, considering that he was just shy of 400,000 points to acquire room temperature superconductors, he decided against using the funds for beauty treatments. Of course, he could always produce them in the future. After all, earning money from women was relatively easy if he successfully developed such a product. The points would surely come rolling in. Su Xian, noticing his scrutiny, blushed and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Yi Cheng grinned. "I was looking at the blemish on your face." Su Xian retorted, "I see you're just trying to drive me mad." Walking behind them, the parents were still debating the wedding date, but upon witnessing the young couple's antics, smiles returned to their faces. The following day arrived. Yi Cheng's parents had returned home, while he opted to stay over at Su's residence for the night. His primary purpose was to discuss nuclear fusion with Su Kaiyong. Yet after the previous evening's festivities, where Su Kaiyong had succumbed to intoxication, he could only postpone the conversation until today. Naturally, he slept alone, as the small villa had ample rooms. Awakening in the guest room the next morning, he stepped outside, only to find the door of the opposite bedroom opening as well. Su Xian resided there. She yawned, clad in a warm, cozy pajamas, and upon spotting Yi Cheng, her cheeks flushed slightly. Upon awakening in the morning, the first person she encountered in her home was this man, and a hint of shyness still lingered in her heart. Yet, after spending so much time together, she was no longer bashful enough to remain silent. With a smile, she greeted him, "Good morning." "Good morning," Yi Cheng nodded in response. "Let's prepare for breakfast." "Oh, we have some disposable toiletries at home that you may use." "All right." Before long, after freshening up and enjoying breakfast, the two settled on the sofa, engaging in light conversation. Around 9 o'clock, Su Kaiyong descended from upstairs, slightly dazed, likely due to the excesses of the previous night. Typically, a prominent engineering scientist like him would not indulge so heavily, as any unexpected events at the research institute could lead to significant delays. However, after celebrating his daughter's momentous life event the night before, he had enjoyed a few too many drinks with his good friend, who was also his future-in-law. Yiguo was fairly composed, being a major player in real estate, and thus returned home later that evening. Upon seeing Yi Cheng on the living room sofa, Su Kaiyong smiled and inquired, "Xiao Cheng, how did you sleep last night?" Yi Cheng stood and replied, "Uncle Su, I rested quite well." You mentioned you had something to discuss with me yesterday, correct? Let's head to the study to talk." "Sure." Yi Cheng stood up and followed Su Kaiyong into the study. Chapter 187. I have such materials. "Now, tell me, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Su Kaiyong asked within the confines of the study. Yi Cheng began. "Uncle Su, how far has your research on nuclear fusion reactors progressed?" "Nuclear fusion?" Su Kaiyong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yi Cheng to inquire about this topic. He then chuckled. "What do you think we are? This is a gradual process. If you're asking about any confidential matters, I cannot disclose them, even if you become my son-in-law." Principled, indeed, Yi Cheng smiled, unfazed, and replied, "If I were to invest in our nuclear fusion project, would that grant me some insights?" "Oh, Jiqi wants to invest in nuclear fusion?" Su Kaiyong raised an eyebrow. "This endeavor is akin to a bottomless pit. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Furthermore, our Jiqi will also partake in nuclear fusion research. Who knows, our involvement might expedite the progress of nuclear fusion." Listening to Yi Cheng's words, Su Kaiyong burst into hearty laughter. "All right, since you've expressed such conviction, I will certainly believe you. Regardless, the scientific prowess of Jiqi is renowned worldwide, leaving no room for doubt, even if nuclear fusion operates at an entirely different frontier." Yi Cheng similait faintly. It was not mere boasting. He feared this revelation might astonish his future father-in-law. The first wall material had already been secured, and it wouldn't be long before room-temperature superconductors were achieved. These two elements were of paramount importance to nuclear fusion. "In that case, can you share some details with me?" "Go ahead and ask. But I must clarify that some of the most confidential technologies I still cannot disclose." Su Kaiyong nodded. He was not one to adhere rigidly to rules. Since Yi Cheng had expressed a desire to invest and contribute to the research, and given their familial connection, discussing certain less critical matters was permissible. If it were anyone else, even with an investment, they would not gain insights into any technology unless it went through his superiors, who, in turn, reported directly to the National Council. "Thank you, Uncle Su." Yi Cheng nodded with a smile, then inquired, "To what extent have you developed your superconducting materials?" "For East, we are using niobium titanium alloy for superconducting materials, employing supercritical 45K helium for forced flow cooling." Yi Cheng asked, "What if we had room-temperature superconductors?" "Room-temperature superconductors? That is a concept we dare not even dream of." Su Kaiyong chuckled lightly. "If we had room-temperature superconductors, we could eliminate all cooling devices for the wires, saving a substantial amount of space. This space could accommodate more superconductors, thereby enhancing the magnetic confinement strength, enabling us to exert complete control over the plasma released from nuclear fusion. Moreover, there is a safety aspect to consider. You should know that we use superconducting energy storage devices. Should an accident occur, causing the conductors to lose their superconducting ability and resistance to suddenly increase, the resultant heat generation could be catastrophic, potentially leading to an explosion. This is exceedingly perilous, yet with room-temperature superconductors, such concerns would be alleviated. Of course, I fear that achieving room-temperature superconductors will remain beyond our lifetime, so do not dwell on it too much. For now, finding a high-temperature superconductor will suffice." Yi Cheng similait. "That might disappoint you, Uncle Su. I can have it ready in a few months." "And what about our first wall materials?" Su Kaiyong ziplit. "I can only disclose that we are primarily using graphite. As for how it differs from standard graphite, I cannot elaborate." Yi Cheng chuckled, realizing that this information was almost redundant, as such details could likely be found online. However, given its relation to course secrets, it was understandable that Su Kaiyong would not readily share. "If you choose not to disclose, that is perfectly fine. I merely wish to grasp the situation." "To what extent have we advanced?" Su Kaiyong laughed. "Achieving this is still quite challenging. While we can utilize a portion of the energy, you should know that in DT fusion, approximately 75% of all energy is stored in the high-energy neutrons released. However, neutrons are electrically neutral and thus not subject to magnetic confinement. Consequently, these high-energy neutrons could disperse uncontrollably. ultimately damaging our nuclear fusion first wall. This remains a persistent challenge we face on the international stage. Consider this. After each burn of East, we release a news report. But then there's a lengthy silence. Why? Because after each burn, we need to repair the first wall before we can proceed with the next burn. Thus, we are also striving to develop alternative methods to manage neutrons. Naturally, the ideal solution lies in advancements in materials. Furthermore, the most critical issue remains how to effectively harness this energy. Currently, if we rely solely on boiling water, the maximum temperature we can achieve is no more than 700 degrees Celsius. Are we truly heating a mini-sun at over 100 million degrees merely to raise water temperature to 700 degrees? The energy utilization efficiency would be less than that of our current thermal power and nuclear fission. Thus, it remains a daunting endeavor. If you wish to invest, I won't oppose it, but I must warn you that this path is likely a bottomless pit, and you may not see any returns for years, if not decades. Cheng shook his head. Regardless, I've declared my intent to invest, and I shall follow through. However, if Jiqi yields significant results in nuclear fusion, I trust you won't let us down, Uncle Su. Su Kaiyong chuckled. Who in this country would dare to take advantage of Jiqi? As long as the technology is yours, it will certainly remain with you. That puts my mind at ease. Cheng nodded, and it was now time to unveil his grand proposal. Su, based on what you just mentioned, our first wall materials currently cannot withstand the bombardment of high-energy neutrons. But what if we had a material capable of enduring such assaults? What level of advancement could we achieve? Without hesitation, Su Kaiyong replied, I won't boast. Let me put it plainly. I could immediately have East operate for a day or two, while simultaneously replacing all the materials inside with this new material. And then we could generate electricity directly. Cheng, without uttering a word, produced a USB drive and declared, Uncle Su, I possess such materials. Please take a look and see if we can utilize them. Su Kaiyong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 188. An investment of $50 billion to support nuclear fusion. The USB drive had already been inserted into the computer, and at that moment, the leading figure in China's nuclear fusion research appeared somewhat dazed. His speech was laced with phrases that were difficult to decipher. Cheng managed to catch a few words. Thermal conductivity, heat resistance, and internal structure. Extraordinary. Suddenly, Su Kaiyong pivoted sharply, grasped Cheng's shoulders, and, locking eyes with him, asked, Cheng, this data, it's not fabricated, is it? It's genuine? Of course it's genuine. Cheng affirmed with a nod. I would never deceive you. Is it truly authentic? Indeed it is. Cheng reiterated. Su Kaiyong promptly seized his phone and dialed number. Lu Xiaozhong, I need to convene a video conference immediately. Gather all the formal researchers at the Institute for a meeting. I have several significant matters to announce. Is it now, academician Su? Aren't others celebrating the new year? Right now, without delay. Su Kaiyong was resolute, showing no hesitation. Very well, Lu Xiaozhong, the deputy director, replied, for who could contest Su Kaiyong's authority in their esteemed institute? While some scholars remained dedicated to their research, many had already returned home for the holiday. Though nuclear fusion was crucial, its realization still loomed on the horizon, and foreign advancements had not surpassed theirs by much. Thus, during such a significant holiday as the Spring Festival, taking time off was only natural. Summoning those who were celebrating for a meeting would likely stir discontent among them. Su Kaiyong, however, was unfazed by potential grievances. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to Cheng and inquired, how was this material created? Cheng chuckled. It was simply produced that way. As for the manufacturing process, I cannot disclose it. It pertains to confidential matters. Su Kaiyong was taken aback and jestingly scolded. You rascal, are you trying to emulate me? Earlier, he had withheld information from Cheng, and now Cheng reciprocated by withholding details about Jiqi. But the matter wasn't of great concern. Whether he revealed it now or later, the truth would eventually surface. Who conducted the research? Cheng pondered for a moment, initially tempted to claim it was his own work, but he casually mentioned it was by Gu Ge. He concocted a narrative that it was a byproduct discovered during the research of a material for exoskeletons, which led to the derivation of the preparation method. However, he decided to reserve the title of the father of commercially viable room temperature superconductors for himself. The original discoverer of the superconducting phenomenon, Heike Kamerlingh-Onnes, received a Nobel Prize for his achievement. Cheng hoped that with this commercially viable room temperature superconductor, even if he did not secure the Nobel Prize, a nomination was certainly plausible, and he might even earn accolades in other fields. Such honors would enhance his esteem and elevate Jiqi Company's reputation, garnering greater attention from the state, thereby facilitating future collaborations with the government. Gu Ge, you say? Well, If the opportunity arises, I would indeed like to meet him. Su Kaiyong remarked upon learning the name. Yi Cheng teased. You aren't planning to steal my thunder, are you? You little rascal. Are you wary of me now? Su Kaiyong chuckled, giving Yi Cheng a playful pat on the shoulder. It isn't wariness, Yi Cheng shrugged. Su Kaiyong, disinterested in further debate, continued their conversation until the attendees for the meeting began to gather. Soon, the video conference commenced. Prominent researchers from across China appeared on the screen. Each one could easily secure a professorship at prestigious institutions like Peking University. These eminent scholars exchanged New Year greetings, and upon noticing Su Kaiyong activate his camera, they fell silent and began to inquire. Academician Su, during the New Year, you summoned us to announce some grand news? Su Kaiyong lauget hotitili, then pulled Yi Cheng into view of the camera, smiling broadly as he introduced, allow me to present. This is Yi Cheng, the chairman of Jiqi Company. The eminent researchers were taken aback. Yi Cheng, no way, you truly know Yi Cheng? He is indeed your nephew? Old Su, you weren't exaggerating. Su Kaiyong zito. What do you mean I wasn't exaggerating? I've told you countless times, Yi Cheng is my nephew. The elderly researchers expressed their envy. This old fellow was acquainted with such a significant entrepreneur. One could not resist teasing. All right, you old codger, this better not be the important news you mentioned. Su Kaiyong chuckled, of course not. The important news is that Yi Cheng will henceforth be my son-in-law. No way, you old rascal. No wonder when I mentioned my son dating your daughter, you flat out refused. Turns out someone had already been chosen. Damn it. A chorus of playful banter erupted among the group. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, bemused by the straightforwardness of these venerable professors. Is that all? Then let's wrap this up. I need to go and dote on my future grandchildren, he huffed. You old coot, if you want grandchildren, it seems you'll have to wait a while, they joked. The esteemed professors clamored to conclude the meeting, realizing Su Kaiyong was merely there to boast. Wait, now we have something truly important to discuss. Su Kaiyong interjected swiftly. Jiqi intends to invest in our nuclear fusion endeavors. Jiqi wants to invest in us? The researchers were momentarily stunned, astonished that a private enterprise would consider investing in a project that held little long-term promise. At that moment, Yi Cheng finally had a chance to speak. Greetings, esteemed professors. I have decided, on behalf of Jiqi, to invest $50 billion over the next decade to support our nation's nuclear fusion initiatives. At last, the professors comprehended the magnitude of the announcement. $50 billion over 10 years, equating to $5 billion annually. What could possibly be more significant? 1 billion yuan is equivalent to over a ton. This constituted a monumental affair weighing over 500 tons. These funds would provide support for various projects, enabling them to conduct experiments that had previously been stalled by budget constraints. Even Su Kaiyong was somewhat incredulous. Was Yi Cheng genuinely serious? However, recalling the material Yi Cheng had presented, he began to feel reassured. If that material was authentic, achieving nuclear fusion would no longer be a distant dream. Naturally, the other researchers were unaware of this and grew increasingly excited. Excellent. Thank you, Chairman Yi. The presence of a company like Jiqi is indeed a tremendous blessing for our nation. Mr. Yi, I have a daughter too. Perhaps one day they could meet. I have a daughter as well, and she is quite lovely. I also have a granddaughter. Chapter 189. The researchers' astonishment and preparations for neutron irradiation experiments. Witnessing these esteemed researchers practically vying for Yi Cheng's attention right before him, Su Kaiyong could hardly contain his irritation. He huffed and scolded, "Damn it, you surnamed you. Your granddaughter is just starting elementary school. How could you even think of this? And you too, surnamed Lu In Chun Scram. This is my son-in-law. Who says he can be your son-in-law before the wedding? Yi Cheng, my daughter, is truly beautiful," Su Kaiyong declared boldly. "You old coot. Yi Cheng spent the night at my house last night. My daughter was there too, so don't even think about it." Hearing his future father-in-law's brazen remarks, Yi Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated. Was this what esteemed scientists in their 50s and 60s were like? Thus, the gathering of venerable professors chattered on for about 10 minutes before finally settling down. All right, I've grown weary of engaging in disputes with you old-timers. My daughter and Yi Cheng have been together for over a year now. It's quite possible that they have already explored the necessary steps, so let's not dwell on it," Su Kaiyong declared with a gulp of water. Just as other professors were poised to counter his remarks, Su Kaiyong promptly interjected. "Now, let us officially commence the meeting. I trust all attendees will adhere to the decorum expected, refraining from any unrelated discourse. Should anyone stray from this, I, as the director, reserve the right to impose penalties." Observing the smug expression on the old man's face, the attendees felt an urge to report him for his abuse of authority. After some grumbling, the meeting continued as planned. Su Kaiyang adopted a serious demeanor, stating, as Yi Cheng represents Jiqi, he is here to discuss investment opportunities with us. Furthermore, Jiqi will be sending members to collaborate on research. Hence, Yi Cheng's participation in this meeting is essential. The primary focus of today's gathering revolves around Jiqi Company. Please take a moment to review this information. Su Kaiyang shared his computer screen in the video conference and opened the pertinent documents. Examine the various data within this material. There are several pages for your perusal. Feel free to take screenshots as needed. After flipping through each page, he encouraged the old professors to document their findings while patiently awaiting their reactions. As the video unfolded, the professors transitioned from attentive interest to sheer astonishment, culminating in disbelief. The first to finish exclaimed, "Academician Su, can you confirm the authenticity of this document?" The others chimed in, having gleaned enough to express their astonishment. This material surpasses any first-wall material we currently employ. If this structure can indeed be realized, we might genuinely achieve net power generation through nuclear fusion. Is this even possible? I find it hard to believe. It seems unrealistic. Old Su, could you provide some clarification? Su Kaiyang chuckled, gesturing toward Yi Cheng beside him. Well, it falls to Yi Cheng to elucidate this matter. This material is a product of Jiqi Company. Jiqi has ventured into nuclear fusion research, and they've achieved such results? The group exchanged incredulous glances, but the primary concern lay in their questions directed toward Yi Cheng. Could you explain how this material is produced? Does Jiqi engage in nuclear fusion research? Is the performance of this material truly that remarkable? Each professor bombarded Yi Cheng with inquiries, rendering him unable to discern their questions. Finally, he raised his hands to silence the commotion, stating, "All right, esteemed professors, let's pause for a moment." After a brief period of noise, the meeting settled down. Yi Cheng, both amused and exasperated, addressed them, with so many voices clamoring at once. "I can't hear anything. Allow me to clarify. First and foremost, this material is indeed genuine. The data is accurate, and we can conduct a neutron irradiation experiment to verify its authenticity. Furthermore, this material belongs to Jiqi, so I cannot disclose the specific production methods until we formalize our cooperation agreement. Additionally, the cost of this material is exorbitant, over 11 million yuan for merely 1 cubic meter. Admittedly, large-scale production may reduce costs, but for now, that remains the price. Thus, to replace the entire first-wall structure with this material, we could be looking at an expenditure of several hundred billion yuan. However, I assure you, this material is fully capable of fulfilling the role of first-wall material. The attendees fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on Yi Cheng's statements. Su Kaiyang proposed, "I believe it warrants a trial. Let's reach out to the Neutron Irradiation Laboratory. If I recall correctly, it's located in Sichuan Province. We can simulate DT fusion neutron irradiation and assess the material's damage. If all goes well, I can apply for funding from the National Academy, aiming for at least 10 billion yuan. We will first replace the first wall covering material with this carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy. If successful, I will continue seeking funding to replace all internal materials with this alloy. As you all know, the primary challenge in nuclear fusion lies in the materials. Once that hurdle is cleared, we will have conquered the most arduous aspect. At that point, we may very well become the first nation to establish a nuclear fusion demonstration reactor." Upon hearing Su Kaiyang's words, a wave of exhilaration washed over the attendees. A nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. This was the very ambition that had driven these scientists throughout their lives. Once the demonstration reactor achieved success, the prospect of commercial reactors would no longer be a distant dream, and the energy crisis could be resolved, fundamentally altering the global landscape. After a moment's pause, a professor eagerly inquired, "Shall we begin preparations now? Do you have any ready materials?" Everyone turned to Yi Cheng, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. We have approximately 1 cubic meter available." Excellent. The seasoned researchers began to feel a surge of anticipation. Should they succeed, their endeavors in nuclear fusion would usher in a new chapter. Su Kaiyang surveyed the attendees on the video call, then solemnly cautioned, "However, you must keep this information strictly confidential. No one outside this meeting must learn of it. Otherwise, do not expect my leniency." Everyone nodded in agreement, their loyalty to the nation unquestionable. Of course, it was worth noting that once Yi Cheng took notice of anyone, all secrets would be rendered moot, as Xiaobai would automatically scrutinize their backgrounds. Any trace left on the internet would be inescapable. Among the researchers present, there were evidently no foreign spies or infiltrators. In fact, Xiaobai had already conducted thorough checks on all crucial personnel. Any infiltrators would have been identified long ago, especially in a facility like the Plasma Research Institute. All right, let us promptly contact the Neutron Irradiation Laboratory in Sichuan Province to expedite the validation process. Su Kaiyong commanded, and everyone readily nodded in agreement. I will arrange for our personnel from Jiqi to transport the materials to Sichuan, Yi Cheng added at that moment. Good. Thus, a significant undertaking was set into motion. Chapter 190. The Significance of Nuclear Fusion, Commencement of the Irradiation Experiment. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Yi Cheng swiftly organized for the materials to be transported to the laboratory in Sichuan, of course facilitated by system labor. However, upon returning to the living room, he was promptly whisked away by Su Xin for some leisure time. As a couple whose relationship had been solidified in the presence of both sets of parents, they were keen to find moments to enjoy each other's company. Strolling alongside the reservoir near Science Island, the chill of the spring festival imbued the world with a muted palette. They walked side by side, with Su Xin occasionally requesting Yi Cheng to capture a photograph of her or to take a selfie together. Zegakabin, Su Xin Fao Hausao Fusjet. This fellow seemed incapable of initiating any romantic gestures beyond merely following her lead, resembling a robotic companion more than a participant in their outing. He did not engage in any tender actions like hugging or holding hands, let alone more intimate gestures such as kissing, which she would not have objected to. Yet, recalling Yi Cheng's previous displays of obliviousness, his behavior now felt unsurprising. Curiosity piqued. She recalled Yi Cheng's conversation with her father that morning and asked, by the way, "What did you and my dad discuss this morning? Nuclear fusion?" A week prior, Yi Cheng had mentioned his intention to discuss the matter of nuclear fusion with his father, alongside potential investments, though the specifics of the investment remained unclear. True to his burgeoning interest, Yi Cheng remarked, "Of course, the question is how to realize nuclear fusion. Is it feasible? Most certainly. It is merely a matter of overcoming technical challenges." He waved his hand dismissively. In any realm of science fiction, as long as there exists an irrefutable theoretical foundation, there lies an opportunity for experimentation. Should we succeed, it would undoubtedly usher in profound transformations within our society. "Aren't you studying the humanities? You should be quite aware of this," he added. Yi Cheng shrugged. "Such matters of economics hardly require my input. I wish to hear your thoughts." Su Xin insisted, wrapping her arms around Yi Cheng's, playfully shaking him. As he glanced at her proximity and her playful demeanor, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. He rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, he was now in a relationship. Moreover, discussions among the elders had set the wedding date for this year's Qixi festival, August 22nd. Initially, they had considered a date around the time of Longtato, a month hence, to expedite their union and settle down. However, both Yi Cheng and Su Xin had declined this proposal, as the post-New Year period promised to be exceedingly busy for their respective companies. If the leaders of both enterprises were to marry, who would manage the operations? A honeymoon would be essential, and even if it were a brief one, it would still require a week, leaving a mountain of responsibilities behind. Thus, they settled on the date of Qixi Festival, affording them 7 months to organize their affairs. This interval was also a transitional period for the newly minted couple to deepen their understanding of one another. 7 months. Yi Cheng mused to himself, realizing that he was about to formally establish a family. It was indeed time to nurture this relationship properly. With a gentle smile gracing his features, he took Su Xion's hand and said, "The realization of controllable nuclear fusion promises numerous benefits. It could enrich our nation, enhance our international standing, and improve the quality of life for our citizens. While energy might seem distant from the everyday lives of the masses, it has permeated every facet of existence. After all, why has the United States maintained its hegemony through oil?" Feeling the warmth of Yi Cheng's hand enveloping hers, Su Xion's previously cool fingers now felt a wave of comfort. She froze momentarily, for it was the first time Yi Cheng had held her hand. Yet, a smile soon graced her lips as she listened intently to his discourse. His passionate narration was invigorating, and her heart swelled with warmth. The advent of nuclear fusion could lead to a dramatic reduction in electricity costs, possibly bringing the price of a kilowatt down to mere cents. This decrease in energy expenses would significantly lower production costs. For instance, in the assembly of a vehicle, electricity constitutes approximately 10% of the total expenses. With nuclear fusion, this cost could be reduced by 10-fold or even 20-fold, thus slashing the production cost substantially. Furthermore, components of the vehicle also require electricity during their manufacturing, and as this expense diminishes, so too will the costs associated with assembling these parts. Hence, the overall production costs could witness a remarkable decline, leading to increased corporate profits and more affordable goods in the marketplace, ultimately enhancing the standard of living for the populace. Additionally, in the realm of desalination, nuclear fusion could enable us to heat vast quantities of seawater, transforming deserts into verdant oases with little more than the installation of pipelines. As Su Xn leaned closer, nearly pressing against him, she found herself captivated by Yi Cheng's fervor as he spoke of advanced technologies. "So, what presents the greatest challenge in nuclear fusion?" she inquired. "The most significant hurdle is undoubtedly the materials," he replied. "Have we found a solution?" "A partial one, though not entirely resolved," he clarified. "What do you mean?" she pressed. "Because it remains largely unknown to the wider world." Yi Cheng's gaze drifted far away, finally resting on the distant Plasma Physics Research Institute, where the East device lay quietly, perpetually poised for its next trial. Capable of generating temperatures exceeding those of the Sun's surface by 20,000 times. A week later, in Mian City, Sichuan Province, at the Huagua Institute of Engineering Physics, within the Nuclear Physics and Chemistry Research Institute's Irradiation Laboratory. "Are these materials intended for East?" "Indeed. Are you confident?" "We shall know post-experiment." "I find myself quite eager." "I hope for your success," she replied. "Then let us borrow Director Liu's auspicious words." The researcher, visiting from the Plasma Physics Institute, responded with a smile. At this moment, Director Liu addressed the laboratory. "All right, the neutron irradiation experiment is set to commence. All personnel, please evacuate to ensure safety." "Understood." The staff promptly exited. In the control room, a researcher activated the experiment upon receiving the command. The spallation neutron source had responded, and the experiment was underway. In Chapter 191, there were no apparent damages. Within the irradiation laboratory, a piece of alloy stood silently atop the experimental apparatus. This alloy was an ultra-hard carbon-tungsten-molybdenum composite, impervious to conventional cutting methods due to its remarkable hardness and exceptional high-temperature resistance. Consequently, it was typically cut using a specialized compound, resulting in a significantly elevated unit cost. Adjacent to it lay a standard tungsten plate, serving as a control for the experiment. In the now vacuumed environment, invisible neutrons moved erratically through the space. Neutrons, unbound by magnetic fields, could not be constrained, relying instead on chance to collide with the alloy plate. Otherwise, the challenges of DT fusion would have been long resolved, with materials posing no issue. This setup simulated the neutron dynamics within a DT nuclear fusion reaction. The sole drawback was that the energy carried by these neutrons differed from that of neutrons involved in actual fusion, presenting a gap. Of course, there exists another form of fusion, helium-3 fusion, which does not produce neutrons and is deemed the safest generation of nuclear fusion, often referred to as third-generation fusion. However, aside from the substantial amounts of helium-3 found in lunar soil, it is virtually non-existent on Earth, and its production is prohibitively expensive. The most significant challenge lies in the fact that helium-3 fusion necessitates heating the reactor to 1.5 billion degrees, a condition exceedingly difficult to achieve. Thus, pursuing the first-generation nuclear fusion, DT fusion, remains the most viable path forward. As time elapsed, the neutron count within the experimental apparatus increased, and, eventually, several neutrons struck both alloy plates. In the microscopic realm, neutrons, with a radius of merely 3.4 m, carried immense energy as they collided with the tungsten plate. The tungsten atoms, bonded together through chemical connections on the surface of the plate, were violently dispersed by this tremendous impact, scattering into the surrounding space. Beside it, the surface of the carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy plate endured a similar onslaught of neutron bombardment. However, the atoms within, upon impact, were compressed together, with the energy swiftly transmitted to every surrounding chemical bond. These bonds shared the brunt of the impact energy and, subsequently, under the force of strong interactions, mounted a collective resistance against the neutron that sought to disrupt their cohesion. Ultimately, the energy of the neutron was expended, transferring its vitality to the carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy plate. Due to their unique arrangement, the speed of energy conduction among them was remarkably swift, enabling this energy to be rapidly disseminated back into the space surrounding it. On a macroscopic scale, this manifested as a rapid rise in the temperature of the alloy plate, which in turn quickly radiated into the environment. At the microscopic level, temperature is non-existent. It is merely the velocity of particle movement that corresponds to the energy they carry. Particles with higher energy exhibit greater speeds, while those with lower energy move more slowly. When a high-energy particle collides with a low-energy one, it effectively transfers its speed to the latter, thereby giving rise to the second law of thermodynamics, which states that temperature can only transfer from higher to lower states. This property is equally significant for nuclear fusion, indicating that this material can transfer half of the energy it acquires externally, potentially utilized for boiling water and generating power, while the other half sustains the temperature necessary for nuclear fusion. Thus, after a period of sustained fusion, there is no need for external energy input to maintain the requisite temperature. The energy generated by the fusion itself suffices. As for halting the reaction, it merely requires the cessation of reactant input. Hence, the carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy's excellent thermal conductivity represents a superior characteristic as the first wall material, allowing for more efficient utilization of the energy produced by fusion. As time elapsed, a closer examination of the two metal plates revealed that the tungsten plate had suffered extensive damage from neutron bombardment, with severe areas even exhibiting perforations. In stark contrast, the carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy remained unscathed. Although there was some microscopic degradation, it appeared intact to the naked eye. Moreover, due to its unique molecular arrangement, the inner layers were increasingly resistant to damage, rendering it exceedingly difficult to breach directly. Thus, the reaction persisted for approximately 10 minutes before ceasing due to excessive energy depletion. Indeed, 10 minutes was ample time to evaluate the material's performance. For reference, EASE had operated for a mere 101 seconds. 10 minutes represented a six-fold increase. Furthermore, if such a standard irradiation experiment could not be sustained, how could one expect to confront the neutrons of fusion? As the reaction cooled and safety was thoroughly assured, the external observers swiftly entered the laboratory. Upon witnessing the two markedly distinct metal plates, a professor from the Plasma Physics Research Institute widened his eyes in disbelief. Soon, his hands began to tremble, and he erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha!" He then patted the laboratory director, Lou, beside him, exclaiming in excitement, "I need to make a phone call." He dashed out of the laboratory, only to return shortly after, snapping a photograph of the two metal plates before sprinting out again. The onlookers found his behavior amusing. Yet as their gaze shifted back to the nearly pristine carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy plate, a sense of awe washed over them. This material was remarkably strong, akin to divine craftsmanship. The news swiftly reached the Plasma Physics Research Institute. Although it was still the festive season, many researchers had returned. Today marked the commencement of the experiment, and all were gathered in the conference room, eagerly anticipating the results, whether the dreamlike scenario could indeed materialize or if it was merely fanciful. Su Kaiyang's phone rang. Noticing it was a call from the researcher on site, he focused intently and immediately switched to speaker mode. The room fell silent as everyone listened attentively. A melodious voice emanated from the phone's speaker. "It's a success. No visible damage." The entire assembly nearly sprang to their feet, their faces alight with exhilaration. "Marvelous. Excellent." Chapter 192, Preparation for Production. "Oh, the neutron irradiation experiment has concluded?" In the office of Jiqi Company, Yi Cheng soon received news. Upon learning that the carbon-tungsten-molybdenum alloy exhibited no significant damage, a smile spread across his face. Truly, the product of the system was exceptional. With this, the issues seemed trivial. The next step was to install this metal plate in the EASE device and conduct the first irradiation test to ascertain its resilience under the extreme temperatures of nuclear fusion, reaching up to 100 million degrees. At that moment, his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his future father-in-law calling. Presumably, Su Kaiyang had also received the news. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and answered the call. As expected, Su Kaiyang's excited voice came through. "Yi Cheng, your material has succeeded. I just learned the news as well." Yi Cheng replied with a grin. "I will immediately apply for funding approval from the National Academy, and when the time comes, I will formally place an order with your Jiqi Company. When can you commence mass production?" Yi Cheng responded, "I began preparations over a month ago, but constructing the facility may take until late March, primarily due to the need for an ultra-high pressure environment, which poses significant safety concerns. Additionally, this material can only be cut using specialized compounds, necessitating the establishment of an accompanying chemical plant, which will take time. That's all right. Whether it's fast or slow, it doesn't matter. We've waited this long, so a bit more time is inconsequential." Su Kaiyang chuckled. "During this period, I'll be busy securing funding from the National Academy." Yi Cheng replied, "Thank you, Uncle Su. Furthermore, we at Jiqi will promptly transfer the investment funds into the account to assist the Research Institute with their experiments." Jiqi had already established a collaborative agreement with the Plasma Physics Research Institute, and this had naturally been communicated to the National Academy, which had no objections. "Good," Su Kaiyang replied. "Let us leave it at that for now. I await your updates." "Understood," Yi Cheng affirmed. Also, you and Su Xin shouldn't focus solely on work. Make time to enjoy each other as company. Su Kaiyang advised earnestly, young people should cherish their youth and spend time together. Once you're busy, it will be too late for regret. Yi Cheng rubbed his nose, somewhat helplessly responding, I understand. You can rest assured that I will definitely spend more time with Su Xin. All right, then I'll hang up. After ending the call, Yi Cheng leaned back in a chair and turned to glance at the sofa beside him, where Su Xin lay resting. She was catching up on sleep, overwhelmed by a backlog of tasks accumulated during the holidays, especially concerning foreign matters, as overseas entities did not observe the same breaks. Consequently, she had to work late into the night to handle the paperwork. After several sleepless nights, she could no longer endure and called Yi Cheng to assist her with the documents. Truly, what kind of employer calls their employee for help? Yi Cheng couldn't help but grumble as he surveyed the stack of documents before him. Fortunately, with Xiao Bai's assistance, he swiftly completed the task at hand. Rising from his seat, he stretched and ambled over to the sofa, settling beside Su Xin. Have you rested enough? He inquired, but received no response. Su Xin? He nudged her gently. Su Xin stirred slightly, murmuring, just let me rest a bit longer. How can a boss's assistant take a break? He chided playfully. This is merely a boyfriend helping his girlfriend solve a problem. Su Xin pouted, her voice laced with feigned indignation. Yicheng seeked in resignation. This woman had transformed into a delicate creature since visiting her home for the new year, shedding her former image of a strong career woman. He pondered for a moment before nudging her shoulder again. Shall we go out for a stroll? Su Xian's eyes sparkled, and she immediately sat up, exclaiming, let's go. Shopping. Aren't you going to rest? Yi Cheng remarked, wide-eyed at her sudden revival, reminiscent of a small dog leaping up at the mention of playtime. A little walk will help restore our energy, Su Xian chimed, beaming as she stood and tugged him along. It's still the new year, and the festivities outside are quite lively. Yi Cheng chose not to comment on her earlier act of feigning fatigue, as he had intended to enjoy an outing with her anyway. Leaving the office, they descended the stairs, encountering several employees still working during the holiday season. As a renowned domestic enterprise, Jiqi offered employee benefits that rivaled those of major corporations, and the overtime pay was considerably generous, attracting many willing to work through the new year. People did not resent the 996 work schedule. Rather, they lamented the meager compensation associated with it. As the two prominent figures strolled by, employees greeted them, some female staff casting flirtatious glances at Yi Cheng. Though it was widely speculated that the chairman and the executive director shared a unique bond, they had never witnessed any overt displays of affection between them. Perhaps their assumptions were misguided. However, the next moment, Su Xin's actions caught them off guard. With remarkable ease, she took Yi Cheng's hand, nodding at the employees while casting a pointed look at the women who had just dared to entertain inappropriate thoughts. The chairman is now her man. The rest of those sirens can step aside. Yi Cheng, feeling her grasp, gave little thought to the implications. He was indifferent to their relationship being publicly acknowledged. After a few steps, feeling a slight constriction from her hold, he gently extricated his fingers from her grip and clasped her hand instead. Noticing her hand was somewhat cold, he quietly remarked, "Why are your hands so chilly?" As Su Xin felt a flicker of joy from his gesture, she smiled shyly and replied, "I'm not sure. I've always been cold-natured. My hands tend to get chilly in winter. That's a sign of physical deficiency. You should nourish your body. Otherwise, it could affect future childbearing." Yi Cheng stated matter-of-factly. Su Xin's face flushed instantly, and she retorted, "What are you thinking? Why bring up having children? Well, marriage naturally leads to children, doesn't it? Didn't Uncle Su mention wanting grandchildren?" Yi Cheng inquired, puzzled by her embarrassment. Su Xin, how could she not feel shy? You truly are a big fool, she chided, quickening her pace to escape the conversation. Yi Cheng scratched his head and hurried to catch up with her. Chapter 193, Shopping. Changes brought by Jiqi. The spring chill lingered, winter not yet fully departed. The streets buzzed with life. Despite the cold, the vibrancy of the metropolis was undeniable, evident in the bustling crowds. Inside a boutique, Su Xin pulled Yi Cheng along, when suddenly she spotted a black scarf that caught her eye. Her expression brightened as she seized his arm, instructing him to stand still while she draped the scarf around his neck. Soon, a warm scarf adorned his navy coat, creating a striking ensemble. This is the one, Su Xin declared decisively, hastening to purchase it. Yi Cheng watched her enthusiasm with a gentle smile. Her desire for luxury appeared tempered, suggesting she might be a thrifty and diligent wife in the future. He turned his gaze to the surroundings and spotted a collection of hand-warming dolls designed to retain heat through the body's natural warmth, eliminating the need for hot water bottles. Since Su Xin often had cold hands, he decided to buy her one. Selecting a Pikachu-shaped doll, he approached the checkout to make the purchase. Su Xin beamed at the sight of the doll he had chosen for her joy palpable. As they exited, one wore a new scarf while the other clutched a doll, and they continued their cheerful exploration. There was little concern about being recognized as both wore masks, significantly reducing the chances of identification. As they wandered, a commotion arose in the distance, drawing everyone's attention to a certain spot, almost as if a celebrity had arrived. Upon approaching, Cheng and Su Xin discovered it was a person with a disability. However, labeling him as such was misleading. His limbs moved with remarkable agility. In fact, one of his arms was entirely composed of metal, an exoskeletal prosthetic, left exposed without clothing to showcase its design. This very aspect captivated the attention of many passers-by. Comparing their own arms, bundled in layers of clothing that sometimes felt cold, they marveled at the man's mechanical arm, which moved with a fluidity akin to that of a natural limb, evoking envy among onlookers who mused that, had they not been able-bodied, they too would desire such a prosthetic. The individual seemed to relish the admiration, having previously shied away from public spaces due to the scrutiny of others. Now emboldened, he walked confidently, holding a selfie stick, seemingly engaging in a live stream, occasionally showcasing his mechanical arm and playfully punching a nearby utility pole. For an ordinary person, such a punch would undoubtedly hurt. Viewers in a live stream began showering him with virtual gifts, some urging, "Do it again, put some muscle into it." Thrilled by the influx of donations, he threw another punch, albeit this time with more force, only to feel a twinge of pain at the joint where the prosthetic connected to his bone. Yet the escalating gifts quickly overshadowed his discomfort, and he continued to satisfy the demands of the online audience, gradually moving away. Meanwhile, Cheng frowned at the man's actions and remarked, "I recall that hospitals typically advise against such usage when implanting prosthetics." Su Xin nodded, her expression tinged with resignation. Unfortunately, some people never heed warnings. Previously, 5 individuals experienced internal fractures at the connection points of their prosthetics due to excessive strain. Consequently, 2 of them clashed with the relevant hospitals and even our company, alleging significant quality issues with the products we sold. Cheng seek it deeply. Everything possesses duality. Even the most benevolent of circumstances can inadvertently give rise to malevolent outcomes. Beyond this notion, Xiaobai has indeed uncovered a myriad of other situations, such as individuals who have modified their mechanical limbs, enhancing the torque of the miniature motors within to augment their strength. There are even some disabled individuals who, unable to secure appointments for surgical procedures, resort to clandestinely contacting those who have undergone prosthetic transplants in hopes of acquiring limbs that align with their specific disabilities, subsequently purchasing these transplanted prosthetics. Indeed, some have already succeeded in this endeavor. Can we attribute blame to any one party? In truth, all are culpable. The production capacity of Jiqi has not kept pace, and the stringent appointment protocols make it exceedingly difficult for these individuals to secure a slot. Concurrently, those who have undergone prosthetic surgeries fail to cherish their bodies, opting for cheaper alternatives, which inadvertently facilitates such occurrences. The individuals willing to purchase these prosthetics are equally at fault. Thus, it can be said that all share responsibility, rendering the notion of blame somewhat moot. This dilemma delves into sociological complexities, and solutions cannot be casually conjured. It all stems from the intricate nature of humanity. Naturally, from Jiqi's standpoint, Cheng would prefer to see fewer such incidents, as they could adversely affect the company's reputation. It is imperative to heighten the warnings and delineate responsibilities clearly. Jiqi can serve the nation and its populace, yet must not be overly benevolent, lest it be taken advantage of. Su Xin nodded in agreement, leaning closer to Cheng and softly suggesting, "Let us set aside these matters for now and continue our enjoyment. There is a shopping mall nearby. Let us go explore." Cheng, regaining his focus, turned to her with a gentle smile and replied, "Very well." The pair continued their journey, observing the various transformations Jiqi has ushered into society. Electric vehicles have proliferated, most appearing brand new, with the Baidihan becoming a common sight on the roads. Additionally, smartphones equipped with new lithium-air batteries are gradually replacing their predecessors. Jiqi is becoming ubiquitous, seamlessly integrating into the fabric of daily life, akin to Huawei's signal bases, Ali's payment systems, and Tencent's communication software. Of course, the latter two predominantly influence the lives of the Chinese populace, whereas high-tech enterprises like Jiqi and Huawei are starting to permeate global society. Moreover, Cheng also noted the charging stations established by Jiqi, which provides super-fast charging for vehicles utilizing lithium-air batteries, boasting speeds exceeding those of ordinary chargers by more than tenfold. Once nuclear fusion comes to fruition, such innovations will become even more commonplace. Chapter 194. Attention from the National Academy. The duration of their shopping was neither excessively long nor short, yet for a couple poised on the brink of their future, it served to deepen their bond. However, joyous moments inevitably pass, and with the conclusion of the Lantern Festival, life returned to its regular cadence. The year 2023 is destined to be one that all will remember. In the Capitol, at the National Academy, 2 emails from the Plasma Physics Research Institute were received today. One was a funding request report, while the other contained a letter. This correspondence, personally authored by academician Su Kaiyang, emphasized the necessity for the second elder to review it personally. Thus, the academician's handwritten letter was duly presented to the desk of the second elder. An epistle from academician Su? Very well, I shall peruse it now. The second elder, having just concluded a meeting, paused slightly upon seeing the letter. The fact that an academician took the time to compose a letter rather than sending an email indicated the gravity of the matter. The second elder, not wishing to delay, instructed his secretary to vacate the office, desiring solitude to absorb the contents of the letter. Upon opening the envelope and extracting the letter, the second elder focused intently on the words. Dear second elder, recently, with the assistance of Jiqi Company, the Plasma Physics Research Institute has made a significant leap in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion engineering. Jiqi Company has unexpectedly discovered a new material, which, according to our experiments, can withstand the detrimental effects of neutron irradiation, the most formidable challenge we face in our nuclear fusion endeavors. This new material presents us with the opportunity to genuinely realize nuclear fusion, placing us not just a step ahead of the world, but 10 steps ahead. However, the pressing issue lies in the exorbitant cost of this material, which currently stands at over 11 million yuan per cubic meter. Therefore, we seek greater governmental support. We have formally submitted a funding request to the government, which is substantial. Yet our entire team at the Plasma Physics Research Institute is confident in this material as the key to achieving nuclear fusion. I solemnly pledge that we shall not disappoint the government. Finally, all members of the Research Institute await the government's favorable response. Sincerely, Su Kaiyang, February 7th, 2023. Upon finishing the letter, the second elder squinted thoughtfully. Nuclear fusion? Could it be that their institute is truly on the verge of a breakthrough? This would undoubtedly be a monumental development. Should China be the first to achieve nuclear fusion, it would possess a weapon far more potent than any nuclear bomb. While nuclear weapons are ubiquitous, no nation dares to wield them, rendering them effectively impotent. Consider the United States, which only engages in conflict with non-nuclear nations. While against those endowed with nuclear capabilities, it resorts to mere bluster. Once North Korea acquired nuclear weapons, the United States drastically reduced its provocations. After all, the wealthier one is, the more one fears death. The ruling class of the United States possesses immense wealth, and in the event of a world war, they would not reap profits as they did during the First and Second World Wars. The very dollar they hold dear would be rendered worthless. Thus, economic warfare has become the principal battleground among great powers. Should nuclear fusion come to fruition, China would establish a foundation for global dominance akin to the hegemony of the dollar. Those who control energy control the world. As for whether the United States would instigate a war with China to seize nuclear fusion technology, it remains true that unless the American ruling class is prepared to face the consequences of humanity's annihilation, such an act is improbable. If they were to pursue such a course, the ultimate outcome would be akin to drawing water with a basket, futile. Therefore, once China develops nuclear fusion, there is no need for concern. At that point, China could boldly confront the United States, declaring, "We possess nuclear fusion now. We fear you not. Kneel before us, or you shall not partake." The second elder swiftly clarified all connections, rising to his feet and calling out, "Come in. Investigate whether the Plasma Physics Research Institute has recently submitted any funding requests." The secretary promptly entered, and after conducting a brief inquiry, reported, "The Plasma Physics Research Institute has requested 1 billion yuan in funding, but the application has been temporarily shelved due to insufficient justifications in their report. Moreover, the amount requested is quite substantial, potentially consuming a significant portion of our planned budget." The second elder nodded slightly. While the report lacked justification, the letter provided clarity. Previously, the Plasma Physics Research Institute had never employed such a confident tone. Indeed, few laboratories across the entirety of China would dare to issue a military-style pledge. Such declarations are typically made only when there is near certainty of success. Though the second elder is not a scientist, he is acutely aware of the implications that nuclear fusion holds for Chinese society and the international landscape. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he proclaimed, "Approve their funding request and allocate an additional $3 billion. The funds must be dispersed promptly. There can be no delays." The secretary was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the leader's unexpected decision. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of absolute obedience, he swiftly responded, "Yes, elder. I shall arrange it immediately." Upon exiting the office, he pondered the rationale behind the second elder's decision, quickly recalling the letter addressed to him, which sent a shiver through his being, igniting a suspicion. Consequently, his pace quickened. The state-supported funds were soon made available and promptly transferred to Jiqi Company to facilitate the establishment of a production facility for carbon tungsten molybdenum alloys, as well as covering production expenses. Naturally, this matter was classified as confidential, with strict prohibitions against any disclosures, particularly to foreign entities. The significance of nuclear fusion cannot be overstated, especially concerning such sensitive technology. Although officially, China's East device was purportedly constructed to assist in the realization of ITER, it was merely a facade of pleasant rhetoric. ITER, fully known as the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Program, was established in 1985 by the United States, the former Soviet Union, Europe, and Japan, with China officially joining in 2006. This initiative represents an international consortium wherein various nations collectively fund research into nuclear fusion, with the East device claiming to contribute specifically to the ITER endeavor. However, this was little more than a pretext. Through this international cooperative organization, participating countries treated the project as a means of extracting valuable insights. Any significant breakthroughs from ITER would typically be appropriated by the member nations, while any substantially advanced technologies developed would be meticulously concealed. After all, is it not preferable to amass wealth quietly? Only in cases where the technology was not particularly groundbreaking would members consider sharing their discoveries. Consequently, China would never disclose any information regarding carbon tungsten molybdenum alloys to the outside world. Even Cheng himself intended to delegate the entire production of these alloys to labor acquired through the system, avoiding the recruitment of any external personnel to prevent leaks. As for when the world would be informed, that would await the successful realization of China's commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor. Time swiftly passed, and the nuclear fusion endeavor was temporarily set aside due to the construction of the carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy facility. February quietly approached its conclusion. How has the response to Taichu 2 been? Cheng inquired of Su Xin in the office. Su Xin smiled slightly. The online reactions are filled with disbelief. Sales are no longer a concern. Numerous smartphone manufacturers have begun placing bulk orders with us, totaling nearly 100 million units thus far. Our lithography machine will be in continuous operation throughout the year. And what of Taichu 1? Cheng asked. Su Xin shrugged. Of course, there are essentially no new orders. The Taichu 2 chip, utilizing a 4 nanometers process and boasting a smaller area, significantly reduced production costs, thereby lowering the price per chip. Consequently, no smartphone manufacturers continued to purchase Taichu 1. This was a glaringly evident choice. Even with eyes closed, one would know what to select. While it may appear that Jiqi suffered a considerable loss, as Taichu 1 could have generated even greater profits, the reality was otherwise. Taichu 2, based on the Taibai architecture, showcased such remarkable performance that it underscored the architecture's superiority. This would facilitate the dominance of the Taibai architecture in the mobile market, thereby relegating the ARM architecture to obscurity and eventual disappearance. At that point, the profits garnered by Jiqi would far surpass those of Taichu 1. Moreover, the earnings from Taichu 1 had already exceeded development costs substantially. In the chip industry, it typically requires sales of over 10 million units to recover all expenses and achieve profitability. Taichu 1 had long surpassed 100 million units sold. Hence, there was no need for concern. The launch of Taichu 2 was indeed timely. Now, Taichu 2 had successfully inherited the glory of Taichu 1, with the Taibai architecture leaving the entire industry in disbelief. How could a 4 nanometers chip possibly outperform a 3 nanometers chip? It's unscientific. Yet, the evidence lay before all competitors. Despite their disbelief, had no choice but to accept the absurdity of the Taibai architecture. It was rumored that an individual who had previously wagered online that Taichu 2's performance would not exceed 10 of Taichu 1's had fulfilled his promise, humorously washing his hair with soy sauce, a remarkably bold act. For various chip design companies, this news drove them into a frenzy. A generational regression in process technology had still yielded such terrifying performance improvements, something they could scarcely have imagined in the past. Consequently, astute companies had begun to increase their investments in research on the Tai-Bai architecture, including Huawei and Samsung, resulting in Geechi reaping greater licensing fees. Even the notoriously proud Apple had been compelled to bow to the Tai-Bai architecture, purchasing licensing rights and initiating adaptations for the iOS system. Simultaneously, Microsoft had also grown increasingly interested, reaching out to Geechi to seek compatibility between the Tai-Bai architecture and their Windows system. Microsoft had grown weary of the Wintel alliance, recognizing that adapting to the Tai-Bai architecture could yield substantial benefits, leaving them with little reason to decline. Upon learning of this development, AMD promptly contacted Geechi to secure licensing for the Tai-Bai architecture. For AMD, utilizing the Tai-Bai architecture represented an opportunity for a strategic leap, allowing them to develop desktop processors based on the Tai-Bai architecture ahead of Intel, potentially enabling them to capture Intel's market share in the future. Geechi, of course, welcomed the competition among manufacturers, as the eventual obsolescence of ARM and x86 would undoubtedly position the Tai-Bai architecture as a supergiant in the chip industry, allowing Geechi to successfully transition from upstream control to downstream dominance. In the future, the semiconductor sector would be inextricably linked to Geechi. On the semiconductor front, there were also issues concerning exoskeletons, with foreign entities continuing to express dissatisfaction toward Geechi, while domestic demand remained overwhelming. There were many individuals who had queued for a month without securing an appointment, leading to widespread complaints on the internet. In response, Geechi established an online reservation system. Yet the sheer volume of requests continued to overwhelm the platform. As for lithium-air batteries, their profitability was beyond comparison, evoking envy and resentment from businesses worldwide. I now intend to consolidate all companies into a group enterprise, Yi Cheng confided to Su Xin. Su Xin considered this briefly before nodding. Indeed, this is worth considering. Establishing a group enterprise would facilitate management, expand the company's upward trajectory, motivate employees, and, crucially, optimize resource allocation, alleviating inefficiencies caused by cumbersome procedures in the past. Well, this matter will be entrusted to you, Yi Cheng concluded. Certainly, Su Xin readily accepted the responsibility. At that moment, Yi Cheng suddenly had an epiphany and said to Su Xin, "All right, I must take my leave. Gugu is seeking me for something." "Oh, very well." Su Xin no it, assisting Yi Cheng in donning his coat. "Let us have dinner together this evening." Indeed, Yi Cheng nodded slightly, suddenly noticing Su Xin tiptoeing to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, touching his lips, and observing Su Xin's cheeks flush with a rosy hue. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and go," Su Xin urged him, a hint of shyness bubbling within her. Yi Cheng burst into laughter, lightly pinching Su Xin's shoulder. "Don't tire yourself out. I'll take my leave now. Let's connect later tonight." "All right." With that, Yi Cheng ceased further conversation and turned to depart. Once seated in his car, he recalled the kiss from earlier, a wider smile gracing his face. He then redirected his focus to the system, scrutinizing his points. 1,800,289. 1,800,000. Chapter 196. Room Temperature Superconductor. At last, he had amassed 1.8 million points, a truly arduous journey. Reflecting on the challenges of earning points, he accessed the system store and located the room temperature superconductor. Purchase room temperature superconductor. Purchase successful. This transaction cost 1.8 million points. Would you like to claim it now? The system announced. Yi Cheng lit deeply, momentarily overwhelmed as the points he had saved for so long were entirely depleted. "It's worth it, especially since my rate of earning points has escalated to around 500,000 each month." He then commanded, "Claim the room temperature superconductor." A seemingly ordinary USB drive materialized in his hand. Yet, Yi Cheng understood that this item was something he had exchanged for nearly 100 billion in cash. Light in weight, it bore a paradoxically heavy significance. Firmly grasping it, Yi Cheng instructed Xiao Bai, "Proceed to the laboratory in Gyuj." "Understood," Xiao Bai replied, and the vehicle autonomously ignited, exiting the exclusive garage and merging into the thoroughfare. Drawing from the lesson learned from his parents' scolding, Yi Cheng had affixed dark film to all the windows, ensuring no one could glimpse the interior. As for whether the traffic police would stop him, a glance at the military license plate would suffice to answer that. With this plate, he could traverse the nation with relative ease. While Xiao Bai navigated, Yi Cheng pressed a button on the control panel, causing a small table to extend from below. He then retrieved a laptop, opening it and inserting the USB drive. The visage of the room temperature superconductor unfolded before him. Unlike the superconductors employed in the East device, this one provided by the system was crafted from pure copper, a revelation that surprised Cheng. The material for creating a superconductor was, astonishingly, the same copper that was ubiquitous as a conductor. Historically, the critical superconducting temperature for most metallic elements had been established at approximately minus 273 degrees Celsius, nearly equivalent to absolute zero, with copper being among them. Yet now, the system informed him that this substance could function as a superconductor at room temperature, a notion that bordered on incredulity. However, after this initial surprise, he swiftly regained composure. This indicated a significant truth. The methods for producing room temperature superconductors could not be constrained by conventional wisdom. Previous explorations into room temperature superconductors had been fundamentally misguided. With a heart eager to unravel the mysteries of this world, he delved into the subsequent data. Superconductors, characterized by their lack of electrical resistance, or rather, not entirely devoid of resistance, but possessing it at levels so minuscule they are nearly immeasurable. In the early days of superconductor discovery, technology was still in its infancy, and instruments were rudimentary, leading to the misperception that superconductors exhibited no resistance. However, as measurement devices advanced, it became evident that superconductors did possess resistance, albeit so small that it could be disregarded. At this juncture, another pivotal question arose. What is the essence of resistance? Those versed in physics understand that electric current arises from the directional movement of free charges within a conductor. Electrons, as carriers of negative charge, can thus be viewed as the directed movement of free electrons, generating current. Hence, a conclusion emerged. If the movement of electrons can be obstructed, then current can be diminished. Thus, resistance was born. Impeding the free movement of electrons equated to limiting the magnitude of current. Within atoms exists a natural force that hinders the movement of electrons, the binding force of the atomic nucleus. Electrons must overcome this binding force to generate current. Given the probabilistic nature of electrons' existence in the microscopic realm, though the nucleus exerts a binding force, it does not necessitate that the force must be surpassed for an electron to escape. Rather, the greater the binding force, the lesser the probability of escape. When resistance approaches infinity, the probability likewise approaches zero, yet it cannot reach absolute zero. Resistance can thus be conceptualized as the probability that outer electrons cannot escape the atomic nucleus under varying nuclei. Although units differ, this serves as an analogy. The reason superconductors exhibit minimal resistance lies in their electrons' ability to effortlessly transcend the constraints imposed by atomic nuclei, allowing them to move freely through the conductor. When voltage is applied, these electrons can then move directionally, with voltage acting as a force guiding their movement. Having established the fundamental reasons behind superconductors' lack of resistance, the methods to achieve superconductivity became clear. Enabling unrestricted movement of electrons within a conductor results in superconductivity. The data provided by the system regarding the room temperature superconductor was grounded in this principle, termed the nuclear processing method. Initially, the conductor must be prepared, ensuring it is sufficiently small to maximize the processing cross-section. Subsequently, the surrounding temperature must be lowered to its critical superconducting threshold, followed by the continuous application of high-voltage alternating current. This process necessitates a specially treated liquid helium-hydrogen compound, which is used to perform high-pressure spraying on the conductor at low temperatures. This high-pressure spraying requires a considerable amount of time. Following this, a series of procedures ensue, many of which demand extreme conditions. All these methods aim to impose a permanent suppressive effect on the atomic nuclei, thereby influencing their binding force on electrons. Hence, it is designated as the nuclear processing method. The documentation further hinted at new principles from the quantum realm, where extreme conditions affect the microscopic composition of these materials. After absorbing this information, Cheng could not help but reflect. Indeed, room temperature superconductors cannot be measured by conventional standards. Similarly, these extreme conditions also inflated production costs. However, depending on the production techniques and processes employed, costs might vary significantly. Therefore, it could be estimated that processing a 100-meter-long, 25-square-millimeter copper superconductor, including the insulating layer on its surface, would cost approximately 7,000,000 to 10,000,000 yuan, a figure over 100 times greater than that of ordinary copper wire, which is sold by weight. Moreover, this pertains to pure copper, based on the principles outlined. It can be applied to other conductors as well, potentially mitigating costs to some extent. Furthermore, with continued optimization of the process and the scalability of future production, costs are likely to decrease even further. Chapter 197, Character Gift Pack, 3 new characters. The system truly is benevolent. Cheng couldn't help but marvel internally. Although the expenses remained substantial, the feasibility of civilian applications seemed promising. The world was on the brink of transformation. Room temperature superconductors, akin to nuclear fusion, represent a phenomenon capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Without further ado, Cheng directly transmitted the documentation to Kai Liao, urging him to examine whether the production processes and techniques could be optimized. Next on the agenda was the acquisition of land to establish a factory. By next month, he anticipated a revenue of 500,000 points, which would allow him to procure a management expert. The cost for management expert was 25,000 points each, and they could be purchased repeatedly. Naturally, he was reluctant to entrust the management of such critical ventures to those he did not fully trust. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone, first million consumption. You have earned a reward, character gift pack. Cheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this announcement. Was this a cashback reward for spending? He found it somewhat amusing. Did it mean that a future expenditure of 10 million would also yield a reward? However, this achievement reward was a character gift pack. Could it possibly yield several masters? He felt a surge of excitement at the thought. After all, in this era, nothing was more crucial than talent. A single master could equate to the capabilities of 5 ordinary practitioners. Open the gift pack, Cheng commanded. The system responded, Congratulations, host, you have obtained Engine Master, Brainwave Master, and Genetic Expert. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Cheng felt as though he had encountered celestial music. 2 masters. Moreover, one was an Engine Master and the other a Brainwave Master. The former was self-explanatory, while the latter, the Brainwave Master, immediately brought to Cheng's mind the concept of non-invasive brain-machine interfaces. Could it be that this Brainwave Master could resolve that issue? Coincidentally, with the superconductors now secured, the realization of a non-invasive brain-machine interface seemed within reach. This thought ignited a fervor within him. It was splendid. This was akin to a buy one get 10 offer. Having spent 8 million, the combined value of these 2 masters was likely to surpass 18 million points. And there was also the third expert. Suddenly recalling the third character, he glanced over and was taken aback. A genetic expert? Genetics was a profoundly intricate field, despite humanity having acknowledged the existence of genes for over a century. Our understanding of them remained rather superficial. Of course, contemporary genetic technologies were vastly more advanced than those of 100 years ago. Yet within this expansive domain of genetics, which specific area did this expert specialize in? Masters typically exceeded all others in their respective fields on Earth, while experts were proficient in specific aspects of related fields. Genetics encompassed a broad spectrum, leaving Cheng curious about this expert specialization. Without further delay, Cheng began to assign attributes to these individuals. The Engine Master was named Hua Dongji, the Brainwave Master was Dub Lao Dianbua, and the Genetic Expert was Chris Dean. The names were impeccable. Now, he awaited their arrival in an hour. Meanwhile, Cheng had already arrived at Gu Ji's studio. Upon entering the villa, Gu rushed over. Boss, do we have the room temperature superconductors? Cheng smiled and nodded indeed. Gu was immediately filled with excitement. Room temperature superconductors would significantly enhance the efficacy of exoskeletons by reducing resistance and increasing current efficiency, while also completely resolving circuit overheating issues. Consequently, he would be able to dramatically amplify the output power of the motors, enabling the exoskeleton mesh to deliver performance several times, or even dozens of times, stronger than before. Similarly, in various other applications, room temperature superconductors could unleash even more capabilities. The newly commissioned electromagnetic cannons of Huagua might soon face obsolescence. After all, with the powerful magnetic fields generated by superconductors, other magnetic acceleration methods would become obsolete. Superconducting electromagnetic cannons would be perfect for forest firefighting. When can production commence? Gu promptly inquired. If this technology is utilized in the crafting of Divine Altar No. 3, it will significantly enhance its capabilities. Cheng smiled slightly. Hold your horses. This material requires a factory capable of producing it under extreme conditions. Moreover, for our production to be more efficient, we need to manufacture a sufficient quantity of superconductors at once to minimize production costs, thus enabling widespread commercial use. So, there's no need for you to rush. Upon hearing Cheng's words, Gu nodded in understanding. I see. You can start preparing to design the exoskeleton battle armor. Once we begin producing room temperature superconductors, we can proceed with the research. Understood. Cheng chose not to elaborate further, not surprised by Gu Ji's excitement. His attributes included a pursuit and yearning for new technologies. Hence his reaction. By the way, 3 individuals will be arriving shortly. One of them is an engine master. You might find valuable insights through discussion with him. Gu Ji's eyes brightened at this revelation, nodding vigorously. I understand. The exoskeleton battle armor requires various engines, and micromotor technology is one such engine. If I could gain insights from the engine master, I could potentially develop a more powerful motor. Cheng nodded in agreement, saying no more, and began to command tasks on a computer. He instructed Su Xin to continue acquiring land for the factory, specifying the necessary requirements for the facilities, and then to reach out to relevant companies for customization. The first priority was the superconducting critical temperature. Using copper wire could significantly increase costs. Copper wire's superconducting critical temperature approached absolute zero, and currently used refrigerants rarely achieved such low temperatures. To maintain it at superconducting critical temperatures, continuous evaporation would be necessary. A complex and resource-intensive process. In contrast, switching to niobium titanium alloy would be far simpler, utilizing liquid helium along with additional methods to easily maintain its superconducting state. This would greatly reduce the complexity of the production process. This was why other tokamak devices opted for niobium titanium alloys as superconductors. Thus, while niobium titanium alloys were considerably more expensive than copper wire, the alteration in production techniques would ultimately yield significant cost savings and, crucially, enhance production speed. After issuing these directives, a knock resounded at the villa door, and soon 3 individuals entered: Hua Dongji, Dean, and Lao Dianbua. Chapter 198. The Secrets of the Cerebral Cortex Yet to be Discovered. Please introduce yourselves, Cheng prompted. Hua Dongji replied, Boss, I primarily research engines, including aviation engines, automotive engines, and electric propulsion engines, among others. Electric propulsion? Cheng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Hua Dongji continued. Electric propulsion engines include the currently prevalent Hall thrusters, primarily used in spacecraft. Cheng's heart raced with astonishment. Hall thrusters were already considered a somewhat fantastical propulsion technology. In many science fiction novels, they were often depicted as the engines of spaceships, enabling travel through the cosmos. They essentially constituted an electric propulsion system, akin to electric rocket engines, utilizing the principles of the Hall effect and employing ions as propellant, necessitating magnetic field acceleration. The Huaguo space station, for instance, utilized Hall thrusters. It was equipped with 4 Hall thrusters, each capable of producing 80 millinewtons of thrust, culminating in a total thrust of 320 millinewtons. Some might question the utility of such a small thrust. What could be achieved with 320 N? To put it into perspective, 320 N was roughly equivalent to the weight of a 32-gram object. A single egg weighs about 50 grams. However, it is essential to clarify that acceleration is equivalent to the force acting in the same direction divided by mass, while velocity is the product of acceleration and time. Even the slightest acceleration, such as 0.001 ms, if sustained over the duration of a day or two, could culminate in a velocity increase to between 864 ms and 1728 ms. For a space station, which operates continuously in the cosmos, enduring such prolonged acceleration poses no challenges whatsoever. Moreover, the Hall thruster presents a significant advantage over chemical propulsion systems: its higher specific impulse. Specific impulse refers to the thrust produced per unit of propellant consumed. Typically, Hall thrusters exhibit a specific impulse that surpasses that of chemical thrusters by an order of magnitude. To simplify, if we consider 2 identical rockets, each with the same amount of propellant, upon depleting their fuel, the rocket employing a Hall thruster would generate thrust several times greater than that of its chemical counterpart. Additionally, Hall thrusters boast a longer operational lifespan compared to chemical thrusters, facilitating the potential for rocket reusability. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the current Hall thrusters developed yield a thrust that is rather minimal. Utilizing them for rocket launches is infeasible, as their thrust fails to overcome the gravitational pull on the rocket. Their thrust is constrained by theoretical and structural limitations. To amplify their thrust, one would either need to enhance the internal electromagnetic field or increase their size. However, increasing size necessitates careful consideration of weight, and given the current thrust capabilities, enlarging them may not be warranted. Thus, achieving the launch of rockets from Earth's surface using Hall thrusters may remain a distant prospect, potentially only realizable after several millennia. unless a groundbreaking theory emerges that significantly enhances the impulse generated per second of expelled propellant, perhaps by a factor of 10,000 compared to Hall thrusters, enabling ground-based electric propulsion to reach the cosmos. In this regard, constructing a space elevator may seem more feasible than launching rockets via electric propulsion. That said, this does not diminish the utility of Hall thrusters. Rather, a different approach could be taken, employing chemical propulsion to launch the rocket, and once in space, where gravitational forces diminish, transitioning to Hall thrusters would undoubtedly yield superior efficiency compared to relying solely on chemical propulsion. Cheng pondered for a moment and inquired, to what extent can you enhance the thrust of the Hall thruster, given the existence of room-temperature superconductors and lithium-air batteries? Wadanji was momentarily taken aback. Room-temperature superconductors? He echoed. Indeed, Cheng affirmed with a nod. Individuals within systematic frameworks, generally speaking, possess knowledge limited to their specialized fields, akin to the general populace. Therefore, prior to Cheng's decision to disclose the existence of room-temperature superconductors, he could only speculate about the ramifications for the world. Wadanji, initially surprised, quickly adapted, stating, if utilizing room-temperature superconductors while considering size and mass constraints, I could potentially elevate the thrust of the Hall thruster to over 20 N. If we could increase the size further, enhancing it even more would not pose an issue. 20 N? Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. While on Earth, 20 N equates merely to the weight of a 2-kilogram object. In the vacuum of space, it constitutes a substantial force. Consider that the HET-80 Hall electric thrusters currently employed on the Chinese space station yield a combined thrust of merely 0.2 N. The prospect of Wadanji being able to increase that to over 20 N is remarkable. This implies a thrust 60-fold greater than that of the 4 HET-80 thrusters combined. Should 4 such enhanced Hall thrusters be utilized, thrust could potentially reach 240 times greater. The resultant acceleration would also be magnified by a factor of 240, yielding an exceptionally effective propulsion system. The HET-80 Hall electric thruster is primarily designed for orbital adjustments. Thus, achieving a thrust of 20 N could significantly enhance its capabilities in this regard. For instance, the previous maneuver executed by a Chinese satellite to evade an American satellite could have benefited from such a propulsion system. Furthermore, if the number of thrusters were to increase, thrust could be augmented even further, allowing for the tantalizing possibility of utilizing Hall thrusters for lunar landings in the future. Well, we can set the Hall thruster matters aside for now. When our nation launches satellites, the 20 N Hall thruster will undoubtedly attract considerable interest, Cheng declared. In the meantime, please focus on researching aviation engines. Understood, boss, Wadanji nodded. At that moment, Leo Dianbo, sitting nearby, could not contain his curiosity. Boss, did you just say that room-temperature superconductors are already a reality? Indeed, Cheng replied. Leo Dianbo's excitement was palpable. If that is the case, we will be able to easily comprehend the information transmitted by human brainwaves. Cheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. It seemed that this master of brainwaves was genuinely versed in the subject. He continued, what if we were to transmit information to the brain from an external source? How would we achieve that? Leo Dianbo replied, that question is rather complex, yet I am familiar with the relevant theory. There exists a specific region within the cerebral cortex. When stimulated with a weak electric current, it activates certain specialized neuronal cells, enabling them to receive electromagnetic waves at a particular frequency, thereby allowing the reception of external information. The varying amplitudes of the electromagnetic waves determine the type of information received. Chapter 199, Leo Dianbo Band, Organ Cloning. Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Such a part truly exists? He had never before heard of a hidden region within the cerebral cortex. Leo Dianbo smiled and explained, the stimulation of that cortical area requires an electric current to be confined within an extremely small range, and simultaneously, it must receive electromagnetic waves at specific frequencies and amplitudes. For humanity to have discovered this area, a convergence of numerous exceedingly rare coincidences would have been necessary, which is why it remains undiscovered. It is entirely reasonable. I refer to this area as the Leo Dianbo Band. Cheng nearly chuckled. The name struck him as reminiscent of the Kuiper Belt. Regardless, if Leo Dianbo's discovery were to be made public, it would likely cause a global sensation. The notion that the brain possesses such a region capable of receiving external electromagnetic waves is nothing short of astonishing. It resembles an innate antenna within the human body, defying belief. In the past, establishing a stable signal transmission from an external source to the brain was exceedingly challenging, requiring consideration of many factors. However, with the advent of room temperature superconductors, it now implies that we can effortlessly stimulate that special part of the brain with the desired current intensity and manipulate our electromagnetic waves according to our preferred frequency and amplitude. Consequently, we could transmit information to the brain without any losses. Cheng further inquired, does this mean that it is entirely distinct from neural electrical signals? Absolutely, Dianbo affirmed. After all, neural signals can only propagate within the body, whereas electromagnetic waves can radiate throughout both internal and external environments. Cheng nodded slightly. Concerning matters that delve into the mysteries of the human body, it remains somewhat difficult to accept the idea that the brain can receive electromagnetic waves, and that it must be at specific frequencies and amplitudes, is truly beyond comprehension. It is as if everything has been meticulously orchestrated, awaiting humanity's exploration. It felt akin to uncovering the answer key, revealing the explanations for all these phenomena. Ultimately, he shook his head. He could not dwell on it any longer. For the deeper he pondered, the more he might find himself contemplating theology, akin to Newton, Einstein, or Qian Shuesan. However, upon reflection, perhaps this notion is not so difficult to accept after all. The brain, with its intricate structure, is capable of transmitting electromagnetic waves to the external environment. Does it not also have the capacity to receive such waves? It is akin to possessing an antenna, which is quite normal. Subsequently, Cheng turned his gaze towards Dean, a name derived from DNA. What expertise does this genetic specialist possess? As for you, Dean replied, my knowledge encompasses cloning. Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Cloning? Cloning animals? Dean affirmed, I possess extensive knowledge and techniques regarding various aspects of cloning. Cheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly jolted, looking at Dean and asking, organ cloning? Dean nodded. That too falls within my realm of expertise. Cheng sprang to his feet. Are you certain it is organ cloning? You possess all the knowledge and techniques in this domain. You can direct cells to differentiate into any organ? Indeed, Dean replied. Cheng was momentarily stunned. What an astonishing trio. Not only had he exchanged 180,000 points for a room temperature superconductor, but now he was faced with 3 trump cards. The engine was one thing, but the revelation about the Laudenberg belt left him utterly astonished, and now organ cloning represented a veritable jackpot. What does organ cloning signify? It heralds the potential eradication of organ diseases. With the right surgical procedures, whenever an organ malfunctions, it can simply be replaced. If the heart falters, clone a new heart. If the kidneys fail, clone new kidneys. There are, of course, certain organs that, due to current surgical limitations, cannot yet be replaced. Nevertheless, for those afflicted with dire conditions, such as kidney or liver cancer, replacing an organ could resolve these issues, including terminal ailments like uremia caused by irreversible kidney failure. Any single organ failure that was once deemed terminal would no longer hold that status. Why is this so? It is due to the principles underlying organ cloning. Cloning involves creating a biological entity that is genetically identical to the original organism. Every aspect of the clone matches that of the original. In the case of cloned organs, because they share the same genetic makeup as the recipient, the body's innate immune rejection response will not occur upon transplantation. Thus, a cloned organ can replace a dysfunctional one, allowing human life to continue without the constant need for immunosuppressive medications, and the lifespan of the cloned organ will not be limited as it would be with transplanted organs. Cloned organs will breathe new life into patients who were once on the brink of death. Therefore, Cheng could not help but be astounded should this technology be unveiled. It would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. However, he soon contemplated the challenges inherent in organ cloning. So, what methods do you have to encourage cells to grow in 3 dimensions, ultimately forming our desired structure? Cell scaffolds, Dean responded. The structure of human organs itself serves as a type of scaffold. We can pre-differentiate this structural scaffold and subsequently control the complete organ differentiation. Can that be controlled? Cheng inquired. Yes, Dean confirmed. Cheng nodded slightly. In truth, there were numerous challenges still to address, but the question he posed was among the most formidable. During differentiation and division, if a cell is not properly guided, it may differentiate erratically due to gravitational influences, potentially leading to forms that resemble neither a starfish nor even a somewhat recognizable SpongeBob. Therefore, it is crucial to direct cell differentiation into the desired shapes. And cell scaffolds provide one such method. Other considerations include the environment for cell differentiation and how to induce directed differentiation and gene expression. Dean likely had solutions for these as well. Gaining insight into the technologies possessed by these 3 new individuals, Cheng could not help but reflect. Organ cloning, along with the aforementioned Laudenberg belt, represented discoveries worthy of a Nobel Prize. After a moment of contemplation, he finally declared, "Hua Dongji, you can commence your research now. As for you, Dean and Laudenberg, you may also begin your studies, but your technologies should remain undisclosed until the appropriate time." Chapter 200, Writing Papers, Turing Awards. Dean, I will fully support your research. In the future, you may publish papers, but your work must begin with cloning animal organs, starting with animal organ cloning, and then gradually progressing to human organ cloning. Do you think you can manage that? Dean replied, "Of course." Yi Cheng nodded, smiling very well. Take it step by step and gradually astonish the world. By consistently producing research results, Dean would solidify his standing on the global stage until he eventually began cloning human organs and successfully cloned a complete human organ. At that point, the public would be more inclined to accept this achievement, and skepticism regarding their experiments on human subjects would dissipate. Most crucially, Dean would gradually rise to become a world-renowned biomedical scientist. Yi Cheng intended to have him join a domestic university to begin imparting knowledge. For Ziqi, having already amassed considerable wealth, it was time to expand his network further. The impetus for this decision stemmed from another individual, Sun Tian, who had initially come from Xia Hospital. Sun Tian had joined their company, embarking on more in-depth research on the nervous system. Naturally, he would occasionally receive invitations from hospitals for surgical procedures. As a neurosurgeon must remain adept in the operating room, Ziqi imposed no restrictions on him, allowing him to manage his own time. After all, he was part of Ziqi's team. Consequently, Ziqi's management style greatly pleased Sun Tian, granting him both freedom and opportunities to learn cutting-edge knowledge, such as how Ziqi achieved neural control of exoskeletons. Thus, both intentionally and unintentionally, he began to promote Ziqi, attracting the interest of his peers in the medical field, many of whom sought to join Ziqi, even if only nominally. Clearly, this was excellent news for Ziqi. Incorporating so many academic luminaries would only serve to amplify Ziqi's influence, rendering it increasingly formidable and less susceptible to challenges, much like large corporations that maintain connections with retired high-ranking officials. This phenomenon is akin to the revolving door. But Ziqi was attracting a cadre of esteemed professors and scholars from the academic realm. For a company specializing in high technology, this was undoubtedly advantageous. Inspired by Sun Tian, Yi Cheng resolved that once Dean achieved success, he too would be positioned in domestic universities, where, with the title of Father of Organ Cloning, Dean would undoubtedly be regarded as a highly respected scholar and professor, thereby enabling Ziqi to continually attract a stream of talent. Although Yi Cheng could acquire various technologies through the system without the need for scientific personnel, the reservoir of talented individuals would be the reason Ziqi could create numerous advanced technologies. Moreover, these talents could further refine Ziqi's existing technological framework, even constructing a grand edifice based on it. Apart from Dean, he also intends to recruit others to teach at the university, which would not only assist Ziqi in attracting talent, but also enable the transmission of profound knowledge to the next generation. In a sense, this could be considered a benefit he, as the system's proprietor, brings to the world. Naturally, this pertains solely to theoretical knowledge. When it comes to practical applications that would benefit Ziqi, he lacks the spirit of selflessness. Once he arranged the future paths for the three individuals, this matter was temporarily put to rest. He then resumed his work on room-temperature superconductors, embarking on the next phase. Since he aimed to introduce room-temperature superconductors to the world and wished to claim the credit for it, the universally accepted method would be to publish a paper. However, rather than detailing the method for creating room-temperature superconductors, he intended to propose a theory that would lay the groundwork for achieving such superconductors. The literature on room-temperature superconductors had already comprehensively elucidated this theoretical aspect, and what Yi Cheng needed to do was to obscure this information slightly, rendering it relatively simplistic, thereby making it appear exceedingly difficult for people to realize. It was akin to the atomic bomb. While the concept of the atomic bomb, releasing neutrons to bombard enriched uranium-235 or plutonium-239, inducing fission and subsequently causing a chain reaction, was well understood, the intricacies of how to enrich uranium-235 and how to release neutrons for bombardment posed significant challenges. Otherwise, why did it take Huagua so long to develop it? Even with substantial initial assistance from the Russians, culminating in years of effort? Or consider the Middle Eastern nation, which has been striving for decades to develop an atomic bomb to counter the United States, yet has still not succeeded since the 1950s. Yi Cheng sought to achieve a similar effect. Seated before his computer, he opened a document and, after a prolonged period of contemplation, finally began to type. mathematical model construction for changes in nuclear structure under excited states. Time swiftly passed. By mid-March, an event occurred that astonished the people of Huagua. This year's Turing Award was bestowed upon a Huagua individual named Zhong Xin, the chief researcher at Jiqi Semiconductor Technology Company and the founder of the Taibai architecture. The reason for his award was his successful integration of reduced instruction set computing and complex instruction set computing into a super reduced instruction set, thereby introducing a novel processing structure into chip architecture, specifically the compiler for the super reduced instruction set. His achievement laid the foundational groundwork for unifying PC and mobile platforms and marked a significant advancement in the semiconductor industry. While this accomplishment appeared undeniably important, and most recognized the significance of the Taibai architecture. After all, the original developer of reduced instruction set computing had also received the Turing Award. Industry insiders found it perplexing. Although Zhong Xin's Taibai architecture was indeed impressive, it was not particularly groundbreaking, as the existing ARM and x86 architectures remained functional. The Taibai architecture could be deemed a mere embellishment. The true highlight lay in the integrated compiler, which offered a new perspective for the future development of chips. Nonetheless, it hardly constituted a revolutionary breakthrough. Was there no line to wade in? Were not all award recipients required to queue? Upon learning of this news, Cheng felt a sense of bewilderment. What was this operation? Were the Americans experiencing some sort of crisis? How could they possibly award such a distinction to a Huagua individual? The Turing Award was conferred by the American Computer Association, thus controlled by Americans. Of course, Huagua individuals had received awards in the past. The 2000 Turing Award was awarded to a Huagua individual who was at that time an American citizen and later renounced his American nationality. Had that awardee been a true Huagua citizen, would he still have been eligible for the award? No one could say for certain. Perhaps this was merely a strategy by the Americans to attract talent from Huagua during a time of overwhelming admiration for Western ideals. Cheng found this maneuver by the Americans utterly perplexing. Did you not know? Su Xin's voice came through the phone. It's all over the internet. It's trending. I didn't TC it. Cheng replied as he stood from his seat, stretching lazily, his back cracking slightly. What have you been busy with these days? Su Xin inquired, noticing his absence. Cheng lowered his gaze to the cluttered draft papers on his desk and the paper displayed on his computer. He had devoted nearly all his time to writing the paper, completely oblivious to the outside world. I've been writing a paper. A paper? Su sin pauset in supri. Why are you writing a paper? Am I not allowed to, as a physics PhD after graduation? He retorted. Well then, as long as you're happy. What is your take on the situation? I asked Zhong Xin whether he would attend the award ceremony, and he said it depends on you. This matter hinges on how the Americans perceive it. Something unusual is undoubtedly afoot, Cheng replied. Su sin tukka. Perhaps the Americans are attempting to curry favor with us? It's not entirely impossible, but who can truly decipher their intentions? Cheng felt it necessary to have Xiaobai investigate further. Let me think this over. Have someone look into the Americans' motivations before we respond. Okay. Although Su Xin believed this could be beneficial for Jiqi, as winning a world-class award would attract more talent to the company, she respected Cheng's decision to contemplate further. After ending the call, Cheng summoned Xiaobai. Xiaobai, investigate why the American Computer Association awarded Zhong Xin this prize. Understood. I'll look into it right away. Soon. Xiaobai's voice echoed once more. The judges at the American Computer Association are somewhat puzzled, but this award is under the control of the American government. The judges are merely acting in accordance with the government's directives, which is why it was awarded to Zhong Xin. The government's directives? Cheng furrowed his brows. Why would the American government do this? Xiaobai explained, the government's stance is unclear. According to intercepted communications, the American government indeed intends to convey some goodwill towards Huagua, not solely towards Jiqi. Is that truly the case? Cheng found it hard to believe. Had they genuinely softened their stance? However, he quickly followed up with another question. Why do you say their stance is unclear? Xiaobai responded. During my surveillance of the Americans, I discovered they sometimes communicate using handwritten documents, eschewing digital formats altogether. Although I can penetrate various physical barriers to access their internal networks, I am at a loss when it comes to these handwritten documents. Ever since I exposed their aircraft carrier monitoring system, they have grown increasingly vigilant. Cheng pondered it deeply. What could possibly warrant such a method of communication? At that moment, Xiaobai added, by the way, I recently discovered that several battery manufacturers have been in contact with them. Battery manufacturers? Cheng's bro furrowed. Given that Jiqi has effectively alienated the entire global battery manufacturing sector, what could these individuals possibly want from the American government? He posed this question to Xiaobai. Xiaobai replied, They held their discussion in a place devoid of microphones. Thus, I cannot ascertain the clarity of their conversation. No microphones? The Americans have truly grown increasingly vigilant. Yi Cheng fell into a reverie. What exactly was the purpose of awarding Zhong Xin? Was it to ensnare him at the moment of receiving the accolade? As he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. A glance revealed it was a call from the capital. Upon answering, a voice emerged. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xiang Wuquan, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology. We have met before. I wonder if Mr. Yi Cheng quickly remembered, as this deputy minister had been present during a meeting with domestic semiconductor companies regarding the establishment of a national semiconductor industry chain. He smiled and replied, Of course, I remember. May I inquire what brings you here, Minister Xiang? It is as follows. Mr. Yi should be aware that Mr. Zhong Xin from your company has been confirmed as the recipient of this year's Turing Award. However, we have yet to receive a response from Mr. Zhong himself or from Jiqi Company. We have recently learned that Mr. Zhong will only accept the award with your consent. Hence I seek to understand your position on this matter. Yi Cheng, puzzled, asked, Is this matter of great significance? As you know, we have just repaired our relations with the Americans. This is the first time they have proactively conferred the Turing Award upon us, the Chinese. I do not mean to imply that Academician Yao is not Chinese, but overall, this is a politically sensitive issue. The higher-ups believe this gesture from the Americans signifies goodwill towards China, aligning with our pursuit of multilateralism on the international stage. It can also be interpreted as another thawing of Sino-American relations. Thus, considering various perspectives and acknowledging the honor due to the awardee, we deem it worthwhile to accept this award. As he spoke, Xiang Wuquan smiled. We cannot, like the former Soviets, prevent our own citizens from claiming honors that could be etched into the annals of human history. Yi Cheng pondered it deeply. If political implications were to be considered, the Americans could indeed be extending goodwill, as Xiao Bai had discovered. The American government seemed to hold this sentiment. Yet, was there a possibility of some ulterior motive? Ultimately, Yi Cheng shook his head. The award ceremony would take place in the United States. If a Chinese laureate encountered peril there, it would only tarnish America's reputation and plunge Sino-American relations back to a frosty state. Mr. Yi, vian gojuan inmudet, notijin ye chenks prolonget silenge. Snapping back to reality, Yi Cheng acknowledged that, as Xiang had indicated, should he prevent Zhong Xin from receiving the award, what would be the public perception? The proprietor of Jiqi Company, a tyrant who suppresses his own employees from acceptance of accolades? Such a stance would undeniably inflict severe damage upon Jiqi's reputation. And even those close to him might fail to understand his reasoning. After all, they were unaware that Zhong Xin was not a real person, but rather an entirely loyal construct. Therefore, he had to seriously contemplate the repercussions of denying Zhong Xin participation. It was a most distasteful dilemma. To attend would mean securing a profoundly prestigious award and returning adorned with honor. To abstain would invite criticism, jeopardizing Jiqi's reputation and potentially hindering future recruitment of talent. Additionally, various lurking dangers could lead to a loss of confidence in the company or in him as a leader. Ultimately, he found clarity. What is there to fear? On the surface, the American government could not act against them. The lithium-air batteries in Jiqi's possession were enough to make them wary. Besides, they were merely attending an award ceremony. Should they dare to instigate trouble under the pretense of an award ceremony, it would dissuade anyone from attending such events in the future. Furthermore, the American government was evidently aware of the myriad undisclosed evidence of live human experiments that Yi Cheng possessed, making them unlikely to act recklessly. However, should there be an underhanded approach, such as inciting others to act, that would necessitate caution. Yet, as long as they remained in the public eye, there was little to worry about. He could procure additional I-type guards and make other preparations to mitigate risks. After this inner analysis, a smile graced Yi Cheng's face. Since they had placed the award before him, would it not be a waste to decline? If the Americans harbored ill intentions, let them experience the folly of losing both the prize and their soldiers. Even if risks were involved, the journey must be undertaken. He then declared, All right, I consent. I shall allow Zhong Xin to accept the award. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your support. Xiang Wuquan sighed with relief. Then remarked on a point Yi Cheng could not overlook. Mr. Yi, restricting your subordinates from accepting awards can easily lead to a loss of morale. I am aware. Yi Cheng chuckled. Perhaps the Americans might resort to underhanded tactics? Xiang Wuquan laughed. You are overthinking it. The Americans would not dare to interfere with the Turing Award unless they were utterly mad. Yi Cheng replied, It appears I've been overly cautious. Let's leave it at that. I will ensure Zhong Xin provides a response. Very well. Allow me to preemptively congratulate you. As Jiqi Company will soon boast a Turing award-winning computer expert, Xiang Wuquan jested. If possible, it would be wonderful for Mr. Zhong to impart his knowledge, providing our Chinese students and industry researchers with a chance to elevate their understanding, much like academician Yao, whose Yao class at Shueita University has thrived. I shall consider it. Yi Cheng affirmed. Ha. Then I shall take my leave and not disturb you further, Xiang Wuquan concluded, swiftly ending the call. Yi Cheng turned to Xiao Bai and instructed, please confirm with Zhong Xin that he will be punctual for the award ceremony. Xiao Bai responded promptly. Soon after, Zhong Xin publicly announced his confirmation to attend the awards ceremony in the United States. The method of disseminating this news was straightforward. The media's enthusiasm for the event was akin to a swarm of locusts, with numerous calls flooding in. Upon receiving Xiao Bai's message, Zhong Xin effortlessly picked up the incessantly ringing phone beside him. On the line was a representative from a third-rate media outlet, who inexplicably possessed his private number. However, in today's society, it was not surprising for such information to be exposed. Thus, this third-rate media outlet became the first to break the news, which swiftly disseminated. Naturally, it was taken for granted that Zhong Xin would accept the award. Who would refuse such an honor that glorifies one's family? Moreover, this was the Turing Award, often heralded as the Nobel Prize of the computing world. Who would dare to openly oppose Zhong Xin's receipt of the award? One could easily drown in a spit of derision against such an act. Subsequently, Zhong Xin quickly received numerous invitations from universities, hoping he could spare time to deliver lectures, as well as various enterprises, both renowned and obscure, inviting him to attend gatherings. However, Zhong Xin naturally declined all. Were it not for his unwavering loyalty to Yi Cheng and his obedience to Yi Cheng's commands, he would likely have been disinterested in the award entirely. He was currently engrossed in researching the assembly of lithography machines and the atomic-level carbon resistor shield materials provided by Yi Cheng. The former was manageable, as it was within his expertise, while the latter involved new knowledge he needed time to digest. Thus, time passed swiftly. The Turing Award ceremony was scheduled for March 27th. In Houston, Texas. Houston, the fourth-largest city in the United States, boasts a thriving economy and is situated along the Gulf of Mexico. It is not uncommon to host awards here. On the 24th, Zhong Xin, accompanied by friends and family, arrived. Zhong Win, Yi Cheng, and numerous individuals from a Jiqi corporation were naturally present. As Zhong Xin had no relatives of his own, the friends accompanying him, apart from Yi Cheng, were all summoned laborers, along with Type 1 bodyguards. Understanding Zhong Xin's character reveals why he has not formed genuine friendships. His emotionally restrained demeanor is hardly palatable to anyone except for the laborers and Yi Cheng. Even Su Xin, the executive director of the company, while courteous to Zhong Xin in moments of formalities, often expresses her bewilderment regarding his peculiar personality to Yi Cheng in private. Nonetheless, most people interpret this situation as a reflection of the notion that geniuses are invariably different from ordinary individuals. Upon their arrival in Houston, they were accorded a grand reception by the U.S. government and the American Computer Society, alongside representatives from several major corporations. Welcome, esteemed friends from Huahua. Texas extends its warmest greetings to you. Governor Gregg approached them, his gaze fixated on Yi Cheng. The translator beside him conveyed his words flawlessly to Yi Cheng and the others. Chapter 203. The car arrived, alongside the jewelry. Yi Cheng was evidently the most significant figure among the group, even more so than the main honoree at the Turing Award ceremony scheduled for days later. Yi Cheng smiled warmly and greeted, "Hello, Governor Gregg. It is a pleasure to meet you." The governor, with a distinctive personality, opted to say Texas welcomes you rather than the more generic America welcomes you. The quest for Texan independence has been a long-standing affair, often more talk than action. Rooted in historical context, a glance at the flags adorning the streets reveals a predominance of state flags, with the national flag being a rarity. Such matters, however, are trifling. The representatives from the surrounding corporations now turned their attention towards Yi Cheng, approaching him to extend their greetings. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am XX from the Fruit Company." "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am XX from Microsoft." The head of the Jiqi Corporation also arrived, marking his first visit to the U.S., and it was only natural for these companies to greet him. Notably, one company displayed keen insight by offering to cover all expenses for Jiqi's visit. This matter is under the purview of our computer society, so you need not concern yourselves with it. At that moment, a figure approached, interrupting the flurry of attentiveness from the corporations. He was Mike, the Secretary General of the American Computer Society. As his gaze swept over the eastern faces, lingering on Yi Cheng and the representatives of the large companies, he could not help but disdainfully think, a gaggle of filthy capitalistic parasites. They are here to welcome our touring award laureate, not to listen to your incessant prattling. His attention then shifted to Zhongxin, observing his demeanor, which unmistakably indicated a focus on technical prowess. With a smile, he approached. Mr. Zhong, it is an honor to meet you. I am Mike, the Secretary General of the American Computer Society. Zhongxin nodded, his expression impassive as he replied, hello, exhibiting an unremarkable demeanor devoid of excitement. Mike was momentarily taken aback. Typically, award recipients displayed overt enthusiasm upon their introductions. Perhaps Wagwa individuals differ from a norm? He pondered before continuing. Now, allow me to guide you through the touring award process. All right, Zhongxin responded succinctly. Observing Zhongxin's reticence, Mike suddenly felt that this eminent figure, capable of receiving the touring award, might not be the easiest person to engage in conversation. Thus, amidst the throngs of admirers, they departed the airport and arrived at their hotel. As they were all individuals of the system, there was no need for rest. They merely required an energy boost, rendering the concept of overcoming jet lag moot. Zhongxin, once settled, resumed his work. Yi Cheng, too, remained active, having already rested during the flight. He had another pressing matter to attend to. He left the hotel accompanied by 3 Type 1 bodyguards purchased from the system. With an average height exceeding 6 feet 5 inches and impressive muscularity, these bodyguards ensured that, wherever Yi Cheng ventured, people hastily vacated his vicinity, casting various glances in his direction. Yi Cheng found this amusing. However, the imposing presence of his 3 guards also instilled a sense of pressure. He couldn't help but reflect on the peculiarity of traveling abroad with companions who were not truly human. Such a scenario would undoubtedly lend itself well to a horror narrative. Shortly thereafter, Yi Cheng arrived at the port of Houston. As the 4th largest city in America, its prominence is inherently linked to its coastal position, and it boasts numerous ports. He approached one of the docks, stepping aboard a cruise ship that had just arrived in Houston. His luxurious modified vehicle awaited him on board. Indeed, he had gone to great lengths to transport his car, which still retained most of its weaponry, having only offloaded 18 QN-202 missiles. He had insisted to the U.S. government that while they were welcome to attend the award ceremony, it was imperative they possessed a certain level of armed security, as they were apprehensive about the safety of American society. After all, one could never predict when an unforeseen threat might emerge. The U.S. government had no grounds to refuse and readily acquiesced. Additionally, he had declared the Shangan No. 2 as a type of full-body armored bulletproof vest for customs clearance. With his vehicle secured, Yi Cheng felt a profound sense of reassurance. It is well known that in the land of the free, gunfights are a daily occurrence. Thus, it was prudent to drive his reinforced bulletproof car. Soon, he completed the necessary formalities with the crew's staff, and the personnel on board assisted with customs clearance. Following this, Yi Cheng navigated the streets of America in his vehicle. Reflecting on its original model as a military vehicle from Huagua evoked an entirely different sentiment within him. As he drove, a thought struck him, prompting him to make a phone call. When can I expect the jewelry I purchased to arrive in Houston? The voice on the other end promptly responded, Esteemed Mr. Yi, please rest assured, we are currently preparing to package your jewelry, and it is expected to arrive in 4 days. 4 days? Yi Cheng frowned. The touring award ceremony was scheduled for 3 days hence, and if the jewelry were to arrive 4 days later, it would necessitate a delay in his return to his homeland. Indeed, this batch of jewelry is exceptionally precious, and we will ensure it is protected throughout the journey, personally delivering it to you. Furthermore, we will assist with customs declarations, including those with Huagua Customs, which requires a certain amount of time, and we ask for your understanding. Very well. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng refrained from further discussion. Considering the speed of deliveries in the U.S., 4 days was not excessively long, especially given the distance from New York to Houston. Thank you for your understanding. Mr. Yi, we appreciate your patience and wish you a pleasant journey in the U.S. Thank you. With that, Yi Cheng concluded the call. The party on the other end was a world-renowned jewelry design company from which he had ordered a set of jewelry valued at over $100 million, intended for collection during his visit to the United States. This exquisite set of jewelry was originally showcased at the Paris Fashion Festival, garnering immense acclaim. It was crafted by the chief designer of the company, encompassing a necklace, bracelet, and rings with a staggering value of $5 million, equivalent to over 30 million yuan. Furthermore, it must be purchased as a complete set, as individual pieces are not for sale. Consequently, this price point daunted many potential buyers. Eventually, the collection was transferred from Paris to the United States for another exhibition. Upon learning of this, Yi Cheng inquired about the sizes of the rings and bracelet and confirmed that they would suit Su Xin perfectly. Thus, he decided to purchase the set outright. As for the considerable price discrepancy, it stemmed from his additional investment of 70 million yuan, over $10 million, to commission the design of 2 bespoke wedding rings from the same company. It goes without saying that these exquisite pieces were intended as a surprise gift for Su Xin. However, due to the custom nature and the requirement for the most precious and rare materials, the company informed him that the delivery date would be around July. Consequently, the only items he could acquire immediately were the jewelry set valued at over 30 million yuan. He pondered whether Su Xin would appreciate such an extravagant gift. Given its exorbitant cost, he mused, she ought to like it, right? Shaking his head, he dismissed his concerns and drove away. In Washington, within a stark room furnished solely with tables and chairs, a voice erupted in frustration. I am utterly exasperated with this meeting format. What are you all so wary of? No matter how advanced their hacking skills, how could they possibly maintain surveillance on the White House? All of the White House's communications are isolated from the outside world. Can these hackers truly monitor us through the electrical wires? Another retorted, well, they managed to access our cameras on the aircraft carrier. So how can you be so sure they can't breach the White House? The White House's security measures are far superior to those of the Washington. Can you even compare? Someone interjected. Besides, who says that initial video wasn't fabricated by our own people, especially by those in the opposition? We currently have no evidence to prove it was the work of the Celestial Empire. As the cacophony continued, the door swung open to reveal the Secretary of State. Enough of the noise. If you wish to change the way we conduct these meetings, we must first complete our plans, he declared, prompting an immediate hush. The secretary then turned to one of the attendees. The owner of Jiqi Company has arrived in country. Your plan can commence. However, as we previously discussed, we will not provide you with any assistance. The individual, missing an arm, toyed with a gold dagger. His name was Abdul Muhammad Zaraka, a formidable warlord from the Middle East, commanding an army of tens of thousands, fiercely loyal and fully armed. Crucially, he was wealthy, possessing several oil reserves in the region and various global enterprises. Additionally, he served as an intermediary arms dealer for the United States, facilitating the sale of military equipment to the Middle East. The loss of his arm had occurred due to a betrayal by another warlord, resulting in an RPG explosion during a surprise encounter. Though he had adapted to life with one arm over the years, the absence of a limb was a source of profound discomfort for someone of his stature. Last year, a company named Jiqi announced the creation of a prosthetic arm controlled by neural impulses, allowing amputees to regain nearly indistinguishable functionality from their original limbs. Upon witnessing successful experimental footage, he was elated. This technology was precisely what he had longed for. His arm could be restored. Months later, he awaited the product's official launch with anticipation. However, upon its release, he discovered it was exclusively available in the Celestial Empire, prohibited from being sold abroad or taken outside the country. This predicament left him in despair, as entering the Celestial Empire was utterly beyond his reach, let alone undergoing surgery in their hospitals. He could only wait for the day when exports would be permitted. Finally, that day arrived. The Celestial Empire announced the allowance of exports, prompting him to contact Jiqi, offering $1 million for a prosthetic arm, intending to undergo surgery in a foreign hospital. Although Jiqi professed equality in their dealings, the substantial sum he offered led them to abandon their principles. Yet, during the identity verification process, Abdul's background became unavoidable. Initially, being merely a Middle Eastern warlord posed no issue for Jiqi, but his armed forces had been responsible for the death of a Celestial Empire soldier during a peacekeeping mission, resulting in a permanent refusal of services to him and anyone associated with him. Abdul was incredulous, convinced Jiqi was merely seeking to exploit his wealth. What company would turn down money just because I accidentally killed one of your soldiers? When Japan slaughtered so many of your people, you established a cultural street to promote their heritage. He continued, moreover, the soldiers who perished at my hands were not solely from your nation. American soldiers fell victim as well, using their own weapons, and they never complained. We are all capitalists. If you want money, just say so. Thus, he escalated his offer from $1 million to $10 million, even $100 million. Yet, no matter how high the price, Jiqi resolutely rebuffed him. His anger morphed into confusion. This was an utterly incomprehensible company. Capital knows no borders. What business is it of a private company to involve itself in your military affairs? I heard your company paid over 100 billion yuan in taxes last year, which is equivalent to tens of billions of dollars. Surely that is enough to compensate your government and military. Frustrated, yet helpless, Abdul recognized that his predicament could not be resolved through conventional means. Since the normal channels were closed to him, he resolved to pursue alternative methods. He contacted the U.S. government and devised a plan. The U.S. would find a way to extract Yi Cheng from the Celestial Empire, as they could not confront him on their territory. Once Yi Cheng departed, Abdul would deploy his men to abduct him and transport him to another country, such as Mexico, where he had connections with a drug lord. Once in Mexico, the operation would be nearly complete. He would then leverage this situation to threaten Ji into crafting his prosthetic arm. Of course, he would ensure that none of these actions would implicate the U.S. government. He would bear all the blame. Though the U.S. government had not initially considered direct action against Yi Cheng, Abdul's willingness to take the fall sparked their interest. If this were the case, perhaps it was worth contemplating. Abdul's motives for targeting Yi Cheng were evident, and at the time of the abduction, the U.S. government would not assist him. Rather, they would send law enforcement to pursue them relentlessly. If Abdul's men prove ineffective and fail, there will be no grounds for reproach. However, should Abdul's men facilitate Yi Cheng's entry into Mexico, the narrative would shift, placing no blame on the United States, which has exerted every effort. Naturally, to prevent Ji Company from spiraling into chaos against the United States, the government insists that Abdul must not eliminate Yi Cheng, but rather confine him. Similarly, the U.S. government harbors its own ambitions. It desires Yi Cheng to surrender all proprietary technologies from Ji Company and disclose how they originally acquired sensitive data regarding human experimentation, as well as the methods by which they infiltrated U.S. systems. Moreover, they seek to ascertain whether the previous aircraft carrier incident is connected to Ji. If the information was obtained through alternative means, it may be tolerable. However, should they have brazenly hacked into their systems, continuously surveilling them, it would be utterly intolerable. The plan should be clear to you, Abdul. I trust you will adhere to the agreement. Remember, this matter holds no connection to the U.S. government. I understand. Abdul nodded, though a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. Collaboration is one thing, yet he holds these Americans in contempt. He shoulders the burden of providing personnel, resources, and financial backing, only to be loathed by both Huagua and Ji Company once the task is accomplished. Even the Americans might impede him, dispatching law enforcement to eliminate him. A cold snort escaped his lips. Once he captures the individual, he will undoubtedly extract all technological secrets from that Huagua businessman, subsequently securing these advancements for himself. The lithium air battery, a legitimate means of minting money. The profits from arms and drugs pale in comparison to what can be earned from such technology. Now, let us delve into the particulars of the plan. He has procured a set of jewelry from XX Company, scheduled for delivery in 4 days. Within the confines of a small room, a conspiracy is brewing, while outside, time swiftly progresses. On March 27th, at 7 p.m., Washington time, the Turing Awards ceremony commences. Given that only a single award is conferred, unlike the Nobel Prize, which presents several at once, there's a relative disparity in grandeur in attendance. However, the presence of Ji Company's esteemed leader adds a touch of vibrancy to the ceremony, as representatives from major corporations encircle Yi Cheng, discussing matters before the formal proceedings begin. The topics at hand revolve solely around potential business collaborations. Yi Cheng, growing weary of the conversation, finally stated, "If you wish to negotiate partnerships, I am not the person you should approach. I am no longer involved in the company's affairs. Engaging with these individuals is futile, for their sole intention is to compel Ji to share its profits. Were Ji not in its current position of strength, a division of gains might be feasible. However, given its capacity to absorb such wealth, there is no necessity for relinquishment. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Ji is a Huagua enterprise, not a player in a capitalist society, which marks a fundamental difference. Foreign companies cannot effectively contend with a Huagua firm." Faced with Yi Cheng's dismissive attitude, the representatives from the major corporations had no recourse but to relent. At this juncture, the award ceremony officially commences, with the Secretary General of the American Computer Association taking the stage to deliver an address. He begins by expressing gratitude to all attendees for taking the time to join today's grand event. From the birth of the world's first general-purpose computer, ENIAC, on February 14th, 1946, to the present day in 2023, a span of 78 years has elapsed. The development of the computer industry, when compared to the expanse of human history, is akin to the fleeting brilliance of a meteor. Yet, throughout this period, numerous questions have arisen that merit exploration. Fortunately, these questions have not deterred us. Within this brief 78-year span, our field has witnessed the emergence of countless exceptionally talented individuals, among whom the luminaries have resolved our most pressing challenges. It is Alan Turing, the creator of the soul of computing, who has enabled us to uncover such a multitude of inquiries. Thus, in commemoration of Mr. Turing and to honor every outstanding contributor within the computer industry, we, the ACM, established the Turing Award. The purpose of this award is to encourage every practitioner to tackle problems, as many challenges continue to beset us today. For instance, the existence of Moore's law appears to usher us toward a critical juncture in the semiconductor industry. It suggests that our chips may face an inevitable limit, constraining our progress. The chip, as the core component of all computers, occupies a pivotal position within the industry, determining the attainable heights of computing capabilities. Our ability to freely utilize various electronic devices is inextricably linked to the chip. The design of a chip embodies its essence, while its architecture constitutes the very soul within that essence. In the past, numerous exceptional architectures have graced the industry, each contributing to varying degrees. However, invariably, they have encountered an insurmountable chasm between simplicity and complexity, confronting us with the divide from PCs to mobile devices. Yet, just last year, a remarkable architecture emerged, transcending the divide between the refined and the complex, achieving a harmonious synthesis that heralds a promising future. Such a chip has once again elevated the ceiling of Moore's law, granting us additional time to seek alternative avenues for surpassing its limitations. This accomplishment is a boon for every practitioner in our field. In light of this extraordinary achievement, its originator, Mr. Zhongxin from Huawei, has been nominated for the Turing Award and unanimously recognized by our committee as the recipient of this year's honor. Chapter 206, Acceptance Speech Advertisement. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Regardless of the circumstances, the majority accepted Zhongxin's receipt of the award. Those who were taken aback by the speed of his recognition. Nonetheless, the award had been presented, and many interpreted it as a gesture of goodwill from the United States toward Huawei, a sentiment echoed by various media outlets. The intermingling of politics with such accolades has become inevitable, leaving those who did not receive awards but were qualified to do so to continue awaiting their turn. Please welcome Mr. Zhong to the stage to receive your honor. Mike beamed, looking toward the backstage area. Zhongxin stepped forward when summoned by the system. He was 35 years old. Over a year has passed, yet he remains unchanged, maintaining the same expressionless demeanor. Secretary General Mike felt a jolt at this sight, sensing that it was entirely possible Zhongxin might choose not to deliver any speech at all. Zhongxin accepted the trophy and certificate, along with a check for $1 million. However, to Mike's relief, Zhongxin picked up the microphone. It seemed he was about to speak. Zhongxin, thank you all, thanks to Jiqi Company, my employer, and my team members. Receiving this award is not solely my achievement. It belongs to all of us. Thank you. With that, he concluded his remarks, leaving the audience in puzzled silence. Is that it? Mike was taken aback. What award recipient does not deliver an elaborate speech, culminating in aspirations for the future? He is certainly not adhering to convention. Observing Zhongxin's intent to exit the stage, Mike realized that allowing him to leave would constitute a mishap at the Turing Award ceremony. Mike hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhong, you still need to deliver your speech. Wasn't that just now considered a speech? Zhongxin Yinguit? Well, it could be deemed as such. It would be prudent for you to share your thoughts on the future or perhaps discuss your other research endeavors. In any case, it would be best to articulate something, Mike suggested. Zhong Xian glanced at Yi Cheng, who nodded in affirmation. Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had encouraged Zhong Xian to speak freely, and indeed, Zhong Xian had simply expressed his gratitude. With the acknowledgement from his superior, Zhong Xian turned and returned to the stage. The audience found it amusing. This prominent figure certainly possessed a unique character. For most award recipients, delivering a speech at such an occasion is an opportunity to express their aspirations and ambitions. Who wouldn't treasure such a moment? Yet, this individual merely thanked a few people and seemed ready to leave. However, some noted with interest that Zhong Xian had even expressed gratitude towards his boss. What need would a top-tier technical professional have for such thanks? After all, they could thrive anywhere. Reflecting on Zhong Xian's earlier glance at Yi Cheng, it was evident that his acknowledgement had prompted Zhong Xian to speak. People couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the relationship between this boss and employee. Zhong Xian's loyalty was striking. Some were contemplating the possibility of enticing him away, but it appeared quite challenging now. Upon returning to the podium, Zhong Xian began to share his perspectives. In the future, the semiconductor industry will flourish even more, and I shall strive to achieve greater accomplishments. Our company, Jiqi, is currently exploring the development of 2 nanometer chips and is planning to create even more exceptional chips. Additionally, the Taibai architecture continues to evolve. We will introduce more ultra-simplified instructions, further reducing the complexity of the instruction set. The Taibai architecture is replete with untapped potential, and we at Jiqi will persist in pushing forward, bringing increasingly superior architectures to the industry. We also extend a warm invitation to our peers in the industry to join us at Jiqi to explore the future of the Taibai architecture together. As Zhong Xian spoke, the audience began to feel a dissonance. How did the discourse shift into a pitch for his company? This gathering was filled with numerous professionals, many of whom were leading computer experts, including several former Turing Award laureates who had accepted the invitation due to their free time. Zhong Xian's promotion of his company was akin to extending offers to these distinguished professionals, eagerly anticipating their joining. The allure of Jiqi was substantial. So many advanced technologies were under its purview, particularly the Taibai architecture, which had become a veritable Bible in the realm of chip design, prompting many related textbooks to urgently revise their content to include this groundbreaking architecture. Joining Jiqi for research meant gaining close access to the core technologies of the Taibai architecture, allowing for an invaluable opportunity to acquire further knowledge, an essential prospect for ambitious researchers. Consequently, representatives from large enterprises found themselves momentarily unable to contain their excitement. It felt as if Zhong Xian was directly undermining their interests. Given the steady stream of professionals migrating from Europe and America to Jiqi, would Zhong Xian's remarks lead to an exodus of experts from the event? Mike, too, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow due to Zhong Xian's comments. The audience was primarily composed of members from their association. If many were to leave for positions in Huagua, it would certainly be a loss for their organization. Unfortunately, a considerable number of computer experts below were indeed intrigued, contemplating opportunities in Huagua. Thus, Zhong Xian spoke for 5 or 6 minutes, concluding once again with gratitude toward his boss. Mike promptly took the microphone, seemingly eager to prevent Zhong Xian from continuing his promotion. In his view, this Huagua individual was rather absurd. Who comes to accept an award only to pitch their company? He hastily delivered the closing remarks, ultimately declaring the Turing Awards ceremony concluded. News of the event swiftly traveled from America to Huagua. In the past, when Huagua individuals did not win, major media outlets in the country typically refrained from coverage. This time, however, all major media participated in the publicity, including CCTV. Yet, due to Zhong Xian's rather irreverent speech, the video of the award ceremony was not broadcast domestically. Instead, it circulated widely among various Huagua media abroad. Zhong Xian's promotion of Jiqi effectively served as a promotion for Huagua itself. Should he successfully attract foreign talent, it would be tantamount to drawing them to Huagua. Similarly, not only Huagua media circulated the news, the award video gained considerable traction in foreign media, with headlines proclaiming, "Turing Award winner surprisingly advertises during acceptance speech." This humorous title effortlessly captured many people's attention, particularly those within the relevant fields who were drawn in by the keyword Turing Award. Consequently, Jiqi received a deluge of emails from abroad the following morning. In essence, Zhong Xian's unexpected speech brought about an unforeseen effect for the company. How outrageous! When Cheng learned of the news, he couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, he had stepped back from the company's affairs. Otherwise, he would surely have been elated for several days. At that moment, he was driving through the bustling streets of Houston, intending to purchase gifts for his parents and some skincare products for Zhong Xian to combat acne. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Mr. Yi, your jewelry has arrived at your hotel lobby. May I ask if it is convenient for you? We can deliver it to your location now." "Oh, is it already here?" Cheng responded, "I'm currently out and about. Could you please wait a moment? I'll come down to retrieve it." "Ah, all right then. We will wait for you." The voice on the other end replied, somewhat surprised. After hanging up, as Cheng prepared to start his vehicle, he suddenly heard Xiao Bai's voice. "Master, the individuals on the other end are not the designated delivery personnel." Cheng paused. "What do you mean?" "The delivery should have been made by 3 American Caucasians. Yet the callers are 2 of Indian descent, 3 Arabs, and 7 Caucasians. These 12 individuals appear to have crossed over from Mexico, and they are likely undocumented. Additionally, from what I gathered through their mobile phone cameras, each of them is armed, including 5 AK-47s, 7 TC, 9 submachine guns, and each is carrying a pistol. Moreover, they possess an RPG and 10 grenades, with the possibility of more grenades hidden away." Cheng furrowed his brow. "Good heavens, are they planning a bank heist?" I believe they are here to target you, master." Cheng responded, "What about the jewelry I purchased? Where do they place it?" "It's in their vehicle." That's a relief. Yi Cheng sighed, feeling reassured that they were not there to steal the jewelry. However, the fact that they were not after the jewelry, yet were armed to the teeth, clearly indicated they intended to cause him trouble. Crossing over from Mexico to bother me? What happened to the delivery personnel? Yi Cheng inquired. They have been killed. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Killed outright? These foreign terrorists are indeed terrifying. Apologizing silently to the 3 innocent delivery men who had perished, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Do they have any ties to the U.S. government?" Without hesitation. They were simply henchmen of a Mexican drug cartel. A drug cartel? Wasn't it the American government? Yi Cheng pondered, bewildered by why he would have any enmity with the Mexican drug cartel. Was he coveting their illicit profits? Why would such a cartel, instead of adhering to their nefarious trade, seek to venture into the realm of technology? After contemplating, Yi Cheng instructed, "Investigate if there are any hidden figures behind this cartel and clarify all connections." "Understood," replied Xiaobai. Subsequently, Yi Cheng absent-mindedly touched his seat, suddenly overwhelmed with a surge of excitement. Indeed, life requires a few unexpected twists to infuse it with exhilaration. Ever since he crafted the god Altar No. 2, it had yet to be revealed to the world. It seemed that this time, he had the opportunity to unveil the true Iron Man to the world. As for the adversary's firepower, ordinary firearms and grenades would pose no threat to his god Altar No. 2. Its protective capabilities were sufficient to withstand such trivial damage. However, he had to be wary of the RPG. The explosive force generated by an RPG was significantly more potent than that of a grenade, capable of inflicting harm upon him within the armor. Yet he soon cast a glance at the 3 brawny bodyguards in the vehicle, each brandishing a firearm conspicuously. In the United States' 50 states, while gun ownership is generally permitted, Texas is particularly notorious. One could openly carry an AK-47 down the street, or even see individuals brandishing firearms in supermarkets. Thus they had adapted to local customs. Yi Cheng then remarked, "Stay vigilant for any RPGs from the opposition. Focus solely on protecting me." Although God Altar No. 2 was formidable, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. "Yes, boss," the 3 Type 1 bodyguards responded in unison. With that, Yi Cheng ceased further discussion and continued driving toward the hotel. The reason he was behind the wheel instead of the Type 1 bodyguards was simple. Only from the driver's seat could he don the god Altar No. 2. At the Hilton Hotel, a Cadillac was parked outside, while not far away, 2 Volkswagen Tiguan vehicles were also stationed. "Damn it, he is not in the hotel," cursed a white man seated in the passenger seat after hanging up the phone. "Where is he?" The surrounding individuals tensed. "He is outside, making us wait for his return." Their expressions soured. According to their original plan, they were to deliver a set of expensive jewelry directly. Additionally, they had prepared a large safe, ample enough to contain a person, euphemistically referred to as a container for the jewelry. As soon as Yi Cheng opened the door, they would swiftly knock him out and abduct him. Of course, there remained the possibility of Yi Cheng's bodyguards opening the door, but that would not matter. As long as a gun was pressed to their heads, even the most loyal bodyguards would cease their chatter. They had already investigated Yi Cheng's bodyguards. Aside from their intimidating physiques, they were virtually unheard of. For these drug traffickers, such imposing figures were merely for show, despite their muscularity from protein supplements. Once the trigger was pulled, they would fall. Not to mention, their 12 members were elite within the cartel, and they had never worried about those few bodyguards. They planned to stow Yi Cheng in the safe originally intended for the jewelry and abscond without drawing any attention. However, now that the target was not upstairs, they would have to conduct the transaction right in front of their vehicle, meaning they would have to act in a public place or risk losing their opportunity entirely. Yet, this was the Hilton Hotel, situated in one of Houston's most bustling areas, with a significant flow of people. Would they dare to abduct someone here? What a farce. Chapter 208. Their underwear was laid bare, not to mention seizing a particularly wealthy figure. Moreover, they had received explicit instructions from their boss. If the police were to discover their plot to capture Yi Cheng, the American authorities would spring into action immediately. As the U.S. needed to assert that this matter was not their concern. This meant they had at most a few minutes to control the situation and flee the scene. Otherwise, they would face a 4-star manhunt, with helicopters and SWAT teams deployed. Only by boarding a vessel in the Gulf of Mexico and departing a certain distance from the shore would they be considered safe. Entering Mexico would signify their complete success. Should they be pursued and find themselves with no escape, they would have no choice but to release Yi Cheng. According to the dealings between their boss and the U.S. government, Yi Cheng could not die within American territory. If they allowed him to perish on American soil, it would spell considerable trouble for their boss, who would be exposed to retribution from the Chinese government, and their families would face dire consequences from their own boss. Although the task was immensely daunting, if they succeeded, their boss would permit them to retire safely, and in addition to retaining the jewelry worth over $5 million, each of them would receive $500,000, enough to ensure a life free from worry for themselves and their families. The group fell silent for a moment, but ultimately, they did not abandon their mission. Surrendering would only lead to disastrous outcomes. They had no choice but to continue strategizing their next steps. Time swiftly passed. Cheng arrived at the Hilton Hotel and promptly made a call. "I've arrived. Where are you?" "Our vehicle is a Cadillac, parked roadside at the hotel entrance." "Mister, you should be able to see it," came the response. "All right, I'll have my bodyguard come to retrieve it." After hanging up, Cheng immediately ended the call. The white man on the other end exclaimed, "What should we do?" He hung up without hearing me. "Once his bodyguard arrives, we'll have him come in person," suggested one of his companions, quickly formulating a plan. They nodded in agreement, and one person produced a walkie-talkie. "Get ready. The target has arrived." Soon, they spotted the vehicle Cheng was driving. The large SUV, with tinted windows, obscured the interior from view, parked directly opposite them. This area was relatively prosperous, with narrow roads and no barriers in the middle, making their proximity quite close. At that moment, the rear door of the vehicle swung open. A tall, robust Asian man emerged, looking strikingly unlike a typical Asian. The bystanders nearly mistook him for Yao Ming returning to Houston to watch the Rockets. He approached the Cadillac and knocked on the window. The window rolled down to reveal an Indian driver. "Where's the package?" "Hand it over to me," the bodyguard demanded. The white man in the passenger seat immediately flashed a courteous smile and said, "You must be Mr. Ye's bodyguard." "It's just that, mister." Ye hung up abruptly, and didn't he inform us of one thing? "We need to confirm his identity through facial recognition before we can hand over the goods. Therefore, we kindly ask you to have our boss come over." The bodyguard replied, "Just give me the facial recognition device, and I'll take it to my boss for verification. Then you can hand over the goods." The individuals inside the vehicle were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Their intention was to have Cheng stand before them, making it easier to take control of him. Yet, the demand for facial recognition verification was something they hadn't anticipated. They were met with unexpected vigilance, as the opposing side was unwilling to even appear before them. Alternatively, it could be said that the bodyguard was sufficiently astute to immediately devise a means to circumvent their demands. Little did they know that during their planning discussions, Cheng had overheard everything from within the car, nearly perceiving their every secret, as if he could recite their identification numbers. Oblivious to this, the group of assailants found themselves in a quandary. Complying with the demands would lead to the utter failure of their mission, as they possessed no facial recognition equipment whatsoever. Conversely, refusing such a reasonable request would render them suspicious. One of the Caucasian men attempted to negotiate further, suggesting that perhaps Mr. Yi should come in person, or that they could approach him instead. The bodyguard replied, "You cannot meet our boss directly." When pressed for a reason, he curtly responded, "There is none." At this moment, the bodyguard appeared to lose his patience and demanded, "What are you really trying to accomplish?" Seeing the situation unfold, the four individuals in the vehicle exchanged glances. Realizing retreat was no longer an option, they could only press forward. Suddenly, the South Asian driver brandished a handgun, pressing it firmly against the bodyguard's abdomen. He then declared menacingly, "What do you think we intend to do? Be honest. Call your boss and summon him here. Otherwise, you'll be the first to die." The bodyguard gazed down at the gun pressed into his midsection, and a smile broke across his face. In an instant, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the assailant's gun hand. The sound of shattering bone echoed as the assailant, unable to even pull the trigger, howled in agony, "My hand." The gun clattered to the ground. The expressions of the others in the car shifted dramatically, and they hastily drew their concealed weapons, brandishing TC-9S and AK-47S. However, when they attempted to fire, they discovered that the imposing bodyguard had vanished, evidently having sought cover. Realizing they were now in the gravest of predicaments, they had no choice but to act decisively. Grabbing a walkie-talkie, the Caucasian shouted, "We've been compromised. Engage immediately." The occupants of the other two vehicles cursed vehemently, and the four from one vehicle swiftly disembarked while another vehicle revved its engine, prepared to prevent Cheng from escaping. The three individuals atop the Cadillac exited the vehicle, while the driver, now horrified, stared at his hand, which appeared to be crushed beyond recognition. Bone fragments protruded grotesquely from the flesh, and the muscle hung limply. Drenched in blood, an image of sheer terror. He could only think one thing. That bodyguard was a demon. How could any human possess such strength to crush bones into splinters? But his comrades remained unaware of the truth. They exited their vehicle, with two seeking to locate and subdue the bodyguard, while another fired a few shots into the air, causing bystanders to scream and flee in panic. This individual, along with 4 teammates from another vehicle, rushed towards the SUV parked by the roadside. Chapter 209, Iron Man. Let's take them down. They were puzzled as to why those inside the vehicle did not flee but remained stationary. Regardless, they had little time to ponder, as staying put was advantageous for them. Soon, they reached the SUV and attempted to wrench open the doors, only to find them locked tight. "Get out!" shouted one of the Caucasians, directing his AK-47 at the window. The others followed suit, either aiming their weapons at the SUV or kicking the door furiously. Yet they discovered it was impervious to their assaults, crafted from an unknown material that resisted even the strongest blows. After a few frustrated attempts, they abandoned kicking the door and leveled their guns at the window, continuing their threats. In their view, the occupants of the vehicle were merely awaiting their demise. Even if the glass was bulletproof, it should not withstand the barrage of an AK-47 fired at close range. Even if they could not eliminate Yi Cheng, shattering the window would suffice to force him out. However, within the vehicle, the atmosphere was notably tranquil due to superior soundproofing. 2 Type 1 bodyguards sat impassively in the back seat, devoid of any concern. The driver's seat, meanwhile, revealed a large metallic box where the leather had worn away. Yi Cheng lay quietly within the box, various mechanical components whirring as metal panels emerged, enveloping him. His feet slid into metallic boots, and protective plates automatically covered his legs. The joints of the upper and lower limbs were articulated with advanced mechanisms, enhancing flexibility at the knees. His hips were similarly encased in a comfortable yet practical material, designed to avoid any discomfort. With his lower extremities armored, the upper body was soon clad in robust battle gear. Finally, the headpiece was completed, with a helmet featuring a visor positioned beside him. Upon seeing the helmet, Yi Cheng reached for it and sat up from the box. He turned to glance at the metallic enclosure, inwardly remarking, "This is increasingly resembling a coffin." Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside, and the windows displayed signs of shattering. Clearly, the assailants had opened fire. His vehicle was engineered to withstand anti-material sniper rounds. However, at such close range, it would not hold up for long. At that moment, fully armored, Yi Cheng felt no need to delay further. It was time for his performance. A faint smile graced his lips as he donned the helmet. The VR display illuminated his vision, showcasing the chaos outside. "Once I draw their fire, you two cover me as I exit, ensuring they do not deploy heavier weaponry." "Understood, boss." After issuing his instructions to the 2 bodyguards, Yi Cheng focused on the door and, with a powerful kick, propelled it outward. This kick possessed the force of 2 tons. To his astonishment, however, rather than the door flying off as he had anticipated, it merely dented slightly. "Damn it, I forgot how sturdy this door is." Feeling somewhat awkward, he had initially aimed to burst forth and send the assailant outside sprawling. "Xiao Bai, unlock the door. I intend to kick it open." "On it," Xiao Bai replied, promptly engaging the circuitry to disengage the lock. Outside, the 5 assailants, startled by a sudden loud noise from within the car, exchanged anxious glances. What was that? Was it some heavy weapon? 2 of them peered at the dented door, their hearts racing. They understood quite well how solid that door was. The force required to leave such an imprint was immense. Realizing something was amiss, they shouted fire quickly. But at that moment, they heard the sound of the door unlocking, followed by the front right door being violently kicked open, sending one of them careening backward. To their horror, they beheld a figure clad entirely in metal emerge from the vehicle. In this era, where Marvel films captivated audiences worldwide, these drug traffickers were certainly familiar with the superhero. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Iron Man." The armored individual, still seated within the vehicle, leapt down. Thud! The metallic foot struck the ground with a heavy thump, underscoring its substantial weight. He then stood tall and straight. The metallic exterior, treated with a carbon tungsten molybdenum alloy at the Agang body level, reflected a dark hue under the March sunlight, its sharp edges defined, lacking only the luminous arc reactor that adorns Iron Man's chest. His helmet bore a slight deviation from the cinematic Iron Man, embellished with an eerie pattern reminiscent of a sinister mask, towering at an impressive height of 2 meters and possessing a formidable physique. He emanated an oppressive presence that overshadowed the nearest thug. Yi Cheng turned his head, casting an amused glance at the gaping armed assailants, and quipped, "I hear you're looking for me?" His voice, enhanced by circuitry, emanated from the speakers in his mouth, imbued with an electronic timbre. Yet the thugs, devoid of any semblance of bravery, found this altered voice only intensified their fear. Fire! Fire! They forgot their orders not to kill Yi Cheng and began to unleash a barrage of bullets. However, how could their simple 7.62 mm rounds penetrate an alloy that could withstand neutron bombardment at temperatures reaching 1 billion degrees? As Yi Cheng stood amidst the hail of bullets, watching them spark upon impact and ricochet away, a smile crept across his face beneath the helmet. This was the essence of formidable technology. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having taken cover, were left in awe. What is that? A robot? Or is Iron Man real? Many began to whip out their phones to capture the moment, while some brave souls ventured closer for a better shot. Among them was a gun-wielding individual who stealthily aimed at the armed thugs, firing a cold shot. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Yi Cheng witnessed one thug collapse. He turned in surprise towards the source of the shot, spotting a rugged Texan, who, brandishing a single-shot carbine, shouted, "Iron Man, take them down." Chapter 210. The fearful thugs and the mighty Iron Man. Yi Cheng was speechless. Was this a head-hunting endeavor? These Americans truly were outrageous. Regardless, it was time for him to take action. At this moment, the thugs had sought refuge, using Yi Cheng's vehicle as cover. Ordinary cars could only shield against bullets with their engines and wheel hubs, but they had already witnessed the remarkable durability of Yi Cheng's vehicle. They were likely astonished that some of the onlookers were actually armed against them. However, having evaded the gunfire from the crowd, Yi Cheng was not one to be trifled with. He began to stride forward, each step resonating with a heavy thud against the ground. Approaching the rear of the car, he observed the frightened assailants and taunted, "Where are you hiding from? What are you?" The terrified terrorists, paralyzed with fear, began to fire wildly at Yi Cheng. But despair washed over them as the bullets proved utterly ineffective. For individuals like them, there was nothing to fear more than an invulnerable adversary, for it signified the absence of any threat to their existence. "Me? Am I not the person you seek?" Yi Cheng replied nonchalantly. As the identities of the four men appeared on his display screen, Lawrence, Crank, Wilson, and Kunk, he pronounced their names one by one, extending his right hand, from which emerged a gun, its dark muzzle aimed directly at them. Despair engulfed them as they confronted the weaponry that belonged to the future, realizing they had no means of resistance. At that moment, one thug pulled a grenade from his pocket, removed the safety pin, and, with a twisted expression, charged at Yi Cheng. He evidently intended to take Yi Cheng down with him. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Instead of fleeing, you choose to close in? But dealing with such a deranged foe was far too easy. He swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful kick with his metal foot, striking the charging thug in the chest. The thug was propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle, crashing against a nearby lamppost before crumpling to the ground. This blow had undoubtedly shattered his insides. Without immediate medical attention, he would surely perish. However, the grenade he had been clutching fell to the ground. The remaining thugs, witnessing this scene, were frozen in horror, akin to players in a game realizing their teammate had thrown a grenade into an elevator. Realizing their comrade had charged with a grenade, they attempted to flee, but the grenade detonated, sending shrapnel flying like daggers, embedding itself in their bodies, on their heads, faces, necks, and torsos. The thug who had collided with the lamppost was rendered silent by the explosion. The others, previously unscathed, now found themselves bleeding profusely. The close-range blast had inflicted severe injuries, with two of them struck in the carotid artery, blood gushing forth like a fountain, painting their surroundings crimson. They groaned in agony, opening their eyes in a frantic search for the devilish Iron Man, hoping to see he was unscathed. Yet despair settled in as they beheld the dark metallic figure, shimmering as he shook off the debris, seemingly unfazed by the shockwave of the grenade that had detonated scarcely 3 meters away. Thus, the initial 5 assailants who had dared to attack Yi Cheng had already lost 2 of their number, while the remaining 3, conscious yet gravely injured, were consumed by fear and regret. Why had they been chosen for such a nearly impossible task? They were not a Hollywood elite team, nor were they action heroes like Dwayne Johnson. Faced with an insurmountable enemy, they regretted not refusing the assignment, wishing instead to endure the consequences of rejection rather than confront this invincible foe. Had they surrendered their will to fight? Yi Cheng brushed off the metallic shard from his armor and looked down at the 3 men sprawled on the ground, grievously wounded. Prepare to meet your maker, and sow some poppies in his Eden so he may savor the beauty of cannabis. Extending his right hand, he aimed the gun at the trio once more. Yet, contemplating the lives he was about to extinguish stirred hesitation within him, for he had never taken a life before. But soon, recalling that these men had come to kill him, he cast aside his doubts and pressed the hidden button within his gauntlet. The AI within his armor, affectionately referred to as Xiaobai, promptly received Yi Cheng's command. The auto-targeting system activated, locking onto one thug. Bang! The aim shifted to the second. Bang! The gun turned once more to the third. Bang! All 5 assailants lay dead, one having been taken down by the Texan in the crowd, while the other 4 fell to Cheng's hand. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, though this Iron Man did not exhibit any remarkable flight capabilities. His invulnerability and the formidable firearm extending from his right arm were sufficient to astonish onlookers. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from yet another vehicle, both astonishingly wielding an RPG. "Be careful, Tony. Watch out, Iron Man," the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, the display screen before Cheng had already turned red, signaling a warning as the 2 assailants prepared to disembark with their RPGs. Xiao Bai's alarm blared. "Master, the last vehicle conceals 4 RPGs. In total, there are 12 rockets. 2 individuals are about to attack you." Cheng was taken aback. For RPGs concealed within that final vehicle, such heavy firepower had been reserved for it. Originally, that last vehicle was intended to provide rear support, suppressing the police during the chase, but now, confronted with this dire situation, the assailants had no time to contemplate the police any longer. Conventional weapons and grenades posed no threat to the Iron Man, leaving them with no choice but to resort to using RPGs. The 2 criminals simultaneously aimed their launchers at the colossal metal figure before them, and then pulled the triggers of their RPGs.